Splash. A basin of bone-chilling ice water poured over the moss-covered stone steps, washing away part of the dark red and black bloodstains. Su-Han straightened up his spine, letting out a sour, grating crack. He raised the back of his hand and wiped away the sweat beads hanging from his eyelashes. His nostrils were filled with a lingering odor, a strange stench of rotting corpses mixed with cheap face powder and blood. This was a smell unique to the miscellaneous servant peak of the Heaven Demon sect. 107th. Su-Han stared at the female corpse he had just dragged to his feet, counting silently in his heart. Half a month ago, this female disciple had still arrogantly ordered him to do her laundry. Now, because her cultivation had stalled, Elder Li, who practiced demonic arts, had drained her primordial een and thrown her away beside the bone-melting pool like trash. In the Heaven Demon sect, those who are useless cannot even become ghosts. Su-Han, what are you spacing out for? Want to enjoy it while it's warm? A sharp, mocking voice stabbed into his ears. Su-Han's body instinctively flinched. He quickly shrank, his neck squeezed out an obsequious smile, and turned around. Into his vision, the pockmarked steward Lu San came walking over while picking his teeth. He casually pulled a crumpled red paper from his robe and slapped it onto Su-Han's chest with a crack. Take it. It was just sent over by the punishment hall as a blessing. The slap on his chest was not light, and Su-Han's chest ached. He instinctively grabbed the paper and looked down at it. One glance froze the blood in his body. Red paper, black words, each character like a knife. Heaven Demon sect punishment hall, decree, B-class miscellaneous servant, disciple, Su-Han 3 years in the sect cultivation, remains stagnant. Verdict: strip him of his miscellaneous servant status. Within 3 days, report to outer sect steward Zhao Dezhu, and serve as a blood food furnace cauldron. A ringing sound exploded beside his ear. Su-Han clutched the paper so hard that his fingernails pierced his palm. A blood food furnace cauldron. That meant a living pill. It meant being drained of every drop of blood and every wisp of spiritual energy, while still alive, wailing for 3 days and 3 nights before finally dying. Elder Zhao? Su-Han heard his own voice trembling. That bald Zhao. That degenerate who they said had wrecked his cultivation and devoured a person every month. That's right. Lu San patted Su-Han's stiff cheek and laughed maliciously. Elder Zhao has been anxious to break through lately and is in a terrible temper. You'd better wash yourself clean so he can drain you smoothly. Maybe he'll give you a quick death. That's enough. Stop working. Go back and wait to die. Lu San laughed strangely and walked away. Su-Han stood where he was. The cold wind poured into his collar, but it could not cool the chill in his heart. Abandoned, which shed C-class now. Free. He shut the rickety wooden door, leaned his back against it, and gasped for air. The humility in his eyes vanished at once, replaced by the fierce glare of a trapped beast. With trembling hands, he pried a thumbnail-sized cyan jade slip out of a hidden compartment in the sole of his worn shoe. It was his last hope. As Candle Dragon, a spy planted in the demonic sect by the Supreme Tao sect, he had swallowed humiliation and borne burdens for 3 years. Elder Withered Tree. This is Candle Dragon. Su-Han frantically poured all of his remaining spiritual energy into the jade slip. I've been exposed. Zhao Dezhu wants to use me for alchemy. Request extraction. The jade slip glowed with a faint cyan light. 1 breath, 2 breaths. At last a strand of divine sense transmitted back. But the message was cold and hard. Candle Dragon, the situation between the righteous and demonic paths has changed. In order to protect the higher level Heavenly Thunder, plan peripheral sleeper agents must remain silent. If you encounter danger, handle it yourself. Do not drag the sect into it. The sect will remember your sacrifice. Crack. The jade slip shattered completely in Su-Han's hand and turned into a handful of stone powder. Handle it yourself. Sacrifice. Su-Han stared at the powder scattered on the ground. His shoulders shook violently, and a suppressed low laugh broke out of him. For 3 years he had been a coward in this demonic den, carrying his life on his belt to pass intelligence. And in the eyes of those great figures, he was not even a discarded pawn, just a lump of mud they could kick away any time. Since the righteous path would not let him live and the demonic path wanted to devour him, then don't blame him for refusing to be a human anymore. At that very moment when his towering resentment and will to survive peaked, ding, a cold mechanical voice exploded abruptly in the depths of his soul. Detected that the host's emotional fluctuations exceeded the critical threshold. Daily intelligence system binding successful. Today's intelligence has refreshed. 33. Please review. System. As a transmigrator, Su-Han's dead heart suddenly pounded wildly. A golden finger that had arrived 3 years too late. Check. He roared inwardly. He roared in his heart. Chua. On his retina, the dim woodshed was instantly covered by a layer of translucent data streams. A golden scroll glowing with faint light floated in front of him. Red intelligence. Zhao Dezhu's breakthrough failed, and his meridians reversed. He never planned to wait 3 days. He has already sent a trusted subordinate to seize you at midnight and refine you alive. The first piece of intelligence made Su-Han's scalp tingle. Midnight. It was already the end of the Su hour now. Only 1 hour remained before he would be made into a dried corpse. The 3 days were fake, a lie meant to keep him in place. Without the system, he would definitely die tonight. Su-Han forced himself to calm down and quickly moved his gaze downward. Blue intelligence. Inside a hidden compartment behind the third blue brick under Zhao Deju's bed lies a beast-hide ledger. It records the flow of 300 blood demon pills he embezzled from the sect, along with evidence of bribing elders. That is his fatal weakness. Seeing this, Su-Han's breathing sped up. Embezzling resources was a 1,000-death crime in the demonic sect. With this handle, he could not only survive, he could turn the tables, but was simply surviving enough. In this man-eating demonic den, without power, even if he survived tonight, tomorrow night would still be death. Su-Han's gaze moved to the last piece of intelligence. It was a line of text radiating dazzling golden light, bright enough to pierce his pupils and make them shrink. Gold intelligence in the deepest part of the Heaven Demon sect's dark prison death cell. No. 9. The former Demon Empress Yi Hongyi, who vanished 100 years ago, is imprisoned. She was not truly dead, but in a state of nirvana-like suspended death. At 3/4 past midnight tonight, she would reach the nadir of her century-long weakness, and the only chance for her to awaken. If someone could feed her with pure yang blood at this moment, it would not only help her break the seal, it could also allow him to forge a blood-soul contract with her while her mind was still in chaos. Estimated reward: obtain a Demon Empress class protector who will obey your every command, and the lost supreme imperial scripture, the Heaven Demon creation art. Boom. Su-Han felt his mind thunder, and his heart seemed about to burst through his chest. Former Demon Empress. Blood-soul contract. Obedient in everything. Obey his every command. This wasn't intelligence. This was a heavenly road to sudden success. As long as he had Bald Zhao in his grasp, he could find a way into the dark prison. Once inside, he could intercept the sleeping Demon Empress. The originally hopeless death trap, because of this one gold intelligence, suddenly became a breathtaking gamble that could even allow him to control the entire demonic sect. Huff, huff. Su-Han's mouth and throat felt parched. An excitement like a gambler about to go all in overwhelmed all his fear. He walked to the broken water vat and looked at the reflection of the pale-faced youth in the water, whose eyes were so bright they were frightening. Bald Zhao wants to eat me. Elder Withered Tree wants to abandon me. Su-Han reached up and straightened his messy collar, and a chilling smile slowly curled at the corner of his mouth. Then let's see who eats whom after tonight. He reached under the bed and pulled out a low-grade spirit stone, his entire fortune. He pushed open the door. The night wind howled, and the lights of the outer sect steward hall in the darkness were like a bloody gaping mouth. But in Su-Han's eyes, it was no longer the palace of Yama. That was the entrance to the dark prison, to the Demon Empress, to supreme power. Su-Han stepped into the darkness with steady steps. At this moment, the cowering, obsequious spy Candle Dragon was dead. In his place stood a demonic fiend of the sect who had seen through the truth of this world. Su-Han. Demon Empress. Wait for me. The night was as dark as ink. The vermilion gate of the outer sect steward hall was tightly shut. Before he even drew near, a thick, nauseating stench of blood seeped through the door gap and crept into Su-Han's nostrils. The smell was fresher and more pungent than the rotting corpses on the Zai Peak. A shrill scream suddenly pierced the night, followed by the sickening crunch of bones being crushed. Then silence. The two guards at the door shuddered, their faces pale. That's the fourth one. Shut up. If you don't want to die in there, pretend you didn't hear anything. Su-Han halted in the shadows beneath the stone steps, his heart pounding wildly, his palms slick with cold sweat. This was the oppressive might of a divine palace realm expert. Even through the closed door, the spine-chilling dread made him instinctively want to turn and run. Stay calm. Running means certain death. Going in offers a thread of hope. Su-Han pinched his thigh hard, and the sharp pain snapped his mind back into control over his body. He took a deep breath, smoothed his wrinkled gray robe, and stepped out of the shadows step by step. Who goes there? The guards drew their blades like startled birds. When the guards recognized the sickly-looking menial, they both froze. As Su-Han. They stared at him as if he were insane. Didn't you accept the extraction order? Instead of waiting to die in your bed, what are you doing here? Su-Han stopped 3 paces away, wearing his usual humble, ingratiating smile. He pointed at the blood-red glowing door within and said, "Please announce me. Su-Han has come to deliver medicine to Steward Zhao." Delivering medicine. The guards exchanged glances, then curled their lips in mocking sneers. Was he offering himself as human medicine just to get a quick death? At least he knew his place. Fine, since you're rushing to die. With a thunderous rumble, the heavy door was pushed open a crack. Without the slightest hesitation, Su-Han stepped inside. Inside the hall, the heavy door slammed shut behind him, and the light immediately dimmed. Before Su-Han could make out the hall's interior, a horrifying stench of blood mixed with tangible killing intent blasted toward his face. Roar! A huge hand, swollen like a ghost's claw and covered with purple-red veins, shot out of the darkness without warning and clamped tightly around Su-Han's throat. Ugh! Su-Han's feet left the ground as he was lifted into the air. A twisted, hideous face with bits of unidentifiable flesh still stuck to the corners of its mouth rapidly filled his vision. It was Zhao Guantou. His eyes were bloodshot, demonic aura coiling around him. He had clearly fallen completely into a bloodthirsty frenzy. Ha ha ha! Su-Han! Zhao Guantou opened his huge mouth, his voice hoarse as a wild beast's. I was just worrying that I didn't have enough blood chi to suppress the demonic nature and you deliver yourself right to my door. The foul stench of his breath sprayed across Su-han's face. This is it. This madman wouldn't even give him a chance to speak. He intended to drain him dry the moment he appeared. Life hung by a thread. Su-han's face had turned the color of liver, the air in his lungs being squeezed out bit by bit. He must not struggle. Against the Divine Palace realm cultivator struggling in the Chi-Si realm was suicide. He had to make this mad dog stop. With every ounce of strength, Su-han stared into Zhao Guangtou's insane eyes and squeezed broken syllables through his nearly closed throat. Kill me. Then. Who will account for the 300 blood pills? The instant the last two syllables were uttered, Zhao Guangtou's teeth, which were about to tear into Su-han's throat, stopped hard a mere inch from his skin. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. The words blood pills were like a basin of ice water viciously dousing Zhao Guangtou's frenzied mind. The madness in his eyes receded like a tide, replaced by a flicker of shocked suspicion and barely believable clarity. Still maintaining his choking stance, his voice was as sinister as a ghost from the ninth abyss. What did you say? Su-han greedily sucked in a breath of blood-tinged air, enduring the searing pain in his throat, and curved his lips into a difficult smile. Cough. I said, Steward Zhao, I'm here to save you. Bullshit. Zhao Guangtou roared. Not only did he not let go, but his other hand whipped out a boning knife, and the icy cold tip pressed directly against Su-han's eyeball. A mere menial ant. How dare you try to trick me? Do you believe I'll gouge out your eyeballs and drink with them right now? The knife tip pricked Su-han's eyelid, and warm blood trickled down into his eye, staining the world red. Su-han didn't even blink. I am an ant. Su-han's voice was eerily calm, echoing through the empty hall. But only this ant knows what is hidden in the secret compartment beneath the third blue brick under your bed, steward. Bang. Zhao Guangtou's entire body stiffened. His purple-red face turned instantly pale, and the hand gripping the knife trembled violently. Beneath the bed, the third blue brick. It was the most hidden corner known to no one, not even his most beloved concubine. Hidden there was evidence of crimes severe enough to sentence him to be devoured by 10,000 demons. How could this good-for-nothing menial who had never even entered the outer sect possibly know? You? Zhao Guangtou released his grip and let Su-han drop to the ground like a dead dog. Before Su-han could catch his breath, a heavy foot stomped onto his chest. Zhao Guangtou bent down, the knife tip pressed firmly against Su-han's Adam's apple. His voice trembled, the fury born of extreme terror. Speak. Who sent you? That ledger. Have you touched it? Who sent you? That ledger. Have you touched it? I did. Su-han lay on the cold floor, his sternum feeling as if it would crack, but looking into Zhao Guangtou's terrified eyes, he smiled. I've moved it to a safe place. If I don't walk out of this door safely by midnight tonight, tomorrow morning a copy of that ledger will appear on the desk of the punishment elder. It was a lie. Su-han never had a chance to touch that ledger. But under such life or death pressure, Zhao Guangtou didn't dare to gamble. Zhao Guangtou's chest heaved violently, his eyes shifting between darkness and uncertainty. The tip of his knife traced a thin line of blood on Su-han's Adam's apple. Kill him. What if there really was a copy? If he didn't kill him, keeping him was a threat. In the moment of Zhao Guangtou's hesitation, Su-han spoke again, casting the real bait. Sir, killing me does you no good. Su-han, I'm just a worthless life, but you are about to break through to the middle stage of the Divine Palace realm. Is my life worth ruining your future? I want to live, and you want to keep your secret. We are the same kind. Huff. Huff. Zhao Guangtou's breathing was heavy as an ox. A long moment passed. He withdrew his foot and backed gloomily onto the bone bed, staring coldly at Su-han. What do you want? Money? Or do you want me to let you down the mountain? Going down the mountain is a death sentence. The righteous sects won't spare me, and I'm not that stupid. Su-han struggled to his feet and brushed the dust off his robe. He looked straight at Zhao Guangtou, a desperate ruthlessness shining in his eyes. I want to go to a place where you can fully control me, and where I can completely disappear from everyone else's sight. Zhao Guangtou narrowed his eyes. Where? Su-han took a deep breath and slowly uttered two words, the Nether Prison. Zhao Guangtou was stunned. The Nether Prison. That was the place with the heaviest energy and the most unlucky aura in the demon cult. Only disciples who had committed grave mistakes would be punished to guard corpses there. This brat, he wants to go to prison. Zhao Guangtou snapped back to reality and revealed a cruel smile. In his eyes, Su-han was so afraid of death that he desperately wanted to find an unnoticed corner to cling to life. And the Nether Prison was his territory. Once Su-han entered, he could crush him whenever he wanted. It was indeed safer than letting him leave the mountain. Su-han, since you want to guard corpses in that ghostly place, I, the steward, will grant your wish. Zhao Guangtou casually took off a pitch-black iron token from his waist and tossed it at Su-han's feet. From today on, you are a degrade warden of the Nether Prison. At that, Zhao Guangtou leaned close to Su-han, his ugly face almost pressing against Su-han's nose, and hissed viciously, but remember this for me. If even half a word about the ledger leaks, no matter where you hide, I will flay you alive and make your skin into a lantern to hang outside this hall. Su-han bent down and picked up the cold iron token. The instant his fingertip touched the token, a gleam of triumph flashed beneath his lowered lashes. The key to the place where the Empress lay was in his hands. Thank you for your patronage, steward. Su-Han bowed with impeccable respect, his tone flawless. This subordinate will head to the nether prison now. And guard it well. He walked out of the steward hall's gate. His gaze fell upon the dark dungeon in the back mountain which gaped like the mouth of a gigantic beast. In his mind, a golden message on the system panel flickered frantically, its red countdown like the taunt of death itself. Golden message countdown 005821, less than an hour remained. That was the only window for the former Demon Empress who had slept for a century to awaken. Zhao Guangtou, I'll remember this debt. Su-Han clenched the nether prison token in his hand and strode into the darkness. Wait until I get out. You'll be the first one I kill. At the entrance of the U prison, it was a massive cave carved into the shadowy side of the rear mountain, its opening resembling a ferocious beast's head emerging from the earth, with jagged fangs interlocking, and from its pitch black throat a piercing, bone-chilling wind ceaselessly blew. Before even entering, the ground was already covered with a thin layer of black frost. Su-Han tightened his thin collar and glanced at the iron token in his hand. U-Prison Dingxi guard Su-Han in the Tianma sect. The U-Prison was divided into 4 layers, Heaven, Earth, Xian, Huang, where prisoners were held in strict hierarchy, and the death cells lay beyond these 4 layers at the deepest node of the underground spirit vein specifically used to suppress those immortal monsters. Huff! Su-Han exhaled a breath of white vapor, which instantly crystallized into ice shards and fell. He did not hesitate. He strode into that dark maw. As soon as he entered, the light was instantly devoured. Only the faint green glow of the netherlight stones embedded in the walls illuminated the winding, slippery stone steps leading downward. The air held no scent of blood, only a suffocating stillness and decay. Golden Intelligence countdown is 004112. The red countdown on his retina was wildly ticking. 40 minutes. He had to cross every barrier and reach the deepest death cell within 40 minutes. Stop. A voice as raspy as sandpaper scraping suddenly emerged from the shadows. Su-Han halted mid-step, every muscle in his body instantly tensing. In the darkness at the corner of the stone steps sat an old man, withered and emaciated. He wore tattered black robes, his hair sparse, and he resembled a desiccated corpse with only his murky eyes occasionally shifting, exuding a chilling, deathly aura. The gatekeeper of the U-Prison, Gui Lao. It was said he had guarded this place for 60 years, and he himself was a half-dead monster. New arrival. Gui Lao raised his eyelids, his gaze scraping across Su-Han like a hook. A Dingxi guard. Who sent you here? Reporting to the elder, it was Steward Zhao Dezhu. Su-Han handed over the token with both hands, his posture respectful, but his words rapid. This subordinate was ordered to relieve the post and, incidentally, handle some personal matters for Steward Zhao. He deliberately emphasized the words personal matters. In this cursed place, everyone had secrets. The more ambiguous the words, the less anyone dared to pry. Sure enough, upon hearing the name Zhao Dezhu, a flicker of disdainful mockery flashed in Gui Lao's eyes, and he waved his withered hand. That baldy Zhao is still so eager to send people to fill the grave. Get in. Dingxi is on the first floor. Don't wander off. If the baleful energy below shatters your spirit, don't blame me for not warning you. Thank you for the advice, elder. Su-Han took back the token and obediently walked toward the first floor passage. However, as soon as he turned a corner, certain that Gui Lao could no longer see him, he immediately changed direction. With a flicker of movement, he slipped into an abandoned tunnel leading deeper underground. This was a secret passage that the system intelligence had not explicitly mentioned, but which he as a former intelligence infiltrator had long since mapped out. He had never intended to report to Dingxi. His target was the very end of the depths. The further down he went, the heavier the cold became. Dark red array patterns began to appear on the walls, ceiling formations used to suppress powerful beings. Vaguely, Su-Han could hear low, guttural roars from deep within the walls. Ancient demon lords imprisoned for decades struggling in their nightmares. Countdown 001500. 15 minutes left. Su-Han's eyebrows were already thick with white frost, his lips purple from the cold. He was only at the initial Qi-Si realm, and the baleful energy here had nearly exceeded the limit his body could endure. Every step felt like countless steel needles piercing his marrow. Damn, how deep is this female emperor imprisoned? Su-Han bit his tongue, using the sharp pain to stay conscious, and quickened his pace instead of slowing down. Finally, after passing through a long corridor littered with bones, the space opened up ahead. It was a massive underground cavern. In the center of the cavern lay a bottomless freezing pool, and above the pool floated a solitary black stone platform. 9 thick chains densely inscribed with runes hung from the cavern's ceiling like 9 black dragons, firmly locking down a crimson figure at the center of the platform. Death cell no. 9. This was it. Su-Han stopped, gasping for breath, his heart pounding wildly. Even from dozens of zhang away, he could still feel the terrifying pressure emanating from the stone platform. It was not the oppression of cultivation level, but an innate nobility and overbearing dominance that made one want to kneel. The aura of a supreme ruler. The former demon cult female emperor Yi Hongyi. Golden Intelligence countdown 000322. 3 minutes left. Do or die. A ruthless glint flashed in Su-Han's eyes. He pulled a prepared dagger from his bosom and stepped onto the suspension bridge leading to the stone platform. The chains creaked and clattered, the sound jarringly loud in the dead silent cavern. 10 steps. 5 steps. 3 steps. When Suhan finally stood at the edge of the stone platform, he could clearly see the legendary female emperor. She wore a tattered red robe, barefoot, with her wrists and ankles cruelly pinned to the stone pillars by bone-piercing nails. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, covering most of her face, revealing only a pale, almost translucent chin. Though utterly disheveled and her breath as faint as a dying candle in the wind, she was like a spider lily blooming in the depths of hell, enchanting, dangerous, and breathtakingly beautiful. Countdown 00010 times up. Hum. At the instant the countdown hit 0, a sinister wind suddenly swept through the previously silent cavern. The 9 chains on the stone platform trembled violently, emitting a piercing wail. The red-clad woman who had been hanging her head moved without warning. Slowly she lifted her head. The strands of hair slid away, revealing a face of ethereal beauty, yet deathly pale. The next second, she opened her eyes. Boom. Suhan felt as if his brain had been struck by a heavy hammer. His vision went dark, his knees buckled, and he nearly fell to the ground. What kind of eyes were those? Crimson like blood, cold as ice. Within them there was no confusion of recent awakening, only overwhelming killing intent and the bloodthirsty brutality of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. She gazed at the intruder Suhan as if looking at an insignificant ant that did not know its place. Though she was too weak to move even a single finger, the suppression from the depths of her soul made every cell in Suhan's body scream for him to flee. Ant. A hoarse yet majestic voice directly exploded in Suhan's mind. Anyone who comes within 3 zhang of this sovereign dies. If it had been an ordinary servant, that voice would have terrified them into trembling and begging for mercy. But Suhan did not kneel. He gritted his teeth fiercely, bore the dreadful pressure, and forced his spine to straighten. Right now Yihangi was all bark and no bite. She was bluffing. If he did not subdue her now, once she regained a shred of sanity, he would surely die. Die. Suhan wiped the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, a wild grin spreading across his face. Not only did he not retreat, but he took a step forward, directly crossing into the 3 zhang forbidden zone. Yihangi, stop pretending. In your current state you can't even crush an ant, can you? As his words fell, a flicker of surprise crossed Yihangi's crimson eyes for the first time. This ant knows who this sovereign is. Before she could react, Suhan had already rushed to her side. He suddenly raised his hand, the dagger in his hand slashing fiercely across his own wrist. Blood splattered. Suhan grabbed Yihangi's chin, which was as cold as a corpse, forcing her to lift her head. Then, pressing the hot blood gushing from his wrist against her pale lips, he shoved it down hard. Wanna live? Then drink, swallow it. Warm metallic-scented blood forced its way between the pale lips of Yihangi, pouring down from Suhan's slashed wrist. Yihangi's crimson pupils constricted sharply. As the empress who had once ruled the demonic sect, when had she ever endured such humiliation? Even after a century of imprisonment, even sealed with bone-piercing nails, those guards had feared her, as if she were a venomous tiger daring not approach within 3 zhang. And yet now a mere ant with only Qi realm cultivation dared to grip her chin and force that filthy blood into her mouth. Get off. A beast's growl rumbled from Yihangi's throat as she summoned her last ounce of strength, attempting to bite through Suhan's wrist. But she couldn't. It was precisely the 3rd quarter of Z hour, her weakest point after a century. The sole vulnerability calculated by the system. As Suhan's pure yang blood slipped down her throat, Yihangi's murderous intent suddenly froze in place. That blood was unlike mortal blood. It carried a scorching heat that slid down her throat into her stomach, instantly transforming into a violent warm current surging toward her long-drained dantian. Ding. Target has ingested host's essence blood. Blood soul contract procedure initializing. A cold mechanical voice echoed in Suhan's mind. He held Yihangi's chin firmly, preventing her from spitting out the blood, even as his wrist bled profusely from her nails digging in. He did not loosen his grip by a fraction. He was gambling with his life. If the contract failed, and she absorbed even a fraction of that blood's energy to regain strength, her first act would surely be crushing him to death. Swallow it. Suhan's eyes burned red as he leaned close to Yihangi's ear and growled like a desperado. Do you want revenge? Do you want to kill Li Qianjue? If you don't want to die in this filthy pit, swallow it. Li Qianjue. At the sound of that name, Yihangi's struggling body shuddered violently. Those eyes, bloodshot from fury, brimmed with overwhelming hatred. That was the enemy who had betrayed her father and seized everything from her. Gulp. A soft sound. Yihangi's throat moved, and she finally swallowed the blood on her own. Boom. In that instant, a blood-colored shockwave exploded outward from the two of them. Ding. Blood soul contract successfully established. Congratulations, host, on subduing the former demonic sect Empress Yihangi in an extremely weakened state. Current loyalty -100, desperate to kill you, but restrained by the contract. The shockwave dissipated. Suhan was knocked back 3 steps and collapsed onto the cold stone platform, gasping heavily with his back drenched in sweat. It worked. He looked up ahead. On the stone platform, Yihangi remained bound in chains, but her once paper-white face now held a strange flush of color. Those crimson eyes locked onto Su-Han, their killing intent so intense it seemed almost tangible. "Aunt," Yi-Hong said in a hoarse voice laced with bone-chilling coldness, "what have you done to me?" She could clearly feel a new bond forged deep within her soul, a most domineering master-servant contract. With a single thought, this ant before her could inflict the agony of 10,000 ants devouring her heart, and if this ant perished, her spiritual soul would perish with it. She, the mighty Empress, had become this ant's slave. What did I do? Su-Han wiped the blood from his mouth and rose to his feet. At this moment, the fear of being suppressed by a higher existence finally dissipated. Although loyalty remained negative, the contract was complete, and this tiger had been stripped of its fangs. "I'm saving you." Su-Han brushed off the dust from his clothes and met Yi-Hong's murderous gaze, a wicked smile curling his lips. "Yi-Hong, don't look at me like that. If not for my blood, you would have turned into a corpse tonight from the cold poison overwhelming your heart." Audacious. Yi-Hong exploded in fury, her murderous aura surging around her. Ugh. The next moment, she groaned in pain, her face turning ghostly white as her body curled inward in agony. That was the backlash from the contract. The host cannot be insulted. Watching the once elevated Empress now trembling in pain before him, Su-Han felt no compassion whatsoever. He understood that for someone like Yi-Hong, cowering would be useless. Only by being harsher than her and more valuable could he truly control her. "Save your strength." Su-Han stepped forward, reached out, and once again gripped Yi-Hong's chin, forcing her to look up at him. This time, Yi-Hong lacked the strength to resist, able only to glare at him with eyes full of humiliation and resentment. "I know you want to kill me." Su-Han's fingers traced her cold skin as he spoke in a low voice. "But now your life belongs to me. If I want you living, you live. If I want you dead, you won't even become a ghost. Instead of plotting how to kill me, you should consider how to use me to strike back at the Heaven Demon Palace and reclaim what's yours." Yi-Hong's pupils contracted slightly. Su-Han's words struck like a sharp blade, piercing directly into her most vulnerable and desperate place. Who are you?" Yi-Hong finally spoke, her tone carrying less killing intent and more scrutiny. A servant at the Chi-Si realm could never know her name, let alone Li Qianjue, or even understand such an ancient blood contract. This person was far from ordinary. "Who I am doesn't matter." Su-Han released his grip and looked down at her, revealing his final card. "What matters is that I know where Li Qianjue's weakness lies, in his cultivation of the heavenly demon liberation technique. I also know where that heaven demon sword your father left for you is hidden." Boom. If the previous contract had merely bound Yi-Hong's body, then these words had completely captured her heart. They were her only two hopes for revenge. Yi-Hong stared at Su-Han intensely, her breathing quickening. After a long moment, she closed her eyes to conceal the humiliation and unwillingness within her, voice cold. "Very well. As long as you help me take revenge. This life of mine is yours to take." Ding. Detected shift in target's mindset. Loyalty increased to 10, temporary ally of convenience. Congratulations, host, on successful interception. Reward distributed: Ancient Imperial Scripture, Heavenly Demon Creation, Art, Fragmented Scroll Consumption Chapter. A massive surge of information flooded Su-Han's mind at once. This was the supreme demonic art that only successive leaders of the demonic sect could cultivate. Devour heaven and earth, plunder the life force of all things to nourish oneself. Su-Han endured the pulsing pleasure of his throbbing mind, a grim smile spreading across his lips. The first step was perfectly achieved. With this cultivation method and Yi-Hong as his enforcer, he finally had the means to turn the tables in this man-eating demonic sect. Someone's coming. Suddenly, Yi-Hong's closed eyes snapped open, her gaze fixed on the cave entrance as she spoke urgently. "Free people, Chi-Si realm, heavy killing intent." Su-Han's expression darkened. Chi-Si realm. Had Baldi Zhao sensed something wrong and sent someone to silence him? Today's intelligence update: additional red intelligence. Zhao Dechu is naturally suspicious. Though he gave you the token, he hasn't fully trusted you. He dispatched 3 trusted death warriors to tail you. If you truly enter the depths of the dark prison, kill them on sight and make it appear as though you were counterattacked by the prisoners. As expected, an old hound. Su-Han cursed under his breath. He glanced at Yi-Hong. She had just awakened, the chains still binding her strength less than 1% of its peak. And he was merely a novice at the Chi-Si realm. How could he fight? "Can you kill them?" Su-Han asked. Yi-Hong shot him a glance, a bloodthirsty sneer curling her lips. "The arrogance of an empress. The chains are unbroken. I cannot move. But if you can lure them within 3 zhang of this stone platform, I will ensure they never return." Upon hearing this, a fierce light flashed in Su-Han's eyes. He drew the blood-stained dagger from his chest and turned to face the dark corridor. "Good. Then let this empress witness a fine spectacle." The soft rustling echoed through the deathly silent passage like a venomous snake gliding through grass. Su-Han stood at the edge of the stone platform, his back to the bottomless cold pool, his body taut. Though he had only just reached the early stage of the Chi-Si realm, 3 years as an undercover agent had made him extraordinarily sensitive to killing intent. If he were to face them head-on, he might not even survive a single exchange. But now, Su-Han glanced back at Yi-Hong behind him. The recently awakened Empress had her eyelids half lowered, her red robes burning like fire, her bare feet nailed to the stone pillar. She appeared frail and tragically beautiful, as if a strong breeze could topple her. Only Suhan knew what kind of bloodthirsty beast lay concealed within that seemingly fragile frame. "They're coming," Suhan whispered. In the next instant, 3 shadowy figures shot out from the darkness like phantoms, forming a triangular formation that sealed off all escape routes from the platform. They wore uniform dark night clothing with only pairs of chilling eyes visible. Gripped in their hands were short daggers poisoned with the deadliest venom, standard equipment for death squad assassins tasked with dirty work. "Suhan." The leading figure in black spoke with a raspy voice, staring at Suhan as though looking at a corpse. "Elder Zhao sent us to escort you." It was indeed Zhao Guangtou. That old dog never intended for him to survive the night. The so-called dark prison guard was merely a way to find him an unobserved grave. Facing the 3 assassins' threatening gaze, an expression of perfectly timed terror instantly appeared on Suhan's face. "You? Don't come any closer." He stumbled backward until his heels met the edge of the platform with nowhere left to retreat. "Elder Zhao promised me, as long as I come to the dark prison, he'll spare my life. I have the account books. I have evidence. If you dare kill me, the punishment hall will receive word tomorrow." Suhan screamed, brandishing the dagger in his hand like a cornered madman. A hint of mockery flashed in the leading assassin's eyes. "Naive fool. This is the dead number sector of the dark prison. No one will hear your cries to heaven or earth. Who would know if we killed you? As for the account books," the black-clad figure sneered, advancing step by step, "we'll extract your soul and refine your spirit, and naturally we'll know where it's hidden. Attack. Quick and decisive, don't disturb that thing." He pointed to Yi Hongyi, locked at the center of the platform, clearly still harboring fear toward the legendary female demon. But what he didn't know was that this thing he regarded as a lifeless object was now quietly opening a slit of an eye through Suhan's body as cover. Flowing from that crack was a mockery as cruel as mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Don't come closer." Suhan's face turned deathly pale as he continued backing away, now standing beside Yi Hongyi less than 3 feet from her. "Come any closer, and I'll jump in." He pointed at the cold pool behind him and shouted, "Want to jump?" Too late. Seeing this, the 3 assassins no longer hesitated, their bodies exploding forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 afterimages wrapped in foul, killing wind surged onto the platform instantly. 10 steps. 5 steps. 3 zhang. The moment their feet simultaneously entered the 3 zhang range of the platform, Suhan, who had been wearing an expression of terrified despair, suddenly stopped all movement. He straightened his body. The fear on his face receded like the tide, replaced by a chilling cold smile. Looking at the assassin charging in the lead, he softly said, "Empress, it's time to eat." "What?" The 3 assassins paused, not yet grasping the meaning of his words. A terrifying pressure that made the soul tremble erupted from the center of the platform. Without warning, the red-robed woman who had been hanging her head as if already dead suddenly raised it. Those crimson eyes like blood suddenly blazed to life in the darkness like 2 red lanterns from hell. "Ants, who allowed you to look directly at this one?" Boom. Accompanied by this hoarse, yet domineering voice, 9 chains vibrated wildly. Though Yi Hongyi's limbs were bound, her mass of black hair seemed to come alive at this moment. Her originally smooth long hair instantly surged and grew, transforming into countless scarlet steel needles that danced madly within this cramped space. "No!" The leading assassin only managed to let out a brief scream. Thud, thud, thud. Within 3 zhang, all became forbidden territory. Countless strands of hair pierced through the 3 assassins' bodies like blades, pinning them dead in midair like candied hawthorn skewers. Body protecting demonic energy. Shattered. Soft armor. Punctured. Before the former empress, no matter how weakened she was, the defense of the Qi realm was as laughable as paper. Suck. Yi Hongyi's red lips parted slightly, a low hum emanating from her throat. Those hairs that had pierced into the assassins' bodies actually turned into hollow straws. Visibly, the 3 originally burly bodies withered at an astonishing speed. Essence, blood, cultivation base, and even souls were all devoured by Yi Hongyi in that instant. 3 breaths. Merely 3 breaths. The 3 assassins who had been so arrogant a moment ago transformed into 3 withered corpses, falling to the ground with a pat sound and shattering into powder. This was the demonic path. This was the Empress. Suhan stood aside, witnessing this massacre up close. Even with prior preparation, he still felt a chill run down his spine. Too brutal. If he hadn't had that golden intelligence and that mouthful of pure young blood, just now his fate would hardly have been better than these 3. Who? Having absorbed the essence blood of the 3, the paleness on Yi Hongyi's face faded somewhat, and her originally withered skin began to glow with a lustrous radiance. She withdrew her sky-filling hair and turned to look at Suhan. Those crimson pupils still carried undiminished killing intent, and she licked her red lips, as if unsatisfied, too weak. Even 100 more of this garbage wouldn't be enough to fill this seat's teeth gaps. Suhan steadied his heartbeat and stepped forward. Ignoring Yi Hongyi's complaint, he crouched down and began searching through a pile of bone ash. Soon he pulled out 3 black storage bags. Even a mosquito is meat no matter how small. Suhan skillfully tucked the storage bags into his chest, then stood up and looked at Yi Hongyi. How do you feel now? Recovered 1/10. Yi Hongyi tried to struggle the chains, making a loud rattling sound, the runes on them blazing with light, suppressing her tightly. A hint of annoyance flashed in her eyes. But this damn dragon-suppressing formation is still active, and this seat still cannot leave the stone platform by half a step. Don't rush. Suhan's mouth curled into a smile. One eats meals bite by bite and kills people one by one. Since we've consumed the appetizer sent by Zhao Guangtou, then next, it's time for the main course. Yi Hongyi narrowed her eyes, looking at the youth before her, who only had the Qi realm. For some reason, although the other party was pitifully weak, the calculating light flashing in Suhan's eyes at this moment made this demon, who had lived for 100 years, feel a trace of palpitation. What do you want to do? Suhan did not answer. He turned around, looking toward the exit of the dark prison, his eyes profound. In his mind, the system panel pulsed again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the counterkill. Obtain loot: low-grade spirit stones X300, mortal grade top tier, magical artifact poison fong spike X3, cheer returning pills X5. Detected that Yi Hongyi has absorbed blood food strength restored to early Qi realm, suppressed by formation. Today's intelligence refreshed. Additional blue intelligence. Zhao Daijua is anxiously waiting in the Elder Hall for the assassin's report. He has poisoned the tea with meridian scattering powder, planning to silence the assassins along with you once they return with your head. Killing his own people. Suhan sneered. What a mad dog. He tidied his slightly disheveled clothes, wiped a handful of bone ash left by the assassins on his face to make himself look more ragged. Your Majesty, the Empress, sorry to trouble you, to continue playing dead for a while. Suhan looked back, winking at Yi Hongyi, that smile revealing an indescribable sinister aura. Since Elder Zhao wants to see me so badly, then I'll personally go back and give him a big surprise. After all, only the dead are the safest. Yi Hongyi watched Suhan's departing figure silent for a long time. Suddenly her icy lips barely perceptibly curled into a playful arc. What an interesting little ghost. Within the inner hall of the outer sect steward office, the air was stifling, suffocatingly oppressive. The dim yellowed light of a few human oil lamps cast an eerie flicker across Zhao Daiju's twisted, anxious face. He paced back and forth each circuit of the room, drawing his gaze to the freshly brewed pot of tea on the table. Its fragrance wafted through the air, yet it could not mask the faint, bitter scent of almonds. That was the Qi dispersing powder. 3 Qi realm peak assassins sent to kill a worthless handyman, and they've been gone this long. Zhao Daiju halted, his eyelids twitching violently as an ominous sense of unease swelled within him. He wasn't worried that Suhan could fight back. That was utterly impossible. What concerned him was whether the 3 assassins, after obtaining the ledger, might turn around and use it to threaten him. A pack of ungrateful wolves. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Zhao Daju's eyes. Once you return and drink this celebratory tea, only the dead will know my secrets. Just then, bam, the hall door was slammed open. A figure covered in dust and stumbling rolled in. Before he could even steady himself, he collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling with extreme terror. Master, something terrible has happened. Zhao Daju whirled around, his killing intent surging. Who goes there? When he recognized the figure on the ground, as Suhan, his pupils contracted. In one stride, he crossed the room, grabbed Suhan by the collar, and lifted him up. Suhan, how is it you? Where are the 3 men? Suhan looked utterly wretched at that moment. His gray robe was torn, his face smeared with black ash and bloodstains, his whole body trembling like a leaf in a storm, as if he had just crawled out of hell. Dead. All dead. Suhan's teeth chattered, his eyes unfocused, as if scared out of his wits. Yulao. There's a ghost in Yulao. What nonsense is this? A chill ran down Zhao Daju's spine, a foreboding feeling washing over him. He roared, speak clearly. How did they die? Where's my ledger? Wah. We had just descended into the depths of Yulao. Suhan, tears and snot streaming, fabricated lies at a rapid pace. Those 3 senior brothers pressed me for the ledger's location. I said it was hidden in a crevice of the 9th cell. But the moment we approached, a puff of black gas burst out from the crack. The 3 senior brothers were swallowed by the black mist in an instant. Not even a trace remained. That ledger. The ledger was shaken out and fell onto the stone platform's edge, about to slide into the cold pool. Master. Boom. The word struck Zhao Daiju's psychological defenses like a thunderbolt. The assassins were dead. He didn't care. But this brat said the ledger had fallen out and was about to drop into the cold pool. Once it fell into the Yulao cold pool, it would be a place so deadly even immortals couldn't retrieve it. Without the ledger, when the punishment hall came investigating tomorrow, he would be flayed and his tendons pulled out. Worthless. A bunch of worthlessness. Zhao Daju flung Suhan aside, his eyes red with desperation. Lead the way. Lead the way immediately. If the ledger is lost, I'll skin you alive. At this moment, greed and fear completely overwhelmed his reason. He never stopped to think why 3 assassins had died, while this worthless Suhan had managed to escape alive. In his subconscious, Suhan was nothing but an ant. The 3 assassins must have triggered some ancient restriction and met their doom. Yes. Yes. Su-Han scrambled to his feet, wiping the tears from his face, and turned to run out. But in the instant he turned his back to Zhao Daiju, his face, which had been etched with terror, suddenly returned to a deadly calm. A chilling, mocking smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. The fish had taken the bait. The path to Yulao was not unfamiliar to Zhao Daiju, yet he had never felt the path so endless as today. Faster! Move faster! Zhao Daiju raced through the tunnel like a whirlwind, even finding Su-Han too slow and wrapping him in demonic chi, charging ahead recklessly. His mind was now entirely consumed by that life-saving ledger. The deeper they descended, the heavier the chill. On a normal day, the suspicious Zhao Daiju might have sensed something amiss. Today, Yulao was unnaturally quiet. Even the old ghost at the gate was nowhere to be seen. But now, frantic with anxiety, Zhao Daiju paid no attention. We're here. With Su-Han's shout, the two burst out of the narrow tunnel into the deepest cavern. Where is the ledger? Where? As soon as he landed, Zhao Daiju's eyes frantically searched the stone platform. At the center of the cavern, the vast cold pool emitted a bone-chilling white mist. On the isolated black stone platform, 9 chains hung down. At the platform's edge, indeed, a dark object teetered precariously. There! Zhao Daiju's eyes lit up with a greedy green gleam. He didn't even spare a glance at the red-clad woman bound by chains at the platform's center. In his eyes, she was merely a cripple who had been locked away for centuries, a dead thing. As long as he got the ledger, he would be safe. Swoosh! Zhao Daiju's body shot forward, his divine palace realm cultivation exploding in full force, turning him into a blur as he lunged at the stone platform. 10 zhong, 5 zhong, 3 zhong. Just as Zhao Daiju's feet crossed the 3 zhong boundary of the platform, Su-Han, who had been cowering behind him, suddenly stopped. He stood in the shadows of the tunnel entrance, not following. Not only did he not follow, but he leisurely pulled out the iron token he had tricked from Zhao Daiju, tossing it in his hand. Steward Zhao. Su-Han's voice rang out abruptly, echoing through the empty cavern with a cold clarity utterly devoid of the earlier terror. Although there's no celebratory tea, I still prepared a great gift for you. What? Zhao Daiju, who was about to grab the ledger, halted mid-motion. He heard the wrongness in Su-Han's tone. It was the tone one uses when speaking to the dead. A fierce sense of crisis shot from his tailbone straight to his crown. Zhao Daiju instinctively wanted to turn and retreat. But it was too late. Whoom! A terrifying, killing intent 10,000 times colder than the cold pool erupted without warning right in front of him. Zhao Daiju stiffly raised his head. The red-clad woman, who had been hanging her head like a corpse, had opened her eyes without him noticing. Those blood-red eyes stared fixedly at him, less than 3 chi from his face. Young one, your blood smells foul. Boom. With that hoarse voice, Zhao Daiju's vision blurred. A cascade of crimson hair surged upward like a waterfall, forming a blood-red net that sealed off all his escape routes. This is the previous female emperor. Zhao Daiju was scared out of his wits, letting out a pig-like scream. Impossible. She's supposed to be dead. Su-Han, you set me up. He desperately activated his blood demonic chi, trying to break through the encirclement of hair. But against the heavenly demon creation art, his pathetic demonic chi melted like snow before a flame. Schlick! A single strand of hair effortlessly pierced his protective aura and stabbed into his thigh. Schlick! Schlick! Then came the second, the third. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Daiju, like a fly caught in a web, was pinned midair by countless strands of hair. Su-Han, save me. I won't pursue the ledger matter. And I have many spirit stones. Zhao Daiju struggled desperately, reaching a bloody hand towards Su-Han not far away, his eyes filled with desperate pleas. Su-Han stood outside the safe zone, watching coldly. There was no thrill of revenge on his face, only a chilling calm. Steward Zhao, Su-Han said softly, have you forgotten what I said just now? Only the dead can keep secrets. No. Zhao Daiju let out a piercing, desperate scream. The next second, Yi Hongyi parted her crimson lips and inhaled sharply. Gulp. Like a whale drinking water. Zhao Daiju's robust ox-like frame withered at a visible rate. His entire divine palace realm cultivation, his essence, blood, his life force, all became nourishment for Yi Hongyi's recovery. A few breaths later, clatter, a dried-out husk of skin fell onto the stone platform, shattering into pieces. Zhao Daiju, outer sect steward, divine palace realm powerhouse, was dead. Ding. Spoils obtained: mid-grade spirit stones, X1000, mysterious rank, low-grade martial skill, blood fiend palm, outer sect steward, token X1. Detected: Yi Hongyi absorbing divine palace realm essence, blood, strength, recovered to divine palace realm perfection. System function upgrade opportunity copy basic unlocked. Hearing the pleasant chime in his mind, Su-Han let out a long, turbid breath. It was over. He walked onto the stone platform, kicked aside Zhao Daiju's ashes, and picked up the heavy storage pouch. Then he looked up at the red-clad woman before him, whose aura was now even more terrifying. Yi Hongyi licked her lips, an eerie flush spreading across her pale face. She looked at Su-Han, her expression complicated. The man is dead. Now how are you going to explain to the sect that an outer sect steward died in Yulao? Su-Han weighed the storage pouch in his hand, turned to look at the entrance of Yulao, and a relaxed smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Explain. Why explain? Steward Zhao was practicing a technique, and went into chi deviation, mistakenly entered the Yulao forbidden ground, and was devoured by the ancient restriction. No remains were left. And I as a loyal guard tried my utmost to stop him, but was powerless, and could only tearfully inherit his legacy. Su-Han turned back and winked at Yi Hongyi. Your Majesty the female emperor, what do you think of that story? Isn't it a good one? The story is well told. Yi Hongyi leaned against the icy stone pillars still bound by chains, yet the languid and domineering aura emanating from her bones was impossible to ignore. She glanced at the ashes on the ground, a sneer curling at the corners of her mouth. But do you think you can fool those old foxes of the punishment hall with your so-called story of chi deviation? Can't fool them. Su-Han replied succinctly. He crouched down, picked up Zhao Daju's storage pouch, and unceremoniously erased the residual spiritual sense imprint on it. Although Zhao Daju is merely an outer sect steward, he has the backing of an inner sect elder. His mysterious death will definitely be investigated by the higher-ups. Then you're courting death. Yi Hongyi raised an eyebrow. I'm not courting death, I'm looking for a talisman of protection. A flash of light gleamed in Su-Han's hand as he poured out a pile of miscellaneous items from the storage pouch. Spirit stones, pills, spare clothes. Eventually his gaze settled on a black booklet wrapped in an unknown beast hide. Beast hide ledger. Su-Han's eyes lit up, and he quickly flipped it open. Inside were densely recorded hundreds of transaction entries. Tianma calendar 302. Embezzled 30 chi blood pills from the outer sect, and gifted them to the concubine of inner sect elderly Changfeng. Tianma calendar 303. Intercepted 500 spirit stones from menial disciples, and presented them as a bribe to punishment hall steward Wang Matzi. Found it. Su-Han closed the ledger, patted its cover, and wore a smile even brighter than when he had just killed. With this, how Zhao Daju died no longer matters. Because the elders and stewards who took his bribes want him dead by accident even more than I do, and they want this matter buried in their stomachs. I helped them clean house. They'll be too grateful to investigate. Yi Hongyi watched Su-Han's deeply calculating expression, and a flicker of surprise passed through her crimson eyes. This youth was so deep in scheming, he didn't seem like a teenage menial, but rather an old demon who had lived for centuries. Full of bad ideas. Yi Hongyi snorted coldly, closed her eyes, and began to regulate her breathing. Since the crisis is over, this seat needs to sleep and digest the essence blood. Don't bother me. Don't be in such a hurry to sleep, His Majesty the Empress. Su-Han put away the ledger, showing no intention of leaving. He stood up, staring at Yi Hongyi with burning eyes, as if she were a massive gold mine. System, open the panel. Ding. Panel expanded. Current locked target: Yi Hongyi, former Empress, Divine Palace Realm, Perfection, list of copyable fortunes, talents, Heavenly Demon Creation, Art, Complete Edition, Ancient Imperial Scripture, Supreme Inheritance of the Demonic Path. Cost 1000 Destiny Points, insufficient balance. Heavenly Demon, Overlord Body, Divine Physique, though weakened now, its foundation remains. Cost 5000 Destiny Points, insufficient balance. Killing Sword, Intent, Perfection, level 1, severed the Heavenly River with a single sword strike. Cost 3000 Destiny Points. Insufficient balance. Demonic Aura, Affinity Talent, increases perception of demonic chi tenfold, making demonic art cultivation twice as effective with half the effort. Cost 50 Destiny Points. Copyable. Looking at this long list, Su-Han was drooling. Truly worthy of the Empress. Every inch of her was a treasure. Even a tiny bit leaked out was a divine grade fortune. Unfortunately, he was now a pauper. Killing Zhao Daju had rewarded him with 50 points plus his previous savings. He had only 60 Destiny Points in total. He could only copy the cheapest. But even the cheapest demonic aura affinity was a transformative treasure for Su-Han at this moment. After all, the reason he had remained at the Chi-Si realm for 3 years, aside from lacking resources, was that this body's demonic aptitude was terribly poor, absorbing demonic chi like a turtle crawling. System, copy demonic aura affinity. Ding. Consumed 50 Destiny Points. Copying begins. Su-Han felt a slight tremor in his body, and a cool stream of energy instantly flowed through all his meridians. Then the world in his eyes changed. The air of the dark prison, which had been dim, cold, and suffocating, now seemed to become lively in his perception. The black, baleful chi floating in the air no longer repelled him, but like meeting a relative, vied to penetrate his pores. In just a few breaths, the long dry sea of chi in his body showed signs of boiling. Is this what it feels like to be a genius? Su-Han clenched his fist, feeling the jubilant demonic chi within him, and his heart was ecstatic. With this talent plus the 100 low-grade spirit stones looted from Zhao Daju, he was confident of breaking through to the Chi-Si mid-stage, or even late stage, within 3 days. What are you doing? Yi Hongyi looked at Su-Han, standing there grinning foolishly, her gaze strange. She keenly sensed that in that instant the aura on Su-Han seemed to have changed. Become somewhat similar to hers. Nothing. Su-Han snapped back to reality in high spirits. He looked at Yi Hongyi no longer as aggressive as before, and instead generously pulled out 2 bottles of chi-returning pills from Zhao Daju's storage pouch and tossed them over like feeding a cat. Catch. They're only yellow-grade pills, but better than nothing. Yi Hongyi instinctively caught the pill bottles, stunned for a moment. This aunt had actually given her pills. Don't misunderstand. I'm not being charitable. Suhan adjusted his robe, turned, and walked toward the tunnel exit, waving back at her. I need to go out and deal with those people from the punishment hall. Recover well, and raise your strength as soon as possible. After all, my ambitions are huge. Your current strength isn't even enough to be my thug. With that, Suhan's figure disappeared into the darkness. Not enough. To be a thug. Yi Hongyi clutched the pill bottle, staring at the empty tunnel, a flush of angry laughter rising on her pale face. Arrogant brat. Once this seat breaks this damn formation, I'll make you know who the real master is. Despite saying this, she still pulled out the cork and poured the pills into her mouth. So delicious. Leaving the death cell, Suhan did not go directly back to the surface. He arrived at the entrance of the dark prison. The ghostly old gatekeeper was still nowhere to be found. Suhan found a secluded corner and sat cross-legged. He couldn't go out now. Zhao Dezhu had just died, who outside must be in a mess. Going out now would be walking into a trap. The best plan was to hide in the dark prison for a few days, waiting for the punishment hall people to come to him. Then he would be a survivor who had stayed at his post and narrowly escaped death. First, improve my strength. Suhan took a deep breath and pulled out the spirit stones from Zhao Dezhu's storage pouch. Heavenly Demon Creation Art Fragment activated. Boom. Combined with the newly copied demonic aura affinity talent, the surrounding demonic chi instantly turned into a vortex, wildly surging into Suhan's body. Chi Si Realm Initial Stage. Breakthrough. Chi Si Realm Mid Stage. Chi Si Realm Late Stage. A night of silence. Until the next morning, when the first ray of sunlight filtered through the prison's air vent. Suhan slowly opened his eyes. A sharp light flickered in his gaze, and his entire aura was condensed like iron. Chi Si Realm Perfection. Only one step away from entering the Divine Palace. Is this what it feels like to cheat? Suhan exhaled a turbid breath, feeling completely refreshed. Just then, ding. Midnight has passed. Daily intelligence refreshed. Suhan moved his mind, and the panel unfolded. With just one glance, his face darkened. Today's intelligence, blue intelligence, Zhao Dezhu's death, has been discovered. The punishment hall elder has inspected the scene. You fake did not dig deeper, and has taken over Zhao Dezhu's territory. They are searching for the only witness, Suhan. Green intelligence in a skeleton in cell block D of the dark prison. A Insha pearl is hidden, which can help you break through the Divine Palace realm bottleneck. Purple intelligence intersect true disciple Wang Tung, upon learning of Zhao Dezhu's death, suspects foul play. He has accepted a sect mission and will personally lead a team into the dark prison in one incense sticks time, ostensibly to inspect, but in reality to find Zhao Dezhu's leftover ledger and conveniently eliminate you, the survivor. Suhan's gaze turned icy as he read the third piece of intelligence. Wang Tung. Beat a dog and a wolf comes. He stood up, dusted off his clothes, and a bloodthirsty curve formed on his lips. Perfect. Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, the dark prison's fertilizer. We'll have one more portion. The entrance to the dark dungeon where cold winds howled. Suhan sat cross-legged in the shadows, the few low-grade spirit stones in his hand already reduced to powder. He had reached the peak of the Chi Si realm. Sensing the demonic energy surging within him like a raging river, Suhan slowly opened his eyes. A faint purple glow flickered deep within his pupils, a phenomenon brought about by his demonic affinity innate talent. Though he had yet to break through to the Divine Palace realm, he could crush anyone at his level by relying on the overwhelming power of the Heavenly Demon Creation technique. They're here. Suhan's ears twitched slightly. He didn't have to wait long. With a thunderous crash, the massive stone door of the dark dungeon was kicked open from the outside. Blinding sunlight poured in as several arrogant figures forced their way into this realm of darkness. At their head stood a man clad in a purple gold python robe with a jade crown adorning his hair, his handsome features marred by an unnatural pallor. He carried a folding fan, yet despite walking through the dungeon floor smeared with blood and filth, his feet never touched the ground, as though this place were nothing more than his own backyard garden. A true disciple of the heavenly demon cult's nether peak, Wang Tung. Trailing behind him were two enforcement disciples radiating formidable presences, both masters at the late stage of the Chi Si realm. So this is where Zhao Guangtou met his end. Wang Tung covered his nose and mouth with his folding fan, wrinkling his brow in disgust. How foul, young master. One of the enforcement disciples stepped forward from behind, pointing at Suhan in the shadows. There's a survivor over there. It must be that Suhan. Wang Tung cast a casual glance at Suhan. That look was no different from how one would regard a stray dog lying by the roadside. Zhao Dezhu may have been a worthless piece of trash, but he was still a dog I raised, Wang Tung said casually, his voice dripping with laziness. When a dog dies, someone should go with it. Go search his soul. Find out where the ledger is, and then dispose of him. Yes. The enforcement disciple let out a sinister grin and strode towards Suhan with long, determined steps. To a true disciple, the life of a mere servant guard was worth less than a speck of dust on his shoe sole. Boy, when you're reborn in your next life, remember to stay far away from Zhao Guangtou. The enforcement disciple reached Suhan, his massive hand extending with fingers curled into claws wreathed in ferocious demonic energy, aimed straight for the crown of Suhan's skull. This claw strike, known as the bone-shattering palm, would instantly reduce Suhan's skull to fragments if it connected, and his soul would be ripped from his body. But then facing this lethal strike, Su-Han, who had kept his head bowed, suddenly lifted it. On that pale face there was no trace of the terror and pleading Wang Tung had expected. Instead there lingered a hint of mockery. Search my soul. A smile curved Su-Han's lips. Do you think yourself worthy? Before the words had even finished leaving his mouth, Su-Han, who had been sitting cross-legged, erupted forward without warning, still as a mountain when unmoving, striking like thunder when in motion. What a... The enforcement disciple's pupils contracted sharply. His vision blurred, and Su-Han's figure had vanished completely. Immediately after, a cold palm pressed against his chest, a ghostly hand emerging from thin air landing with impossible lightness. Heavenly demon creation technique devour. Bang! A dull thud echoed through the air. The enforcement disciple never managed to scream before his entire body was struck as though by a charging war chariot, his breastbone collapsing inward in an instant. Even more terrifying was the way the demonic energy from his body surged forward like a breached dam, pouring uncontrollably through that palm and into Su-Han. The enforcement disciple vomited a torrent of blood as he was launched backward, crashing hard against the stone wall, before sliding down like a heap of mud, dead on the spot. Silence fell like a death shroud over the entire dungeon entrance. Even the air seemed frozen solid. The other enforcement disciple stood with his mouth agape, his eyes bulging from sheer shock. Instant kill. A mere Chi-Si early-stage servant had just crushed a Chi-Si late-stage enforcement elite with a single palm strike. How is this even possible? Now this is interesting. Wang Tung, who had been so nonchalant, finally closed his folding fan. He narrowed his elongated eyes and surveyed Su-Han from head to toe, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze, but underlying it was the thrill of a hunter who had just spotted his prey. Concealing your cultivation? You've reached the peak of the Chi-Si realm. No wonder Zhao Guantou died here. It seems he wasn't consumed by Chi deviation after all. He was killed by a mere ant like you. Wang Tung let out a light chuckle, not the slightest hint of anger at his subordinate's death. In fact, he seemed almost delighted, as though he'd discovered some amusing new toy. Su-Han, is it? Hand over the ledger and surrender the cultivation technique you've been using to conceal your aura. This young master can make an exception and take you on as a personal slave, granting you the honor of bearing my surname Wang. In his estimation, while Su-Han possessed some ability, he was merely a larger ant before a true disciple standing at half-step into the divine palace realm with countless trump cards at his disposal. To serve as his personal slave would already be an enormous favor bestowed upon him. Su-Han flicked the blood from his hand and straightened his frame. Looking up at Wang Tung, who hovered above him, he smiled. Take my surname Wang. I'm sorry, but I've never taken kindly to becoming another man's son. Especially. Su-Han's gaze turned cold, his voice sharpening to a razor's edge, the son of a corpse. Seeking death. Wang Tung's expression darkened instantly. As a true disciple, he had never faced such open contempt from a servant before, and the insult cut deep. Since he refused to accept what's offered, then died. With a sweep of his folding fan, Wang Tung unleashed his attack. Swish. 3 dark flashes shot from the fan's ribs. 3 poison-coated, bone-piercing nails moving at lightning speed, sealing off every escape route Su-Han might have taken. Simultaneously, Wang Tung's figure dissolved into an afterimage as he pursued Su-Han, delivering a palm strike aimed directly at his crown, while unleashing the full force of his divine palace realm pressure without restraint. An ordinary Chi-Si cultivator would have been immobilized by merely this pressure alone, yet Su-Han had anticipated this exact moment. Hidden within the skeleton of the ding-numbered cell in the dark dungeon lay a Insha pearl. This pearl, forged from the resentment of the previous guardian after death, was extraordinarily volatile, and when struck by demonic energy at the divine palace realm, it would detonate instantly, with explosive force comparable to a self-detonation. Want me dead? Then catch me. Su-Han had no intention of meeting the assault head-on. The moment Wang Tung attacked, Su-Han twisted his body in an unnatural manner, utilizing his demonic affinity to navigate the dungeon's terrain and narrowly dodged the 3 bone-piercing nails. Then he turned and fled. His destination was clear, the passage leading to the underground level. Thinking you can escape? Wang Tung sneered, his eyes gleaming with the sadistic delight of a cat playing with its prey. Where do you think you're running to within these dungeon walls? After him. Clad in a whirlwind, he and his remaining enforcer bolted through the corridor. The Ding sector cells of the dark dungeon. The terrain here was labyrinthine, with abandoned cells and mountains of bleached bones scattered throughout the darkness. Su-Han moved through the shadows like a wraith. He didn't run deeper into the complex. He made a series of sharp turns and crashes into a ruined cell hidden in a corner. Ding sector cell 307. His eyes flashed as he read the designation on the weathered doorplate. He had found exactly what he was looking for. In the far corner of the cell sat the desiccated remains of a former guard. From the center of its torso emerged a faint azure luminescence. The Insha pearl. Well now, boy, dead end. Wang Tang's mocking voice drifted up from behind him. Wang Tung stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the cell entrance, advancing steadily, like a predator watching prey corner itself. You ran fast, I'll give you that, but speed alone won't close the gap between us. With a casual flick of his folding fan, Wang Tung unleashed chains of demonic energy that sealed off the entire space around them. Hand over the ledger and kowtow at my feet. Since I'm in a good mood, I might let you die without suffering. Su-Han leaned against the skeletal remains, breathing heavily, while wearing an expression of utter desperation, the kind of a man who had reached the end of the line. Wang Tung, don't force my hand. Force you? Wang Tung scoffed derisively. And what then? You think this ant could possibly harm me? You're the one who said it. Suddenly madness flashed across Su-Han's features. He spun around and lunged toward the abdomen of the skeleton behind him. Huh? Wang Tung hesitated, still processing what was happening. Before him appeared a blue orb radiating an aura of terrifying cold. Without hesitation, Su-Han channeled all his demonic energy into the dangerously unstable pearl, then hurled it at Wang Tung with every ounce of strength he possessed. A gift, young master. Detonate. Boom. The narrow cell was engulfed in a devastating blue light. The Insha pearl, which had concentrated a century's worth of resentment and energy, finally detonated in its entirety. The blast matched the destructive force of a divine palace realm cultivator sacrificing themselves. The Insha pearl. Madman. Wang Tang's mocking expression instantly drained of color as he let out a scream of pure terror. Trapped in this confined space, there was nowhere to flee. Rumble. The concussive roar shook the entire dungeon to its foundations, sending plumes of dust and flying debris through the air as the cell walls collapsed inward. After an eternity passed, the smoke cleared. Cough. Cough. A ragged figure crawled from the rubble. It was Wang Tung, but his earlier arrogance had completely shattered. His purple-gold python robe was torn to shreds, his jade crown lay in pieces, and blood covered his face as his hair hung wild and disheveled. His left arm was the worst of it, torn apart by the Insha energy, flesh and bone exposed, clearly useless. Su-Han. Wang Tang's eyes burned crimson as he roared like a wounded beast. I'll tear you apart piece by piece. But when he looked around, there was nothing, no sign of Su-Han anywhere. Only in one corner of the wreckage did blood-written words remain, hastily scrawled, but dripping with defiant arrogance. At the lowest level of the dark dungeon lay the rock cave designated as death. Tap, tap, tap. Su-Han walked leisurely onto the stone platform, idly tossing the storage pouch he had plucked from Wang Tung, producing a pleasant crisp jingle. You're back. Yi Hongyi slowly opened her eyes, a trace of impatience flashing in her crimson gaze. Those trash you sent earlier were far too weak. This seat has recovered less than 1/10. On my way. Su-Han stepped beside. Yi Hongyi turned to face the corridor entrance, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. This man is a direct disciple of the Nether Peak. In his daily life, he treats pills as candies, his blood and aura exceedingly pure. To lure him down here, I even resorted to using the Insha pearl. Yi Hongyi licked her red lips, murderous intent surging in her eyes. A direct disciple. I hope he'll prove more chewy. Before the words had even faded. Boom. A vortex of ferocious, demonic energy burst from the corridor like a hurricane, crashing violently into the cave. Su-Han, accompanied by a roar brimming with utter malice, Wang Tung's figure appeared at the entrance. The young masterly elegance he once possessed was long gone. His purple and gold python-embroidered robes were in tatters, his left arm limp at his side, dripping with blood. His hair hung in disarray, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a wounded, frenzied beast. Run. Keep running. Wang Tung stared dead at Su-Han on the platform, his voice twisted with extreme rage. Is this the death zone? Is this the grave you've chosen for yourself? Good. Very good. The energy here is thick enough to refine you into a fine corpse puppet, ensuring you never see the light of reincarnation. Facing the furious Wang Tung, Su-Han remained unusually calm. Standing beside Yi Hongyi with his arms crossed, he regarded Wang Tung as one would a fool. Young master, since you've come, why so worked up? I am a man who values reason. You just said you wanted me as your slave, but I've changed my mind. Su-Han gestured to the crimson-robed woman beside him, a faint smile on his lips. All you have to do is kneel now and kowtow 3 times to this. Lady, I might consider leaving you with a complete corpse. Kowtow. Wang Tung laughed bitterly, his gaze sweeping over Yi Hongyi, bound in chains. Due to the array's suppression and her disheveled appearance, he failed to recognize her as the Empress from a century ago. In his eyes, she was nothing more than a madwoman locked in a death cell, a dying wreck. An ignorant handyman bringing along a madwoman awaiting death dares to demand I kowtow. I think you frightened yourself senseless. Die. Wang Tung could bear no more of this humiliation. His right hand slammed against his storage pouch, summoning a pitch-black bone fan. Mortal-grade upper-tier demonic artifact. Black Fiend Fan. 10,000 souls devour bone. Whoosh. Wang Tung waved the fan with one hand, channeling the last remnants of his demonic energy frantically into it. In an instant, cursed winds howled through the cave, and countless mournful wails of ghosts echoed. The dark breath from the fan morphed into over 100 grotesque skulls, descending upon the two on the platform like a sweeping storm. This was his trump card. Even an early-stage divine palace cultivator would be forced to retreat before this strike. Die. Wang Tung snarled, his face contorted. However, Confronted by the sky full of wicked ghosts, Su Han didn't move a muscle. He merely turned his head and murmured to Yi Hongyi beside him. Empress, someone called you a madwoman. Buzz. The air grew suddenly heavy. Seeking death. A voice so cold it could freeze the marrow pierced through the cacophony of ghostly wails detonating directly within Wang Tung's soul. Yi Hongyi snapped her head up. Her crimson pupils blazed like blood, her long hair whirling wildly. Shatter. She merely parted her red lips and spoke a single character. Boom. An invisible shockwave laced with domineering imperial might swept out in a fan shape from the stone platform. Crack, crack, crack. The hundreds of grotesque black skull heads the moment they touched the shockwave shattered and dissolved like foam encountering the scorching sun. Connected by spiritual resonance, Wang Tung was struck as if by lightning, violently spewing a mouthful of blood. The black fiend fan in his hand shattered completely. What a... Wang Tung's face drained of color, his body recoiling with each step, disbelief etched across his features. Words manifesting reality. How is this possible? You? Who exactly are you? It was only now that he truly looked at the woman chained there. The tattered red robes, the blood-crimson eyes, and this terrifying pressure that made his very soul tremble. A terrifying legend long buried in the dust suddenly surfaced from the depths of his mind. Wang Tung's face turned instantly ashen as paper, his teeth chattering violently. Red cloth. Empress. Yi Hongyi. How are you still alive? Fear. Boundless terror surged and swallowed him whole. He never would have imagined that this lowly handyman Su Han was entangled with the female demon who had slaughtered the demonic sect into a river of blood a century ago. Run, must run. In this instant, revenge and ledgers were cast entirely aside. Wang Tung turned to flee back into the corridor. Since you're here, you might as well stay. Su Han's cold voice rang out. Empress, don't let him escape. Humph. Yi Hongyi let out a scornful sniff. Before the seat you think you can run. Shhhhk. The 9 chains vibrated violently. Though she could not leave the platform, her hair could. Countless strands of dark hair surged forth like a black tide, instantly sealing the corridor entrance and morphing into a colossal black hand that slammed down ruthlessly toward Wang Tung. No! Wang Tung screamed. As a direct disciple, he had countless trump cards for survival. Blood Shield Talisman. Golden Light Dome. Substitute Puppet. Bang, bang, bang. A succession of artifact lights flared around his body. Though Yi Hongyi was once an empress, she was currently suppressed by the Grand Array, unable to unleash even a fraction of her power. That hand of hair shattered 3 of Wang Tung's shields, but the final protective heart mirror blocked it. Blocked. Huh. She's chained. She can't kill me. Escaping death, a feral joy of survival exploded in Wang Tung's eyes. As long as I escape, I'll tell the sect leader. You'll all die. Leveraging the rebound force, he prepared to break through the hair barrier. A frown crossed Yi Hongyi's brows, a trace of exhausted irritation flashing in her eyes. Damn it, this body is far too weak. At that precise moment, Su Han, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly spoke. His voice was low, yet it reached Yi Hongyi's ears with pinpoint accuracy. Strike 3 inches below his left rib at the Chi-Hai acupoint. That's the hidden injury left from his cultivation of the nether ghost hand, and the sole weakness in his protective demonic energy. This was Wang Tung's weakness, just refreshed by the system. Yi Hongyi's eyes lit up. Without a moment's hesitation, she moved her mind. The colossal hand of hair originally meant to strike suddenly dispersed and transformed into a single strand as fine as ox hair. At a highly treacherous angle, it bypassed all of Wang Tung's defensive artifacts and pierced toward his left rib like a venomous snake. Snick! A faint sound of a blade piercing flesh. Wang Tung, who was in the height of triumph, suddenly froze. He lowered his head, staring in disbelief at the strand of hair embedded in his left rib. That was his greatest pressure point. Only his deceased grandfather knew. This Su Han. How could he possibly know? Gurk. Wang Tung tried to speak, but the hair strand had already followed his meridians, instantly surging into his heart. Die. Yi Hongyi coldly spat out 2 words. The hair strand twisted fiercely. Boom. Wang Tung's heart exploded instantly. Immediately after, the sky full of hair strands coiled around him like a festering wound, wrapping his entire body into a black silkworm cocoon. The shrill screams echoed through the cave, raising goosebumps on anyone's skin. Su Han watched the scene with a completely expressionless face. He watched the once arrogant, direct disciple thrash madly within the cocoon, his movements growing weaker and weaker until he went completely still. Gulp, gulp. The sickening sound of consumption echoed. A moment later, the hair dispersed. Patter. A set of tattered purple gold python robes along with a desiccated skeleton like firewood dropped to the ground. Half-step Divine Palace Realm Nether Peak direct disciple Wang Tung. Perished. Ding. Congratulations to the host for assisting in the kill of Wang Tung. Reward granted Heavenly Secret Points, 500. Dropped items direct disciple token fragments of a damaged mortal grade upper tier demonic artifact storage pouch containing substantial resources. Detected that Yi Hongyi consumed high-tier blood offering cultivation base restored to peak of Divine Palace Realm, half-step Dharma idol. Phew. Having absorbed Wang Tung's essence blood, Yi Hongyi let out a satisfied sigh. The red garments on her body seemed freshly dyed in blood, even more vivid and luscious. Her previously pale complexion flushed with health, and the aura surrounding her surged dramatically. Peak Divine Palace. Su-Han felt the terrifying pressure emanating from Yi Hongyi, and nodded secretly in his heart. This enforcer is finally starting to look the part. How is it? Su-Han walked over, kicked Wang Tang's skeletal remains into the cold pool to destroy the evidence, then turned to look at Yi Hongyi smiling. How did this grand banquet of a direct disciple taste? Yi Hongyi licked her lips. Those crimson eyes fixed on Su-Han, the murderous intent in them somewhat diminished, replaced by deep wariness and a hint of approval. If Su-Han hadn't pointed out Wang Tang's fatal weakness during that final strike, someone in her current state would have very likely let him escape. This man's sight was too sharp. It seemed as though no secret in this world could hide from him. Mediocre. With trash like this, even 10 more might allow this seat to attempt breaking this damn array. 10. Su-Han smiled. He picked up the direct disciple token Wang Tung had dropped, idly turning it over in his hand. I can't give you 10 direct disciples. But what if it's the resources of the entire heavenly demon sect? Deep within the dark prison, deathly silence reigned. Only the rustling sound of Su-Han rummaging through the storage pouch echoed in the vast hollow cave. I've struck it rich. Su-Han stared blank-eyed at the small pile of treasures radiating dense spiritual energy on the stone platform. As expected of a true disciple, the man was filthy rich. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. 200 mid-grade spirit stones. This equated to a decade's salary for an outer sect steward. With this wealth, Su-Han had more than enough resources to break through to the Divine Palace realm. 3 vials of second-rank Qi restoration pills, 2 vials of second-rank wound healing pills, and 1 extremely precious barrier-breaking pill. Besides the Black Fiend fan technique incomplete that Wang Tung had just used, there was also a body movement manual he kept close at hand. The Ghost Shadow Phantom Step high-grade Qian class. This was exactly the survival method Su-Han lacked most. Although he had the heavenly demon genesis art to cultivate his internal energy, his body movement technique was a weakness. Additionally, there was a blood-colored token carved with the characters Myriad Demons and an extremely detailed map. Myriad Demons token. Su-Han picked up the blood-colored token, his brow furrowing slightly. This was the key to entering the Myriad Demons cave, the core trial ground of the heavenly demon sect. The holder of this token could lead a team into the Myriad Demons cave to compete for the ancient demonic cultivation inheritance within. Wang Tung carrying it on his person clearly indicated his intention to participate in the trials soon. This kid has quite the ambition. Su-Han sneered, coldly sweeping everything into his embrace in one motion. Hey, a languid voice came from beside him. It was Yi Hongyi. She had resumed her seated position in the center of the stone platform. Though still bound by chains, her complexion was rosy, and the pressure of a perfectly cultivated Divine Palace realm was faintly discernible. That true disciple is dead, so his life's soul lamp must have extinguished. Yi Hongyi glanced at Su-Han with a playful tone. If his elder grandfather finds out, you little ant might be crushed to dust without a trace. Soul lamps. Upon hearing this, Su-Han showed no panic whatsoever. Instead, a mysterious smile curled his lips. Your Majesty, the female emperor, do you really think I would dare kill him without reason? With a thought, he activated the system. Display today's intelligence. Refresh. New streams of information cascaded across his retina like waterfalls. Blue intelligence. Wang Tung's grandfather Wang Changsheng is currently in a death-sealed meditation breakthrough toward the Dharma idol realm, having sealed his cave dwelling for 3 days already. The disciple guarding the soul lamp hall was drunk last night and won't discover Wang Tung's soul lamp has extinguished for at least 3 more days. You are safe within these 3 days. Such was the power of intelligence. 3 days were enough for Su-Han to accomplish much. But what truly made his pupils constrict were the next 2 pieces of intelligence. Purple intelligence. In 3 days, the heavenly demon sect will open the Myriad Demons cave trial. On the surface, this is a contest of opportunity among demonic disciples, but in reality, it is an ambush trap aimed at righteous sects. Sect leader Li Qianjue has already laid out a killing formation within the Myriad Demons cave, intending to ambush and slaughter the young geniuses of the righteous path. Gold intelligence. Your nominal fiancée Lin Qingzhu, the sacred maiden of the Supreme Dao sect, will lead a team to infiltrate the Myriad Demons cave, intent on thwarting the demonic conspiracy. She carries the Supreme Dao sect's ultimate treasure, the complete jade slip of Tai Shang Gan Ing Pian, Supreme Resonance Treatise. During the trial, she will suffer heavy injuries from the demonic sect's young master, and the jade slip will be lost beside the bone-eroding pool on the 3rd floor of the Myriad Demons cave. Hint: intercepting this opportunity will open the path of simultaneous immortal demon cultivation and significantly boost your system privileges. Boom. Upon seeing that final piece of intelligence, Su-Han's heart skipped a beat. Lin Qingzhu, that fiancée he had only ever seen in portraits since transmigrating. Not only was she breathtakingly beautiful, a nation-toppling beauty, But she was also the foremost genius of the righteous path's younger generation, the aloof ice-sanctified maiden held on high. The original host had dreamed of being worthy of her only to be thrown here as a 3-year covert agent, an abandoned pawn. Supreme Resonance Treatise. A fierce passion flashed in Suhan's eyes. He was currently cultivating the heavenly demon genesis art, the supreme demonic cultivation method. And if he could also acquire the Supreme Resonance Treatise, the peerless orthodox cultivation art. Immortal and demon cultivation combined. This was a legendary forbidden path across the entire cultivation world. One that once mastered would cause combat power to surge manifold. This opportunity, I claim it. Suhan clenched the myriad demons token in his hand, ambition gleaming in his eyes. Since the righteous path had treated him as an abandoned pawn, then he shouldn't blame himself for stealing from his own wife's possessions. This was called keeping the benefits within the family. What are you laughing about? Yi Hongyi frowned at the fox-like grin of triumph on Suhan's face. That smile is disgusting. I'm thinking about how to get you some better nourishment. Coming back to his senses, Suhan restrained his smile and looked toward Yi Hongyi. Your Majesty the female emperor, you rest and recover here peacefully for now. I need to go out for a bit. Where to? The myriad demon's cave. Suhan twirled the token in his palm. To pay a visit to an old acquaintance and pick up something along the way. Yi Hongyi studied him with a profound gaze. She didn't ask why a Qi realm cultivator would head to such a meat grinder of a battlefield. After spending 2 days together, she had already understood. One thing about this man was certain: he never acted without certainty. Come back alive. Yi Hongyi closed her eyes and spoke coldly. The blood-soul contract remains on your body. If you die, I perish alongside you. Don't worry. Suhan turned and walked toward the tunnel, waving over his shoulder as his figure gradually vanished into the darkness. In this world, the one who can kill me hasn't been born yet. Leaving the death wing of the dark prison, Suhan did not rush to depart. Instead, he returned to his former guard room. He needed to use these 3 days of safety to convert his newly acquired resources into immediate combat power. Especially that manual, the Ghost Shadow Phantom Step. System Assist in Cultivation. Suhan sat cross-legged and spread the manual open. With the blessing of the demonic affinity talent and the system's assistance, this obscure and difficult to comprehend, high-grade, Xian class body movement technique became incredibly simple in his eyes. 1 day later, within the dark prison, a phantom shadow darted through the narrow corridors like a wraith, so fast that the naked eye could barely follow, even leaving several lingering afterimages on the walls. Great achievement. Suhan halted, his form a satisfied smile on his face. Combined with his perfectly cultivated Qi realm, even if he encountered a typical early Divine Palace realm cultivator, he might not win, but he could certainly escape. 3 days have passed. Suhan calculated the timing, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The myriad demon's cave trial should be beginning now. He changed out of his servant's clothes, donned a set of black night walking attire he found in Wang Tung's storage pouch, and put on an Azura mask he had prepared long ago. From this moment onward, he was no longer Suhan the dark prison guard. He was a hunter walking in the darkness, the third hand that would make both the righteous and demonic paths tremble. Lin Qingzhu. At the entrance of the dark prison, the morning sunlight was somewhat blinding. Suhan stood on the stone steps, taking a deep breath of the outside air. 3 days, he murmured to himself. During these 3 days he had vanished from the world, as if he had never existed. Although Zhao Daju's disappearance caused a stir among the outer disciples, just as Suhan had anticipated, the punishment hall merely made a perfunctory visit to the dark prison. Upon seeing the traces of Qi deviation left all over the floor, they closed the case on that basis. To the high-ranking members of the demon sect, the death of an outer steward was as trivial as the death of a dog. As for Wang Tung, Suhan touched the 10,000 demon token in his bosom. The soul lamp of the inner sect true disciple had indeed extinguished, but over these 3 days Yuming Peak had been strangely quiet. Today's intelligence, Wang Teng's death has not yet been exposed. The disciple in charge of guarding the soul lamp hall, fearing punishment for secretly consorting with a demonist, temporarily concealed the news of the lamp's extinguishment and was attempting to forge the illusion that the lamp was still lit. Heaven is truly helping me. A slight smile curled at the corner of Suhan's mouth. The corruption and chaos within the demon sect had become his best cover. Time to set off. Suhan turned and glanced at the pitch-black dark prison behind him. Yi Hongyi was in seclusion at the very bottom, digesting the 2 Divine Palace realm blood sacrifices. Now she was like a nuclear bomb buried underground, accumulating power to see the light of day again. When I come back, I'll bring you some better, local specialties. Suhan chuckled softly, took out a pitch-black mask from his bosom, and put it on his face. Shura mask, mortal-grade peak effect, blocks spiritual sense detection, alters voice and aura. This was found in Wang Teng's storage pouch, perfect for concealing his identity. The moment he put on the mask, the gloomy aura of the dark prison guard vanished from Suhan, replaced by a cold, murderous, demonic cultivator's demeanor. Heavenly Demon Sect Training Plaza. At this moment the place was already a sea of people. Thousands of demon sect disciples gathered here, a dark mass with murderous auras soaring to the sky. Most of them were elites from the outer and inner sects, each rubbing their fists and showing greed and ferocity in their eyes. I heard that this time when the 10,000 demon cave opens, the sect leader has placed 3 ancient demonic origin essences inside. If we can snatch one, advancing to the divine palace realm is within reach. I heard that quite a few fearless prodigies from the righteous path have sneaked in to disrupt our trial. They'd make excellent blood sacrifices. Righteous prodigies. Especially those fair-skinned fairies. If we can catch one, TSK. All sorts of filthy talk reached Suhan's ears. Suhan mingled at the edge of the crowd, dressed in black with a mask completely inconspicuous. He did not rush to the front, but used the passive ability of the daily intelligence system to quickly scan the surrounding crowd. Namely Urgu Realm, Late Chi C Realm, Identity Blood Fiend Sect, Spy named Zhang, San Realm, Peak, Chi, C Realm, Recent Opportunity, carries a second-grade explosive talisman on his person. At a glance it was all data. Indeed, this is what they call a pandemonium of demons. Suhan sneered inwardly. This was hardly a trial for one's own people, it was clearly a large-scale cauldron for raising goo insects. Apart from the righteous path, there were even spies from other demon sects mixed in, hoping to get a share. Just then, silence. A thunderous shout came from above. A black-robed elder flew through the air, and the terrifying pressure of the Dharma image realm instantly enveloped the entire plaza, plunging the previously noisy square into dead silence. This trial of the 10,000 demon cave has only one rule. The elder's voice was cold, echoing in everyone's ears: survive and bring out treasures. Whoever gets it, it's theirs. Whether you seize it, steal it, or kill a fellow disciple to obtain it. The sect will not question it. Only the token counts, not the person. Now, open the formation. Rumble. In the center of the plaza, a massive blood-colored teleportation formation slowly lit up, emitting a nauseating stench of blood, leading directly to the underground demon lair filled with slaughter and opportunity. Charge. Countless demon sect disciples surged into the teleportation formation like sharks smelling blood. Suhan blended into the crowd and did not rush ahead. He held the 10,000 demon token that belonged to Wang Tung in his hand, but his mind was calculating another matter. Today's intelligence, new gold intelligence, Lin Xingzhu has led 3 direct disciples of the Taishang Dao sect using concealment talismans to disguise themselves as demon sect wanderers and infiltrated the 3rd batch of teleportation teams. Their target is the erosion bone pool on the 3rd layer. Purple intelligence, the young master of the heavenly demon sect Dugaju early Dharma image realm, did not appear in the plaza. He had already entered the 10,000 demon cave through a secret passage and set up the 10,000 ghost devouring soul formation on the 3rd layer, waiting for Lin Xingzhu to walk into the trap. The Dharma image realm young master. Suhan's eyes narrowed slightly. This was a true prodigy, countless times stronger than the half-baked Wang Tung. It seemed that cutting in this time would be no easy task. However, Suhan glanced at the surging crowd ahead, and a playful curve formed at the corner of his mouth. Only in troubled waters can one catch fish. Since you gods are fighting, this dark prison guard will have to reluctantly play the role of the Oriole who laughs last. Lin Xingzhu, as your fiancé, I have prepared a grand gift for you. Suhan stepped forward, and his figure vanished into the blood-colored light. After a dizzying, weightless sensation, his vision cleared. Before his eyes was a dark red wasteland. A blood-red waning moon hung in the sky and the air. This was the 1st layer of the 10,000 demon cave. Suhan landed, immediately activated the heavenly demon creation art, and a faint layer of black chi emerged on his body, perfectly blending into the demonic environment. There was no one else around. The teleportation formation had random landing points, which was convenient for his actions. System locate. Suhan thought. Target location: Lin Xingzhu alias Mu Qing is currently located in the Withered Bone Forest 5 li to your southeast. She is being besieged by disciples of the Hehuan Valley and, unwilling to reveal the techniques of the Taishang Dao sect, is locked in a difficult battle. Environmental intelligence, a sleeping corpse-faced Spider King early Divine Palace realm, is hidden in the Withered Bone Forest, awakened by the battle vibrations, and is about to burst out of the ground. Southeast. 5 li. With a flicker, Suhan turned into a blur, executing the mastered Ghost Shadow Mirage step, and sped toward the Withered Bone Forest like a wisp of smoke. Withered Bone Forest. Everywhere were huge beast bones, pale, white skeletons, standing like trees. Boom. A loud explosion, and several bone trees were blasted to pieces. Run, little bitch, keep running. A series of lewd, wild laughter rang out. 5 or 6 men in pink Taoist robes were surrounding a girl in gray sackcloth with an ordinary appearance in a fan-shaped formation. These men all had pallid faces and frivolous eyes, clearly disciples of the demon sects, Hehuan Valley. The girl, surrounded though dressed in the most ordinary wanderer's sackcloth, and with a layer of yellowish disguise powder on her face, looked utterly unremarkable. But if one looked closely, one could see that her eyes were as cold as winter stars. Even when surrounded, her back remained straight, exuding an aura of inviolable nobility. She was none other than the holy maiden of the Taishang Dao sect, Lin Xingzhu, who had infiltrated under disguise. Shameless demon. Lin Xingzhu gritted her silver teeth, clutching an ordinary iron sword, whose blade flickered with spiritual light. She felt a deep sense of indignation. As the leading figure of the younger generation of the righteous path and a prodigy at the early stage of the Divine Palace realm under normal circumstances, she could have slain these scum from the Hahuan Valley, who were merely at the peak of the Chi-Si realm, with a single strike. But not now. She was here on a mission. Once she used the techniques of the Taishang Dao sect, she would immediately alert the Dharma aspect realm young master, deep within the 10,000 demon cave. For the greater good, she had to endure. She could only use the most basic sword techniques to parry. Hee, this little wench is a bit ugly, but that figure. TSK. The leading Hahuan Valley disciple licked his lips, his gaze greedily roaming over Lin Qingzhu's body. Brothers, take her alive. The extreme pleasure formation of our Hahuan Valley is just missing a cauldron. Capture her, and though her face is lacking, it's all the same when the lights are out. Filthy talk. You're asking for death. A cold glint flashed in Lin Qingzhu's eyes. She flicked her iron sword, which transformed into 3 sword blossoms as she thrust forward. Oh, a fiery temper. The leading disciple was not alarmed, but delighted. With a wave of his hand, a pink mist net descended. I like them fiery. Misty soul smoke rise. The pink mist instantly spread, carrying a cloyingly sweet fragrance that made limbs go weak. Lin Qingzhu held her breath, only to find that the mist could penetrate her pores. She felt the flow of spiritual energy within her body stagnate, and her sword movements slowed by half a beat. Damn! A sinking feeling gripped Lin Qingzhu's heart. Would she really have to reveal her identity for the sake of these scum? Just as the Hahuan Valley disciples lunged forward with malicious grins, and that grubby hand was about to touch Lin Qingzhu's shoulder. Swoosh! A pebble breaking the air shot out from the depths of the tuft. It was the sound of a sharp object piercing flesh. The hand reaching for Lin Qingzhu exploded in a spray of blood at the wrist, the entire palm severed cleanly by that pebble. Ag! The leading disciple let out a pig-like scream, clutching his severed wrist as he rolled on the ground. Who dares meddle in the affairs of the Hahuan Valley? The remaining disciples were greatly alarmed and turned to look to the side. There atop a massive beast bone stood a black-clad figure appearing as if from nowhere. He wore a ferocious Azura mask, arms crossed over his chest, looking down from above, as if observing a group of noisy monkeys. So many people bullying a weak woman. From beneath the mask came Su Han's disguised, slightly hoarse voice. The people of the Hahuan Valley are growing more and more worthless. Lin Qingzhu seized the opportunity to retreat a few steps, looking up at the black-clad figure. A demon cultivator. She frowned. His aura was thick with demonic energy, clearly also a member of the demonic sect. Would a member of the demonic sect stop to right a wrong? Who are you? The Hahuan Valley disciple blustered. If you want to live, get lost. This woman is ours. Yours, oi. Su Han chuckled lightly, leaping down from the beast bone, landing softly between Lin Qingzhu and the Hahuan Valley disciples. He did not spare a glance at Lin Qingzhu behind him, but instead reached out a hand and crooked his finger at the Hahuan Valley disciples. Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to rescue anyone. I'm here to rob you. Rob. Everyone was stunned. Even Lin Qingzhu was taken aback. That's right. Su Han pointed at the disciple with the severed hand, then at the others. Hand over your storage pouches, pills, and spirit stones. All of them. Just the money, no killing. If you so much as utter a word of refusal. Before Su Han could finish, he stomped the ground. Boom. The pressure of the peak Chi-Si realm exploded forth. The ground cracked, and a terrifying, baleful aura surged like a tidal wave toward the Hahuan Valley disciples. Disguised, it appeared to be at the early Divine Palace realm. Divine Palace realm. The Hahuan Valley disciples' legs turned to jelly. In the first trial zone, the Divine Palace realm was an overlord who could do as they pleased. Spare us, senior. We'll give it. With no backbone whatsoever, they fumbled to remove the storage pouches from their waist, threw them on the ground, then helped up their injured comrade, and fled in a panic. In the blink of an eye, only Su Han and Lin Qingzhu remained in the forest. Su Han bent down, leisurely picked up the 4 storage pouches from the ground, weighed them in his hand, and let out a dissatisfied tisk. Beggars. Having done all this, he slowly turned around to face Lin Qingzhu, who had been watching him warily. Their eyes met. Su Han's gaze roamed unabashedly over her body, finally settling on her sallow face. Lin Qingzhu tightened her grip on the iron sword, her palms slightly sweating. This masked demon cultivator gave her a very dangerous feeling. Not just his cultivation, but a sense of being stripped bare, as if her soul had been seen through. This, fellow Taoist. Lin Qingzhu lowered her voice, altering her tone. Thank you for the rescue. Rescue? Su Han let out a scornful laugh, stepping closer to her. Little girl, have you misunderstood something? I said I'm here to rob. Su Han stopped 3 steps before her, extending a hand with his palm open. They paid the toll and scrammed. Now, it's your turn. Lin Qingzhu's pupils contracted, a flicker of shock in her eyes, which quickly turned into a veiled anger. This bastard. She had just driven away the wolves, only to be met with a tiger. And if I refuse? Lin Qingzhu said coldly, the suppressed spiritual energy within her beginning to stir. Refuse. The corners of Su Han's mouth curled up beneath the mask. He leaned forward slightly, bringing his face close to her ear, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. If you refuse, I'll just shout, the holy maiden of the righteous Taishang Dao sect is here. Do you think those demonic lunatics searching for you would be thrilled? Boom. These words struck Lin Qingzhu like a thunderbolt, freezing her in place. Her originally clear eyes instantly flooded with uncontrollable shock. He knows who I am. How is this possible? I used the sect's secret disguise technique, which even a Dharma aspect realm cultivator couldn't see through. How could he, a divine palace realm cultivator, see through it? You? Lin Qingzhu stared at the Azura mask, her sword already raised, killing intent gathering in her eyes. Her identity was exposed. This man must die. However, Su-Han acted as if he hadn't seen her killing intent at all, lazily waving his hand. Don't be nervous, holy maiden. I have no interest in the grudges between righteous and demonic. I'm only interested in spirit stones. Give me that shabby storage pouch you're wearing on your waist, and I'll pretend I saw nothing. Su-Han pointed at the low-grade storage pouch hanging at her waist, which she used to disguise herself as a rogue cultivator. I'll count to 3. 3. 2. Lin Qingzhu bit her lower lip, her mind in fierce turmoil. Kill him. She might not be able to do it instantly, and a fight would cause a commotion, completely exposing her identity. Give it to him. There really wasn't anything valuable in that storage pouch. Take it. Before Su-Han could say one, Lin Qingzhu ripped the storage pouch from her waist and hurled it into his hand. Get lost. Thank you for your generosity, holy maiden. Su-Han caught the pouch, indifferent to her attitude, and spun it around his finger. As a return gift, here's a piece of information. Su-Han turned his back to her, pointing at the ground beneath his feet. There's a corpse-faced spider king buried below. It'll wake up in about 3 breaths. If I were you, I'd run now. With that, Su-Han's figure flickered and vanished into the depths of the forest like a ghost. Lin Qingzhu was stunned. Corpse-faced spider king. Before she could react, boom, the ground beneath her feet erupted. A massive spider covered in a rotting human face burst out of the earth with a piercing shriek. Damn, that bastard was telling the truth. Lin Qingzhu's face changed drastically, and she had no choice but to retreat backward in a fluster. Looking in the direction the black-clad figure had disappeared, she gritted her silver teeth in fury, yet a sense of unprecedented frustration and curiosity rose in her heart. That masked man. Who exactly is he? Wanma Cave's second layer. This is a death swamp shrouded in purple toxic miasma all year round. Help. There's something in the mud. Not far away, a demon sect disciple at the initial stage of the divine palace realm let out a scream. He had just flown over a low-lying area when the mud beneath suddenly exploded, and a black-scaled long tongue coiled around his ankle, instantly dragging him into the abyss. Several blood-red bubbles surged up, then fell into silence. The other disciples around turned pale with fear, hastily activating their defensive artifacts and flying cautiously along the edge, afraid to disturb the fierce beasts in the swamp. However, amidst this perilous ground that made every step terrifying, a black figure wandered through as if taking a leisurely stroll. Su-Han wore the Shura mask, treading the ghost shadow mystic steps at the grand completion stage. Each step landed precisely on the only solid ground in the swamp, as if this man-eating marsh was his backyard paved with tiles. 3 zhang ahead, poison arrow frogs gregarious lurking under the mud. Advise detour via the dead tree on the left. In the mist on the right, there is a man-eating flower king's trap. Do not fly, they must sprint close to the ground. In this Wanma cave, which greatly suppresses divine sense, others could only probe 10 zhang, but Su-Han's system intelligence provided full map clairvoyance. While others were playing a horror survival game, he was playing a speed parkour. Turn left 30 degrees, accelerate. Su-Han's figure twisted, drawing an eerie arc in midair, and casually snatched a glowing spiritual herb from a dead tree. Corpse-eroding spiritual herb, 300 years, highly toxic, can be used to refine corpse-dissolving liquid. Good stuff, I'll take it. Su-Han tossed the herb into his storage pouch. Along the way, using the intelligence system's treasure hunt function, he had casually collected over a dozen rare poisonous herbs and spiritual medicines that were hard to find outside. This was no trial, it was a shopping spree. Half an hour later, Su-Han crossed the toxic miasma swamp and arrived at a pitch-black underground cliff. Ahead was the entrance to the core area of Wanma Cave, the 3rd layer. Unlike the noisy first 2 layers, it was eerily quiet. An intense, almost tangible, baleful aura surged up from the cliff as if leading to the 9 nether hell. Arrive. Su-Han stopped, not in a hurry to descend. He crouched behind a large rock and with a thought system scanned the full map of the 3rd layer. Ding. Consumed 20 heavenly secrets points. Generating holographic terrain map. Instantly, a detailed 3D map appeared in Su-Han's mind, marked with dense red dots and cursors. Today's intelligence real-time battle update. Terrain info: the 3rd layer is called Skeletal Pool, with a huge bone altar in the center. Enemy deployment: the demon sect's young master Dugu has led 18 Blood Shadow Death Warriors mid-divine palace realm to set up the 10,000 ghost soul devouring formation around the altar. Formation effect: once inside, divine sense will be blocked and spiritual energy consumption doubled. Dugu is at the formation eye southeast corner, holding the formation plate, waiting at ease. Target movement. Lin Qingzhu and her group have broken through the second layer, 5 li away from the ambush circle. She has not detected the formation fluctuations ahead. Best hiding spot at the life gate position in the northwest corner of the formation, there is a natural cave recess. It is the only visual blind spot of the formation located directly above the skeletal pool. After reading the intelligence, the corner of Su Han's mouth beneath the mask curled into a playful arc. This was no killing trap, it was clearly a viewing platform prepared for him. Duguju is in the southeast corner. Lin Qingzhu enters from the south. Su Han quickly deduced in his mind. Once the fight starts, both sides will surely suffer heavy losses. And after Lin Qingzhu is severely injured, the trajectory of the jade slip of the Taishan Ganing Pian falling from her. His gaze locked onto a certain point on the map, exactly below that life gate recess. Perfect script. Duguju, all your painstakingly laid scheme will end up in my hands. Su Han chuckled softly, suppressed his aura, and slid down the rock wall like a ghost. Without alarming anyone, he precisely avoided all hidden sentries and silently slipped into the cave recess at the dead corner of the formation. Wanma Cave, third layer. This is a huge underground cavern with a pool of black ink-like dead water in the center, called Skeletal Pool. By the pool stood an ancient bone altar. At this moment, the area around the altar was deathly silent, with only eerie winds howling. But in the shadows, countless bloodthirsty eyes were hidden. On a large rock in the southeast corner sat a young man in a blood-red robe. His face was demonic, with a black rune tattooed on his forehead, and he exuded a suffocatingly terrifying aura. The young master of the heavenly demon sect, Duguju. Young master. A black-clad death warrior appeared silently behind him, knelt on one knee, and transmitted his voice. The fish has entered the net. The saintess of the supreme Dao sect. Duguju slowly opened his eyes, revealing eerie vertical pupils filled with cruelty and excitement. I heard she is the foremost beauty of the righteous path, and some kind of pure and chaste saintess. I wonder if that aloof demeanor will still be there after I refine her into my blood demon puppet. Have you checked the formation? Reporting to young master, it's foolproof. Unless a cave void realm powerhouse descends, no one can discover our ambush. Good. Duguju licked his lips, the formation plate in his hand glowing faintly. Prepare to close the net. However, this confident young master did not know. Right in the northwest corner opposite him, inside a hidden cave above a pair of eyes, were overlooking his every move. Su Han lay at the edge of the cave, using the Shura mask to block divine sense, and his evil chi affinity talent allowed him to perfectly blend into the environment. He was like a stone, a wisp of air. This young master is really ugly, Su Han commented silently in his mind. That tattoo on his forehead looks like someone stepped on it. But his cultivation at the initial stage of the Dharma aspect realm is genuine. Looks like I'll have to push the ghost shadow mystic steps to the extreme when I snatch the thing later. Just then, swoosh, several streaks of light, like shooting stars, tore through the distant darkness and charged straight into this silent cavern. The leading figure was tall and slender, holding a long sword. Though still disguised in gray linen, the sharp and unparalleled sword intent was like a beacon in the dark night, dazzling and striking. Lin Qingzhu. She led 3 direct disciples of the Supreme Dao sect and charged headlong into the net carefully woven by Duguju. Activate the formation. The moment Lin Qingzhu and her group landed, Duguju let out a sinister laugh and slammed down the formation plate in his hand. Boom. Rumble. Countless black pillars of light shot up, instantly sealing off the space for 10 li around. 10,000 ghosts wailed, and eerie winds howled. Not good. There's an ambush. Lin Qingzhu's furious cry came from below. Su Han, lying on the viewing platform, took out a handful of spiritual fruits he had just picked and bit into one with a crisp crunch. Juice splattered crisp and refreshing. The show begins. Su Han chewed the fruit, squinting as he watched the impending fierce battle below. As the only Oriole in the whole scene, all he needed now was one thing. Patience. The heavens shook with thunderous roars. Black pillars of light sealed off the sky and earth, and countless vengeful spirits crawled from beneath the ground, letting out mournful screams as they tore apart all living beings within the formation. The myriad ghosts, soul-devouring formation operating at full power. Senior sister, save me. In merely a single exchange, the 3 direct disciples of the Taishan Dao sect who had followed Lin Qingzhu did not even have time to draw their swords before the terrifying pressure of the formation shattered their protective spiritual auras. Several demon ghosts at the Divine Palace realm surged forward, dragging them into darkness in an instant. Their screams cut off abruptly, leaving only the teeth-grinding sounds of chewing. Junior brother. Lin Qingzhu's eyes nearly burst from their sockets. The long sword in her hand exploded with blinding clear light as she attempted to rush over and rescue them. Don't waste your effort. A teasing voice came from above. Sitting cross-legged on a massive boulder at the southeast corner, Duguju rested his chin on one hand, watching as though observing an interesting beast combat performance. Once you've entered my cage, stop thinking about rescuing others. Better to think about how to save yourself first. Duguju lightly curled his finger. Whoosh. The formation shifted. A massive black hand composed of countless skull heads wielding the terrifying pressure of the Dharma idol realm crashed down toward Lin Qingzhu. Taishang's sword intent break through. Lin Qingzhu cried out sharply. At this life-or-death moment, she could no longer conceal her identity. That gray cloth robe instantly tore apart, revealing the snow-white Taoist robes beneath. 3,000 strands of black hair danced wildly in the wind, and her formerly plain, disguised face melted away like ice and snow, revealing a cold and ethereal countenance, so breathtakingly beautiful it stole one's breath. This was the saintess of the Taishang Dao sect, Lin Qingzhu. Yet at this moment, this peerless beauty appeared remarkably disheveled. Bang! Sword energy collided with the ghostly hand. Although Lin Qingzhu possessed extraordinary talent, she had only just reached the early stage of the Divine Palace realm. Facing a full-force strike from a Dharma idol realm powerhouse compounded by the formation suppression, she stood no match against such opposition. A muffled thud echoed. Her entire body flew backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily onto the white bone altar beside the bone-corroding pool. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out, staining her Taoist robes crimson across the chest. Tsk tisk, what a fine vessel. Dugu Ju rose to his feet and walked through the air, his eyes revealing unchecked lechery. This young master has toyed with quite a few righteous path immortals, but one of your caliber is truly unprecedented. He advanced step by step, and behind him, his Dharma idol phantom emerged, a vicious three-headed demonic god that locked its gaze firmly upon Lin Qingzhu. Lin Qingzhu hand over the supreme induction scripture. Then kneel and become this young master's crucible. This young master might consider sparing your life. Lin Qingzhu leaned on her sword to rise with difficulty. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and in those cold, clear eyes there was no fear, only resolve. Demonic heretic, delusional. Even if I must detonate my soul today, I will never let the sect's supreme treasure fall into your hands. With those words, spiritual energy within her body reversed violently, and a destructive aura began to gather at her dantian. She was prepared to fight to the death. At this very moment, in a concealed cave at the northwest corner of the Grand Formation, Suhan lay at the rock's edge, gnawing on a second spirit fruit, while shaking his head in sighs. What a foolish woman. Attempting self-detonation before a Dharma idol realm expert. They have 100 ways to knock you unconscious before you can detonate. Nevertheless, despite his sarcastic remarks, Suhan's body was already taut as a drawn bow. System notification, high energy reaction detected. Dugu Ju is about to deploy the Dharma idol divine ability Heavenly Demon Soul-Devouring Hand to interrupt Lin Qingzhu's self-detonation. Shockwave estimated to arrive in 3 seconds. Supreme Induction Scripture, Jade Slip drop, countdown 3, 2. Here it comes. Suhan tossed aside the fruit pit, his eyes narrowing sharply beneath the Shura mask. Below, seeing Lin Qingzhu attempt self-detonation, Dugu Ju sneered. Before this young master, even seeking death is a luxury you cannot afford. Heavenly Demon Soul-Devouring. Boom. The three-headed demonic god phantom behind him suddenly thrust forth a massive hand, moving with lightning speed, piercing straight through Lin Qingzhu's protective sword energy to seize her throat. MMPH. Lin Qingzhu felt her spiritual energy completely sealed throughout her body, her self-detonation violently interrupted. The intense backlash caused her to spew another mouthful of blood, her consciousness instantly clouding over. And under the tremendous impact, a warm jade-like white jade slip that she had kept close against her chest was shaken loose, flying out from her torn garments. It traced a parabolic arc through the air, heading straight toward the bone-corroding pool. The Supreme Induction Scripture. Dugu Ju's eyes instantly lit up with a greed that surpassed even his desire for beautiful women. He didn't even bother with Lin Qingzhu in his grip, instead thrusting his other hand forward to snatch the jade slip from a distance. It's mine. With this supreme righteous path cultivation method combined with his heavenly demon art, he would have the opportunity to glimpse the legendary realm of immortal demon unity. However, just as his demonic energy hand was about to make contact with the jade slip, an unexpected change erupted. Swish! A black afterimage shot out from the blind spot of the Grand Formation without warning. Fast. Too fast. So fast that even Dugu Ju at the Dharma idol realm could only see a blur. That afterimage moved like a specter, precisely threading through the gaps in the demonic energy hand. A slender pale hand reached out and made a gentle scoop in midair. Snap! The white jade slip that was about to fall into Dugu Ju's grasp simply vanished into thin air. Who's there? Dugu Ju grasped nothing, his ecstatic expression instantly freezing into boundless fury. He whipped his head around. There on a protruding rock across the bone-corroding pool, a mysterious figure clad in night-going attire and wearing a ferocious Shura mask had appeared without warning. The person was tossing the white jade slip in their hand, a soft laugh emanating from beneath the mask in a husky, magnetic voice. Apologies, young master. This thing. I've set my sights on it. The entire arena fell dead silent. Lin Qingzhu, her throat still gripped, struggled to open her eyes and gazed at that familiar figure, a flicker of disbelief flashing through them. It was him again, that demonic cultivator who had robbed them before. He had actually been watching from the sidelines this whole time, and dared to snatch food right from a Dharma idol realm expert's jaws. Who are you? Duguju was absolutely furious. He had set up this grand formation, killed so many people, gone through such tremendous effort, only to have his prize intercepted at the last moment by some fly that appeared out of nowhere. Who am I? Suhan tucked the jade slip into his chest, raised his head, and the Shura totem on his mask appeared particularly chilling in the dim light. He pointed at Duguju, then pointed at himself, his tone extremely arrogant. I am your father. Before he finished speaking, Suhan showed no hesitation, his ghost shadow stalking step reaching its peak as his entire body dissolved into a wisp of green smoke, charging straight toward the entrance of the fourth layer of the Myriad Demon's Cave. Snatch and run, never linger in battle. That was the essence of interception. Oh, die. Duguju let out an earth-shaking roar, flung Lin Qingzhu from his grasp, and transformed his entire body into a blood-colored rainbow as he furiously pursued Suhan. No matter who you are, I will hunt you from the highest heavens to the deepest underworld. This young master will kill you. Wanma Cave, fourth layer. This was a shattered zone of chaotic void turbulence. Countless massive floating rocks drifted through the darkness where ferocious winds struck like blades, and a single misstep could tear one apart into paste. Swoosh. A ghostly afterimage darted frantically between the scattered boulders. Suhan's condition was far from favorable. The pursuit by a Dharma manifestation expert was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Although he had mastered the ghost shadow vanishing steps, Duguju's heavenly demon Dharma manifestation disregarded terrain almost entirely, and the shockwaves from several strikes sent Suhan's chi and blood surging uncontrollably. You little bastard. Hand it over. 1,000 zhang behind Duguju roared repeatedly. His body was wreathed in devastating bloodlight, like a crimson comet rapidly closing the distance. What a persistent nuisance. Suhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze frighteningly calm. Rather than panicking, he desperately called upon the system in his mind. System, give me a way to survive. Calculating optimal escape route. Warning, spatial turbulence exists in the chaotic demon sea of the fourth layer. Conventional routes cannot shake off Dharma manifestation pursuers. Today's intelligence real-time 3 li ahead lies a suspended ancient sword tomb, a relic from the righteous demonic war a millennium ago. The lingering Taishang demon-slaying sword chi within poses a fatal suppression to demonic cultivators. Duguju's demonic cultivation is profound. Once entering the sword tomb's range, he will be automatically targeted and attacked by the sword chi. However, although you cultivate demonic arts, you carry the jade slip of the supreme induction scripture. You can utilize its aura to neutralize the sword chi, using it as a temporary refuge. A brilliant exploit. Suhan's eyes lit up. This was precisely the advantage of cultivating both immortal and demonic paths. Duguju, since you're so eager to pursue, I'll gift you something substantial. Suhan abruptly changed direction, no longer using cover to evade, but charging straight toward the floating island radiating fierce white light. Looking to commit suicide. Duguju behind him sneered upon witnessing this. That is the sword tomb's forbidden zone. Even I, the young master, dare not approach carelessly. You're seeking death. Yet he did not slow down. In his view, as long as Suhan was hindered even slightly by sword chi, he could instantly close the distance and crush him to death. However, what unfolded before his eyes nearly made them bulge from their sockets. Suhan plunged headfirst into that terrifying sea of white sword chi. Those sharp sword chis, capable of rending Dharma Palace realm experts upon touching Suhan, behaved almost like they were encountering kin. They didn't attack at all, but instead parted gently to clear a path. What a... Duguju was pale with shock. This youth was thoroughly saturated with demonic energy, yet why wouldn't the righteous sword chi slay him? Could that jade slip truly be as miraculous as... Greed once again overcame his reason. Gritting his teeth, Duguju erected his Dharma manifestation shield and charged in. Boom! The moment his foot crossed into the sword tomb's boundaries, the previously docile sea of sword chi erupted violently. Countless white sword auras surged toward Duguju like sharks drawn to blood, attacking him with relentless fury. Damn it! Why is it only attacking me? Duguju screamed in agony as his protective Dharma manifestation was stripped away in an instant. Forced to retreat in disarray, he struggled helplessly against the skyful sword rain, unable to advance even an inch. Meanwhile, Suhan had long since passed through the outer layers of sword chi and slipped into a concealed stone cave at the heart of the sword tomb. Inside the cave, sword chi coursed through the air in every direction. But the white jade slip held against Suhan's chest radiated a soft glow, warding off all murderous intent beyond its reach. Phew. Suhan collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Safe. The apocalyptic commotion outside meant Duguju was enduring the torment of 10,000 swords piercing his heart. He wouldn't be getting in any time soon. Now it's time to divide the spoils. Suhan steadied his heartbeat and produced that warm jade slip. The Supreme Induction Scripture Complete Version. This was the foundational text of the Taishang Dao sect, renowned as the supreme mental cultivation technique that pointed directly toward the great Dao. System analyze. Ding. Detected the highest orthodox cultivation method. Begin training. Warning: the host possesses the imperial scripture heavenly devil creation art within their body. Orthodox and demonic energies repel each other. Forced cultivation carries a 99.9 chance of explosive death. Suggestion: activate the fortune replication advanced function, consuming 500 heavenly mechanism points to deduce the path of immortal demonic fusion. 500 points. Su-Han winced. Those 500 points earned from just killing Wang Tong were still warm when they'd have to be spent. But you can't catch wolves without sacrificing the lamb. Analyze. Ding. Heavenly mechanism points deducted. Constructing spiritual power model. Taiji gives birth to two modes. Yin and Yang complement each other. Buzz. A peculiar image suddenly appeared in Su-Han's mind. On the left was the pitch-black heavenly demonic qi, on the right floated the vast and upright Taishang pure qi. Under the system's guidance, these two diametrically opposed forces began slowly rotating, forming a perfect black and white Taiji diagram. Boom. In reality, Su-Han's body underwent a dramatic transformation. His left side was shrouded in menacing demonic energy, while his right side glowed with ethereal light. The two forces clashed and merged madly within his dantian. Pain. Bone-deep agony. Su-Han gritted his teeth and greedily swallowed the breakthrough pill he'd plundered from Wang Tong. Then he crushed the remaining thousands of spirit stones, drawing their surging spiritual energy into his body. Break through for me. Crack. Something resembling shackles within his body shattered. The barrier of a fully matured Qi realm crumbled instantly under the assault of both immortal and demonic forces. The originally liquid spiritual energy ocean began boiling and compressing, then slowly condensed above his dantian into the phantom of a towering palace. The Divine Palace realm, achieved. But this wasn't the end. Ordinary people breaking through to the Divine Palace would only manifest a single life-bound Divine Palace. Prodigies like Wang Tong and Lin Qingzhu could only form 3 or 5 palaces at most. Yet now within Su-Han's dantian, as the Taiji diagram spun, one Divine Palace after another rose from the ground. 1, 3, 6, 9. 9 was the ultimate number. This was already the legendary imperial stance. However, the ambition in Su-Han's eyes had not been extinguished. Not enough. Still not enough. He recalled Yi Hongyi. That empress who once suppressed an entire era possessed only 9 divine palaces. Since he had been reborn, since the system accompanied him, he would become the unparalleled sovereign through eternity. System. Go all in with all remaining heavenly mechanism points. Shatter the extreme boundary. Ding. Instruction received. Extending extreme realm calculation. Rumble rumble. A deafening thunderous roar erupted from within Su-Han's body. Above the 9 towering divine palaces, the void shattered, and 3 mysterious palaces radiating primordial chaos forcibly materialized. 12 divine palaces. The ancient ultimate state. At this moment, an unprecedented, terrifying aura burst forth from Su-Han. He suddenly opened his eyes. His left eye was as dark as an abyss, his right eye as radiant as the sun. Though he had only just broken through to the early stage of the Divine Palace realm, the spiritual energy fluctuation he now radiated was a full 10 times thicker than that of a late-stage Divine Palace assassin. This is power. Su-Han clenched his fist. The air exploded beneath his palm with a sonic boom. Now if he encountered someone like Wang Tong at the half-step Divine Palace stage, he wouldn't need any scheming tricks. He could simply punch them into dust. Even facing Dugu outside, Su-Han rose to his feet and gazed toward the cave entrance. Though he still couldn't defeat a Dharma manifestation expert, he was confident that Dugu could no longer hold him captive. Lin Qingzhu, thank you for your cultivation method. Su-Han stroked the black and white Taiji, slowly spinning within his dantian, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his lips. Just then, ding. Today's intelligence refreshed. Red intelligence crisis. Dugu has not given up. He summoned a divine consciousness clone from a demonic sect, Elder Void Insight realm, forcefully breaking the Sword Tomb's barriers. Estimated to breach within half a teacup's time. Golden intelligence opportunity due to Dugu's departure. Lin Qingzhu, beside the bone-eroding pool on the 3rd floor, though severely injured, is temporarily safe. If found and extracted before her recovery, substantial opportunities and loyalty bonuses will be gained. Boom. Far in the distance, the suspended Sword Tomb was under relentless bombardment. Dugu, like a demolition crew foreman, controlled his manifestation demon god to furiously assault the outer protective arrays of the Sword Tomb. Come out. You little bastard, get out here. Once I break through this turtle shell, I'll tear you to pieces. Hearing that furious, flustered roar, Su-Han, hiding behind a rock in the opposite direction, nearly laughed himself sick beneath his mask. Take your time dismantling it, my young master. By the time you finish, I'll have looted your entire house. Su-Han showed no hesitation, turning and stepping into the transmission light screen leading to the 3rd level. The 3rd level, bone-eroding pool. It had just witnessed a ferocious battle with shattered walls and deep craters scattered everywhere. Because Dugu had gone to hunt down Su-Han, taking most of the Death Warriors with him, the few remaining guards had also been knocked unconscious by the residual shockwaves from the earlier combat. At this moment, beside the bone-eroding pool, a deathly silence reigned. Only the white figure lying on the bone altar radiated a terrifying heart-chilling heat. Lin Qingzhu. Her originally snow-white Taoist robe had been stained crimson with blood, yet now it puffed out wildly stretched taut by the uncontrollable sword energy surging within her body. Her skin displayed an eerie flush, her once cold aura transforming into something violently untamed, like a powder keg ready to detonate at any moment. So hot. So hot. Lin Qingzhu's consciousness blurred as her hands instinctively tore at her collar, revealing broad expanses of snow-white delicate skin. System warning: the supreme sword energy and 10,000 ghost sinister chi within the target's body are in conflict and about to cause explosive rupture. Countdown 30 seconds. Tisk tisk, truly miserable. Suhan's figure appeared on the altar like a ghost. He looked down upon his nominal fiancée from above. One had to admit this woman was indeed extraordinary. Even in such a wretched state, that broken beauty remained impossible to look away from. Help! Save me! Apparently sensing the presence of a living person, Lin Qingzhu painfully reached out her hand and grasped Suhan's pant leg. That hand was scorching hot beyond belief. Suhan crouched down and placed 2 fingers on her wrist. Hiss! A wildly violent sword energy instantly surged through his fingers and into his body. In the past, Suhan's hand would surely have been ruined. But now, within Suhan's dantian, the newly formed black and white Taiji divine palace spun sharply. That raging sword energy was like a mud bull entering the sea. It was instantly assimilated and absorbed, transforming into nourishment for the divine palace. This isn't saving someone. It's delivering experience points. The supreme sword energy in Lin Qingzhu's body was extraordinarily pure, and for his newly cultivated, immortal demon dual cultivation physique, it was simply a perfect tonic. Suhan no longer hesitated. He lifted Lin Qingzhu from the ground in one motion, letting her lean against his chest. Holy maiden, your grace, please excuse me. Let me be clear. I'm doing this to save you, and incidentally, collecting some interest. Suhan reached out and unceremoniously pressed his hand onto Lin Qingzhu's lower abdomen at her dantian. MMPH. Lin Qingzhu's slender body trembled violently, emitting a blush-inducing low moan. Though her consciousness was blurred, she instinctively struggled against this intimate contact. Don't move. Suhan issued a low command, his voice carrying unquestionable authority. Boom. All 12 divine palaces resonated simultaneously. A massive suction force erupted from Suhan's palm. The sword energy and sinister chi within Lin Qingzhu's body, on the verge of explosion, found their release valve and poured wildly into Suhan's body. During this process, their spiritual powers inevitably intermingled. Yin and Yang harmonized, dragon and tiger converged. Suhan felt all his pores open wide, and his recently broken through realm was stabilizing at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, the pained expression on Lin Qingzhu's face gradually faded, replaced by an extremely pleasant serenity. Her previously furrowed brows relaxed, and her body softened into a puddle of water, almost clinging to Suhan. This touch. Suhan sensed the smoothness and warmth beneath his palm, secretly cursing her as a siren in his heart. Only because of his strong willpower. Had it been anyone else, they'd likely already be pondering what name to give their child. After the duration of a single tea-few, Suhan withdrew his hand and exhaled a long breath of stale air. Refreshing. Having drained the rampaging spiritual power from Lin Qingzhu's body, his 12 divine palaces grew more solid, faintly radiating a glory woven from both holiness and mystery. Meanwhile, Lin Qingzhu in his arms, her breathing also became steady, her previously flushed complexion recovered its fairness, and her long eyelashes trembled once. She was about to wake up. Suhan's eyes flickered. If she saw his true face now, it wouldn't be fun. He adjusted the Azura mask on his face, and then the slightly disheveled lapels of Lin Qingzhu's robes. He didn't fix them properly, but rather deliberately tore them open a little more. If you're going to play a part, you might as well do it completely. Lin Qingzhu emitted a soft whimper and slowly opened her eyes. In her line of sight was a jawline adorned with a fierce mask, and that familiar posture of being held in someone's arms. Memories rushed back. The robbery in the withered bone forest. The jade slip snatch in the 10,000 demon cave. And that pair of scorching hot hands pressing on her lower abdomen just now. Is it you? Lin Qingzhu suddenly jolted awake and instinctively tried to push Suhan away. But her body had just recovered, still limply weak, so this push instead seemed like reluctant acceptance. Awake now. Suhan didn't let go. Instead, he looked down at her, his voice beneath the mask carrying its usual teasing tone. Holy maiden, your grace, this is already the second time. What? Lin Qingzhu was startled. The first time I rescued you from the lecherous thief in Harmony Valley. The second time I pulled you back from the gates of hell. Suhan extended a finger and gently lifted Lin Qingzhu's smooth chin, his tone resembling that of a cunning merchant. A life-saving grace should be repaid with one's self. Oh wait, too cliched. How shall we calculate the consultation fee this time? You? Lin Qingzhu was mortified and furious. She, the dignified holy maiden of the righteous path, had never been teased like this before. And by a demonic cultivator who had robbed her sect's supreme treasure. Shameless lecher. Give me back the jade slip. She tried to gather sword intent, but discovered her spiritual power was completely depleted, all drained by this fellow. Shoo! Suhan suddenly raised a finger, making a shushing gesture. He raised his head and gazed at the rock formation above. System warning: Dugu has breached the outer formations of the sword tomb, realized he was deceived, and is now returning at full speed. Estimated arrival time 10 breaths. Looks like your old lover has returned. Suhan straightened Lin Qingzhu up and stood to his feet. What do you mean? Lin Qingzhu's expression changed. No particular meaning. Suhan dusted off his sleeves and turned to leave decisively and cleanly, like a heartless scoundrel. Dugu is back. If I were you, I'd find a place to hide right now. After all, you right now. Suhan glanced back at her disheveled appearance and whistled, are quite tempting. You. Lin Qingzhu trembled with rage. All right. As Suhan's figure flickered and was about to vanish into the darkness, he left behind a casual remark. Let's put this debt on record for now. Next time we meet, remember to repay me with both principal and interest. Goodbye, my little fat sheep. Whoosh. Suhan's figure completely disappeared. Almost immediately afterward. Boom. The rock layer at the top of the 10,000 demon cave was violently shattered. A blood-colored figure descended like a demon god, crashing heavily onto the altar. Suhan, get your ass out here. Duguju's eyes were crimson red, obviously on the verge of going mad with rage. He had been pierced by 10,000 swords inside the sword tomb for ages, only to discover that the aura of that jade slip suddenly disappeared. Only then did he realize it was a diversionary tactic. However, the altar was completely empty. There was only a stunningly beautiful girl in disheveled clothes with a pale complexion, holding an iron sword, and staring coldly at him with a look of contempt. Ju. Lin Qingzhu gritted her teeth. She couldn't defeat that mysterious masked person, but could she not even beat Dugu, who was severely injured? Take out all the frustration from that bastard on you. Lin Qingzhu. Dugu paused for a moment, then erupted in fury. Where's that masked person? Where did he go? Go to hell. What responded to him was a sword strike from Lin Qingzhu, weak but filled with murderous intent. Outside the 10,000 demon cave, Suhan removed his mask, changed back into the gray Taoist robes of a hidden prison guard, and blended into the crowd of retreating rogue cultivators, keeping a low profile. Listening to the fighting sounds coming from underground behind him, he hummed a cheerful tune. Fight. The more intense the fight, the safer I am. He touched the jade slip in his chest that now completely belonged to him, and felt the surging power of the 12 divine palaces within his body. This round was a huge profit. Next, he should return to the hidden prison to meet that anxious empress. At the lowest level of the dark prison lay the Deathmark cavern, still lifeless as ever. The cold pool emitted bone-chilling white mist, and 9 thick chains swayed slightly in the darkness, emitting dull metallic clashes. Splash. Yi Hongyi sat cross-legged at the center of the stone platform. Hearing footsteps from the tunnel, she slowly opened her crimson eyes. You have returned. Her voice was flat, yet her eyes fixed upon the tunnel exit betrayed a trace of barely perceptible tension. Though she claimed aloud that she would perish alongside Suhan if he died, deep within herself, she had to admit that this brazen youngster was the sole variable in her century-long existence, and her only hope. Forgive me for keeping Her Majesty the Empress waiting. With a soft chuckle, Suhan emerged from the darkness. He had removed the Azura mask and donned his dull gray guard robes once more. Aside from a slight fluctuation in his aura, his body bore not a single wound. Yi Hongyi raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing her gaze. Dugu stood at the early stage of the Dharma manifestation realm and commanded 18 Blood Shadow Death warriors. Suhan had not only intercepted such a formation, but also faced Lin Qingzhu, the sacred maiden of the Supreme Tao sect. To return alive was already remarkable, yet he emerged completely unscathed. Your escape skills are indeed unparalleled, Yi Hongyi remarked coldly. Where is it? Did you obtain it? Escape, eh? Suhan approached the stone platform without haste. He first retrieved a handful of spiritual fruits pilfered from the myriad demon's abyss, and tossed one carelessly to Yi Hongyi, then lazily withdrew a warm, white jade slip from his storage pouch, flipping it between his fingers. You mean this? Yi Hongyi's hand froze as she caught the spirit fruit. She stared fixedly at the jade slip, feeling the pure and vast Taishang Tao resonance emanating from it, her pupils contracting sharply. The Taishang Induction Treatise, the Supreme Tao sect's most revered treasure. During the war between righteous and demonic paths, she had personally witnessed an elder of the Supreme Tao sect channel the vast chi of heaven and earth with this technique to suppress 100,000 demonic cultivators. You actually seized it. Yi Hongyi looked at Suhan in utter disbelief. Was Dugu blind? Was Lin Qingzhu dead? How did you manage to bring this out right beneath their noses? Pure luck, nothing more. Suhan shrugged, his tone as casual as if discussing a trip to the market to buy vegetables. They were busy tearing each other apart, so I picked up the spoils. He paused, a knowing smirk curling his lips. And while at it, borrowed the sacred maiden's body to practice cultivation for a while. Borrowed her body. Yi Hongyi's expression turned peculiar. You slept with that sacred maiden. What are you thinking? Do I look like that sort of person? I may be ruthless in pursuit of strength, but that doesn't mean I lack all restraint. With that, he stepped onto the stone platform and stopped 3 paces before Yihongi. Didn't you just say I only know how to run? Fortunately, this outing yielded some minor insights, and I managed a breakthrough. I was hoping your majesty could offer some guidance. Breakthrough. Yihongi took a bite of the spirit fruit, her expression returning to languid arrogance. You broke through from the peak of the Chi-Si realm to the Divine Palace realm. What is there to teach about such a low-level advancement? Back when Before she finished speaking, Su-Han ceased suppressing his aura. Boom. An utterly terrifying surge of spiritual power erupted from within him without warning. The air in the entire cavern instantaneously solidified. The normally still waters of the cold pool, as though drawn by some immense force, defied gravity itself, erupting upward behind him into a colossal waterfall. This is... The spirit fruit slipped from Yihongi's grasp and hit the ground. She widened her eyes, staring at the extraordinary phenomenon manifesting behind Su-Han. Above Su-Han's head, spiritual energy churned and swirled. A towering phantom of a black and white palace slowly materialized. Its left half was dark as ink, brimming with sinister demonic aura, while its right half gleamed pure white, like jade wreathed in ethereal immortal mist. Divine Palace. And not just any. This was the mythical companion divine palace of both immortal and demonic energies, a sight never before recorded in legend. Dual cultivation of immortal and demonic paths. Have you lost your mind? Don't you fear your body bursting from the conflict? Yihongi cried out in genuine alarm. Yet this was merely the beginning. Open, Su-Han commanded with a deep voice. Hum, hum, hum. Around that black and white divine palace the void trembled. A second, a third, until 9 divine palaces rose consecutively from the ground. 9 divine palaces stood arrayed in formation, radiating an aura of suppression that could quash all eternity. 9 divine palaces. Yihongi's breath quickened, her eyes filled with utter astonishment. 9 divine palaces signified the potential of a great emperor. Even at the height of her power, she had only managed 9 divine palaces. This youngster possessed the very same heaven-endowed talent as hers. It is not over yet. Su-Han watched Yihongi's stunned expression, a wild grin spreading across his face. Your Majesty, watched closely. This is my Tao. Extreme realm shatter. Rumble. A thunderous boom, as though echoing from primordial antiquity, detonated through the cramped cavern. Above the 9 divine palaces, the previously stable void was forcibly torn asunder. 3 mysterious palaces radiating chaotic energy, seemingly belonging to no known world, squeezed forth with an aura of world-ending devastation. 9 plus 3, 12 divine palaces. The supreme ancient realm. At this moment, Su-Han stood bathed in tricolor radiance of black, white, and gold. His long hair whipped wildly about him as his robes billowed in the gale, resembling a youthful god-king walking among mortals. Even though he had only just entered the divine palace realm, the oppressive aura he radiated actually sent a shiver of trepidation through Yihongi, who had reached the pinnacle of the divine palace realm. Dead silence. Absolute stillness. Yihongi's mouth hung open, her usually proud and coldly elegant face now etched with pure bewilderment. 12 divine palaces. Could someone in this world truly shatter the limit of 9? This went beyond being merely a prodigy. This was a monster, an abomination. If he possessed 9 divine palaces, she could still offer guidance from her position as a senior cultivator. But 12. That transcended even her understanding. After a long pause, Su-Han gradually retracted his aura. The celestial phenomena dissipated, and he reverted to appearing as an unassuming guard youth. What do you think, Your Majesty? Su-Han dusted off his sleeves and grinned at the still-stunned Yihongi. Does this newly achieved realm meet your standards? Yihongi gradually came to her senses. She drew a deep breath, fighting to steady the turbulent waves of emotion surging within her. Looking at Su-Han, her crimson eyes, for the first time, held no condescension and no calculation. Instead, there was an unprecedented gravity along with a trace of deeply concealed excitement. Monster. She parted her red lips and spoke the single word. You flatter me. Su-Han bowed his hands in greeting. I take back my previous words. Yihongi met his gaze directly, her voice hoarse, yet resolute. You are no mere ant who knows only to flee. You are a true dragon still slumbering. Ding. Detected that Yihongi has been deeply shaken. Loyalty significantly increased. Current loyalty 40, she now truly regards you as her kindred and has developed a strong gambler's mindset toward your future. Listening to the system's prompts, Su-Han felt a secret satisfaction. This display had been worth it. If he could keep this demoness in check, the rest of his plans would become considerably easier. Since Your Majesty acknowledges my strength, Su-Han approached the 9 chains and ran his fingers along the densely inscribed runes upon them. These runes glowed with dark red light, each bearing power capable of suppressing a Dharma manifestation realm expert. This was the dragon-binding formation that had imprisoned Yihongi for 100 years. Then shall we discuss? Su-Han turned around, holding the Tai Shang induction treatise, jade slip in his hand, while the power of his 12 divine palaces remained hidden within. How to shatter these troublesome chains? Yihongi's eyes lit up suddenly. You have a way. I did not before. The atmosphere in the death row cell of the dark prison was suffocatingly heavy. Yang Millstone. Yi Hongyi looked at Su Han, her brows slightly furrowed. The Dragon Confinement Array is a quasi-Earth level formation personally laid by Li Qianjue. Its core is the 9 spirit-devouring nails which can devour any demonic chi. If you try to force your way through with demonic arts, it will only tighten its grip. Who said I was going to force my way through? Su Han sat cross-legged opposite Yi Hongyi, his eyes half closed. Behind him, the phantom of the 12 divine palaces emerged once more, slowly rotating. Demonic chi will be devoured, but what about righteous energy? Water and fire are incompatible. Yin and yang oppose each other. Su Han's eye snapped open. His right eye blazed like the sun, his left eye was dark as an abyss. I will use the righteous chi from the supreme resonance scripture to strike the demonic chi nodes of the formation. 2 utterly opposing forces colliding within the formation will create a massive millstone. And these 9 chains. Su Han reached out and grabbed one of the icy iron chains, a ruthless smile curling at the corner of his lips. They are the beans we are going to grind. But Yi Hongyi's eyes flickered with concern. As the convergence point of the 2 forces, can your body withstand such an explosive impact? That's why I dragged you into this. Su Han grabbed Yi Hongyi's wrist. Your Majesty, lend me your perfected divine palace spirit to help suppress that damned backlash. Skin touched skin. Yi Hongyi's body trembled, but looking at Su Han's determined and maddened eyes, she did not pull away. Fine. I will join you in this madness. If we lose, I will kill you first to spare you the suffering. Tisk, how thoughtful. Su Han grinned. The next second his face turned solemn. System activate auxiliary mode. Lock onto the 9 nodes of the formation. Yin-Yang Millstone rise. Boom. In an instant, 2 terrifyingly distinct torrents erupted from within Su Han's body. The pitch-black heavenly demonic chi and the pure white righteous chi of the Supreme surged along his arms, madly pouring into the chains that bound Yi Hongyi. Sizzle. A piercing, grating sound echoed as if countless steel saws were cutting into one's eardrums. The originally unbreakable dragon confinement chains, under the frantic grinding of the 2 forces, began to tremble violently. The dark red runes on them flickered, emitting a mournful groan of unbearable strain. Ugh! Su Han grunted, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Pain. Too painful. It felt as if someone had turned his meridians into a battlefield, setting off firecrackers inside. Focus. Guard your heart meridian. Yi Hongyi's voice exploded in his mind. A cold yet powerful spiritual force surged through the arm, connecting them into Su Han's body, fiercely protecting his internal organs. Again. Push harder. Su Han's eyes turned bloodshot. The 12 divine palaces spun wildly like a tireless pump, squeezing every ounce of power from his body to the limit. Crack. The first fissure appeared on the chain. Then the second, the third. The chain was on the verge of snapping. Just then, system red alert. High energy scan detected. The divine sense of the demon cult leader Li Qianjue is sweeping over the dark prison. Once the chain breaks, the formation fluctuations will leak and be detected. Damn it. Why did this old bastard wake up now? Su Han's heart pounded wildly. This was the critical moment. If Li Qianjue discovered them, both he and Yi Hongyi would die. Stop. No. They were already past the point of no return. If he stopped, the backlash would instantly blast them to pieces. What to do? Cold sweat soaked Su Han's back. Ding. Today's Intelligence Update Emergency Edition. Gold Intelligence. Li Qianjue is in seclusion on the cult leader peak, refining the blood infant pill. Today at noon, the 3rd quarter, is the critical moment for pill formation. It will trigger a celestial phenomenon, causing a massive spiritual energy disturbance. Recommendation: sever the chains at the exact moment of pill formation. Use the pill tribulation's fluctuations to perfectly mask the commotion in the dark prison. Noon, 3rd quarter. Su Han stared at the countdown on his retina. Countdown: 10, 9, 8. Empress, hold on. Su Han growled. Instead of easing up, he frantically accumulated power, compressing the Yin-Yang Millstone to its limit. He was waiting for that one perfect moment. Though Yi Hongyi didn't know what Su Han was waiting for, driven by some inexplicable trust, she clenched her teeth and pushed her spiritual power to the extreme. 3, 2. At the same time, at the summit of Cult Leader Peak. Boom. A deafening explosion. Blood clouds filled the sky, the pill tribulation descended, and terrifying energy waves swept across the entire demon cult. And in the deepest part of the dark prison. Snap. The 9 dragon confinement chains that had bound Yi Hongyi for a full century, shielded by the thunderous noise from outside, instantly shattered into dust. All formation fluctuations, all sounds, all auras were perfectly masked by the commotion at Cult Leader Peak. Success. Iron filings scattered through the air. On the stone platform, Yi Hongyi, no longer supported by the chains, went limp and fell forward. The expected cold floor never met her. A warm, broad embrace, tinged with a faint scent of blood, caught her firmly. Huff, huff. Su Han held Yi Hongyi, gasping for breath, his body drenched as if pulled from water. He wiped the blood and sweat from his face, looked down at the woman in his arms, and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Your Majesty, you are free. Yi Hongyi leaned against Su Han's chest, listening to his violent heartbeat, feeling this long-lost freedom without shackles. She slowly raised her hand. Her wrist, once pierced by the bone-piercing nail, still bore scars, but it was no longer under anyone's control. She was truly free. 100 years. In that hopeless darkness, she had countless times dreamed of this day. She thought she would laugh, madly cry, and kill everyone. But now she was unexpectedly calm. Perhaps because the one who brought her freedom was not a god, but this brat before her. Full of slick talk, deep schemes, yet willing to gamble his life at the critical moment. Su Han. Yi Hongyi lifted her head, her crimson eyes fixed deeply on Su Han's face. Moved enough to offer yourself to me. Su Han still had the energy to jest. Yi Hongyi didn't scold him. She reached out, and with rare tenderness wiped the blood from the corner of Su Han's mouth. Then she leaned close to his ear, her voice soft, yet carrying a domineering aura that made even the gods and demons tremble. From today onward, if anyone dares to touch a single hair on your head, I will annihilate their entire clan. Su Han was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed. He laughed recklessly, arrogantly. He knew this gamble had paid off. From this moment on, he was no longer the lone infiltrator fighting alone. Behind him stood an empress who once ruled the demonic path. Then I'll thank your Majesty in advance. Su Han tightened his arms around her, his gaze fixed on the exit of the dark prison. But we can't celebrate yet. Wang Tung has been dead for 3 days. The old dogs upstairs should have caught the scent by now. The next act will require your Majesty's cooperation to pull off another grand scheme. With the shattering of the dragon confine, chains, the air here seemed to circulate much better. Yi Hongyi did not leave the stone platform. Although she had gained her freedom, her body, suppressed for 100 years, had already been depleted to the utmost extreme. At this moment, she was sitting cross-legged, frantically repairing her dried-up meridians using the pills provided by Su Han and the surrounding demonic energy. Even so, the aura emanating from her had already stabilized at the peak perfection of the Divine Palace realm, with only one step away from returning to the Dharma image realm. Su Han stood aside, watching the intelligence panel on his retina flash frantically. Ding! Today's intelligence has refreshed. Red intelligence. The soul lamp hall's guarding disciple, overcome with fear, concealed the news of Wang Tung's soul lamp extinguishing for 3 days. This morning, intersect elder Wang Chongqing on a whim personally inspected the soul lamp and discovered his grandson's demise. Black intelligence, enraged beyond measure, Wang Chongqing crushed the guarding disciple's skull on the spot. His heavenly deduction was obscured, so he could only trace Wang Tung's last known location to the nether dungeon. Key figure Wang Chongqing, currently in secluded cultivation to consolidate his realm, cannot appear in person himself. He has dispatched his most dreaded enforcer, the mad dog of the punishment hall, Li Gui, to conduct a thorough soul search at the nether dungeon. Countdown arrival in 1 incense sticks time. Li Gui. Su Han's eyes narrowed slightly. That name alone was enough to silence crying infants across the Tianma sect. It was said that he mastered 81 varieties of soul-searching torture. Those fallen into his hands would envy the dead. Trouble has arrived. Yi Hongyi opened her eyes. Though still recovering, the Empress's keen intuition allowed her to sense the fluctuation in Su Han's emotions. Su Han nodded, concealing nothing. Wang Tung's grandfather has discovered the truth. He has sent Li Gui from the punishment hall to apprehend me. Li Gui. Yi Hongyi sneered. That mangy cur who only knows how to wag his tail before his master. If I were at my full strength, one finger would suffice to crush him. Unfortunately, your Majesty has not yet recovered. Su Han spread his hands. Moreover, he is here to conduct a soul search. Upon hearing those 2 words, Yi Hongyi's expression finally grew grave. Soul search was the most vile technique in the cultivation world. Once forcibly conducted, not only would one's secrets be laid bare, the victim would often be reduced to a drooling imbecile. Su Han harbored far too many secrets. His system, the interception at 10,000 demons, caved the rescue of Yi Hongyi. The exposure of even one would seal his doom without so much as a proper burial. What do you intend to do? Yi Hongyi asked. Kill this wave of pursuers and flee. With your 12 divine palaces and my methods, breaking through is not difficult. Flee. Su Han shook his head, the corners of his mouth curling into a mad arc. Having worked so hard to secure the position of nether dungeon warden, running away now would be far too costly. Since they wish to peer into my memories. Su Han turned around, gazing directly into Yi Hongyi's eyes, and tapped his own temple. Then I shall give them a truth they desire to see. Your Majesty, I understand you possess an ancient secret art known as the Phantom Demon soul-locking seal, capable of altering and sealing specific memories. Yi Hongyi paused. That secret art was exceedingly obscure. Even among her innermost confidants, few knew of its existence. How did this youth come by such knowledge? However, now was no time to dwell upon that. It exists, Yi Hongyi frowned. But this technique is extraordinarily perilous. One must implant an illusion within your sea of consciousness. Should the opponent's divine sense prove too formidable, or your mental fortitude too frail, the fabricated truth could easily become reality, and you yourself would succumb to madness. Proceed. Su Han did not hesitate for a moment. He sat cross-legged and completely lowered his mental defenses. Time is short. I trust in your majesty's craftsmanship. You? Yi Hongyi gazed at the unguarded youth before her, an unusual warmth stirring within her heart. For 100 years beyond betrayal and slaughter, she had never witnessed such pure trust. Very well. Yi Hongyi took a deep breath and extended her slender finger, pressing it against Su Han's forehead. Endure it. The pain will be excruciating. A faint crimson light pierced into Su Han's sea of consciousness. Su Han felt as though a red-hot blade were churning through his mind. Torrents of cold sweat cascaded down his body from the agony, yet he uttered not a single cry. System assist in constructing fabricated memories. Script as follows. Young Master Wang Tong, investigating the cause of Zhao Deju's demise led me into the 10,000 Demons Cave. Upon the third level we encountered an ambush set by the righteous path. Just as Wang Tong was about to counterkill the Tianma sect, young Master Dugu Ju suddenly struck from concealment. Dugu Ju, seeking to silence all witnesses, not only slew Wang Tong, but also targeted me. I fought to the death and escaped back through the Nether Dungeon's secret passages. Truth interwoven with falsehood. Wang Tong's death was genuine. Dugu Ju's presence was genuine. The righteous path's ambush was genuine. The soul fabrication was transferring the blame for the murders from Su Han's shoulders onto Dugu Ju's head with flawless precision. This was the highest order of deception, concealing a single lie within 9 truths. 1 instant stick later. Phew. Su Han opened his eyes, his face pale, a trace of dazed confusion lingering in his gaze, before rapidly clearing. Success. He now genuinely believed the script on a subconscious level. Someone approaches. Yi Hongyi withdrew her hand and swiftly dissipated, her form melting into the darkness. Though the dragon-confined formation had been shattered, she could not yet reveal herself. She would serve as Su Han's ultimate trump card, lying in wait within the Death Series Nether Dungeon. Go. The Empress's voice drifted from the darkness. Perform this play well. Should you fail, I shall have no choice but to emerge and slaughter them all. Do not worry. Su Han rose to his feet and straightened his robes. The composed, confident expression that had graced his face vanished in an instant. In its place appeared terror, anxiety, and a thin edge of relief, a survivor's gratitude. It was the quintessential expression of the soul survivor. The entrance to the Nether Dungeon. Boom. That 10,000 gene dark iron door was violently blasted open from the outside. A biting corpse-cold gust of wind thick with the nauseating stench of blood flooded the entire corridor. Dozens of disciples clad in crimson punishment garb filed in, their faces grim, each carrying instruments of torture. At their center, surrounded like a halo, marched a towering, emaciated middle-aged man. He wore a black robe embroidered with a ferocious ghost motif. His eyes were sunken deeply, his irises a milky gray, resembling nothing so much as a living corpse. The head of the punishment hall, Li Gui. Where is Su Han? Li Gui's voice rasped like 2 slabs of raw iron grinding against each other, grating and unpleasant. Come out and grovel before me. With that thunderous shout, the pressure of the mid-stage Dharma image realm crashed down like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami surging. Countless prisoners within the Nether Dungeon were shaken until blood streamed from their orifices, their wails filling the air. And at the corridor's end, Su Han stumbled forward. The moment he laid eyes upon Li Gui, his legs buckled. He dropped to his knees with a thud, tears and snot streaming down his face, his voice shrill to the point of madness. Chief Inquisitor. You have finally arrived. This subordinate thought he would never again see the faces of his sect family. Witnessing Su Han's wretched state, the originally murderous Li Gui's brows twitched slightly. This reaction was not what he had anticipated. Shouldn't he be guilty and furtive? Why did he appear as though wronged beyond measure? Silence. Li Gui snorted coldly, sweeping his massive hand. An invisible force hoisted Su Han into the air. Those gray-white eyes fixed mercilessly upon Su Han, sparing no pleasantries. Zhao Deju is dead. Young Master Wang Tong is dead as well. Only you have returned alive. Boys, cease your theatrics. Look into my eyes. Soul search. Aya! The shrill scream echoed through the dark dungeon. This was no acting, it was real pain. The Li Gui's divine sense was like a rusty iron hook brutally tearing through Su Han's sea of consciousness and rummaging it well through the depths of his memories. For an ordinary person, their soul would have shattered at this moment, reduced to a drooling fool. But Su Han was different. He had the 12 divine palaces as his foundation, making his soul far more resilient than ordinary people. More importantly, deep within his sea of consciousness, a red barrier guarded his true core memories. What the Li Gui saw were only those carefully fabricated false memories, flawless in every detail. The images swayed and blurred, suffused with absolute terror. 10,000 Demons Cave, third layer. In the scene, true disciple Wang Tong swaggered confidently, wielding the Black Fiend fan to suppress several disciples of the Supreme Tao sect. This ancient inheritance is mine. Wang Tong laughed maniacally, reaching for the luminous sphere at the altar's center. Just then, a demonic hand wreathed in crimson blood energy pierced Wang Tong's chest from behind without warning. The image trembled violently, as if the memory's owner had collapsed in sheer terror. The view shifted upward. A face appeared, demonic in appearance with black Tian Mo markings etched between the brows. It was Dugu Ju, young master of the heavenly demon cult. Diduga, young master. Wang Tung spat blood, his face contorted in disbelief. What? Aren't we allies? Allies. Dugu Ju's face twisted into a cruel mockery, radiating the arrogance of one who rules above all. What are you, Wang Tung, to claim partnership with this young master? Grandfather said that old immortal Wang Chongqing has never submitted to discipline. Since that is the case, your death will serve as a lesson to him. The opportunities in this 10,000 demons cave belong solely to the Dugu name. Die. Bang. Wang Tung's body exploded into a mist of blood, his soul crushed and shattered by that bloody hand. Then those cold, ruthless vertical pupils fixed upon Su Han, who quaked in terror behind the rocks. Oh, another little ant that slipped through the net. Heavenly demon blood hand. Boom. A massive blood hand seal descended from above. The memory fragmented at that moment, consciousness severed by overwhelming fear. The final image showed Su Han desperately detonating a Yin Sha pearl he had picked up from the ground. Using the smoke from the explosion as cover, he stumbled and rolled into the abandoned secret passage beneath the dungeon, barely escaping with his wretched life. Real-world view. The Li Gui suddenly withdrew its divine sense, those gray-white deadfish eyes showing the first hint of utter shock. Thump, thump, thump. He retreated 3 steps, his expression shifting darkly. The heavenly demon blood hand. That unique Dharma appearance aura, there is absolutely no mistake. And that phrase. Wang Chongqing, that old immortal. The Li Gui muttered to himself. As head of the punishment hall, he valued evidence above all else. If Su Han had merely made verbal accusations, he would not have believed a single word. But this was soul-searching. These were memories he had personally excavated from Su Han's own mind. The images in the memory were far too vivid, especially the oppressive pressure emanating when Dugu Ju struck, and that signature technique of the cult master's lineage, the heavenly demon creation art bloodhand seal. No mere lowly guard could have fabricated such things. Unless he truly witnessed it with his own eyes. Cough, cough. On the ground, Su Han bled from all 7 orifices, his entire body convulsing like a pile of mud. His gaze was unfocused, his lips moving in unconscious, terrified muttering, "Don't kill me. Young master, don't kill me. I didn't see anything. I won't tell. Whimper. Please don't kill me." Watching Su Han in this state of terror-stricken paralysis, the Li Gui's suspicion completely dissolved. His gaze towards Su Han was no longer that of a suspect, but of someone looking at a priceless treasure. Good job, Dugu Ju. Good job, the cult master's lineage. The Li Gui's corpse-like face twisted into a ferocious sneer. He was a trusted confidant personally elevated by Elder Wang Chongqing. For decades, the cult master faction and the elders faction had fought to the death, merely avoiding open confrontation. But now Dugu Ju had killed Wang Tung. This was not merely revenge for a slain grandson. It was a direct slap in the face to Wang Chongqing. With Su Han as a witness and the ironclad proof from the soul-searching elder, Wang now had the pretext to confront the cult master. Send for someone. The Li Gui waved his wide sleeve, his tone shifting dramatically from murderous to surprisingly gentle. Help Su Han up and administer the soul-nourishing pill. Be gentle. Do not let him die. The punishment hall disciples around them were completely bewildered. Wasn't the head here to execute someone? How had he suddenly become a nursemaid? Head regarding young master Wang Tung's death. A trusted subordinate asked cautiously. Young master Wang Tung sacrificed himself for the sect. The Li Gui's voice, turned icy, deliberately raised loud enough for all present to hear. But the one who murdered him is someone we never anticipated, a figure of great consequence. This matter is of grave importance. I must take Su Han to see the elder immediately. With those words spoken, the Li Gui seized Su Han from the ground. This time, rather than binding him with demonic chi, he personally used spiritual power to protect Su Han's heart meridians, terrified that anything might happen to his soul witness. Boy, you are fortunate. The Li Gui looked down at the apparently unconscious Su Han and whispered, as long as you can demonstrate those memories before the elder, not only will you escape death, but you will become a meritorious figure whom even I must show respect to. Half an hour later, Nether Peak Elder Hall. A suffocating aura of terror echoed through the chamber. Crack. The obsidian throne, once unyieldingly hard, was crushed into powder by an aged palm. Ju. Wang Chongqing's beard and hair bristled, his eyes crimson as blood. Having viewed the memory projection presented by the Li Gui, he resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. Excellent. Most excellent. That old scoundrel Li Qinjue has oppressed this old man for years, and now his young whelp dares to defile me outright. Does he truly think this old man can no longer wield his blade? Below the main dais, Su Han had already awakened, kneeling on the ground, and trembling violently, a picture of sheer terror. But the moment he lowered his head, a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Ding. Today's intelligence has been refreshed. Strategic objective achieved. Wang Chongqing now fully believes your fabricated testimony. His hatred toward the cult master's lineage has reached its peak. Interest alignment. Wang Chongqing seeking to use you against the cult master's prestige will absolutely not kill you. Instead, he will elevate you as a model of loyalty to disgust Dugu Ju. As expected, The very next moment Wang Changsheng drew a deep breath and restrained his killing intent. His cloudy yet shrewd old eyes fell upon Su Han. Su Han, this subordinate is present. Su Han stammered. You have done well. Wang Changsheng's voice was hoarse, yet carried a note of appreciation. Facing such a vicious person as Dugu Ju, you still fought to bring back the truth. You have rendered great merit to our Wang family. Since Wang Tung is dead, someone must oversee his assets and subordinates. Wang Changsheng pondered for a moment, then casually tossed out a pitch-black token. From today onward you shall be the chief administrator of the Dark Dungeon. Furthermore, I bestow upon you the surname Wang, and you shall be enrolled among the Outer Sect's elite disciples. Should anyone dare to harm you henceforth, a cold gleam flashed in Wang Changsheng's eyes. They would be crossing me directly. Su Han accepted the token, his heart overflowing with joy while his face wore an expression of overwhelmed gratitude with tears streaming down. Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder. This subordinate lives as a member of the Wang family and dies as a ghost of the Wang family. From now on I will surely watch those people for the Elder with my life. Go now. Wang Changsheng waved his hand, appearing somewhat weary. Return to the Dark Dungeon. Keep your mouth shut tight for these few days. Once I have coordinated with the other elders, I will settle scores with that little bastard myself. Leaving the Elder Hall, Su Han gripped tightly the Dark Dungeon Chief Administrator token representing power in his hand. Sunlight fell upon him, warm and comforting. Moments ago he was a condemned prisoner facing death, and now in the blink of an eye he had become a high-ranking Chief Administrator, even a favorite in the Elder's eyes. This was the power of intelligence. This was the self-cultivation of a master actor. Duguju, oh Duguju. Su Han glanced back at the towering nether peak, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his lips. Are you comfortable carrying this scapegoat? Take your time. This is only the beginning. From here on I will use this token to transform the entire Dark Dungeon into the first grave to bury your heavenly demon cult. The Nether Prison Overseer's main hall. In ordinary times this was forbidden ground for common guards. Only those of Zhao Deju's stature could sit here and sip tea. Yet now Su Han reclined imperiously upon a massive black iron throne upholstered in tiger skin. He idly turned the master's token, the symbol of supreme authority, between his fingers, his gaze drifting lazily over those below. Within the main hall more than 20 nether prison guards knelt in submission. Among them was the former gatekeeper who had once commanded him so haughtily, Ghost Elder. At this moment, Ghost Elder's weathered face, dry as tree bark, was slick with cold sweat. He trembled on the ground, daring not even to lift his head. Merely an incense stick span earlier, two low-ranking overseers who had long exploited their seniority to torment Su Han had been caught voicing a single word of doubt regarding his rise, and Su Han had crushed their throats on the spot. A powerhouse of the Divine Palace realm, a confidant of the Elders. Those two credentials fused together, transforming Su Han in the eyes of these low-level demonic cultivators into an unreachable figure of towering authority. Ghost Elder. Su Han spoke suddenly, his voice not loud, yet echoing through the main hall. I'm here. Ghost Elder shuddered in terror and hurriedly kowtowed. What are your orders, Lord Overseer? Fear not. Su Han smiled and flicked a low-grade spirit stone between his fingers, landing it precisely before Ghost Elder. I shall still need you to guard the main gate henceforth. Just keep your eyes sharp and don't let just any stray dog or cat through. Whatever Zhao Deju gave you before, I'll give you double. But should I discover you're playing both sides? Su Han's gaze turned razor cold, and the oppressive aura of his 12 divine palaces flashed behind him like a dying ember. You well know how Zhao Deju met his end. Why yes. Ghost Elder hammered his forehead against the floor in frantic prostration, his heart roiling like a tempest. This aura of oppression was several times more terrifying than the deceased Zhao Deju. Just how much strength had Su Han been concealing? This subordinate pledges his life to Lord Overseer Su. Pledge our lives to Lord Overseer Su. The guards below cried out in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Su Han nodded with satisfaction. By wielding both grace and severity, the stick and the carrot, he knew that securing these guards would place the entire outer defenses of the Nether Prison under his command. You may all retire. Under no circumstances is anyone to approach the Death Prison Zone without my order. Yes. Like prisoners granted a reprieve, they filed out swiftly. Once the hall stood empty, the authority melted from Su Han's face, replaced by a calculating glint. With this position, future affairs will prove far more convenient. He rose and made for the archives chamber behind the hall, where every prisoner's dossier within the Nether Prison was catalogued. Though most inmates were but trash, this prison, handed down through a millennium of Tianma cult tradition, harbored its share of stubborn bones and unusual talents. Where Su Han once lacked the standing to tread the marketplace of human capital, now lay open to him. System scan all prisoner records across the Nether Prison. Filter criteria: possesses a specialized skill, shows great potential despite current plight, and harbors a fatal vulnerability that can be exploited. Ding. Scanning in progress. 3 targets located. Su Han watched the 3 red boxes flicker onto his retinal display, his lips curving into a knowing smile. Let me see which wretches merit my attention. Target 1, Mo Fengzi Cell D003, identity former head disciple of the Alchemy Hall, a tier 4 pill refiner. Charge illegally refining the forbidden 10,000 poisons pill, which destroyed the alchemy chamber. He lost an arm and has been imprisoned ever since. Value an alchemy fanatic. Given the right materials, he can produce any pill you desire, including poisons. Weakness: the explosion occurred because his junior brother sabotaged him by swapping the medicinal herbs. All he dreams of is vindicating his formula. Target 2 Ing Sha Sel Tion, 007. Identity: once the top assassin on the assassination rankings. Charge: failed to assassinate an elder and was captured. Value: specializes in stealth assassination and intelligence gathering. Weakness: he has a younger sister separated from him for years, currently serving as a menial in the outer sect of Tianma cult, though he remains unaware of her fate. Target 3. Su-Han's gaze locked onto the first target. A pill refiner. Just what I need. Her Imperial Majesty requires vast quantities of blood chi pills to restore her strength, and my own cultivation demands resources as well. Then we begin with you. Cell D-003. The air here was perpetually thick with the acrid stench of sulfur and decay. A middle-aged man with wild hair, and only his left arm, crawled across the floor using his finger to trace complex pill formulas in the grime and dirty water. Wrong. Still wrong. Where is the flaw? Why does it explode? My calculations were flawless. Mo Fengzi muttered to himself as he sketched his words, spilling forth in mad delirium. Because the dragon's blood herb you used was swapped for snake's venom flower, a herb with opposing properties. A calm voice rang out unexpectedly from the cell doorway. Mo Fengzi's body jolted. He snapped his head up, bloodshot eyes locking onto Su-Han standing beyond the iron bars. What did you say? Su-Han stood with his hands clasped behind his back, clad in the freshly bestowed black robe of an overseer, his expression serene. I said your formula is correct. The flaw lies in human nature. Your cherished junior brother, in his greed for the head disciple position, secretly swapped your primary ingredient. Your furnace didn't explode from an accident. It was murder. Boom. Those words struck like lightning, cleaving through Mo Fengzi's muddled mind. Junior brother. Lu Changqing. His teeth ground together, blood, tears welling in his eyes. Him. It was him. He is now an elder of the alchemy hall, basking in glory and splendor. Su-Han pressed his advantage. And you, rotting in this puddle of filth, waiting to die. I refuse to accept this. I'll kill him. Mo Fengzi hurling himself against the iron bars like a wild beast roaring in madness. Yet soon his strength faded, and he collapsed in defeat. Sealed in cultivation, robbed of his right arm. What use was the truth to a man in such a state? You wish for revenge. Su-Han opened the cell door and stepped inside. He looked down upon Mo Fengzi as a demon tempting a despairing believer. I can provide you with the finest materials, the finest furnace, and even restore your lost arm. I do not ask you to kill. I ask only one thing. Su-Han squatted down, meeting Mo Fengzi's gaze directly. Become my exclusive pill refiner. As long as the pills you produce satisfy me, I will grant you the chance to throw Lu Changqing into a furnace yourself, to be refined into pill dregs. Mo Fengzi panted heavily, his eyes fixed upon Su-Han. Long moments passed. Within his mad gaze a sliver of reason and resolve flickered to life. I also require 7-star sea orchids. That is a lethal poison. I will refine poison. I will brew the most toxic substance in this world and poison those hypocrites to death. Su-Han smiled. He rose and tossed down a storage pouch. Agreed. From this day forth this cell shall be your alchemy chamber. Do not disappoint me, Master Mo. With the alchemist secured, Su-Han was in high spirits. Instead of pursuing his next target immediately, he turned toward the deepest level, the death character ward. There awaited a true big shot. Pushing open the heavy stone door, Yi Hongyi remained seated upon the rock platform. Yet the cavern had undergone a dramatic transformation. Su-Han had previously had soft cloud silk carpets sent in, and luminous night pearls were embedded along the walls. What was once a grim and terrifying death prison had been refashioned into a modest underground palace. You're back. Yi Hongyi opened her eyes, her complexion far better than before. I heard you became the overseer. You wield your authority quite well, I see. Indeed. Su-Han sat beside her, without hesitation, picking up a spiritual fruit from the table and taking a bite. With this position, our future operations will be far more convenient. By the way, Her Imperial Majesty. Su-Han produced the jade slip containing the supreme resonance scripture from his robes and handed it over. As we agreed, I have begun cultivating it myself. Now it is your turn. Though you are a demonic cultivator, the transcendent detachment within this scripture may help suppress your inner demons and accelerate the recovery of your divine sense. Yi Hongyi regarded the jade slip, her eyes filled with complex emotion. This was an orthodox treasure of the highest order. If it leaked into the cultivation world, it would spark bloodshed across the realm. Yet this boy handed it to her so casually. Are you not afraid that once I cultivate this, I might turn around and suppress your demonic techniques? We are already ants bound to the same rope. Su-Han smiled, his gaze clear. Besides, the stronger you become, the safer I am. And Su-Han leaned in slightly, gazing at Yi Hongyi's breathtaking face, his tone growing delightfully insolent. Your Imperial Majesty, I now oversee the provisions for the entire nether prison. If you mistreat me, I fear tomorrow's rations may cease. Get lost. Yi Hongyi gave him an exasperated glance, yet the corner of her mouth betrayed the faintest upward curve. She accepted the jade slip demonic energy, surging within her palm as she began to make contact with that righteous aura. By the way, that Wang Chongqing may trust you for now, but his suspicious nature means he will certainly test you further. Yi Hongyi warned, for the time being you'd best keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Suhan rose and gazed toward the ceiling of the nether prison, a glint flashing in his eyes. No. At a time like this, staying low only hastens one's death. I shall do the opposite. I intend to use this fire to stir this pool of water until it is thoroughly muddied. Next stop. Suhan idly turned the master's token in his hand, his voice low and eerie. It is time to pay a visit to that Insha. After all, I am in need of a blade that kills in the shadows. In the central prefecture, the Taishang Dao sect stood in stark contrast to the dark and damp Tianma sect. Here mountain peaks floated in the air, wisps of cloud and mist coiled around them, and immortal cranes flew in unison. Countless majestic white palaces rested upon the clouds, exuding an aura of righteous grandeur. At the Qingzhou peak within the saintess's bedchamber. Huff! Lin Qingzhou abruptly sat up from her bed, her forehead glistening with fine beads of cold sweat. Upon her usually cold and ethereal face was now a rare expression of panic and shame. It was that dream again. Ever since her return from the Myriad Demon Cave 3 days ago, every time she entered meditation or fell asleep, the image of that dimly lit cave would surface in her mind. The man wearing the Shura mask had tyrannically pinned her in his embrace, his scorching palm pressed against her lower abdomen. The numbing sensation of mingled spiritual energy and trembling soul felt terrifyingly real in the dream. Bastard. Lin Qingzhou gritted her pearly teeth and lowered her gaze to her own lower abdomen. The internal injury left by the backlash of her cultivation technique had completely healed, and even more. A faint but extremely pure strand of foreign spiritual energy had appeared within her dantian. It was neither demonic qi nor the Taishang pure qi. It was a primordial force born from the perfect fusion of yin and yang. It was precisely because of this strand of power that her cultivation bottleneck showed signs of loosening, yet it also made it impossible for her to forget that man. Who is that guy? Lin Qingzhou got out of bed and walked barefoot to the window. She not only did not know his name, but had never even seen his face. She only remembered that ferocious Shura mask and that infuriating phrase, "Farewell, my little lamb." Qingzhou. Just then a warm yet authoritative voice sounded outside the hall. Lin Qingzhou quickly composed herself, reverting to her usual cold and proud demeanor as the saintess. "Master, please come in." The hall door slid open. A middle-aged woman in white robes with an immortal bearing entered. She was the sect master of the Taishang Dao sect, a renowned orthodox expert of the Void Insight realm. "Yujizi, how are your injuries?" Yujizi asked with concern. "Master, I am fine," Lin Qingzhou replied, lowering her gaze to conceal the strange gleam in her eyes. "In fact, my cultivation has even improved a little." "That's good." Yujizi nodded, her expression turning serious. "The battle at the Myriad Demon Cave cost us dear. The orthodox side suffered heavy losses. 3 direct disciples fell, and you almost. But what troubles me most is the mysterious masked man you mentioned." Hearing those words, Lin Qingzhou's heart skipped a beat. "Has Master found out who he is?" she asked subconsciously, her tone slightly urgent. Yujizi shook her head, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. "The strange thing is this. We used the informants planted inside the demon sect, and checked every true disciple and elder of the Tianma sect, even those reclusive, old demons. Not a single person matches the description of the masked man. A formidable physique, uncanny footwork, ruthless methods. And most crucially, he could ignore your Taishang sword qi, and even help you resolve the backlash. A man like that seems born to counter our Taishang Dao sect." Yujizi took a deep breath, her tone grave. "If we do not eliminate him, he will become a great menace. The demon sect is now in chaos due to Wang Teng's death and Duguju's internal strife. This is a perfect opportunity for us to uncover the truth. The sect has decided to send an elite team disguised as new recruits to infiltrate the Tianma sect's outer sect, investigate the masked man's identity, and retrieve the Taishang induction scripture. Infiltrate the Tianma sect." Lin Qingzhou's eyes flickered. That bastard had stolen her jade slip and taken her. If she didn't root him out, it would become the greatest inner demon on her path of cultivation. "Master," Lin Qingzhou suddenly raised her head, her gaze resolute. "Your disciple is willing to go." Yujizi was taken aback. "You are the saintess, a body worth 1,000 gold. How can you risk going to such a filthy place? And Duguju is still looking for you." "Precisely because I am the saintess and lost the sect's precious artifact, it is my duty to retrieve it myself." Lin Qingzhou interrupted her master. She turned around and gazed at the surging sea of clouds outside the window. Once again, the mocking eyes beneath the Shura mask appeared in her mind. "Besides, that masked man knows my cultivation technique inside out. No one else can sense his presence except me. Only I can find him." Yujizi was silent for a long time, watching her beloved disciple's resolute back, and finally sighed. "Very well. This is your trial and your destiny. But for safety you cannot go as the saintess. I will use a deception talisman to seal your cultivation and alter your appearance, disguising you as a newly captured furnace vessel. Whether you can draw him out depends on your fate. At the Tianma sect in the grand hall of the prison warden, Achu, Suhan, who was sitting on a tiger skin grand chair, suddenly sneezed loudly. Who's cursing me? Suhan rubbed his nose, somewhat bewildered. He was currently busy counting the spoils he had borrowed from Ingsha. He had to admit these imprisoned demons were gifted but truly poor. Aside from a few killing techniques, their pockets were cleaner than their faces. Ding. Today's intelligence has been refreshed. Additional golden intelligence. Lin Qingzhu, the saintess of the Taishang Dao sect, driven by the special bond she has formed with you, has volunteered to infiltrate the Tianma sect to find your whereabouts. She will be disguised as a batch of new female slaves and is expected to arrive tonight. At the prison. Uffed. Suhan spat out the tea he had just drunk. He stared at the intelligence on his retina, his eyes wide as copper bells. What the hell? Lin Qingzhu, disguised as a female slave, sent to the prison. Suhan was stunned for 3 seconds, then the corners of his mouth curled up wildly, and finally, he burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. Ha ha ha. The gates of heaven you refuse to enter, but the gates of hell you come knocking on your own. My dear lady, are you delivering yourself to me? Suhan stood up, smoothed the black robe of authority that symbolized his position as warden, and a mischievous glint shone in his eyes. Someone, bring me the list of the new female slaves arriving tonight. This warden will personally interrogate them tonight. The night descended, and the heavy doors of the dark prison creaked open. Dragged behind them, the clanking chains announced a line of over a dozen women in tattered clothes, their hands and feet bound. Most of these women were rogue cultivators abducted by the demon sect, or errant disciples who had committed some transgression. Now they stood pale as death, their eyes filled with dread of the unknown. Yet among the trailing figure of one woman, despite her bowed head and stumbling gait, her eyes concealed beneath tangled hair, burned with an almost unnatural clarity. She was Lin Qingzhu in disguise as a female servant named Mu Qing. So this is the dark prison. She surveyed her surroundings by the dim torchlight. Dried bloodstains on the walls sickened the eye, and distant screams sent chills through the air. As expected, a filth-ridden place of the demon sect. Disgust coiled in her chest as she covertly circulated her spiritual energy, suppressed by the heaven-deceiving talisman, maintaining constant vigilance. This mission she had volunteered for held dual purpose. Not merely to recover the jade slip, but to unmask the masked bastard who had humiliated her twice. Per her master's intelligence, the direction that masked man had vanished was toward the rear mountain of Nether Peak. Precisely this area of dark prisons. We've arrived. Fall to your knees, all of you. The elderly guard in charge barked, his whip cracking sharply against the ground. The female slaves trembled and dropped to their knees in fear. Lin Qingzhu gritted her teeth, forcing herself to one knee in humiliation to keep her identity concealed, bowing her head lower. The administrator approaches. A shrill cry announced his arrival, and deep within the hall the black iron doors carved with ferocious demons slowly parted. A youth in black brocade robes with the administrator's token at his waist emerged lazily, surrounded by his guards. His features were refined and youthful, yet his eyes held an unsettling depth that seemed to pierce through to one's very soul. It was Suhan. Is this the new administrator? Lin Qingzhu stole a glance, surprised by his youth. So young. His cultivation aura appeared to be merely at the threshold of divine palace realm. Were such a person encountered outdoors, she could dispatch 10 with a single sword strike. Could that terrifying masked figure be hiding among such incompetence? And these are tonight's new acquisitions. Suhan approached the group of women, bypassing the tiger skin throne entirely. His gaze swept over the female slaves without restraint, assessing them like livestock at market. His retina displayed the system panel, flashing rapidly with information. Name Suehua. Identity, ordinary mortal woman. Evaluation, mediocre. Name Zhang Sanyang. Identity, rogue cultivator. Evaluation, harbors sinister intent, conceals a dagger in her soul. His attention then fixed on the woman at the rear of the line, clad in gray, with a sallow complexion. Name Lin Qingzhu, disguised name Mu Qing. Identity, Supreme Dao Sect, holy maiden, your betrothed vendetta seeker. Current status, wearing heaven-deceiving talisman, cultivation suppressed to early Qi Si realm. Appearance altered. Mood, anger, humiliation, murderous intent fluctuating. Has she come quickly enough? Suhan's lips curved imperceptibly. With hands clasped behind his back, he sauntered to a stop before Lin Qingzhu. A pair of brand-new black official boots came into view. Then came a voice laced with mockery and levity. Raise your head. Lin Qingzhu stiffened. Drawing a deep breath, she fought to restrain the killing intent blazing in her eyes, and slowly lifted her gaze. What met his eyes was a sallow face marred by freckles, positively ugly. The Supreme Dao Sect's illusion techniques were undeniably masterful, for without his system, Suhan would never have recognized this peerless beauty. TCH. Suhan wrinkled his nose in disgust, lifting her chin with his folding fan to inspect her from different angles. This is too ugly, isn't it? Ghost Elder, are you blind? Sending something like this to me. I'm recruiting female servants, not exorcism talismans. The nearby guards couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin Qingzhu trembled with rage, her fists clenched tightly within her sleeves. How dare he call the holy maiden ugly? You're the ugly one. Your whole family is ugly. And my lord, forgive me. Ghost Elder wiped his brow frantically. This batch is in short supply, though her face is lacking. Her figure is quite fine, and she's reportedly literate. Literate? Suhan raised an eyebrow, suddenly interested. Closing his fan, his gaze traced downward from her neck, openly examining her frame. That look felt like stripping her bare thick with aggression. Lin Qingzhu burned with shame and fury, desperate to draw her sword and gouge out those disgusting eyes. Turn around, Suhan commanded suddenly. What? Lin Qingzhu paused. I said turn around. Can you not understand human speech? Suhan's voice turned icy, and the weight of the dark prison's authority pressed down upon her. Lin Qingzhu ground her teeth together. For the greater cause. I endure. She rose stiffly and turned her back to him in humiliation. Suhan stroked his chin, regarding her like a precious object, even reaching out to tap his fan lightly against the curve of her waist and hips. Smack! The sharp crack echoed through the room. Indeed, quite a fine figure. She'd bear children well. Bang! Lin Qingzhu's mind went completely blank. She had been spanked. Throughout her entire life, not even her master had ever struck her. That damn demon sect pervert. I will kill him. I must kill him. Just as Lin Qingzhu was about to lose control, Suhan withdrew his hand. His voice grew languid once more, as though his earlier arrogance had been nothing but a test of the merchandise's quality. Enough. She'll do. Suhan pointed at Lin Qingzhu. I happen to need a personal maid to serve tea. Her ugliness is an advantage, safer and less likely to annoy me. As for the rest, Suhan waved his hand dismissively. Send them all to the laundry. They need someone to wash those blood-stained prison uniforms. Yes. Ghost Elder breathed a sigh of relief and immediately ordered the other slaves to be led away. Soon only Suhan, Lin Qingzhu, and a few trusted guards remained in the hall, still standing there doing nothing. Suhan turned toward the inner chambers without looking back, tossing over his shoulder, follow me. If you fail to serve me properly tonight, I'll throw you to the demon elders in the death block. Lin Qingzhu watched his retreating back, her killing intent nearly taking visible form. Serve him. Very well. This holy maiden would show him exactly what serving meant tonight. She drew a deep breath, suppressing her fury, and followed with stiff steps. The administrator's bedchamber. The furnishings here were extravagantly opulent. Suhan sprawled carelessly across the padded bed, kicked off his shoes, and gestured toward the teapot. Pour tea. Lin Qingzhu gritted her teeth, poured a cup, and slammed it down on the bedside table. Oh, quite the temper, aren't we? Suhan glanced at her sideways, a smirk playing on his lips. What, unwilling to comply? This servant would not dare. Lin Qingzhu kept her head lowered, her voice stiff. Good. Suhan sat up, took the cup, sipped, then suddenly reached out and seized her wrist. Oh. Lin Qingzhu gasped and instinctively struggled, but the youth's grip was terrifyingly strong, clamping her pulse point like iron. Smooth hands indeed. Suhan traced her callus-free back with his thumb, a glint flashing in his eyes. These hands don't belong to someone who does manual labor. They look more like sword-wielding hands. Lin Qingzhu's heart pounded. Had she been discovered? This servant once did embroidery for young ladies of noble households. Gathering her wits, she forced the explanation. That's why my hands are soft. Embroidery. Suhan released her wrist with an ambiguous chuckle. Fine, I'll take your word for it. He reclined back onto the bed and closed his eyes as if truly exhausted. Just as Lin Qingzhu began to relax, preparing to stand in a corner, Suhan's voice drifted lazily once more. Since your hands are so skilled, don't idle away. Come here. Massage my feet. Lin Qingzhu fell silent. She looked at the feet extended toward her, then at her own hands. Hands that had wielded the supreme divine sword. In that moment, the holy maiden of the supreme Dao sect felt her Dao heart truly on the verge of shattering. In the steward's bedchamber, candlelight flickered. A tense and eerie atmosphere permeated the air. What? Still haven't made your move? Suhan lay half reclined on a plush couch, watching Lin Qingzhu stand rigid beside the bed, his brows slightly furrowed. Surely you think these feet of mine are unworthy of your delicately embroidered hands. Lin Qingzhu stared stubbornly at those outstretched feet. As the holy maiden of the supreme Dao sect, the prodigies who pursued her could barely dare to touch the hem of her robes. Yet now she was expected to massage the feet of a demonic sect leader. This was humiliation. Barefaced, outright humiliation. If you'd rather not, that's perfectly fine. Suhan let out a yawn and said carelessly, Ghost Elder just mentioned that several veteran demons from the Death Division have been in an irritable mood lately. They're in need of a delicate young maid to relieve their tensions. This servant obeys your command. Those 4 words were nearly ground out between Lin Qingzhu's clenched teeth. She drew a deep breath, silently reciting the supreme pure heart mantra in her heart, and slowly extended her hand, grasping Suhan's ankle. The texture beneath her palms was nothing like the roughness she had imagined. Instead, it was warm and solid, with a jade-like resilience subtly emanating from beneath his skin. If you want me to massage, I'll snap your Achilles tendon. A ruthless glint flashed across Lin Qingzhu's eyes. Although her cultivation had been sealed, her sword cultivator's finger strength remained intact. She targeted the Yongquan acupoint on the sole of Suhan's foot and pressed down with all her force. One such press was enough to send qi and blood surging recklessly in an ordinary person's body, causing excruciating agony. However, a bit to the left, yes, right there. That's the spot. Su-Han didn't so much as flinch. Instead, he closed his eyes and let out a satisfied sigh. Who would have guessed? Your hands are quite skilled. Were they specifically trained? Impossible. Lin Qingzhu was startled. That strike, though wielded without spiritual energy, was sufficient to shatter rocks and crack metal. Was this man's physique forged from iron? Unbeknownst to her, Su-Han's flesh and blood had long been tempered to the caliber of a high-grade mystical artifact through the baptism of the 12 divine palaces and the refinement of the heavenly demon creation art. Her so-called massage was nothing more than a mere tickle to him. Apply more pressure. Are you starved or something? Su-Han urged. Lin Qingzhu was so furious she nearly vomited blood. Gritting her teeth, she vented all her pent-up rage upon Su-Han's feet, her hands flying as she aggressively kneaded, pressed, and pounded. Good force. A reward. Su-Han casually tossed a low-grade spirit stone, which landed neatly in Lin Qingzhu's embrace. Gazing at that sarcastic spirit stone, Lin Qingzhu felt her Tao heart crumbling bit by bit. The following morning, when the first ray of sunlight pierced through the dark dungeon, Lin Qingzhu was roused from her sleep, sporting 2 prominent dark circles under her eyes. Su-Han had kept her busy well into the night. First foot massage, then back pampering, followed by serving tea. Only in the late hours was she permitted to doze briefly on the carpet in the outer chamber. Mu Qing stopped sleeping. Su-Han emerged refreshed from the inner chamber and dumped a pile of soiled garments onto her. Wash these by hand, and make sure they're clean. Also clean the entire room. I dislike seeing dust. With that, Su-Han adjusted his robes and strode out of the room. As steward, he still had his rounds to make throughout the day. Jerk, demon, usurper. Watching Su-Han's retreating figure, Lin Qingzhu finally lost her composure, hurling the pile of clothes to the ground and stomping on them repeatedly. Yet after her outburst, she had no choice but to obediently pick them up again. What is this? When she lifted Su-Han's black brocade robe, her movements suddenly froze. She brought the garment close and inhaled. Beneath the faint scent of soap there lingered an extremely subtle trace of an aura that sent shivers down her spine. It was a unique scent, born from the fusion of yin and yang. This fragrance. Lin Qingzhu's pupils contracted as the masked figure from the 10,000 Demons cave resurfaced in her mind. When that infuriating man had held her in his embrace and drained her spiritual energy, that day, he exhaled the exact same aura. Could it be? He is that masked man. Lin Qingzhu's heart raced, but she quickly dismissed the thought. Impossible. That masked man wields overwhelming power, daring to toy with the Dharma idol realm. How could he possibly be this pampered steward of the divine palace early stage who only rose to power through family connections? And Lin Qingzhu recalled her probing touches while massaging Su-Han's feet the previous night. Though his meridians were remarkably broad, the energy coursing within him was purely demonic qi. There was not the slightest trace of orthodox spiritual energy. Perhaps he came into contact with that masked man. Or maybe the masked man is hiding within the dungeon, and this Su-Han is merely a puppet. Lin Qingzhu felt she had grasped a crucial thread. It seems I must thoroughly search this room. She set the clothes aside and began conducting a comprehensive search of the chamber. Bookshelves under the bed, hidden compartments. To her disappointment, Su-Han's room was unervingly clean. No account books, no secret letters, not even a single cultivation technique. Aside from some gold and silver trinkets, there were merely a few crude, erotic illustrations. Is this really the room of a steward? Lin Qingzhu flushed crimson as she pulled Blue Vase Blossom from beneath the pillow and spat in disgust. Truly a lecher. Just as she was about to give up, her gaze suddenly fell upon Su-Han's writing desk. A sheet of Shin paper lay on the surface bearing only a single character. Prisoner. The character was atrociously written, crooked and uneven. But what stunned Lin Qingzhu was that within the person-shaped frame of the character there subtly emanated a trace of sword intent. Although deeply concealed beneath demonic qi as the sword cultivator's holy maiden, she would never be mistaken. A demonic cultivator. How could he understand sword intent? And why does this sword intent feel so familiar, as though it originates from the same source? Lin Qingzhu extended her hand, her fingertips trembling as she reached toward the character. It seems you've done a thorough job cleaning this room. A ghostly voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. Lin Qingzhu was startled, jerking her hand back as if electrocuted. She whirled around to find Su-Han leaning against the doorframe, having returned without a sound, watching her with an enigmatic half-smile. "St. Steward." Lin Qingzhu forced calmness into her voice. This servant was merely dusting the table. "Is that so?" Su-Han entered the room, his gaze sweeping over the Shin paper inscribed with the character prisoner. A barely perceptible tease flickered in his eyes. He had left it there deliberately. A single character casually written, using the supreme sword intent that Lin Qingzhu had contributed that day. The bait had been cast. Now it only remained to see if the fish would take it. There's no need to lean so close while dusting. Su-Han approached her, forcing her to retreat step by step until her back pressed against the writing desk. "Mu Qing, you seem quite interested in my calligraphy. Thai's servant cannot read, my lord. It's just that this character has such imposing presence, Lin Qingzhu stammered. Perceptive, Su-Han suddenly extended his hand, bracing it against the desk beside her and caging her within his embrace. It was an intimately suggestive wall-pin pose. Their faces were less than a fist's distance apart. Lin Qingzhu could even feel the warmth of Su-Han's breath ghosting across her skin. Since you appreciate this character so much. Su-Han leaned down, his voice low and husky near her ear. Then tonight you shall stay behind and grind the ink for me. Grind the ink. Lin Qingzhu was taken aback. Indeed, grind the ink. Su-Han straightened a roguish smile, curling his lips. Chores by day, finer tasks by night. Isn't that the duty of a personal maidservant? Or perhaps... Su-Han's gaze drifted toward her collar, which had slipped open slightly during their earlier struggles, revealing a glimpse of snowy white skin. You'd prefer to do something else? Lin Qingzhu's face erupted in a crimson blush. Shoving Su-Han away, she fled in disarray. This servant will go wash the clothes. Observing her panicked escape, the roguish grin on Su-Han's face gradually faded. He walked to the writing desk and picked up the paper bearing the character prisoner. A puff of demonic chi escaped from his palm. Whoosh. The paper instantly turned to ashes. The holy maiden of the supreme Tao sect is indeed sharp-witted. Su-Han dusted off his hands, his expression growing grave. However, the sharper the prey, the more satisfying it is to tame. The night was deep and oppressive. Pick up that food box and follow me. Su-Han changed into plain clothes and pointed at the heavy rosewood food box on the table. Lin Qingzhu, who had been grinding ink nearby, was startled. Where are we going? Why so many questions? Su-Han tapped her forehead. I am the master, you are the servant. Where I say you go. Lin Qingzhu covered her forehead, furious enough to bite, but could only swallow her anger and lift the food box, following behind Su-Han. They traversed the dark, damp tunnel, descending deeper and deeper. The air grew colder, and the once noisy curses of prisoners gradually faded, replaced by a suffocating, deathly silence. This is the path to the Death Wing. Lin Qingzhu's heart tightened. She had long heard that the deepest level of the U prison, the Death Wing, held the most terrifying criminals of the heavenly demon sect. Even the former guards dared not approach easily. Why was Su-Han bringing her here? Did he intend to feed her to a demon? We're here. Su-Han stopped before a massive stone door. He produced the warden's token and pressed it into the recess on the door. Rumble. The stone door slowly slid open. A thick, overwhelming chill mixed with a terrifying demonic aura surged forth. Lin Qingzhu involuntarily shivered, and the heaven-deceiving talisman within her nearly failed to suppress the automatic defense of her spiritual energy. Enter. Su-Han strode in casually. Lin Qingzhu braced herself and followed. Her eyes fell upon a lavishly decorated cavern. Cloud silk carpets, night pearls, red sandalwood tables, and chairs. If not for the icy pool still emitting white mist, it could have been mistaken for an imperial bedchamber. And on the stone platform at the center of the cavern, a breathtaking woman in a red dress, barefoot with hair flowing loose, lay languidly on her side, playing with a jade cup. Even without releasing any aura, the innate pressure of a sovereign made it difficult for Lin Qingzhu to breathe. What a terrifying woman. Lin Qingzhu's pupils contracted. Even facing her master Yujizi, she had never felt such a heart-pounding dread. Who was this person? Did the demon sect harbor such a level of expert? You're here. Yi Hongyi did not look at Su-Han. Instead, her half-smiling crimson eyes passed over him and fixed on Lin Qingzhu behind him. With just a single glance, Lin Qingzhu felt as if she had been stripped naked, all her disguises and secrets laid bare before those eyes. Edge. Yi Hongyi let out a soft exclamation, then the corner of her mouth curled into a playful smirk. Is this your new personal maid? Indeed. Su-Han walked to the table and sat down, beckoning Lin Qingzhu. What are you standing there for? Lay out the wine and dishes. Yes. Lin Qingzhu, head bowed and trembling, opened the food box and began placing the spiritual delicacies one by one on the table. Her hands were shaking. She could feel the red-clad woman's gaze fixed on her like a predator watching a fascinating prey. Su-Han, your taste has changed. Yi Hongyi suddenly spoke, her voice lazy and husky. A girl carrying this sour stench. You dare bring her in? Aren't you afraid she'll taint your entire prison? Sour stench. Lin Qingzhu was furious. She possessed the purest supreme Tao body, carrying only the fragrance of lotus blossoms. Where was there any sour stench? But Su-Han understood. The sour stench the female emperor referred to was the righteous orthodox aura that demon cultivators detested. Indeed, this disguise could not fool the former #1 demonic cultivator. Sour indeed. Su-Han picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of meat, and said with a grin, but the advantage is, she's chewy and fun to play with. Besides, she can help relieve your palate, your majesty. Relieve my palate. Yi Hongyi's eyes flickered as if she understood Su-Han's intention. She sat up, her red dress spreading like flowing fire, and extended a jade-white foot, lightly tapping it in the air. Very well then. Let her pour the wine. If she pours poorly. Yi Hongyi's eyes flashed red, and a murderous aura like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood locked onto Lin Qingzhu. I'll drink her blood. Bang. Lin Qingzhu felt her knees go weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. How many people had to be killed to forge such a killing intent? Go on, hurry up. Su Huan urged from behind. Lin Qingzhu bit her tongue, using the sharp pain to steady her mind. She picked up the wine flask and trembling walked to the stone platform. Senior, please have some wine. Just as she began to pour. Wait. Yi Hongyi suddenly reached out. Not for the cup, but to seize Lin Qingzhu's wrist. Hiss. Lin Qingzhu gasped sharply. So cold. That hand was as icy as 10,000-year-old profound ice, but the moment it touched, an overwhelmingly tyrannical suction force surged. This blood essence. Yi Hongyi narrowed her eyes, revealing an expression of pure enjoyment. Truly pure. Though sealed, that repulsive yet tantalizing flavor can't be hidden. She is draining my spiritual energy. Lin Qingzhu was horrified and instinctively tried to resist. But at that moment, a warm, large hand suddenly covered hers. It was Su Huan. Don't move. Su Huan's voice whispered in her ear. This lady's temper is not good. If you resist, even I can't protect you. As he spoke, Su Huan secretly activated the heavenly demon creation art. He turned himself into a conduit. While suppressing the rebellious consciousness within Lin Qingzhu, he guided the supreme spiritual energy deep inside her, continuously channeling it to Yi Hongyi. Thus a bizarre scene unfolded. Su Huan held Lin Qingzhu's hand, Lin Qingzhu held the wine flask, and Yi Hongyi held Lin Qingzhu's wrist. The three formed a strange closed loop. For Lin Qingzhu, it was hellish torment. She felt her fundamental power being drained by these two demons, the weakness threatening to make her faint. But for Su Huan and Yi Hongyi, it was a gluttonous feast. Yi Hongyi's pale face visibly flushed with color. This mouthful of orthodox saintess power bank was more effective than 100 spirit pills. Enough. After half a cup of tea, Yi Hongyi released her hand, licking her red lips with lingering satisfaction. Not bad. She looked at Lin Qingzhu, who lay limp in Su Huan's arms. The killing intent in her eyes had dissipated, replaced by a look of satisfaction, as if regarding a supply of provisions. Su Huan, keep this girl well fed. Next time I'm hungry, remember to bring her again. Su Huan supported the nearly collapsing Lin Qingzhu and nodded with a smile. Of course, to serve your majesty is her blessing. Blessing my ass. Lin Qingzhu cursed weakly in her heart, her entire body drained of strength. How terrifying. What kind of monster was this woman in red? And Su Huan. He was actually in league with this female demon. Enough, get out. Yi Hongyi waved her hand and lay back on the stone platform. Don't disturb my digestion. On the way back from the death wing, Su Huan half-dragged, half-carried Lin Qingzhu back. She was drenched in sweat as if she had just survived a serious illness. That woman. When they were almost at the warden's quarters, Lin Qingzhu finally regained a little strength, her voice trembling. Who is she? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Su Huan dumped her onto the carpet in the room, looking down at her with cold, terrifying eyes. Remember tonight's lesson. In the U prison there are things more terrifying than ghosts. If you want to live, keep your mouth shut. With that, Su Huan turned and walked into the inner room, slamming the door shut. Lin Qingzhu collapsed on the floor, staring at the closed door, then at her still trembling wrist. After the fear subsided, a strong curiosity and unwillingness surged within her. That woman in red called him Su Huan, and the familiarity in their interaction clearly indicated a deep connection. Su Huan, woman in red. Could it be? Suddenly a bolt of lightning struck Lin Qingzhu's mind. She had heard her master mention that 100 years ago the demon sect had a brilliant and stunning female emperor who later vanished, rumored to be imprisoned in the sect's forbidden area. Could that woman be the former demon sect female emperor? If that were true, then what identity did Su Huan have that he could command the female emperor, even stand on equal footing with her? At this moment, Lin Qingzhu looked at that door, and the contempt in her eyes vanished completely. In its place was a solemnity, as if facing an abyss. Su Huan, just how deep are you hiding? Dark prison martial arts arena. Located at the boundary between the Earth Tier and Heaven Tier cell blocks, surrounded by towering black rock walls. Dark red bloodstains on the ground had long seeped into the stone cracks, emitting a nauseating killing intent. Today the atmosphere here was grim. Hundreds of prisoners were escorted here, kneeling in a dark mass across the ground. On the raised platform of the martial arts arena, Su Huan remained in his black brocade robe, lazily reclining in a tall chair, holding a cup of freshly brewed hot tea. Behind him stood two attendants. To his left was the maid Mu Qing, looking haggard and still recovering from last night's torment. To his right was a figure completely wrapped in a black robe, like a breathless shadow. Steward. Old Ghost approached, trembling, pointing at the row of burly men kneeling in the front. These are the troublemakers from the Heaven Tier block. The ringleader is called Blood Butcher, formerly the Vice Hall Master of the Blood Fiend Hall, imprisoned for embezzlement. His cultivation is at the late stage of the Divine Palace realm. Su Huan merely blew on his tea, not even lifting his eyelids. Blood Butcher. The name sounds intimidating enough. Below, the bulky man with thick facial features and granite-like muscles suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Pock. Blood Butcher spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm on the ground and sneered. What kind of kid thinks he deserves to sit in that seat? When I was killing people outside, you were still sucking your mother's milk. Want me to submit to you? Keep dreaming. Brothers. This kid only got his position through connections. He's a spineless coward. Let's attack together, kill him, and break out. With Blood Butcher's roaring command, several Heaven-tier prisoners who had planned this together suddenly surged forward. Boom. Though their spiritual power was partially sealed, these three were veteran demons of the Divine Palace realm, their physical strength truly terrifying. They broke through their long rotten shackles and pounced toward the platform like a pack of starving wolves. Mutiny. It's a mutiny. Old Ghost was so terrified he nearly lost control of himself, turning to flee at once. But Su-Han, seated in his chair, didn't even shift his posture. Only the corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Mu-Ching, Su-Han said casually after taking a light sip of tea. Yes. Lin Qingzhu replied instinctively. Go slap their faces. What a... Lin Qingzhu's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Su-Han. Have her fight a demon at the late Divine Palace realm. She was sealed at the Qi Si realm. Was this sending her to her death? What's wrong? Unwilling. Su-Han shot her a sideways glance, his voice suddenly growing cold. Don't forget your position. When the Lord is humiliated, the minister dies. They curse me, they curse you. If you refuse, I'll throw you into their cell tonight. You? Lin Qingzhu was furious, her chest heaving with rage. That bastard. Not only was he using her as a thug, but he was also threatening her with such despicable tactics. Roar. Just then, Blood Butcher, charging at the forefront, had already reached the base of the platform. His massive hand, like a palm frond, carried a foul stench as it fiercely clawed towards Su-Han's throat. Die, pretty boy. Seeking death. Though Lin Qingzhu hated Su-Han, she hated these bloodthirsty demonic cultivators even more. With Su-Han's threat echoing in her ears, she had no choice but to act. Clang. She casually drew a common iron sword from the nearby guard's waist. Though devoid of spiritual power and wielding only mundane steel, in that instant the sword instinct of the Taishang Dao sect's holy maiden erupted. Her body moved like a startled swan, her sword flowing like a dragon. Swoosh. A cold flash streaked through the air. Blood Butcher's massive hand, reaching towards Su-Han, was severed cleanly at the wrist, stopping 3 inches from its target. Aya! Blood Butcher let out a pig-like scream, clutching his severed wrist as he stumbled backward. The entire crowd fell deathly silent. Everyone stared in shock at the maid standing before Su-Han. Her simple clothes couldn't hide her fierce aura. Even Su-Han's eyes flickered with a trace of approval. As expected of the holy maiden, even fallen to this state, her sword foundation remains. You damn woman. You dare sever my hand. I'll tear you apart. Blood Butcher had completely lost his mind. Blood energy erupted from his body as he forcibly broke through part of his seal, his aura surging to the mid-stage of the Divine Palace realm. Die! He roared, launching himself at Lin Qingzhu like a cannonball. Lin Qingzhu's expression changed. That previous strike had relied on surprise. Now the opponent was prepared, and the power gap was immense. She definitely couldn't block it. Dodge? Instinctively, she wanted to use her movement technique to evade. Don't dodge. From behind came Su-Han's cold voice. Take 1 step back, and I'll break your legs. Lin Qingzhu. Crazy. This man is insane. Biting down hard on her teeth, she could only steel herself and raise her sword to block. Clang. A thunderous crash rang out. The iron sword shattered instantly. The massive recoil split Lin Qingzhu's palm, and she was sent flying, crashing heavily against the pillar on the platform. Cough. Cough. She spat a mouthful of blood, feeling as though her internal organs had shifted. Ha! Die. Blood Butcher sneered and lunged again, intent on tearing this meddling maid into shreds. Lin Qingzhu closed her eyes in despair. Her cultivation sealed her weapon destroyed. Was she going to die in this filthy den of demons today? However, the expected pain never came. Uffed. An extremely faint yet bone-chilling thud suddenly echoed through the air. Like a blade slicing through tofu. Lin Qingzhu opened her eyes. There the arrogant Blood Butcher stood frozen mid-motion. A hair-thin line of blood appeared around his throat. And behind him, at some unseen moment, a vague black shadow had materialized. The shadow's hand gripped a dagger, black as ink, blood slowly dripping from its groove. Thud. Blood Butcher's massive frame crashed to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. The entire venue fell into a deeper silence. This time it was fear. Shadow Assassin, an experienced demon below, recognized him and shouted in disbelief. That madman from the top 10 assassination list. Isn't he supposed to be locked in Heavenly Cell number 7? The black shadow slowly sheathed its dagger, ignoring everyone's shock. He turned around and knelt on one knee before the young man, still drinking tea on the platform, his voice hoarse. This subordinate has arrived late to rescue. You please forgive my failure, master. Master. These 2 words struck like thunder in everyone's ears. Even Lin Qingzhu was stunned. A killer of Shadow Assassin's caliber. One that even elders might struggle to subdue. Actually calling Su-Han master. Rise. Su-Han set down his teacup and finally stood up. He walked to the edge of the platform, looking down upon the prisoners below, who had been restless. Is there anyone else who objects? His voice was soft, yet it carried clearly throughout the entire venue. Hundreds of menacing demons below didn't dare meet his gaze. Blood Butcher had been instantly killed, and even the Shadow Assassin had submitted. Who would dare be the first to rebel? Since no one speaks, let me establish some rules. Su-han pointed to the corpse on the ground. From today forward, I call the shots in this dark prison. I let you live, and you'll continue to crawl through existence. If I let you die. Su-han's gaze swept across the crowd, finally resting on Lin Qingzhu, a meaningful smile, curling his lips. Even a golden immortal couldn't save you. Understood? Yes. We obey the steward's orders. Hundreds of prisoners dropped to their knees in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Su-han nodded in satisfaction. He turned and glanced at Lin Qingzhu, blood at the corner of her mouth, still in shock. Still standing there like a fool, eh? Su-han tossed her a handkerchief. Wipe your mouth. How embarrassing, losing to a piece of trash. Lin Qingzhu took the handkerchief, her shock instantly turning to grievance and anger. I'm only at the Qi realm. You call it shameful to fight someone at the Divine Palace realm. And if I hadn't been protecting you just now, would I have gotten hurt? What's wrong? Su-han leaned close, lowering his voice. Come to my room tonight. I have a special healing method to help you. Improve your strength. Lin Qingzhu's face flushed red, all at once torn between shame and anger, and something else. She remembered that night in the death tier cell, that strange sensation of being drained dry and then revived. It was humiliating, but she had to admit, it was indeed the fastest way for her to recover her cultivation at present. Watching Su-han's arrogant departing back, Lin Qingzhu clenched the handkerchief in her hand, her emotions in turmoil. This man, was he? The steward's bedchamber. The night was alluring. No lantern was lit inside. Only moonlight seeped through the window lattice, casting an ambiguous silver veil over the dim room. Come in. Su-han's voice came from behind the curtain. Lin Qingzhu, standing at the door, took a deep breath and pushed the door open. She clutched her chest. With every step, the chaotic qi and blood inside her body brought sharp pain. The blow she had taken from Xuetu earlier that day had indeed injured her internal organs. If not for her deep foundation, any ordinary Qi realm cultivator would have died instantly. Close the door. Su-han sat cross-legged on the bed, his gaze eerie in the moonlight. Come over. Take off your clothes. Lin Qingzhu halted, warily guarding her collar. What are you doing? Healing you. Su-han pointed at her chest matter-of-factly. Your injury is near the heart meridian. How can I perform acupuncture through your clothes? And how can I channel qi? I have pills so I can heal myself. Lin Qingzhu gritted her teeth and refused. Your pills. Too slow. Su-han shook his head, his tone growing impatient. Tomorrow the demon cult's internal affairs hall will come for inspection. I need to take you out to show off. Are you trying to tell everyone that I'm mistreating my subordinates with that injury? Stop wasting words to take it off. Only the top, leave the belly band. That's my bottom line. Su-han added, as if making a great concession. Lin Qingzhu's mind was in turmoil. Reason told her she should refuse, even take the chance to stab him. But the excruciating pain and the faint desire to uncover the truth made her inexplicably compromise. Turn around. Don't look. Lin Qingzhu, with her back to Su-han, tremblingly untied the sash of her outer robe. As the garment slid off, it revealed a large expanse of white skin, smooth as mutton fat jade. Even in the dim, gloomy prison, her skin seemed to glow. But on her right shoulder blade there was a large, shocking bruise that marred the beauty. This a real mess. Su-han's voice sounded behind her, and then a pair of scorching hands directly pressed onto the bruise. Aunt! Lin Qingzhu cried out in pain, her body trembling violently. Bear with it. Next, it will be very comfortable. A wicked smile curled at the corner of Su-han's mouth. Boom. The 12 divine palaces activated. This time, without concealing it, he directly mobilized the righteous vast qi from the Taishang intuition scripture within him, channeling it continuously through his palm into Lin Qingzhu's body. This is... Lin Qingzhu's tense body instantly stiffened. That spiritual energy was vast, pure, warm, and carried the unique Dao rhythm of the Taishang Dao sect. This was unmistakably the primordial spiritual energy of the Taishang Dao sect. Moreover, this spiritual energy contained a trace of extremely overbearing demonic qi. The two not only did not conflict, but perfectly merged, forming a power more advanced than pure spiritual energy. This feeling was exactly the same as the masked person who had snatched her jade slip in the Wanma cave that day. It's Yue. Lin Qingzhu abruptly turned around, disregarding her disheveled clothes, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su-han's face. That masked person is Yue. Finally realized. Su-han chuckled inwardly, but his face showed a look of bewilderment. What masked person? Are you talking in your sleep? He did not withdraw his hand. Instead, he increased the output of spiritual energy. The streams of numbing warmth washed through Lin Qingzhu's meridians instantly, dissolving the little momentum she had just gathered. Still pretending, Lin Qingzhu bit her red lip, her eyes rimmed with red. This spiritual energy, no one else in the world possesses it except that bastard who stole the Taishang intuition scripture. Su-han, you've hidden so deep. So the one who has been humiliating and toying with me all along is you. The truth was out. A surge of overwhelming shame and anger welled up in Lin Qingzhu's heart. So she had been in the thief's den all along. So her days of swallowing her pride were nothing but a joke in this bastard's eyes. Kill him. Must kill him. A flash of spiritual light in Lin Qingzhu's hand, a dagger slid out from her sleeve, and she viciously stabbed at Su-han's throat. This strike carried all her hatred and shame. However, clang. Su-han merely extended 2 fingers, and effortlessly caught the deadly dagger. At this moment, he no longer pretended. His originally lazy eyes instantly became deep as an abyss, and his expression shifted from frivolous to the cold indifference of one looking down upon all beings. The terrifying pressure of the extreme realm of the 12 divine palaces erupted within this small space. Since you've discovered it. Suhan's fingers tightened slightly. Crack. The refined steel dagger snapped in two. He casually tossed away the broken blade, and with his other hand he abruptly seized Lin Qingzhu's smooth waist, pressing her entire body onto the bed. Up. A dizzying spin. Before Lin Qingzhu could react, she was firmly pinned beneath Suhan. Their noses nearly touched, their breaths mingling. That's right, it was me. Looking into her panicked eyes, Suhan did not deny it, and instead he admitted it openly. The one who took your jade slip in the Wanma cave that day was me. The one who saved your life that day was me. And now the one healing you is still me. Suhan leaned down, bringing his mouth close to her ear, his voice full of magnetism and danger. So what now, holy maiden? Now that you know the truth, what do you plan to do? Kill me, with your sealed cultivation, or run out and shout, telling everyone that the steward of the dark prison knows righteous cultivation techniques? Do you think Wang Changsheng will believe you, a slave girl, or me, his trusted confidant, who just rendered great service? Lin Qingzhu's body trembled violently. Despair. Deep despair. She realized that in both strength and situation, she was completely outmatched by this man. You? What exactly do you want? Lin Qingzhu's voice carried a hint of tears. She had never felt so helpless. What do I want? Suhan chuckled lightly, his finger tracing her smooth cheek. Very simple. I've already cultivated the jade slip. I can't return it. But you can stay by my side. Suhan threw out the biggest bait. You should have felt that my spiritual energy can help you cultivate, even break through bottlenecks. Stay and be my personal maid. As long as you obey, I can help you recover your cultivation, even help you deal with Duguju. After all, we have a common enemy, don't we? Lin Qingzhu was stunned. Reason told her this was a deal with the devil, the beginning of corruption. But, as Suhan said, she couldn't kill him now, nor could she escape. And the cultivation boost from the merging of spiritual energy was a tangible temptation. If she stayed by his side, she could not only save her life, but also use his power to recover her strength, and even have the chance to uncover the secret of how he cultivated both immortal and demonic arts. As long as I endure hardship, as long as I swallow humiliation, one day when I recover my strength, I will trample this bastard underfoot and humiliate him back hard. That's right. I am not yielding. I am doing this for the sect, for the greater cause, for revenge. At that moment, the holy maiden of the Taishang Dao sect completed her self-conquest of logical closure. All right. Lin Qingzhu closed her eyes, hiding the complex emotions within. I agree, but I have one condition. Speak. Suhan raised an eyebrow. You must not force me to do that kind of thing. Lin Qingzhu gritted her teeth. That kind of thing, Suhan glanced at their current position and couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry. He released his hold, turned over to get off the bed, and helped her straighten her clothes. I have no interest in forcing women. And Suhan walked to the door, turned back to look at the blushing Lin Qingzhu, and left a devastating remark, one day, you will beg me to do it. With that he laughed heartily and pushed the door open, leaving Lin Qingzhu alone in disarray, so ashamed and angry she wanted to bash her head against the wall. Beg him. Dream on. Never in this life. Outside the door, the smile on Suhan's face instantly faded. Done. The window paper had been pierced, and instead of exploding it had tied this big fish even tighter. Now internal threats were eliminated and the foundation was set. Next it's time to look outward. Ding. Today's intelligence refreshed. Red Intelligence, the Demon Cult's 7 Peaks Grand Competition, will begin in 3 days. To establish his authority before the cult leader emerges from seclusion, Duguju has ordered that the heavy prisoner, Mo Fengzi, be forcibly brought to trial at noon tomorrow, using his blood to sacrifice to the flag. Mo Fengzi. A cold gleam flashed in Suhan's eyes. That was his newly recruited chief alchemist, his cash cow. Touch my people. Duguju, it seems the last scapegoat didn't teach you a lesson. Suhan tightened his grip on the steward's token and looked toward Yuming Peak. Since you want to play, then this time I'll play big with you. In the deep dungeon cell number 3 of the Earth tier, the once dim and damp prison had been transformed into a steaming alchemy chamber. Beneath the massive bronze cauldron, the earth fire blazed fiercely. It's done. Ha ha ha. Finally done. With disheveled hair and a grimy face, Mad Mo burst into a raucous laugh, heedless of the searing heat, and reached directly into the cauldron to grab a handful of violet black powder. Chief Steward, look, this is the 7-star begonia you wanted. Mad Mo, like a child offering a treasure, cupped the heap of deadly poison and rushed before Suhan. Its colorless and odorless dissolves instantly in water. With just a fingernail's worth, anyone below the Divine Palace realm will die within 10 breaths. Even a late-stage Divine Palace cultivator without an antidote pill will have their spiritual energy dissipate within a cup of tea. Suhan stood at the doorway, covering his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, gazing at the perilous powder with a satisfied nod. Well done. Suhan casually tossed a storage pouch filled with spirit stones. This is your reward. Now refine a batch of explosive spirit pills for me. I need them urgently. Thank you, Chief Steward. Thank you, Chief Steward. Mad Mo hugged the spirit stones, tears of gratitude nearly spilling. Outside, everyone called him a madman, but only Su-Han treated him like a revered master, giving him everything he asked for. A true scholar would die for a bosom friend. At this moment, even if Su-Han ordered him to bomb the heavenly demon cult's main hall, he wouldn't blink an eye. Lin Qingzhu, standing behind Su-Han, watched with a complicated expression. This man, though he was a shameless fiend, he was indeed beyond reproach when it came to his subordinates. No wonder that top assassin called Ing Sha followed him so devotedly. Just then, boom, a thunderous crash suddenly erupted from the outer perimeter of the dungeon, followed by a clamor of shouts and screams. Who goes there? This is the deep dungeon. Trespassers die. Oh. The gatekeeper Gui Lao let out a pitiful cry, clearly sent flying. The smile on Su-Han's face vanished instantly. He turned around, his originally languid demeanor abruptly shifting, and a chilling murderous aura emanated from his body. Mu Qing watched the place. Let me go see which blind dog dares to make trouble on my turf. The dungeon's main hall. It was already in a shambles. The two black iron gates had been violently smashed open, and over a dozen guards lay on the ground, injured and groaning. In the center of the hall stood a squad of demonic cultivators clad in blood-red armor, their killing intent palpable. At their head was a bald, burly man with a vicious scar across his face, wielding a ghost-head greatsword still dripping with blood. The Blood Fiend Guards. These were the personal elite troops of Dugu Ju, the young master of the heavenly demon cult, all-season warriors risen from mountains of corpses. Who is Su-Han? Get out here. The bald man stomped on Gui Lao's chest, grinding his heel, causing Gui Lao to howl in pain. Let him go. A calm, icy voice came from the inner hall. Su-Han walked out slowly, hands behind his back, flanked by his subordinates. He didn't even glance at the bald man, his gaze sweeping over the injured brothers on the ground, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. You've hurt my men and smashed my door. Are you Blood Fiend Guards trying to rebel? Rebel? The bald man sneered at Su-Han, releasing Gui Lao, and said arrogantly, Su-Han, you pretty-faced sycophant who climbed the ranks by bootlicking, don't put on a chief steward's airs with me. I'm here on the young master's orders to take the prisoner Mad Mo for interrogation. The young master says the Seven Peaks Grand Competition tomorrow needs a sacrifice. That traitor Mad Mo is perfect for a blood ritual. Men, go to the earth tier and drag Mad Mo out. Yes. Two Blood Fiend Guards grinned viciously and charged forward. I'd like to see who dares. Su-Han stood still, not moving, and spoke flatly. But as the words fell, whoosh. A black afterimage dropped without warning from the shadows of the hall's ceiling. A flash of cold light. The two Blood Fiend Guards who had just taken a step didn't even have time to scream. Twin jets of blood spurted from their throats, and they fell stiffly. Ing Sha. He stood silently beside the corpses, the pitch-black dagger in his hand, unstained like a death god devoid of emotion. What a... The bald man's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected Su-Han to actually strike, and with a killing blow at that. Su-Han, you dare kill the young master's men. The bald man raised his ghost head, sword, his late-stage divine palace aura erupting. Do you want to die? The one who wants to die is you. Su-Han brushed non-existent dust from his sleeve, finally, lifting his eyes to look squarely at the bald man. Go back and tell Dugu Ju. The deep dungeon is Su-Han's territory. Everyone here. Alive they're my people, of dead they're my ghosts. Want Mad Mo? Fine. Su-Han curled his lips into a sinister smile and pointed at the gate. Let him come in person. As for a watchdog like you, get lost. The word lost carried the terrifying pressure of the 12 divine palaces slamming into the bald man's chest like a heavy hammer. PFF. The bald man felt his chest tighten, spat out a mouthful of blood, and staggered back several steps. He stared at Su-Han in shock. What kind of pressure was this? The intelligence said this kid had just broken through to the Divine Palace realm. Why was his aura more terrifying than a late-stage Divine Palace cultivator? And there was also the assassin King Ing Sha watching like a hawk. A wise man knows when to retreat. Fine. Fine, Su-Han. The bald man wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes venomous. You've got guts. The young master will come in person tomorrow. Then I'll see how you die. We're leaving. He waved his hand, leading the remaining Blood Fiend Guards in a hasty retreat, not even daring to collect the two bodies. Once the Blood Fiend Guards were completely gone, the guards in the hall snapped back to reality, looking at Su-Han with fervent admiration. The previous Chief Steward Zhao Dezhu would bow and scrape like a grandson at the sight of the Blood Fiend Guards. But now Chief Steward Su, he actually dared to kill. Long live the Chief Steward. Someone shouted, and soon everyone joined in the cheer. Su-Han raised a hand to silence them. Take the wounded brothers for treatment, and give each of them 10 medium-grade spirit stones as compensation. For those who died, give them a lavish burial, and double the compensation. Yes. After handling the scene, Su-Han turned and went back to his room. As soon as he entered, he saw Lin Qingzhu, who had been hiding in the shadows spying. The holy maiden's gaze at Su-Han was somewhat peculiar. What? Captivated by my heroic bearing. Su-Han reverted to his flippant demeanor and teased. Madman. Lin Qingzhu finally spat out 2 words. Is it worth offending Dugu Ju for a mad alchemist? She didn't understand. If it were about profit, handing over Mad Mo was clearly the better option. Why would someone as self-serving as Su-Han risk his life to protect his people? You don't understand. Su-Han sat back in his armchair, poured himself a cup of tea, a shrewd glint in his eyes. Mad Mo is my cash cow. If I gave him up, who would ever risk their life for me in the future? Besides, Su-Han's gaze drifted out the window toward the direction of Netherpeak. Dugu-ju wants Mad Mo this time. On the surface it's for a blood sacrifice, but in truth it's a slap to the owner. He's testing my bottom line, and also testing the bottom line of Elder Wong behind me. Ding. Today's intelligence confirmed. Dugu-ju's true intention to humiliate Wang Chongqing's faction by forcibly taking a prisoner from the deep dungeon, thereby demoralizing his opponents before tomorrow's Seven Peaks grand competition. Since he's shoving his face in front of me, if I don't slap it, I'd be letting him off too easy. Su-Han put down his teacup and pulled a jade communication slip from his bosom. This was given to him by Wang Chongqing for emergencies. Mu Qing grind the ink. I'm going to write a plea for help, so touching that our backer will be moved. Lin Qingzhu watched Su-Han's scheming expression, and a chill ran down her spine. Dugu-ju thought Su-Han was a soft persimmon. Little did he know this was an iron plate laced with poison. Dugu-ju is in for a fall. Lin Qingzhu silently walked over to grind the ink, a hint of anticipation stirring in her heart. She looked forward to seeing that arrogant young master of the demon cult stumble at the hands of this man. In the steward's study, the scent of ink lingered in the air. Su-Han moved his brush with masterful strokes across the rice paper, while Lin Qingzhu ground ink beside him, unable to resist stealing a glance at what he had written. After just one glance, the corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. This was no plea for help. It was nothing less than a tearfully moving memorial, or rather, a weaponized letter designed to sow discord without drawing a single drop of blood. This subordinate's death is of little consequence. However, young Master Dugu has openly declared, Yulao is merely Wang Chongqing's kennel. Today I shall not only slay the dog but strike down its master. The venom in his words runs too deep for me to record them all. Currently Mo Fengzi is a pill-refining prodigy I carefully selected for the elder. If he falls victim to his blood sacrifice, the loss of our face is minor, but undermining the elder's authority is a grave matter. This subordinate is willing to lead all brothers of Yulao to defend the gate with our lives. Even if our bodies are shattered to pieces, we shall not let the young master take a single step forward. All we pray is that in our next life we may again serve as the elder's humble dog. After reading the letter, Lin Qingzhu's gaze towards Su-Han had completely changed. You? This is utterly shameless. When did Dugu-ju ever call it Wang Chongqing's kennel? When did he ever say he wanted to slap Elder Wang's face? Su-Han blew on the ink to dry it, carefully folded the letter, and slipped it into his transmission flying sword. That's exactly what he thinks. I merely gave voice to his thoughts. Su-Han stood firmly justified. Besides, in politics this is called artistic embellishment. As long as Wang Chongqing believes it, the falsehood becomes truth. Go and dispatch this flying sword. Su-Han handed the flying sword to Lin Qingzhu. Remember to use an expedited talisman. It must reach Elder Wang before noon tomorrow. Lin Qingzhu took the flying sword, her expression fraught with complexity. This man possessed unfathomable strength, yet his ability to manipulate human nature was even more chilling. Dugu-ju had encountered an opponent whose misfortune was beyond measure. The following day, high noon. The blazing sun hung overhead, yet the square outside Yulao was shrouded in an atmosphere of grim menace. Rumble. The earth trembled. A crimson procession of over 100 riders swept forward in magnificent formation. At the forefront, a luxurious war chariot pulled by 3 flamed demons roared onward. Upon it sat Dugu-ju, draped in a golden-red python-patterned robe, his purple-gold crown gleaming, reclining lazily on a soft cushion, with 2 enchanting. Flanking the chariot were 2 deeply intimidating elderly men. Left and right guardians. Both peak stage Dharma appearance cultivators. This was no rescue mission, this was a complete annihilation. Su-Han, get out here this instant, you worms. Dugu-ju's voice, amplified by spiritual energy, exploded across the sky above Yulao like thunder. The hour has come. Hand over Mo Fengzi. Otherwise today I shall flatten this entire Yulao. Yet, the 2 newly repaired black iron gates of Yulao remained firmly shut. Upon the city wall, Su-Han stood in his black steward robes, flanked by his sword-carrying handmaid Mu Qing, with the expressionless Ing Sha trailing behind. Oh, isn't this young master? Su-Han leaned over the crenellations, actually holding a handful of melon seeds, cracking them leisurely, and letting the shells fall. Such a grand procession. If one didn't know better, they'd think you were launching an assault on a righteous sect's mountain stronghold. Save your breath. Dugu-ju's temper flared at Su-Han's casual demeanor. Where is he? Him. Su-Han spat out a melon seed shell and spread his hands with an innocent expression. So sorry, young master. Mo Fengzi suffered a stomach ailment last night and collapsed from the torment. He's currently occupying the latrine. Perhaps you could come in and smell the aroma. Beside him, Lin Qingzhu nearly laughed aloud. This guy really dared to make up any excuse. Seek death. Dugu-ju flew into a raging fury, shoving the women from his arms and rising to his feet. refusing a toast only to be forced into a forfeit. Left and right guardians blast open those gates. Charge in. And that's Su-Han. Take him alive. This young master will mount his head on a beacon fire. Yes. The two Dharma appearance late-stage guardians stepped forward in unison. Boom. Boom. Terrifying pressure erupted instantly. Two enormous palms of demonic energy condensed in the sky, carrying world-shattering momentum, and smashed down toward the gates of Yulao. If that strike landed, not only would the gates shatter, but Su-Han and the others on the wall would be pulped into meat paste. It's over. The guards inside Yulao turned ashen with terror. A late-stage Dharma appearance strike delivered in wrath was far beyond their capacity to withstand. Only Su-Han remained. He stood exactly where he was, not even adopting a defensive stance. He merely squinted, watching a streak of light hurtling toward them from the horizon, a smile of planned executed, curling his lips. 3, 2, 1. Here they come. Just as those two demonic palms were about to crush the city wall. Who dares lay a hand on this old man's people? An ancient yet overwhelmingly domineering roar descended from the heavens themselves. Shing! A pitch-black blade aura slashed across the sky, carrying the momentum to sever mountains and rivers, arriving before the demonic attack could land. Thud! Thud! The two fearsome demonic palms in the face of that blade aura were like paper. They split cleanly in half and dissipated into the air. Immediately following, an elderly man in gray robes, a long blade strapped to his back, crashed down before the gates of Yulao like a falling meteor. Boom. The ground cracked, dust billowed in all directions. As the haze cleared, it revealed the old man's face, grim as still water and his eyes sharp as a falcon's. Former director of the Punishment Hall, current inner sect Grand Elder, Wang Changsheng. Behind him, Li Gui arrived with hundreds of elite Punishment Hall warriors surrounding the gates of Yulao so tightly that not even a fly could pass through. W. C. H. A. N. G. S. H. E. N. G. On the war chariot, Duguju's expression darkened instantly. He never expected this old hermit who spent all his time in seclusion to personally come out of retirement for a mere Yulao steward. Insolent brat, daring to speak an elder's name without honorifics. Is that the breeding you received? Wang Changsheng snorted coldly, driving his long blade heavily into the ground. Hum. A terrifying pressure belonging to the void-piercing realms swept through the entire area. The flame demon horses pulling the chariot shook in terror and collapsed to their knees. Duguju's two guardians also grunted in pain, forced to circulate their energy to resist. Elder Wang. Duguju gritted his teeth, staring ferociously at Wang Changsheng. You would protect a murderer who killed our sect's disciples? Murderer? Wang Changsheng sneered. Wang Tong was also my disciple, and my own grandson. I haven't settled scores with you for his death yet. Su-Han is now the steward of Yulao, personally appointed by this old man. If he breaks the law, the Punishment Hall will handle him. When did a mere young master gain the right to dispense private justice? Are you disregarding this old man or the entire council of elders? Every word struck to the heart. Wang Changsheng's rhetoric followed Su-Han's letter to the letter's exact logic. He had elevated a personal conflict into a political confrontation. Young master faction versus elder faction. You? Duguju trembled with rage. He never imagined the situation would spiral this far out of control. If he did not retreat, war with Wang Changsheng was inevitable today. Should the sect master lay blame upon him for disrupting the Seven Peaks competition, he would bear the consequences. But if he retreated, how could he save face before all these witnesses? Upon the city wall, Su-Han watched the tense standoff below, his mood splendid. Mu Qing. He patted Lin Qingzhu's shoulder and pointed toward Wang Changsheng and Duguju below. See that? This is what they call dogs fighting over a bone, fur flying everywhere. And we. Su-Han grabbed another handful of melon seeds, smiling like a cunning merchant. Simply sit here and enjoy the show. Lin Qingzhu looked at Su-Han's obnoxious profile, her heart a turmoil of complex emotions. Two top-tier powerhouses locked in confrontation, hundreds of elite cultivators radiating murderous intent, and the instigator of it all sitting there cracking seeds, as if nothing were amiss. What kind of mindset was this? What manner of control over circumstances? Su-Han. Lin Qingzhu silently murmured the name in her heart. She suddenly felt that compared to those so-called righteous genius prodigies, this demonic cultivator with a belly full of crooked schemes seemed far more unfathomable and far more terrifying. The best is yet to come. Su-Han suddenly discarded his melon seeds, his eyes growing profoundly deep, because across his retina a new piece of intelligence had flashed into view. Ding! Today's intelligence has refreshed. Breaking intelligence due to Wang Changsheng's emergence from seclusion. Sect Master Li Qianjue has prematurely ended his own cultivation retreat. Within 3 breaths he will descend with a doctrine. The big boss is coming out to take control. Su-Han's lips curved upward slightly. Looks like I need to prepare as well, to attend this feast of dividing the cake. With a deafening rumble, just as the clash of auras between Wang Changsheng and Duguju was about to ignite the entire arena, the perennial snow atop the Yuming Peak suddenly collapsed. The sky seemed torn apart by an invisible giant hand as rolling demon clouds converged into a massive sky-obscuring blood red, eye coldly gazing down at the ants below. Enough. Just 2 words. No roar, no hell. Yet this voice, like the resonance of the great Tao, exploded directly in the depths of everyone's soul. Thump, thump. Whether the arrogant blood fiend guards or the murderous punishment hall disciples, at this moment they fell to their knees like harvested wheat, unable even to lift their heads. Even the left and right protectors at the late Dharma aspect realm turned pale, bowed in salute, and dared not act rashly. Great perfection of the void insight realm. The heavenly demon sect's leader Li Qianjue. All hail the sect leader. A tidal wave of salutations resounded through the heavens. Only Wang Changsheng and Dugu Ju could still barely stand, but they also restrained their auras and bowed slightly toward the blood-red eye in the sky. With a great enemy before us and the righteous path not yet extinguished, you are here fighting among yourselves. The blood-red eye in the sky slowly turned, finally fixing its gaze on the entrance of the dark prison. Is this the fine disciple and elder I have taught? Sect leader, forgive us. Wang Changsheng and Dugu Ju lowered their heads simultaneously. Humph. With a cold snort from Li Qianjue, the overwhelming pressure receded like a tide. The 7 Peaks tournament is imminent. All grudges will be settled on the arena. From this moment, the Shura platform is opened. If anyone has grievances, step onto the platform and sign a life and death contract. No quarter given. Furthermore, Li Qianjue's voice suddenly carried a hint of meaning. The top 10 of this tournament may enter the heavenly demon pool for a 3-day baptism. The champion will be granted the position of Holy Son and control over the sect's punishment authority. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, Dugu Ju's eyes instantly turned red. Holy Son, punishment authority. This was originally what Wang Tong and he had been contending over. Now that Wang Tong was dead, as long as he won the championship, the entire heavenly demon sect would truly become his one-man rule. By the sect leader's decree, Dugu Ju accepted the order loudly, his eyes filled with fervent determination. All disperse. The blood-red eye in the sky dissipated and the demon clouds returned to calm. A crisis that could have sparked an internal war was thus effortlessly suppressed by Li Qianjue. You're lucky. Dugu Ju turned around, glared fiercely at Su Han, then looked at Wang Changsheng. Elder Wang will meet on the Shura platform. I hope by then you still have someone capable under your command. With that, he left with the blood fiend guards. In front of the dark prison, only Su Han, Wang Changsheng, and the others remained. Su Han. Wang Changsheng sheathed his long saber, his sharp old eyes scanning Su Han from head to toe, as if reassessing the young man's worth. Your subordinate is here. Su Han hurried forward, still maintaining a respectful demeanor. You did well this time. Wang Changsheng nodded. Though your methods were a bit aggressive, you didn't disgrace this old man. However, you've thoroughly offended Dugu Ju to the death. Tomorrow's 7 Peaks tournament, he will definitely send someone to target you. Even against the entire dark prison. Saying this, Wang Changsheng sighed. Originally, I wanted to let you train for a few more years. But now, Wang Tong is dead. Among the younger generation, this old man's lineage has no one to use. He suddenly reached out and patted Su Han's shoulder, his tone serious. Su Han, are you willing to represent my lineage and participate in the 7 Peaks tournament? Me? Su Han pointed at himself in surprise. Elder, your subordinate has only just broken through to the early Divine Palace realm. A battle at that level wouldn't I just be cannon fodder? Stop pretending. Wang Changsheng looked at him with an ambiguous smile. To survive in a place like the 10,000 Demon Cave and still make Dugu Ju so furious, if you don't have some hidden trump card, not even a ghost would believe it. Don't worry, I don't expect you to win the championship. As long as you can break into the top 50 in the tournament and thoroughly disgust Dugu Ju's people, I promise you wealth and glory. This, Su Han feigned hesitation. But in reality, a piece of information he couldn't refuse had already flashed on his retina. Ding. Today's intelligence refreshed golden opportunity. The heavenly demon pool mentioned by the sect leader is the convergence point of the demon sect's spiritual veins. Deep at the bottom of the pool lies a chaos heaven patching stone. Effect: this object can not only completely heal Yi Hongyi's physical hidden injuries, helping her return to her peak, but also cause a qualitative change in your 12 divine palaces, unlocking the second form. Acquisition condition: must enter the top 10 of the tournament, obtain the qualification to enter the pool, and dive to the bottom during the baptism. Top 10. Su Han sneered inwardly. Isn't it just fighting? With such great benefits, let alone the top 10, even the first place, I'll snatch it for you to see. Since the elder thinks so highly of me. Su Han took a deep breath, his face showing a go-all-out expression of determination, and knelt on one knee. Your subordinate is willing to go. I will not disappoint the elder's expectations. Good. You have guts. Wang Changsheng laughed heartily, casually tossing Su Han a token and several jade bottles. Take these. This is the tournament token and healing pills. Come to the Yuming Peak training ground early tomorrow. Yes. After seeing off Wang Changsheng, Su Han held the token and turned to walk back into the dark prison. Are you really going? Lin Qingzhu, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. Looking at Su Han's back, her eyes were complex. The 7 Peaks tournament is the highest level slaughter of the demon sect. At that time there will be many experts at the late Divine Palace realm, or even perfection. You have some skills but worried about me. Suhan stopped, turned to look at her with a half-smile. I wish you would die on the stage so I can get back my jade slip. Lin Qingzhu snorted coldly and turned away. Hypocritical. Suhan smiled, not exposing her. He walked to the high platform of the training ground, looking at the many prisoners drilling below. Mu Qing. Suhan suddenly called out. What? Go pack your things. Suhan gazed at the distant main peak towering into the clouds, his eyes flashing with unprecedented ambition and sharpness. Tomorrow you come with me. Me? Lin Qingzhu was stunned. What am I going for? To collect your corpse? No. Suhan turned around, walked up to her, and reached out to tidy a stray strand of hair by her temple. I'm going to kill people. And you? Suhan leaned close to her ear and whispered, are responsible for handing me the knife. And let you see what the righteous path you yearn for and the demon sect you detest are like in the face of true interests. What the difference really is. With that, Suhan strode toward the death cell. Since he had decided to participate in the tournament and aim for the top 10, he needed to make some preparations. He had to go to that Empress to borrow some private goods. Dark Prison Death Section. Do you wish to learn a martial technique? Yi Hongyi leaned lazily against a stone chair draped with a white tiger pelt, swirling a glass of crimson spirit wine in her hand as she watched Suhan before her with an amused gaze. Yes. Suhan spoke with utmost sincerity. Duguju will certainly be targeting me during tomorrow's Seven Peaks Grand Competition. Although my heavenly demon creation art is formidable, it is primarily an inner cultivation method with overly singular offensive techniques. Besides, Suhan glanced at Lin Qingzhu, who stood obediently with lowered eyes beside him. I cannot keep relying on a woman to fight for me. That would be far too shameful. Heh. Yi Hongyi let out a soft laugh, her gaze sweeping over Lin Qingzhu. At this moment the holy maiden was carrying a food box, cursing Suhan 100 times in her heart. Dragging her here at midnight to this creepy place just to meet this terrifying woman in red. Faces earned through fists, not words. Yi Hongyi set down her wine cup, her bare feet treading upon the carpet as she approached Suhan step by step. What do you wish to learn? The sword techniques of the Taishang Dao sect? Or the demonic arts of my heavenly demon cult? Both. Suhan made an audacious request. Ideally something that appears utterly ordinary at first glance, but upon execution can shatter a person's skull, while also delivering a magnificent slap to Duguju's face. Slap Duguju's face. A sharp gleam flashed across Yi Hongyi's eyes. How interesting. She pondered for a moment, then the corners of her lips curled into a domineering arc. Since you wish to deal that sort of humiliation, I shall teach you one move. A secret technique passed down exclusively to successive cult masters. The Great Black Heavenly Demon Hand. What a... Lin Qingzhu, who had been playing deaf and dumb, could no longer contain herself and let out a startled cry. The Great Black Heavenly Demon Hand. That was the Heavenly Demon cult's ultimate killing technique. Legend had it that when this technique was unleashed, heaven and earth would be plunged into darkness and 10,000 demons would submit in obedience. Even Duguju's prized Heavenly Demon Bloodhand was merely a simplified derivative of this very move. This woman in red was willing to teach it so casually. Who exactly was she? Silence. Yi Hongyi cast her a frigid glance. MMPH. Lin Qingzhu felt as though a heavy hammer had struck her chest. Her face turned stark white in an instant, and she had to clasp both hands tightly over her mouth, daring not to utter another sound. Watch carefully. Ignoring Lin Qingzhu's shock, Yi Hongyi raised her jade-like fair palm and gently pressed it against the empty air. Her movement was as tender as if caressing a lover's face. But the very next moment, boom! The very space within the entire death section cave collapsed suddenly. A colossal hand seal fully 10 zhang in size materialized out of thin air, forged from pure laws of darkness. It possessed none of the gory blood-soaked special effects that Duguju's version displayed, nor any of the wailing ghostly noises. Only the most ultimate blackness. Blackness that devoured all light, all sound, all spiritual energy. The hand seal hovered suspended in midair, radiating an aura of absolute annihilation that sent chills racing across Suhan's scalp despite his 12 divine palaces. This is what a true heavenly demon hand looks like. Yi Hongyi withdrew her hand, and the oppressive pressure that filled the air dissipated in an instant. The one Duguju practices, called the Blood Hand Seal, is a castrated version refined by that fool Li Qinjue in his haste for quick mastery. Flashy but utterly worthless, nothing but a scare tactic. Suhan swallowed hard. Only this empress would dare to call the cult master's supreme art trash. Want to learn it? Yi Hongyi asked. Yes. Suhan nodded enthusiastically like a mortar pestle pounding rice. Good. Yi Hongyi curled her finger in a beckoning gesture. Come here. Let this seat strike you. Huh. Suhan paused in surprise. This technique bears no cultivation manual or incantations, only an overarching intent. Yi Hongyi's smile carried a touch of ruthlessness. Only by being struck and personally experiencing the despair of annihilation can you grasp its essence. Do not worry. This seat shall suppress her cultivation base and employ only the power of early divine palace realm. Are you ready? Before Su-Han could even say not yet. Wham! A black shadow flashed. Su-Han's entire body was launched outward, crashing heavily into the rock wall and sticking fast as if fused into the stone. Too slow. Yi Hongyi remained standing where she was, not even the hem of her dress stirring. The essence of the great black heavenly demon hand lies in momentum. Crush your foe with overwhelming pressure and seal off their spatial mobility. If you had anticipated my chi fluctuations a moment earlier, you could have dodged. Cough cough. Su-Han crawled out from the pile of crushed rocks, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Yet a fierce battle lust ignited in his eyes. Again. For the following hour. What was hell for Su-Han was merely a VIP front row seat to the spectacle for Lin Qingzhu. Thwack. Su-Han was slapped away. Thwack. Su-Han was slapped away again. Are you a pig? That strike was a feint. The true killing intent lurks within the shadows. Again. Lin Qingzhu crouched in a corner watching Su-Han, who usually behaved so arrogantly and bullied her, being mercilessly thrashed by Yi Hongyi like a punching bag. She couldn't help but feel immense satisfaction. Hit him hard. Beat him to death, you bastard. She screamed wildly in her heart to cheer her side on. But, as time passed, the schadenfreude in Lin Qingzhu's eyes gradually gave way to astonishment. The first time Su-Han couldn't even withstand a single strike. The 10th time Su-Han could barely track Yi Hongyi's movements. The 50th time, Su-Han actually managed to execute a counterattack before the great black heavenly demon hand descended. The 100th time. Boom! A muffled explosion. This time Su-Han did not fly backward. He stood his ground, demonic energies surging all around his body, and extended his own palm, crashing it violently against Yi Hongyi's fair hand, though he could only hold his ground for a single breath before being driven back 3 steps. Still, within his palm a deeply profound black vortex had unexpectedly begun to coalesce. That annihilation intent which devoured all things, though still immature, had already taken the initial form of the great black heavenly demon hand. What a... Lin Qingzhu's eyes widened in disbelief as she clamped her hands over her mouth. In merely 1 hour. This was the supreme, ultimate art of the demonic sect. Even an unparalleled genius would require 3 to 5 years to even step through the door. This guy learned it just by taking a beating. What on earth was this monster-level talent? Huff. Huff. Su-Han panted heavily, gazing at the black vortex in his palm, his mouth stretching from ear to ear in a grin. This is the great black heavenly demon hand. Thank you, your imperial majesty, for the instruction. Opposite him, Yi Hongyi retracted her hand, and an unmistakable gleam of amazement flashed across her eyes as she looked at Su-Han. She had originally believed Su-Han would need at least 3 days of practice. To her surprise, this young man's comprehension was even more terrifying than she had imagined. Coupled with the foundation of his 12 divine palaces, he was practically born to master this technique. Adequate enough. Yi Hongyi turned around primly, concealing the appreciation in her eyes. Since you've learned it, scram. Tomorrow's competition, do not disgrace this seat's name. If you lose to Duguju, that good-for-nothing disciple of his. Yi Hongyi tilted her head, her crimson lips parting slightly, as killing intent radiated from her voice. This seat will personally cripple you to spare myself the annoyance of looking at you. Rest assured. Su-Han clenched his fist, feeling the power within his palm that seemed capable of crushing the void itself. He glanced at Lin Qingzhu beside him, who was still stunned, and grabbed her wrist. Let's go, Mu Qing. Let's return and sleep. Get some rest. Tomorrow, we're going to wreck the venue. Watching the two walk away, Yi Hongyi stood in the empty cave, lifting the cup of spirit wine she hadn't finished, and drained it in one gulp. Wreck the venue, huh? In those crimson-red pupils of hers, the shimmering ripples of the cold pool were reflected, as though she were already envisioning tomorrow's blood-soaked arena. Li Qianjue, your days of peace are numbered. The next morning at the martial arts arena of Minyu Peak. As the main peak of the heavenly demon cult, Minyu Peak was unusually bustling today. A massive black fighting platform hovered in midair, surrounded by canopy-like banners and thunderous war drums. Tens of thousands of disciples from the 7 major peaks gathered here, their roaring voices shaking the heavens. Look, that's the Bloodfiend Peak team. Leading them is Li Lai the Mad Blade, who is said to have already reached the peak of Divine Palace Realm. That's the corpse driver from the Refining Corpse Peak, carrying 3 bronze-armored corpses on his back. Truly terrifying. The enchanting maidens from Hahuan Valley have arrived as well. Oh my, look at those figures. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Each time a renowned prodigy entered the arena, it sparked waves of commotion. Just then, make way, make way. Can't you see the master of Nether Prison approaches? Clear the path. A remarkably arrogant yet utterly out-of-place shout came from the outer ring. The crowd parted to look. A path was forcefully cleared through the dense throng. Su-Han wore a brand-new black and gold steward's robe, flicking a folding fan in one hand, strutting forward with an unbothered, swaggering gait. Trailing behind him was Lin Qingzhu, her expression one of utter resignation, carrying a teapot and fruit platter as his so-called maidservant. Following them were more than a dozen fearsome Nether Prison guards, holding aloft a massive banner that read, nether prison ever victorious. They looked more like some amateur troupe parading through the city than serious competitors. Puffed. Someone couldn't hold back their laughter. The nether prison, that place for housing prisoners, is entering the grand tournament. Is that pretty boy Suhan the one who rose to power on flattery alone? Only at the early stage of Divine Palace realm. Is he here to be a joke? And he brought a maid along. She's so ugly, and he still brings her out. What twisted taste he has. Facing the torrent of mockery surrounding him, Suhan not only remained unangered, but smiled warmly and bowed with folded fists. Thank you all for your support. Thank you, thank you. Muo Qing handed out lucky candies to everyone. Lin Qingzhu. She kept her head lowered, her fingers gripping the fruit platter tightly. If not for the greater plan, she truly wanted to smash that platter onto Suhan's infuriating face and slaughter every demonic cultist who dared mock her. Hand them out. Suhan glanced back and urged, what are you dawdling for? Show some awareness. Lin Qingzhu took a deep breath, grabbed a handful of inferior candies, and hurled them toward the crowd like hidden weapons. Ow. Who threw that at me? This maid has quite the strong arm. The crowd erupted into chaos. Seizing the moment, Suhan threaded through the people and arrived at the core area of the arena, the betting district. This was the official gambling venue established by the heavenly demon cult, already swarmed with people. A massive luminous screen displayed the betting odds for each competitor. Dugu Ju Young Master 1-1. 0-1 Li Lai Bloodfiend Peak 1-3. Suhan squinted and finally found his name at the very bottom of the screen. Suhan Nether Prison 1-100. Note highly likely to exit in the first round. Suggested bet wager on how many moves he survives before being eliminated. 1-100. Suhan clicked his tongue. Who are you insulting with these odds? He snapped his folding fan shut with a sharp crack and slammed a black crystal card heavily onto the counter. Place a bet on Suhan. Championship winner. The registering disciple stared at him as though he were mad. Are you certain? That's 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. If you lose. I said place the bet. Why so many questions? Suhan sported the brash demeanor of a nouveau riche. I've got plenty of money. This is boosting my own morale. Have you no sense? Fine. Would I dare stop someone from handing me money? The disciple quickly prepared the receipt, cursing inwardly at the fool. Wait. Suhan took the receipt and suddenly turned to look at Lin Qingzhu behind him. Muo Qing, place a bet as well. I have no money, Lin Qingzhu replied coldly. Her storage bag had long been confiscated. No money. Suhan's gaze fell upon the seemingly ordinary wooden hairpin adorning her coiffure. It was a token of the Supreme Dao sect. Though plain in appearance, it was crafted from thousand-year thunderstruck wood and was absolutely priceless. That hairpin is nice. Suhan reached out to pluck it free. Pawn it. Bet it all on your young master's victory. You dare. Lin Qingzhu panicked, clutching her hair and stepping back. That was left to me by my mother. It's her lasting keepsake. So what if it's a keepsake? Once we win, I'll redeem it for you and buy you a golden one instead. Unmoved, Suhan reached out and snatched at it directly. As the two struggled, their positioning grew intimate, resembling nothing more than a spoiled young master flirting with his own maid. This Suhan really is something. The crowd erupted in laughter. He's participating in the grand tournament and can't even stop himself from flirting. Does he know he's doomed and wants to live it up one last time before dying? Just then, boom, a deafening explosion split the sky. A magnificent crimson flying vessel tore through the clouds and hovered above the arena. Dugu Ju, clad in python-patterned robes, looked down upon the crowd from above. His gaze swept over Suhan below, a flash of undisguised killing intent crossing his eyes. Silence. An enforcement elder soared onto the arena and bellowed, the Seven Peaks Grand Tournament begins now. First round, lottery draw. The massive luminous screen began to scroll, countless names flashing across it at breathtaking speed. Suhan ceased his playful tussle with Lin Qingzhu and raised his head, the corners of his mouth curling into an imperceptible cold smile. Ding. Today's intelligence has refreshed. Red intelligence. Dugu Ju has bribed the lottery elder. Your first opponent will be arranged as Wang Dali, an elite disciple of Bloodfiend Peak mid-stage Divine Palace realm, endowed with monstrous strength, notorious for his cruelty. Objective: publicly tear you apart in the first round, thereby slapping Wang Chongqing's face in the process. As expected, the next moment the luminous screen locked onto a single matchup. Match 1: Suhan of Nether Prison versus Wang Dali of Bloodfiend Peak. Whoa! The entire arena erupted in astonishment. Wang Dali, that monster who tears apart tigers and leopards with his bare hands. This is it. Suhan's luck is abysmal. He runs into this kind of hardcore rival right in the first round. Those 1,000 spirit stones, he better gone down the drain. Among the crowd, Dugu Ju wore a cruel smile. He made a throat-slitting gesture toward a burly man not far away. That burly man stood over 2.5 meters tall, his body a mass of knotted muscle, carrying a pair of enormous bronze hammers, sneering viciously at Suhan. Brat, get up here and face death. Wang Dali launched himself into the air and slammed down onto the arena with tremendous force, causing the entire martial arts grounds to tremble 3 times over. Suhan, however, remained unhurried. He adjusted his collar, then took the teapot from Lin Qingzhu's hands and took a long swig. Muo Qing. Suhan handed the teapot back to Lin Qingzhu, his eyes conveying an unfathomable calmness. Keep that receipt safe. It's our capital for turning things around in the future. With that said, beneath Lin Qingzhu's complicated gaze, and amid the mocking laughter of tens of thousands in the arena, Suhan did not employ any movement technique. Instead, step by step, he slowly and deliberately climbed the stairs ascending toward the arena that would decide his fate. Come then. Suhan stood before Wang Dali, his figure appearing extraordinarily slight. He raised a single finger and gently beckoned toward the opponent who resembled a mountain of flesh. I hope you can take a few good hits. On the arena, fierce winds howled. Wang Dali carried 2 bronze war hammers as large as millstones, his muscles bulging like rock each step, making the platform tremble. Boy! Wang Dali smashed the war hammers together with great force, producing a deafening clang and showering sparks that made the front row spectators' eardrums ache. Let me tell you, I'm giving you a chance. If you kneel and kowtow 3 times right now shouting, "Long live young Master Dugu," I'll only cripple your limbs and let you keep your dog life. If you don't kneel, Wang Dali licked his lips, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. I'll hammer you into meat paste and make dumplings. Faced with such a brutal threat, Suhan merely picked his ears, showing impatience on his face. Hey big guy. Suhan flicked the earwax off his fingertip. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Did your young master not feed you enough, or did you forget to brush your teeth before coming out trying to choke me with your breath? Puffed. Lin Qingzhu, though trying to maintain her aloof demeanor, couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. This guy's mouth is even more poisonous than venom. You're asking for death. Wang Dali flew into a rage instantly. As an elite from the Blood Fiend Peak, he had never been so humiliated. Roar! He let out a beast-like roar, unleashing the spiritual power of the Middle Divine Palace realm without restraint. His whole body resembled an out-of-control heavy war chariot carrying momentum to crush everything charging towards Suhan. Earth-shaking hammer technique. Open mountain. Both war hammers raised high, enveloped in immense power, came crashing down. This strike not only sealed off all of Suhan's escape routes, but also generated a gravitational field that pinned Suhan firmly in place. It's over. Someone from the audience cried out. Suhan is scared stupid. He doesn't move at all. He's doomed. Even a cultivator at the same realm would be heavily injured by taking this hammer blow head-on. Dugu Ju sat on the high platform, a cruel smile already playing on his lips. However, Suhan at the center of the storm, his eyes remained as calm as a pool of stagnant water. System activate combat assistance mode. Scanning target. On the retina, Wang Dali's movements seemed to slow down tenfold in Suhan's eyes. Red data streams refreshed frantically. Target Wang Dali technique, earth-shaking hammer technique, weakness analysis, old injury at the left ankle causing a 0.1 second pause when exerting force. Center of gravity leaning too far forward, and the inertia of both hammers is too great, once missed unable to stop force. Combat plan step 3 inches to the right, attack the soft numb point at the left knee, use their strength against them. Too easy, Suhan sneered inwardly. Just as the giant hammer was less than 3 inches from his head, the terrifying wind pressure, even disheveling his hair, moved. No flashy spiritual power explosion, not even using any movement techniques. Suhan seemed to have known exactly where the hammer would land, his footsteps lightly drifting half a step to the right. Only half a step. Whoosh! The massive bronze hammer brushed past Suhan's nose, the generated wind gust scraping his cheek painfully. But it was merely a brush. Missed. Wang Dali's pupils sharply contracted. This hammer strike had used all his strength with tremendous inertia, and now that it had missed, his entire body went uncontrollably forward. Oh my, watch out for the slippery ground. A teasing voice sounded beside his ear. Suhan extended one foot, precisely hooking onto Wang Dali's left ankle that had the old injury. At the same time, he raised his hand and gave a light push on Wang Dali's back, as if shooing away a fly. This push skillfully employed the 4 ounces deflects 1,000 pounds technique from the Tai Shang Ganing Pian. Crack! The already fragile old injury instantly ruptured. Ah! Wang Dali let out a scream, completely losing his balance. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of dazed eyes, this tower-like giant, like a drunk fat man, staggered past the arena edge. And then, splash! He face-planted into the arena, tumbling headfirst. The 2 giant hammers in his hands flew out, landing on the referee's table, with a clang scaring the elders' mustaches askew. Silence. Dead silence. The entire arena of tens of thousands mouths agape, watching Wang Dali twitching on the ground, unable to get up for a long time, their minds only containing 3 words. Was it really that simple? 1. The referee elder was also stunned for a long while before announcing disbelief. First match. Yulao Suhan wins. Rumble. Only then did the entire arena erupt in an earth-shattering commotion. Damn. This is also possible. Is Wang Dali here to act? How could he trip himself? Fixed. Definitely fixed. That Suhan didn't even use force. My spirit stones. Damn Wang Dali. I'll kill you. Curses and doubts rose one after another. No one believed Suhan won by skill, though everyone thought Wang Dali made a mistake, or that Suhan was too lucky. On the high platform, Dugu Ju's face was so dark it seemed water could drip from it. Waste. He smashed the railing in front of him with a palm strike. How could you not even hit a stationary target? Drag him to feed the dogs. On the other side, Wang Chongqing narrowed his eyes, a glint of sharp light flashing in his old eyes. What precise vision? What seasoned experience? This kid is not simple. On the arena, Su Han patted the non-existent dust off his hands with a look of lingering fear on his chest. Scared the hell out of me. Lucky this fat guy has bad legs, otherwise I'd have ended up here today. After saying that, he shouted to the audience, everyone, thanks. This was purely luck. I'll definitely lose next time. Keep betting on me to lose, everyone. While speaking, he ran down the stage happily and came to Lin Qingzhu's side. How was it? Mooching. Su Han raised his eyebrows, waving the folding fan in his hand. Did young master look cool with that divine dragon wag's tail just now? Lin Qingzhu looked at him without expression. Just now everyone thought Su Han was lucky. Only she, as a sword cultivator, had seen the danger in that instant. To calmly find that single weakness under the full force strike of a middle divine palace realm cultivator and defeat the opponent with the least effort. This requires not only courage but absolute control over the combat rhythm. Cool. Lin Qingzhu ungrudgingly uttered one word, then coldly added cool shamelessly. Thanks for the compliment. Su Han chuckled indifferent. Let's go cash in. 1 to 100 odds. Made a fortune this time. With this money, next round's equipment can be upgraded. Su Han's eyes sparkled with cunning light. The first match was just a warm-up. Since playing the luck stream, he had to put on a full show. Next round will show these demonic sect yokels what technology and fierce skills means. The second match, Su Han of the Nether Prison versus Lan Xiezi of the 100 Poison Peak. With the presiding elder's thunderous shout, the entire arena erupted once more. 100 Poison Peak. Haha, Su Han is dead this time. Lan Xiezi is a poison expert. Her entire body is drenched in lethal venom. One touch and you'll dissolve into pus. Last match, Wang Dali tripped over his own feet. Let's see how Su Han fakes it this time. On the arena platform, a woman in a blue-purple tight outfit, her face enchanting, yet her eyes venomous, drifted gracefully forward. She played with 2 emerald serpents in her hands, the surrounding air turning pale purple from the intense toxicity. Oh, isn't this Manager Su? Lan Xiezi swayed her serpentine waist, her voice lethally sweet. I heard your last win was rather fortunate. I wonder if you'll have such luck again. Luck? Su Han stood opposite, still fanning himself with that folding fan, his smile seemingly harmless. Senior sister Lan jokes. Against you I need no luck. Oh. Lan Xiezi's eyes turned cold. Then what do you rely on? Su Han closed his fan and carefully pulled out a specially crafted pigskin mask stuffed full of detoxifying herbs refined by Mo Fengzi. He slowly donned it and spoke in a muffled tone. Science. The audience erupted in laughter once more. Is Su Han here to clown around? What's with that pighead mask? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Is he afraid of being poisoned? Lan Xiezi was provoked into laughter, playing tricks. Since you want to die, I'll oblige. 10,000 poisons devour the heart. Boom. She waved both hands, and a sky-filling purple mist instantly enveloped the arena. Countless poisonous insects and snakes flickered in the mist, pouncing towards Su Han. Die. However, Su Han at the mist's center remained motionless. Through his retinal interface, he clearly saw the mist's composition and weaknesses. Target: Lan Xiezi. Poison art: Purple Fiend. Mist main components: Bone Rot Grass, Purple Spotted Snake Venom. Weakness: highly flammable. Additionally, Lan Xiezi must stand at the wind's eye to sustain the mist. Master Mo's stash finally proves useful. Su Han chuckled beneath his mask. He didn't unleash any earth-shattering spells on this Xinxiao arena. He merely pulled out a handful of quicklime powder from his storage bag. But this wasn't ordinary quicklime. It was mixed with Mo Fengzi's specially formulated Blazing Sun Phosphorus powder. Watch this. Super invincible. Quicklime scatter. Su Han roared and flung his hand violently. Whoosh. A cloud of white powder wasn't thrown at Lan Xiezi, but scattered into the aerial poison mist. Idiot. Lan Xiezi sneered. Can quicklime counter poison? But the next second her smile froze. Because when the quicklime touched the purple mist, the instant sizzle sizzle, like water thrown into a wok of hot oil or a spark falling into an explosive barrel. Boom. A violent chemical reaction erupted instantly. The sinister purple poison mist was immediately ignited by the phosphorus powder, transforming into a massive orange-red fireball. The so-called 10,000 poisons devour the heart had become fierce fire devours the body in a blink. Off. My face. My poison insects. Lan Xiezi at the winds. I had no time to dodge and was instantly engulfed by flames. Her prized poison art became an accelerant, burning her into wailing, rolling on the ground. Quick. Extinguish the fire. Save her. The 100 Poison Peak elder, terrified, rushed onto the arena to put out the flames. And at this moment, Su Han had long removed his mask and hid afar, watching with an innocent expression at the charred, hairless Lan Xiezi. Oh, my senior sister Lan, why so careless? Playing with fire leads to bedwetting. Oh no, playing with poison leads to self-immolation. This isn't my fault. I just threw flour to make noodles. Who knew your poison gas was flammable? The entire arena fell silent. Everyone looked at the charred Lan Xiezi being carried away, then at Su-Han's leering smile, and felt a chill run down their spines. What kind of fighting style is this? Sprinkling quicklime, dust explosions. Is this still the sacred Seven Peaks grand competition? This is street thug brawling. Despicable. Shameless. On the high platform, Dugu Ju slammed the table and rose in fury. This is cheating. Using hidden weapons. Hidden weapons. Su-Han looked up with righteous indignation. Young master heirs. Poison is medicine, flower is medicine too. Everyone uses medicinal ingredients. Why call me despicable? This is called knowledge is power. The presiding elder's mouth twitched. After checking residues and confirming no spiritual energy fluctuations, he announced stiffly. Second match. Su-Han of the Nether Prison victorious. Russell. If the first match was luck, this one was thoroughly dirty. But no matter how dirty, he won. In subsequent matches, Su-Han completely unleashed his unorthodox tactics. Third match versus the corpse driver from Lianshi Peak. Instead of fighting zombies, Su-Han threw a thunder-attracting pearl at the driver's feet. Zombies fear thunder most. With a thunderclap, 3 bronze-armored corpses panicked and bolted, then turned to bite the corpse driver. Su-Han wins. Fourth match versus the enchantress from Hehuan Valley. As she cast her charm technique, Su-Han produced a giant bronze mirror reflecting sunlight. The glare blinded the enchantress. While she wept, Su-Han kicked her off the arena. Su-Han wins. Continuing his winning streak. Su-Han used 0 legitimate martial techniques. Only quicklime, eye-gouging, toe-stomping poison pills, and hidden weapons. He single-handedly distorted the entire Seven Peaks grand competition's tone. What should have been a noble Xianxia clash became a street brawl. Below the arena, Lin Qingzhu shifted from shock to numbness and finally to strange admiration. Though his methods are despicable. Lin Qingzhu watched his triumphant back amid the boos. But each time he precisely exploits the opponent's greatest weakness and achieves maximum victory with minimum cost. Is this the survival path of a great villain? Just as Su-Han smoothly advanced to the top 50. On the high platform, Dugu Ju's face darkened to its limit. He hadn't expected his arranged prodigies would all be eliminated by Su-Han's disgusting tactics. Excellent. Truly excellent, Su-Han. Since you play dirty, don't blame this young master for being ruthless. Dugu Ju gestured and a death servant cloaked in black stepped forward. Next round is a free-for-all. Dugu Ju's eyes flashed with cruelty. Send him plus those 2 onto the arena. Remember, he must not concede. I want him shattered into pieces upon that stage. Third round free-for-all. 50 contestants on the stage, the last 10 standing advance to the finals. As the referee elder gave the order, a blood-red barrier rose around the massive arena. The 50 elite disciples who had advanced were simultaneously teleported onto the stage. The atmosphere instantly froze. Attack! Someone shouted, and the scene erupted into chaos. Yet amidst the chaotic slaughter, a corner stood out as incongruous. Su-Han stood in the southeast corner of the stage, still waving his folding fan. Around him, 3 assassins clad in black robes stood in a triangular formation. They did not strike immediately, but instead encircled him, sealing off all avenues of retreat. What? The 3 of you want to play cards with me? Su-Han closed his fan and smiled at them. Let's talk. The leading assassin's voice was hoarse, like 2 pieces of iron scraping together. Su-Han, your luck has run out. To counter your lime powder and poison pills, our young master bestowed upon us the wind-calming pearl and poison-repelling armor. Whoosh! A cyan light shield blazed around the 3 of them. A whirlwind encircled them, preventing any powdery substance from getting near. Now let's see what tricks you have left. Kill. Without any probing, the 3 attacked simultaneously. Boom. 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 3 terrifying torrents of spiritual energy from the late Divine Palace realm surged upward. One wielded a blade aimed at Su-Han's head, another thrust a spear at his heart, while the third formed hand seals to seal the space. Flawless coordination, lethal strikes. This was a true death trap. It's over. The audience below shook their heads. Su-Han is done for this time. His lime powder is useless, the gap in raw power is too vast. Even Wang Changsheng on the viewing platform frowned, his hands slightly raised, as if ready to intervene. Yet, at the center of the storm, Su-Han's smile slowly faded. In its place, a chilling indifference appeared. As if a lofty deity were gazing upon a few ignorant ants. I had hoped to get along with you all as an ordinary person. Su-Han sighed softly and casually tucked the folding fan into his waist. Since you insist on seeking death, then I'll stop pretending. Facing the 3 attacks that could tear apart a peak Divine Palace realm cultivator, Su-Han advanced instead of retreating. He simply raised his right hand, fingers spread palm facing the sky. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The previously boisterous training ground fell into an eerie silence. Everyone watched in horror as the light on the stage vanished. It wasn't that the sky had darkened. Rather, all light was devoured by the profound darkness gathering in Su-Han's palm. A desolate, domineering, and terrifying aura, as if from an ancient demon god, instantly enveloped the entire venue. What is this? The 3 assassins' pupils contracted violently, their murderous intent replaced by boundless fear. They felt as if they were being targeted by a primeval beast, their blood frozen solid. Fall back. The leading assassin screamed in terror. Too late. Expressionless Su-Han pressed his right hand downward. Great dark heaven demon hand. Rumble. The void collapsed. A colossal pitch-black hand 100 zhong in size emerged from the depths of the void, descending with unstoppable crushing force upon the three. No fancy techniques. Only pure power, pure darkness, pure destruction. The blade, aura, the spear light, the wind-calming pearls barrier. All were as fragile as soap bubbles before that giant hand. No. Young master, save me. Ah. The screams lasted only half a breath before being cut short. Slap. Like swatting 3 flies. The 3 elite assassins at the late Divine Palace realm, along with the hard black rock stage beneath them, were directly crushed into dust by that single palm strike. The smoke cleared. A massive palm-shaped crater appeared on the stage. At the bottom of the crater, only 3 pools of bloody flesh remained with no intact bones to be found. Silence. A deathly stillness. Even the other contestants who had been slaughtering one another were frozen by the terrifying spectacle. They stood dumbfounded, staring at the pit, and the black-robed youth standing at its edge, hands behind his back. A breeze stirred Su-Han's robes. Where was the roguish demeanor from before? The surging demonic aura and the cold gaze revealed a young demon lord who had just awakened. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, the sound piercingly loud in the dead silence. On the high platform. Crack. Duguju's teacup was crushed to powder in his hand. His eyes bulged as he stared at Su-Han, his face as pale as paper. Gee. Great dark heaven demon hand. How is this possible? This is the highest secret of our sect. How does this brat know it? Not only him. Even Wang Chongqing, Li Qianjue, and all the elders were shaken to the core. This martial art had been lost for centuries, mastered only by the brilliant female emperor 100 years ago. Had Su-Han inherited that female emperor's legacy? At the edge of the stage, Lin Qingzhu covered her mouth, her eyes filled with awe. Last night in the death cell, she had watched Su-Han get beaten nearly to death before learning this move. But she never imagined its power would be so terrifying in actual combat. A single palm strike that killed 3 late Divine Palace realm cultivators. Such combat prowess ranked among the top 3, even among the younger generation of the righteous path. Is this his true face? Lin Qingzhu looked at his back, and the last trace of contempt in her heart vanished completely. In its place was a deep sense of powerlessness and a strange sense of security. At least this man was on her side. Anyone else? On the stage, Su-Han slowly withdrew his hand. His gaze swept over the trembling remaining contestants, then lifted to look directly at Duguju on the high platform crossing the void. A bloodthirsty grin curled at the corner of his mouth as he raised his thumb and slowly turned it downward. Young Master Dugu, your dogs are too weak. You're next. Domineering. Arrogant. Unstoppable. At this moment, no one dared to mock him as a lucky clown. Before absolute power, all doubt turned into reverence. Su-Han of the Abyssal Prison wins. The referee elder announced the result with a trembling voice. The entire venue erupted. But this time it was not ridicule, but fervent cheers for the powerhouse. Demon Lord. Demon Lord. Su-Han listened to the cheers, his heart unmoved. He turned and walked off the stage, arriving beside Lin Qingzhu. Let's go, Mu Qing. Su-Han resumed his lazy demeanor, as if the killing god from moments ago was not him. Let's prepare for the finals. A glint of sharp light flashed in Su-Han's eyes. We're going to the demon pool. To restock. On the martial arts arena, the smoke of battle dissipated. The massive palm-shaped crater like a chasm lay across the center of the platform, a constant reminder of what had just transpired. The great black demon hand. On the high platform, Duguju stared at Su-Han, the jealousy in his eyes almost materializing into a tangible torrent. As the young master, he had begged his father Li Qianjue countless times, but had never learned this supreme art. Why? How could a mere prison guard master it? Elder Wang. Duguju abruptly turned, his voice sharp as a blade. Su-Han has stolen the sect leader's forbidden technique. The penalty is death. Seize him immediately. Stolen. Wang Chongqing, though inwardly shaken to his core, maintained an unruffled facade. He snorted coldly, his protective instincts flaring. Young master, choose your words carefully. Su-Han has been guarding the Abyssal Prison without ever leaving. Where could he steal it? Did the sect leader's secret manual sprout legs and run into the cell? Then how did he? Perhaps Su-Han is exceptionally gifted and comprehended it from the ancient ruins within the prison. Wang Chongqing bluffed casually. Our sect reveres the strong. Since he has learned it is his fortune. What's the matter, young master? Jealous? You. Duguju was left speechless. Just then Li Qianjue's grand, icy voice echoed from the sky. Granted. A single word. It was tacit approval of Su-Han's right to possess the martial technique. Duguju's face turned ashen in an instant. Even his father. Fine. Very well. Duguju turned his head, his venomous gaze fixed on Su-Han. Su-Han, you're ruthless. See you at the Tianma pool. The subsequent matches became utterly tedious. Su-Han's palm strike had been such a terrifying display of power that his subsequent opponents either forfeited immediately or went through the motions of a feeble exchange before swiftly retreating. After all, who would want to be turned into a bloody pulp? In the end, the top 10 were announced. First, Su-Han, Abyssal Prison. Second, Duguju, Young Master. 3rd Li Lai Blood Fiend Peak. Congratulations to the top 10 prodigies. The Arbiter Elder announced in a booming voice. Now the forbidden ground shall be opened, the Tianma Pool. Baptism for 3 days. At the rear of the nether peak, a massive black stone gate slowly ground open. A torrent of impossibly dense demonic chi surged out. A single breath of it made one's inner spiritual energy seethe. So this is the Tianma Pool. Su-Han stood at the very front of the crowd, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Ding. Intelligence navigation activated. Target Chaos Mending Stone. Location 3000 zhang below the pool's surface at the extremely cold spring. Warning: 3 bloodthirsty demon serpents half-incarnation stage guard the depths. Dugu Ju has brought a demon lord's decree and intends to ambush the host within the pool. Ambush. Su-Han sneered inwardly. Out here I might have to consider your status. But in the pool, no one would know if you died. Mu-Qing. Su-Han suddenly turned to look at Lin Qingzhu, who had been silently following with her head lowered. Come here. What? Lin Qingzhu looked at him warily. This is the sect's forbidden ground. Only the top 10 may enter. You will wait outside. The nearby guard elder scolded with a frown. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed inside. Who says she's unauthorized? Su-Han pointed at Lin Qingzhu, as bold as brass. She's my human storage pouch. I have a peculiar habit. I need someone to scrub my back when I bathe. Without her I fear I'll fall into chi deviation. This. The guard elder's mouth twitched. Human storage pouch my foot. Scrub his back indeed. This was the sacred baptism of the Tianma Pool, not a trip to the public baths. Let him bring her. Dugu Ju spoke up, a cruel glint in his eyes. Since Director Su has such a refined taste, how could we not oblige? One more useless chi-si stage made to kill. It would only add to Su-Han's suffering before he died. Thank you, young master, for your generosity. Su-Han smiled and cupped his hands, then grabbed Lin Qingzhu's wrist. Let's go, holy maiden. Su-Han lowered his voice, leaning close to her ear. Time for a mixed bath. You're despicable. Lin Qingzhu's face flushed crimson. She struggled frantically. I'm not going. That's a demonic pool. I'm a cultivator of the righteous path. Your demonic chi will corrode me. Relax. Su-Han tightened his grip on her hand, subtly channeling a gentle stream of energy into her palm. With me here you'll be safe. And a sharp gleam flashed in Su-Han's eyes. There's something good down at the bottom. It can break the seal within you. Do you want to recover your strength? Recover her strength. Lin Qingzhu's struggles ceased instantly. She looked up at Su-Han's deep, profound eyes. Though this man was full of lies, he had never deceived her about matters of great importance. Really, I'd be a dog if I lied to you. Su-Han chuckled, then without another word he pulled her and leaped straight into the vast black pool beyond the stone gate. Splash. Water sprayed everywhere. The crowd watched Su-Han's eager rush and shook their heads. A true lecher. Can't even go without a woman at a time like this. Dugu Ju watched the surface where the two had vanished, a cold smile curling his lips. Good, they're inside. Send the order. Seal the pool's surface. This time I'll catch the turtle in the jar and beat the dog at the door. Beneath the Tianma Pool, the icy, biting black water enveloped them. Every drop was pure liquefied demonic chi. An ordinary righteous cultivator would dissolve upon contact. But under the protection of Su-Han's 12 divine palaces, a 3-foot vacuum zone formed around them, keeping the demonic water at bay. Lin Qingzhu huddled in the narrow barrier, practically pressed against Su-Han. Don't move. Su-Han held her still. Move again, and the barrier breaks. You'll turn ugly. Lin Qingzhu froze in terror, stiffly leaning against his chest. She could hear his powerful heartbeat and her cheeks burned. Where are we going? She whispered. To steal the treasure. With his intelligence vision active, Su-Han ignored the ordinary spiritual fluids around them, diving deeper, like a nimble fish, with Lin Qingzhu in tow. 100 zhang, 500 zhang, 1000 zhang. The light grew dimmer, and the water pressure became terrifying. The other participants, even Dugu Ju, could only cultivate in the 500 zhang region. Further down, the monstrous demonic pressure would crush a divine palace realm body. But Su-Han was different. He had the protection of the 12 divine palaces, and the system's navigation. We're here. After diving for a full half-hour, Su-Han finally spotted a strange radiant light in the pitch-black depths of the water. It was a 5-colored stone suspended in the center of the spring. Its aura was sacred, ancient, utterly incompatible with the surrounding violent demonic chi, yet it suppressed the entire pool's chaos. Chaos Mending Stone. Found it. Su-Han's eyes blazed with elation. However, just as he prepared to approach, warning. Warning. Guardian Beasts awakening. Roar. From the darkness, 3 pairs of scarlet lantern-sized eyes suddenly blazed to life. Terrifying currents surged. 3 bloodthirsty demon serpents, each over 50 zhang in length, emerged from the shadows, encircling the 2 intruders. The half-incarnation stage pressure, amplified by the deep water, was several times stronger. It's over. Lin Qingzhu's face was ghastly pale. Before these 3 colossal beasts, she felt as insignificant as an ant. Don't panic. Su-Han, however, smiled instead. He released his hold on Lin Qingzhu and pulled something from his robes. It was not a weapon. It was a jade slip emitting a faint, clear light. The Supreme Unity Scripture. Mu-Qing, remember what I told you earlier? Su-Han turned and winked at Lin Qingzhu. What do demons fear most? Fear, the righteous aura of the path. Lin Qingzhu answered instinctively. Bingo. Su-Han crushed the jade slip, simultaneously unleashing the full power of his righteous cultivation base. Today I'll show you what it means. The light of righteousness shining upon the land. At the bottom of the demon pool, 3,000 feet deep. The underwater world, once pitch black and impenetrable, was now brilliantly illuminated by a dazzling milky white light. Roar! The three bloodthirsty demon serpents, originally ferocious and ready to tear the intruder to shreds, now let out miserable shrieks, as if they had encountered their natural predator. The righteous light fell upon them like boiling oil on snow, emitting a sizzling corrosive sound and billowing black smoke. They were pure demonic creatures, having lived in this sunless abyss for over 1,000 years, and their greatest fear was this supreme, yang-aligned righteous energy. Run! Run now! The three beasts half-step into the Dharma image realm were now terrified out of their wits, thrashing their tails wildly to escape the dreadful light source. Can you escape? At the center of the light, Su-Han held a resplendent ball of spiritual light, in one hand, a mocking smile on his face. He was like a rogue barging into a bat cave with a torch. Weren't you fierce just now? Come on, keep barking. Su-Han took a step forward, the light in his hand intensified, even morphing into a massive sword of light that he brought down fiercely on the slowest demon serpent. The light sword cut through flesh like tofu. The serpent let out a pained cry, its massive tail severed cleanly. Blood gushed out, staining the surrounding pool water red. Whimper. The remaining two serpents cowered in a corner, trembling violently, not daring to raise their heads, as if submitting to this terrifying human. In Su-Han's arms, Lin Qingzhu stared blankly at the scene. She felt the familiar righteous energy that seemed etched into her bones, and looked at Su-Han's profile, which appeared wholly in the glow. She was completely stunned. Taishang Ganing Pian. And it was the purest, most refined energy, even purer than her master's Taishang's spiritual power. It really is you. Lin Qingzhu murmured, the last shred of doubt in her heart vanishing. The bastard who stole her jade slip in the 10,000 demon cave. The villain who locked her in the dark prison as a maidservant. The rogue who threw lime on the arena. And the powerful figure before her wielding holy light and suppressing demons. All these images merged into one at this moment. What? Is the holy maiden dumbfounded? Su-Han glanced down at her, dissipated the light in his hand, and casually grabbed the floating chaos sky-repairing stone from the center of the spring. Is this what you were after? Lin Qingzhu looked at the multicolored stone, sensing the terrifying vitality within, and was startled. A chaos stone. The legendary divine object that can reshape a body. What do you need it for? To keep a beauty hidden in a golden house, of course. Su-Han stored the sky-repairing stone in his system space, feeling in high spirits. With this, the body of the demoness Yi Hongyi could be restored. Then he would truly have a trump card up his sleeve. All right, the item is secured. Time for the real business. Su-Han's expression suddenly turned serious as he looked up at the pitch-black water above. Real business. Lin Qingzhu was taken aback. Aren't we going up? Going up. Su-Han sneered, killing intent surging in his eyes. Someone doesn't want us to go up. Ding. Emergency intel. Duguju has activated the demon sealing grand array and thrown a blood demon thunder, a one-time forbidden artifact equivalent to a full-force strike from the Dharma image realm, into the pool. Estimated arrival time, 3 seconds. Duguju, you're ruthless enough. Su-Han didn't hesitate. He didn't flee, nor did he brace for impact. Instead, he turned and grabbed the horn of the bloodthirsty demon serpent that was feigning death. Let me borrow your body. Roar. The serpent was dumbfounded. Are you even human? The next second. Boom. The water above suddenly erupted. A blood-red thunder pearl fell like a meteor and detonated 100 feet above Su-Han's head. The terrifying shockwave mixed with destructive lightning instantly swept across the entire pool bottom. Block it. Su-Han roared, swung the dozens of Zhonglong demon serpent like a meat shield, and held it firmly above himself and Lin Qingzhu. A woo! The serpent let out the most miserable howl of its life. Its flesh and skin cracked under the lightning, blood spraying wildly, but it managed to withstand 90% of the lethal blow. Although the main force was blocked, the residual shock still made Su-Han grunt, and cracks appeared on his protective divine palace. Lin Qingzhu, held in his arms, was shaken so badly that blood flowed from her 7 orifices. Her already sealed meridians were damaged again, and she was on the verge of fainting. Damn. Su-Han looked at the faintly breathing Lin Qingzhu, his brow furrowed. Her current state was too poor. If not treated in time, she might suffer damage to her origin and become a cripple. You're lucky. Su-Han glanced at the pool water, which had become extremely turbulent due to the explosion, but was also brimming with immense energy. Duguju's explosion actually scattered the millennium-old spiritual liquid at the bottom of the demon pool. This is a great tonic. Su-Han, holding Lin Qingzhu, sat cross-legged directly at the center of the blasted spring. Mu Qing, wake up. He patted her cheek. Don't fall asleep. Circulate your heart technique. I'll help you break the seal. Lin Qingzhu opened her eyes with difficulty, her consciousness blurry. Hot, so hot. The scalding spiritual liquid was frantically seeping into her body, a blessing and a poison at once. If she couldn't refine it, she would burst. No choice. Su-Han took a deep breath, a resolute look flashing in his eyes. System activate assisted cultivation mode. Target dual cultivation cycle of Tai Shang Ganing Pian and Tianma Zhaohua Gong. He abruptly lowered his head, pressing his forehead against Lin Qingzhu's. The 12 divine palaces roared into operation. He turned himself into a filter. He frantically devoured the surrounding violent demonic liquid, converted it into pure energy, using the Tianma Zhaohua Gong, and then through the resonance of the Tai Shang Ganing Pian continuously channeled it into Lin Qingzhu's body. At this moment, at the bottom of the dark abyss, two completely opposite forces, one black and one white, formed a perfect Tai Chi yin-yang fish pattern centered on the two of them. It not only withstood the surrounding pressure, but also plundered the entire fortune of the demon pool. Above the demon pool, Duguju stood on the shore watching the churning blood-red water, a cruel wild grin curling on his lips. Huh. Dead. They're all dead. Su-Han, this is the price of opposing me. Under the blood demon thunder, nothing remains. Even if that old fool Wang Changshin comes, he'll find no evidence. From now on, among the younger generation of the Tianma sect, I alone am supreme. Duguju spread his arms, savoring the moment of victory. However, he did not notice that the water level of the once full demon pool was dropping at a terrifyingly visible speed. It was as if a huge hole had opened at the bottom, or a voracious beast was gluttonously drinking. 1 zhang, 2 zhang, 10 zhang. What's happening? The elders on the shore cried out in panic. The pool. The water is drying up. Duguju's eyes snapped open. He saw that the vast demon pool had now run dry. And at the deepest part of the drained pool, a man and a woman sat cross-legged facing each other, surrounded by two terrifying pillars of light. One black and one white. That shot straight into the sky. That's... Duguju's pupils contracted as he witnessed an unforgettable sight. The pillars of light dissipated. Su-Han slowly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam shooting forth. His strength had directly broken through to the late stage of the Divine Palace realm. And the maidservant Mu Qing opposite him. Now her long hair flew wildly, her once gray disguise completely peeled off, revealing a face of breathtaking beauty that could topple kingdoms. Even more terrifyingly, a righteous, emotionless sword intent of the Tai Shang Dao surged from her body, directly shattering the ceiling array Duguju had set up. Tai Shang Dao sect. Holy Maiden. Duguju fell to the ground in fright, his voice cracking. Su-Han, what kind of monster did you bring in? By the Tianma pool's silence hung like a tomb. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the two figures in the dried-up basin. The man was clad in black, exuding a dense demonic aura like a young overlord. The woman wore white, ethereal, and pure, her body surrounded by the majestic sword intent emblematic of the Tai Shang Dao sect. The holy maiden of the Tai Shang Dao sect, Lin Qingzhu. This face was all too familiar to the high-ranking demon cultists. She was the face of the younger generation of the righteous path, ranked among the top 3 on the demon cult's bounty list. A cascade of gasps broke the brief silence, and the scene erupted. Heavens! It really is the Tai Shang holy maiden. How could she be in the dark prison? Su-Han actually brought the righteous holy maiden into the Tianma pool. Is he rebelling? No wonder the pool dried up. She must have sucked it all dry. Kill her. The crowd was incensed. Countless terrifying killing intents locked onto the pair at the bottom of the pool. On the shore, Duguju snapped out of his shock, his face breaking into a maniacal grin. He had been wondering how to kill Su-Han, but now Su-Han had dug his own grave, secretly harboring a righteous holy maiden and bringing her into a forbidden area. This was a crime punishable by extermination of 9 generations. Ha! Su-Han. Duguju pointed at Su-Han, his voice harsh and trembling. You collude with the righteous path, release a holy maiden into the forbidden grounds, and destroy the foundation of our demon cult. Caught red-handed, what do you have to say for yourself? Left and right protectors. Elders. Attack. Tear this adulterous pair to pieces. Yes. Dozens of demon cult powerhouses, including 2 Dharma manifestation realm protectors, had long been itching to strike. Boom. 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 Demonic light blazed across the sky as countless treasures and techniques rained like a storm toward the pool bottom. This strike was enough to level a mountain peak. Su-Han. Lin Qingzhu's face was pale. Though she had recovered her cultivation, facing the siege of so many experts, she felt despair. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. She gripped her longsword, a hint of resolve flashing in her eyes. I'll hold them off of you. Go. Go. Su-Han suddenly laughed. He reached out, pulled Lin Qingzhu by her slender waist, and forced her into his embrace. I told you, he said. On my turf I make the rules. Facing the descending destruction, Su-Han remained utterly calm. He looked up sharply, his pitch-black eyes shooting out 2 solid beams of cold light. Having drained an entire pool of high-purity demonic liquid, he was in an unprecedented state of power. All of you, get lost, Su-Han roared. 12 divine palaces open. Rumble. 12 ancient majestic palace mirages materialized behind him. Unlike before, these palaces now faintly shimmered with chaotic chi, as if gaining substance. Then Su-Han raised his right hand and slapped the sky fiercely. Great Black Heavenly Demon Hand Advanced Edition. One hand covers the sky. Whoosh. A hand many times larger and more solid than the one before slammed upward from below. Bang. 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 A series of dense explosions. The descending treasures and techniques shattered like fragile fireworks before that giant hand annihilated on the spot. Even the two Dharma Manifestation Realm protectors charging in front were sent flying backward, their chi and blood churning from the terrifying recoil. The entire scene was stunned. A single palm forced back dozens of experts. Was this the damage of a late Divine Palace Realm cultivator? As the crowd froze, Su-Han holding Lin Qingzhu teleported to the shore. Su-Han, you dare resist. Duguju hadn't expected Su-Han to be this strong, but he held the moral high ground and wasn't afraid. You collude with that demon is solid evidence. How can you deny it? Collusion. Su-Han released Lin Qingzhu, straightened his disheveled robes, and looked at Duguju as if he were an idiot. Young master, which eye of yours saw me colluding? Bullshit. She's right beside you. She's the Taishang Holy Maiden. Duguju roared. Yes, she is the Holy Maiden. Su-Han nodded, then a cocky, arrogant smile curled at the corner of his lips. He lifted Lin Qingzhu's chin and in front of tens of thousands of demon cult disciples announced possessively, but now she is my trophy. What? Duguju was stunned. The entire crowd of demon cultivators was stunned. This woman infiltrated the dark prison to spy. I, the chief steward, captured her personally. Su-Han bluffed with a straight face. To extract information from her, and to humiliate the righteous path, I brought her along as a maid to train. As for why I brought her into the Tianma pool, Su-Han sneered, pointing at the dry pool bottom. I'm going to refine her into my human cauldron. That entire pool of water was used to infuse and cleanse her marrow, transforming her Taishang Dao body into a demon temptress body. Don't believe me? Su-Han suddenly slapped Lin Qingzhu's back, sending a telepathic message: cooperate, or we both die. Lin Qingzhu trembled, humiliated to the point of death, but to survive she bit her lip and reluctantly released a trace of demonic chi that Su-Han had forcibly injected into her. Boom. Sure enough, beneath that majestic sword intent, a sliver of pure demonic chi was hidden. The crowd erupted. Holy shit, there really is demonic chi. Refining a righteous holy maiden into a demon cauldron. This Su-Han is too twisted and perverted. Awesome. He's rubbing the righteous path's face into the dirt. The tide of public opinion shifted instantly, from traitor to exemplar of the demon path. After all, who wouldn't want to capture a holy maiden as a cauldron? Su-Han did what they dared not even dream of. You're full of shit. Duguju's face turned green with rage. A cauldron, my ass. A trophy, my ass. He had clearly seen the two dual cultivating. Su-Han, you can't talk your way out of this. No matter what you say, you die today. Duguju had completely burned bridges. He knew if he didn't kill Su-Han, now he'd never get another chance. Blood demon transformation. Kill. Boom. Duguju burned his blood essence, his cultivation instantly surging to half-step Dharma Manifestation Realm. A blood-colored long blade appeared in his hand, and he swung it down at Su-Han with a terrifying force that could cleave through life and death. Stubborn. Su-Han looked at the charging Duguju with contempt. Since you want to die, let me show you what a true demon is. This time Su-Han didn't use the great black heavenly demon hand. He simply clenched his fist. The power of the 12 divine palaces converged into one point. Added to that was a shred of chaotic power he had borrowed from the chaos sky-patching stone. Now, kneel. Su-Han threw a punch without dodging. Fist against blade. Clang. The fist and blood blade collided. There was no stalemate. It was an overwhelming crush. Crack. The high-grade spiritual weapon blood blade shattered into countless fragments under Su-Han's fist. The momentum didn't stop, slamming heavily into the protective mirror on Duguju's chest. Uff. Duguju's eyes bulged as he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with bits of internal organs. He was sent flying like a broken sack, crashing into the mountain wall behind him hundreds of feet away. Young master. The left and right protectors screamed in terror. One punch. Just one punch. The former #1 prodigy of the demon cult, the half-step Dharma Manifestation powerhouse, who had burned his blood essence, was instantly killed by Su-Han. The dust settled. Su-Han flashed to the dying Duguju. He lifted his foot and stepped on Duguju's noble face, pressing down with a slight twist. Duguju let out a humiliated groan. Su-Han looked down, his gaze sweeping the crowd, his voice cold as ice. Does anyone else think my trophy is a problem? Silence. Dead silence. Staring at the man who stepped on the young master's head like a demon god, tens of thousands of demon cultivators dared not meet his eyes. Even the two Dharma Manifestation Realm protectors were drenched in cold sweat, their hands trembling as they gripped their weapons. Too strong. Too ruthless. This man was the true future of the Tianma sect. Lin Qingzhu, standing behind Su-Han, watched his invincible back, her emotions in turmoil. Being called a cauldron was humiliating, but she had to admit. At this moment, Su-Han's domineering presence made her heart tremble. Just as the tension was at its peak and Su-Han had completely seized control, a hoarse cough came from the sky. Then a helpless voice rang out. All right, Su-Han. Take your foot off. That's the young master, not a stepping stone. Do me a favor. Don't actually crush him to death. That voice. Was it the sect leader Li Qinjue? No, not quite. Su-Han looked up at the clouds. There an old man in tattered robes holding a wine gourd was smiling at him. The supreme elder of the demon cult, drunken sword demon. By the Tianma pond. As the drunken old man appeared, the previously frozen air seemed to flow. Zhu Jinmo, the supreme elder of the Tianma sect, and the only madman within the sect who cared nothing for worldly affairs, devoting himself solely to the way of the sword. His strength was unfathomable. It was said that even the sect leader had to yield to him. Supreme Elder. Su Han narrowed his eyes. Ding. Today's intelligence refreshed. Target Zhu Jinma, Supreme Elder. Personality rebellious, delighting in chaos. Compared to Duguju, who was only good at scheming, he admired younger generations with spirit and resourcefulness. Weakness. This flask of wine named Drunken Immortal Brew was brewed by himself, but he always felt it was missing one medicinal ingredient. Upon seeing this information, Su Han's heart settled. Since the Supreme Elder has spoken, it is only natural for this junior to show respect. Su Han smiled and finally moved his foot off Duguju's face. But before lifting it, he accidentally ground down harder and even kicked Duguju like a piece of trash toward the feet of the two guardians. Take him back. Su Han brushed off his robe. Tell the young master that next time he goes out he should remember to wear thicker armor. Too fragile, no feeling. You? The two guardians dared not speak. Their anger could only carry the unconscious Duguju, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, and slink away. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Zhu Jinma took a gulp of wine, his eyes full of admiration as he looked at Su Han. Kid, you're far more pleasing to the eye than that gloomy disciple of Li Qinjue. Brutal enough. Arrogant enough. Shameless enough. This is what a member of the demon sect should be. After saying that, Zhu Jinma's expression turned serious. His gaze swept across the tens of thousands of silent disciples, and he announced in a loud voice, by the decree of the sect leader, Su Han of the U Prison, having won first place in the Seven Peaks Grand Competition, is granted the title of Holy Son. From this day forth his rank equals that of vice sect leader with authority over punishments. As for that righteous saintess. Zhu Jinma glanced at Lin Qingzhu behind Su Han and chuckled. Since the Holy Son says she is spoils of war, then she is spoils of war. Anyone who disagrees, this is the consequence. Zhang. An invisible sword chi swept through. In the distance, 1,000 Zhang peak was instantly sheared off its summit. The entire audience was stunned. Hail to the Holy Son Su. Tens of thousands of disciples knelt, in unison, their shouts shaking the heavens. In this demon sect where power reigned supreme, Su Han's earlier punch had completely won them over. The storm thus subsided. Su Han declined to reside in the Tianma Palace, that symbolized the Holy Son's status, insisting on returning to the U Prison. His reason: the U Prison has good feng shui conducive to cultivation. Though puzzled, everyone could only marvel at the Holy Son's unchanging original intention. Only Su Han knew that he was in a hurry to return for two reasons. First, Lin Qingzhu was about to collapse. Second, the heaven-repairing stone was in hand, and Yi Hongyi was still waiting for him. U Prison, the warden's bedroom. Su Han kicked open the door and tossed the already unconscious Lin Qingzhu onto the bed. Lin Qingzhu let out a painful moan. She had been forcibly infused at the bottom of the Tianma pool, and then used by Su Han as a human shield. Now two opposing forces of good and evil were raging within her body. What a troublesome one. Su Han sighed, took out a few pills from his bosom, and stuffed them into her mouth, then channeled a stream of spiritual energy to stabilize her heart meridian. Get a good sleep. When you wake up, we'll settle the cauldron account. Watching Lin Qingzhu's breathing gradually steady, Su Han turned around, a flicker of heat in his eyes. He walked to the secret chamber entrance behind the bookshelf and pressed the mechanism. Rumble. The hidden passage to the death cell opened. Death cell, the cavern. It was still bone-chillingly cold here. Yi Hongyi lay sideways on the stone platform, her red dress like fire-bare feet dangling. She held an ancient scroll in her hand, appearing to be reading, but the slightly trembling tips of her fingers betrayed her inner turmoil. She was waiting. From the moment Su Han left, she had been waiting. Though reason told her that a divine object like the Chaos Heaven-repairing stone was something even the sect leader Li Qinjue might not be able to obtain, let alone a mere divine palace realm kid like Su Han. But that little brat always managed to work miracles, didn't he? Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps sounded. Yi Hongyi jerked her head up. In those usually calm crimson eyes, a hint of tension appeared for the first time. Back. Her voice tried to stay calm. I'm back. Su Han strode into the cavern wearing his signature bright smile. Are you hurt? Yi Hongyi asked instinctively, then immediately felt that this didn't fit her Empress persona, so she quickly added, I'm afraid you'll die out there, and no one will bring me food. Don't worry, your majesty. Su Han walked to the stone platform, and as if performing a magic trick, turned his palm over. In an instant, a multicolored glow illuminated the entire dim cavern. A stone the size of a fist, radiating a dense chaotic aura and vast vitality, hovered silently in his palm. Chaos Heaven-repairing stone, this is. Yi Hongyi's pupils contracted. She sat up straight from the stone platform, staring fixedly at the stone, her breathing becoming rapid. It really was the Heaven-repairing stone, and a 5-colored Heaven-repairing stone of the highest quality. With it, all the old injuries and Tao foundation cracks that had plagued her for a century could be repaired. She could even take this opportunity to forge a supreme demonic body and advance further. You really did it. Yi Hongyi looked up at the smiling youth before her, her eyes extremely complex. At this moment she no longer saw him as just an interesting jailer or a pawn to be used. He had truly risked his life fighting for her. I told you as long as you stick with me, I won't die, and neither will you. Suhan casually tossed the priceless heaven-repairing stone over, as if throwing an ordinary rock. Catch! Yi Hongyi hurriedly caught it, feeling the warmth from the stone, and her eyes reddened slightly. Suhan, don't get emotional too soon. Suhan suddenly interrupted her, a mischievous smile curling at his lips. Although I've given this to you, refining it won't be so easy. Your body is too weak right now, but simply can't withstand the overwhelming medicinal power of the heaven-repairing stone. So, Suhan rubbed his hands together and stepped closer to the stone platform, his gaze growing somewhat aggressive. We need to use a special method. Special method? Yi Hongyi retreated warily. What do you want to do? Of course. Suhan pointed at the cold pool emitting mist. Medicine bath. And it requires someone like me who has cultivated the heavenly demon creation art to be by your side. Massaging to boost the medicinal power. Your Majesty. Suhan stood by the stone platform, looking down at this once supreme seductress who had ruled the demonic path, his voice low. The clothes. Will you take them off yourself, or should I help you? At the death cell by the cold pool. The air was thick with an almost palpable tension. Facing Suhan's aggressive gaze, Yi Hongyi bit her lower lip, her body beneath the red dress tense. She was once the empress of the demonic path, a woman who had killed countless men. No man in this world could ever make her disrobe or dare to gaze upon her naked body. Yet now, she looked at the heaven-mending stone in her hand, bursting with vitality, then at Suhan, who wore an expression of, I'm doing this for your own good, and her mind was in turmoil. Reason told her Suhan was right. Her meridians had long withered. Without external guidance, forcibly absorbing the heaven-mending stone would only lead to her death. You. Yi Hongyi took a deep breath, her voice trembling with an unprecedented note. Turn around. Turn around for what? Suhan raised an eyebrow. I am a doctor, you are a patient. In a doctor's eyes there is no male or female, only. Turn around. Yi Hongyi shouted in shame and anger, unleashing the last trace of killing intent from her body. Fine, I'll turn. Suhan shrugged and turned his back, so melodramatic. Anyway, I'll have to touch you later. Massage you. Behind him came the rustling sound of fabric. Each sound tested Suhan's self-control. After a moment, splash. The sound of someone entering the water. Done. Yi Hongyi's voice was barely a whisper. Suhan turned around. Instantly his breath caught. White mist swirled over the cold pool. Yi Hongyi sat in the water with her back to him, her long hair cascading down like a waterfall, covering most of her form. But even so, her bare shoulders and the faint outline of her shoulder blades were dazzlingly white and breathtakingly beautiful. A femme fatale. Only those 4 words echoed in Suhan's mind. What are you standing there for? Yi Hongyi dared not turn around, her voice strained. Aren't you coming down? To help me refine it. Coming. Suhan quickly stripped off his outer robe, leaving only his undergarments, and jumped into the cold pool. Hiss. The biting cold instantly hit him. But for Suhan, who possessed the 12 palaces, this was the best coolant. He came to Yi Hongyi's back and sat down cross-legged. The distance between them was extremely close. So close that Suhan could smell her faint cool fragrance, and Yi Hongyi could feel the scorching heat radiating from the male body behind her. Let's begin. Suhan collected his thoughts, raised his hands, and gently pressed them against Yi Hongyi's smooth, jade-like back. The moment their skin touched, Yi Hongyi's entire body trembled violently, her jade-like skin flushing a seductive pink. Don't move. Suhan's voice was low. I need to guide the power of the heaven-mending stone into your governor vessel. It will be painful and also very hot. Bear with it. With those words, boom. The chaos heaven-mending stone floating between them abruptly shattered, transforming into a torrent of 5-colored light that surged through Suhan's arms and violently rushed into Yi Hongyi's body. Yi Hongyi let out a suppressed cry of pain. It felt as if every bone in her body was being shattered and reassembled, her meridians scorched by raging flames. Guard your mind. Suhan shouted, his heavenly demon creation art operating at full power. His hands no longer remained still, but began to move across Yi Hongyi's back. From the Dazui acupoint all the way down, passing through Lingtai Jiang and reaching Mingmen. Each press was accompanied by a surge of pure spiritual energy. For Suhan, this was an extremely taxing operation. But for Yi Hongyi, this was nothing short of a shameful ordeal. Those burning hot hands roamed over her most sensitive back, leaving a mixture of numbing pleasure and searing pain that she could not control. Suhan, slower. Yi Hongyi bit her lip tightly, her 10 fingers digging into the stone platform beneath her, turning white. Can't slow down. Sweat also beaded on Suhan's forehead. The medicinal power has already spread. I must break through your chi in one go. Forgive me. A sharp light flashed in Suhan's eyes, and he suddenly pressed his hands downward directly onto the hollows of Yi Hongyi's waist. Boom. The 5-colored divine light erupted completely. The entire cold pool's water instantly boiled. The old injuries and deathly energy that had clung to Yi Hongyi's body for a century melted away like snow under the blazing sun before the domineering vitality of the heaven-mending stone. Yi Hongyi finally could not hold back, throwing her head back with a long cry. This cry was no longer weak, but piercing and powerful. Then, call. A massive crimson phoenix phantom shot out from her body, shattering the rocks above the death cell and soaring into the night sky of Yuming Peak. A terrifying pressure swept through the entire demon sect. Outside in the dead of night, the demon sect, which had just quieted down after the Seven Peaks grand competition, erupted again. Countless experts looked up in terror at the massive blood phoenix phantom above the prison. What is that? Such a terrifying pressure. Could it be a legendary beast? That's a phoenix. How can there be a phoenix? Deep within the demon palace, the sect leader Li Qianjue, who had been in seclusion healing, suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of disbelief and fear in them. This aura, the blood phoenix nirvana art. Impossible. That woman was obviously crippled. How could she still undergo nirvana? Li Qianjue trembled. It was a fear born from the depths of his soul. All his cultivation came from stealing from that woman. If she returned. At the death cell by the cold pool, everything returned to calm. The blood phoenix phantom dissipated, and the boiling water turned cold again. Phew. Su-Han lay limp in the water like a dead dog, gasping for air. This assist had nearly drained him dry. Hey, Empress. Su-Han weakly kicked the back in front of him. Are you done? Just say something if you are. I'm exhausted. Splash. The sound of water. Yi Hongyi slowly stood up from the water. As she rose, her soaked red dress clung to her body, outlining curves that could drive any man wild. But Su-Han was not in the mood to look now, because a suffocatingly terrifying aura was emanating from that back. Her withered meridians now surged with river-like spiritual energy. Her pale complexion now flushed like peach blossoms. Though still far from her peak, Yi Hongyi had already recovered to the early Void Cave realm. In the current demon sect, that was second only to the sect leader and the supreme elders. Su-Han. Yi Hongyi turned around, stepping barefoot across the water, and walked up to Su-Han. She looked down at the boy lying in the water, her crimson eyes swirling with an unfathomable light. It seemed like gratitude, complexity, and a desire to conquer. What? Su-Han leaned back warily. Are you going to burn the bridge after crossing it? I'm telling you, we signed a contract. Before he could finish, Yi Hongyi suddenly bent down. Her stunning face loomed before him. The next second, a cool yet soft finger gently lifted Su-Han's chin. I have said. Yi Hongyi's voice was no longer hoarse, but full of magnetism and dominance. When I return to my peak, I will grant you a place second only to me above all others. Today you did well. In the future. A breathtaking smile curved at the corner of Yi Hongyi's lips, a hint of playfulness in her eyes. I will have your back. With that, she straightened up, her soaked red dress instantly dried by spiritual energy fluttering like fire. Let's go. Go out and take a look. I think that rebellious disciple Li Qianjue must be unable to sleep from fear now, right? Su-Han watched the domineering back, paused for a moment, then smiled. He climbed out of the water and stretched. TSK. The taste of living off a powerful woman. It's wonderful. The next morning, in the underground prison, the steward's quarters, Lin Qingzhu woke in a daze. She felt that she had slept profoundly, and the spiritual energy within her body, once completely depleted, was now overflowing. Her meridians had also grown tougher and wider than before. Am I not dead? She propped herself up, gazing blankly at the familiar furnishings around her. Awake! A languid, yet magnetic female voice came from somewhere. Lin Qingzhu instinctively turned her head. On a cushioned daybed by the window sat a woman robed in crimson. She held a cup of steaming tea, and the morning light poured over her, edging her form in gold. That face was breathtakingly beautiful, yet carried an innate majesty that made one want to submit at a single glance. Most importantly, her aura, unfathomable, vast as an abyss, deep as the sea. You are. Lin Qingzhu's pupils contracted sharply. She remembered Su-Han taking her to the death wing and showing her the wretched woman shackled in chains. But the person before her was radiant and commanding, nowhere near the appearance of a prisoner. What? Don't recognize me? Yi Hongyi took a delicate sip of tea and glanced indifferently at Lin Qingzhu. It was only a single glance, yet Lin Qingzhu felt the supreme spirit power within her body seem to freeze. It was a suppression originating from a higher order of life itself. The former female emperor, Yi Hongyi. Lin Qingzhu painfully forced out the name, her entire body going rigid, as if facing an apex predator. This truly was the legendary bloodthirsty demonic empress. She had actually recovered. Relax. Yi Hongyi set down her teacup, regarding her with a half smile. This seat is in a good mood now and has no desire to kill. Besides, she gestured towards Su-Han, who was sound asleep beside them. You are this lad's spoils of war. Even when striking a dog, one must consider the owner. This seat will spare you out of respect for him. And you are the dog. Lin Qingzhu sputtered in indignation, but in the face of absolute power, she could only swallow her fury. At that moment, Su-Han stirred and woke. What's all the noise about? Su-Han rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up. Seeing the two stunningly beautiful women, one in red, one in white, locked in a tense standoff, he immediately felt a splitting headache. One was a domineering female emperor who had just regained her strength. The other was Tsundere, a holy maiden who had just been disciplined. Life from here on out would surely be lively. You're awake, just in time. Yi Hongyi rose to her feet, her crimson dress flowing like fire, her figure exquisite. We have guests outside. Aren't you going to greet them? Guests? Suhan paused. Ding. Today's intel has refreshed. Target Li Qianjue, sect master. Status extremely paranoid. Intent the blood phoenix anomaly last night has left him restless. He suspects an ancient powerhouse is hidden within the underground prison and has come to test the waters. Li Qianjue. A playful smile curled at the corner of Suhan's lips. That old fox. Does he have a hound's nose? Coming this fast. Perfect. Suhan stretched and swung his legs out of bed. Your Imperial Majesty, rest a while. I'll go. Smooth things over. No, I mean receive our sect master. Outside the gates of the underground prison, the atmosphere was exceptionally heavy. Li Qianjue, sect master of the heavenly demonic cult, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, clad in black dragon-embroidered robes. He had not brought a large retinue. Only 2 trusted elder counselors followed behind him. Yet the oppressive aura emanating from his body forced the gatekeeper Ghost Old and the others to their knees, trembling violently, daring not even to lift their heads. Li Qianjue stared at the 2 heavy black iron doors before him, his eyes flashing. That blood phoenix from last night. Its aura bore too strong a resemblance to that woman's. But his reason told him that woman was long since crippled, her primordial source drained dry by his own hands. There was absolutely no way she could make a comeback. Could it be? That brat Suhan obtained some ancient inheritance within the heavenly demon pool. Li Qianjue mused inwardly. If that were the case, he had to seize what Suhan had before the boy grew too powerful. Just as his thoughts raced. Creak. The heavy black iron doors slowly parted. Suhan emerged wearing the golden serpent robes of a holy sun, a signature folding fan, swaying in his hand, his expression one of springtime ease. Oh my, isn't this the sect master? Suhan feigned surprise and offered a respectful bow. What wind blows you to pay us such a visit? You didn't send word in advance. I could have prepared fine wine and delicacies. Li Qianjue narrowed his eyes, pinning Suhan with an unblinking stare. Peak divine palace realm. In just 3 days he had leaped from the early stage to the late stage. This brat truly did obtain tremendous benefits from the heavenly demon pool. Suhan. Li Qianjue's voice was low, carrying the unyielding weight of authority. Last night a blood phoenix anomaly appeared above the underground prison, shaking the entire sect. This seat has come to investigate. Do you not owe this seat an explanation? Explanation? Suhan blinked innocently. What blood phoenix? This subordinate was sound asleep, embracing the holy maiden last night. I didn't see anything at all. Presumptuous. One of the elders behind Li Qianjue barked angrily. How dare you speak such nonsense in the presence of the sect master? That anomaly clearly erupted from your underground prison. Oh, you mean that? Suhan folded his fan with an air of sudden realization. I remember now. He leaned in conspiratorially toward Li Qianjue and lowered his voice. Sect master, between us, last night that was. My pet ate too much and let out a burp. Pet? A burp? Li Qianjue's jaw twitched. What manner of pet burps with the pressure of a void return realm expert? Suhan. Li Qianjue lost patience. Demonic energy swirled around him as the oppressive might of the peak void return realm erupted, locking directly onto Suhan. This seat has no interest in playing games with you. Move aside. I will search this place myself. That simply won't do. Facing the sect master's overwhelming pressure, Suhan did not retreat a single step. He remained planted at the entrance, his smile unchanged, and even tinged with a hint of provocation. The underground prison is both a sect stronghold and my personal domain. If the sect master wishes to force entry, before Suhan could finish his sentence. Boom. A terrifying aura, older, more domineering, and far purer than Li Qianjue's, erupted without warning from the deepest reaches of the underground prison. Intertwined within that aura was a clear, resounding phoenix cry. A mere wisp of leaked pressure was enough to scatter Li Qianjue's might and forced him to stagger backward 3 steps, his face draining of color instantly. This. Li Qianjue looked toward the depths of the underground prison in terror. That feeling compressed into his very bones. Scram. A cold female voice, clear and crisp, penetrated through layers of binding arrays and reached Li Qianjue's ears. Only one word. Yet it struck like thunder. Li Qianjue shuddered so violently, he nearly lost his footing. That voice, too familiar, too much like that woman's. But that woman was clearly already. No, wrong. Even if she had survived, she could absolutely not possess such formidable aura. Could it be? Is there truly an ancient powerhouse hidden within the underground prison? Or perhaps some reclusive ancestral patriarch? And this ancestral patriarch clearly sided with Suhan. Watching the turbulent expressions flickering across Li Qianjue's face, Suhan smiled inwardly. That was beautifully executed, Your Imperial Majesty. He straightened his posture and let his smile deepen with meaning. Sect Master, did you hear that? My pet has a rather temperamental disposition. If it gets disturbed from its rest and flies into a rage, this subordinate cannot guarantee he'll be able to hold it back. That was a naked threat. The classic case of a fox borrowing a tiger's fury. Li Qianjue drew a deep breath forcibly, suppressing his surprise and fear within. He shot Su-Han a penetrating glance, then looked past him toward the unfathomable darkness beyond the prison entrance. Very well. Excellent. Li Qianjue gritted his teeth and forced a brittle smile. Since Holy Sun Su has a noble protector, shielding him this seat will not disturb further. However, in 7 days the heroic disciples' debate conference between the righteous and demonic paths will commence. Representatives from each righteous sect will come to issue challenges. Su-Han, as our newly appointed Holy Sun, you represent the face of our heavenly demonic cult. I hope your noble protector can still shield you when that time comes. With that, Li Qianjue flicked his sleeve and departed with his followers in obvious haste. As he watched Li Qianjue recede into the distance, the smile on Su-Han's face gradually faded. The heroic disciples' debate conference. Su-Han stroked his chin. This was no debate. It was the righteous path using the pretext of friendly sparring to probe the demonic sect's true strength and, incidentally, to rescue their missing holy maiden, was it not? Mu Qing. Su-Han turned toward the doorway and called out. Stop sleeping. Your family is coming to take you home. Inside the chamber. Upon hearing those words, Lin Qingzhu froze entirely. Her family, the Supreme Spirit Dao sect, was coming. In the past, she would have rejoiced wildly, but now, she glanced down at her servant attire and thought of the demonic qi that Su-Han had planted within her. Suddenly she realized, this wasn't about coming to retrieve a person, it was about coming to expose her. A social death on a monumental scale. This concludes the final scene. The translated narrative is complete. Deep within the dark prison, an eerie stillness hung in the air. Having seen off Li Qianjue, Su-Han closed the heavy door and turned to gaze upon the two peerless beauties within, each wearing a strikingly different expression. Yi Hongyi lounged languidly against the padded divan, her fingers idly tracing the rim of her teacup, a teasing smile lingering at the corners of her lips, as though she were entirely untroubled by the fact that she had just driven off the sect master. Meanwhile, Lin Qingzhu crouched in the corner of the bed, her face drained of color, her eyes wide with panic, like a small white rabbit trembling on the brink of slaughter. What's wrong? Su-Han approached the bedside, a bright smile on his face as he looked at her. In 7 days the people from the Taishang Dao sect will arrive. I've heard their escort is your master, the one known as the absolute emotionless Nun Jing Xianjunren. Upon hearing those 4 words, Jing Xianjunren, Lin Qingzhu shuddered violently. Master, she murmured, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. Master is here. I can go back. She will surely rescue me. Go back. Before Su-Han could speak, Yi Hongyi, who had been watching from the sidelines, let out a derisive snort. Little girl, aren't you being too naive? Yi Hongyi set down her teacup, her crimson eyes piercing as though they could read the depths of one's soul. Take a good look at yourself now. Clad in the servant garb of the demonic sect's spiritual energy from the heavenly demon creation art circulating within your body, and having just spent 3 days and nights dual cultivating with this brat in the heavenly demon pool. Do you really think that, given your master's uncompromising nature, when she sees you now? Yi Hongyi paused, her tone chilling. Will she rescue you, or will she purge you from the sect? Boom. Those words struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving Lin Qingzhu completely stunned. Purge the disciples. The 4 characters echoed madly within her mind. The Taishang Dao sect cultivated the supreme detachment, and the gravest taboo was emotional entanglement. Even more so, becoming tainted by demonic karma. And she now, not only had she served Han's personal attendant for so long, but she had also been forcibly infused with demonic spiritual energy. Worse still, at the bottom of the heavenly demon pool, in order to survive, she had been nearly naked, pressed against Su-Han's embrace. No, this can't be. Lin Qingzhu shook her head desperately, but tears spilled uncontrollably. I was forced. Master will believe me. Believe you? Su-Han sighed, sat beside her on the bed, and handed her a mirror. Come look for yourself. Lin Qingzhu took the mirror with trembling hands. The girl in the mirror still possessed a pristine, otherworldly beauty, but between her brows lay an almost imperceptible allure. Hidden within her once pure righteous sword energy was now a faint trace of black golden demonic aura. This was what they called Dao and demon cultivation united. In the cultivation world, such a physique might be considered a genius, but in the eyes of orthodox sects like the Taishang Dao sect, it was nothing short of corruption. Do you see it now, eh? Su-Han's voice was coaxing like a devil's whisper. You are marked from head to toe with Su-Han's insignia. You go back and tell them you were forced. Who would believe you? Those senior and junior sisters who have envied your position as holy maiden, will they let this chance to crush you slip away? In the end, not only will you lose your position as holy maiden, but you'll also have your cultivation crippled, be expelled from the sect, and be nailed to the pillar of shame for all to scorn. Is this the outcome you desire? With this combination of blows, Lin Qingzhu completely broke down. Click. The mirror fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. She curled into a ball, hugging her knees and burying her face in her arms, weeping like plum blossoms drenched in rain. She knew Su-Han was right. The righteous path could sometimes be more merciless than the demonic path. Then what should I do? Lin Qingzhu looked up, her eyes red as she gazed at Su-Han. At this moment she instinctively turned to the very culprit for refuge. That's right. Su-Han snapped his fingers. A look of the plan is working, spreading across his face. He reached out and gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, his movements as gentle as a scoundrel. If you don't want to die, there is only one way. What way? Acting. A flash of brilliance appeared in Su-Han's eyes. Since there is no going back, you must act this play through to the end. 7 days from now, in front of your master and all the righteous sects. Su-Han leaned close to her ear and whispered his script. You will continue to play the role of my servant. And you must appear completely devoted to me. Are you crazy? Lin Qingzhu's eyes widened. Wouldn't I really become a traitor then? Fool. Su-Han tapped her forehead. This is called enduring humiliation for a greater cause. This is called taking the circuitous route to save the nation. Only when you have fully won my trust, even becoming my confidant, will you have the opportunity to obtain the demonic sect's core secrets. Only then can you redeem your sins and return to the righteous path. Correct. Su-Han preached with complete seriousness. This is the advanced realm of being an undercover agent. I enter hell, so others need not. Think about it. You sacrifice your reputation for the greater good of the righteous path, submitting yourself to a demonic master. What lofty sentiment is this? When the truth is revealed, who dares call you a traitor? You will be the hero of the righteous path. Lin Qingzhu was stunned. This logic seemed somehow flawed, yet strangely reasonable. Really? Is that possible? She was swaying. It must be possible. Su-Han patted his chest with assurance. Trust brother Su and you shall attain immortality. Beside them, Yi Hongyi, who had remained silent all along, could not help but roll her eyes. This little girl was completely finished. She would probably be selling him out and still helping him count the coins. But, watching Su-Han's confident profile, a faint smile flickered in Yi Hongyi's eyes. To be able to fool a righteous holy maiden was indeed a certain kind of talent. Enough. Su-Han stood up and clapped his hands. Now that the ideological work is done, for the next 7 days we will conduct special training. Special training. Lin Qingzhu had a bad premonition. Correct. Su-Han scrutinized her from head to toe and said critically, although you now look somewhat like a servant, your professional skills are terrible. When so many important figures are present, and you can't even pour wine properly, wouldn't you be shaming me, Su Xingzi? Starting today, I will give you comprehensive, pre-job training. The curriculum includes the posture for pouring wine, the speed of peeling grapes, the pressure for massaging shoulders, and how to look at me with adoration in front of everyone's eyes. Lin Qingzhu. I want to kill him. I want to kill him right now. Time flew like an arrow, and the 7-day period passed in a blink. On that day, the heavenly demon cult's main gate stood wide open. Countless demonic cult disciples lined both sides. Though each looked ferocious, they were all trying their best to appear presentable. And on the heavenly demon plaza, hundreds of tables had long been set out. Elder Jing Xianzhenren of the Taishang Dao sect has arrived. Elder Li Changfeng of the Haoran Sword sect has arrived. Venerable Yen Lai of the Fun Tian Valley has arrived. With the welcoming elder's proclamation, dazzling light streams painted the sky. Dozens of massive spiritual vessels cut through the cloud layers and landed upon the plaza. The heavyweights from the righteous factions, accompanied by their respective gifted disciples, filed out one after another. Each exuded an aura of transcendence and uprightness, a striking contrast to the demonic energy that permeated the surrounding environment. Is this the demonic sect? Within the Taishang Dao sect's contingent, a young female disciple wrinkled her nose in disgust. What a heavy stench of blood. And at the very front of the procession, a middle-aged Taoist nun holding a fly whisk, her face stern and severe, swept her gaze coldly over the entire assembly. She was the leading elder of the Taishang Dao sect, and also Lin Qingzhu's master, Jing Xianzhenren. Sect masterly. Jing Xianzhenren looked toward Li Qianjue, who sat upon the main seat, her voice ice cold. This humble Taoist has come for 2 purposes. First, to discuss the Tao, and second, to seek someone. Seek someone, Li Qianjue replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. I wonder whom the venerable nun seeks. Don't play dumb. Jing Xianzhenren snorted coldly. My disciple Lin Qingzhu went missing half a year ago, and her last spiritual trace vanished within your heavenly demon cult's territory. Today I demand she be produced, alive or dead. If you cannot produce her, this Tao discussion conference will surely turn into a demon extermination assembly. Clang. As her words fell, the hundreds of righteous disciples behind her simultaneously drew their weapons, tension crackling like a drawn bowstring. Li Qianjue's expression darkened. He was about to speak. Just then, oh my elder, you carry quite the temper. A lazy voice suddenly came from behind the plaza. Everyone turned to look. There in the center of all attention, a young man in black robes walked forward slowly. His sword-like brows and starry eyes gave him a wickedly charming aura. But that was not the main point. The main point was, behind him followed a peerlessly beautiful woman, dressed in plain white servant attire, her eyes downcast, holding a tray of spiritual fruits. The moment she was seen, the fly whisk in Jing Xianzhenren's hand snapped with a crack crushed in her grip. Jing, Qingzhu, Jing, Qingzhu, Jing, Qingzhu. The Tianma Plaza fell into a silence so profound that even a needle dropping would be audible. Thousands of eyes were fixed upon the white-robed woman trailing behind Su-Han. Though she had discarded the flowing cloud Taoist robes that marked her as the saintess of the supreme Tao sect, donning, instead, a form-fitting servant's dress of the demonic order, and though she kept her head bowed striving to conceal her aura, but that face, that innate frosty elegance etched into her very bones, could not be hidden no matter how she tried. Qingzhu. The handle of Jingxian Jinren's fly whisk had been crushed to powder in his grip. She stared fixedly at the figure before her, her voice trembling with a mixture of disbelief and barely restrained fury. Is it really you, Qingzhu? At the sound of that familiar voice, Lin Qingzhu shivered violently, her knuckles whitening as she clutched the spirit fruit tray. Without thinking, she yearned to lift her head and call out, "Master," to rush forward and explain everything. Just then, cough. Su-Han, walking ahead, halted and gave a soft cough. To Lin Qingzhu's ears, that seemingly casual sound carried the weight of a demon's whisper. The memory of Su-Han's special training and warnings from the night before flashed through her mind. If you reveal yourself, you will be branded a disgrace to the righteous path and expelled from the sect. Only by playing this servant role to perfection will you be a hero, bearing humiliation in silence. Lin Qingzhu bit through her tongue, using the sharp pain to force calm over her racing thoughts. She drew a deep breath, forcibly checked her advancing steps, lowered her head once more, and retreated into the shadows behind Su-Han. Oh, this senior nun. Su-Han plopped down into the seat reserved for the sacred son, with careless arrogance, crossed his legs, and regarded Jingxian Jinren with amusement. I think you've mistaken me for someone else. This is my personal maid known as Mu Qing. Not some Qingzhu or Zhuizhu. That's bullshit. Jingxian Jinren could no longer maintain his composure and roared in anger. She's my disciple since childhood. I'd recognize her even if she returned to ash. Lin Qingzhu, come here. His furious shout carried the terrifying pressure of the void-piercing realm, causing the tables throughout the plaza to tremble. Disciples from the righteous sects began calling out in alarm. Holy Maiden, senior sister. What's wrong? Senior sister, is this demon forcing you? Don't be afraid, master is here. Hurry over, senior sister. Facing the accusations from all sides and her master's desperate call, Lin Qingzhu's delicate frame trembled like a small white flower in a raging storm. She slowly raised her head. Her once clear, beautiful eyes now held a deathly stillness. She did not meet Jingxian Jinren's gaze, nor did she look at those who had once been her fellow disciples. Her gaze fell only upon Su-Han. And then, beneath the stunned eyes of everyone present, she slowly knelt beside his table, extending her slender jade-like fingers to pluck a purple grape from the dish. She peeled it, removed the seeds. Her movements were graceful and practiced to the point of heartache. Then, cupping the translucent flesh in both hands, she offered it to Su-Han's lips. My lord. Lin Qingzhu's voice was soft, but carried clearly through the gathering. Please partake. Crunch. In that moment, countless hearts among the righteous disciples shattered. Jingxian Jinren's expression froze completely, as though slapped across the face. Su-Han accepted the grape with evident satisfaction, licking his lips as he savored it. Quite good. Mu Qing, excellent work peeling those grapes today. A reward is in order. Su-Han reached out and gently patted Lin Qingzhu's head, treating her like a pet. The once unapproachable holy maiden did not pull away, instead she obediently lowered her head, allowing the demonic cultivator's large hand to stroke through her hair. Boom! Jingxian Jinren completely exploded. Unfilial disciple. A piercing shriek tore through the sky. You have willingly fallen to such degradation, serving as a servant to a demon. Where is your Tao heart? Where is your dignity? You've brought utter shame upon the supreme Tao sect. Jingxian Jinren trembled with rage, killing intent surging in his eyes. She could not accept it. Her promised successor, the future star of the righteous path, was feeding grapes to a demon in full view of everyone. This was disgrace, utter humiliation. Since you have no shame, then today, I will cleanse this sect. Clang. A brilliant sword light erupted from Jingxian Jinren's body. That was the supreme forgetting emotions sword, severing all worldly attachments and emotional bonds. Die. Jingxian Jinren moved like lightning blade and body merging into one as he thrust directly toward Lin Qingzhu's brow. This strike held no restraint whatsoever. She truly meant to kill. Lin Qingzhu gazed at that familiar sword light and closed her eyes in despair. Master really intends to kill me. Su-Han had not deceived her. In her master's eyes, reputation truly mattered more than her life. However, the expected pain never came. Clang. The deafening ring of metal clashing against metal. A violent shockwave swept through the entire plaza, overturning countless tables and chairs. Lin Qingzhu trembled as she opened her eyes. She saw a dark figure standing before her, having appeared at some unknown moment. Su-Han remained seated exactly as he was, his posture unchanged. Only his right hand had risen, 2 fingers firmly pinching the fatal sword strike. Senior nun. Su-Han tilted his head, regarding Jingxian Jinren's contorted face, mere inches away, a cold curve forming at the corners of his mouth. To kill someone under my nose. Have you no respect for me at all? Get lost. Jingxian Jinren roared, attempting to wrench his sword free for another strike, but it remained stubbornly lodged between Su-Han's fingers, immovable. It seems the senior nun hasn't grasped the situation. A crimson glint flashed in Su-Han's eyes. System scan Jingxian Jinren status, consumed by fury Dao heart, destabilized. Weakness extremely concerned with saving face, and due to cultivation technique particularly vulnerable to provocation. In that case, Su-Han suddenly released his grip and struck the blade with an open palm. Thud. Jingxian Jinren was forced back several steps by the impact. Su-Han rose to his feet, seized Lin Qingzhu from the ground, and pulled her into his embrace. Before thousands of disciples from both the righteous and demonic paths, he proclaimed his claim with unabashed arrogance. Jingxian Senior, none hear me well. Lin Qingzhu is dead. What stands before you now is Mu Qing, my personal attendant from the Dark Heaven cult. Her body is mine, her heart is mine, and even her life belongs to me. Want to kill her? Su-Han stepped forward, his demonic energy erupting with such force that it visibly suppressed Jingxian Jinren's presence. Then you'll have to answer to me first. Dominant, arrogant, protective. At this moment, whether disciples of the demonic path or the righteous path, all were stunned by Su-Han's words. Especially Lin Qingzhu. She rested against Su-Han's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, watching the figure shielding her from the righteous cultivator's power. Though she knew this was merely performance. Though she understood his intent was to humiliate the righteous path. Her heart still faltered nonetheless. Excellent. What a demonic cult, sacred son. Jingxian Jinren laughed with rage, hair disheveled and eyes wild. If you wish to protect this unfilial disciple, then don't blame me for showing no mercy. Today's Dao debate assembly need not continue. The righteous and demonic paths shall settle this with a death match right here. As her words fell, the powerful cultivators behind her drew their magical artifacts. On the demonic cult's side, Li Qinjue, though unwilling to fight now, knew they could not back down when pushed to their doorstep. Fight then. Do you think we fear you? The great battle hung suspended on the edge of eruption. Just then, at this critical juncture, Su-Han raised his hand. Hold. He halted the proceedings. What fun is there in slaughter? Su-Han fanned himself with a relaxed smile regarding Jingxian Jinren. Senior, none, since this is the genius Dao debate, let us follow proper protocol. Don't you want to rescue her? Don't you seek to cleanse your sect? How about a wager, shall we? Wager on what? Jingxian Jinren ground out, through clenched teeth. On this genius tournament. Su-Han gestured toward the arena behind him, his eyes gleaming like a fox's. Send whoever you wish from the righteous path. As long as someone can defeat me. Su-Han patted Lin Qingzhu in his arms. I will return her to you. Kill or spare her as you see fit. But if you lose... Su-Han's gaze swept across the righteous faction's young female disciples, beautiful as flowers, finally settling on another breathtaking female cultivator standing behind Jingxian Jinren. Then this fairy should stay as well, as a companion for my servant. What say you? Hima Square, the atmosphere was heavy. Su-Han's wager struck the righteous faction like a resounding slap across their faces. Win, and you take her away. Lose, and not only do you go empty-handed, but you'll also sacrifice a fairy. Arrogant. Simply utterly arrogant. Senior Elder Li Chanfeng of the Howren Sword sect trembled with rage, his beard quivering as he pointed at Su-Han and cursed. You demonic cultivator, do you think there are no worthy ones among the righteous path? How dare you covet our sect's chief disciple? At that, the so-called fairy, whom Su-Han had named, slowly stepped forward from the crowd. She wore a water-blue flowing cloud gown, her face as gentle as still water, with a faint trace of sorrow between her brows, like a Jiangnan maiden emerging from a painting. The eldest senior sister of Howren Sword sect, Lu Rushuang. In the cultivation world, her reputation was impeccable, gentle, generous, and ever helpful, the white moonlight in the hearts of countless young male cultivators. Elderly, please calm yourself. Lu Rushuang parted her crimson lips softly, her voice heartbreakingly gentle. Since this young master Su is so determined, Rushuang is willing to accept this wager to rescue junior sister Lin and preserve the face of the righteous path. Having said this, she turned and bowed gracefully before the venerable master Jingxian and the elders of various sects, tears shimmering in her eyes, appearing utterly self-sacrificing and resolute. As long as junior sister Lin can be rescued, Rushuang suffers no hardship too great. Senior sister Lu, don't. That demon is clearly acting with ill intent. Senior sister, you're far too kind. Let me go slay that fiend. The righteous faction erupted instantly. Countless male disciples were moved to tears, desperate to rush forward and shield their goddess from harm. Watching this profoundly moving scene, Su-Han nearly laughed aloud. Ding. Today's intelligence updated. Target Lu Rushuang, eldest senior sister of Howren Sword sect. Persona gentle, kind, white moonlight. True personality extremely calculating, refined, egoist, master of green tea tactics. Hidden secret, outwardly cultivates the Howren Sword canon, but secretly practices the incomplete Jade Maiden absorption technique. Those suitors who went missing during secret realm expeditions for her sake were mostly drained of their primal yang energy by her becoming her nourishment. Current psychological activity, this Su-Han appears to possess vigorous chi and blood and wields great power within the demonic cult. If I can make him fall at my feet, perhaps I can exploit this to devour his cultivation base and even seize control of the demonic cult. However, this person is somewhat unpredictable. I'll have a few fools test his strength first. Su-Han gazed at the intelligence panel internally, marveling at the sheer audacity. What kind of meek rabbit was this? This was clearly a man-eating flower. Compared to the tsundere yet pure Lin Qingzhu Lu Rushuang, was the true demonic cultivator material. Very well. Since Lady Lu is so resolutely noble, then this holy son shall honor your wish. Su-Han sat in his chair, popping grapes fed to him by Lin Qingzhu, while lazily waving his hand. Come then, who is the first to offer their life? Oh, I mean the first challenger. I will. Before Lu Rushuang could speak, a youth with crimson hair, radiating scorching energy, surged forward from behind her. Zhao Hua, the foremost disciple of Finchin Valley. He was Lu Rushuang's devoted admirer, and seeing his goddess wronged, he could barely contain himself. Demon, stop your arrogance. Zhao Hua stepped onto the platform, his aura erupting like a thunderclap as he reached the peak of Divine Palace stage. A crimson battle saber materialized in his hand, wreathed in raging flames. Today I shall reduce you to ash, so senior sister Lu can witness who the true genius is. Oh, from Finchin Valley. Su-Han glanced at him lazily, then yawned. Playing with fire. Careful you don't wet the bed. You seek death. Zhao Hua erupted in fury, his saber slashing through the air. Heaven-burning saber art. Scorching sun devours the city. Boom. A blade of flame, Qi Tianzhong Long, descended upon Su-Han like a celestial hammer, carrying temperatures capable of incinerating all things. The strike's power could melt metal in an instant. Careful. Lin Qingzhu instinctively gripped Su-Han's sleeve. Yet Su-Han remained utterly still, never rising from his chair, only lifting a single finger. Intelligence, scan Zhao Hua. Weakness, his technique is impetuous, prioritizing raw power over control. When executing Scorching Sun devours the city, he momentarily depletes spiritual defense at the sea of Qi acupoint in his pursuit of explosive force. Counter-strategy, strike where he must defend. Too slow. Su-Han murmured 3 words. The next instant, as the flame blade descended upon him, his figure dissolved into phantasm. Great dark heavenly demon hand. Finger spear. A jet of dark energy, black as ink, like a bolt of obsidian lightning, pierced through the sea of flames, with terrifying speed, striking Zhao Hua's abdomen with merciless precision. As if puncturing a balloon. The entire inferno winked out instantly. Zhao Hua stood frozen, mid-swing, his body locked in place. Then his face flushed a sickly purple. His saber clattered to the ground as he pressed both hands to his gut and collapsed to his knees before Su-Han. Why you? Spew. A geyser of blood erupted from his lips along with his unconsumed morning meal. One finger. His cultivation shattered. Is this over? The righteous disciples below were dumbfounded. That was the head disciple of Finchin Valley. At the peak of Divine Palace stage. How could he fall without even grazing the demon's robes? I told you, Su-Han said, withdrawing his finger and regarding Zhao Hua with visible disgust. Fireplay leaves you wetting the bed. You refuse to believe it. See, I even emptied out whatever stock you had stored in there. Disgusting. Drag him away, drag him away. Don't soil this holy son's ground. 2 demonic cult disciples immediately seized the still twitching Zhao Hua and dragged him off like a dead dog. The entire arena fell into deathly silence. Su-Han clapped his hands lightly, his gaze sweeping past the crowd to land directly on Lu Rushuang, who still maintained her pitiful guise. Lady Lu, Su-Han regarded her with a half-smile. Your guardian seems rather inadequate. Perhaps you should come up and try yourself. Lu Rushuang's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't expected Zhao Hua to fall so swiftly, nor had she anticipated Su-Han's piercing perception would identify his fatal weakness at a single glance. This demon is more troublesome than anticipated. She calculated within, but outwardly maintained her tragic expression. Junior brother Zhao. She dabbed tears from her eyes and turned to another young man, broad-shouldered and carrying a massive sword upon his back. This was Wang Gang, another inner disciple of Sword sect. Junior brother Wang. Lu Rushuang approached him lightly, tugging his sleeve with a trembling voice. That demon's techniques are insidious. You must be careful. If it truly becomes unbearable, let me go. I cannot bear to watch you wounded. These words were textbook-grade manipulation, outwardly urging retreat, but actually goading him into action. As expected, the straightforward Wang Gang felt his blood boil. Senior sister, have no fear. Zhao Hua was merely careless. I am a sword cultivator. One strike shatters 10,000 techniques. That demon's underhanded tricks are useless against me. I shall slay him for you, for your vengeance. With that, Wang Gang drew his massive sword and charged toward the arena like a mad bull. Watching Wang Gang charge forward, an imperceptible sneer flickered across Lu Rushuang's eyes. Go. Test his remaining trump cards. If even you fall, then the secrets this Su-Han harbors are far greater than I imagined. However, her petty schemes were laid completely bare before Su-Han's intelligence panel, as exposed, as if she wore nothing at all. Upon the arena, Su-Han gazed at the second cannon fodder charging up, and sighed wearily. He turned to Lin Qingzhu behind him, mewling. Did you see clearly? This is what they call borrowing a knife to commit murder. Compared to your so-called senior sister, gentle in appearance but venomous at heart, I find your icy wooden demeanor rather endearing. Lin Qingzhu paused, instinctively glancing toward Lu Rushuang. and caught that fleeting coldness and calculation in her eyes. It was a look she had never witnessed before, cold and foreign. Senior sister she. A chill. Do not worry. Su-Han turned back regarding the massive sword now thundering toward him. Once I deal with this oaf, I shall bring your precious senior sister here. And then, a mischievous glint flashed in Su-Han's eyes. Let the two of you sisters catch up properly. On the arena, fierce winds howled. Wang Gang of the Howren Sword Sect was as formidable as his name suggested. The great sword he wielded was named Kaishan and weighed 3,600 jin. At that moment, propelled by his divine palace realm at its peak, the sword erupted with a yellow-brown aura several zhang long, carrying the crushing weight to flatten everything as it smashed straight down towards Su-Han. Demonic cultist. Take my demon-quelling heavy sword. This strike carried immense power so forceful that even the air screamed under the pressure. The righteous disciples below cheered enthusiastically. Excellent. Senior brother Wang is mighty. This strike carries the force of 10,000 jun. Let's see how that demonic cultivator blocks it. Smash him to death. Yet amid a strike capable of cleaving mountains, Su-Han remained casually indifferent. He didn't even lift himself from the chair. Mooching, Su-Han suddenly spoke, extending his hand toward Lin Qingzhu behind him. Lend me your sword. Lin Qingzhu hesitated, then instinctively handed over the sword at her waist. Her life-bound spirit, sword, autumn water. Watch carefully. Su-Han took the slender, graceful sword, a mocking smile curving his lips. This is the proper way to wield the Howren sword sect's technique. Before the words faded, Su-Han's wrist flicked gently. No elaborate build-up, no earth-shattering surge of spiritual power. He simply swung the sword upward in one clean motion. Yet in that instant, his 12 divine palaces roared into operation within him, one of them transforming into pure righteous energy. A clear sword resonance rang out through the sky. The righteous sword energy meant for the orthodox path erupted now from the hands of a demonic cult's holy son, and its purity surpassed even most of the righteous elders present. That's righteous sword energy. Elderly Chongfeng's eyes nearly bulged from his head. How is this possible? How does this demonic cultivator know our sect's secret techniques? The next moment, clang, the slender autumn water sword crashed against the massive Kaishan blade midair. The anticipated scene of autumn water shattering never came. Instead, that devastating 1,000 jun heavy sword was somehow held at bay by this slender blade. Already, out of breath, Su-Han held his sword with one hand, watching Wang Gang above with flushed face and bulging veins, and shook his head dismissively. A heavy sword needs no edge, true skill needs no artifice. Unfortunately, you've only mastered brute force, but understand nothing of momentum. Break. Su-Han's wrist twisted sharply, unleashing a spiraling force that surged along the blade. Crack. A sharp sound echoed through the arena. The Kaishan greatsword, a high-grade spiritual weapon, was sheared at the tip right before everyone's eyes. What a... Wang Gang's pupils quivered in shock. Before he could react, Su-Han's reverse grip delivered a brutal blow to his face. Slap. The sound rang out with devastating clarity. Wang Gang's 200-plus-pound frame flew like a spinning top, rotating 3.5 times midair before crashing into the arena floor below with a thunderous impact, denting the ground deeply. Spit. Blood sprayed from Wang Gang's lips along with several teeth as he pointed tremblingly at Su-Han. Your sword energy. Then his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. An eerie silence fell across the entire arena, deader than when Zhao Hua had fallen. If defeating Zhao Hua relied on exploiting a weakness, then overwhelming Wang Gang was sheer unadulterated dominance. And he wielded the righteous sect's sword energy. It was as if someone had stripped away the Howren sword sect's dignity, trampled it into the ground, and spat on the remains. Anyone else? Su-Han twirled his sword casually, then tossed autumn water back to Lin Qingzhu behind him as his gaze swept across all the righteous disciples. Those prodigies who had been so righteously indignant now lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. He was simply too powerful. This demonic cultivator's tactics were dishonorable, yet his combat prowess ran deeper than any could fathom. Even senior brother Wang Gang had been defeated in an instant. Who would dare step forward? No one. Su-Han shook his head with visible disappointment. Since no one is willing, I'll have to call names myself. His gaze sliced through the crowd and locked onto Lu Rushuang, who still appeared fragile and pitiable. Fairy Lu. Su-Han's lips curled into a hunter's grin. Your sycophants are all dead. And now, it's your turn to come up here and die, isn't it? Or, Su-Han deliberately drew out his words, you could simply surrender. After all, serving as my bed warmer wouldn't be beneath you. Whoosh. Every pair of eyes locked onto Lu Rushuang. She was trapped, caught between pride and survival. If she refused, she'd be branded cowardly and tarnish the righteous path's reputation. If she accepted, she'd meet the same fate as the two before her, certain doom. Lu Rushuang's hidden hand clenched so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. Damn fools. You couldn't even probe through his divine palace stage. What kind of monster is this Su-Han? How does he wield righteous sword energy? She cursed furiously within, yet her expression shifted instantly to one of grim determination. This holy son of the demonic sect bullies us beyond endurance. Lu Rushuang drew a deep breath, her eyes glistening, and turned to look at real person Jing Xian and Li Chanfeng behind her. Master, Uncle Master. For the honor of the righteous path, for the sake of rescuing my junior sister, Rushuang is willing to sacrifice herself to the demonic cultivator. Her words were so heart-wrenching that they brought tears to any listener. Senior sister, don't go. Senior sister, we'll fight this demonic cultivator together. Amid the heartbroken cries of her devoted followers, Lu Rushuang descended onto the arena like a delicate white flower blooming through storm and rain. She held a jade-green longsword and offered Su Han a graceful bow. I am Lu Rushuang of the Sword sect. I request your guidance, Holy Sun Su. If Rushuang wins, I pray the Holy Sun will honor his promise and release junior sister Lin. Watching this ostensibly touching display, Su Han felt his stomach churn with disgust. Enough with the performance. Su Han picked at his ear. There are no Oscar judges here. Who are you trying to fool? Oscar. Lu Rushuang paused, unfamiliar with the term, yet sensing danger. Why does the Holy Sun resort to insults? A cold glint flashed in her eyes as her spiritual energy began circulating silently. Warning. Target Lu Rushuang is activating Heavenly Fragrance Muscle Softening Powder and preparing the enchantment technique from Jade Maiden's Vitality Stealing Art. Seeing the red warning flash across his vision, Su Han smiled. Just as expected, a black-hearted lotus. Openly issuing challenges while secretly deploying poison and enchantments. Excellent, truly excellent. Su Han licked his lips, excitement intensifying in his eyes. What was the most satisfying way to handle a woman who played both sides? Of course, tear away her disguise completely and let her collapse in despair. Fairy Lu. Su Han took a decisive step forward, completely ignoring the poisonous mist filling the air. I hear you practice the Sword Manual, which embodies pure yang energy. Perfect. Su Han extended his hand and beckoned Lu Rushuang with a curl of his finger. This holy sun has been feeling rather fiery lately. Let's see which is harder, your white lotus purity or this great demonic cultivator's resolve. Attack! Su Han let out a thunderous shout and vanished from sight in an instant. Lu Rushuang's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't expected him to be completely immune to the poison. Azure Wave Sword Art. Flood the Golden Mountain. Refusing to underestimate him, she waved her longsword, sending waves of water element, sword energy crashing forth like rolling tides to impede his advance. Yet within this seemingly gentle technique, every strand of sword energy concealed a vicious, draining force. It silently siphoned spiritual energy from anything it touched. This was her hidden trump card, devouring. Yet facing the barrage of sword rain, Su Han made no attempt to dodge. He activated his 12 divine palaces, domineering body mode, becoming like a heavy war chariot that smashed through layer after layer of sword barriers with brutal force. What a... Lu Rushuang watched the fist rapidly enlarging in her vision and finally panicked. How is this possible? Why doesn't my devouring force affect you? Because... Su Han shattered through her defenses in an instant, his massive hand clamping onto Lu Rushuang's slender fair throat like iron shackles. Your skills are far too shallow. Su Han pulled that exquisitely beautiful face close until their noses nearly touched. Staring into Lu Rushuang's terrified eyes, he spoke in a voice meant for her alone. There's one more thing. After draining so many men, that rotten stench on you is quite overwhelming. It reeks. Boom. Those words struck like a sharp dagger straight through Lu Rushuang's deepest secret. Her pupils contracted violently, her face draining to the color of parchment. How? How does he know? On the arena, life and death hung in the balance. Lu Rushuang, whose neck was gripped by Su Han, felt a storm of emotions raging within her. It was not merely the fear of being threatened with death, but the despair of having her greatest secret exposed. The matter of her practicing the art of energy extraction was extremely secretive, unknown even to her master. How did this demon know? If she didn't kill him, once the secret leaked, she would have no foothold in the righteous path. Die. The eyes of Lu Rushuang, which were originally pitiful and charming, instantly turned venomous. Since her disguise was torn apart, there was no need to pretend anymore. A strange pink mist suddenly burst out from within her body. This was the blissful poisonous haze, accumulated from years of energy extraction. It could not only corrode protective spiritual energy, but also instantly plunge one into illusions, reducing them to a slave of desire. At such close range, even immortals would find it hard to evade. Sage Su, even if you are at the late stage of the divine palace, once you are struck by my blissful poisonous haze, you will obediently become a ghost beneath my skirt. Lu Rushuang sneered inwardly, and at the same time her Bibo sword shot towards Su Han's kidney like a venomous snake. However, facing this desperate counterattack, Su Han's expression remained utterly indifferent. He merely looked at her as if she were a fool. This low-level seduction art can only trick the likes of Zhao Hua, a brainless fool driven by lust. Within Su Han, the 12 divine palaces trembled slightly. A supreme majestic aura burst forth. It was the imperial might left inside him by the Empress Yihani. Break. Su Han uttered softly. Boom. The pink poisonous mist filling the sky upon encountering this imperial might scattered instantly, as if mice had seen a cat vanishing without a trace. Immediately after, Su-Han's hand gripping her neck tightened fiercely, and like lifting a chick, he hoisted her entire body into the air. How is it possible? My poison! Lu Rushuang screamed in terror. Your poison. Just trash. Su-Han sneered coldly, and with his other hand he unceremoniously slapped her across the face. Slap. This slap was delivered without any spiritual energy, purely physical strength. But to a fairy who had been pampered all her life, it was a devastating blow. Half of Lu Rushuang's face instantly swelled, her teeth loosened, and she was struck dizzy, seeing stars and hearing a buzzing in her head. This slap is for that fool Xiaohua whom you just used as a pawn. Su-Han did not stop. Slap. He backhanded her again. This slap is for your sect. Practicing such despicable evil arts. Do you even deserve to be called a righteous prodigy? Slap. The third slap. This slap is for myself. With such a scheming face you still want to seduce me. Dream on. 3 slaps later. That originally ethereal great senior sister of the Howren Sword sect, who was like a white lotus, had now turned into a disheveled madwoman with a face swollen like a pig's head. Woo! I want to kill you. Lu Rushuang sobbed, indistinctly, tears and snot streaming down her face. How could there be any trace of a goddess? Kill me. You don't have the capability. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Su-Han's eyes. He suddenly flung his hand. Thud. Lu Rushuang crashed heavily onto the arena right at the feet of Lin Qingzhu. Once she was the lofty great senior sister, while Lin Qingzhu was the beloved saintess. Now one was a prisoner, the other a handmaiden. Mu Qing. Su-Han took out a handkerchief, wiped his hands in disgust, and ordered without looking back, take this newly arrived second concubine downstairs. Find a cage and lock her up. Starve her for 3 days. When she learns to speak like a human, then release her. Lin Qingzhu looked at the embarrassed great senior sister lying on the ground, her feelings incredibly complicated. She hadn't expected that Su-Han would actually win. And win so brutally. Yes. Young master. Lin Qingzhu dared not disobey. She stepped forward, took out a spirit-binding rope, and prepared to tie up Lu Rushuang. Stop. At that moment, a thunderous roar exploded. From the righteous faction's seats, Li Chongfeng, an elder of the Howren Sword sect, could no longer stay seated. That was his personal disciple, the future hope of Howren Sword sect. How could she be locked in a cage like a dog? Demon, how dare you humiliate my disciple? Release her. Boom. Li Chongfeng's full aura as a mid-stage Dongshu realm expert erupted, and he transformed into a sharp sword, light instantly charging toward the arena to snatch her away. Not only him, Jing Xinjinren also moved. Return Qingzhu to me. 2 Dongshu realm experts struck simultaneously, and their terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire arena. Damn it. On the demon sect side, Li Qingzhu's face changed. Although he didn't want to help Su-Han, if the righteous faction snatched someone away at their own doorstep, what face would the demon sect have left? But he was too far away, and it was too late to rescue. Facing the pincer attack of 2 experts, Su-Han stood in the center of the arena motionless. He even had the leisure to smile at Lin Qingzhu. You see, the righteous folks just can't take a loss. Before his words faded, in the sky, a drunken yet infinitely cold voice slowly sounded. Who says the demon sect's holy son is easy to bully? Clang. A sword chime, not from anyone's sword, but from heaven and earth. The crowd was horrified to find that the clouds above the entire Tianma Square had been cleaved in an instant. An indescribably terrifying sword intent descended from the sky, like a heavenly river pouring backward, forcibly inserting itself between Su-Han and the 2 righteous elders. Boom. The earth split. A bottomless chasm appeared before the arena. Li Chongfeng and Jing Xinjinren's faces changed dramatically. They forcibly halted their advance, forced back dozens of zhang by the sword intent, their chests churning with blood and qi. Li Chongfeng, being slightly weaker in cultivation, directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Hua. Jing Xinjinren looked up in terror. In midair, an old man in tattered Taoist robes was tilting his head back to drink wine, with a rusty iron sword hanging at his waist. Drunken sword devil. The supreme elder of the Tianma sect, half-step Dharma image realm, as publicly claimed, but in truth a terrifying figure who had already stepped into the Dharma image realm. A bet is a bet. Drunken sword devil belched, looking at the righteous crowd with drunken blurry eyes. Just now this kid said that if he wins the people stay. You bunch of bearded old Taoists, can't you understand human speech, or do you think? Drunken sword devil's gaze suddenly turned sharp as a blade. That my sword has rusted and can't kill anymore. Boom. The terrifying aura of the Dharma image realm was released without reservation. Under this aura, all the righteous elders present, including Jing Xinjinren, felt as if their necks were being squeezed, their breathing becoming difficult. The gap was too great. Drunken sword devil. You actually broke through. Jing Xinjinren's face turned pale. She knew that today they could not take the people back. If a real battle broke out relying on drunken sword devil alone, he could detain most of them here. You're ruthless. Jing Xinjinren stared fiercely at Su-Han, her gaze wishing she could slice him into 1,000 pieces. Su-Han, the Taishang Dao sect will remember this disgrace. Lin Qingzhu. From today onward you are expelled from the sect. You are no longer a disciple of Taishang Dao sect. Fend for yourself. Having said that, Jingxian Jinren flicked her whisk, and without looking back, led the Taishang Dao sect disciples onto the spirit boat. Let's go. Li Changfeng glanced at Lu Rushwang, who was tied up like a dumpling by Lin Qingzhu, his eyes filled with pain and reluctance, but he could only retreat through gritted teeth. A grand and imposing, forced abdication ultimately ended with the righteous faction losing face and suffering a double loss. On the arena, watching the righteous spirit boat fade into the distance, Su Han turned around and looked at the two women behind him with different expressions. Lin Qingzhu lowered her head, tears silently falling. Being expelled from the sect was within expectations, but when she actually heard it, her heart still shattered. Lu Rushwang, on the other hand, had a grim face, her eyes filled with despair and venom. Don't cry. Su Han walked up to Lin Qingzhu, reached out, and lifted her chin. Out with the old, in with the new. The righteous path doesn't want you, but I do. Su Han took out a Holy Sun token from his bosom and pressed it into her hand. From today on you are my personal chief steward of the Holy Sun's wife. In this nether prison besides me you are the highest. Having said that, Su Han turned to look at Lu Rushwang, who was tied up on the ground. As for you. A glint of mischievous light flashed in Su Han's eyes. A second concubine should have the awareness of a second concubine. Mu Qing, take her back. Tonight. Su Han licked his lips, his voice like a demon. I'm going to teach this newly arrived fairy Lu a good lesson about the rules of the demon sect. The dark prison chief steward's hall. As the heavy black iron gate slowly closed, all the din from the outside world was completely shut out. It was dark and damp here, suffocating with an unpleasant stench of blood. Get in. Lin Qingzhu shoved her forward without a trace of emotion. Thud. Lu Rushwang, once the radiant senior sister of the Howren Sword sect, now stumbled and fell wretchedly onto the icy floor of the hall. Her hair was disheveled, her cheeks swollen. Her limbs were tightly bound by spiritual sealing cords, her spiritual power completely sealed, rendering her no different from an ordinary mortal. This. Lu Rushwang sucked in a sharp breath, glancing around at the grotesque torture instruments and the dark-clothed youth seated upon the tiger skin chair above her eyes, finally revealing unconcealed terror. This is the dark prison, the most horrifying place in the heavenly demon cult, they said. Once you enter, you never leave standing. Welcome to my domain, second madam. Su Han idly rolled 2 walnuts in his hands, looking down at her from above. There were too many people outside earlier, some things couldn't be said. Now that the doors are closed, we can have a proper chat. Lu Rushwang gritted her teeth and forcibly suppressed the fear surging within her. As a seasoned manipulator, she knew that standing up to him directly would only lead to her death. To survive, even to turn the tide, she had to show her worth. Supreme Holy Sun. Lu Rushwang managed a pitiful yet enchanting smile, and even with her bruised face, her voice remained intoxicatingly soft. Victory belongs to the worthy. Our Rushwang accepts her defeat. However, she shifted her body slightly, deliberately exposing the alluring curves straining against the ropes. I believe I still possess a certain beauty, and I carry the core secret of the Jade Maiden's gathering art. If the Holy Sun would show mercy, Rushwang would serve at his side, aid his cultivation, and let him experience pleasures beyond imagining. I could even serve as your inner agent among the righteous path, helping you plot against the Howren Sword sect. Her words were so heartfelt and seductive, her glances dripping with allure. Had it been any man with weaker resolve, he would surely have been ensnared. Yet, Su Han simply watched her performance in silence, even letting out a yawn. Have you finished? Lu Rushwang froze. Mu Qing. Su Han turned to Lin Qingzhu, standing beside him. What do you think? How much truth is there in her words? Lin Qingzhu gazed coldly at this once respected senior sister, a flicker of disgust crossing her eyes, not a shred. She's stalling, attempting to break through the seal. And Lin Qingzhu pointed to Lu Rushwang's fingers hidden within her sleeve. She's gathering poison. That is the Howren Sword sect's life-ending powder. Once she gets within 3 feet of young master, she'll detonate the toxin and take us all down with her. Lu Rushwang's face turned instantly ashen. You. Did you hear that? Su Han smiled a smile that sent chills down one's spine. Lu Rushwang, drop your tricks. In terms of scheming, you're not even fit to carry my shoes. In terms of seduction arts, your amateur skills pale in comparison to the demonic women of the Howren sect. As for your body. Su Han waved his hand in blatant disgust. I've said it before, I don't collect trash. A second-hand commodity that's been cultivated by so many men. I'm afraid of catching diseases. Spurt. This remark carried devastating power. Lu Rushwang, overcome with rage, coughed up a mouthful of blood. It was an attack that struck not just the body but the very soul. This was nothing less than trampling her dignity into the mud. Enough nonsense. Su Han's expression grew stern, the hallmark of the great villain awakening. Now that you've entered my door, you will follow my rules. From this day forth, you are no longer the senior sister of the Howren Sword sect. You are merely the lowest, most despised, foot-washing maid of this dark prison. Mu Qing. Su Han pointed to Lin Qingzhu. She is the chief steward here. From now on, if she tells you to go east, you dare not go west. If she tells you to kneel, you dare not stand. Do you understand? Lu Rushuang bit down hard on her teeth, her eyes brimming with resentment. You dream. I am the pride of the righteous path. A true warrior would rather die than suffer such humiliation. Oh, a stubborn bone. Su-Han raised his eyebrow. I do so enjoy breaking stubborn ones. He reached into his robe and produced a small black porcelain bottle, casually tossing it to Lin Qingzhu. This is the heart-gnawing pill. It takes effect once each day. 10,000 ants devouring the heart, begging for life, yet denied, begging for death, yet unable to die. Only by obeying and working can you earn that day's antidote. Mooching forced her to swallow it. Lin Qingzhu caught the pill, looking down at the once unassailable senior sister on the ground, her heart a turmoil of conflicting emotions. Once upon a time she had been the exalted holy maiden and Lu Rushuang the gentle senior sister. And now, I'm sorry, senior sister. Lin Qingzhu took a deep breath, a trace of coldness flashing in her eyes. Since the righteous path had already abandoned her, since this world was so cruel, there was no longer any need to cling to those ridiculous bonds of fellow discipleship. She stepped forward and firmly seized Lu Rushuang's chin. MMPH. Get off. Lin Qingzhu, how dare you? Woo. Lu Rushuang struggled desperately, but before Lin Qingzhu's divine palace realm cultivation, she was nothing now. A complete invalid. Gulp. The black pill was forcibly swallowed. Merely 3 breaths passed. A shrill scream of agony echoed throughout the hall. Lu Rushuang curled up on the ground, frantically clawing at her own skin, her nails drawing streams of blood, her entire countenance twisted in unspeakable torment. It hurts. So much pain. Save me. Kill me. Quick, kill me. Su-Han watched the scene impassively, even lifting his teacup for a sip. Mooching. He spoke calmly. Give her a lesson. Tell her how she should address me here. Lin Qingzhu looked at the writhing, agonizing Lu Rushuang, and the last remnant of compassion in her heart also vanished. She knew. If she had been the one lying there today, Lu Rushuang would have been 100 times more vicious. Lu Rushuang, look at me. Lin Qingzhu said from above. Here there is no holy son, only master. If you wish to live, kneel properly. Bow your head and cry out, master. I won't. Lu Rushuang still resisted. Su-Han snapped his fingers. The pain instantly doubled. I'll say it. I'll say it. Barely half an incense stick's time passed before this calculating senior sister's psychological defenses completely collapsed. She crawled trembling towards Su-Han's feet like a dog with its spine broken, slamming her head heavily onto the ground. Master. Spare my life. This servant knows her wrongdoing. This servant is willing to be the foot-washing maid. Su-Han set down his teacup, a satisfied curve gracing his lips. He extended his foot and gently rested it upon Lu Rushuang's head, just as he had done with Duguju before. See, now you're being obedient. Remember, lowborn bones like yours simply beg to be broken in. Su-Han lifted his gaze to Lin Qingzhu, standing beside him, her expression complex, and a hint of appreciation crossed his eyes. Well done, Chief Steward. It seems you've already adapted to your new role. Lin Qingzhu stiffened, then lowered her head and spoke softly. Yes. All thanks to young master's guidance. Su-Han smiled. The management system of this dark prison was beginning to take shape. One played the strict enforcer, the other served as the scapegoat. Right, drag this dead dog away. Su-Han waved his hand dismissively. Make sure she's confined to the servant quarters. Every day the chamber pots and floors are hers to scrub. Yes. Lin Qingzhu lifted the lifeless, limp form of Lu Rushuang and retreated. Within the hall, only Su-Han remained. The smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a profound gravity. System. Present. Pull up the real-time status of Demon Lord Li Qianjue. Though he had handled the righteous path, humiliated the young master, and subdued the holy maiden, Su-Han knew the true crisis was only beginning. That cunning old fox Li Qianjue would never let this go. Swish. Data streams refreshed across his retina. Target Li Qianjue, Demon Lord. Current location Heavenly Demon Forbidden Ground Altar. Activity Conspiracy. Real-time dialogue log. This kid Suin has grown too influential. Not only does that madman Winesword demon protect him, but there also appears to be that woman's shadow behind him. We cannot kill him openly. Activate the blood trial plan. Send him to the demon falling abyss to find that object. Use another's blade to eliminate him. Let him perish out there. Reading these lines, Su-Han's eyes narrowed slightly. The demon falling abyss. The blood trial. Su-Han rose from his chair and walked to the hall's entrance, gazing out at the dark night sky, cold brilliance surging within his eyes. Li Qianjue, you wish to play games? Then I shall entertain you properly. Besides, my 12 divine palaces still lack one final core material. It seems I need not search for it myself. You are delivering it right to my doorstep. The next day at noon, outside the gate of the dark prison, drums and music sounded in unison. Li Qianjue's trusted confidant, the left protector Bloodhand Butcher, holding a pitch-black decree with a gloating smile on his face, announced loudly, by the decree of the sect leader. Holy Son Su-Han, exceptionally gifted, has rendered illustrious military exploits for our sect. However, jade requires polishing to become a gem. It is hereby ordered that Su-Han immediately proceed to the Yunma Abyss and retrieve the lost sacred artifact of a millennium, the ancient demon heart. This mission is fraught with peril with a 9-to-1 chance of death. If you complete it, the sect leader will personally perform the crown transmission for you, aiding you in breaking through to the Dharma phase realm. After reading, the left protector hypocritically handed the decree to Su-Han. Holy Son, Su, congratulations. This is the sect leader's special favor for you, an opportunity others can't beg for. The Yunma Abyss, the Tianma sect's foremost forbidden ground. Legends say it suppresses the remnant body of an ancient demon god with malevolent qi soaring to the heavens. Even a Dharma phase realm powerhouse would likely go mad upon entering. Throughout the ages of the holy sons who entered for trials, 9 out of 10 never emerged, and the one who did came out insane. Is this a trial? It's clearly exile and execution. The surrounding demon sect disciples exchanged glances, their eyes filled with sympathy. It seemed that this newly appointed holy son was too arrogant and had finally angered the sect leader about to be purged. However, when Su-Han received the decree, there was no trace of fear on his face. On the contrary, he smiled even more radiantly than the left protector. Thank you for the sect leader's favor. Su-Han even warmly grasped the left protector's hand. Please inform the sect leader that I will devote myself wholeheartedly and die in the service. If I don't retrieve the demon heart, I, Su-Han, will not return. The left protector's hand was squeezed painfully, and he inwardly cursed, wondering if this kid was foolish. Did he not know that place was a death trap? Ahem. The holy son's determination is commendable. The left protector withdrew his hand and sneered. Then please set off as soon as possible. The sect leader awaits your good news. With that, he led his men away hastily, as if staying another second would bring him Su-Han's bad luck. Inside the dark prison in a secret chamber. Are you really going? Yi Hongyi looked at the decree on the table, her brow slightly furrowed. Li Qianjue is clearly sending you to your death. The Yunma Abyss. That place even I in my prime dared not venture into its deepest levels. Of course I'm going. Su-Han packed his bags without turning around. That fool Li Qianjue only knows it's dangerous, but he doesn't know what's inside. Information panel display, location Yunma Abyss. Core treasure, ancient demon heart. Attributes, chaos dark, dual attribute core. Purpose, the core material perfectly matching the last palace of the 12 divine palaces. Once fused, the 12 divine palaces will be complete, allowing the evolution of the chaos demon domain. That demon heart is the key to my breakthrough. Su-Han turned around and looked at Yi Hongyi. Moreover, Empress, although you have successfully restored your physical body, isn't your divine soul still somewhat lacking? Yi Hongyi was startled. How do you know? Never mind how I know. Su-Han pointed to the abyss location on the map. There is a companion spirit herb called soul nourishing grass, which is extremely effective for repairing the divine soul. Our trip this time is a classic case of a subsidized tour with a side of stocking up. Upon hearing soul nourishing grass, Yi Hongyi's eyes lit up. She pondered for a moment, then waved her red sleeve. Her entire form transformed into a streak of light and dove into an ancient ring on Su-Han's finger. All right, Yi Hongyi's voice came from the ring. I will accompany you on this journey. If Li Qianjue dares to play tricks in the shadows, I will just use him to test my sword. With the Empress as his super bodyguard, Su-Han felt even more secure. He walked out of the secret chamber and arrived at the main hall. By then, 2 stunningly beautiful women had been waiting for a long time. Lin Qingzhu, in a tight-fitting outfit, carried the autumn water sword on her back, looking heroic and spirited. Although she still wore a cold expression, she already exuded the competent demeanor of a grand steward. Beside her, Lu Rushuang was still wearing that dirty prison uniform, a spirit suppression ring around her neck, holding Su-Han's huge suitcase, glaring at the ground with a venomous expression. After a night of Lin Qingzhu's training, this Sundara senior sister had not completely surrendered, but at least she had learned to keep her mouth shut. Let's go. Su-Han waved his hand. You? Are you really taking her? Lin Qingzhu pointed at Lu Rushuang, hesitating. She's a burden now and could betray us at any moment. Burden? Su-Han glanced at Lu Rushuang and smiled meaningfully. The Yunma Abyss is full of traps and venomous creatures everywhere. Some paths need someone to scout, some poisons need someone to test. Such a handy human mind detector, wouldn't it be a waste not to bring her along? Upon hearing this, Lu Rushuang's delicate body trembled violently, and a flash of desperate fear crossed her eyes. She was the senior sister of the Howren Sword sect, to have fallen to the point of being cannon fodder for mind detection. What? Does the second concubine have any objection? Su-Han coldly glanced at her. And no. Lu Rushuang gritted her teeth and lowered her head. This servant obeys. Good. Su-Han nodded with satisfaction. Remember, this trip we not only need to retrieve the demon heart, but also make the whole world know. Su-Han walked out of the dark prison gate, looked at the azure sky outside, and a wild smile curled at the corner of his mouth. I, Su-Han, am the greatest menace of this demon sect. 3 days later, a huge black spirit boat cut through the sky and landed before a desolate and lifeless mountain range. Ahead lay the renowned forbidden ground, the Yunma Abyss. The earth seemed to have been split open by a divine axe, revealing a bottomless chasm. Black demonic chi surged out from the fissure like smoke from signal fires, blotting out the sky and the sun. Before even approaching, one could hear the eerie wails and howls from the abyss, sending chills down one's spine. We're here. Suhan stood at the bow of the boat, feeling the dense, malevolent chi rushing toward him. The 12 divine palaces within him actually emitted an excited hum. So many experienced babies. Suhan licked his lips. Let's go. He took the lead and jumped straight off the spirit boat. Lin Qingzhu followed closely. Last came Lu Rushuang carrying large bags and wearing an expression of, I don't want to die. However, just as they landed, whoosh, 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 over a dozen black figures suddenly darted out from the surrounding rubble. These people wore uniform blood-red robes and ghost-face masks, exuding a nauseating stench of blood. Bloodslaughter Hall, the most mysterious assassination organization of the demon sect, directly under the command of sect leader Li Qianjue. Holy Sun Tzu. The leading killer's voice was hoarse, holding 2 poison daggers. The sect leader orders. The Yunma Abyss is a long journey. The Holy Sun unfortunately encountered a demon beast attack and perished. Please, Holy Sun, take your final journey. As expected, Li Qianjue had never intended for him to enter the abyss alive. He had arranged an ambush right at the entrance. Perished. Faced with the encirclement of over a dozen killers at the peak of Divine Palace realm, Suhan was not only unflustered, but turned to look at Lu Rushuang behind him. Second concubine. Suhan smiled and pointed ahead. The chance to show yourself has come. Go up and block them. Huh. Lu Rushuang's eyes widened as she pointed at the spirit suppression ring around her neck. Are you crazy? My spiritual power is sealed. How can I block them? Oh, I forgot. Suhan slapped his forehead, then unlocked 1/10 of her seal and pushed her out. Don't worry, you're tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. If you can't hold them off. Suhan's voice turned cold instantly. I'll throw you into the abyss to feed the demon beasts. You. Lu Rushuang was so angry she wanted to cry, but seeing the charging killers, she could only let out a scream, pick up a branch from the ground, and reluctantly perform, Suhan. I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Boom. A melee erupted. Meanwhile, Suhan pulled Lin Qingzhu, found a clean large rock to sit on, and took out a handful of melon seeds. Come, Grand Steward. Eat melon seeds, watch the show. Let's see how much potential this senior sister of the Howren Sword sect can unleash in a desperate situation. At the entrance of the demon abyss, jagged rocks stood in disarray. Clang, clang. Though Lu Rushuang's spiritual energy was mostly sealed, and she wielded only a broken branch, she was still the senior sister of the righteous sword sect, and her foundation remained. Her movements were eerily agile, like a slippery eel, dodging and weaving amid the onslaught of a dozen assassins. Though battered with several cuts on her body, staining her prison clothes with blood, she miraculously held on. Damn Suhan. Damn demon cult. Lu Rushuang panted, cursing wildly in her heart. Suddenly her eyes flickered as she caught sight of Suhan sitting on a rock, not far away, casually eating sunflower seeds. Thinking of making me a pawn. Dream on. A malicious scheme formed in Lu Rushuang's mind. She deliberately feigned a flaw, swayed her body, and then led the bloodthirsty assassins behind her straight towards Suhan. Holy Sun, save me. I can't hold them off. She shouted for rescue, but her feet moved swiftly. A classic case of diverting calamity. If she could lure the assassins close to Suhan amidst the chaos, she might escape, or even watch Suhan get killed. Heh. Watching Lu Rushuang charge toward him with her entourage, Suhan spat out the sunflower seed shells and stared coldly. Second concubine, I've seen through your little tricks long ago. Just as Lu Rushuang was about to dash in front of him and sidestep behind him, Suhan moved. But he didn't strike at the assassins. Instead, he raised his foot and mercilessly kicked her pert rear. Off you go. Oh. Lu Rushuang let out a startled shriek, flying like a kicked sandbag, uncontrollably hurtling backward, straight into the 3 leading assassins. Bang! Uffed. The collision shattered the assassin's formation, and Lu Rushuang herself took a blade to the shoulder, tears streaming from the pain. Suhan, you're inhuman. Lu Rushuang screamed in despair. I'm human, but whether you are or not is debatable. Suhan brushed the dust off his hands and stood up. By now the assassin leader had realized that this woman was nothing but a troublemaker. Forget the mad woman. Kill Suhan first. At the leader's command, the remaining 10 assassins instantly abandoned Lu Rushuang, transforming into 10 blood-red afterimages, locking onto Suhan from all directions with lethal intent. Die. 10 poison daggers sealed all of Suhan's escape routes. Young master, be careful. Lin Qingzhu drew her autumn water sword, ready to step forward. Stand back. Suhan spoke calmly, not even turning his head. Facing this certain death trap, he merely extended his right hand, fingers spread, and gently grasped the air. Information deconstruction, blood assassination formation. Weakness, the formation's eye is directly above, and in pursuit of speed they neglected lower body defense. 12 divine palaces, hell suppression. Boom. An indescribable, terrifying gravitational field descended without warning within a radius of 10 zhang. This was not merely the suppression of spiritual energy, it was the spatial seal unique to the 12 divine palaces. What a... The 10 assassins mid-charge felt their bodies suddenly sink, as if a mountain had been pressed onto their backs. Their originally lightning-fast movements instantly turned into slow motion. This What kind of sorcery is this? The assassin leader cried in terror. This is called. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Su-Han's mouth as he flickered before the leader like a phantom. Dimensional strike. Great dark heaven demon hand. A pitch-black palm devoid of any flourish pressed directly onto the leader's crown. Soul search. Aya! A blood-curdling scream echoed across the wilderness. The assassin leader's body convulsed violently, eyes rolling back foam at the mouth. All the memories, intelligence, and even the secret orders from Li Qianjue in his mind were brutally read by Su-Han. A few breaths later, crack. Su-Han casually snapped the leader's neck and tossed him to the ground like trash. So that's how it is. Su-Han wiped his hands, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. From the leader's memories, he not only learned Li Qianjue's subsequent plans, but also unexpectedly discovered a piece of news. Deep in the demon abyss besides the devil heart there lay an ancient altar that even Li Qianjue dared not touch. Looks like this time I'm really going to hit the jackpot. Su-Han turned to look at the remaining 9 assassins crushed to the ground and unable to move under the gravity. Since you're here, don't bother leaving. Perfect timing. My soul-devouring banner still needs a few main souls. Without a shred of mercy, Su-Han flicked his sleeve, and several black lights flashed, reaping the lives of these assassins. The battle ended. The entire process took less than half a tea's time. Su-Han turned to look at Lu Rushuang, who was huddled in a corner clutching her wounds and trembling. So how was it, second concubine? Su-Han asked with a grin. Did that kick feel good? Didn't it help you escape your suffering? Lu Rushuang stared at the corpses scattered around, then at Su-Han's demonic smile, and trembled so violently that her teeth chattered. She nodded frantically. Thank you, master, for saving my life. She was truly terrified. This man had a heart blacker than hers and a hand crueler than hers. She was no match for him. Good girl. Su-Han tossed her a bottle of healing ointment. Apply it. Don't die. The road ahead is still long, and I need you as a pathfinder. Pack up. Into the abyss. The demon abyss entrance. The deeper they descended, the dimmer the light became. Thick, pitch-black, demonic energy surged like a tangible tide, constantly battering the protective spiritual light of the group. Here divine sense was compressed to the extreme, and visibility was less than 10 jong. Growl. From the darkness, unidentifiable low roars sounded occasionally. Lin Qingzhu gripped her sword tightly, her face pale. The atmosphere here made her a cultivator extremely uncomfortable. Su-Han, on the other hand, seemed as if he had returned home. The heavenly demon creation art within him activated automatically, greedily devouring the surrounding demonic energy. With every step, his cultivation base slowly advanced. This is what you call environmental advantage, Su-Han remarked. Suddenly, Lu Rushuang, walking at the front, stopped, her voice trembling. Master, ahead. There's no path. Su-Han stepped forward to look. Indeed, there was no path. Before them lay a cliff, and below it a bizarre purple sea of flowers. Those flowers were eerily enchanting, each the size of a human face, with miniature human faces growing at the pistils, silently wailing. Other sure corpse fragrance flower. Characteristics emits hallucinogenic pollen that evokes the deepest fears. Beneath the flower sea lurk countless carnivorous vines. No path. Su-Han gazed at the flower sea, the corners of his mouth lifting. Isn't there a path right there? He pointed at a faintly visible cave entrance on the other side of the sea. But that's a sea of flowers. Lu Rushuang was on the verge of tears. Those flowers look terrifying. Terrifying is exactly the point. Su-Han pulled a long rope from his bosom, tying one end around Lu Rushuang's waist and holding the other end in his hand. 1,000 days of training for 1 hour of use. Second concubine, go. I won't go. That's a death trap. Lu Rushuang desperately retreated. Won't go. Su-Han's expression darkened. He pointed at the endless darkness behind them. Then stay here and feed the demon beasts. Or. Su-Han shook the rope in his hand. Shall I throw you over? Lu Rushuang looked at the deep darkness behind, then at Su-Han's unyielding gaze. She knew she had no choice. I'll go. Lu Rushuang gritted her teeth, tears in her eyes, and like a martyr about to die, cautiously stepped onto the eerie flower sea. 1 step, 2 steps. As she entered, the surrounding other shore corpse fragrance flowers seemed to sense the scent of a living person. The human-faced pistils turned toward her, emitting hair-raising giggles. Hee. So much flesh. So fragrant. Lu Rushuang screamed in terror, closed her eyes, and charged forward. Just then, whoosh, a thick thorny vine suddenly shot out from the flowers, aimed at Lu Rushuang's ankle. Help! Lu Rushuang cried out in despair. However, the anticipated entanglement did not happen. Because the moment the vine was about to touch her, Su-Han gave the rope a sharp jerk. Up! Lu Rushuang was yanked into the air like a kite, narrowly avoiding the attack. Keep running. Su-Han's voice came. Don't land. I'll keep you suspended up here. It turned out Su-Han had never intended to let her die. He was using her as fishing bait. He used her to lure out the vines hidden beneath the flower sea, then leveraged the rope's pull to let her swing in the air, thereby probing a safe path of footholds. Su-Han, I hate you. Lu Rushuang flew back and forth screaming, while reluctantly serving as a human detector. On the shore, Su-Han pulled the ropes, skillfully controlling Lu Rushuang's ascents and descents, and even turned to explain to Lin Qingzhu. See, this is the art of controlling people. Even a piece of toilet paper has its use. Lin Qingzhu watched the senior sister being tossed around above the flower, looking utterly dazed, and couldn't help but twitch her lips. This wasn't the art of controlling people. This was clearly treating someone like a yo-yo. Yet, looking at Su-Han's focused profile, Lin Qingzhu felt a strange sense of reassurance. At least beside this devil, as long as one obeyed, it seemed truly safe. All right, the path is clear. A quarter of an hour later, Su-Han gave a sudden pull on the rope, dragging back the already fainted Lu Rushuang. Let's go. Follow my steps exactly. Step on the points she swung through earlier. Don't miss a single one. Su-Han clasped his hands behind his back, strolling like a leisurely tourist, leading the two women into this deadly flower sea. The deeper they went, the thicker the darkness grew. The three of them now seemed to be wading through viscous ink. The demonic chi here was no longer gaseous, but had liquefied into black mist droplets, each one as heavy as 1,000 June, causing their protective spiritual light to creak under the pressure. Ugh! Lu Rushuang leaned against the wall, retching uncontrollably. As a righteous cultivator, this environment was pure poison to her. Coupled with the several circles she had flown in the sky earlier, she was now in a state worse than a dead dog. Hang in there, second mistress. Su-Han walked at the front, a luminous pearl floating above his head, illuminating an area of 3 zhang around them. Ahead is the Yuming Jian. Once we pass it, we'll be able to see the bottom. How much farther? Lu Rushuang's voice was tearful. I feel like my spiritual root is being corroded. Almost there. Su-Han casually tossed her an antidote pill. Eat this. Don't die halfway. You still need to carry my stuff. Lu Rushuang swallowed the pill with tears in her eyes, staring at the back of the great demon king ahead, her heart filled with hatred and fear. Suddenly, SSS. From the surrounding darkness, a grating hiss arose. Then countless translucent gray figures emerged from the rock walls and crevices in the ground. They had no physical form, only twisted ghostly faces exuding a chilling aura that targeted the soul. Abyss Shadow Demon traits, physical immunity, specializes in attacking the soul. Quantity, 300. Ghosts. Lu Rushuang screamed as she saw these translucent things pass through her arm, bringing a bone-chilling cold, and she scrambled to hide behind Su-Han. Shut up. Su-Han kicked her away in disgust. Physical immunity. Interesting. He didn't make a move, but instead looked at Lin Qingzhu beside him. Grand Steward, time for your test. Su-Han pointed at the charging shadow demons. These things fear light, especially the holy light of the righteous path. Use your Tai sword intent to give them a bath. Lin Qingzhu was startled. But my spiritual power. She was now cultivating the modified technique. Su-Han had given her body a mixture of righteousness and evil. Stupid. Su-Han was exasperated. Don't you understand yin-yang transformation? Suppress the demonic chi within you, and only mobilize that portion of righteous chi. Just like that day at the bottom of the Tianma pool. Lin Qingzhu took a deep breath and closed her eyes, recalling the sensation of Su-Han guiding her spiritual power that day. The next moment, she snapped her eyes open and the autumn water sword in her hand was drawn. Tai, break evil. Though not as pure as her prime in the dark abyss, this sword still erupted with a blinding white light. The shadow demons that charged forward upon contact with the white light shrieked in agony, as if snow meeting a hot iron, and half of them instantly melted away. It works. A flicker of surprise flashed in Lin Qingzhu's eyes. She hadn't expected that her now impure body could still unleash such powerful evil-repelling force. Well done. Su-Han praised without stint. It seems keeping you by my side is the right choice. This is what they call a perfect match. Then he turned to glance at Lu Rushuang. See that? This is called value. Learn from this and don't just scream for help all day. Lu Rushuang bit her lip, watching Lin Qingzhu's impressive display, her heart filled with jealousy and bitterness. Once she was the senior sister and Lin Qingzhu had to address her as such now. She was even being outdone as a mere tool. After clearing the shadow demons, the three continued descending. Finally, after the time it takes to burn an incense stick, they felt solid ground beneath their feet. We're here. Su-Han raised the luminous pearl. The light illuminated the scene before them, making all three gasp. It was a massive underground cavern with a dome 1,000 zhang high. At the center of the cavern stood an ancient weathered black altar built from unknown black boulders covered in intricate blood-red runes. At the very top of the altar, a heart the size of a millstone, pitch black with purple hues, floated in midair. Thump! Thump! It was still beating. Each beat caused the demonic chi of the entire abyss to tremble, sending out visible ripples. Ancient demon heart. Found it. A fervent gleam appeared in Su-Han's eyes. This was the core material for the final palace of his 12 divine palaces. However, before he could approach this aura, the soul-nurturing ring on Su-Han's hand suddenly lit up and the ethereal figure of Yi Hongyi drifted out. She didn't pay attention to the demon heart, but stared fixedly at the base of the altar. There a pitch-black spiritual herb with leaves like ghostly hands was growing. 9 nether soul-nurturing grass. It really is soul-nurturing grass. A flicker of excitement crossed Yi Hongyi's eyes. With this, her soul would stabilize, and she wouldn't have to remain in the ring anymore. But the next moment her expression changed. Watch out. The instant Yi Hongyi shouted her warning, the black-armored figure kneeling at the base of the altar, which had seemed like a stone statue, suddenly moved. With a grating sound of bones grinding, the black-armored corpse slowly stood up. It was 3 zhang tall, holding a broken giant axe, exuding a decaying, yet terrifyingly powerful corpse aura. Under the empty helmet, 2 ghostly green flames suddenly ignited. Guardian Demon, General Xingtian corpse puppet state cultivation comparable to early Dharma aspect stage. Roar. The corpse puppet let out a roar, and the broken axe in its hand swung down with world-shattering force toward the intruders. Dharma aspect stage. Lin Qingzhu and Lu Rushwang's faces turned deathly pale. An existence at this level could wipe them out with a single breath. Get out of the way, Su Han shouted, grabbing both women and throwing them aside. At the same time, he didn't block the attack, but retreated rapidly. Empress, this big guy is yours. Humph. Yi Hongyi snorted coldly. Her ethereal red figure didn't retreat, but instead floated before the corpse puppet. Xingtian. Yi Hongyi looked at the monster that had become a corpse puppet, a complex glint in her eyes. I didn't expect even you to die here and be turned into a puppet. Hearing the name Xingtian, the originally frenzied corpse puppet, which had been about to tear everyone apart, suddenly froze for an instant. The 2 mad, ghostly flames under the helmet, upon seeing the familiar red figure of Yi Hongyi, showed a trace of confusion and trembling. Roar. Mas. Tur. A broken hoarse voice squeezed out from the corpse puppet's throat. The giant axe in its hand crashed to the ground with a clang. This war machine, which knew only slaughter, actually knelt on one knee before Yi Hongyi. This. Lu Rushwang and Lin Qingzhu were stunned from a distance. That terrifying Dharma aspect stage monster was kneeling to a soul body. Who was that woman in red? Only Su Han wasn't surprised. He had already learned through his intelligence network that the guardian at the bottom of this abyss was the first demon general who had followed Yi Hongyi in conquering the world. Even after 1,000 years of death, even turned into a corpse puppet, the loyalty engraved in his bones still prevented him from raising his blade against his former master. Rest in peace. Yi Hongyi sighed softly, extended her ethereal hand, and gently pressed it on the corpse puppet's head. Your mission is complete. A red light flashed. The ghostly flames in the corpse puppet's eyes slowly extinguished, and its massive body dissolved into countless black specks of light, leaving only a crystal-clear black pearl. One move. Bloodless, she had defeated the Dharma aspect stage guardian. This was the power of reputation. Awesome. Su Han walked over and gave a thumbs up. That's our Empress. You can clear the stage just by showing your face. Yi Hongyi shot him a glare. Though her expression was calm, she couldn't hide the fatigue in her eyes. Forcibly awakening the residual consciousness of the corpse puppet had drained her current soul energy greatly. Hurry and take the herb and the demon heart. Yi Hongyi's voice was somewhat weak. The commotion. Understood. Su Han moved swiftly. He carefully dug out the 9 nether soul nurturing grass and handed it to Yi Hongyi. Watching Yi Hongyi retreat into the ring to begin absorbing it in seclusion, Su Han turned around and looked at the beating heart atop the altar. Finally, the opportunity to perfect the 12 divine palaces. Su Han took a deep breath, leaped onto the altar, and reached for the ancient demon heart. However, the moment his fingertips touched the heart, a sudden change occurred. Warning! Warning! High-risk trap detected. A bloodburst talisman has been implanted inside the demon heart. Once removed from the altar, it will detonate immediately. Li Qianjua, damn you! Su Han cursed in his heart. That cunning old fox had actually planted a bomb inside the demon heart. This was a dead end. Take it and die, leave it, and come back empty-handed. What to do? Su Han's mind raced. Suddenly his gaze fell on the next line of small text on the system panel. Solution requires the blood of extreme Yin as a catalyst to neutralize the yang baleful aura of the bloodburst talisman, allowing safe extraction. Blood of extreme Yin. Su Han was taken aback, then turned his head to look at the one trembling behind a rock. The senior sister of the Howren Sword sect, Lu Rushwang. Wasn't she the perfect extreme Yin physique? Lu Rushwang. Su Han stood on the altar and gave Lu Rushwang a brilliant spine-chilling smile. Come here. Your master is about to bestow upon you a great opportunity. On the altar, demonic energy pervaded the air. Lu Rushwang cowered in a corner, staring at Su Han, who was grinning at her radiantly, feeling her scalp tingle as if she were being eyed by a ferocious beast ready to devour. Master. Lu Rushwang's voice trembled, tears welling up in her eyes. What do you want to do? I don't taste good, my flesh is sour. What are you thinking? Su Han rolled his eyes, wearing an expression of, you're too narcissistic. I told you I have a cleanliness obsession, I don't eat people. But, Su Han pointed at the ancient demon heart, floating in midair, ready to explode at any moment. This thing is a bit hot to handle. Someone has added ingredients inside. I need to borrow your blood to cool it down. Borrow. Blood. Lu Rushwang was stunned, then breathed a sigh of relief. Just bleeding. Scared me to death. I thought I was going to be thrown into that meat grinder as a sacrifice. Yes, just a little. Su Han extended his thumb and index finger, gesturing a tiny little bit. Come, stretch out your hand. Although Lu Rushuang still felt creeped out for the sake of survival, she tremblingly extended her fair, jade-like wrist. Bear with it, it might hurt a bit. Su-Han pulled out a rusty small dagger from somewhere. Schwat. With a swift motion the blade fell. Up. Lu Rushuang let out a scream, and a gash instantly appeared on her wrist. Blood bright red with a hint of coldness gushed out. Don't waste it. Quick. Su-Han with quick eyes and hands grabbed her wrist, and pressed it directly onto the raging demon heart. SSSSS. The moment Lu Rushuang's blood imbued with ultimate Inchi touched the demon heart, it was like ice water splashed onto red-hot iron producing a violent sizzling sound. The layers of blood explosion talisman, patterns originally red as fire, and about to detonate began to rapidly dim and fade under the washing of the ultimate in blood. System notification neutralization progress 10. 20. It works. Su-Han's eyes lit up. He looked at Lu Rushuang whose face was growing pale, and instead of any pity he acted like a ruthless overseer cheering her on from the side. Keep going. Flow faster. Don't stop. Look, the runes haven't finished disappearing yet. Have you been malnourished lately? Your blood flow is so slow. Lu Rushuang. She felt her body being drained. That demon heart was like a vampire greedily sucking her original essence blood. Waves of dizziness washed over her. I can't take it. I'm going to faint. Lu Rushuang's body went limp about to fall. Don't faint. You can't faint. Su-Han caught her, and even considerately sent a stream of spiritual energy to keep her alive. Hold on. Victory is just ahead. Think of your righteous spirit. Think of your dignity as the senior disciple. This is a glorious moment of saving the world and saving your master. How can you drop the ball at a time like this? Lu Rushuang wanted to cry, but had no tears. Damn glorious moment. I'm about to be sucked dry. Finally, just as Lu Rushuang felt she was about to meet her ancestors. System notification neutralization progress 100. Blood explosion talisman has been cleared. The originally violent and crimson demon heart, now completely quieted down, turning into a deep mysterious purple-black, emitting a tempting chaotic luster. Done. Su-Han rejoiced, pushed away Lu Rushuang whose eyes were rolling back, and grabbed the demon heart in his hand. Bang! Lu Rushuang fell to the ground like a torn sack, her face pale as paper, without even the strength to moan. Hard work, second mistress. Su-Han in high spirits casually took out a pill from his pocket and tossed it onto her face. Here, a reward for you. This is a blood recovery pill. Nourish your body. We'll cooperate again next time. Nearby, Lin Qingzhu, who had been holding her sword on guard, watched her senior sister's miserable state, unable to stop her mouth from twitching. This demon not only sucks people's blood, but also sucks their residual value and finally expects gratitude. Is this the art of controlling people that would make even a capitalist weep? All right, protect me. Su-Han, holding the demon heart, sat cross-legged in the center of the altar. Next, no matter what happens, don't let anyone approach me. I'm going to break through. With that, Su-Han didn't hesitate, opened his mouth, and swallowed the ancient demon heart, which was enough to explode a Dharmakaya realm powerhouse in one gulp. Boom! The demon heart entered his stomach. Su-Han's body instantly turned a patch of purple-black. Terrifying energy rampaged wildly inside him, as if trying to tear him apart from within. But Su-Han gritted his teeth silent. 12 divine palaces return. He roared in his heart. Behind him, the shadowy images of 11 already condensed majestic palaces suddenly appeared. And in the center of these 11 palaces, the 12th position, which had been illusory and empty, was now frantically devouring the energy of the demon heart. Bricks and tiles were recast, beams and pillars rose. With the injection of the demon heart's energy, the 12th palace, Chaos Demon Palace, was visibly transforming from illusion to reality. At this moment, the demonic energy of the entire demon fall abyss was stirred. Countless black streams formed a huge funnel pouring into Su-Han's crown. Crack! Crack! The bottlenecks inside Su-Han before this terrifying power shattered layer by layer like paper. Divine Palace Realm, great perfection. Half-step Dongxiu. Dongxiu Realm initial. Dongxiu Realm mid. But this was not the end. The moment the 12th Demon Palace fully solidified. The 12 divine palaces connected end to end, forming a perfect closed circle. A strange wave spread outward from Su-Han. The demonic energy, spiritual power, and even light that had filled the air all disappeared the moment the wave swept over. Or rather were imprisoned. Lin Qingzhu, standing below the altar, suddenly changed expression. My sword intent. I can't mobilize it. She discovered in horror that the spiritual power in her body seemed frozen, completely losing connection. At this moment, she was like a mortal. Even the sword in her hand felt incredibly heavy. Not only her, Lu Rushuang, lying nearby like a corpse, also widened her eyes, finding that even her last ounce of strength had been drained. What? What is this? On the altar, Su-Han slowly opened his eyes. His pupils, one black as ink, one white as snow. He slowly stood up, feeling the absolute domain completely under his control. Congratulations, host. 12 divine palaces complete. Awakened talent domain, Chaos Demon Domain Primary. Effect within the domain 100 zhang radius. All 5 element techniques and spiritual power abilities are prohibited. Only pure physical strength and chaos power can be used. An anti-magic domain. Su-Han clenched his fist, feeling the surging dragon-like power within. In this domain, all mages would become super soldiers. And he is the only warrior, the only god. Li Qianjue. Su-Han gazed at the exit above the abyss, a bloodthirsty sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Are you ready to welcome your new sect leader? At the exit of the Demon Fall abyss, the wind howled fiercely as black mist surged. At this moment, on the cliff edge, overlooking the abyss, 100 or more elite demon sect disciples clad in blood-red robes stood densely packed. Leading them was the left protector, blood-handed butcher, who had previously read the decree. Aside from him, there were 4 elders at the peak of the Divine Palace realm, stationed at the 4 cardinal directions, maintaining a colossal formation that exuded an aura of destruction. The 9 Hells Purgatory Grand Array. Protector, it has been 3 days, an elder asked with some concern. Has Su-Han not emerged yet? Could he have died below? Do we still need to keep the array active? Caution ensures a long voyage, the left protector said, sinisterly toying with a boning knife. The sect leader has ordered, see him alive, see his corpse. That Su-Han is a strange one. Even the heavenly demon pool couldn't touch him. This time the sect leader gave a death order. No matter whether he obtains the demon heart or not, the moment he shows his head, the left protector made a throat-slitting gesture. Blast him to pieces immediately. He must not be allowed to return to the headquarters alive. Yes. The disciples responded in unison, murderous intent soaring. Just then a rumbling boom like thunder echoed from the depths of the abyss. Immediately afterward, the once calm, roiling black, demonic mist began to churn violently, like boiling water. Here he comes. The left protector's eye sharpened as he shouted, all personnel, activate the full array. Once the target appears, without hesitation hurl every spirit, talisman, artifact, and divine ability at him. The 9 Hells Purgatory Grand Array instantly operated at maximum capacity, countless crimson fireballs, thunderbolts, and wind blades coalescing in the sky, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Such a spectacle could strip the skin off even a void cave realm expert, let alone a divine palace cultivator. Yet at the abyss mouth, where all eyes were fixed, a black-clad figure rose slowly, unhurriedly, as if strolling through a garden, treading upon the black mist. With hands clasped behind his back, his black hair wildly dancing, his heterochromatic eyes gazed indifferently at the heaven-defying array above. Behind him followed 2 stunning women. Su-Han. The left protector's pupils contracted. Not only was he not dead, but he appeared completely unscathed. Attack! Kill him! Overwhelmed by an inexplicable dread, the left protector roared madly. In an instant, a torrent of fireballs, thunderbolts, and wind blades, along with over 100 spiritual artifacts, rained down like a deluge, bearing the momentum of utter annihilation, crashing down upon Su-Han as he emerged. This assault could level an entire mountain peak. Lin Qingzhu and Lu Rushuang, who followed behind Su-Han, turned pale. It's over. Lu Rushuang closed her eyes in despair. Having just escaped the tiger's den, they had fallen into the wolf's lair. How could they withstand such a devastating attack? Facing the overwhelming destruction, Su-Han merely lifted his head slightly, a mocking curve at the corner of his lips. So noisy, he uttered softly. Then with a thought, Chaos Demon Domain activate. A resonant hum burst forth. An invisible wave instantly radiated from Su-Han, spreading outward. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The once furious fireballs, upon entering the 100-yard radius around Su-Han, extinguished. The roaring thunderbolts dissipated. The razor-sharp wind blades disintegrated. Even the glowing artifacts, the moment they flew into this domain, had their surface brilliance dimmed, their spiritual essence lost, reduced to scrap metal. A rain of scrap metal poured down, hundreds of artifacts losing their power and clattering into the abyss like dumplings into a pot. The world fell silent in an instant. On the cliff, the left protector remained frozen in his sword-brandishing pose, his mouth agape wide enough to hold an egg. The 4 elders maintaining the array were dumbfounded, desperately channeling their spiritual energy, only to find their array flags utterly unresponsive. What is happening? Where is my fireball technique? Why did my artifact fall? Why can't I draw upon the world's spiritual energy? Panic spread instantly. For cultivators, losing spiritual power and spells was like a tiger stripped of its fangs, a bird with broken wings. A helplessness more terrifying than death. Finished. Midair, Su-Han brushed non-existent dust from his shoulders, stepped through the void, and walked step by step onto the cliff. As he approached, the eerie domain that nullified everyone's spiritual power covered the entire cliff platform. What? The sect leader only prepared these petty tricks for you. Su-Han stood before the left protector, smiling at him. Sorcery. The left protector recoiled in terror, trying to channel spiritual power to flee, but found his dantian, deathly, still unable to muster even a shred of energy. What have you done? Nothing. Su-Han reached out and gently patted the left protector's terrified, twisted face. Just making everyone return to basics. In this domain, everyone is immortal. Su-Han's gaze turned icy. But unfortunately, I am the mortal who is trained in martial arts. Before his words faded, a simple, unadorned punch was thrown. Without spiritual energy to protect his body, the left protector's flesh was as fragile as paper. A crack of bone. His ribs shattered, his heart burst. This notorious left protector of the demon sect, without even a chance to scream, was punched straight through the chest, sent flying like a broken kite dozens of yards, and slammed violently into the cliff wall behind. Dead. Killed in one punch. Run. Run now. The remaining elders and disciples were terrified out of their minds. This was no battle. It was a massacre. But Su-Han cracked his neck, producing a crisp sound. Lin Qingzhu. Su-Han glanced back at Lin Qingzhu. Although you can't use spells, your swordsmanship remains. He then turned to Lu Rushuang. You may be useless, but you can at least pick off the leftovers, can't you? Leave the remaining small fry to you for practice. As for these elders, Su-Han's gaze locked onto the 4 Divine Palace Realm elders trying to flee, and his figure vanished from the spot. The next second, afterimages flickered, for muffled thuds resounded almost simultaneously. The 4 elders, like bowling pins, were all sent flying and crushed by Su-Han's sheer physical strength. It was a completely unequal battle. Within the Chaos Demon domain, Su-Han was the god who set the rules. An incense stick later, the battle ended. The cliff was strewn with corpses and rivers of blood. Lu Rushuang, holding a scavenged blade, was finishing off a disciple who hadn't yet died, her face pale. Though her hands trembled, her eyes grew increasingly fierce. To survive, she had to prove her worth to Su-Han. Meanwhile, Lin Qingzhu silently wiped the blood from her autumn water sword, standing behind Su-Han like the most loyal guard. Su-Han stood at the cliff edge, gazing into the distance at the towering, demonic mist-enshrouded Black Peak, Tianma Peak. That was the headquarters of the Tianma sect, and also Li Qianjue's lair. Li Qianjue. Su-Han pulled out the ancient demon heart, now turned a purplish-black, from his bosom. In truth, its power had been drained, leaving only an empty shell, but he had disguised it. Isn't this what you wanted? I'll bring it back to you. Su-Han turned around, his black robe billowing with a true overlord's aura. Let's go. Return to headquarters. Today, a crimson light flickered in Su-Han's eyes. I'm going to change the very skies of this Tianma sect. Tianma sect, Tianma Grand Hall. Today the atmosphere in the hall was exceptionally oppressive. Hundreds of eternal flame lamps illuminated the grand hall in brilliant light. Sect leader Li Qianjue sat high upon the black dragon throne, which symbolized supreme authority, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrests. Below him, rows on both sides were filled with the sect's elders and core high-ranking members. Everyone was waiting for news from the Yuanmo Abyss. By my calculation, Left Protector should have succeeded by now. An elder who had pledged allegiance to Li Qianjue spoke in a low voice. That Su-Han is merely at the Shengong cultivation stage after all. No matter how extraordinary his talent, facing the Juyo Purgatory Formation and Left Protector's assassination trap, his death is inevitable. Li Qianjue nodded slightly, a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. As long as Su-Han perished, even if that old madman Zhujianmo lost his temper, it would be of no avail. As for that shadow resembling Yi Hongyi, once he obtained the ancient demon heart and broke through to the peak of the Xiang realm, or even glimpsed a higher plane, would he still care about a fallen female emperor? Report. At that moment, a mournful, piercing wail shattered the dead silence of the grand hall. A mountain guarding disciple stumbled and staggered into the hall, his face contorted with terror, as if he had seen a ghost. I report to the sect leader. He's back. He's back. Who's back? Such panic is utterly unbecoming. Li Qianjue furrowed his brows and rebuked sharply. It's Holy Sun Su. The disciple pointed shakily toward outside the hall. Holy Sun Su has led people to storm the hall. They're unstoppable. Absolutely unstoppable. What a... Li Qianjue abruptly rose to his feet, his expression shifting dramatically. Before he could react, boom! A thunderous explosion rang out. That bronze main door of the grand hall, weighing 10,000 jin and inscribed with defensive formations, was actually kicked open from the outside. The massive bronze doors flew inward like 2 splintered planks, crashing hard onto the ground and sending dust and debris swirling into the air. Through the settling haze, a tall, commanding figure strode forward, bathed in the fading light of sunset. He wore a black gold python robe stained with blood, carrying a cloth bundle still dripping with fresh blood in his hand. Behind him, 2 breathtakingly beautiful women followed on either side, akin to the kings of hell. Oh, everyone's here. Su-Han entered the grand hall, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, a perpetually infuriatingly bright smile on his face. Looks like this holy sun has returned at just the right moment, catching dinner time. Su-Han. Li Qianjue stared fixedly at the unharmed figure, his pupils contracting violently. How could you possibly have returned alive? Where's the Left Protector? Oh, you mean that watchdog? Su-Han casually tossed the cloth bundle from his hand. Guru Lulu. The bundle unraveled, and a severed head, eyes wide with terror frozen in death, rolled to the center of the grand hall. It was the Left Protector, the blood-handed butcher. Wah! Shock rippled through the entire assembly. Every elder gasped in astonishment at the severed head. The Left Protector was a powerhouse at the threshold of the Xiang realm. He was actually slain by Su-Han, and then had his head severed as a gift. This sect leader dispatched that hound to line up at the abyss entrance to welcome me. Your subordinate is deeply moved. Su-Han clapped his hands with an expression of innocence. However, it seems he held some misunderstanding toward this holy sun and insisted on striking me with his blade. To protect myself, I had no choice but to assist the sect leader in purging the ranks. Sect leader. Suhan raised his head, gazing directly at Li Qianjue on the elevated platform, his eyes gradually turning cold. You wouldn't hold this against me, would you? You? Li Qianjue trembled with rage. Purging the ranks. Self-defense. This was clearly a show of force. A direct affront to his authority. Audacious Suhan. A loyal elder of Li Qianjue stepped forward, pointing at Suhan and cursing angrily, murdering a protector trespassing into the grand hall. This is rebellion. Rebellion. Suhan let out a cold sneer, his body unmoving, but his gaze sharpened. Chaos demon domain intimidation boom. Before the elder could react, a terrifying invisible pressure descended upon him. He spewed a mouthful of fresh blood, his knees buckling as he collapsed to the ground, utterly unable to speak. When I speak with the sect leader, where does it concern you to interject? Suhan didn't even glance at the elder, maintaining his focus on Li Qianjue. He turned his palm over. A heart radiating purple-black chaos luster appeared in his hand. Sect leader, I've brought back what you wanted. The moment he saw that heart, Li Qianjue's breathing grew instantly ragged. It was the treasure he had long coveted, the key to his breakthrough. Quick, present it. Li Qianjue no longer cared about the left protector, greedily extending his hand. Give the demon heart to me. I shall reward you heavily. However, Suhan remained motionless. He tossed the demon heart in his hand as casually as one might toss an apple. Give it to you. A mocking smile curved Suhan's lips. Li Qianjue, have you not yet awakened from your dream? I risked my life to obtain this. Why should I give it to you? Because you are the sect leader? Suhan suddenly stepped forward, his voice rising sharply and echoing throughout the grand hall. But as far as I know, the way you obtained that sect leader position was rather questionable, wasn't it? Boom. These words struck like a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves through the entire assembly. Li Qianjue's face turned ashen in an instant, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. You? What nonsense are you spouting? I am the personal disciple of the previous sect leader. Personal disciple? Suhan interrupted him, his voice booming like thunder. 100 years ago, when the former female emperor Yi Hongyi sequestered herself to break through to the imperial realm, it was you. Taking advantage of her weakened state, you conspired with external enemies and poisoned her. You extracted her spiritual marrow, seized her foundation, and imprisoned her in the dark dungeon for 100 years, subjecting her to endless torment. This is what you call personal transmission. This is what you call legitimate succession. With each word Suhan spoke, he advanced another step forward. That overwhelmingly aggressive aura was so suffocating that even Li Qianjue, a powerhouse at the Xiang realm, struggled to breathe. The elders in the grand hall exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. The events of those years, though everyone had heard whispers about them, were taboo. No one dared to speak of them. Now, with Suhan exposing it all in public, it was as if he were tearing open the heavens themselves. Enough! Li Qianjue, enraged and humiliated, slammed his palm against the dragon throne and launched himself into the air. Absolute nonsense. Today I will execute you, this slanderous traitor. Boom. The terrifying pressure of mid-stage Xiang realm erupted in full force. Behind Li Qianjue, a colossal black fiend demon Xiang condensed into form, carrying devastating power, aimed squarely at Suhan from above. Since the rift was now irreparable, there was nothing left to say. Kill Suhan, reclaim the demon heart. Who would dare speak a word against it? Traitor. Facing this terrifying Xiang attack, Suhan advanced rather than retreated. He threw back his head and laughed loudly, his laughter brimming with arrogance and contempt. Li Qianjue, open your dog eyes and look clearly. After all, who is the real traitor? Suhan suddenly raised his right hand, revealing an ancient ring on his finger. Welcome. The female emperors returned to the palace. With Suhan's sudden shout, a crimson pillar of light shot upward from the ring, piercing straight through the grand hall's dome and soaring into the clouds. Within that pillar of light, a terrifying aura, millions of times more ancient, domineering, and noble than Li Qianjue's, descended with tremendous force. Cry. A phoenix's cry resonated throughout heaven and earth. As the light dispersed, a peerlessly beautiful woman clad in a blood-colored imperial robe and wearing a 9-phoenix crown appeared above the grand hall, treading upon the void. Her crimson eyes surveyed all living beings. Though merely a spiritual phantom, that supreme majesty, which had once dominated the demonic path for a century, caused everyone present, their souls to tremble. Thud, thud. Those elders who had still intended to help Li Qianjue, upon seeing that figure, fell to their knees instinctively, their legs trembling with fear. That was fear and reverence carved into their very bones. Yi Hongyi. Li Qianjue stared at the figure hovering in midair as if struck by lightning. That newly condensed black fiend demon Xiang actually trembled violently due to its master's fear nearly shattering. Rebellious disciple. Yi Hongyi looked down at that man, filled with terror, her voice cold as ice. These 100 years. Have you been comfortable sitting on the sect leader's throne? In the Tianma Hall, a deathly silence reigned like a tomb. Midair, the phantom of the female emperor, clad in a blood-red imperial robe, pressed down upon everyone like an ancient divine mountain, suffocating them. Impossible. Impossible. Li Qianjue stared fixedly at Yi Hongyi, his face shifting from pallor to green, finally twisting into a hysterical grimace. Fake. It's all fake. He leaped from the dragon throne, pointing at Su Han, and Yi Hongyi roaring. Yi Hongyi was ruined long ago. This must be an illusion conjured by that little beast, Su Han. All elders hear my command. These two collude with enemies and plot rebellion. Kill them. Show no mercy. Yet, below the hall, the elders who usually followed Li Qianjue's every word now knelt on the ground, burying their heads in their pants, none daring to move. Naturally, above them stood the female emperor who had ruled the demon sect for a century. Even if only a remnant of her soul remained, the awe ingrained in their bones deterred them from challenging her. Useless trash. Li Qianjue, seeing no one move, fumed with rage. He knew that if he couldn't suppress these two with thunderous force today, his reign as sect leader would truly end. Since you cowards won't act, I'll do it myself. Blood demon art. 10,000 demons devour souls. Boom. Li Qianjue held nothing back. His cultivation at the mid-stage Dharma image realm erupted fully. The colossal black fiendish Dharma image behind him let out an ear-splitting roar, opened its gaping maw, and spewed a torrent of blood-red demonic fire, cascading down upon Su Han and Yi Hongyi. This strike could scorch the very void. He intended to take advantage of Yi Hongyi's lack of physical form and burn away her soul with the demonic fire. Be careful. Madare Yi Hongyi's phantom frowned slightly. Though her soul was stable now, without a physical body to rely on, a direct blow from a full-powered Dharma image realm cultivator would indeed harm her. No need to fear. Just then, a tall, upright figure stepped in front of Yi Hongyi. Su Han looked up at the overwhelming demonic fire, descending, his face devoid of any fear, replaced instead by a trace of pity. Li Qianjue, you still don't understand the situation. Didn't I just say? Su Han slowly extended his right hand and clenched it fiercely at the void. In my domain, magic is forbidden. Chaos Demon Domain. Full activation. An invisible, overwhelmingly tyrannical, chaotic wave erupted from Su Han, instantly enveloping the entire Tianma Hall. The next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The raging blood-red demonic fire, the moment it entered the 100-yard radius around Su Han. Like a snuffed-out candle, it vanished instantly, not even a wisp of smoke remaining. Then, the imposing black fiendish Dharma image behind Li Qianjue, like a boneless slime, twisted in the air a few times before. With a pop, it disintegrated. Li Qianjue felt the spiritual energy that had surged like a sea within him suddenly vanish. His connection to the world's chi was severed completely, and he couldn't even mobilize the true essence in his dantian. At this moment, this once lofty Dharma image realm sect leader had become a slightly stronger mortal old man. This. What kind of sorcery is this? Li Qianjue screamed in terror, flailing his arms wildly, trying to condense his Dharma image again, only to find himself acting out a silent play. This is no sorcery. Su Han ascended the steps one by one, his leather boots clicking against the black jade floor, producing crisp, tap-tap sounds. Each step felt like a hammer pounding on Li Qianjue's heart. This is... Su Han reached Li Qianjue, looked at the panicked warlord, and curled his lips into a mocking smile. The change of the times. A fierce glint flashed in Li Qianjue's eyes. Though stripped of his magic, he was still a martial artist. His body, tempered over years, still possessed terrifying power. Die! Li Qianjue yanked the sword from his waist and thrust it at Su Han's throat. The strike was lightning fast, a pure burst of physical strength. Yet, clang. Su Han merely raised two fingers and clamped the sword tip firmly. Too weak. Su Han shook his head. Did you skip breakfast? Sect leader. 12 divine palaces, divine power boost. Crack. Su Han's fingers moved slightly, and the high-grade spiritual weapon sword was snapped in two with his bare hands. Then, Su Han delivered a backhand slap. Slap. The strike, imbued with chaotic power, was as heavy as 1,000 June. Li Qianjue was sent flying, spinning 3.5 times in the air, before crashing heavily onto the dragon throne, shattering the black gold symbol of power into pieces. Ugh! Li Qianjue coughed blood, half his face caved in, teeth and blood splattering everywhere. Dead silence fell over the hall. All the elders stared wide-eyed at Li Qianjue, sprawled like a dead dog in the debris. This was a Dharma image realm cultivator, and Su Han had thrashed him like a child. You? Cough. Li Qianjue struggled to get up, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Su Han. I have the ancient demon heart. Once I devour it. Oh, you mean this? Su Han pulled out the purplish-black heart from his robe. A greedy light instantly blazed in Li Qianjue's eyes. Give it to me. That's mine. Here you go. Su Han actually tossed the demon heart over. Overjoyed, Li Qianjue grabbed it and was about to swallow it. But the feel was wrong. He squeezed it lightly. Squish. The demon heart deflated, turning into a lump of mud devoid of any spiritual energy. Fake it. Li Qianjue was dumbfounded. Of course it's fake. Su Han looked at him like an idiot, patted his own belly. I already ate the real one. Otherwise, how do you think I could grind you into the ground? You? Hope was utterly shattered. Li Qianjue's heart turned to ash, and he aged decades in an instant. Su-Han ignored him, turned and bowed respectfully to the phantom of Yi Hongi midair. Master, the traitor has been subdued by your disciple. I await your judgment. That single master, and that plea for judgment instantly cast all the spotlight onto Yi Hongi. Yi Hongi gazed at the man lying in the ruins, trampled under Su-Han's foot. A century ago, he was her most trusted disciple. A century later, he was her jailer and enemy. Li Qianjue. Yi Hongi's voice betrayed no emotion, only endless coldness. In this life I have slain countless and never regretted a single one. But I regret one thing. That is, taking you in back then. Li Qianjue raised his head, his face covered in blood, looking at the woman he once revered and later feared. He let out a bitter laugh. The victor is king, the loser a bandit. Yi Hongi, if you want to kill, then kill. But I won't accept defeat. I lost to that freak Su-Han, not to you. Enough chatter. Disgust flickered in Yi Hongi's eyes. She did not employ any heaven-shaking divine ability. Simply extended her illusory finger and lightly tapped Li Qianjue's brow. Red lotus karmic fire, soul, incineration. Boom. A bewitching crimson lotus bloomed on Li Qianjue's brow. This fire did not burn the flesh, only the soul. Yeah. Li Qianjue let out the most agonizing scream of his life. The pain of his soul being torn apart and burned piece by piece was 10,000 times more excruciating than 1,000 cuts. Kill me. Please kill me. He rolled on the ground in frenzy, clawing at his own face, but unable to extinguish the karmic fire. The elders in the hall felt their scalps crawl and cold sweat pour down. This was the female emperor's method. Unable to live, unable to die. The fire burned for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Li Qianjue's screams gradually faded, then vanished entirely. A generation's warlord, the leader of the heavenly demon sect, had his soul obliterated, leaving only an intact corpse as proof he once existed. The hall fell into utter silence. Su-Han stood beside the corpse, turned, and swept his gaze across the assembly. The sect leader has passed. He spoke quietly, breaking the stillness. Thud, thud, this time without any hesitation. Over 100 elders in the hall, including Lin Qingzhu and Lu Rushuang, knelt in unison. They knelt not for Li Qianjue's corpse, but for the black-clad youth standing beside the body and the female emperor who overlooked them from midair. Subordinates, pay homage to the female emperor. Pay homage to the sacred lord. The thunderous cries shook the skies. Su-Han watched the scene, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. From a humble jailer in the dark prison to the uncrowned king, who now rules the entire demonic cult. But this is merely the beginning. Su-Han lifted his gaze toward the boundless sky beyond the grand hall. The righteous path. Now that the demonic cult stands unified, would it not be time to turn our gaze toward you? Within the Heaven Demon Grand Hall, the acrid smoke of battle had finally dispersed. With Li Qianjue's soul utterly shattered, this earth-shaking struggle for supremacy came to an end at a speed no one could have anticipated. Yi Hongi's colossal crimson phantom hovered suspended in midair. Though it was nothing more than a divine soul, the imperious aura of an empress looking down upon the world still sent the kneeling elders below, trembling, dare not draw even a single breath. Su-Han. Yi Hongi spoke slowly, her voice laced with the exhaustion of a divine soul pushed beyond its limits. This disciple is here. Su-Han stepped forward and bowed deeply. By now he had entirely shed his former frivolous demeanor, his expression grave and solemn. My physical body remains in the nether prison for recuperation, and my divine soul also requires 9 netherworld soul-nourishing grass for gradual restoration. I cannot remain in the mortal realm for long. Yi Hongi's gaze swept across the assembled crowd, eventually settling upon a black golden token. It was formerly the sect leader's command token of Li Qianjue, now lying forsaken amid the ruins. From this day forth, to see this token is to see me. All matters great and small within the demonic cult shall be decided solely by you. With that, Yi Hongi flicked her finger, and the token transformed into a streak of luminous light, coming to rest steadily in Su-Han's palm. Do not disappoint me. Leaving these words behind, the sky-filling crimson glow condensed and transformed into a shooting meteor, diving back into the soul-nourishing ring on Su-Han's finger. Once more, deathly silence reclaimed the grand hall. Every pair of eyes focused upon the young man in black, standing atop the high platform, the sect leader's command token gripped firmly in his hand. If their kneeling before Su-Han before had been born of reverence for Yi Hongi's lingering might, then now that she had handed him absolute authority, it meant one thing. This young man, barely past 20, had truly become the uncrowned monarch of the heavenly demon cult. We see you off, your imperial majesty. Su-Han offered a respectful bow toward the ring, then straightened his posture and turned around. In that instant, the solemnity that had gripped his face melted away, replaced by an enigmatic, unreadable smile. He took the token in hand and casually sank into the half-shattered dragon throne, crossing his legs as his amused gaze swept over the gathered elders, those who had once held themselves so haughtily above him. Esteemed elders. Su-Han spoke, his voice neither loud nor booming, yet it resonated throughout the entire hall. Li Qianjue is dead. The old ways end here. I am no zealot for slaughter. Provided you remain obedient, not only shall I overlook the past, but you will also dine fine and drink well under my rule. At the words, overlook the past, the kneeling elders visibly exhaled in relief, prostrating themselves and crying out in unison. We pledge our lives to the Regent King. Pledge. Su-Han let out a derisive snort. Save the empty theatrics. If you wish to prove loyalty, produce something of substance. He gave a casual gesture, beckoning Lin Qingzhu forward. Grand Steward. At your service. Lin Qingzhu advanced with her sword held close. Though her exterior remained as cold and impassive as ever, the deep reverence in her eyes could no longer be concealed. Take a few with you and open the sect's treasure vault. A gleam of anticipation flickered in Su-Han's eyes. Li Qianjue may have been a worthless fool, but a century of plundering must have left quite the fortune. I wish to see just how deep our coffers truly run. If he hoped to accomplish greatness, to confront the righteous path, and even launch a counteroffensive into the upper realm one day, resources would always come first. Yes. Lin Qingzhu accepted the order and departed. Su-Han then waved his hand, signaling the elders they could rise. Enough kneeling. Return to your duties. Clean up the corpses and repair this hall. It looks like a wreck. The elders, feeling as though they had escaped certain death, hastily rose and directed their disciples to begin clearing the battlefield. Half an hour later, behind the Heaven Demon sect at the treasure pavilion, the heavy dragon ceiling stone door groaned open with a deafening rumble. Su-Han, hands clasped behind his back, entered with Lu Rushuang and several core elders filled with anticipation. By his expectations, as the premier demonic cult ruling over tens of thousands of Li, the sect's treasury ought to have been piled high with spirit stones and overflowing with magical treasures, right? However, the moment he stepped inside the vault, Su-Han's smile froze solid. Empty. Absolutely damned empty. The vast treasury, easily the size of several football fields, stood completely bare. Only a few frightened mice scurrying frantically in the corners. Not even a mound of spirit stones, let alone a single fragment. On the innermost shelf, a handful of rusted weapons and several bottles of nearly expired low-grade pills were scattered about. What? Su-Han's mouth twitched. He turned his head toward Elder Qian, the steward in charge of the vault, his voice dripping with chill. Elder Qian, tell me this isn't the sect's century-old accumulated wealth. Had it been robbed? Elder Qian collapsed onto the ground in terror, cold sweat streaming down his face. Your Regency's wisdom sees all. Not robbed, it was spent. By the former sect leader. No, by that traitor Li Qianjue. Spent. Su-Han's brows rose. One man could spend so much. Every copper coin was spent. Elder Qian's face, twisted in anguish, began tallying the accounts. Li Qianjue, in his relentless pursuit of breaking through to the peak of the Dharma image realm, purchased precious heavenly materials and mythical treasures year after year, a staggering expense. To maintain the 9 Netherworld Hellfire formation, millions of spirit stones were poured in annually. And he also kept a battalion of death soldiers. That alone was an endless drain. Just last month, to prepare supplies for the Meteor Demon Abyss expedition, he even pawned our sect's last remaining spirit vein to the Hawan sect. As Elder Qian delivered his report, Su-Han's expression grew progressively darker. Good heavens. So Li Qianjue was not only a usurper, but a complete prodigal. Had he really left behind a mighty demonic empire? He had left behind a bankrupt, debt-ridden mess. Pawned to the Hawan sect. Su-Han seized upon the key detail, narrowing his eyes. How much do we owe them? Approximately 50 million spirit stones. Elder Qian trembled as he held up 5 fingers. 50 million. Lu Rushuang gasped beside him. That's more than the entire Tianma Peak is worth. Su-Han drew a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the urge to drag Li Qianjue's remains out and whip them 100 times over. No money, deep in debt, and 10,000 mouths to feed within the sect. Unless this problem was resolved, dreams of conquering the world were futile. Before long, the disciples wouldn't receive their stipends, and a mutiny was imminent. Heh. Su-Han suddenly laughed. But within that laughter lay a chilling coldness that made the blood run cold. Excellent. Truly excellent. Li Qianjue has gifted me a most splendid surprise. Su-Han turned and walked out of the desolate vault, gazing at the blood-red sunset on the horizon. Since conventional methods yielded nothing, he would have to take unconventional routes. Lin Qingzhu. Su-Han called out. This subordinate is present. Issue my order. Notify all officers and branch managers currently stationed outside to return to the main headquarters within 3 days for a gathering. Additionally, Su-Han turned his head toward Lu Rushuang, who was cowering in the corner, attempting to minimize her presence. His gaze grew unnervingly warm. Lu Rushuang, stop hiding. Though our sect lacks gold, some of our assets are still rather valuable. Seeing the way Su-Han looked at her, as if appraising merchandise, a profound sense of foreboding surged within Lu Rushuang. She instinctively clutched her chest. What do you intend to do? I have no money. Who asked for your money? Su-Han stepped closer, neatly adjusting the disheveled collar of her robes, a cheerful smile on his face. The 6 great righteous sects have always prided themselves on standing united and aiding one another, correct? I believe they would be more than willing to pay a handsome sum to redeem their esteemed senior sister of the Haran Sword sect. Besides, those righteous disciples we captured shouldn't idly rest either. Su-Han swept his hand broadly, and instructed Lin Qingzhu. Go bring out all the righteous captives from the underground dungeon. Since we lack the funds to support idle mouths, let them earn their keep. Starting tomorrow, I'll make them understand what hard labor truly means. That is called re-education through labor. Tianma sect, the depths of the concealed prison. Hundreds of righteous sect disciples captured in the previous conflict were imprisoned here. Among them were many elite inner disciples from various major sects, and even a few unfortunate elders. On ordinary days this place was filled with screams and curses. But today the atmosphere was unusually eerie. I won't dig. I am a direct disciple of the Howard Sword sect. You want me to dig spirit stone mines? A scholar may be killed, but not humiliated. A righteous disciple craning his neck roared at the demon sect jailer in front of him. Slap. The jailer struck back with a whip and was about to curse when a lazy voice interrupted. Who told you to force them to dig mines? Su-Han with his hands behind his back walked in with Lin Qingzhu and Lu Rushuang like a leader inspecting work. Greetings, Regent King. The jailers quickly knelt and bowed. Su-Han glanced at the Howard Sword sect disciple who was beaten black and blue, shook his head, and looked at the jailers with a disapproving expression. Ah, you people, your thinking is too rigid. How much can you earn from mining? Besides they are soft-skinned, how many can they dig in a day? They can't even earn back their food money. Then, what does the Regent King mean? The jailer was bewildered. Su-Han walked up to that disciple, looked him up and down, and nodded with satisfaction. Looks decent enough, good appearance. Someone give him a bath and change into clean clothes. Don't wear prison clothes, find his white robe of the Howard Sword sect, and put it on him. As for those female disciples over there, dress them up too. Make them look pitiful, as if they've suffered a great injustice, yet strong and unyielding. The captives, what was this demon going to do? Was he going to force them into prostitution? Manager Lin. Su-Han turned to Lin Qingzhu and took out a high-grade recording stone from his bosom. The next task is yours. Record a video for each of them. I've already thought of the content. Su-Han cleared his throat and began on-site teaching. Script 1 for male disciples. I am a disciple of XX sect. I am doing well in Tianma sect strike-through. I am undergoing labor reform. Please rest assured, Master, as long as you pay the training fee of 3,000 spirit stones, I can go back to slay demons and monsters. Master, save me. I want to go home. Script 2 for female disciples. Cry. Cry hard. While crying, say that the demon sect is too terrifying, and if the ransom is not paid, you will be taken to be a concubine for the old demon. Emphasize the word miserable. Copy these recording stones a few thousand times, and through the channels of Tianji Pavilion, distribute them to the cities under the jurisdiction of the major righteous sects. I want all the righteous cultivators under heaven to see the miserable state of their disciples. This is called public opinion pressure. Upon hearing this plan, everyone present was stunned. Too vicious. Previously, when they caught prisoners, they either killed them or privately wrote letters to extort. To save face, the righteous sects often chose to default or negotiate secretly. But Su-Han's move directly put extortion on the table. Once these images spread, if the major sects don't rescue them, they will be criticized by the world, accused of being cold-blooded and heartless, not even caring for their own disciples. For the righteous path, which prides itself on benevolence and virtue, this is a lethal blow. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. A clever jailer couldn't help but flatter. Regent King, this move of yours is like peeling off the face of the righteous path and using it as a shoe insole. Su-Han smiled slightly, his gaze turning to Lu Rushuang, who had been keeping her head down behind him. Of course, these are just appetizers. The real grand finale depends on our second concubine. Lu Rushuang trembled all over, raised her head in terror. What do you want to do again? Don't be afraid. Su-Han toyed with the recording stone in his hand, his eyes flashing with a merchant's shrewdness. An ordinary disciple is only worth a few thousand spirit stones. But you are different. You are the senior sister of Howard Sword sect, the dream lover of countless male cultivators in the righteous path. For you, I'm planning something big. 3 days later, I will hold a Sanctus Appreciation Conference, broadcast live across the continent. I will use the Tianma Phantom Mirror Array to project your image in real time over the skies of the 6 main righteous cities. Then, as long as someone bids high enough. Su-Han leaned close to her ear, whispering like a demon. I will have you dance for the audience of the world. In the live broadcast, how about that? Boom. Lu Rushuang felt as if struck by lightning, nearly fainting from shame and indignation. Letting her a righteous fairy dance before the world to please the audience. This is worse than death. This is a social death scene. Just kill me. Lu Rushuang screamed. Wanna die? Not so easy. Su-Han sneered coldly. Don't forget you owe me a life now. Until the debt is fully paid, every inch of your skin is my asset. Prepare well, second concubine. Whether you can save your sect some money depends on how well you dance. Just as Su-Han was enthusiastically planning the righteous path collapse plan in the concealed prison, rumble. Outside Tianma Peak, a violent fluctuation of spiritual power suddenly erupted. The originally clear sky instantly turned pink. Countless pink petals fell from the sky, accompanied by waves of lascivious music that made one blush. An extremely luxurious, giant flying boat draped with pink gauze broke through the clouds and directly hovered above the headquarters of Tianma sect. On the flying boat a large flag was planted embroidered with a seductive Hahuan flower. Hahuan's sect had arrived. Where is the person in charge of Tianma sect? A woman's voice alluring to the bone yet tinged with aggression came from the flying boat, resounding throughout Tianma Peak. That deadbeat Li Qianjue owes our sect master 50 million spirit stones, and it's due today. If you can't repay, then don't blame us for taking this Tianma Peak as debt payment. As the voice fell, hundreds of Hahuan sect female cultivators in scantily clad, alluring postures crowded around the flying boat, murderous auras surging. Outside the main hall, the elders who were cleaning up changed their expressions dramatically. Bad news. The creditor is here. Hahuan sect is the wealthiest force besides the 6 major righteous sects, and its sect master Hua Nongying is notoriously only interested in money, not people. It's over. We can't even produce 500 spirit stones in our treasury now. What can we use to repay? Just as everyone was panicking, a black figure flew leisurely from the direction of the concealed prison. Su-Han with his hands behind his back stood in the air alone, blocking the huge pink flying boat. Facing these notorious enchantresses, Su-Han's face showed no panic but instead revealed a smile of a hunter seeing his prey. Who was making a fuss on my turf? Su-Han asked knowingly, his gaze brazenly sweeping over the scantily clad female cultivators on the boat, finally settling on the middle-aged beautiful woman shouting at the bow. Who are you? The beautiful woman frowned, looking at the ridiculously young boy before her. Call Li Qianjue out, or your so-called Regent King. Li Qianjue is dead. Su-Han shrugged. As for the Regent King, if it's not unfortunate, it happens to be me. You. The beautiful woman was taken aback, then sneered. Since you are in charge, that's easy. Pay up. 50 million spirit stones, including principal and interest. Got no money. Su-Han answered with righteous indignation, even tougher than the creditor. No money. The beautiful woman was so angry she laughed. No money, and you dare to be so arrogant. Since you have no money, then use your territory to pay the debt. Brothers, empty out Tianma sect. Hold on. Just as the Hahuan sect people were about to act, Su-Han suddenly raised his hand, and a light flashed in his palm. It was not some magical artifact, but a newly recorded recording stone. Elder sister, don't be in a hurry to act. Su-Han smiled amiably at the beautiful woman. Although I don't have cash on hand, I have a big project that can earn 5 billion, even 50 billion. I wonder if your sect master would be interested in discussing cooperation with me. As long as this deal is done, forget 50 million, I'll give your Hahuan sect half the wealth of the cultivation world. How about that? Upon hearing the astronomical figure of 50 billion, the originally tense atmosphere instantly froze. From behind the bead curtain deep in the flying boat, a lazy, seductive voice that seemed to steal one's soul slowly came out. Oh, little boy, your tone is quite bold. A barefoot white as jade gently lifted the bead curtain. Then a breathtakingly beautiful face with a vermilion flower mark on the forehead was revealed. Hahuan sect master Hua Nongying. Her beautiful eyes shifted, and she looked at Su-Han with a half-smile. If you dare to deceive me, I will eat you. Down to the last bone, you know. Above Tianma Peak, a pink flying boat. Beaded curtains rolled lightly, a fragrant breeze swept in. Under the ravenous gazes of hundreds of Hahuan sect female cultivators, Su-Han calmly strode into the vessel's core cabin. The cabin was lavishly appointed with deep-sea mermaid silk carpeting the floor and walls adorned with explicit dual cultivation diagrams that would make anyone blush. On a soft couch in the center, Hua Nongying reclined sideways, lazily waving a round fan. She wore only a diaphanous red gauze revealing large swaths of snow-white skin. Her captivating eyes surveyed Su-Han with an amused, seductive smile. Little brother, have a seat. Hua Nongying patted the edge of the couch, her voice honeyed. If that old geezer Li Qianjue had been even half as handsome as you, I wouldn't have wanted to puke every time I collected debts back then. You flatter me, elder sister. Su-Han didn't stand on ceremony. He plopped down and even took a bite of a spirit fruit from the table. 50 million spirit stones. That's no small sum. Hua Nongying sat up straight, her lazy charm instantly replaced by a shrewd businesswoman's sharpness. You say you have a big project that can earn 5 billion. If you're playing me for a fool, all those thousands of male disciples on Tianma Peak will be drained dry by my sisters tonight. I'm a businessman, I don't lie. Su-Han wiped his mouth, pulled out a memory stone from his pocket, and slapped it onto the table. Take a look, elder sister. He infused it with spiritual energy, and an image projected into the air. It showed the righteous disciples wailing in their dark prison, begging their sects to ransom them. The female disciples in particular were weeping pitifully, their tears like pear blossoms in rain, a sight that stirred pity. Hua Nongying watched for a moment, then frowned. Ransom letters? That's too old-fashioned. Those hypocritical righteous sects, for the sake of face, will likely clamp down on the news and send experts to rescue them in secret. You won't make much money. If it were just ransom letters, yes, that would be outdated. Su-Han smiled mysteriously. But what if it's a live broadcast across the entire continent? Live broadcast. Hua Nongying was taken aback, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Elder sister, don't you control the largest intelligence network and communication array in the cultivation world, the Qianhuan Mirage Tower? Suhan knew that the reason the Hahuan sect was wealthy aside from running brothels was their monopoly on the cultivation world's entertainment media. Their Qianhuan Mirage Tower formation could project images into the skies of major cities usually used to broadcast fairy dances or sect tournaments. That's right, Huan Nongying nodded. But what does that have to do with you? Everything. Suhan stood up and began his pitch. Think about it, elder sister. What do the 6 great righteous sects value most? Is it money? No. It's face. It's reputation. If we use the Qianhuan Mirage Tower to project these images before the eyes of the entire world, those righteous sect leaders, if they dare not rescue their people, won't their carefully cultivated benevolence and righteousness image collapse after thousands of years? At that point, public pressure will force them to pay up, and at a high price. Huan Nongying's eyes lit up. She was smart and caught on quickly. Interesting, turning a private blackmail into a public moral coercion. But that would at most recoup tens of millions. Far from the big deal you mentioned. That's just the first step, called traffic generation. Suhan snapped his fingers and revealed his real trump card. The real money is in the second step, the Sanctus Appreciation Gala. I have a trump card, Lu Rushuang, the senior disciple of Haoran Sword sect. She's the #1 beauty of the righteous path, the dream lover of countless male cultivators, right? Huan Nongying nodded. That little vixen is indeed good-looking. I'd even like to train her myself. In 3 days I'll hold an auction. Suhan's eyes gleamed with a demonic light. I'll put Lu Rushuang on stage. I'm not selling her body. I'm selling interaction rights. All cultivators across the world, by recharging and tipping through the Hahuan sect's channels, can decide what Lu Rushuang does on stage. For example, tip 10,000 spirit stones, and she smiles. Tip 100,000 and she dances the rainbow garment dance. Tip 1,000,000 and she barks like a dog. Hiss. Huan Nongying gasped. She looked at Suhan as if he were a madman, yet also a genius. This kind of play, too twisted, too thrilling, too profitable. Those loose cultivators, demonic cultivators, and even the hypocrites within the righteous sects who had long been suppressed by the lofty saintesses would absolutely go crazy, spending money for the pleasure of humiliating a saintess. This wasn't an auction, it was a sale of desire. And this is just the beginning. Suhan pressed on, painting an even grander picture. Later we can do Cultivation World 101 Idol Show, Secrets of Righteous Elders' Private Lives. Holy Son of the Demon Sect takes you on a forbidden expedition. The Tianma sect provides the talent content and takes the blame. The Hahuan sect provides the channel's technology and collects the money. All profits split 50-50. Suhan extended his hand, his eyes blazing as he looked at Huan Nongying. Elder sister, consider the 50 million debt as an investment. Once you agree, the spirit stones of the entire cultivation world will belong to our 2 sects. You become the Empress of Media, and I become the overlord of the demonic path. What do you say? Silence. Dead silence. Huan Nongying stared at Suhan, her chest heaving. In her 100 years of business, she had never seen such a tantalizing yet terrifying business model. This youth was a born devil. But the pie he painted was too delicious. So delicious, she couldn't refuse. Huff. After a long moment, Huan Nongying let out a deep breath. Suddenly she extended her snow-white arm, wrapped it around Suhan's neck, and pressed her body against his like a beautiful serpent, her breath fragrant. Little brother, your silver tongue is far more impressive than your cultivation. 50-50 it is. As for this 50 million debt note, Huan Nongying pulled a golden contract from her robe, and before Suhan's eyes a pink flame ignited at her fingertip, burning it to ashes. I'll forget it. Consider it your dowry from me. Dowry. Suhan raised an eyebrow, feeling the astonishing elasticity in his arms, but remained unperturbed. What? Are you saying I'm too old? Huan Nongying's eyes were seductive as she traced circles on his chest. If this business really succeeds, I wouldn't mind giving myself to you as well. Ahem. Suhan coughed dryly and gently pushed her away. Business is business, feelings are feelings. Since we've reached an agreement, I need one more favor from you, elder sister. What is it? Lend me a few people. A glint of sharpness flashed in Suhan's eyes. Those matrons who specialize in training disciples, or your Hahuan sect's golden instructors. After all, Lu Rushuang is still a bit reserved. Since we're broadcasting to the entire world, we need to ensure the performance is professional. Huan Nongying was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, shaking with mirth. Giggle. You're simply dripping with wickedness. Don't worry. Training people is our Hahuan sect's specialty. I'll send Honggu right away. I guarantee that in 3 days that ice-pure fairy Lu will become exactly what you want. Half an hour later, Suhan descended from the pink flying boat with a satisfied smile. The crisis was averted. Not only had he cleared the 50 million debt, but he had also secured the wealthiest strategic partner in the cultivation world. Steward Lin. In high spirits, Suhan waved to Lin Qingzhu, who had been waiting below. Spread the word. Full mobilization. Lighting technicians, stage designers, and security personnel. Everyone get moving. In 3 days our Tianma sect will hold for the entire cultivation world. A carnival they'll never forget. The Tianma sect's secluded prison was specially outfitted with a rehearsal room. Originally an interrogation chamber, it had been temporarily converted into a dance studio. The walls were lined with bronze mirrors, and the floor was covered in soft carpets. Smack! A sharp slap echoed through the room. Your waist. Straighten your waist. Smile. Smile sweetly. You're there to make money, not to attend a funeral. Give me a brighter smile. A middle-aged beauty in a vibrant red peony cheapao wielding a disciplinary ruler scolded Lu Rushuang harshly. She was Red Ant of the Hahuan sect, the industry's top master of instruction. It was said that over 1,000 courtesans had been trained under her guidance, each capable of driving male cultivators to madness and draining their fortunes. Woo! I can't smile. Lu Rushuang, dressed in the flowing light rainbow skirt, specially designed by Su Han, looked deeply wronged with tears welling up in her eyes. She was the senior sister of the Haoran sword sect. She normally practiced the killing sword, yet now she was being forced to practice this pure desire style. Dance, even learning to send flirtatious glances at herself in the mirror. This was nothing short of spiritual torture. Can't smile. Red Ant sneered, gently tapping the disciplinary ruler against Lu Rushuang's plump hips. Fairy Lu, you need to understand your situation. Boss Su said you're the headliner of this conference. If you botch the performance, not only will you be thrown into the demon abyss to feed the dogs, but my reputation will also be ruined. By then I won't even need Boss Su to lay a finger on you. I'll destroy your cultivation first, and sell you to a mortal brothel. Hearing the words, mortal brothel, Lu Rushuang shuddered with fright. I'll smile, okay. She forced a smile uglier than tears, rigidly twisting her waist before the mirror. TSK. At the doorway of the rehearsal room, Su Han crossed his arms and critiqued, while cracking melon seeds, too stiff like a piece of wood. Red, and we need more practice. What I want is that. Contrast. Pure and aloof on the surface, yet her gaze must captivate the soul. Understand. Contrast. Don't worry, Boss Su. Red Ant immediately put on a flattering smile. This has only just begun for half a day. Give me 3 days, and I'll make this fairy Lu into a little demon. One who can stir the heart of a Buddhist disciple and make a Taoist patriarch abandon his vows. I have faith in you. Su Han nodded satisfactorily, and turned to look at Lin Qingzhu behind him. Grand Steward, is the promotional video edited? Lin Qingzhu cast a complicated glance at the senior sister suffering inside side, and handed over a specially crafted jade slip. It's edited. According to the young master's instructions, filters were added and screaming was used as background music. The effect is quite shocking. Good. Su Han took the jade slip, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. Then, release the video. Activate the 1,000 illusions mirage. Let the entire cultivation world come support us. At the same time, across the cultivation world's major cities at noon, when cultivators were most active, the originally azure sky above each city suddenly rippled with an eerie distortion. Then countless rays of pink light converged, transforming into enormous light screens that blocked out the sky and sun. Quick look. What's that in the sky? An omen. Could a treasure of great value have surfaced? No, that looks like a shadow recording. Amidst the countless startled gazes of roaming cultivators and sect disciples, crystal-clear images appeared on the screens. Scene 1. In the dark dungeons of the demonic cult, righteous prodigies who normally held their noses high were now clad in tattered prison garb, faces streaked with grime, weeping bitterly before the camera. Master, save me. It's too terrible here. They're making me unclog drains. Father, mother, send money quickly. Just 3,000 spirit stones. I don't want to scrub toilets in the demonic sect anymore. I am Zhaohuo from the Burning Heaven Valley. For just 5,000 spirit stones, uncles and masters, in recognition of the blood I've shed for the sect in the past, please help your brother. The highly impactful scenes paired with the tragic BGM instantly set the entire city ablaze. What the? Is that Zhaohuo, the chief disciple of Burning Heaven Valley? And that one scrubbing the toilet appears to be an inter-sect elite from Haoran sword sect. Good heavens. The 6 righteous sects went to suppress the demonic cult, only to end up captured and forced into manual labor. Before the crowd could process this earth-shattering news, the scene shifted. Scene 2. The backdrop transformed into an opulent stage bathed in hazy, alluring lights. A woman adorned in a shimmering gown, her face breathtakingly beautiful, yet tinged with sorrow, slowly came into view. She was Lu Rushuang, the esteemed senior sister of the Haoran sword sect, and the dream of countless admirers. Lu Rushuang in the footage spoke not a word, merely offering the camera a subtle blink and a smile that seemed reluctant, yet radiated irresistible allure. Then bold crimson characters slammed across the screen. 3 days hence. At the 3rd watch of noon. Tianma Sect First Holy Maiden Appreciation Conference. Want to see the aloof Holy Maiden dance online? Want to decide the fate of the righteous prodigies? Tickets now on hot presale. Available at all Haoran sect branches. Boom. The entire cultivation world erupted. This wasn't merely a shadow recording. This was akin to dropping a nuclear bomb upon the cultivation realm. Tea houses, restaurants, markets, everyone was discussing it frantically. They've lost their minds. The Tianma sect has gone mad. How dare they publicly auction off a holy maiden's performance? But I really want to watch. That's Lu Rushuang, the goddess we'd get our eyes gouged out for merely glancing at normally. Buy it. I'll sell everything to get a ticket. I want to see Zhao Hua scrubbing toilets. Where can I buy tickets? At the Hahuan sect. Go quickly. If you're late there won't be any seats left. In an instant the Hahuan sect's shops across various locations became overwhelmingly crowded. Countless spirit stones poured into Su-Han and Huan Nongying's pockets like flowing water. Hahuan Sword Sect Main Hall. Bang! The sect leader smashed his palm down, shattering the 1,000-year-old agar-wood table before him. Staring at the shadow recording stone in the center of the hall that kept looping Lu Rushwang's wink, his beard trembled with rage, his aged face flushed an angry purple. Insolent. Absolutely insolent. You brat Su-Han. How dare you so disgracefully insult our Hahuan Sword Sect? Below in the main hall the assembled elders were equally enraged, drawing their swords to fight to the death one after another. Sect leader, we can't endure this. Attack Tianma Peak. Rescue our senior sister. Exactly. Tear Su-Han to pieces. Attack. The sect leader drew a deep breath, forcing down his raging fury, his gaze dark and menacing. How do we attack? The entire world is watching right now. If we assault by force, that madman Su-Han might in front of all the world due to Rushwang. Due to Rushwang. He couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. If Su-Han truly went through with it during the broadcast, or committed something even more egregious, the Hahuan Sword Sect's millennia-old reputation would be utterly destroyed. This was an open conspiracy. Su-Han had placed the hostages on display, pressed the blade to their throats, and then smiled as he posed the question, pay up or pay with your lives. What should we do then? Are we really going to pay? An elder asked with suppressed indignation. It was the third watch of noon. At Tianma Peak, the carnival venue. With a deafening salute of cannon fire, the enormous screen spanning across the major cities of the cultivation world lit up on schedule. On the screen, instead of the dark dungeon, there appeared a spectacularly magnificent stage. At the center of the stage, a stunning female cultivator in a specially designed hosting attire of the Hahuan sect held a voice-amplifying treasure and shouted in an impassioned voice, "Dear fellow cultivators. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the first Righteous Path Prodigies talent show jointly hosted by the Tianma cult and the Hahuan sect. I am your host, Little Sweetie. Without further ado, let us welcome our first group of guests, the Blazing Fire Boy Band from the Burning Heaven Valley. They will be performing an impromptu act, splitting a durian with bare hands." The words barely left her lips when several burly men in crimson Burning Heaven Valley robes were shoved onto the stage, their faces etched with sheer misery. Leading them was Zhao Hua, the chief disciple. Gazing down at the mountain of iron-husk durians piled before the audience, tears pricked his eyes. "Split it. Hurry and split it." Below the stage, the overseer waved his whip. "Ought!" Zhao Hua roared, channeling his remaining physical strength, and brought his palm crashing down. Crack! The durian split open, but Zhao Hua's hand swelled like a pig's trotter. "Excellent. Reward them. This is exactly what I love to see." On the light screen, a barrage of real-time comments scrolled endlessly. Meanwhile, behind the scenes at the Hahuan sect, the chiming sound of spirit stone payments echoed non-stop. In the main hall of Tianma, the backstage control room, Su-Han sat in a traditional armchair, teacup in hand, with over a dozen floating mirrors before him, monitoring public sentiment and revenues across the realm. Beside him, Huan Nongying's sect master of the Hahuan sect lay sprawled over an abacus without a care for propriety, her fingers moving so fast they left after images. "We're getting rich. We're actually getting rich." Flush with excitement, her face crimson, in just 15 minutes since we started, the tips have already surpassed 2 million spirit stones. This brings in more profit than running our brothel for an entire year. Calm yourself. Su-Han blew away the tea leaves floating on the surface. This is merely the opening act. Those rogue cultivators don't have much wealth anyway. They're just here for the spectacle. The real targets haven't even entered yet. Su-Han's gaze shifted to a line of data in the corner of the main screen. It displayed several high-level spiritual sense fluctuations that had just connected. Based on their locations, they hailed from the central temples of 6 major sects, including the Hahuan Sword Sect, Burning Heaven Valley, and Taishang Dao Sect. "Look, the top sponsors have arrived." Su-Han set down his teacup and issued orders through a communication talisman. "Inform the front desk. Bring out the main course. Please welcome Lu Ruashang." On the stage, the lights dimmed suddenly. A melodious, yet sorrowful zither melody echoed through the air. Then a spotlight illuminated the center of the stage. Lu Rushwang emerged slowly from the elevator platform, wearing that iridescent rainbow dress, her bare feet touching the ground. After 3 days of intensive training from Aunt Hong, combined with her naturally aloof demeanor, she had become the very embodiment of pure allure. That sense of grievance from being forced to perform, that fragility of wanting to die but not daring to. These emotions struck at the hearts of countless male cultivators in an instant. Holy crap, is that Fairy Lu? Beautiful. So beautiful. Even though I know she's being forced, why am I getting even more excited? Fairy Lu, look at me. I'd go bankrupt just to see you. The comments section erupted instantly, with donation amounts skyrocketing exponentially. Enduring her shame, Lu Rushwang began to dance according to the choreographed movements. Every turn of her body and every glance over her shoulder drew howls of approval. Just then a massive golden firework exploded overhead in the sky screen. Immediately after, a line of shimmering golden text forcibly took over everyone's screens. Howard Sword Sect Leader Suhan. That's enough. Just name your price. Stop humiliating Ruashang. The principal player had entered the fray. The entire audience erupted in shock. Behind the scenes, Hua Nongying looked nervously at Suhan and asked, the Righteous Path faction is getting agitated. Should we stop? Stop it. Suhan smiled, a cunning merchant's grin spreading across his face. How would we make money if we stopped? Suhan picked up a voice-amplifying treasure and directly cut into the live broadcast channel, his lazy voice echoing across the entire cultivation world. Oh, isn't this Sect Leader Lu Zhengyang? Thank you, Sect Leader Lu, for the super big rocket gift. However, Sect Leader Lu, that's not quite right. What do you mean by humiliation? This is art. This is Fairy Lu contributing to the entertainment industry of the cultivation world. Suhan suddenly changed his tone. The current top sponsor is a rogue cultivator known as Loneblade Warrior, who just sent 200,000 spirit stones specifically requesting to watch Fairy Lu perform the hip-swaying dance. Sect Leader Lu, with your 100,000 spirit stones. Seems like not quite enough weight to speak with. Lu Zhengyang spat a mouthful of blood onto the screen. 200,000. A rogue cultivator spent 200,000 just to watch someone's posterior. Sect Leader. We can't lose. If we lose to a rogue cultivator, where will Howard Sword Sect save face? The elders were pacing anxiously. Send it. Send it all. Lu Zhengyang roared with red eyes. Get all the liquid assets from the treasury. We must crush that top sponsor. I want Ruashang to stop dancing. Put on clothes. Thus an unprecedented money-burning war began. Howard Sword Sect Leader donated 500,000 spirit stones. Message Ruashang, put on your clothes. Your master is coming to rescue you. Suhan's voice immediately echoed, wow. Sect Leader Lu is generous. 500,000 spirit stones. But unfortunately, just now the master of Burning Heaven Valley sent 600,000 just to watch Fairy Lu spin around. Sect Leader Lu, your dedication to your disciple seems to be lacking a bit, doesn't it? Howard Sword Sect Leader donated 1 million. Suhan, you bastard. Suhan, 1 million. Sect Leader Lu is amazing. But, oh, there's a mysterious wealthy figure, first sister of Hahuan Sect, who sent 1,200,000 requesting Fairy Lu to remove another shoe. Sect Leader Lu, once that shoe comes off, next up would be the socks. Howard Sword Sect Leader donated 2 million. Shut up. A full hour passed. Cultivators across the entire cultivation world watched in disbelief. They witnessed with their own eyes the typically lofty Righteous Path Sect leaders behaving like gamblers, frantically throwing money in Suhan's livestream. And Suhan was like a bottomless pit, constantly finding excuses to drive up the price, while saying thank you, bro. Finally, when the price skyrocketed to 5 million spirit stones, Lu Zhengyang couldn't spend anymore. Howard Sword Sect's liquid funds were depleted. Suhan. Lu Zhengyang slumped in his chair, gazing at the boy on the screen with a brilliant smile, feeling a deep sense of despair. He had spent 5 million, and in exchange only managed to buy Fairy Lu Ruashang, putting on one shoe. Enough. Seeing that he had squeezed enough out of them, Suhan finally showed mercy and waved his hand. It seems Sect Leader Lu's sincerity has indeed reached the mark. Although the amount isn't large in the spirit of fellow cultivators, let's conclude today's talent showcase here. Fairy Lu, say goodbye to your fans. On stage, Lu Ruashang, drenched in sweet sweat from exhaustion and on the verge of fainting from shame, felt as if granted a reprieve. She gave a deep bow to the camera, then fled the stage as if escaping death. The live broadcast ended. The light screen gradually dissipated, but the excitement across the entire cultivation world was only beginning. In the Tianma Great Hall, a celebration banquet. 120 million. Hua Nongying's voice trembled as she gazed at the final bill. In merely 2 hours, we earned 120 million spirit stones. After deducting shares to the major cities and various costs, we netted 80 million. Suhan, you're a god. You're my god of wealth. Overcome with excitement, Hua Nongying threw herself into Suhan's arms and planted a fierce kiss on his cheek. 80 million spirit stones. That was enough to purchase 2 mid-tier sects. And all they had offered was a few dances from a Righteous Path holy daughter and the dignity of a group of righteous disciples. Calm down, calm down. Suhan wiped the lipstick mark from his face with disdain, tucking the pile of storage rings into his robes. This is nothing compared to what's to come. With this capital, our next phase can begin. Next step. Hua Nongying's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Who are we selling next? I'll go fetch them. No more selling people. Suhan shook his head, his gaze turning profound as he looked beyond the great hall toward the direction of the 6 Righteous Path sects. Now that we have funds, it's time to invest in infrastructure and, incidentally, send our neighbors some warmth. Suhan pulled out a long-prepared blueprint from his bosom and slapped it on the table. Sect Master Hua, I want you to use this money to build a Agile casino at the doorstep of each of the 6 righteous sects. Casino? Hua Nongying was taken aback. Right. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Suhan's mouth. I want the disciples of the righteous path to understand a truth. Cultivation is too bitter. Why not go all in? Once they've squandered all their spirit stones, they'll naturally come to us to borrow money. When that time comes, A cold glint flashed in Su-Han's eyes. I will buy the entire righteous path. 3 months later, at the foot of the Taishang Dao sect Qingyun city, this ancient city, once renowned for its tranquility and trade of Taoist artifacts, had now become a clamorous, dazzling spectacle of neon and debauchery. At the very heart of the city, a colossal 9-story edifice lavishly decorated and festooned with glowing spiritual lanterns had risen from the ground. Above the entrance hung a golden plaque, Jiao Pavilion. At the door, 2 rows of female cultivators from the Hahuan sect dressed in bunny girl costumes waved fluorescent sticks and shouted in saccharine voices, "Don't miss out if you're passing by." The Tianma sect and the Hahuan sect joined forces. The largest entertainment complex in the cultivation world. Grand opening today. First recharge of 1,000 spirit stones gets you 100 bonus. And a chance to draw a premium spirit artifact blind box. Cultivation is too bitter. Come in and gamble. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, a flying sword into an aircraft carrier. Li Xiaoyao, an inner disciple of the Taishang Dao sect. As a core prodigy of the sect, he strictly adhered to precepts, spending all his time on cultivation. Today he was sent down the mountain to purchase supplies. He intended to dismiss the Jiao Pavilion with disdain, but the massive projection screen at the entrance looping a certain footage captivated his gaze. In the footage, a destitute rogue cultivator spent 100 spirit stones to buy a card called Tianma card. He gently scratched it. A burst of golden light. Congratulations. You have obtained a fragment of a heaven-tier cultivation technique. The rogue cultivator instantly burst into tears, surrounded by envious cheers. 100 spirit stones. For a heaven-tier technique. Li Xiaoyao's Adam's apple bobbed. He had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time, in dire need of an advanced auxiliary technique. In the sect, exchanging for one would require tens of thousands of contribution points, a decade of missions. But here, only 100 spirit stones. Just try once. 100 stones isn't much. A demon whispered in his heart. Li Xiaoyao, as if possessed, walked inside. The moment he entered, he was stunned by the scene. Unlike the smoky, dirty atmosphere of a traditional gambling den, the place was decorated like a celestial realm. Countless cultivators, eyes bloodshot, crowded around artifacts called slot machines and roulette wheels. Esteemed Taoist, first time here. A seductive bunny girl approached and handed him a card. Newcomers get a free 10 pull. Fr. Free. Li Xiaoyao's guard instantly dropped to 0. He approached a massive wheel and with trembling hands used his free chance. Ding, ding, ding. Blue light, purple light. Congratulations, Taoist. You have won 10 high-grade spirit stones and 1 foundation establishment pill. I profited. Li Xiaoyao stared at the items in his hands, incredulous. This was more than he earned from a month of missions. What luck, Taoist. The bunny girl applauded admiringly beside him. The grand prize of the heaven-tier flying sword hasn't been claimed yet. I can see your forehead glowing. The next draw is sure to hit. Really? Blood rushed to Li Xiaoyao's head. Recharge me 1,000 spirit stones. I want to draw that flying sword. Half an hour later. Damn it. So close. Recharge 5,000 more. 2 hours later. Impossible. My luck was supposed to be good. Li Xiaoyao's eyes were bloodshot, his hair disheveled, and his storage pouch was empty. He had lost all 30,000 spirit stones of the sect's public funds meant for purchasing supplies. Out of money. The bunny girl's smile remained sweet, but her eyes turned meaningful. Don't worry, Taoist. Our Jiao Pavilion offers the Ascension Loan Service. Just sign here, press your fingerprint, and we'll lend you 50,000 spirit stones to turn it around. You're a distinguished disciple of the Taishang Dao sect. We trust you. Once you draw that heaven-tier flying sword, what's a little debt? Loan. Give me the loan. Blinded by his losses, Li Xiaoyao didn't even glance at the contract's terms, which read, 9 out 13 return, and default forfeits the Dao heart. He pressed his bloodied fingerprint onto it. The same scene unfolded at the doorstep of every righteous sect. At the Haoran Sword sect's entrance, it was heaven above, earth below. Beside the Finchan Valley, it was Ao Feng Yun. Across from the Putuwa Temple, it was vegetarian feast roulette. The once austere cultivation world seemed to have opened Pandora's box. Countless righteous disciples, and even some unstable stewards and elders became addicted to this game of probability. Cultivation. To hell with cultivation. One all-in bet could save 300 years of hard work. Lost. Just bad luck. The next round will surely win. At the Tianma sect's headquarters, Su-Han watched the ledger books pouring in like snowflakes along with the real-time footage from the various Jiao pavilions, and his smile grew wider. Tisk tisk tsk. Su-Han counted money as he mused. This is the weakness of human nature. What unwavering Dao heart. Under the dopamine rush of 10-pull guarantee and random rewards, even immortals become gamblers. Beside him, Hua Nongying was lying on the ground, rolling shamelessly on a mountain of spirit stones. Su-Han, you are too wicked. You're rotten to the core. In these 3 months, we've reclaimed 30 of the circulating spirit stones from the righteous path. And we've made them owe us a total of 800 million spirit stones in high-interest loans. If the righteous sect leaders knew the truth, they'd probably ascend in rage. 800 million is not enough. Su-Han calmly lifted Hua Nongying from the pile of stones. Money is only a means, not the end. Suhan walked to the map and pointed at the locations of the 6 righteous sects. Now half of their disciples are ruined, their minds fixated on how to recoup their losses. Next it's time to light a fire in their backyard. Light a fire. Huan Nongying's eyes sparkled. What big project are you planning? Suhan smiled mysteriously and pulled out a freshly printed paper from his sleeve, still carrying the scent of ink. At the top of the paper were bold black characters Cultivation World Daily. And on the front page headline was a huge, somewhat blurry but still recognizable, candid photo. The title was even more shocking: exclusive scoop. Taishang Dao sect leader meets Hahuan sect temptress late at night. Illegitimate son, already 3 years old. This? Huan Nongying looked at the newspaper and laughed so hard she nearly doubled over. You're going to ruin their reputations. No. Suhan shook his head, a cold light gleaming in his eyes. This is called public opinion oversight. Sect Master Hua, activate all channels of the Tianji Pavilion. By tomorrow morning, I want this newspaper on every cultivator's breakfast table. I want those old fossils of the righteous path to know. In this world there is something more lethal than swords and blades called rumor. In the early morning across the cultivation world, today was a day that would shatter the worldview of righteous cultivators. Because when they walked into the market as usual ready to sip some spirit tea and discuss Dao techniques, they found on every table a sheet of paper exuding the fragrance of fresh ink. The Cultivation World Daily. Price 1 low-grade spirit stone free for the first issue. What is this? Published by the Demon Cult. Exclusive scoop. The sect leader of Taishang Dao sect has an illegitimate child. A cultivator picked it up out of curiosity, and as soon as he glanced at the headline his eyes nearly popped out. Front page headline shocking. Taishang Dao sect leader, Xian Shuzi, meets in secret with a vixen of the Hahuan sect in the dead of night. Illegitimate child rumored to be 3 years old. Multiple images as solid proof. The accompanying image was a blurry photograph, a back figure resembling Xian Shuzi holding a child in a belly band with a female cultivator whose face was unclear, but whose figure was fiery standing beside him. Holy crap. Is that true? Senior Xian Shuzi is a moral paragon of the cultivation world. If this is real, then Taishang Dao sect would. Before he could finish being shocked, he turned the page, and something even more explosive appeared. Second page exclusive deep dive. Why does Lu Xingyang, sect leader of Hao Ran Sword sect, frequently visit the Bliss Pavilion? Subheading: on the surface, a sword master, behind the scenes, a hardcore gambler. According to insiders, sect leader Lu once embezzled 5 million from the sect's public funds to win a beauty smile. Third page: the unspoken secret of the burning Heaven Valley Lord. Seeking medical help from the Hahuan sect late at night, suspected of impotence due to overcultivation. Fourth page: add space Bliss Pavilion grand opening sale. With this newspaper's cutout corner you can deduct 10 spirit stone chips. Cultivation is too hard, why not gamble? If the live stream had only made the righteous lose face, then this newspaper was meant to uproot the very foundation of the righteous path. It exploited the human desire to pry into secrets, dragging those lofty figures off their pedestals and turning them into idle gossip for tea and after-dinner talk. In just half a day the newspaper spread like a plague to every corner of the cultivation world. Hao Ran Sword sect main peak hall. Slap. The newly renamed sect leader Lu Xingyang, his face iron gray, slammed a pile of Cultivation World Daily into powder with a single palm strike. Slander. This is downright slander. Lu Xingyang trembled with rage, pointing at the elders below and roaring. When have I ever set foot in the Bliss Pavilion? When have I been a gambling addict? That 5 million was to save Ruo Shuang. It was to save someone. However, the elders and disciples below, though they dared not speak, had evasive eyes. After all, during the live stream that day, everyone had seen that Hao Ran Sword sect leader frantically sending gifts. And recently the sect's treasury had indeed been emptied to the point that even monthly stipends couldn't be paid. Such subtle gazes made Lu Xingyang feel as if needles were pricking his back, enraging him to the brink of demonic deviation. Sect leader. An elder in charge of intelligence said cautiously, the public opinion outside is now out of control. Many cultivation families that rely on us are whispering among themselves, and some have even started to sell off our sect's industrial bonds. Even more terrifying, the disciples' hearts are unsettled. Many inner disciples have taken the coupons from the newspaper and sneaked off to the Bliss Pavilion. Rebellion! Rebellion! Lu Xingyang roared, drawing his sword and slashing a deep gash into the pillar of the hall. That brat Suhan. He goes too far. He is digging up the very foundation of the righteous path. If it were just a fight, the righteous would not fear. But this kind of bloodless soft knife inflicted a fear they had never felt before. Sect leader, calm your anger. At that moment a voice, aged yet authoritative, came from outside the hall. An old man in a Tai Chi Taoist robe holding a whisk walked in with a gloomy expression. It was Xian Shuzi, sect leader of Taishang Dao sect. He was the moral paragon, who had been falsely accused of having an illegitimate child. Behind him followed the burning Heaven Valley Lord, the abbot of Putua Temple, falsely accused of stealing braised pork, and other leaders of major sects. The 6 great sect leaders gathered together, but each of their faces was darker than the bottom of a pot. Taoist Lu, Xian Shuzi looked at the shredded newspaper on the floor, a flicker of shared grief and indignation in his eyes. We can't delay any longer. This Su-Han doesn't play by the rules. His methods are unheard of, unseen before. If this continues within 3 months without him even lifting a finger, we will collapse from internal strife and bankruptcy. I propose. Xian Shuzi took a deep breath, his eyes like lightning scanning the room. Immediately establish the demon-slaying alliance. No more one-on-one fights, no more worrying about face. All elite forces of the 6 sects will be deployed. The entire nest will move. No matter the cost, we must storm the demon peak and kill that little demon who spreads lies. Destroy his bliss pavilion. Burn his newspaper office. Smash his live stream room. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingyang's eyes blazed with killing intent. He knew this was the only way out. If they didn't fight, their entire fortune would be swindled by that demon. Good. Lu Xingyang gnashed his teeth, forcing out a single word: fight. Send the order, recall all disciples outside. In 3 days the 6 sects will hold a council. This time it's not about subduing demons and upholding the Tao. It's about life and death. Demon Cult Central Control Room. Su-Han looked at the intelligence from the Celestial Intelligence Pavilion about the impending alliance of the 6 sects, and instead of any panic he stretched comfortably. Finally got desperate, huh? Su-Han toyed with the sect leader token in his hand, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth like a hunter drawing the net. Sect leader Hua. He turned to look at Hua Nongying, who was counting money until her fingers cramped. Stop counting. Notify all our Bliss Pavilion branches to carry out a suspension for rectification activity these days. Why, oi? Hua Nongying was taken aback. We're at the peak of our glory. Because... Su-Han stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and looked at the ominous sky outside. The fat sheep are coming to die. We need to free up our hands and prepare a big gift for them. Steward Lin, Su-Han called. Your subordinate is here. Pass the order. Activate all the defensive arrays of Demon Peak, but not all. Leave a backdoor. Bring out all our demon-modified weapons to air them in the sun. Since the righteous want to play big, we'll play big with them. A flash of wild battle intent gleamed in Su-Han's eyes. I want this battle to become in the history of the cultivation world. The last great war between the righteous and the demon. The eve of the Righteous Alliance. Temporary command camp of Qingyun City. Though named the Demon Slaughtering Alliance, the atmosphere within the grand tent held little of the shared urgency one would expect, instead brimming with mercenary calculations. A massive map of Qingyun province lay spread across the table, with the leaders of the 6 great sects seated in a circle around it, engaged in what could only be described as a heated spoils distribution meeting. Before the battle had even begun, they were already discussing how to divide the heavenly demon cult's legacy. Ahem. Lu Xingyang, leader of the Howren Sword sect, his face still somewhat pale, but his eyes unusually greedy. Esteemed colleagues, in this campaign against the heavenly demon cult, our Howren Sword sect has contributed the most and suffered the deepest losses. Therefore, after capturing Tianma Peak, the operating rights to that Jiaofeng must belong to our sect to compensate for the reputational damage incurred. President Lu's words are misguided. Zhuang Suzi, the leader of the Taishang Dao sect, lightly flicked his fly whisk and countered with an air of righteousness. Jiaofeng is a place that harbors filth and corruption. It must be purified by our Taishang Dao sect. As for the herbal garden at the back of the heavenly demon cult, I believe it would be more fitting for President Lu to manage it. Nonsense. The master of Finshan Valley slammed his fist on the table, his beard trembling. Who doesn't know that the heavenly demon cult's wealthiest venture was that gambling house? The herb garden is full of weeds. Zhuang Suzi, you old Taoist priest, you're trying to swallow it all yourself. Amitba. The abbot of Putua Temple clasped his hands together. Those who have renounced the world do not speak falsehoods. The technology of live recording aligns well with our Buddhist teachings propagation. Perhaps it would be best left to this old monk. Within the grand tent, chaos erupted into an uproar. They argued with flushed faces as though the heavenly demon cult were already fish upon a cutting board, ripe for the slaughter at their whim. In their view, with the 6 great sects joining forces and 18 Shingon realm elders backing them, bolstered by the demon sealing grand formation, subduing a heavenly demon cult that had just weathered internal strife and was left with only a young regent, was like using a butcher's cleaver to kill a chicken. Su-Han, merely a clown with a dash of cleverness. In the face of absolute power, those unorthodox methods were utterly insignificant. Enough. Ultimately, it was Zhuang Suzi who displayed the authority of the alliance leader, quelling the discord. Cease your squabbling. Let us seize Tianma Peak first. According to intelligence from our informants, Su-Han has grown overconfident. He has disbanded the outer defenses and even deactivated the mountain's protective formation, declaring his intent to confront us head-on. Pure recklessness. Lu Xingyang sneered. The youth lacks awareness of his limitations. If he seeks death, then tomorrow we shall grant his wish. Issue the orders. Prepare rations at dawn, break camp at sunrise. Press forward with one unified thrust and flatten Tianma Peak. At the same moment, Tianma Peak, the training grounds. In stark contrast to the feverish spoils division below, an eerie special training was underway here. Stop. Cease immediately. Suhan stood upon the raised platform, teaching rod in hand, looking down upon the hundreds of demonic cult elites, practicing sword forms below with an expression of disdain. Who told you to practice sword techniques? And you there? The one practicing fireball spells. Extinguish that fire in your hand this instant. The disciples stood bewildered. Elder, the righteous factions attack tomorrow. What should we practice instead of spells? An elder ventured to ask. Suhan sighed and dragged out a massive hemp sack from behind him. Crash. Emptying the sack revealed a heap of black iron bricks, their edges honed to razor-sharpness, along with bags of quicklime scattered across the ground. From this moment forward, forget that you are cultivators. Suhan casually picked up a brick, weighing it in his hand, his gaze fierce. Tomorrow, within this plaza, I will activate my domain. At that time, this place shall become a demon-suppressing zone devoid of spiritual energy and magical arts. Those sword immortals and spellcasters who normally hold themselves above all else will be nothing more than vulnerable prey awaiting slaughter. But you, Suhan pointed to the group of disciples, you shall be the most vicious hooligans in every alley and street. Now follow my lead in training. Suhan adopted an extremely despicable stance, flinging his left hand upward while his right delivered a brutal brick strike downward, followed immediately by a vicious kick aimed at the groin. Memorize this mantra: scatter lime, strike the forehead, kick the crotch. Move swiftly, strike with precision, show no mercy. Anyone who captures the Righteous Alliance leader shall be rewarded with 100,000 spirit stones. And whoever can knock out Lu Xingyang's teeth will receive a top-grade spiritual artifact. Understood? The demonic cult disciples below paused for a moment before erupting into knowing laughter. Though unfamiliar with the term demon-suppressing domain, this combat style was perfectly suited to their demonic nature. Understood? Scatter lime. Strike the forehead. Kick the crotch. In an instant, dust clouded the training grounds as hundreds of burly men swung their bricks, the scene both magnificent and absurd. At the edge of the training grounds, Lu Rushwang watched this scene, unable to suppress a shiver. Having personally experienced the helplessness of the demon-falling abyss, she understood better than anyone what would transpire tomorrow. Too ruthless. Lu Rushwang murmured to herself. Those elders of the righteous path, accustomed to lives of comfort, relied entirely on magical artifacts in battle. If suddenly deprived of spiritual power, facing this group of trained hooligans, the scene she dared not imagine. What's wrong? Feeling sorry for them, Lin Xingzhu appeared beside her unexpectedly, still clad in her practical attire, the autumn water sword held close to her chest. Lu Rushwang bit her lip. I simply feel that Suhan's actions insult the dignity of the entire cultivation world. Dignity? Lin Xingzhu sneered, her gaze fixed on the brightly lit righteous camps below. When my master sought to expel me from the sect, when Lu Xingyang refused to ransom you to save face, the so-called dignity of the righteous path was already a joke. Senior sister. Lin Xingzhu turned her head, her eyes holding an unprecedented determination. The times have changed. After tomorrow, this cultivation world will no longer be the world it once was. The next day at Chenhour, the morning sun rose, dispelling the mountain mist. Boom, boom, boom. The deep war drums echoed through heaven and earth like thunder. At the mountain's base, the formations of the 6 great sects advanced slowly. Flying vessels obscured the sky, sword lights resembling a forest. That overwhelming spiritual pressure caused the entire Tianma Peak to tremble faintly. And atop Tianma Peak, that black gate, symbolizing the final defensive line, stood wide open, just as Suhan had foretold. No array light barriers. No army of demonic cultivators waiting in full readiness. Only one person, Suhan. He had someone bring out a grand armchair and sat imperiously in the very center of the mountain entrance. Before him sat a small tea table with a pot of hot tea. Behind him stood a large banner with 8 characters written in dramatic calligraphy. Cultivation is too exhausting. Come in and rest. Arrogant. Utter arrogance. When the righteous army charged to mid-mountain and witnessed this scene, Lu Xingyang was so furious he nearly fell from his flying vessel. Insufferable insult. Pointing at Suhan, who was drinking tea alone, Lu Xingyang roared, he's employing the empty fort strategy. He's showing contempt for our 6 great sects. All disciples, listen to my orders. Forget all codes of martial righteousness. Advance with full force. Chop him into minced meat. 3,000 cultivators, wrapped in towering fury and spiritual radiance, surged like a multicolored torrent toward that solitary figure. Suhan set down his teacup. Watching the approaching torrent grow nearer, the smile at the corner of his mouth gradually widened, eventually forming a cruel curve. Welcome, he whispered softly. Then with a gentle tap of his finger on the armrest, domain unfolds. At the midway point of the demon peak, time seemed to freeze at this moment. As Suhan's faint utterance of domain expansion echoed, an intangible, overwhelmingly tyrannical, chaotic fluctuation instantly spread from him, like a colossal transparent dome, completely enveloping the entire summit of the demon peak. The spiritual energy that had been vibrant between heaven and earth was forcibly extracted and sealed in an instant. The world fell silent. Then followed a cacophony of startled cries and screams. My flying sword. Why won't it obey me? Spiritual power. My Dantian is unresponsive. Ah, help. The flying boat's power core has died. We're going to crash into the mountain. In the sky, the righteous army that had once blotted out the sun now appeared like a flock of birds with broken wings. Crackle, crackle. Hundreds of disciples riding flying swords tumbled from midair, bodies and swords alike landing with bruised faces, broken bones, and torn sinews. The several massive spiritual flying boats, having lost their power, veered clumsily into the mountain walls, billowing thick black smoke. The once imposing charge formation instantly turned into a scene of a massive traffic accident. On the ground, Lu Xingyang, the sect leader of the Righteous Sword sect who had been charging at the front, had intended to execute a 10,000 swords return to one technique, but when he formed the hand seal halfway, his face flushed red and his neck bulged. Yet he couldn't even muster a single spark. Wah! What is this? Lu Xingyang stared at his own hands in terror. The overwhelming sense of emptiness inside him, as if he had become a mere mortal, instantly threw him into panic. A spirit sealing array. Impossible. Even the highest level of spirit sealing array cannot instantly seal so many law phase realm experts. Xian Shuzi of the Supreme Dao sect was also dumbfounded. The whisk in his hand had now truly become a feather duster for sweeping dust. Just as the righteous group was thrown into chaos and panic, from the surrounding bushes and behind piles of rubble, a series of eerie, bone-chilling laughter suddenly echoed. Brothers, time to work. Aim carefully. Hit whoever's dressed the fanciest. Remember the mantra: throw lime, swing bricks, kick the crotch. With a series of rough shouts, hundreds of demon cult brutes who had been lying in ambush for a long time rushed out, like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. They didn't use any spells or wield any divine weapons. In their hands they held uniform black iron bricks. At their waists hung bulging pouches of lime. Charge! The two armies finally clashed. But this was no battle of cultivators. The Blazing Sky Valley camp. An elite disciple of Blazing Sky Valley, usually a fire element expert, instinctively tried to conjure a fireball as a demon cult brute charged at him. Fireball technique. Burn, burn. Ouch. Before he could finish, the demon cult brute threw his hand. Whoosh. A cloud of white powder splattered directly into his face. Cough, cough. My eyes. Stinging. So hot. The disciple shrieked, clutching his eyes. It was specially made quicklime mixed with chili powder, the sensation unimaginably intense. Screw you. The demon cult brute sneered, circled behind him, raised the brick, and swung it at the back of his head. Bang. Crisp, pleasing. The disciple's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed stiffly. Next. The Righteous Sword sect camp. Form ranks. Form the sword formation quickly. An elder shouted hoarsely, trying to fend them off with sword techniques. Though they had lost their spiritual power, they still had sword training and physical strength beyond ordinary mortals. However, they faced a group of demon cult thugs who had been cooped up in the dark prison and were like wolves and tigers. Moreover, the demon cult not only outnumbered them, but also fought without honor. Watch out for hidden weapons. A demon cult disciple yelled. The Righteous Sword cultivator instinctively raised his sword to block. What splashed over was a bucket of manure water. Ugh. The sword cultivator, drenched and nauseated, immediately retched his sword technique, thrown into chaos. Strike while he's down. Charge, brothers. 7 or 8 demon cult disciples swarmed and pinned his limbs and rained punches and kicks on him. Don't hit the face. I need my face to make a living. Oh, don't kick there. Brutal. Too brutal. The once lofty righteous cultivators were now fleeing with their heads in their hands. Deprived of their protective spells, their vaunted Dao techniques and divine abilities seemed utterly pale and powerless against bricks and lime. And the several sect leaders at the center of the battlefield received special attention. Protect me. Quickly. Lu Xingyang brandished his divine sword, desperately fending off the surrounding demon cult disciples. He, a mighty half-step law phase realm expert, was now being chased by 3 mere foundation establishment stage demon cult underlings. Lu Xingyang, where do you think you're going? Just then a black shadow descended from the sky. It was none other than Suhan. In this magic sealing domain, everyone was a mortal, but Suhan was a superhuman. With the perfection of the 12 divine palaces and the physical strength of the chaos demon body, even without spiritual power, he possessed a terrifying, monstrous strength that could shatter rocks with a single punch. Suhan. Lu Xingyang saw Suhan, and meeting his foe face to face, his eyes blazed with hatred. He thrust his sword forward. I'll fight you to the death. Fight. Suhan sneered and didn't even dodge. Clang. He extended 2 fingers and actually clamped down on the sharp metal-cutting righteous divine sword. Without spiritual power, your sword is too slow, too soft. Suhan flicked his wrist. A tremendous force transmitted. Lu Xingyang's tiger's mouth split open, and the long sword flew out of his hand. Then, Suhan backhanded him. Slap. That slap, crisp and loud, echoed across the entire battlefield. Lu Xingyang spun 3 times on the spot, half his face instantly swollen into a pig's head, and several blood-streaked teeth flew out. This slap is for my good disciple Lu Rushuang, whom you abandoned without a care. Suhan stepped closer. Slap. He backhanded him again. This slap is for the employees of my blissful hall whom you cursed. Lu Xingyang, seeing stars, his legs gave way and he knelt to the ground. You? A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. Slap. Suhan kicked him in the chest and stomped him into the ground. Humiliating you is exactly what I'm doing. Suhan looked down at the righteous leader, his gaze cold and mocking. Patriarch Lu, weren't you shouting earlier about trampling the demon peak? Weren't you going to eliminate demons and uphold the Dao? What? Can't even stand steady now. Around them, the other righteous sect leaders were faring no better. Xian Shuzi of the Supreme Dao sect was caught in a hunting net by several demon cult brutes flopping on the ground like a salted fish. The Blazing Sky Valley Master, blinded by a bucket of lime, was flailing helplessly at empty air. A total rout. In just half an hour. The once invincible demon-slaying alliance was utterly crushed on the mountainside of the demon peak by a group of thugs wielding bricks. This was not a war. It was a massive brawl. And a one-sided beating. Stop. Seeing it was enough, Suhan snapped his fingers. The demon cult disciples reluctantly put down their bricks, each standing triumphantly atop their righteous captives, flaunting their victory. Suhan stepped on Lu Xingyang's face, his gaze sweeping over the groaning righteous cultivators, and announced loudly, "Dear friends of the righteous path, welcome to the demon cult. Now I declare, you..." Suhan revealed that trademark despair-inducing smile. "Have been kidnapped. Steward Lin. Here." Lin Xingzhu quickly stepped forward, looking at the former comrades strewn across the ground, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes, but more of relief. "Count the numbers. Sect leaders at one, price elders at another, direct disciples at another. This time." Suhan stepped over Lu Xingyang and walked toward the main hall on the peak. "I will make the 6 great righteous sects spit out every last bit of their millennia-old treasures." At the main square of the Tianma sect headquarters, the square was no longer a battlefield but a massive auction site. However, the goods being auctioned were not treasures, but the sect leaders, elders, and elite disciples of the 6 orthodox sects. Over 3,000 orthodox cultivators were bound with special, spirit-locking shackles, and knelt in neat rows like dumplings. At the front, 6 chairs were arranged in a line. The 6 sect leaders, Lu Xingyang, Zhuangzi, the Finshan Valley Lord, and others, were pressed into their chairs, their faces bruised and swollen, their robes tattered. Lu Xingyang in particular had both cheeks swollen like steamed buns, his teeth missing, and his former immortal and virtuous demeanor completely vanished. Opposite them stood a large redwood table. Suhan sat behind the table holding a cup of spirit tea. Beside him sat Hua Nongying, who was furiously clicking an abacus, and Lin Xingzhu, who was in charge of recording. "Gentlemen, wake up." Suhan tapped the table wearing that infuriatingly kind smile. "Let's settle the accounts." "Settle? What accounts?" Lu Xingyang growled indistinctly. "Suhan, if you want to kill or torture, do as you please. Don't humiliate us." "Sect leader Lu, what do you mean by humiliation?" Suhan spread his hands innocently. "I am a businessman. I value harmony and prosperity. You came all the way here to wreck my turf, injured my people, and trampled my lawn. Don't you think you should compensate?" "Steward Lin, read it." Lin Xingzhu picked up a long list, her cold voice ringing through the square. "According to statistics, the losses incurred by the Tianma sect from this conflict are as follows. First, mental anguish compensation. Our disciples, severely traumatized, require rest and recuperation. Total 30 million spirit stones. Second, lost wages. Due to the battle, multiple businesses, such as our Jiao Pavilion, were shut down. Estimated losses, 50 million spirit stones. Third, medical expenses. 300 of our disciples sprained their wrists while swinging bricks, and 500 stubbed their toes. Total 10 million spirit stones. Fourth, venue maintenance. Cleaning the bloodstains and recovering the lime powder from the square, 5 million spirit stones. Fifth, appearance fee for the sect leader. The regent personally commanded the battle. Appearance fee, 100 million spirit stones. Listening to these absurdly inflated charges, the faces of the 6 sect leaders turned green. When they heard the appearance fee of 100 million, the Finshan Valley Lord nearly died of rage on the spot. "Bullshit. Pure bullshit," roared the Finshan Valley Lord. "We were the ones beaten. Our people are bleeding. Your people sprained their wrists, and we have to pay for that. Is there no justice? On Tianma Peak, I am the law." Suhan replied calmly, then looked at Lin Xingzhu. "What's the total?" Reporting to the regent. Lin Xingzhu closed the list. "The total is 380 million spirit stones, plus the principal and interest of the 800 million in high-interest loans previously owed by the various sects at the Jiao Pavilion. The 6 orthodox sects currently owe our sect 1,200 million spirit stones." Boom. 1,200 million. This number weighed like a mountain on the hearts of the 6 sect leaders. A medium-sized spirit stone vein produced only a few million per year. 1,200 million. Even if they drained the treasuries of all 6 sects combined, they might not be able to scrape it together. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhuangzi panicked and threw down his whisk. 1,200 million. Even if you sold all of us, we wouldn't be worth that much. Suhan, you're driving us to the brink of destruction. Driving you to the brink. Suhan shook his head, leaned forward, and his eyes suddenly turned extremely dangerous. "Zhuangzi, get the facts straight. Your lives are in my hands right now. If I'm not happy..." Suhan snapped his fingers. Behind him, several hundred demon sect disciples raised their bricks, glaring at the 3,000 Orthodox elites kneeling on the ground. I could bury all 3,000 of them right now. Then the 6 Orthodox sects would lose their finest, and their legacies would be cut off. Guess what? Those second-rate sects lurking around waiting for an opportunity, would they swoop in and devour your old nests? If I kill you, won't your sect treasuries become mine anyway? Silence. Dead silence. The 6 sect leaders turned pale, cold sweat streaming down their faces. Su-Han was telling the truth. In previous righteous demonic wars, even if they lost, they could retreat to their mountain gates. But this time they had come with their entire forces and were captured wholesale. If these people died, the sects would be finished. What exactly do you want? Lu Xingyang seemed to have aged decades. In an instant, his voice hoarse. Simple. Su-Han pulled a stack of pre-drafted contracts from his bosom and slapped them on the table. If you don't have enough money, you can pay with resources and sovereignty. Here is a Tianma Peak Treaty of Friendship and Mutual Assistance. Sign it, and you can take your people home. Lu Xingyang took the contract with trembling hands. After one glance, his eyes nearly popped out. Clause 1: Cession of territory and reparations. The 6 sects admit defeat and compensate the Tianma sect 1,200,000,000 spirit stones. Down payment of 200 million, the remaining 1 billion to be paid over 30 years at an annual interest rate of 10. Clause 2: Commercial privileges. The 6 sects must unconditionally open their territories to Tianma sect commerce. Allow the Tianma sect to establish institutions such as Jiao Pavilion, Hahuan Pavilion, and Tianji newspaper, with all taxes exempted. Sect disciples receive a 20% discount on all purchases. Clause 3: Talent exchange. Each year, the 6 sects must select 10 of their most outstanding core disciples, especially female disciples, to study abroad at the Tianma sect for 3 years. Clause 4: Military supervision. The Tianma sect will dispatch resident representatives to the 6 sects to oversee repayment progress and commercial operations. The representatives hold veto power. Clause after clause. What friendly mutual assistance treaty? This was clearly a contract of servitude. A treaty of subjugation. Once signed, the 6 Orthodox sects would exist in name only, effectively becoming subordinate branches, ATMs, and talent farms of the Tianma sect. Too much. Too much. Lu Xingyang's hands trembled violently as he held the contract, tears welling in his eyes. If they didn't sign, they would die now, and the sects would be annihilated. If they signed, they would survive, but their spines would be broken forever, never to rise again. I'll give you 3 breaths to consider. Su-Han picked up his teacup and blew gently. 1. Behind him, the demon sect disciples began toying with their bricks. 2. Su-Han's murderous aura began to spread, and the oppressive pressure of the chaotic demonic domain descended once more. 3. I'll sign. I'll sign. The Finshan Valley Lord was the first to break. Looking at his own disciples beaten and barely alive, his psychological defenses collapsed completely. As long as the Green Hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. I'll sign. Once one signed, another followed. Zhuang Suzi closed his eyes, sighed deeply, picked up the brush, and tremblingly wrote his name. Finally, only Lu Xingyang remained. He looked at the heavy, humiliating treaty in his hands, then at Lu Rushuang, whose expression was complicated, and at the despairing eyes of the Haoran sword sect disciples. Pooh! Lu Xingyang spat a mouthful of blood onto the contract. With his blood-stained finger, he pressed his thumbprint firmly onto it. Su-Han. Lu Xingyang raised his head, his eyes hollow, as if his soul had been drained. You win. From now on. In the cultivation world, there is no more righteous path. Very good. Su-Han satisfiedly gathered the stack of blood-stamped contracts and handed them to Lin Qingzhu for safekeeping. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure doing business. Su-Han stood up, his face once again breaking into that radiant smile. Since we're all one family now, no need to kneel. Men, untie the sect leaders. Serve good tea. Bring the healing medicine. Also, Su-Han glanced at Hua Nongying, who was already grinning from ear to ear. Sect leader Hua, doesn't the Hahuan sect have a newly choreographed dance? Tonight, right here on the square, let's calm the sect leaders' nerves. Let's also hold a victory celebration gala. The 6 sect leaders. Calm their nerves. He was rubbing salt in their wounds, making them bleed, while watching them dance in celebration. Killing a man's spirit. Nothing could be worse. This day would be recorded in the history of cultivation as the darkest day for the righteous path. For Su-Han, it was merely the first step from demon sect leader toward overlord of the cultivation world. As for the next step, Su-Han turned around, his gaze passing over the kneeling Orthodox cultivators looking toward the distant east. Their purple chi rose. That was the center of secular imperial power. The great Qian dynasty. Haoran sword sect, the main peak sword pavilion. The setting sun was like blood casting its glow upon this righteous sect that had been passed down for 3,000 years. The once thriving scene of sword chi soaring to the heavens and disciples flying on swords was no more, replaced by a deathly silence and desolation. Outside the mountain gate, a few white silk banners that had not been taken down in time hung. Inside, thousands of disciples who had just been ransomed back hung their heads in dejection like defeated roosters. Inside the main hall, the sect leader Lu Xingyang knelt before the portrait of the founding ancestor, holding in his hands the blood-stained, Tianma Peak, Friendly Mutual Assistance Treaty, his entire being, as if drained of all vitality. The elders standing on both sides looking at the contents of the treaty trembled with rage, but were helpless. Leader, one elder said in a hoarse voice, must we really carry it out? Open a pleasure pavilion at the gates of the Sword Sect, and send our core female disciples to the Tianma sect for study. This is utterly disgracing our ancestors. If we don't carry it out, what else can we do? Lu Xingyang gave a bitter smile, pointing at the terrified disciples outside. If we didn't sign, these 3,000 disciples would never return. If we didn't sign, that madman Su Han would have already led his men to attack. I know this is a disgrace, but to preserve our lineage, I, Lu Xingyang, will bear this infamy. After speaking, he slowly closed his eyes as if resigned to his fate. However, just as Lu Xingyang was about to order the sect's finance to raise the first indemnity payment, boom! At the rear mountain of Howren Sword Sect, the Sword Burial Mound, a forbidden area perpetually shrouded in mist suddenly erupted with a terrifying sword intent that shook heaven and earth. This sword intent was so powerful that it tore through the clouds in the sky, causing all spirit swords within 100 miles to wail and tremble in unison, as if welcoming their sovereign. This aura. Lu Xingyang's eyes snapped open, his face drastically changed, then turned into ecstasy. It's the ancestor. The ancestor has emerged from seclusion. Whoosh! A dazzling white sword, light brilliant to the extreme, instantly teleported from the rear mountain into the main hall. The light faded. An old man in hemp clothing with white hair and beard exuding a decayed yet sharp aura appeared before everyone. He was gaunt, but standing there he was like a sharp sword about to pierce the sky. The supreme elder of Howren Sword Sect, Gu Dawi. A old monster who had already reached the peak of Dharma phase realm 200 years ago and had entered a death seclusion to break through to tribulation transcendence realm. Greetings, ancestor. Lu Xingyang and the elders quickly knelt and bowed, their eyes brimming with tears of excitement. Humph. Gu Dawi snorted coldly, his gaze like lightning sweeping over the dejected crowd in the hall, finally fixing on the contract in Lu Xingyang's hand. Although he was in seclusion, the sharp decline of the sect's fortune had forcibly awakened him. Give it here. Gu Dawi extended his hand, and the treaty flew into his grasp automatically. He only read 3 lines. Boom. A terrifying rage instantly ignited the air within the hall. Bastard. Utterly outrageous. Gu Dawi's hair and beard flew wildly as he slapped Lu Xingyang hard across the face. Smack! Lu Xingyang, whose face was already swollen from Su Han's beating, was sent flying by his own ancestor, crashing violently into a pillar and spitting out a mouthful of blood. You prodigal! You spineless coward! Gu Dawi pointed at Lu Xingyang's nose and cursed. I've been in seclusion for 200 years, and you've brought Howren Sword Sect to this state. Ceding territory and paying reparations. Sending female disciples as hostages. And opening a casino for the demon sect. Are you trying to anger me to death so you can inherit my coffin money? Ancestor, please calm your anger. Lu Xingyang, not bothering to wipe the blood, crawled over and hugged Gu Dawi's thigh, sobbing. Disciple had no choice either. That's Su Han. That Su Han is very sinister. He has an anti-magic domain. We simply can't defeat him. Excuses? All excuses. Gu Dawi refused to listen. Our Howren Sword Sect cultivates righteous chi and practices the gentleman's sword. Better to die standing than live kneeling. Rip. With a flick of his wrist, the treaty that Su Han had painstakingly drafted turned into fragments, scattering in the air. Pass down my decree. Gu Dawi's eyes were sharp, murderous, intent, surging. From this moment, depose Lu Xingyang as sect leader and confine him to Reflection Cliff for 100 years. Activate the sect protecting grand formation, the Tai light-splitting sword array. Seal the entire mountain. That Su Han fellow. If he dares to come collecting debts, I'll be right here at the Sword Sect's gate, and with this sword in my hand, teach him what it means to respect one's elders. At the same time, in the study of the Regent Prince of Tianma Sect, Su Han was sitting cross-legged humming a tune while reading the post-war reconstruction plan compiled by Hua Nongying. Suddenly, the door of the study was pushed open. Lin Qingzhu hurried in, holding a communication talisman that flashed with red light. Young master, something has happened. Oh, Su Han didn't even lift his eyelids. Which sect? Howren Sword Sect. Lin Qingzhu said solemnly. Just now, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion reported a strong spiritual energy fluctuation at the rear mountain of Howren Sword Sect, suspected to be the Supreme Elder's emergence from seclusion. And Lin Qingzhu paused, glancing at Su Han's expression. That old fellow, as soon as he came out, deposed Lu Xingyang and tore up the treaty in public. Not only that, similar news came from the Supreme Dao Sect and the Burning Sky Valley. Those old monsters who usually mind their own business seem to have all come out as if by appointment. The current 6 righteous sects have all activated their protective grand formations, declared the treaty null and void, and refused to pay any reparations. Hearing this news, Su Han was not angry. Instead, he put down the plan and slowly straightened up. The smile on his face gradually changed from cynical to excited. They tore up the treaty, refused to pay, even have ancestors backing them. Suhan stroked his chin, his eyes shining with the light of a hunter spotting new prey. Interesting. I was worried they'd kneel too fast, and there'd be no follow-up drama. Since they think that treaty is a disgrace, Suhan stood up and walked to the map of the cultivation world hanging on the wall. He reached out and drew a heavy cross on the location of Howrensword sect. Then don't blame me for upgrading the service. Steward Lin. Yes. Pass the word the demon sect army is not to be disbanded. Also have sect leader Hua bring her renovation team. Since they don't want to sign the contract with dignity. Then I'll personally visit. Suhan turned around, his voice icy cold. Help them with dignity. Oh, and remember to bring the abacus. The penalty fee doubled. Howrensword sect outside the mountain gate. As a sacred land of the sword path passed down for 3,000 years, the Howrensword sect's guardian formation, the Tai dividing light sword array, was reputed to be unbreakable except by a tribulation transcendence powerhouse. At this moment the formation was fully activated. Tens of millions of sharp white sword beams interwove into a massive semi-transparent light shield, encasing the entire main peak upside down. Above the light shield, sword intent flowed, and killing intent lurked everywhere. Any bird that approached would be instantly ground into powder. And outside the light shield 5 li away, the vast army of the demon sect had already set up camp. However, the scene was still somewhat bizarre. They did not beat war drums or shout battle cries, but instead hung up several huge banners: repay debts, it's only right. The Howrensword sect is treacherous and faithless, and their ancestor Gu Dawi is shameless. Maliciously defaulting on appearance fees is unforgivable. At the front of the formation, a modified, glittering, golden giant flying boat was parked. Suhan sat on a Taisher chair holding a sound-amplifying artifact and shouted at the thick turtle shell, Hey. Listen up, old man inside. I am Manager Su of the Tianma sect's Loving Debt Collection Company. The black and white contract signed by your sect leader Lu Zhengyang is right here in my hand. Hurry up and deactivate the formation and return the money. As long as you pay back, we'll still be good neighbors. The Bliss Pavilion will give you a 20% discount. The voice, amplified by magical power, rolled like thunder, penetrating the formation and echoing within the Grand Hall. Inside the Sword Sect's Grand Hall, the Supreme Elder Gu Dawi sat cross-legged on the main seat, listening to the curses outside, his white beard trembling with rage. You insolent brat. This is too much. But he did not charge out. As an old monster who had lived for 200 years, though furious, he was also cautious. Suhan had beaten the 6 sect leaders so badly that they were picking up their teeth, so there must be something strange. Therefore Gu Dawi chose the safest strategy, to wait it out. No matter how glib you are. Gu Dawi sneered and shouted at the panicked disciples below, What are you panicking about? This Tai dividing light sword array was left by the founding ancestor. It is connected to 3 top-grade spiritual veins underground. Unless the spiritual veins dry up, even a true tribulation transcendence powerhouse would have to bombard it for 3 days and 3 nights. That Suhan is merely in the void realm. I don't believe he can break the formation. Pass down the order. Everyone guard the formation. We'll just stay inside and wait it out. When his supplies run out, that will be the time he retreats. Outside the formation on the flying boat. Tisk, this old turtle has quite the patience. Suhan shouted until his throat was dry, took a sip of spiritual tea handed by Lin Qingzhu, and looked at the motionless light shield, shaking his head. Young master, this formation is indeed formidable. Lin Qingzhu looked at the flowing sword beams, her expression grave. The Tai dividing light sword array is endlessly self-renewing. If we attack head-on, I'm afraid we will suffer heavy losses. Moreover, your chaos demon domain can suppress magic, but its range is limited. It cannot cover such a large mountain protecting formation. Who said I was going to use the demon domain to brute force it? Suhan put down the teacup, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Steward Lin, do you remember what I asked you to buy with those 120 million spirit stones? Lin Qingzhu was startled, then realized something, her pupils slightly contracting. You mean that? Yes, exactly that. Suhan stood up and waved his hand grandly at the demon sect disciples behind him. My lads. Since old man Gu doesn't want to be dignified, let's help him get some dignity. Bring up our truth. Roar. With a neat chorus of shouts. A dozen huge black-armored demon rhinos dragged a huge object covered with black cloth, slowly walking to the front of the formation. Suhan walked over and yanked off the black cloth. Buzz. Under the sunlight, a massive metallic creation entirely black, 3 zhang long with a muzzle as wide as a water tank, revealed its ferocious true form. Its surface was carved with dizzyingly complex spirit patterns, and the muzzle was inlaid with a ring of high-grade magic crystals emitting a destructive aura. System modded version, God-slaying magic cannon V1. 0 description: originally a defective relic left over from an ancient battlefield, repaired and modded by the host with money. No complicated spiritual power manipulation required, just burn money. Ammunition: top-grade spirit stones. One shot costs 100,000 spirit stones. What is this thing? Inside the formation, Gu Dawi saw this black massive thing through the water mirror art, frowning slightly. Although the cultivation world also had spirit stone cannons, most were used for defending cities with limited power and extremely cumbersome. What was Suhan trying to do by bringing out a big iron pipe? Scare people. Gu Daoi watched closely. Suhan stood on the cannon, patted the cold barrel, and smiled toward the formation. This thing is called reason. I've always believed that there is nothing in this world that a shot of reason can't solve. If there is, then 2 shots. With that, the smile on Suhan's face instantly vanished, his eyes turning icy cold. Load. Yes. Hua Nongying, with a pained expression, took out a storage bag and poured out a pile of top-grade spirit stones that glittered with brilliant light. A full 100 pieces, worth 10 million spirit stones. Such a waste. This is too wasteful. Hua Nongying's heart bled as she stuffed the spirit stones into the cannon's grooves. You can't catch a wolf without risking your child, Suhan said coldly. Ready. As the top-grade spirit stones were injected, the previously dead magic cannon stirred like a giant beast awakening from slumber. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The spirit patterns on the cannon lit up section by section, turning from red to purple and finally to a terrifying pitch black. The space around began to warp, countless black arcs of electricity wildly leaping at the muzzle. An unprecedented aura of destruction locked onto the mountain gate of the Howren Sword sect. Not good. Inside the grand hall, the once rock-steady Gu Daoi now felt his scalp tingle, and a sense of crisis exploded in his heart. Quickly, strengthen the formation. Pour in all the reserve spirit stones. He roared frantically, desperately channeling spiritual power into the formation eye. But it was too late. Outside the formation, Suhan softly uttered a single word: fire. Boom. The heavens and earth fell silent. A black beam of light over 10 zhang in diameter burst forth from the muzzle, carrying the will to destroy everything. It had no flashy technique, only the purest, most extreme release of energy. In that instant, it was as if a black sun exploded in front of the Howren Sword sect's mountain gate. Crack. The Tai dividing light sword array, reputed to be unbreakable except by tribulation transcendence, was like a fragile soap bubble before this terrifying energy built purely from money. It didn't hold for even a single breath. At the center of the light shield, a massive hole, 100 zhang in radius, was blasted directly. The formation was broken and backlash struck. Inside the grand hall, Gu Daoi, along with hundreds of elders maintaining the formation, all spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward like harvested wheat. How is it possible? Gu Daoi collapsed on the ground, hair disheveled, staring at the slowly dissipating huge hole in the sky, his eyes full of daze and disbelief. One shot, just one shot, broke the divine formation left by the ancestor. Is this still cultivation? I overdid it. Outside the formation, Suhan fanned away the smoke in front of him, looked at the still smoking huge hole, and nodded in satisfaction. It seems this is the power of money. He jumped off the cannon, straightened his collar, and waved at the demon sect army behind him, who were already stunned. The door is open. Brothers, bring our contracts and the renovation tools. Go in and give old man Gu. Send warmth. Howren Sword sect main peak square. Smoke hung heavy in the air, rubble strewn across the ground. Beneath the massive crater blasted by the demonic artillery cannon, Suhan sauntered in with his hands behind his back, accompanied by Lin Xingzhu, Hua Nongying, and thousands of demonic sect disciples trudging behind them, armed with hoes and sledgehammers. Cough, cough, cough. Rising painfully from the dust, Grand Elder Gu Daoi leaned heavily on his shattered ancient sword. His white robes were stained with blood, his top knot disheveled, far removed from the immortal demeanor he had worn earlier. He now resembled a decrepit beggar on his last breath. Behind him, Lu Zhengyang and the remaining elders stood ashen-faced, their eyes filled with dread as they watched the black-clad youth stride forward. One shot, just one blast, had shattered the last shred of Howren Sword sect's dignity. Elder Gu. Suhan paused before Gu Daoi, flicking dust from the air with an expression of mock regret. Look what's happened here. I merely came to knock on your door, but I find your craftsmanship lacking. One knock, and it crumbled. Next time you renovate, do consider our Heaven Demon sect's engineering crew. We guarantee durability. Pock. Gu Daoi, infuriated by the audacious braggart, coughed up another mouthful of blood. Demon. Presumptuous cur. Trembling, Gu Daoi raised his broken sword, his eyes ablaze with the madness of one who would die rather than yield. Though the formation is broken, the Howren Sword sect still boasts 3,000 sword cultivators. Even if I must burn my essence blood, I shall take you down with me. Howren righteous energy. Ignite. With a thunderous roar, the primal chi within Gu Daoi, dormant for 2 centuries, erupted in frenzied combustion. An oppressive pressure converged, its power threatening to breach the Dharma idol realm and scrape against the threshold of tribulation transcendence. The ancestor is risking all. Fight them to the death. Infected by his zeal, Lu Zhengyang and the elders bellowed in unison, charging forward with desperate fury. However, Suhan merely observed them silently, as though watching a troop of buffoons. Risk your lives, eh? He shook his head, a mocking smile curling his lips. In my domain, who authorized you to fight to the death? Chaotic demon, domain maximum output. The familiar soul-chilling aura instantly engulfed the entire main peak of Howren Sword sect. Gu Daoi's blazing fervor had barely begun to smolder when he felt as though liquid nitrogen had been poured into his meridians. Zzz. His earth-shaking momentum instantly sputtered and died. Gu Daoyi froze in place, sword still raised, his posture mortifyingly absurd. Oh, how is this possible? In sheer terror he realized he couldn't so much as ignite a wisp of spiritual energy for a self-destruct. Slap. Su-Han strode forward and delivered a crushing palm strike, sending the Grand Elder sprawling to the ground. At your age scheming self-destructs, aren't you ashamed? Su-Han pressed his foot onto Gu Daoyi's chest, looking down upon him from above. We offered you an opportunity to sign the contract, which you scornfully refused. And you tore up my agreement. Now look where it's gotten you. Turning to the waiting Hua Nongying, Su-Han asked casually. Hua Sect Master, do recall the cost of that cannon shot? Hua Nongying immediately withdrew an abacus, clicking away furiously with a pained expression. Barrel depreciation, 5 million spirit stones, a top-grade spirit stone ammunition, 10 million a labor cost calculated separately. That single shot set us back no less than 20 million spirit stones. Hear that? Su-Han squeezed his heel, hearing ribs crack beneath his soul. 20 million. That sum will be deducted from your penalty payments. Now let us renegotiate our terms. Su-Han snapped his fingers. Lin Xingzhu promptly presented a fresh contract. This new agreement was thicker and far more stringent than the previous one, in addition to the compensation and territorial concessions already agreed upon. Su-Han pointed toward the imposing structure near at hand. The magnificent Hall of Sword Collection, the highest honor of Howren Sword Sect. That building looks quite nice. The feng shui is excellent. From this day forward it belongs to me. What a... Both Gu Daoyi and Lu Zhengyang cried out in simultaneous horror. The Hall of Sword Collection. That was the sacred chamber housing the ancestral tablets of every generation's founders and their legendary swords. The spiritual totem of Howren Sword Sect. Not. We refuse. Gu Daoyi roared. That is hallowed ground, a sanctuary of the Tao. If you dare lay a finger upon the Hall of Sword Collection, I will haunt you as a vengeful spirit for eternity. A vengeful spirit. Su-Han sneered coldly, leaning close to whisper directly into Gu Daoyi's ear. Fear not. I shall not kill you. I want you alive. I want you to watch with your own eyes as your so-called sacred Hall of Sword Collection is transformed beyond recognition. Rising, Su-Han shouted toward his eagerly awaiting renovation crew behind him. All right, everyone. Get to work. Throw out all that scrap metal and wooden plaques inside. Bring in our red lanterns, silk draperies, and foot-bathing basins. Let the disciples of Howren Sword Sect experience true enjoyment as well. Pointing at the Hall of Sword Collection, Su-Han proclaimed. From today this establishment shall henceforth be known as Heaven Demon Foot Spa Howren Branch. Let this become the largest foot-bathing city within 1,000 li. Boom. Those words hit harder than the demonic cannon itself. Upon hearing this, Gu Daoyi's eyes bulged wide, his breath caught. Then he fainted dead away from sheer rage. Lu Zhengyang collapsed to the ground, gazing in utter despair as the feral demonic disciples swarmed into the sacred Hall of Sword Collection. Crash clatter. A cacophony erupted. Countless ancient swords, treasures revered by Howren Sword Sect, were tossed aside like garbage. Ancestral tablets were used as stepping stones and dumped at the entrance. Then, the century-old plaque bearing the gilded characters Hall of Sword Collection was shattered by a single hammer blow. In its place swung a gargantuan sign radiating pink suggestive luminescence, oozing vulgarity. Blissful Foot Spa. Special opening discount 20% off with a valid Sword Sect ID. Standing before the newly revamped Foot Spa, Su-Han watched with satisfaction as the Howren Sect female cultivators hung lanterns and arranged foot-bathing chairs. Now this is what I call proper. What cultivation sanctuary? Cold and dreary. Ah, but earthly warmth soothes the mortal heart best. Turning, Su-Han addressed the bound and humiliated sword cultivators. Stop making those miserable faces. From now on, this is your new workplace. Those who perform well may be promoted to floor manager. As for those who underperform, Su-Han pointed toward the stone lion statues guarding the entrance. They can stand there as living decorations. At this moment, Howren Sword Sect was no more, though its people remained and its mountains stood firm. Its long-standing sword holy land, forged over a millennium, had been utterly reduced to ridicule by Su-Han's torrent of soaking water. And this was merely the opening act of a nightmare destined to consume all 6 great sects. At the main peak of the Howren Sword Sect stood the Tianma Foot Spa. The sign was hung, the lanterns were lit, but the great hall below was steeped in a deathly silence. Hundreds of captive inner disciples of the Howren Sword Sect sat cross-legged in the center of the hall, clad in uniform gray servant attire. Their eyes were closed, their expressions resolute, hands clenched into tight fists. At the entrance, a few scattered cultivators and demonic cultists who had come to peek inside were deterred by the sheer aura of defiant resolve and dared not step further. Do not move. From the front of the crowd, Zhang Aoshue, the chief true disciple of the Howren Sword Sect, known as the Little Sword Deity, suddenly opened her eyes. Her voice was hoarse yet unwavering. We are sword cultivators. Sword cultivators would rather break than bend. Today, whether we starve or are beaten to death, we will never bow before demons. We will never serve those scum of the lowest caliber. Exactly. We would rather die than submit. Behind her, hundreds of disciples roared in unison. That desolate and heroic aura actually managed to cut through the pervasive scent of cosmetics filling the room. On the second floor in the private seating area, Su-Han held a glass of wine in his hand, watching coldly from above the drama of this fasting protest. Beside him, Lu Rushuang, her face pale, spoke with a touch of reluctance. Su-Han, let it go. After all, they have their pride. If you ask them to mine or haul bricks, they might still do it. But making them wash feet for others, that is worse than killing them. Pride. Su-Han chuckled lightly, swaying his wine glass. Second, madam, do you believe that even the hardest bone would shatter like a biscuit before hunger and despair? Steward Lin. Yes. Issue the order. Bring up the 100-flavor spirit chicken, the braised red-tail fish from the kitchen, and those jars of century-old drunken immortal brew. Serve it all right in front of them. Besides, a cunning glint flashed across Su-Han's eyes. Bring over the usury ledger from before. A stick of incense. Later, an intoxicating aroma filled the hall. Scores of tables were arranged in rows before the fasting disciples, piled high with steaming spiritual delicacies. The demonic cult's overseers sat at the tables, devouring meat and drinking from large bowls. It truly looked and smelled divine. Gurgle. From the protesting crowd came the unmistakable sound of swallowing. These disciples had been imprisoned for 3 full days without a drop of water. Their spiritual energy sealed their bodies, weakened to the brink of collapse. Facing such tempting top-tier spiritual delicacies, now that physiological instinct was simply uncontrollable. Close your eyes. Block out your sense of smell. Zhang Aoshue shouted loudly. This is the demon's scheme. He is trying to disrupt our Tao hearts. The disciples forced themselves to close their trembling eyes despite the gnawing hunger. Just then, tap tap tap. Footsteps approached. Su-Han carried a thick ledger as he strolled leisurely into the midst of the crowd. Ignoring the righteous Zhang Aoshue, he made his way to a young disciple huddled in the corner, his face sallow with starvation. This disciple was named Li Go, whose aptitude had always been mediocre, but his fatal weakness was gambling. When the Pinnacle Joy Pavilion first opened, he had secretly gone to play a few rounds and ended up owing a massive sum. Li Go. Su-Han called out his name. Li Go trembled all over and opened his eyes in terror. WH. What do you want? Don't be nervous. Su-Han flipped open the ledger and pointed to a line of red ink. You owe the Pinnacle Joy Pavilion 3,000 spirit stones, with compound interest that has grown to 3,500. According to the contract, if you cannot repay, you will be sent to the Demon Abyss to serve as a mining slave. You would probably last 3 months. Upon hearing the words mining slave, Li Go's face turned instantly pale, his body shaking uncontrollably. However, Su-Han changed his tone, picking up a chicken leg glistening with fat from the table and waving it beneath Li Go's nose. I am a merciful creditor. See that guest at the entrance. His feet are somewhat filthy. As long as you go over now, fetch him a basin of water and help him wash them clean. This chicken leg is yours. The 3,500 spirit stones you owe will be forgiven in full. Boom. Those words struck like a thunderbolt, shattering against Li Go's already fragile psychological defenses. All it took was bending his waist. Not only would his hunger be satisfied, but the death sentence debt would be erased. Li Go looked at that chicken leg, then glanced at the scattered cultivator in the distance, whose feet were caked with mud. His Adam's apple rolled violently, his eyes torn between dignity and survival. Li Go, don't listen to him. Zhang Aoshue roared. You are a disciple of the sword sect. If you dare go, I will expel you from the sect. Expelled. Su-Han let out a cold laugh, looking at Li Go. Li Go, think carefully. Does the Howren sword sect today still resemble the sect it once was? Your sect leader has already handed me over to this foot-washing city as tribute. What exactly are you still clinging to? And I only count to 3. After 3, this opportunity to wipe your debt clean will belong to someone else. 1. Li Go's fingers dug into the floor tiles, his fingernails breaking. 2. His breathing grew heavy, tears streaming down his face. 3. I'll do it. A scream laced with sobs erupted. Li Go sprang to his feet and lunged toward the water basin like a madman. Ignoring whether the water was scalding, he scooped up a basin with his bare hands and sprinted toward the entrance. Li Go, how dare you? Zhang Aoshue's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. She tried to rise and stop him, but 2 burly demonic cult enforcers pinned her down. Hundreds of pairs of eyes across the entire hall locked onto Li Go. He approached the scattered cultivator, his knees buckling as he collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Goose, guest. Li Go kept his head bowed, large tears dripping into the wash basin. Please wash my feet. In that moment, the great hall fell deathly silent. It was as though something had shattered within every person's heart. That was their pride, preserved for over a decade, the so-called sword bone. Excellent. Su-Han tossed the chicken leg to Li Go and casually tore out that page from the ledger. Eat. You have earned this. Li Go grabbed the chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth, without caring about the heat, devouring it wolfishly, while weeping bitterly, his sobs rending his heart. Once the first had fallen, the second followed. I'll go too. I owe money as well. Give me a chance. I'm too hungry. I can't take it anymore. One by one, the disciples rose to their feet. Some did it to settle their debts, others for food, and some simply because they refused to face death. The originally rock-solid line of protesters began to crumble like an avalanche. Come back. All of you come back. Zhang Aoshue screamed desperately, her eyes witnessing as her former junior disciples each set aside their dignity and picked up the foot-washing basins. In less time than it took to finish a cup of tea, the Great Hall was left with only Zhang Aoshue and a dozen or so diehard holdouts still seated. Meanwhile, the surroundings had already become a bustling scene of activity. The once proud sword cultivators now knelt on the ground, clumsily massaging the feet of scattered cultivators and demonic cultivators they had once looked down upon. Their faces had lost all traces of pride, replaced only by numbness and humiliation. Su-Han approached Zhang Aoshue, looking down at this tough bone who still refused to yield. "You have courage," Su-Han said calmly. "A pity, but this is simply the tide of the times. Take him away, lock him in the solitary confinement cell. Don't give him any food. Let him listen to the sounds of his junior brothers and sisters making money outside and reflect deeply on what the Tao truly is." Late at night, the Tianma Foot Spa was brilliantly lit and thriving with business. Su-Han stood on the rooftop terrace gazing at the main peak of the Howren Sword sect, once sacred now filled with the mundane bustle of worldly life. "Young master," Lin Qingzhu approached from behind and handed him a cloak. "Word has come from the Taishang Dao sect, and sect leader Xuanxuzi has announced seclusion," Lin Qingzhu whispered. "It is said that after reviewing the intelligence from here, he locked himself in the meditation chamber for the entire afternoon and finally spoke only one sentence. This youth strikes at the heart. Strikes at the heart, does he?" Su-Han tightened the cloak around his shoulders, a faint, indifferent smile playing on his lips. "This is merely the beginning. Once they grow accustomed to earning their living on their knees, even if I wished to help them rise, they would refuse on their own." A month later, the Demon Massage Parlor. If a month ago this place was shrouded in deathly silence and humiliation, now the massage parlor had become the most popular, internet-famous check-in spot in the entire cultivation world. The entrance was bustling with traffic, and cultivators came in an endless stream for consumption. The business was so booming that they had to implement a queue system, and a VIP card had been bid up to an astronomical price. Inside, the hall lights were ablaze, and the noise of the crowd was deafening. "Number 9. Is Number 9 technician Zhao Taizhu here? A distinguished guest at the Golden Core stage specifically requested you." Coming. Zhao Taizhu was no longer the timid, subservient person he used to be. He wore a well-tailored black uniform with gold trim, a shiny gold metal technician badge pinned to his chest, and his hair was combed meticulously. He skillfully carried a specially prepared dragon blood health soup, wearing a standard professional smile. As he passed a few newly hired juniors, he stopped to scold them. "Bend your waist. Smile? Don't you understand? Smile. The customer is God. Stop putting on that arrogant sword cultivator attitude. Do you want to earn money? Do you want to redeem your flying swords? Do you want to buy foundation establishment pills? If you do, then work hard." Watching his intimidated junior brothers, Zhao Taizhu felt a strange sense of superiority rising in his heart. He was now the top star here. Last month alone, his commission and tips amounted to 80,000 spirit stones. He had not only paid off his debts and redeemed his lifebound flying sword, but had also secretly bought an obstacle-breaking pill that he had never dared to dream of before. Although his knees had grown weak, his pockets were full. In the cultivation world, without money, what dignity could one speak of? Money was the mother's milk. On the second floor, the general manager's office, Su-Han sat on a spacious leather swivel chair listening to Lu Rushuang report the month's performance. As of yesterday, the massage parlor's total revenue was 350 million spirit stones. After deducting labor, utilities, security, and the profit turned over to the headquarters, the net profit is 200 million. Lu Rushuang closed the ledger, a complex expression on her face. In just 1 month, the Howren Sword sect had earned more money than in the past 100 years combined. Although their reputation had been tarnished, the sect's treasury was indeed full. Even the elders who had originally threatened to stage a hunger strike after receiving generous dividends chose to go into secluded cultivation. "Not bad." Su-Han nodded with satisfaction and casually tossed a storage pouch to Lu Rushuang. "This is your bonus. Also, I noticed your cultivation base has been a bit unstable lately. There's a 9-leaf Ganoderma in here. Take it to nourish yourself." Lu Rushuang took the storage pouch, wanting to refuse, but her hand involuntarily tightened around it. She had changed. From the initial defiance unto death to now silent acquiescence and cooperation, she had even begun to enjoy the sense of accomplishment that came from managing such a vast enterprise. She knew that she could never go back. Just then, report. A demon cult disciple rushed in. "Regent, the Valley Master of the Burning Heaven Valley is downstairs requesting an audience. He says he's here to learn." "Learn, oi." Su-Han raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "It seems someone is green with envy. Let him come up." Moments later, the bearded, fiery-tempered Valley Master of Burning Heaven Valley entered the office with a hint of restraint. He looked at Su-Han sitting in the boss's chair, then at Lu Rushuang, whose demeanor had drastically changed, and felt a mix of emotions. Once upon a time, the Howren Sword sect was the vanguard against the demonic forces, but now it had become the demon cult's money pit. But the problem was, they were really making money. Look at those disciples of the Howard Sword sect all glowing with health, and their cultivation bases rising rapidly. And look at the disciples of his own Burning Heaven Valley who, unable to repay their debts, were still digging coal in the demon cult's black mine pits, as skinny as monkeys crying out for their parents every day. The morale had collapsed. Oh, isn't this the Valley Master of Burning Heaven? Suhan smiled and pointed to the chair opposite him. Take a seat. What brings you here today? Want to get a membership card for a foot bath? Ahem. The Valley Master's face flushed with embarrassment. He rubbed his hands and with difficulty said, Well, Lord Su, I have come today to ask for a favor. Speak. Well, the Valley Master gritted his teeth and resolved himself. I see that the Sword Sect's massage parlor business is thriving and the disciples have found a way out. I Burning Heaven Valley also want to start an industry. Could Lord Su please show us a path? As long as it can earn money, repay debts, and feed the disciples. We are willing to do anything. This was involution. When one corner of the Righteous Alliance collapsed, the others to survive would scramble to collapse as well. Want to earn money? Suhan looked the Valley Master up and down. Your Burning Heaven Valley consists entirely of fire cultivators. You play with fire, have hot tempers, and are rather rough-looking. Having you wash people's feet probably wouldn't be appropriate. It wouldn't do to scald the guests. The Valley Master looked disappointed then. What can we do? Can we only dig coal? No. Suhan snapped his fingers, a shrewd gleam of a businessman flashing in his eyes. Fire cultivators have their own advantages. Foot washing is foot therapy, part of health preservation. You can set up sauna baths and self-service barbecue. Sauna. Barbecue. The Valley Master was utterly bewildered. That's right. Suhan stood up and began pacing the room, painting a grand blueprint. Your Burning Heaven Valley's abundant geothermal fire resources can be transformed into a premium geothermal steam room. Have your disciples who control flames provide fire therapy services to guests. It dispels dampness, dries out cold toxins. The effects will be absolutely remarkable. Additionally, open a blazing barbecue city. Use your Samadhi True Fire to roast demon beast meat. What a gimmick. A personal disciple of Burning Heaven Valley personally tends the fire, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. One bite, and you're in heaven. Isn't that more high-end than foot washing? The Valley Master's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and he almost drooled. Samadhi True Fire roasted meat. Geothermal steam rooms. This was practically tailor-made for their Burning Heaven Valley. Lord Su, you are a genius. A genius. The Valley Master stood up excitedly and bowed deeply to Suhan. I will go back immediately and start the renovation. Turn Burning Heaven Valley into Burning Heaven Grand Bathhouse. It's just the startup capital. The Valley Master looked at Suhan awkwardly. Easy. Suhan waved his hand, grandly brimming with boldness. I'll invest. Same terms as before, 50-50 split. I provide the money and the plan, you provide the people and the land. Manager Lin, draft the contract. Yes. Half an hour later, the Valley Master of Burning Heaven Valley walked away joyfully, carrying a startup capital of tens of millions of spirit stones and a new indenture contract. Watching his retreating figure, Suhan leaned against the window, gazing at the bustling massage parlor outside. Young master. Lin Xingzhu walked up behind him, her voice tinged with deep emotion. You have completely destroyed the righteous path. Not by killing them, but by turning them into street vendors, into mundane people chasing after petty profits. Now among the 6 righteous sects, the Howard Sword sect has become a footbath city. Burning Heaven Valley is about to open a barbecue restaurant, and I hear the Putawa Temple is already researching vegetarian takeout. Only the Supreme Tao sect is still holding on. The Supreme Tao sect. Mentioning this name, Suhan's eyes narrowed slightly. That was the leader of the righteous path and the hardest nut to crack. The old Taoist Zhuang Suzi had been silent ever since his last seclusion. Are they still clinging to their tranquil inaction? Suhan sneered. In this world of mortal dust, who can truly be tranquil, since they don't want to engage in low-end service industries? Then let's arrange something high-end for them. Suhan turned around, looked at the map of righteous forces on the wall, and fixed his gaze on the Supreme Tao sect, which was perched above the clouds. Manager Lin, notify Hua Nongying. I'm going to hold an unprecedented fashion week in the cultivation world. Those aloof celestial maidens and Tao sons of the Supreme Tao sect with their ethereal temperament untouched by the mundane world, right? Then let them walk the runway. Let them be models. Let them endorse our luxury goods. I will turn immortal aura into the most expensive commodity. Before the mountain gate of the Taishang Tao sect, clouds and mist swirled as immortal cranes sang in long piercing cries. As the last bastion of the righteous path, the sect's entrance still stood majestic and imposing. Even though the world below had become grotesque and bizarre, this place maintained an awe-inspiring coldness and aloofness. Get lost. A furious roar laced with powerful spiritual energy suddenly thundered down from the clouds. Immediately thereafter, a storage pouch filled with countless exquisite garments was hurled out like trash, exploding midair and scattering precious fabrics that fluttered down and littered the ground. Suhan, what do you take our Taishang Tao sect for? The figure of sect leader Xian Shuzi appeared behind the mountain gate barrier, his beard and hair bristling, face flushed with rage. You want us to become actors? To parade ourselves before those mortals? I tell you, even if our Taishang Dao sect starves to death, runs out of resources, and jumps off this Kunlun void, we will never wear those garish clothes of yours. And we will never walk any catwalk. Go back to your Tianma Peak. Boom. The sect protecting grand formation fully activated, and the thick clouds instantly turned into an impenetrable wall of iron and steel, completely isolating the Taishang Dao sect from the outside world. On the deck of the flying boat outside the mountain gate, Su Han caught a piece of drifting sleeve. He looked at the sealed gate, not angry, but shook his head helplessly. Tisk, the old man's temper is quite fierce. Beside him, Hua Nongying looked regretfully at the mess on the ground. I told you these Taoist priests care most about face. Asking them to walk the catwalk is like flaying them alive. See, talks broke down. Broke down. Su Han casually tossed away the sleeve, sat back in his chair, and crossed his legs. Who said it broke down? In business you haggle. They refuse now because they still think their face is more important than their belly. So, let's help them see reality. Su Han's eyes glinted with cold ruthlessness. Steward Lin, at your service. Issue the order, initiate the supply cut plan. From today, seal off a 500 li radius around the Taishang Dao sect. No spiritual rice, spiritual meat, pills, talismans. Not even a needle or a grain of salt allowed in. They love quietude and inaction. Let them have their fill of quiet. Furthermore, Su Han pointed to the open space at the foot of the mountain. Set up a stage right here. If they won't perform, we will. Bring over the top courtesans from the Jile Hall and those handsome male attendants from the Howren Sword sect. Day and night, 12 hours a day, have them take turns walking the catwalk, dancing, eating hot pot. I want the Taoists of the Taishang Dao sect to watch us feast in luxurious clothes every single day. Let's see how many days their Dao hearts can hold out. 7 days later. At the inner courtyard of the Taishang Dao sect, the atmosphere was suffocating with tension. Due to the blockade, the sect's material reserves were rapidly depleted. Famine pills had long run out, and now the disciples could only drink thin gruel each day. Gurgle. A young disciple meditating let out an involuntary stomach growl. His name was Qingfeng, an elite inner disciple. He opened his eyes, looking painfully toward the mountain gate. Though the grand formation blocked sound through the water mirror technique, they could clearly see the scene below. Their lights blazed like a city that never slept. Zhang Aoshue, the senior disciple of the Howren Sword sect, strode across the catwalk in a handsome black trench coat, holding a wine glass, drawing screams and tips from countless female cultivators below. Beside the stage, disciples of the Finshan Valley were roasting a whole lamb. The golden color, the sizzling fat. Qingfeng swallowed, feeling his thin gruel tasted worse than swill. Senior brother. A junior disciple tugged at his sleeve, tears brimming. I'm so hungry. I want meat. Shut up. That's the temptation of the demonic path. Qingfeng scolded harshly, but his voice was feeble. But, senior brother Zhang from the Howren Sword sect seems to be doing just fine. The junior disciple said pitifully. I heard they earn 5,000 spirit stones per show. Our sect hasn't paid monthly stipends in 3 months. Qingfeng fell silent. Indeed, they were both prodigies of the righteous path. The others now wore luxury brands, ate grilled meat admired by thousands. Yet he was here gnawing on bark, clinging to so-called aloofness. Was this path really the right one? In the rear hall of the Supreme Hall, the Saintess Li Qingga knelt before the statue of the sect's founder, chanting sutras. Though she strove to calm her mind, the scenes from the mountain haunted her like a spell. Especially that Su Han. Every day he projected huge images in the sky. The content was simple. He used illusion techniques to Photoshop her plain white Taoist robe into various magnificent celestial gowns. Supreme Saintess Limited Skin Moon Goddess of the Vast Cold, Supreme Saintess Limited Skin Dark Night Queen. Each set was breathtakingly beautiful. Each set told her, you could be more beautiful, more dazzling. Just put it on. And you will be the goddess of the cultivation world. Su Han's words from that day gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. No. That's illusion. That's illusion. Li Qingga bit her lip hard, trying to suppress the agitation with Taoist scriptures. Just then the hall door opened. Sect leader Xian Shuzi walked in, looking exhausted. In just 7 days he seemed to have aged 10 years. Qingga. Xian Shuzi's voice was hoarse. The treasury is empty. Just now several dozen outer disciples secretly slipped down the mountain and defected to the Tianma sect. If this continues, within half a month everyone's morale will scatter. Li Qingga trembled, looking up at her master. Master, then. Should we fight? Fight. Xian Shuzi gave a bitter smile, looking at his trembling hands. What can we fight with? The disciples can barely lift their swords. Besides, Su Han hasn't attacked the mountain. He's just doing business, throwing parties. If we charge down to kill him, what's our excuse? This move was too vicious. A soft knife cutting flesh, no blood but fatal. Then, what should we do? Li Qingga's eyes showed a hint of bewilderment. Xian Shuzi was silent for a long time, his gaze falling on a corner of the hall. There lay a garment quietly. It was a sample Su Han had left behind that day. Flowing cloud water sleeve skirt. During these 7 days, Xian Shuzi had wanted to throw it away countless times, but in the end he kept it. because he knew this might be the Taishang Dao sect's last lifeline. Chinga. Xian Shuzi closed his eyes as if mustering all his strength. Perhaps. We don't have to accept everything. We can. Try to negotiate. For the sake of the sect, for these thousands of mouths to feed. Go. Try on that garment. Li Chinga was stunned. She looked at the garment, then at her master's stooped back. An unprecedented sense of humiliation surged within her, but along with it came a trace of secret delight she dared not admit. Finally, can I wear it? Down the mountain at the Tianma sect camp, Suhan was lying in a rocking chair basking in the sun. Young master. Lin Qingzhu walked over quickly, a smile tugging at her lips. The fish has taken the bait. Just now news came from the Taishang Dao sect. Xian Shuzi has relented. He says they can cooperate, but with 2 conditions. Oh. Suhan sat up, not surprised. Let's hear them. First, it can't be called catwalk show, it must be called Dao Manifesting Nature Grand Ceremony of Attire. In name it should promote Taoist culture. Second, they can't wear overly revealing clothes, Taoist elements must be preserved. They'd rather die than lose face. Suhan let out a contemptuous laugh and lay back down. Fine, agree. As long as they're willing to step on stage, the name doesn't matter. As long as that saintess takes the first step. Suhan stretched out his hand and made a grasping motion toward the sky. This lofty cloud-bound Dao palace will fall completely into my mundane world. Make preparations. Tomorrow I'll go witness the final corruption of the righteous path. Shangdao Sect Mountain Gate Plaza. This was once the most sacred and tranquil place in the cultivation world, where only the morning bells and evening drums and the chanting of scriptures echoed with no other sounds disturbing the serenity. But today this place had transformed into the most noisy and dazzling center of the entire cultivation world. A colossal T-shaped stage paved entirely with pristine white jade stretched from the mountain base all the way to the great hall amidst the clouds. On both sides of the stage, thousands of improved light-gathering arrays floated in the air, illuminating the area, as bright as day, yet even more dreamlike and ethereal than daylight itself. Around the stage, a sea of people. Besides the scattered cultivators who had come to watch from the beginning, there were wealthy tycoons, young masters from prestigious families, and even hidden masters from the demonic path in disguise. Admission tickets. A regular ticket cost 1,000 spirit stones, a VIP seat 10,000, while the supreme immortal seats closest to the stage were being scalped for a staggering 100,000 spirit stones each. Even so, tickets were nearly impossible to obtain. Because tonight's headline act was that very ice beauty of 10,000 years, the Taishang Dao sect's holy maiden. Li Qingga, who could only be admired from afar, never approached. She's here. The show's starting. With a surge of thrilling drumbeats, all the lights suddenly extinguished. Only a single spotlight illuminated the far end of the stage. First to appear was the Howren male model troupe. Former senior brother Zhang Aoshua now wore a tailored black mandarin collar robe embroidered with hidden golden dragon patterns, a folding fan in hand. With every step he took, he carried a decadent, yet haughty charm. When he reached the front of the stage, and his signature cold-piercing gaze swept across the audience. Senior brother Zhang looked at me. I want to wash feet at Howren Sword Sect too. I don't mind the smell. The female cultivators in the audience instantly went wild, and countless flowers and spirit stones rained down upon the stage like a storm. Backstage, Zhuang Suzi, the sect master of Taishang Dao sect, was watching this scene through a gap in the curtains. When he saw those spirit stones piled up like trash at the stage's edge, being swept into storage bags by dedicated disciples with brooms, his beard trembled and his throat went dry. This is simply robbery. He had cultivated for hundreds of years, risking his life in secret realms for merely a few spirit stones. And now these kids could grow rich just by taking a few steps. What was the point of this Dao cultivation? Sect master. Beside him, Hua Nongying held an exquisite makeup box, carefully touching up Li Qingga's makeup. She glanced at Zhuang Suzi with a half-smile and said, "This is nothing yet. Wait until your holy maiden makes her entrance, and then you'll understand what vast wealth truly means." At this moment, Li Qingga sat before her dressing table. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her breath quickening, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her dress. The garment she wore, the Nine Heavens Mystic Lady flowing light wide-sleeve dress, was a masterpiece of supernatural craftsmanship. The entire dress bore not a single seam, as if woven from moonlight and evening clouds. The train of the dress stretched 3 zhang long, embedded with 99 top-grade night-shining pearls that shimmered and danced under the lights. But what was truly deadly was the design. The neckline was cut just right, revealing exquisite collarbones and a glimpse of snow-white skin. The waist was cinched extremely tight, outlining curves she had never before displayed. Beautiful, unmatched in beauty, and yet impossibly shameful. Can I really go out wearing this? Li Qingga's voice trembled. Afraid. Suhan appeared beside her unexpectedly, holding 2 glasses of red wine. He walked behind Li Qingga and gazed at the breathtaking reflection in the mirror, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. But far more dominant was a sense of possessive control. "Qingga." Suhan leaned down and whispered in her ear. "Listen to the cheering outside. They are all waiting for you." They've traveled thousands of miles, spent their lifetime savings, all for a single glimpse of you. You are their god. A god does not tremble before the crowd. Su-Han held a glass to her lips. Drink this. This cup is called drunken life, dreaming death. Drink it, and you will forget you are the Tao sect's holy maiden. You are only the queen of tonight. Li Qingge gazed into Su-Han's eyes deep as an abyss, and against her will she opened her mouth and drained the wine in one gulp. The fiery liquor burned down her throat, instantly turning into a blaze that flushed her cheeks crimson and clouded her vision. Her shame gradually gave way to an inexplicable excitement fueled by the alcohol and Su-Han's enchanting words. Fine. Li Qingge stood up and took a deep breath. In that moment, a hint of seductive allure and domineering presence emerged from her formerly cold and distant aura. I'll go. On stage, the host, still that passionately enthusiastic little sweetie, suddenly lowered her voice. Fellow cultivators, the most thrilling moment has arrived. Hold your breath. Please welcome the holy maiden of Tai Shang Dao sect, the undisputed center of tonight's show, the #1 beauty of the cultivation world. L-I-Q-I-N-G-E. Rumble. All the lights instantly converged at the entrance. Amidst the most resplendent light imaginable, Li Qingge stepped forward. In that instant, the once noisy plaza fell utterly silent. Everyone forgot to breathe, even forgot to blink. Too beautiful, so breathtaking that it stole one's breath, so divine that not a single profane thought could form. She was like a goddess descending from the highest heavens, noble, cold, yet radiating an intoxicating allure that drove everyone mad. As she slowly walked forward, her dress train swept across the white jade stage like a flowing river of stars. With each step she took, a lotus formed beneath her feet from condensed illusionary art. Every step birthing a lotus. When she reached the very front of the stage, stopped and slightly tilted her chin, scanning the crowd with those eyes holding 3 parts intoxication and 7 parts icy pride. The entire world exploded. Holy maiden, I am your dog. I'll pay 100,000 spirit stones. Just make her look at me. Where can I buy that dress? I'll buy one for my Dao companion. Even if it bankrupts me, I must have it. The frantic shouts nearly toppled the sea of clouds above Kunlun ruins. Countless tips were no longer spirit stones raining down, but a literal waterfall of spirit stones. The disciples responsible for collecting payments from the Hahuan sect had already burst several storage bags. Backstage, Zhuang Suzi watched this, seeing his entire body trembling. Not from anger, from pure exhilaration. Because Huan Nongying had just reported the latest figures to him. Sect Master Zhuang Suzi, congratulations. Just now, in that single moment, pre-orders for the Holy Maiden's entire outfit exceeded 10,000 sets. From this alone, your Tai Shang Dao sect's share comes to 500 million spirit stones. 500 million. Just a few steps, just a single blink of an eye. Zhuang Suzi gripped the wall, feeling his Dao heart undergoing a violent collapse and reconstruction. Gazing at his brilliantly radiant disciple on stage, he suddenly felt that the so-called tranquil emptiness and non-action was so pale and powerless in the face of 500 million. This is commerce. Zhuang Suzi muttered to himself, his old eyes flashing with a light that could only be described as genuinely delightful. The grand show concluded. Li Qingge returned backstage and slumped into a chair as though utterly drained. But her eyes shone with startling brightness. That intoxicating rush of being worshipped by tens of thousands, pursued by countless gazes, had embedded itself into her marrow like a drug. How do you feel? Su-Han handed her a towel and asked with a smile. Li Qingge took the towel, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and looked up at Su-Han. Her eyes had changed. No longer the resistance and disgust from before, but a complex gaze carrying a trace of adoration and attachment. Su-Han, she called softly. Moi. The next show? Li Qingge bit her lip, a charming smile gracing her face. When is it, eh? Hearing those words, Su-Han smiled broadly, because he knew the last fortress of Tai Shang Dao sect had been completely breached from within. Whenever you wish. Su-Han reached out and gently stroked her smooth, lustrous hair. As long as you want to. This entire cultivation world stage belongs to you. Tai Shang Dao sect backstage dressing room. The noise faded, the lights went out. The saintess Li Qingge sat before a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror, gazing at her own still breathtakingly beautiful reflection, her eyes somewhat vacant. The overwhelming attention from the crowd just moments ago receded like a tide, leaving behind a vast emptiness. Is this the end? She murmured to herself, her fingers unconsciously stroking the priceless 9 heavens mystic maiden dress on her body. End. Suddenly, in the mirror, Su-Han's figure was reflected. He leaned against the doorframe, toying with a delicate jade bracelet that emitted a faint purple glow. No, my saintess, this is just the beginning. Su-Han walked behind her, not with the gentle seduction as before, but with an unquestionable firmness, grabbing her left hand. Click. That purple jade bracelet was fastened onto Li Qingge's wrist, as smooth as congealed fat. Ice cold to the bone. This is... Li Qingge instinctively tried to withdraw her hand, but found that the bracelet seemed to have taken root, instantly tightening, and even strands of purple spiritual energy drilled into her heart meridian along her meridians. This is your debut gift. Suhan's voice sounded in her ear, but no longer carried any warmth. This item is called the heart-locking ring. It has two functions. First, it can nourish your appearance at all times, keeping you forever as beautiful as tonight. Second, Suhan extended his finger and gently tapped the bracelet. 1. Li Qingga's heart suddenly suffered a sharp pain as if being gnawed by thousands of ants, causing her face to instantly turn pale, and she slid off the chair, falling to her knees. Second, it is a guarantee of your loyalty. Suhan looked down at her, his gaze cold as ice. As long as you have a single thought of betrayal, escape, or attack me, it will activate. Don't doubt it. Zhao Taiju of the Howren Sword Sect, the head chef of the Finshan Valley. Everyone has something similar on them. I'm a businessman. How could I leave a cash cow worth tens of millions out in the open without any precautions? Li Qingga was dripping with cold sweat from the pain, and the faint spark of vanity that had just ignited in her eyes was instantly extinguished by this cruel reality. She finally understood that she was no queen. She was a slave. A high-class slave dressed in gorgeous clothes and carefully packaged. Stop. Please. Stop. Li Qingga begged tremblingly. Suhan snapped his fingers. The pain instantly vanished. He gently helped Li Qingga up, tidying her disheveled hair, as if the demon from before was not him. Be good. As long as you obey, walk the runway well, and help me earn money. It will always be just a beautiful ornament. Understand? Li Qingga looked at the exquisitely beautiful, yet deadly bracelet on her wrist, tears welling up in her eyes, and finally, could only lower her proud head. Understood. At that moment, Huan Nongying's excited voice came from outside the door. Suhan, come quickly. A big client has arrived. Suhan released. Li Qingga resumed his slick merchant smile and walked out. In the VIP reception room outside sat a middle-aged fat man with a plump figure, his hands full of storage rings. Two guards of considerable cultivation stood beside him, but at the moment the fat man was frantically flipping through the fashion catalog in his hand. Sect leader Su. Seeing Suhan enter, the fat man immediately stood up, his whole body of fat trembling. I am Wang Fuguwei, president of the Jinshan Chamber of Commerce of the Daqian dynasty. I've long admired your reputation. Long admired. Jinshan Chamber of Commerce. Suhan's mind quickly flashed with intelligence. This was the largest chamber of commerce in the Daqian dynasty, monopolizing 80% of the mundane world's trade in silk, minerals, and spiritual herbs. Although their cultivation was not high, they had one thing more than cultivators: money. And an ocean of it, money they didn't know how to spend. So it's President Wang. Suhan smiled and cupped his hands. May I ask if President Wang is satisfied with tonight's grand show? Satisfied. Extremely satisfied. Wang Fuguwei was so excited that spittle flew. In the past, those fairies all had cold faces. It was hard to even get a single glance. Tonight's show. Tisk, this is art. Sect leader Su, this time I came to discuss a big deal. Wang Fuguwei patted his round belly. You know those princes, nobles, and young masters of hidden families in our mundane world. They don't have many hobbies, just too much money burning a hole in their pockets. They have long coveted these lofty fairies and saintesses. I want to book the Howren male model troupe of Taishang Dao sect, and 100 tour performances by Saintess Li Qingga. We'll perform in the Daqian capital. Perform in all the major prefectures. This is the deposit. Wang Fuguwei slapped the table with great generosity. Bang. 10 fully loaded high-grade storage bags. Here are 50 million spirit stones. After the deal, there will be dividends. Looking at the mountain of spirit stones, Xian Shuzi, who was accompanying on the side, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his eyes fixed. He had always looked down on mundane mortals, considering them ants. Now he realized that they were not ants at all. They were the bread and butter. It turned out that the root of the righteous path's bankruptcy was that they hadn't developed this vast, downward market. President Wang is generous. Suhan calmly collected the spirit stones, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The tour is no problem. However, I have a better proposal. Oh, Wang Fuguwei leaned in. Just watching the runway show is too boring. Suhan lowered his voice, inducing the mortal richest man like a demon. President Wang, are you interested in getting a supreme black gold card issued by our Tianma sect? With this card, you can not only watch the show. When you go to the Howren Foot Massage Parlor, you can have a sword cultivator at the elder level serve you personally. When you go to Finshan Valley for barbecue, the Valley Master can personally grill kidneys for you. Even. Suhan pointed toward the backstage. You can also obtain the exclusive chat rights of Saintess Li Qingga, proper conversation, charged by the hour. SSSS. Wang Fuguwei gasped, nearly having a heart attack from excitement. Have a sword cultivator elder wash his feet. Have the Valley Master grill meat. Chat with the Saintess over tea. In the past, these were things one wouldn't dare dream of. This was trampling the dignity of cultivators underfoot to satisfy the vanity of these rich people. I'll take it. I want it. Wang Fuguwei roared, give me 10. No, 100. I want to give them to those princes in the capital. Let them also see the light. Easy. Suhan smiled brilliantly. He turned his head, glancing at Xian Shuzi, who was completely intoxicated by money, and at Li Qingga, who was wearing the heart-locking ring on her wrist and was forced to come out to serve tea to Wang Fuguwei. It was a closed loop. Using force the heart-locking ring to control personal freedom. Using money the Wang Fuguist to corrupt the spirit and will. At this moment Su-Han knew. The underlying logic of this cultivation world commercial empire had completely worked. As long as this black gold card flowed to the Dacian dynasty to the hands of those wealthy nobles with nowhere to spend their money, the 6 righteous sects would never be able to recover, completely reduced to tools for the Tianma sect to make money. Steward Lin. After seeing off the excited Wang Fuguwei, Su-Han stood on the clouds of Taishang Dao sect looking at the cultivation world below that had begun to deteriorate. I am here. Pass the word. Since President Wang is so enthusiastic, then we will prepare. March on the Dacian capital. At the foot of the Supreme Dao sect stood the Tianma Fashion Plaza, now the most bustling hub in the entire cultivation world beyond compare. At the center of the plaza, a colossal jade tablet rose 100 zhang tall, shimmering with dazzling array formations. This was no Enlightenment stone wall, but rather a creation specially crafted by Su-Han. The cultivation world popularity rankings. Beneath the jade tablet the atmosphere was taut as bowstrings, even more charged than the righteous demonic war of old. 2 factions of cultivators in opposing robes stood in fierce confrontation. On the left, disciples of the Howren sword sect in black robes waved flaming signs inscribed, with sword god Ao Shui unequaled under heaven. On the right, fervent followers of the Supreme Dao sect in white robes held aloft banners proclaiming, when Qin Gu smiles, life and death remained uncertain. Don't you sword sect folk have any shame? A female disciple from the Supreme Dao sect shrieked. What is there to even look at on Zhang Ao Shui's expressionless face? Our Saintess Qing Ji's Guanghan Fairy outfit sold over 1 million copies yesterday. That is genuine accomplishment. Bullshit. From the sword sect side, a burly man whose arms had grown muscular from years of foot washing roared back. You people just bought those numbers yourself. Our senior brother Ao Shui is the true top star. He personally washed feet for 100 customers at the foot spa yesterday to give back to his fans. His hands are swollen from it. Your Saintess can barely walk 10 steps. What right does she have to compare her efforts to our senior brothers? You dare insult our Saintess. Sisters, show them what you've got. Want to fight? Brothers, bring out the bricks. It was clear another brawl was about to erupt. The numbers on the jade tablet suddenly flickered. First place, Li Qingga Supreme Dao sect. Total tips, 52 million spirit stones. Second place, Zhang Ao Shui Howren sword sect. Total tips, 51.8 million spirit stones. The margin was only 200,000. There's only half a double hour left until the rankings lock. Zhao Taizhu, the sword sect's leader, bellowed with bloodshot eyes. Brothers, whether senior brother Ao Shui wins this month's full channel promotion resources depends on this final push. Our senior brother has only us. Empty out all the tip money from these past few days. All in. Charge. Hundreds of sword sect disciples surged like madmen toward the nearby Tianmo recharge point, draining their storage pouches clean. Some even slammed their life-bound flying swords onto the counter. This cold iron sword has been mine for 20 years. Pawning it. Convert everything into voting tickets. For Zhang Ao Shui. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Supreme Dao sect were equally fired up. We can't lose. We absolutely cannot lose to that bunch of foot washers. Master, lend me some spirit stones. I'll definitely repay you next month when I get my stipend. Don't talk, I already sold my ancestral alchemy furnace. We must protect Saintess Qing Ji's prestige. In the top floor VIP lounge of Tianma Fashion Plaza, Su-Han sipped spiritual tea while watching the madness unfold below. TSK, TSK, TSK. He shook his head and murmured, this is the power of faith. In the past they would die for their sect's beliefs. Now they will bankrupt themselves for their idol's sake. And the most brilliant part. Su-Han turned to Hua Nongying standing behind him. Every last bit of this money ends up in our pockets. Hua Nongying was hunched over the accounts, grinning ear to ear. Su-Han, you are a genius. In just these few days the revenue from vote runs alone has surpassed what Ji Lufeng makes in an entire month. These fans are absolutely insane. Though, Hua Nongying glanced hesitantly toward 2 figures seated in the corner. It was Li Qingga and Zhang Ao Shui, who had just finished a day of appearances and collapsed onto the sofas in exhaustion. Though rivals, both wore the same expression, numbness. Li Qingga massaged her stiff cheeks, the heart-locking ring on her wrist throbbing dully, a constant reminder of her current predicament. Zhang Ao Shui meanwhile soaked his hands in medicinal solution, hands that once wielded swords but now carried the stench of foot-bathing water. Sect leader Su. Zhang Ao Shui's voice was raspy, laced with supplication. Could I take a couple days off? I have been working non-stop for 7 days straight this week. I film photo shoots during the day, promote at the foot spa at night, and still have to respond to fan communication talismans in the middle of the night. I am on the verge of breaking down. Breaking down. Su-Han set down his teacup and approached Zhang Ao Shui, looking down at the former sword cultivation prodigy. Senior brother Zhang looked downstairs. Those fans who sold their flying swords and took out predatory loans for you. They have not broken down on what gives you the right to. If you wish to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Since you enjoy the glory of being in everyone's spotlight, you must pay the corresponding price. Suhan patted his shoulder, his tone turning cold. Besides, I have heard that a new group, called the Flame Youth Troop, from Funtian Valley has been gaining popularity rapidly. If you slack off, someone else will take your place. Zhang Aoshue shuddered. Replaced. That meant losing his current resources, forfeiting the hundreds of thousands of spirit stones he earned monthly, and potentially being cast back into that lightless demonic abyss to dig for ore. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but dreadfully hard to reverse. That fear was worse than exhaustion, driving him to death. I will not rest. Zhang Aoshue clenched his teeth and stood up. What other appearances do I have? I will take them. That is the spirit. Suhan nodded approvingly, then turned to Li Qingge. Your Holiness. There is a major event tonight. To celebrate your tips surpassing 50 million, I have specifically released 10,000 Supreme Handshake vouchers. Handshake vouchers. Li Qingge hesitated, a sense of foreboding rising within her. Yes. Suhan produced an elegant card featuring Li Qingge's portrait, one voucher priced at 1,000 spirit stones. With this voucher, fans may shake your hand for 3 seconds. If purchased in bundles of 10, they receive a handwritten blessing from you. And for 100. Suhan leaned close to her, his smile as sinister as a demon's. You may pat their heads and say good boy. What? Li Qingge stood abruptly, trembling with humiliation and indignation, shaking hands. Patting heads. I am the saintess of the Supreme Dao sect. I am not some brothel. Shoo. Suhan held up a finger and pointed to the heart-locking ring on her wrist. Watch your language. This is not a brothel. This is a fan meet and greet. This is to thank the family members who support you. Do you truly wish to disappoint them? Moreover, Suhan's voice grew low and menacing. These 10,000 vouchers already sold out 15 minutes ago. The money has already been collected. If you refuse. Suhan did not finish, merely flicking the heart-locking ring lightly. A searing pain that made her heart contract sharply caused Li Qingge to instantly lose all strength, collapsing back onto the sofa. I will go, she whispered through tears. Half an hour later, the fan meet and greet venue. Li Qingge sat on a raised platform adorned with flowers, wearing a stiff yet flawless smile. Saintess, I love you. Saintess, I traveled 3,000 li just to see you. One by one, male cultivators with fanatical and somewhat creepy expressions formed a long line and walked onto the stage. They trembled as they reached out, grasping Li Qingge's jade-cold small hand. Some refused to let go and had to be forcibly dragged away by security. Others burst into tears right there, as if they had encountered a true deity. Still others had purchased 100 vouchers just for the chance to receive a head pat from her. Li Qingge mechanically extended her hand, gripped it, then released. She extended it again, gripped again. Her hands grew red and swollen from being touched, yet her heart had long since gone numb. She gazed at the frenzied crowd below, then at Suhan backstage counting money. Suddenly she felt it. This cultivation world had gone mad, and she was its most expensive and pitiful doll. At a corner of the outer sect square of the Taishang Dao sect. This area, originally used for disciples' morning breathing exercises, had been transformed into the Tian Mo live streaming base, Dao sect branch. Dozens of soundproof barriers were densely arranged, each containing a disciple of the Dao sect who spoke with eloquence, pouring out words into the floating Tianji memory stone before them. Dear viewers, look here. This is the clear heart lotus pod irrigated by the spiritual spring of our Taishang Dao sect's back mountain. Not only does it nourish and tonify the kidneys, but it's also the same afternoon tea as the saintess. Originally priced at 300 spirit stones, today in my live stream, it's only 99. 321 link activated. The speaker was an outer sect disciple named Wang Xiaopeng. Originally mediocre in talent, he struggled even to reach foundation establishment and was considered a wallflower in the sect. But ever since the Tian Mo sect took over business operations, Suhan discovered that this fatty was a natural social butterfly whose tongue could resurrect the dead. He thus focused on training him as a live-streaming sales host. At that moment, Wang Xiaopeng, his face glowing, stared at the fluctuating sales figures, his entire body trembling with excitement. Just then, how dare you? A furious roar infused with the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator exploded. Bang! Wang Xiaopeng's soundproof barrier was torn apart by a massive spiritual energy hand. An old man in black and white Taoist robes with a stern, gloomy face strode in. He was the law enforcement hall elder of the Taishang Dao sect, Zuanchengzi. Notorious for his conservatism and severity, the disciples usually fled from him like mice from a cat. Wang Xiaopeng. Zuanchengzi pointed at the scattered lotus pods and streaming equipment, his beard trembling with rage. It's now the Qin hour. The prime time for cultivation. Instead of meditating and training, you dare to shout and hawk such mundane goods. Do you have no regard for the sect rules? No sense of propriety? The other disciples who were streaming all fell silent, shrinking into corners, afraid to move. However, Wang Xiaopeng did not kneel and beg for mercy as before. He calmly turned off the stream, then stood up, brushed off his brocade Taoist robe, and looked at Zuanchengzi with a resigned expression. Elder Xuanqing. Wang Xiaopeng cupped his hands, his tone polite, but his posture no longer humble. Your disciple is generating revenue for the sect. Revenue. Zuanchengzi laughed bitterly in anger. Utter nonsense. When did our esteemed Taishang Dao sect ever stoop to relying on you outer disciples hawking lotus pods for survival? Come with me to the law enforcement hall for 100 lightning lashes. With that, Zhu and Chengzi moved to grab him. Hold on. Wang Xiaopeng stepped back and a golden light suddenly shone on his body. It was a top-grade defensive artifact, golden silk jade armor. Zhu and Chengzi's spiritual energy grab was repelled on contact. A top-grade artifact. Zhu and Chengzi was stunned. He himself only used a high-grade artifact. Where did this outer sect fatty get a top-grade one? Elder, the times have changed. Wang Xiaopeng touched the armor on his body, a confident smile of a nouveau riche spreading across his face. Your monthly stipend is 500 spirit stones, right? After deducting the cost for cultivation pills and artifact maintenance, can you even afford 2 jars of good wine? Zhu and Chengzi's expression stiffened. This was indeed a sore point. Since the sect went bankrupt, elder benefits had plummeted. His whisk was balding, and he had no money to repair it. And Wang Xiaopeng raised a finger and wagged it. Just now in that quarter of an hour, I sold 1,000 lotus pods. After deducting the platform's cut and costs, my personal net profit is 10,000 spirit stones. Boom. Zhu and Chengzi's mind buzzed. 10,000 spirit stones. In a quarter of an hour. That was equivalent to 2 years of his income. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhu and Chengzi muttered. How can this world be so absurd? Absurd. Wang Xiaopeng shrugged, pulled a handful of pills from his pocket, and tossed them into his mouth like candy. They were chi-gathering pills, each costing 50 spirit stones. Elder, you've cultivated your entire life for what? Isn't it for immortality? But I have money. I can pile up cultivation with top-grade spirit stones and use the best pills to make up for my talent. I'm already at the late stage of foundation establishment, advancing faster than our intersect senior brother. So tell me, between us, who is truly cultivating immortality? Zhu and Chengzi looked at the fatty before him, reeking of money yet armed to the teeth, then glanced at his own shabby whisk. An unprecedented sense of defeat and the collapse of his values instantly shattered his Dao heart. His once prized seniority, experience, and ascetic cultivation appeared utterly ridiculous before these 10,000 spirit stones. Rebellious. Rebellious. Zhu and Chengzi pointed at Wang Xiaopeng with trembling fingers, only to find the surrounding disciples watching him with pity, even contempt, as if looking at an old fossil abandoned by the times. That night, Tian Mo sect office at the Taishang Dao sect. Suhan was lounging in a chair listening to Lin Qingzhu's report. Young master, the incident of Zhu and Chengzi disrupting the live stream this afternoon has spread throughout the sect. What was the outcome? No one sided with Zhu and Chengzi. Lin Qingzhu's expression was strange. Even the sect leader Zhuangxuzi spoke up, saying Zhu and Chengzi was rigid and thought unable to adapt, and fined him 3 months stipend. Ha ha ha. Suhan laughed heartily. That old fox Zhuangxuzi has tasted the sweetness now. Wang Xiaopeng's sales bring in more revenue for the sect. He's a cash cow. Why would he let him be cut down? But Suhan tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Just striking them down isn't enough. To make these old sticks completely submit, we need to give them a way out. Just then a hesitant knock came from outside the door. Enter. The door opened. The imposing law enforcement hall elder from that afternoon, Zhu and Chengzi, now in plain clothes, hunched over carrying 2 boxes of pastries, stood awkwardly in the doorway with a strained expression. He looked at Suhan, opened his mouth, but couldn't bring himself to say the word demon lord. Oh, if it isn't Elder Xuanqing. Suhan asked knowingly. Here at this hour to drag me off for lightning lashes. No. Zhu and Chengzi's old face flushed crimson. He placed the pastries on the table and rubbed his hands together. Sect leader Su, this old man came to inquire about something. Speak. Zhu and Chengzi took a deep breath as if mustering great courage. This old man heard. That Wang Xiaopeng's live stream is missing a background prop. Background prop. Suhan raised an eyebrow. It's like this. Zhu and Chengzi stammered, pitching himself. Wang Xiaopeng sells Taoist specialties, but he's young and lacks an air of authority. This old man, though poor, still has the appearance, the unearthly Taoist aura. If I sit behind him in meditation or occasionally flick my whisk and recite some Taoist teachings, wouldn't that make it look more professional? Wouldn't the sales go even higher? By the end, the law enforcement hall elder's voice had dwindled to a whisper, his head bowed almost to his chest. For the sake of living, to repair his broken whisk, to survive in this materialistic cultivation world, he had bowed his head. He had lowered his proud head before his own disciple, before this demon sect leader. The room fell into dead silence. Lin Qingzhu stared in astonishment at this once most rigid elder, hardly believing her ears. But Suhan was not surprised. Good. Suhan stood up, walked over to Zhu and Chengzi, and straightened his slightly wrinkled collar. Elder Xuanqing, having this insight is a blessing for the Taishang Dao sect. Starting tomorrow, you will report to Wang Xiaopeng's live stream. Position special invited expert. Just sit there, occasionally say, this is authentic, I swear on my life's Dao foundation. Base salary 1,000 plus commission. At the words base salary of 1,000, Zhu and Chengzi's head shot up and tears glistened in his clouded old eyes. Thank you, sect leader Su, for the meal. Watching Zhu and Shengzi leave bowing in endless gratitude, Su Han turned and gazed out the window at the Taoist palace still soaring into the clouds. Steward Lin. Yes. Do you see, Oi? When even the most stubborn enforcer begins to sell his dignity for profit, the backbone of this sect is utterly broken. Next, a glint of anticipation flashed in Su Han's eyes. It's time to visit that tragic hero. I hear a prodigy who returned from his travels is seeking to fight me to the death. Outside the mountain gate of Howren's sword sect, a sword light of extreme sharpness, like a meteor chasing the moon, tore across the sky. As the sword light dissipated, a young man with a giant sword on his back and a face weathered by hardship was revealed. He was dressed in rags, his body covered with claw marks left by various ferocious beasts, but his eyes were startlingly bright, as if hiding two unsheathed sharp swords. Yi Kanglin, the former chief senior brother of Howren's sword sect, who 10 years ago, in pursuit of the ultimate sword path, abandoned his cultivation and ventured alone into the Shirwan Mountains for a life or death trial. Now he returned like a king. He was already at the early stage of the Faxiang realm. 10 years. Yi Kanglin gazed at the familiar mountains before him, his eyes brimming with hot tears. Master, all my junior brothers and sisters, I have returned. This time I will surely lead Howren's sword sect to become the #1 in the world. Before Yi Kanglin could finish his words, he suddenly froze. Because he did not see the familiar mountain gate, nor did he feel the solemn and awe-inspiring sword intent. What met his eyes was a huge archway emitting a pink, ambiguous glow with a few tacky large characters hanging on it. Jiao Foot Massage Howren Main Store. At the entrance, 2 female disciples in high-slit cheongsams were waving handkerchiefs at passers-by. Master, come in and have some fun. That was a misunderstanding earlier. We are really legitimate here. Where's this? Yi Kanglin rubbed his eyes, thinking he had fallen into an illusion. Is this Howren's sword sect? Is this the sacred ground of sword cultivation that was unyielding and righteous? What demon dares to disturb my Tao heart? Yi Kanglin roared, and the giant sword on his back shot out with a thunderous sound. Boom. A terrifying sword chi 100 zhang long, carrying the fury of a Faxiang realm powerhouse, slashed directly at the archway. Shatter. Crack. Rumble. The expensive neon-lit archway, along with the welcoming stone lions at the entrance, was instantly chopped into ruins. Dust and smoke rose, rocks flew everywhere. Murder. Which blind fool dares to wreck the place? The foot massage parlor immediately fell into chaos. A quarter of an hour later, Yi Kanglin stood on the ruins holding his giant sword, exuding a terrifying killing intent. He looked at the hundreds of junior brothers and sisters rushing out dressed scantily and reeking of cosmetics, and his heart ached as if cut by knives. What are you all doing? Yi Kanglin pointed at a disciple who was still holding a footbath and shouted with anguish. Are you junior brother Wang? Back then you practiced swordsmanship for 3 days and nights, without sleep, vowing to vanquish demons and uphold the Tao. And now you are carrying someone's footbath water. He then pointed at another heavily made-up female disciple. Are you junior sister Zhao? Where is your Qingfeng 13 swords? Why have you become this ghostly appearance? And where is master? Where is Lu Zhengyang? Let him come out to see me. Facing the former senior brother's interrogation, the sword sect disciples present showed no shame, but instead wore ferocious expressions, the anger of those whose livelihood had been destroyed. Yi Kanglin. The crowd parted, and the current top technician Zhang Aoshue walked out with a gloomy face. His freshly styled hair was messed up by the blast, and his expensive uniform was stained with dust. Are you back to cause trouble? Zhang Aoshue said coldly. Trouble? Yi Kanglin looked at Zhang Aoshue in disbelief. Junior brother Zhang, you are the current chief. You should lead everyone in sword practice, not here. Shut up. Zhang Aoshue abruptly interrupted him, pointing at the ruins on the ground. Do you know how much this plaque cost? It was inscribed by Lord Su himself. Do you know how many valued guests your sword just scared away? Because of your sword strike, our full attendance bonus for this month is gone. Commissions are gone. Everyone's mortgage, pill expenses, and even the money to redeem our flying swords, all gone. Money. Yi Kanglin's eyes nearly split with rage. For mere worldly wealth you have abandoned the dignity of a sword cultivator. Dignity. Zhang Aoshue sneered and ripped open his collar, revealing a hideous old scar on his chest. 10 years ago, I went to kill beasts for dignity, nearly died out there, and the sect wouldn't even give me a single rejuvenation pill. Now I massage feet with my own hands. I live in a mansion with a spirit gathering array, eat top-grade spirit food, and I have even touched the threshold of the Faxiang realm. Yi Kanglin, a martial fanatic like you, who only knows cultivation, what the hell do you know about life? Enough talk. Zhang Aoshue waved his hand, his eyes revealing murderous intent. Brothers, this lunatic has smashed our rice bowl and cut off our source of income. If Lord Su finds out we can't even guard our place, we'll all be sent to the mines. Get him. Cripple him. Charge. At this moment, a scene that drove Yi Kanglin to despair unfolded. Hundreds of former fellow disciples, those who once called him senior brother, now rushed forward like a pack of enraged wild dogs. They did not use any profound sword formation. Instead, they employed the most despicable and shameless tactics. Some threw lime powder. Some hurled bricks. Some clung to his legs. Some even splashed footbath water on his face. You are all mad. Completely mad. Yi Kanglin did not want to harm his fellow disciples, so he could only defend passively. But after all, he was only one person facing hundreds of maniacs fighting for the full attendance bonus. Two fists cannot fight four hands. Thump. Zhang Aoshue seized the opportunity and delivered a vicious, descendant-ending kick right onto Yi Kanglin's dantian. Then countless feet stomped down. A prodigy of his generation who had just returned had not even had time to swing his sword at the demon cult and was beaten down by his own sect brothers into the mud before his own mountain gate. Half an hour later, Yi Kanglin was tied up, tightly covered in blood, kneeling in the hall of the foot massage parlor. He looked at the black-clad youth sitting in the main seat sipping tea and watching the show, and blood tears flowed from his eyes. Suhan. Yi Kanglin's voice was hoarse, filled with hatred. You. What kind of bewitching potion did you give them? Bewitching potion. Suhan put down his teacup, walked over to Yi Kanglin, and lifted his chin with his hand. No, I just gave them a chance to live like human beings. Rather, you hero Yi. Suhan's eyes were pitying. Do you think you are wronged? Think you are the only one who is sober? Drunk while you alone are awake. Then let me ask you, what did you cultivate for 10 years for? To protect the sect. Yi Kanglin gritted his teeth. Protection. Suhan laughed, pointing at the sword sect disciples around who were glaring at him. But they don't want to be protected by you. They just want to make money, just want to live a good life. In their eyes, your protection is meddling and cutting off their income. Admit it. Suhan leaned close to his ear, whispering like a demon. In this era, your justice is worthless. Kill me. Yi Kanglin closed his eyes, his heart, like dead ashes. Give me a quick death. Kill you. No, no, no. Suhan stood up and clapped his hands. A rare specimen like you, it would be a pity to kill. In the current cultivation world, everyone is busy making money and has long forgotten what a true sword cultivator is. You can serve as a specimen. Suhan snapped his fingers. Steward Lin. Yes. Have someone craft a special transparent glass cabinet, one that is indestructible. Put our hero Yi inside and place it at the entrance of the foot massage parlor. Hang a sign, the last classical sword cultivator. Admission 10 spirit stones per visit. Feeding allowed, poisoning prohibited, photography allowed. I want every guest who comes in to see what so-called backbone looks like. Hearing this verdict, Yi Kanglin suddenly opened his eyes, filled with terror and despair. No. A scholar may be killed, but not humiliated. Suhan. Kill me. Kill me. Seal his mute acupoint. Suhan turned away coldly, not looking back at him. Too noisy, it will scare the guests. 3 days later, a new attraction appeared before the mountain gate of Howren's sword sect. Inside a huge glass cabinet, the once prodigy Yi Kanglin was locked up like a monkey. Although he could not move or speak, his eyes, filled with pain and humiliation, could still see everything outside. He saw Zhang Aoshue bowing and scraping to honored guests. He saw the junior sister he once admired snuggling in the arms of a wealthy man. He saw passing rogue cultivators pointing at him and laughing, then throwing a spirit stone into the cabinet, as if tossing a coin to a beggar. Look, this is what happens to those who refuse to adapt. Tisk Tisk, a perfectly good Faxiang realm powerhouse, but he had to pretend to be aloof. Lord Su is merciful, letting him keep his life. Hearing these remarks, Yi Kanglin in the glass cabinet shed his last tear. Then his eyes became completely vacant. The youth who once cared for the world and vowed to eliminate demons and uphold the Tao finally died in this prosperous era named Jile. He died silently, died like a joke. In the Daqian dynasty, the imperial capital was Tianjing. As the heart of a vast empire governing billions of souls, the splendor of Tianjing city far surpassed ordinary imagination. Amidst the boundless mortal world, purple qi rose and swirled. Here imperial authority reigned supreme. Even the elders of immortal sects had to show a measure of respect upon arrival. Yet tonight Tianjing city was seething with undercurrents because of a peculiar private banquet. At the headquarters of the Golden Cicada Chamber of Commerce in the topmost star-picking tower. This was the ultimate den of opulence within the capital. At that moment, a massive round table was surrounded by the most powerful figures of the Daqian dynasty. There was the Jinbei Wang in his python robe, the fabulously wealthy Hebu Shangshu, the young marquis, in charge of the capital's guard, and several patriarchs from top-tier noble families. Normally they would fight to the death over court interests, but tonight they had gathered together, craning their necks to stare at the fat man in the seat of honor, Wang Fugui. Old Wang, said Jinbei Wang, playing with his jade thumb ring, a hint of impatience in his voice. Why have you called us here so mysteriously? What good stuff do you have? If it's just some 1000-year ginseng or East Sea night pearls, forget it. I'd find them too hard to use as doorstops at home. Exactly, added the young marquis with a roguish air. I had an appointment with the courtesan of Drunken Spring Pavilion tonight. If you can't show something truly eye-catching, be careful, or I'll tear down your chamber. Faced with the urgings of these high lords, Wang Fugui remained unhurried. He took a sip of tea, a mysterious smile spreading across his face. Your Highness, your lordship, please be patient. I recently made a trip to the cultivation world and saw some things that overturned one's worldview. You've all enjoyed women, fine horses, and antiques. But have you ever enjoyed an immortal? At these words, the entire hall fell silent. Jinbei Wang narrowed his eyes. Old Wang, watch your words. Cultivators are transcendent beings, even if bound by imperial law they possess, means that reach the heavens. What do you mean by enjoy? Haha. Wang Fugui gave no explanation. He simply took out an exquisite red sandalwood box from his bosom and slowly opened it. Wang. 100 cards pitch black, faintly radiating a demonic energy fluctuation and edged with gold lay quietly inside the box. On the cards were printed only 2 simple characters Tianmao. What is this? Frowned Hobu Shangshu. This is the supreme black gold card. Wang Fugui picked up a card and infused a wisp of true qi. Instantly, a clear holographic projection appeared on the table. The image showed none other than the saintess of the Taishang Dao sect Li Qingge. She was wearing the sensational Nine Heavens mystic maiden dress, turning back with a smile on the catwalk. Her gaze was both cold and tinged with a forced allure utterly captivating. This is the saintess of the Taishang Dao sect, exclaimed the young marquis, his eyes nearly popping out. The one called the ice goddess Li Qingge. Exactly. Wang Fugui introduced smugly. Gentlemen, with this card you become the most honored guests of the Tianma sect. With this card you can go to the Hao Ran Sword sect and have the sword elder give you a pedicure. Go to Funtian Valley and have the valley master personally roast a whole lamb for you. Of course, the most important part is, Wang Fugui pointed at the projection of Li Qingge in the air. As long as you hold this card you get 1 chance per month to have a cloud connection with the saintess. You can have her sing for you, play the zither, or just chat. And sect leader Su has promised. As long as you offer a high enough price in the future you can even activate the offline meeting service. For example, inviting the saintess to the prince's mansion to offer birthday wishes to the grand lady. Or having her dance for the young marquis. Boom. These words were like pouring water into a pot of boiling oil. The breaths of the assembled nobles instantly grew heavy. Did they lack money? No. Did they lack women? Even less. But what they lacked was this sense of conquest. To make the lofty cultivators who usually look down their noses at others kneel and serve them. To have that ethereal saintess who seemed to live on celestial air sing specially for them. This was too thrilling. Old Wang. How much for 1 card? I want it. Jinbei Wang was the first to slam the table and stand up. I'll take the whole batch. No one fight me for it. Shouted the young marquis, leaping onto the table. Hey, where are your manners? Highest bidder wins. Hobu Shangshu's eyes were bloodshot. Watching these normally dignified bigwigs now squabbling like street thugs over those cards, Wang Fugui's face trembled with joy, his fat jiggling. Gentlemen, don't rush. This first batch has only 100 cards. Starting bid, 1 million taels of gold per card. I bid 2 million, 3 million, 5 million. That saintess is mine. Meanwhile, at the imperial capital, the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Bureau. This was the most secretive and severe institution of the Daiqian dynasty, tasked with monitoring all sects and handling demonic disturbances. In the dim intelligence analysis room, a woman clad in dark crimson Qilin battle armor with her long hair tied high and an air of heroic determination was frowning at a confidential report just delivered. She was Daiqian's war goddess, the state-protecting female general, De Gufeng. General, a deputy, knelt on one knee, his tone grave. Last night at the Golden Cicada Chambers banquet, a serious brawl broke out. Oh, who was fighting? De Gufeng didn't look up. Another spoiled child fighting over a beauty. No, it was Jinbei Wang and the young marquis. They were fighting over something called a black gold card. Jinbei Wang broke the young marquis's head, and the young marquis set fire to Jinbei Wang's carriage. De Gufeng's hand paused. She raised her head, her gaze sharp as a blade. Black gold card. What is that? It is said, issued by the Tianma sect. The deputy carefully handed over a counterfeit card intercepted from the black market. It is said that with this card you can freely command the cultivators of the 6 righteous sects. Now the nobles in the capital have gone mad. A single card is being bid up to 10 million taels of gold. Some even say, with this card even the saintess of the Taishang Dao sect can. Slap. The confidential report in De Gufeng's hand instantly turned to powder. The table shattered under her palm. Ridiculous. De Gufeng stood up, her terrifying killing intent, making the entire room's temperature plummet. The 6 righteous sects are the empire's shield against demons and monsters. Have they now fallen to this? Hao Ran Sword sect giving pedicures. Funtian Valley roasting meat. Taishang Dao sect selling smiles. This is the sign of a nation's ruin, a monstrous omen. De Gufeng paced back and forth in the hall, her war boots clacking loudly on the floor. As a pure warrior, she hated nothing more than this decadent, hedonistic atmosphere. What she found even more unbearable was that the immortal sects which once commanded her respect had become the source of such filthy transactions. What kind of creature is that Su Han? A flicker of unprecedented wariness flashed in De Gufeng's eyes. In the past, when the demon cults caused trouble, killing and burning, she could directly lead troops to suppress them. But now Su Han didn't kill, he gave out cards. He had lobbed a sugar-coated cannonball into the heart of the dynasty, turning all the powerful nobles into his customers. If nothing was done, this Daiqian dynasty might as well change its surname to Demon. Pass my order. De Gufeng suddenly drew the sword at her waist, pointing it at the sky. Muster 3,000 demon slayer guards. Prepare the demon-breaking crossbows and immortal locking chains. At dawn tomorrow we march with the general. Target, Tianma Peak. The deputy was startled. General, are we declaring war directly? Those nobles all hold the cards. If we move against the Tianma sect, the court might. Then cut off the source before they can strike. Dugu Feng said coldly, I want to see. That Su Han who can toy with the righteous sects in the palm of his hand and turn the capital upside down. Can he withstand the demon slayer sword in my hand? At the edge of the Howran sword sect's territory lay the Yixianshan Gorge. Once the sect's first line of defense against foreign invaders, its treacherous terrain made it easy to defend and difficult to attack, earning it the name Jinmen Pass. At that moment the ground trembled faintly. The rumbling of hooves rolled like muffled thunder. A massive war banner embroidered with a crimson chelan flapped loudly in the wind. Dugu Feng, the grand general of the Dacian dynasty, clad in heavy armor and wielding a long spear, rode a magnificent dragon-scale horse at the forefront, charging ahead of all. Behind her were 3,000 elite demon slayer guards armed to the teeth. Each was a master at the foundation establishment stage or above, equipped with the dynasty's specially crafted demon-breaking crossbows, their killing intent soaring skyward. All units on alert. Dugu Feng reined in her horse, her eyes like lightning fixed on the narrow mountain pass ahead. Ahead lies the gateway to the Howran sword sect. According to intelligence, the demon cult must have stationed heavy troops here. Perhaps even sinister array traps. Pass my order. Shield formation in front, crossbowmen behind. Kill any demon on sight. Leave none alive. Roar. The 3,000 demon slayer guards roared in unison, their killing intent condensed into a tangible force, as if it could shatter the rocks of the mountain pass. Yet as they maintained their assault formation, cautiously and fiercely rounding the bend and charging toward the front of Jinmen Pass, everyone was stunned. Before the pass, which should have been bristling with sword arrays and deadly traps, there were no demon cult ambushers, nor any defensive fortifications. There was only a young man in a bright yellow vest waving two small flags. Next to him stood a large wooden sign bearing the words Howran Sword Sect Scenic Area South Gate, Toll Station, enter from here, ticket 50 spirit stones, per person, horses extra stop. Dugu Feng yanked the reins sharply. The dragon scale horse reared up, almost throwing her off. She stared at the scene before her, her mind momentarily blank. A toll station? A scenic area? What the hell was this? Hey, you up ahead. How do you ride a horse? The young man in the yellow vest, undaunted by the 3,000 armored riders, strode over impatiently, pointing his small flag at Dugu Feng's nose. Don't you see the line on the ground? This is the queue area. No speeding. No honking. No loud noise. Who are you? Dugu Feng pointed her spear, the tip just inches from the young man's throat. A demon cult fiend, or a controlled disciple of the sword sect. Do you think this is a place for you to run wild? The young man rolled his eyes, utterly unafraid. What fiend or not? I'm an outer disciple of the Howran sword sect, employee number 9527. Don't you soldiers know the rules? It's the peak tourist season now. See the queue of carriages behind. Dugu Feng followed his gaze. On the other side of the toll station, there was indeed a long line. There were luxurious family carriages, rogue cultivators riding spirit beasts, and wealthy mortal merchants traveling with their families. One by one, they were obediently paying spirit stones, receiving tickets, and happily entering the gorge. The adjutant behind Dugu Feng swallowed hard and whispered, General, this doesn't really seem like an ambush. Is this the people in dire straits we came to rescue? Dugu Feng's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. She had come all the way with a tragic resolve to fight to the death and save the masses. And now at the gate they told her she had to buy a ticket. Absurd. Dugu Feng laughed in fury. I am the Grand General of Dacian, sent by imperial decree to suppress the demon cult. A mere gatekeeper dares to block me. Get out of my way or else. Or else what? Just then a lazy voice came from the toll booth. A middle-aged man in a black uniform with a badge reading Security Captain stepped out. Seeing him, Dugu Feng's pupils contracted sharply. Wang Changfeng. She knew him. The former deputy hall master of the Howran Sword Sect's law enforcement hall. A nascent soul powerhouse. His swift wind sword was renowned across the martial world, and he was known as a tough nut to crack. So it's General Dugu. Wang Changfeng held a thermos cup, casually cupping his hands. Long time no see, General. You look as vigorous as ever. Wang Changfeng. What have you become? Dugu Feng pointed at his incongruous uniform, her heart aching. Where is the pride of the Howran Sword Sect? You and Nascent Soul Senior are here, guarding a gate, collecting tolls. Pride. Wang Changfeng took a sip of goji tea and sighed. General, pride can't fill the belly. When I was deputy hall master, I only got 300 spirit stones a month, barely enough for sword maintenance. Now I'm a security captain with 5 insurances and 1 housing fund year-end bonus and a monthly salary of 20,000. I have a wife and children to support, and 2 newly acquired concubines who want jewelry. You? Dugu Feng was so angry she nearly fell off her horse. All right, enough reminiscing. Wang Changfeng pulled out an abacus, businesslike. General Dugu, although you're from the court, this is private property of the Tianma group. According to regulations, soldiers get a discount, but this group of 3,000. It qualifies as a large tour group. The price goes up. As an old acquaintance, I'll give you a 10% discount. 3,000 people plus horse maintenance fees, road, wear, and tear. Total comes to 150,000 spirit stones. Card or cash? I'll give you card. Your grandmother's card. Dugu Feng completely lost it. She felt her intelligence and dignity being ground into the dirt. All units. Dugu Feng raised her spear high, her spiritual energy erupting the pressure of a nascent soul peak powerhouse sweeping across the scene. Charge through. Anyone who dares to stop us kill, without mercy. Raise this cursed place. Roar. The 3,000 Demon Slayer guards, already itching for action, immediately prepared to charge. Yet Wang Changfeng did not draw his sword. He simply sighed, took a red button from his pocket, and pressed it gently. Beep. Instantly on the cliffs on both sides of the gorge, several huge billboards that had looked like decorations flipped over, revealing behind them dark, gaping muzzles that shimmered with a destructive aura. System-modified defense-type magic cannon array V2. 0. General Dugu, don't be rash. Wang Changfeng pointed at the dozens of cannons above, his expression earnest. We live in a society governed by law. Business is about harmony and making money. But if anyone tries to skip the fair, we also have means of enforcement. Guess which is stronger, your 3,000 men's armor or sect leader Su's cannons? Dugu Feng froze. The dark muzzle locked onto her brow, and the heart-stopping energy fluctuations told her that if she moved, a large portion of these 3,000 Demon Slayer guards would be wiped out today. What kind of weapon was this? When did a righteous sect possess such a devastating device? Advance was impossible. Retreat was too humiliating. Just as Dugu Feng was caught in a dilemma, her face alternating between pale and livid, a paper crane slowly descended from the sky and hovered before her. The paper crane unfolded, forming a phantom of Su Han. The phantom wore a casual bathrobe, holding a glass of red wine with a smug smile that made people want to punch him. Oh, if it isn't General Dugu, bringing so many brothers all this way for a team-building event. Since you're here, don't block the entrance, you're bad for business. Captain Wang let them through. Su Han's phantom raised his glass to Dugu Feng. This 150,000 spirit stones are on me. General Dugu, I'll be waiting for you in the VIP room at the Tianma Foot Massage Hall. Let's talk while we soak. With that, the phantom dissipated. Wang Changfeng retracted the cannons and made a pleased gesture with a beaming smile. General, after you. The sect leader has waived the fee. Dugu Feng's grip on her spear tightened until her knuckles turned white, her teeth grinding audibly. This was worse than death. What was this? Charity. Fine. Very well. Dugu Feng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her rage. Su Han, you want to play games? I'll go in and see just what kind of trick you're up to. Order. All troops enter the gorge. The moment we find any demonic activity, strike immediately. The army marched rumbling through the toll station. Wang Changfeng watched the murderous soldiers, shook his head, and said to the young security guard beside him, notify the Gile shop branch inside. Fat sheep are coming. Prepare the military special drinks and souvenirs. If we don't empty these 3,000 men's wallets today, it's our failure. Qingyun Sword Sect, Main Peak Avenue. This was once this sword-asking path, where disciples honed their sword hearts, every step steeped in a chilling aura of solemnity. But now the road had been renamed the Howren Breeze Pedestrian Street. Ancient-style buildings lining both sides were plastered with brightly colored signs, the 18th branch of Fire Sky Barbecue, Happy Peak Milk Tea, second cup half price, and the Sword Immortal Souvenirs specialty shop, authentically licensed. Dugu Feng sat astride her horse, her palms slick with sweat around the grip of her long spear. Behind her, the 3,000 demon-slaying guards maintained their combat formation, shields raised, crossbows strung, their wary eyes scanning the surroundings, ready to repel any demonic cultivation ambush at a moment's notice. Yet the enemies all around. Hey, you there, handsome soldier. Take a look. By the roadside, several female cultivators of the Hahuan sect, clad in flimsy short skirts, dared not fear those gleaming spear points. Instead, they giggled and sauntered forward. This is our Happy Peak Parlor's new exclusive package for real men. Show your officer credentials and receive 30% off. Not only full-body essential oil massage, but also a hearty pill-infused tonic to relieve the fatigue of long marches. Thoroughly effective. Get lost. A captain of the demon-slaying guards barked, his long blade half drawn. One more step closer, and you will be executed. Oh, why so fierce? The female cultivator showed no anger. Instead, she slipped the flyer through a gap in the captain's shield and flashed a charming smile. Just keep it. Who knows, maybe you'll reconsider tonight. We're open 24 hours. The captain was at a loss for words. His blade remained frozen midair. Strike whom? Strike an unarmed young girl who merely wanted to hand out a discount coupon. That would be a clear violation of military discipline. It was not only the salesgirls. The aroma permeating the air was a deadlier biochemical weapon. Sizzle. At a barbecue stall not far away, a disciple of the burning Heaven Valley dressed in crimson robes deftly manipulated the Samadhi true fire in his palm, grilling a row of second-tier spiritual pork sausages that glistened with rendered fat. That domineering fragrance, a potent blend of cumin, chili pepper, and spiritual meat, drifted on the wind and pierced straight into the nostrils of every demon-slaying guard. After all, these 3,000 soldiers had been subsisting on dry rations for 3 days on this forced march. Gurgle. From somewhere within the marching ranks, the thunderous protest of a stomach echoed forth. The sound proved contagious. Soon waves of rumbling growls rippled through the stern military formation. Special prices. Special prices. The burning Heaven Valley disciple, clearly a seasoned merchant, noticed the soldiers' eyes glazing over with desire and immediately bellowed, "Military appreciation sale. Any Deqian military personnel receive a free sausage with every purchase plus a chilled sour plum drink. Only 5 spirit stones. 5 spirit stones. You cannot find a better deal anywhere. 5 spirit stones." Such spiritual meat sausages normally sold for at least 20. Some of the younger soldiers could barely suppress their swallowing, their gazes drifting involuntarily toward the grill. "Stop staring." Dugu Feng whipped around and roared, "Those are the enemy's traps. There may be poison in them. All units accelerate. Push through." The army forced itself onward through gritted teeth. Yet this entire stretch was nothing short of purgatory. Every step brought new temptation. Passing the souvenir shop, those once high and mighty Qingyun sword sect disciples were now hawking miniature flying sword keychains. "Honored officer, bring a gift home for your children. These have been consecrated with sword energy and can ward off evil spirits." Passing the pill pharmacy, Taoist priests of the Taishang Dao sect were offering free consultations. "Young man, I detect a deficiency in your renal essence. Stay up late on night duty often. Take a 6-flavor Remania pill, free of charge. Just scan this code and follow the sacred maiden. Young master, get a membership card, please. Get a membership card." Even the beggars by the roadside were pushing their wares. The 3,000 demon-slaying guards were like unsophisticated provincials who had blundered into the Grandview Garden. Their killing intent was melting away before the relentless barrage of sugar-coated cannon fire. Even Dugu Feng herself felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Were it not for the Qingyun sword sect signboard, she might have convinced herself she had stepped into the legendary age of peace and prosperity. There was no slaughter here, no oppression, only commerce. Damn it, what in the heavens was happening? This was no demonic abyss. It was a golden den of indulgence. At last the army stumbled through the pedestrian street in disarray and arrived at the most sacred place of all, the sword repository. Here opulence reached its zenith. The magnificent 9-story pavilion blazed with neon lights. A red carpet unfurled at the entrance, flanked by rows of hostesses, including several sect elder ladies of the sword sect who had been pressed into service, all bowing in welcome. And at the grand doorway sat Suhan, the man who made Dugu Feng grind her teeth in fury. Behind him stood Lin Qingzhu in formal attire alongside Zhuang Suzi, sect master of Taishang Dao sect, Lu Xingyang, former sect master of Qingyun sword sect, and a host of other towering figures. In any other era, this assembly alone would have sent shockwaves through the cultivation world. But now they resembled nothing more than a luxury welcoming committee. "General Dugu, you have had a long journey." Suhan set down his teacup and rose to his feet, his smile brilliant. "Traveling such a distance must have exhausted you. I have already prepared the supreme VIP lounge for you. Furthermore," Suhan's gaze swept over Dugu Feng's soldiers, their eyes vacant and still dreaming of grilled sausages. "To express my respect for the soldiers of Deqian. All expenses for these 3,000 brothers today shall be entirely complimentary. The buffet restaurant below offers all-you-can-eat spiritual meat and unlimited fine wine. On the second floor, the bathing center has professional, legitimate massage therapists ready to ease your brother's tensions." Suhan swept his hand wide. "Dismissed." That single word carried more authority than any of Dugu Feng's military commands. Though the demon-slaying guards were disciplined and no one dared move, the hunger in their eyes and the restless energy barely contained spoke volumes. They were human, not machines. Humans had desires. They grew weary. They grew hungry. Suhan's stratagem had struck directly at the heart of human vulnerability. "Suhan, how dare you destabilize my army?" Dugu Feng leaped from her dragon-scale steed. Her spear became a streak of crimson light, thrusting directly toward Suhan's throat. "This general will kill you." The strike, fueled by searing rage, unleashed the full might of a peak nascent soul cultivator. The very air shrieked as it was torn apart. Yet Suhan did not flinch. Clang! A withered hand materialized from thin air, effortlessly grasping the spear tip capable of piercing through mountains. It was Zhuang Suzi. Though the sect master of Taishang Dao sect now wore what resembled a butler's uniform, his cultivation at the Dao manifestation realm remained terrifying. "General Dugu, this is a place of business." Zhuang Suzi sighed, wearing an expression of fervent pacifism. Should any violence disturb the distinguished guest within, old Taoist would find himself in quite a predicament. "Zhuang Suzi, you would also assist tyranny." Dugu Feng trembled with fury. "Assist tyranny?" Lu Xingyang stepped forward beside him, a thermos flask in hand. "General, we are fostering economic development and creating employment opportunities. Look at all the disciples on this mountain. They were brooding and bitter before, but now they are joyful." "Joyful, my ass." Dugu Feng gazed at these two once respected leaders of the righteous path, now reduced to sycophants driven solely by profit, and her entire moral compass shattered into fragments. "Enough, both of you advisors. Do not frighten the general." Suhan pushed past them and approached Dugu Feng. They stood so close that she could smell the faint, detestable scent of his cologne. General. His voice dropped to a whisper meant only for her. Look behind you. Du Gufeng instinctively turned her head. What she saw plunged her into utter despair. Several of the braver soldiers had already been coaxed by the Hahuan sect female cultivators into the nearby resting area, their arms piled high with snacks and beverages. The once impeccable battle formation was beginning to loosen. That indomitable killing spirit had vanished completely. You cannot win this battle. Su Han's voice slithered into her ear like a demon's whisper. Because what I offer them you cannot. You give them death and honor. And what I give them. He took a step back and gestured with the grace of a gentleman. Is joy. General Dugu, cease your resistance. Come inside. I have also prepared a special gift for you. Du Gufeng's grip on her spear trembled for a long while. In the end, clang, the spear fell to the ground. She knew that the spirit of this army had already been dissolved by the scent of grilled sausages and the perfume of concubines. Forcing a battle would result only in one-sided massacre. Su Han. Du Gufeng grit her teeth, humiliation and defiance blazing in her eyes. This general will see. What other tricks you have yet to reveal? Within the supreme VIP chamber of the Heavenly Demon Foot Spa, this was once the Sword Inquiry Pavilion, where the leader of the Howren Sword sect secluded himself for enlightenment, the most spiritually concentrated place in the entire sect. Now it had been transformed into a cloud-top spa. The white jade platform once used to enshrine the divine sword had become a massive massage bed covered with polar warm jade. Fragrant, dragon saliva soul-calming incense flickered around while beyond the window stretched a vast sea of clouds and the setting sun. Inside, a soothing melody of ancient zither music flowed. Sit. Su Han had shed his coat, wearing only a loose silk shirt, and sat by the tea table skillfully brewing a pot of priceless enlightenment tea. At this moment, Du Gufeng had removed her heavy armor clad only in a tight black training suit that outlined the agile lines forged by years of martial practice. Though unarmored, she remained like a drawn sword, muscles taut, her gaze alertly scanning the surroundings before fixing on Su Han. Su Han, what exactly are you trying to do? Du Gufeng said coldly. If you think you can corrupt my will with such extravagant comforts, you underestimate the soldiers of the great Qian dynasty. Corrupt? Su Han poured a cup of tea and pushed it toward her. General, you exaggerate. I said it's a gift for you. Though your face is resolute, I see a hint of melancholy in your brows, and your neck is as stiff as iron. This is a sign of prolonged mental strain and overwork. Su Han pointed at the warm jade bed. Lie down. What did you say? Du Gufeng was enraged. Are you insulting me? Insult. You'll only know by trying. Su Han clapped his hands. Slap. Slap. From behind the screen emerged an old man in a white technician's uniform, his hair and beard all white. Seeing this old man, Du Gufeng's anger instantly turned into a look of utter disbelief. Lu Xingyang. Indeed. This old man, holding an essential oil bottle and a towel draped around his neck, was none other than Lu Xingyang, the former leader of the Howren Sword sect, powerhouse at the half-step Dharma image realm. Greetings, General Dugu. Lu Xingyang said, calmly bowing slightly. Today I shall serve you. You are the leader of the Howren Sword sect. Du Gufeng felt her worldview crumbling. You're actually giving foot massages. Ah, General, you are mistaken. Lu Xingyang shook his head and spoke earnestly. There is no humble profession. I once used my sword to kill, now I use my sword energy to heal. This is my self-created Howren Sword Chi Meridian unblocking art, specially designed for old injuries and blocked meridians. Lord Su has paid overtime, so please, General. Du Gufeng stood frozen. A half-step Dharma image realm sect leader giving her a massage. This level of treatment. Even the current emperor had never enjoyed it. Go on up. Su Han took a sip of tea, indifferent. Don't keep Master Lu waiting, his hourly fee is very expensive. Under Su Han's teasing gaze and Lu Xingyang's professional stare, Du Gufeng, as if possessed, lay down. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from days of marching or the absurdity of the situation that short-circuited her mind. General, bear with it might hurt a little. With that, Lu Xingyang's hands glowed with a soft white sword light, and he pressed firmly on Du Gufeng's shoulder acupoint. MPH. Du Gufeng, caught off guard, let out a muffled groan. It wasn't just the force of his fingers, it was a stream of pure refined Howren Sword Chi that instantly pierced into her acupoint, shattering and clearing the accumulated dark injuries and baleful energy from years of warfare. Pain. A piercing pain. But after the pain came an indescribable, sour relief. It felt as if a heavy burden she had carried for 20 years had been lifted. Du Gufeng's tense body involuntarily relaxed. That's it. Su Han's voice sounded at the right moment, carrying a hypnotic rhythm. General Dugu, let's talk about what justice means. Justice. Du Gufeng buried her head in the soft pillow, her voice muffled. Eliminating demons, upholding righteousness. Defending the homeland. That is justice. Is that so? Su Han set down his teacup, walked to the bed, and looked at the female general drenched in sweat from the sword energy massage. Your so-called demon elimination means charging into my territory with 3,000 brothers only to be blown to ashes by my cannons. Your righteous cause means keeping the Howren sword sect in poverty, unable to afford even a single healing pill. No. Dugu Feng wanted to retort, but Lu Zhengyang pressed precisely on her waist, and a numbing sensation made her lose her voice. Look out the window. Suhan waved his hand, and the window flung open. Below on the pedestrian streetlights blazed. Dugu Feng's 3,000 demon-slaying guards sat in groups around barbecue stalls devouring meat and guzzling wine. Some were even playing finger-guessing games with the girls of the Hahuan sect, their faces beaming with genuine smiles she had never seen in the barracks. No killing, no blood, only the warmth of everyday life. Look how happy they are. Suhan whispered. General, you've led them through countless battles. How many have died? And how many can retire alive? Here, as long as I don't wage war, as long as you don't, they can stay this happy forever. You call me a demon? Then I who give them meat, wine, dignity, and joy, am I not more like a Buddha than the court that sends them to die? This was a debate that struck at the heart. Under normal circumstances, Dugu Feng would have drawn her sword to refute Su Han's twisted reasoning. But at this moment, the extreme physical relaxation created a massive gap in her mental defenses. The smiling faces of the soldiers outside became Su Han's most powerful argument. Dugu Feng opened her mouth, but found no words to counter. Indeed, war was for peace. But now, wasn't this peace? Though it seemed a bit unorthodox, a bit tainted by money. Yet when faced with life and death, did orthodoxy and the taint of money really matter that much? General, your heart is unsettled. Lu Zhengyang said calmly, and with a burst of sword energy, he directly opened Dugu Feng's Ren and Du meridians. Boom! A surge of warmth swept through her body. Dugu Feng felt as if she were floating on clouds, all fatigue, pressure, and responsibility vanished in an instant. It was so comfortable it made her want to cry. Suhan. Dugu Feng closed her eyes, a single tear sliding down her cheek, her voice growing languid and dreamy. You're a bastard. Thanks for the compliment. Suhan smiled. He picked up a hot towel and gently placed it on Dugu Feng's back. The general is tired, I'll rest for a while. When you wake up, you'll find that this world doesn't have to be so exhausting. As long as you learn to enjoy it. Dugu Feng said nothing more. In a few breaths, the most vigilant and iron-willed female general of the great Qin dynasty fell asleep in this demon's den. Under the demon lord Su Han's gaze, her breathing steady. She slept. It was the deepest, most peaceful sleep she had in 10 years. Su Han gazed at the sleeping Dugu Feng, his eyes profound. Lord Su. Lu Zhengyang wiped his hands and asked respectfully, shall I implant the heart-locking ring? No need. Su Han shook his head, turned, and walked to the window, looking at the myriad lights below. For someone like her, binding the body is futile. What I must bind is her heart. Let her sleep. When she wakes up and sees the bill for 15 million spirit stones. A devilish smile curled at the corner of Su Han's mouth. She'll have no choice but to cooperate with me. In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds. Inside the Tianma foot massage hall in the supreme VIP room, Dugu Feng slowly opened her eyes. She had slept too soundly. No dreams of war, no courtly intrigues, only boundless tranquility. Instinctively, she stretched her limbs and her joints crackled with a crisp sound as a surge of unprecedented, invigorating power flooded through her body. Awake! A gentle voice came. Dugu Feng jolted awake, memories of the previous night flooded back like a tide. She quickly reached for her waist, but found nothing. She turned her head and saw Su Han sitting by the window holding a memory stone, engrossed in watching something. Su Han. Dugu Feng sat up, staring at him warily. Where are my troops? Eating breakfast downstairs. Su Han pointed out the window. I have to say the great Qian soldiers have quite an appetite. Last night they emptied 3 of my granaries, and this morning they devoured 10,000 meat buns from Fengshan Valley. Dugu Feng's face reddened. Such gluttons. Since you're awake, let's settle the accounts. Su Han put down the memory stone, pulled out a long bill that nearly dragged on the floor from his sleeve, and wore his signature merchant smirk. General Dugu, even brothers must settle accounts clearly. 3,000 demon-slaying guards, self-service barbecue, and drinks per person, 500 spirit stones. Total, 1,500,000. Full essential oil massage and foot therapy per person, 800 spirit stones. Total, 2,400,000. Accommodation fees, moral damages, horse fodder fees. Su Han's fingers flew over the abacus. I'll waive the odd change. The total is 15 million spirit stones. What? Dugu Feng leaped straight off the bed, her voice cracking. 15 million. Why not just rob someone? She knew that the great Qian dynasty's annual military expenditure was only a few tens of millions of spirit stones. Had she spent half of that in one night? Rob. I'm a legitimate businessman. Su Han looked innocent. You can ask your soldiers. Was that wine not the century-old drunken immortal brew? Was that meat not second-tier demon beast meat? And the one who massaged you last night was a half-step Dharma phase sect leader. Patriarch Lu's appearance fee alone is 5 million, and that's not counting my consultation fee. I have no money. Dugu Feng ground her teeth. Even if I sold all 3,000 demon-slaying guards, they wouldn't be worth that much. No money. Su Han wasn't surprised. He put away the abacus, his smile gradually fading, picked up the memory stone from the table, and tossed it in his hand. No money is easy to handle. Then let's go the official route. This stone records the entire process of your troops enjoying with the people last night. Suhan infused a thread of spiritual energy, and the image projected in midair in the scene. Several demon-slaying guards, their faces flushed with drink, had their arms around Hahuan's sect girls, calling them brothers. A few centurions nearly came to blows over the last skewer of grilled kidneys. The most astounding part was Dugu Feng herself, lying on the bed moaning in a comfortable, misleading way as Lu Zhenyang pressed her. If this were to land on the great Qian Emperor's desk. Suhan clicked his tongue twice. What do you think your majesty would charge you with? Lax discipline? Or a capital crime of colluding with the enemy and gathering for debauchery? You. Despicable. Dugu Feng's face turned pale, and she trembled all over. This was a fatal blow. For a town guarding general, reputation was more important than life. If this got out, the century-old loyal and honorable name of the Dugu family would be ruined. Suhan, what exactly do you want? Dugu Feng took a deep breath, her gaze resolute. If you want me to betray Great Qian and lead the troops to surrender, then kill me now. I, Dugu Feng, will never be a traitor. Tisk, what kind of person do you take me for? Suhan shook his head, walked up to her, and straightened her slightly disheveled collar. I said I don't want war, nor do I want you to betray your country. You don't have to repay this debt with money. Pay with body repayment. You lecher. I misjudged you. Dugu Feng raised her hand to slap him. Slap. Suhan caught her wrist, his expression helpless. Where are your thoughts? I'm asking you to sell your portrait rights. Portrait rights. Dugu Feng was stunned. That's right. Suhan snapped his fingers. The door opened. Lin Qingzhu walked in, carrying a huge, gleaming metal box. The box opened. A set of armor, extremely stylish, combining strength and beauty, entirely dark red, lay quietly inside. This armor was different from the bulky standard-issue armor of Great Qian. It had a streamlined design covered in complex spiritual runes, perfectly protecting vital points while accentuating a woman's heroic figure. Tianma Workshop Valkyrie Limited Edition Armor V1. 0. This is. Dugu Feng's gaze was instantly captivated. As a military commander, her resistance to top-tier armor was nearly zero. Just put on this armor. Suhan's voice was full of temptation. Shoot a promotional poster. And serve as the chief image spokesperson for our Tianma sect's Tianbing Arms Shop. For 1 year, the 15 million debt will be wiped clean, and this priceless armor is yours. Dugu Feng was stunned. Just wearing an outfit, shooting a poster. No killing, no treason. That's it, she asked, hardly believing. That's it. Suhan smiled. Of course the poster will have a slogan: Great Qian's town guarding general Dugu Feng heartily recommends. Wear Tianma armor, be a winner on the battlefield. Dugu Feng. This wasn't treason, but it was practically rubbing the face of the Great Qian military into the dirt. A dignified Great Qian general advertising for a demon sect's weapons. But looking at that memory stone, and then at that truly cool set of armor, Dugu Feng gritted her teeth, her heart undergoing a fierce battle. Finally, fine, I'll wear it. Dugu Feng grabbed the armor in indignation. But only this once. Never again. Half an hour later, at the main peak of Howren's sword sect by the cliff, dozens of professional recording artists set up their long lenses. Dugu Feng, wearing the Valkyrie armor, held an exaggeratedly styled runic greatsword as she stood at the cliff's edge with rolling clouds behind her. The armor perfectly hugged her figure, with dark red light flowing over the plates, rendering her like a war goddess from myth. Heroic, yet with a breathtaking wild beauty. General. Eyes. Sharper eyes. Yes. That look of, I can take on 10. Good. Hold it. Chin slightly raised. Click. Click. Suhan stood aside, watching the constantly captured frames, nodding with satisfaction. Chief Steward Lin. Present. Immediately print an extra 100,000 copies of these posters. I've already thought of the headline. Shocking. The town guarding general's secret weapon. The truth behind the Great Qian army's invincibility is. Also take out that batch of backlogged low-end armor, slap on a General Dugu's same style label, and triple the price. This way I'll earn back the food money for those 3,000, and by the way. Suhan looked toward the capital, his eyes deep. I'll seize the Great Qian arms market as well. On the cliff. Dugu Feng, striking a pose though filled with shame, felt the powerful boost from the armor, and a strange thought arose in her mind. This armor is really better than the tin cans issued by the dynasty. If my soldiers could all wear this. A seed called arms race was thus planted in the heart of the female general under Suhan's commercial packaging. The righteous path had fallen. Now the Great Qian army was about to fall under the production line of the Tianma sect. The Great Qian dynasty capital city of Tianjing. The city gate was already packed shoulder to shoulder. Word had spread that the national saving female General Dugu Feng was returning in triumph, and the common folk lined the streets to welcome her. After all, in everyone's imagination, when General Dugu set out, she would surely lay waste to the demonic dens and slay countless enemies. They're coming. They're coming. The demon-slaying guards are back. Accompanied by the thunderous sound of horse hooves, the 3,000-strong cavalry appeared before their eyes. However, as the army drew closer, the expressions on the faces of the onlookers and city guards gradually froze, replaced by nothing but bewilderment. Were these really troops returning from battle? Though the 3,000 demon-slaying guards maintained their formation, each one had a ruddy glow about him, some even chewing on toothpicks, with not a speck of blood or gunpowder residue on their bodies. Even more absurdly, they carried no standard-issue ration bags from the court, but rather exquisite gift packages embossed with the inscription, Howren Sword Sect Scenic Area, Local Specialties. As for Dugu Feng at the forefront, she wasn't wearing her signature Qilin armor, but rather a dark crimson battle suit that shimmered with iridescent light, the Valkyrie limited edition. In the sunlight, the armor was almost blindingly magnificent, every sweeping line radiating the aura of wealth and power. Could these be our demon-slaying guards? General, that armor of yours is breathtaking. Where did you get it? They don't look like soldiers who went to war, they look like merchants who went shopping. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Mounted on her horse, Dugu Feng could feel her cheeks burning as she listened to the surrounding whispers, wishing she could simply sink into a crack in the ground. She could even feel the suit's automatic temperature control gently cooling her down, as if deliberately mocking her sense of shame. Hurry! Speed into the city. We must report to the Ministry of War. Dugu Feng ground her teeth and hissed through clenched jaws. Yet she still hadn't fully grasped the velocity of Su Han's commercial machinery. Just as she entered the city, dozens of enormous heavenly mechanism flying kites tore across the sky, showering down petals like a blossoming storm, and what appeared to be promotional handbills. Rustling papers fluttered through the air. Massive, vibrantly colored posters printed with exquisite detail drifted down like snowflakes, reaching every corner of the capital city. A scholar picked up one with curiosity. One glance and blood spurts from his nose. The poster captured Dugu Feng standing at the edge of a cliff, her giant sword in hand, eyes sweeping disdainfully, the crimson battle armor accentuating her figure in stunning clarity. At the bottom of the poster, 2 lines of gold foil text caught the eye: Daiqian Valkyrie Dugu Feng, personally tested and recommended. Tianma Military Industries, protect your home and country. Where it become the next god of war. Present this flyer at the Golden Cicad Chamber of Commerce in the capital to enjoy a 2 discount on your order. The entire capital erupted into chaos. At the Golden Cicad Chamber of Commerce headquarters, before Dugu Feng could even reach the general's mansion, the place was already swarmed by nobles and wealthy young masters who had rushed to hear the news. I want that battle armor. The exact model General Dugu is wearing. Me too. I want to be a Valkyrie too. Give me 10 sets of the men's version. I'm forming my own household guard. Wang Fugue stood on the counter, his voice hoarse from laughing so hard. Everyone, don't push. Don't push. The Supreme Edition matching General Dugu's is currently the only one in the world. It's a limited non-sale item. But we have the affordable replica. While the defense is slightly reduced, the design is identical. Only 99,800 spirit stones. Bring the god of war home. Madness. Absolute madness. In this martial empire, Dugu Feng was the undisputed icon. Now that icon had endorsed equipment, and for those wealthy nobles in the capital with nowhere to spend their fortunes, it was an irresistible temptation. In less than an hour, the Golden Cicad Chamber of Commerce had sold out completely. Even pre-orders were booked solid well into next year. The Imperial Palace, the Emperor's private study. The atmosphere was suffocating. Emperor Qianyuan of Deqian sat upon his dragon throne, gripping the poster of Dugu Feng in her revealing battle armor, his expression dark enough to drip water. Before him, Dugu Feng knelt in submission, stripped of her armor, not daring to lift her gaze. Dugu Feng. The Emperor's voice held no discernible emotion, yet carried the weight of imperial authority. I sent you to annihilate the demonic cult. You led 3,000 demon-slaying guards for 3 days. When you returned, not only did the demonic cult remain unscathed, but you've become, what? Their ambassador. Do you think my treasury is too full, or that my blade isn't sharp enough? Your Majesty, please calm your wrath. Dugu Feng slammed her forehead against the stone floor. This subject is guilty, but there are circumstances beyond my control. Circumstances? Qianyuan Emperor sneered. Is it because of that 1.5 million for roasted sausages? Or the 2 million for the massage bill? Copies of Su Han's receipts had long been delivered to the Emperor's desk through special channels. Dugu Feng shuddered, knowing she couldn't hide it anymore. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes shedding their shame for something resolute and pragmatic. Your Majesty, though I have erred, I have uncovered a revelation of monumental significance. Oh, Your Majesty, observe. With a gesture, Dugu Feng presented the very Valkyrie battle armor she'd just removed. This armor is known as the Heavenly Demon War Armor. I have personally tested it. It weighs only half of our dynasty's standard Xiantai armor, yet its defensive capabilities are 3 times greater. Furthermore, it comes equipped with a spiritual gathering array that allows soldiers to recover stamina during combat automatically. It has a temperature-regulating array for warmth in winter and coolness in summer, and it even possesses an emergency survival array. Dugu Feng's eyes blazed with fanatical intensity. Your Majesty, my dealings with that demonic Su Han were never born of cowardice. They were calculated moves to steal the demonic sect's most closely guarded secrets. Though my 3,000 demon-slaying guards dined at his table, we were not corrupted. On the contrary, these days of rest have only sharpened our fighting spirit. If we could equip our million-strong army with this armor, our dynasty's military power would multiply several times over. We could crush the barbarian tribes surrounding us. Her words rang with passionate conviction, reframing what amounted to defeat and capture as a story of enduring humiliation for a greater cause, playing the long game beneath enemy lines. Qianyuan Emperor fell silent. He studied the masterfully crafted armor, its faint spiritual glow pulsing within, then looked down at Du Gufeng kneeling before him, her expression one of what could only be described as unwavering loyalty. As an emperor, his first instinct wasn't about preserving face. It was about calculating the strategic advantage. If this armor truly possessed such power, bring it forward. The emperor commanded, his voice heavy with authority. The chief eunuch carefully placed the armor on the imperial desk. Drawing his ceremonial sword, the emperor struck the armor with devastating force. A ringing clang echoed through the chamber as sparks flew. Not even a scratch marred the armor's surface. The emperor's own hand trembled from the impact. Exceptional craftsmanship. The emperor's eyes blazed with calculated interest. If such armor were issued to the imperial guards. Your Majesty. Du Gufeng pressed her advantage. That demon Su Han may be despicable, but he is fundamentally a merchant. He says that if the Great Qian opens its markets and permits the heavenly demon cult to establish branches in the capital, he would supply our army with this equipment at cost price, and even offer after-sales maintenance and technological upgrades. The emperor's fingers traced the cold, intricate patterns etched into the armor as he fell into deep contemplation. On one side lay the prestige of the dynasty, the absolute necessity of eradicating the demonic cult. On the other, tangible advantage, artifacts capable of transforming imperial military power. After a long silence, the emperor set down his sword and exhaled wearily. Su Han. That boy's calculations run deeper than most. He understood the trap had already been sprung the moment the armor appeared before him. Because should he refuse, Su Han would simply sell to neighboring hostile states or ambitious regional lords. This was what the ancients called technological hegemony. Deliver my decree. The emperor's gaze grew distant. Du Gufeng has rendered meritorious service in quelling the demons. She has brought back crucial military intelligence. Her merits shall offset her transgressions. The Golden Cicad Commercial Society shall be permitted to handle certain heavenly demon cult products on our behalf. But the emperor's tone sharpened like a drawn blade. Inform Su Han. Commerce may proceed. Yet should he dare to infiltrate my court, should he threaten my realm, I will dismantle his heavenly demon peak myself, even if it costs our nation 3 decades of prosperity. This subject accepts the decree. Du Gufeng exhaled in relief, the cold sweat on her back soaking through her garments. At the heavenly demon peak within the sect leader's grand hall, Su Han examined the fresh intelligence in his hand, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. It's accepted. The old emperor couldn't resist such a prize after all. Lin Xingzhu stood nearby, concern etched across her features. Master, if we sell such exquisite armor to the imperial court, what happens if they grow strong enough to turn against us? Turn against us? Su Han threw back his head and laughed until tears formed at the corners of his eyes. You're far too naive. Do you truly believe that armor is flawless? I've embedded a backdoor in every single suit. All it takes is my willing. Su Han snapped his fingers, one button press. The armor on 1,000,000 of Deqian's soldiers would instantaneously transform into tight clothing, constricting them so severely they couldn't even grip a blade. What I sold them was never a weapon. It was a collar. Su Han rose from his seat and walked toward the map, planting a tiny banner of the heavenly demon cult firmly into the region marking Deqian's imperial capital. Military infiltration complete. A month later, the capital of Great Qian, Zuechunlu. This was the most favored gathering place for scholars and nobles in the capital. In days past, it should have been filled with melodious music, poetry recitals, and wine toasting, a truly bustling scene. But today the entire hall lay in eerie silence. Dozens of young men in luxurious attire, each clutching a palm-sized rectangular jade slip, emitting a faint blue glow, bowed their heads, their fingers frantically swiping across the screens. Holy crap, can that even work? Tip him, must tip. Occasional bursts of foolish laughter or inexplicable exclamations echoed from various corners. At the center of the stage, Lu Rushi, the capital's foremost courtesan, stood awkwardly with her pipa. She had just performed the legendary Guangling San, a piece that could move heaven and shake spirits. Yet, not a single person looked up. Not a single hand clapped. Young Marquis. Lu Rushi, unable to bear it any longer, approached the young Marquis, who had always been her most ardent supporter, calling out in a delicate voice, "Did I not play well?" Good. The young Marquis didn't even lift his head, casually waving his hand away while his eyes remained glued to the jade slip in his grasp. Don't be noisy. I'm watching something crucial. Zhao Taiju from the Howren Sword Sect is live-streaming sword-carrying skewer grilling. If he fails, he'll have to do a handstand and wash his hair. Lu Rushi. How could she, the capital's most celebrated courtesan, be defeated by a mere skewer vendor? What kind of world was this? Meanwhile, at the second-floor experience shop of the Golden Cicada Commerce Society, The queue here stretched even longer than when everyone had scrambled for battle armor. Everyone waved silver notes, fighting over the very culprit behind the capital's silence. The Tianma Technology Wanxiang Jade Slip. Description: a groundbreaking treasure integrating communication, entertainment, shopping, and social networking. Featuring core applications including Tianma Audio Cultivation Circle and Spirit Stone Match. 3. Price 1000 Spirit Stones. Behind the counter, Wang Fugui's face was split in an ear-to-ear grin. Don't rush. We have them all. All of you will be served. This is the latest Supreme Edition. Bigger screen. More thrilling video scrolling. And it comes with a built-in beauty array that will make you look as exquisite as Li Qingge during video calls. Give me 10. I want to present them to the concubines in the palace. I want 20. My concubines are already fighting over these things. The Imperial Palace Morning Court. Emperor Qianyuan sat upon the dragon throne, gazing down at his civil and military officials, his brow deeply furrowed. In former days, these ministers would long have been embroiled in heated disputes over flood disasters or border skirmishes. But today the court was remarkably harmonious. Ministers stood with heads bowed, faint blue light seeping from their wide sleeves. My dear ministers, Emperor Qianyuan spoke with a heavy voice. Regarding the drought in Jiangnan, what strategies do you propose? An eerie silence fell. No one responded. Enraged, Emperor Qianyuan slammed his palm upon the dragon desk. Minister of Revenue, speak. Oh. The Minister of Revenue jolted violently, his grip failing. Click. A Wanxiang jade slip slipped from his sleeve and landed on the Golden Hall's marble floor. Then a grotesquely catchy, brainwashing voice emanated from the jade slip. The spring breeze of reform sweeps across the land, true pride in the Tianma sect. I am technician number 9 Zhao Taiju. Fam. Double tap 666. Hit that little red heart. Dead silence. A silence as cold as death itself. Emperor Qianyuan's face turned the color of WH. What is this? Emperor Qianyuan pointed at the flickering jade slip on the ground, his voice trembling. Why, Your Majesty, forgive me. The Minister of Revenue dropped to his knees with a thud drenched in cold sweat. This is the Wanxiang jade slip. This servant only wished to use it to understand the people's condition. Understand the people's condition. Emperor Qianyuan laughed in fury. Understanding the people's condition means watching such vulgar nonsense. Someone, bring it here. The eunuch chief trembled as he presented the jade slip. Emperor Qianyuan had nearly smashed it on the spot, but when he glanced at the screen, his finger accidentally swiped. Swipe. The scene changed. The next video featured Li Qingge, the holy maiden of the Supreme Dao sect. Clad in her flowing cloud water sleeve dress, standing among the clouds, she made a helpless yet endearing face at the camera. Walking the runway was so tiring today. Is there any kind brother who would send Qingge a meteor shower to replenish her strength? That voice was intoxicating, melting straight into the bones. Those eyes seemed to look only at Emperor Qianyuan. His raised hand froze midair. Smash it. He couldn't bear to. This was the legendary holy maiden. Someone he could barely catch a glimpse of in ordinary times, now acting coquettishly right in the palm of his hand. Ahem. Emperor Qianyuan cleared his throat twice, then smoothly tucked the jade slip into his dragon robe sleeve. This object does indeed spread delusions. I shall confiscate it for now. Take it back. For careful study. To critique it thoroughly. Court dismissed. And with that, His Majesty hurried away. Judging by his retreating figure, there seemed to be a certain urgency. The officials below exchanged bewildered glances, then each let out a long sigh of relief, hastily retrieving their own jade slips from their sleeves. That scared me half to death. I almost pushed the tower in that match of cultivation kings. Oldie, did you like that video from the Holy Maiden? Liked it. I even topped up 1,000 spirit stones to tip her. Tianma Peak Data Center. This was the beating heart of the entire Wanxiang network. Upon the enormous light screen, dense streams of data pulsed frantically. Current online users, 3 million. Daily active users, 8 million. User average online duration, 6 hours. Today's recharge volume, 80 million spirit stones. Suhan stood before the light screen, gazing at those terrifying figures, a cold smirk curling his lips. Young master, this is terrifying. Lin Qingzhu looked at the data, her eyes filled with astonishment. Does nobody in the great Qian dynasty sleep? The data shows that 2 out of 10 people are scrolling through their jade slips, even while eating and using the restroom. This is the power of dopamine. Suhan said calmly. Previously they had nothing to do but listen to music and watch plays. That kind of happiness was far too slow. Now I provide them with highs lasting only 15 seconds. A single swipe and there's a new thrill. This instant gratification is more addictive than the finest Jile Dan. Suhan reached out and opened the user profile. Great Qian Royal Family section. Displayed clearly above, Qianyuan Emperor online status invisible. Currently watching tags, Holy Maiden Dance, Black Silk Governance, barely any time spent on the last. Prince Jinbei online status. Currently playing Do Diju in the Jile card room, having lost 3 million spirit stones today. Dugu Foam online status. Browsing the Tianma Military Industries new product launch and liked the poster featuring herself. Do you see? Oi? Suhan turned around, spreading his arms, as if embracing the entire world. their time, their preferences, their privacy, even their wealth. Now it all resides in my database. As long as I wish. I don't even need to deploy a single soldier. I merely need to turn off that anti-addiction system and push a few more borderline videos. The elite class of this dynasty will be completely ruined in their happiness. Steward Lin. Yes. Activate Phase 2 Pay-to-Win Storm. Launch the leaderboard and nobility title systems. Tell those princes in reality you are princes, but online, if you do not spend money, you are nothing but bronze. I want them to flush every last spirit stone from the national treasury straight to me. At the apex of the Golden Cicada Chamber of Commerce in the Dacian imperial capital. Tonight this venue was not merely a trade association, it was the capital's grandest offline viewing party. A colossal luminous screen floated in the center of the hall, live streaming the most explosive PK from the myriad manifestations Jade Slip. Red side saintess of the supreme Dao sect Li Qingge. Blue side top courtesan of the Gile Pavilion Su Xiaoxiao. This was a pinnacle duel between purity and seduction. Below the hall was filled with the capital's nobles, wealthy merchants, and aristocratic science. They held jade slips in their hands, fine wine before them, faces flushed and breaths quickened. Ladies and gentlemen, Suhan's voice transmitted through the jade slips broadcast system echoed across the entire capital tonight. Tianma platform launches a brand new noble title system. Here, no matter your birth or lineage, whoever spends the most shall be called Emperor. Activating the Emperor title costs only 1 million spirit stones for the first month. Comes with server-wide announcements, entrance effects, and the power to mute princes. Boom. That last sentence struck like a depth charge. Mute a prince. In reality, showing disrespect to a prince was a capital offense. But within the Jade Slip, could one simply spend money to silence a prince? A wild transgressive thrill spread among the merchants who had long endured the arrogance of the powerful. Inside the livestream, the PK began. Li Qingge sat on a cloud, gently plucking a zither, her gaze icy. Su Xiaoxiao, clad in daring gauze, swayed her serpentine waist, her eyes mesmerizing. The health bars above began to fluctuate wildly. System notification: user, Yummy and Xiafilong, sends piercing cloud arrow 10. On the screen, 10 golden arrows pierced through the clouds, the effects exploding. Brother little flying dragon mighty. Li Qingge cooed sweetly. In a private box, the heir of the Prince of Zhenbei leaned back in his chair with smug satisfaction, basking in the flattery of his attendants. Your Highness is so generous. That's 10,000 spirit stones in a flash. Yet the next second. System notification: user, Jiangnan Dai Fu, sends 9 heavens thunder tribulation 10. Rumble. Rumble. On the screen, thunder raged, completely overshadowing the piercing cloud arrow effects. 9 heavens thunder tribulation cost 5,000 spirit stones each. This move was 50,000. Li Qingge's health bar instantly surged ahead. Thank you, Brother Shen, for the thunder tribulation. Love you, Shen Wansan. The heir's face darkened. He knew this man. Merely a salt merchant from Jiangnan, a lowborn who would kneel and kowtow before him in real life. A merchant reeking of copper dares to steal the spotlight from me. The heir snorted coldly, his fingers frantically tapping on the jade slip. Recharge. Crush him. Yummy and Xiafilong sends 9 heavens thunder tribulation 20. Jiangnan Dai Fu sends 9 heavens thunder tribulation 50. Yummy and Xiafilong sends Supreme Divine Dragon 1. Jiangnan Dai Fu sends Supreme Divine Dragon 5. Within the span of a single incense stick, the two had already driven the tip amount to 5 million spirit stones. The entire live stream with millions online exploded. The screen was flooded with comments like bowing to the Titans, gods battling, and I kneel. By now cold sweat beaded on the heir's forehead. 5 million spirit stones. That was half a year's expenditure for the Prince of Zhenbei's mansion. Though he was the heir, he didn't have that much cash flow. Damn it. How is that lowborn merchant so rich? The heir gritted his teeth, staring at the opponent's arrogant health bar on the screen. His finger hovered over the recharge button, but couldn't press down. Insufficient balance. Just as he hesitated, the screen suddenly erupted with an unprecedented golden light. A 5-clawed golden dragon coiled and soared, accompanied by an epic BGM. A line of giant red words dominated the entire screen. Server announcement: congratulations to user Jiangnan Dai Fu for activating the first Emperor title on the server. Immediately after, Shen Wansen typed a line in the public chat in exclusive imperial gold font with a pinned effect: Yummy and Xiafilong out of money. Say dad and I'll lend you some. Pandemonium. The entire capital erupted. A merchant in full view of everyone had dared to make a princely heir call him dad. Bastard. In the private box, the heir, enraged, hurled his jade slip to the ground, shattering it. Guards, find out where Shen Wansan is. I'll confiscate his property. Exterminate his entire clan. But before the guards could act, the door to the box opened. Suhan walked in with a smile, followed by 2 enforcers in black robes. Your Highness, calm down. Suhan picked up the broken jade slip fragments, clicking his tongue. You'll have to pay for the damage. Also, you want to move against Shen Wansan? I'm afraid not. Why? The heir roared. This is Dacian. I am the heir. Because Shen Wansan is Tianma Sect's supreme black diamond client. Suhan still smiled, but his eyes turned icy. He has spent tens of millions of spirit stones on our platform. To protect our client's interests, Tianma sect has dispatched 2 nascent soul elders to serve as his personal bodyguards. Your Highness, are you sure you want to start a war with 2 nascent soul powerhouses over some online grudge? The heir froze. Nascent soul. Although the Prince of Jinbei's mansion had its own retainers, they were trump cards for survival, not to be deployed over such trifles. An unprecedented sense of humiliation surged within him. In reality, he was a lofty aristocrat, but in that damn jade slip, under rules that recognized only money not status, a merchant had trampled him underfoot, leaving him utterly powerless. I refused to accept it. The heir's eyes were bloodshot like a gambler who had lost everything. Su Han, lend me money. I want to activate the emperor title. I want to crush him. I want to mute him. Lend money. A brilliant smile instantly spread across Su Han's face, as if he had been waiting for this moment. He pulled out a contract from his robe, already prepared. Tianma credit, give 9, return 13. Your Highness, I am a businessman, and I love to offer timely help. Sign this. You can use the 3 spirit mines under the prince's mansion as collateral. 10 million spirit stones will be credited immediately. Not only will it help you regain face, but the entire capital will know who the true boss is. The heir stared at the contract, his hands trembling. Those were the mansion's foundation. If his father found out, he would break his legs. But at this moment, echoing in his ears was the merchant's mockery, "Say, Dad." Seeing Li Qingge's disappointed look on the jade slip, "I'll sign it." The heir snatched the pen and furiously signed his name. Recharge for him. A quarter of an hour later, the live stream erupted again. Server announcement: congratulations to user Yumian Xiafilong for activating the Emperor title. Yumian Xiafilong sends, annihilating the heavens and earth, 100. The heir had finally won. He muted Shen Wansan in the livestream for a full year and received the adulatory barrage of "Long live the Emperor" from millions. At that moment, his vanity was supremely gratified. But what he didn't know was that backstage, Su Han handed the freshly signed spirit mine mortgage contract to Lin Qingzhu beside him. "Go take this and seize the Prince of Jinbei's 3 spirit mines. If they resist, say the heir himself signed it. Black and white, perfectly legal." Also, Su Han looked at the data screen where a dozen more names were frantically vying for the Emperor title, other princely heirs and young marquises. Loosen the credit limit a bit more. Tell them even without spirit mines it's fine. Fief's tax rights, even future inheritance rights to titles, can be collateral. I want to turn all the next generation of Dacian's rulers into my debt-ridden generation. That night, the capital had no sleep. Countless nobles amid virtual cheers lost the patrimony their ancestors had built, and the foundation of the Dacian dynasty was thoroughly hollowed out amid the cries of top tipper Big Brother. At dawn the next day in the throne hall, the morning court was steeped in a bloody atmosphere. "You unfilial wretch! I'll beat you to death." Shrill cries of agony echoed through the grand hall. The once illustrious Prince Jinbei, now utterly devoid of princely dignity, was furiously whipping the kneeling heir with his own boot. The heir, his face swollen and bruised, wailed, "Father, please stop. I did it for the glory of our household. That Emperor title. It's a mark of status. Status my foot." Prince Jinbei trembled with rage, brandishing a contract stamped with a blood fingerprint. "You mortgaged 3 ancestral spirit mines for that worthless virtual title. That was the source of our garrison's military funds. And you..." The prince turned to point at the ministers kneeling nearby. "Minister Li, your son stole your official seal and pawned it for 3 million spirit stones, just to send a yacht to that dancing enchantress. Minister Zhao, that prodigal son of yours was even more ruthless. He put your ancestral mansion up for sale on Tianma secondhand net." The hall resounded with cries of despair. Last night's frantic battle for the top spot had not only drained the heir's coffers, but had also swept through the entire circle of noble scions like a plague. Driven by rivalry, vanity, and the desire to show off before their goddesses, these young masters, who had never known the cost of rice or firewood, had with Su Han's thoughtful, one-click loan service lost even their father's funeral savings. On the dragon throne, Emperor Qianyuan gazed at the weeping and wailing ministers below, at the stacks of alarming loan contracts, his face dark as a storm cloud. If left unchecked, within a month, half the great Qian realm would bear the surname Su. Was this commerce? This was bloodless plunder. Enough! The emperor slammed the dragon table, and the hall fell silent instantly. Su Han has gone too far. He rose to his feet, murder in his eyes. "Hear my decree. First, immediately seal the Golden Cicada Merchant Guild. Arrest its president Wang Fugui. Confiscate all 10,000 phenomena jade slips. Second, declare all loan contracts signed through the jade slips null and void. Third, cut off all commercial ties between the capital and the Tianma sect. Any defiance shall be punished as treason. Let us see whether in this capital his system or my blade is the stronger. Long live your majesty." The ministers hailed in unison, grasping at a lifeline. As long as the emperor defaulted, the debts would not have to be repaid. Half an hour later, at the headquarters of the Golden Cicada Merchant Guild, by imperial decree, seal the guild. All bystanders stand clear. Thousands of imperial guards surrounded the building in a menacing show of force. Yet to their surprise, the guild offered no resistance. The doors were wide open, and the portly guild president Wang Fugui, who was always smiling, sat inside drinking tea as if he had been waiting for this moment. Wang Fugui, do you know your crime? The Imperial Guard commander barked. What crime have I committed? Wang Fugui set down his teacup still smiling and extended his hands. Business is about mutual consent. When the heir borrowed money, he called me dear grandpa. Now that he doesn't want to pay, you come to arrest me. Let's talk. Take him away. The commander waved and heavy shackles were clamped on Wang Fugui. Before being led away, Wang turned to look at the bustling capital and said meaningfully, Commander, arresting me is easy, but begging me to open the doors again, that will be far harder. At noon, as the sealing order was carried out, all Tianma sect businesses in the capital were forced to shut down. Millions of 10,000 phenomena jade slips were seized by the Imperial Guards and piled up in the square for destruction. Emperor Qianyuan stood on the city wall watching the rising black smoke, feeling a vengeful thrill. Fighting me? You're still too green. Yet that thrill lasted less than 2 hours. At the hour of the sheep, around 13 p.m., suddenly everything changed. The first to collapse was the Ministry of Revenue. The vice minister stumbled into the imperial study, his hat askew. Your Majesty. Disaster. What's the panic? Emperor Qianyuan was reviewing memorials in a good mood. The treasury is frozen. What? The emperor's head snapped up. Your Majesty. For convenience, the treasury's silver flow had been linked to the Tianma sect's Tianma payment system for half a year. Just now the system suddenly displayed server maintenance. All banks, all tax revenues, even the military pay for the border troops. All frozen. We can't withdraw. We can't transfer. The entire financial system of Great Xian is paralyzed. The emperor's mind buzzed. He had indeed tacitly approved the ministry's use of that efficient payment system for convenience. Who could have imagined it was a sword hanging over their heads? Before he could recover, the Minister of War burst in his face, full of despair. Your Majesty. Disaster. The Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards are on strike. Strike. The emperor slammed the table, rising. Are they rebelling? No. It's not rebellion. The Minister of War was nearly in tears. It's disconnected. The soldiers were fine a moment ago, but then their Valkyrie armor lost its spiritual energy connection. It became dead heavy, and they couldn't even walk. And after their jade slips were confiscated, everyone started showing. Showing what? Speak. Withdrawal symptoms. The Minister of War described it tremblingly. The soldiers are restless, can't sit still. Some are swiping their fingers in the air. Some are weeping because they can't watch today's Saintus livestream. Morale is shattered, Your Majesty. Emperor Qianyuan slumped onto the dragon, thrown, his face pale. Money, unmovable. Troops, unmaneuverable. And even the common folk. The capital streets were already in utter chaos. The homebodies who relied on Tianma food delivery were howling with hunger. Merchants used to conducting business via jade slips were bumping around like headless flies. Worse still, with the payment system down, taverns, rice shops, and cloth stores couldn't conduct any transactions. Prices skyrocketed instantly, and panic spread through the crowd. Give us back our jade slips. We want food. We want to watch videos. Dog Emperor, why did you block our accounts? The people's fury boiled over. Some even began storming government offices. In just 3 hours, this 1,000-year-old imperial capital had, by Su Han's pressing of the pause button, plunged from prosperity into chaos. Dusk. On Tianma Peak, the main hall of the sect, Su Han watched the chaotic scenes in the capital on a light screen, even yawning with boredom. See that, he said to the woman beside him, Dugu Feng. This is modern warfare. I don't need to conquer cities or kill thousands. They collapse on their own. Dugu Feng stared at the screen, where citizens were fighting over a jade slip, her eyes filled with terror. For the first time, she realized that the power in Su Han's hands was 10,000 times more terrifying than 1,000,000 soldiers. What do you intend to do? Dugu Feng's voice trembled. Nothing much. Su Han stretched lazily. I'm waiting for that proud emperor to personally escort Wang Fugui out. And a glint flashed in Su Han's eyes. Beg me to reconnect the network. Late night. The palace. Emperor Qianyuan sat alone in the pitch-black hall. Outside the hall, a cacophony of noise rose and fell. It was the protest of his subjects, his soldiers, even his consorts, unable to bear the monotony and fear of the disconnection. At this moment, the emperor who had ruled the realm for decades finally understood a truth. He had lost completely. The imperial power he prided himself on was as fragile as paper before the invisible web that Su Han had woven. Summon. The emperor's voice sounded a decade older, steeped in endless exhaustion and helplessness. Go to the imperial prison. Bring Wang Fugui out. With respect. And draft another decree. Emperor Qianyuan closed his eyes, 2 clear tears trickling down. I hereby lift the ban. Beg Su Han, the sect leader, to show mercy. At the very depths of the Dacian imperial dungeon, a place that should have been a dark and damp hell for housing the gravest criminals, there now hung the intoxicating aroma of hot pot. The guards, once tasked with interrogation, now crouched fawningly at the cell door, some fanning the flames, others offering towels. In the center of the cell sat Wang Fugui, who had been arrested, here astride an armchair with legs spread wide. Before him steamed the Finshan Valley special spicy red oil hot pot, and in his chopsticks rested a slice of premium marbled beef, his mouth glistening with grease. President Wang, does the heat please you? The warden asked timidly. This beef was merely borrowed from the imperial kitchen. Passable. Wang Fuguwei smacked his lips and cast a sidelong glance at the warden. Old Zhang, that loan of yours is coming due soon, is it not? Yes. The warden was on the verge of tears. President Wang, the system has shut down, and there's nowhere to repay. If overdue penalties apply, I could never clear my debt in this lifetime. Show some mercy. Fear not. Wang Fuguwei stuffed the beef into his mouth and mumbled indistinctly. Once I'm out, I'll cancel it for you. Just then hurried footsteps echoed outside the cell. The chief eunuch came running in his python-embroidered robe, drenched in sweat. Upon seeing Wang Fuguwei, he dropped to his knees without a word. President Wang, Ancestor Wang, the chief eunuch cried out. Your servant comes by imperial decree to escort you from prison. His Majesty has prepared fragrant tea in the imperial study and awaits you to discuss matters of great importance. Wang Fuguwei's chopsticks paused midair. He deliberately set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and made no move to rise. Leave prison. Wang Fuguwei sneered and pointed to the unshackled Kang upon his neck. You jest, eunuch. This imperial dungeon is a place of sovereign authority. Am I to come and go as I please? What face would my Tianma sect have? When they arrested me, the Imperial Guard's commander personally escorted me through the city streets. Now you want me to leave? Wang Fuguwei leaned back and crossed his legs. My legs have gone numb. I cannot walk. The chief eunuch's face turned green. This was no matter of numb legs. It was clearly a demand for the Imperial Guard's commander's head or some grander apology of a higher order. But thinking of the rioting crowds beyond the palace walls and the emperor in the imperial study who looked 10 years older, the chief eunuch gritted his teeth and shouted behind him, men, find the Imperial Guard's commander for me. Make him kneel at the dungeon entrance and kowtow to President Wang. And prepare an 8-person palanquin. I will carry President Wang myself. Wang Fuguwei finally nodded in satisfaction, flashing the benevolent smile characteristic of a shrewd merchant. Since His Majesty has shown such heartfelt hospitality, then this humble one shall not decline. The imperial study. The atmosphere was suffocatingly heavy. Emperor Qianyuan sat upon the dragon throne, watching Wang Fuguwei stride in arrogantly. A flash of humiliation crossed his eyes, but it was quickly swallowed by profound resignation. This humble subject Wang Fuguwei pays respects to your Majesty. Wang Fuguwei merely bowed his hand in greeting without even kneeling. Rise. Take a seat. Emperor Qianyuan's voice was hoarse. Thank you, your Majesty. Wang Fuguwei showed no politeness, dropping himself onto the brocade cushion and getting straight to the point. Your Majesty's midnight summons must concern the restoration of the network, correct? President Wang asks what you already know. Emperor Qianyuan took a deep breath and slid a freshly drafted imperial edict forward. I have issued an edict lifting the seal on the Golden Cicada Chamber of Commerce and releasing all Tianma sect personnel. I pledge to no longer interfere with your sect's legitimate commercial activities within Dacian. As long as you can restore that payment system, allowing my treasury to function and our soldiers' armor to operate, I will let bygones be bygones. This was the greatest concession an emperor could make. However, Wang Fuguwei didn't even glance at the imperial edict. Your Majesty, he said, shaking his head, and produced another thick document from his robes, a comprehensive strategic cooperation agreement between the Dacian Empire and the Tianma Corporation. Master Su has spoken. Since things have come to this, simply restoring the status quo won't suffice. Once trust is broken, stronger chains are needed to hold things together. These are the new terms we have drafted. Your Majesty, please review them. Emperor Qianyuan's hands trembled as he opened the agreement. After reading only the first page, his pupils contracted sharply. Article 1, Currency Reform. Effective immediately, the Dacian Empire shall abolish the status of gold and silver as official currency and adopt the Tianma coin issued by the Tianma sect as the sole legal tender. All taxes, military salaries, and transactions must be settled through the Tianma system. Article 2, Educational Cooperation. The Dacian Royal Academy and private schools across the realm shall incorporate the new cultivation commerce theory compiled by the Tianma sect as a required course. Leader Suhan will be appointed Grand Teacher of Dacian, ranking above the 3 excellencies. Article 3, Military Trusteeship. Given the difficulties in maintaining Imperial Guard equipment, the logistics, maintenance, and technological upgrades of the Dacian military shall be fully entrusted to Tianma Military Industries. In exchange, Dacian must pay 50% of total military expenditure annually as a service fee. Term after term, clause after clause. Was this any kind of cooperation agreement? This was clearly a treaty of national surrender. Once signed, Dacian's economic lifeline, talent, cultivation, and military strength would fall entirely into the hands of that Suhan, an emperor. From then on, merely a puppet responsible for stamping seals. Insolence. Emperor Qianyuan threw the agreement to the ground, his eyes bloodshot. I would never sign such a traitorous treaty. I am the son of heaven. My mandate comes from the heavens. How can I be controlled by a merchant demon? Facing the furious Emperor, Wang Fuguwei maintained his smile. He rose and walked to the window, pointing at the pitch-black capital outside. Your Majesty may certainly refuse. But you must understand the heavens of today are not what they once were. Listen to the sounds outside. Emperor Qianyuan leaned to listen. Beyond the palace walls, the faint cries of commoners drifted in. We want jade slips. We want the network. Bring back Master Su. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Wang Fugue said softly. If the network is not restored before midnight tonight, those soldiers suffering withdrawal symptoms, those nobles whose assets have been frozen, and those enraged commoners, might they not storm the palace and ask you to abdicate in favor of someone more capable? After all, to them it matters not who sits on the throne. What matters is who can let them continue living those happy lives. Emperor Qianyuan's body swayed, and he collapsed onto the dragon throne. Looking at the empty hall and those eunuchs who could only kowtow, he suddenly felt a chilling coldness deep in his bones. He had been isolated by the times. Suhan hadn't even mobilized a single soldier, only using interests and desires to turn his own subjects into enemies. After a long silence, the brush. Emperor Qianyuan's voice sounded as if it came from the depths of hell. Bring me the brush. The chief eunuch trembled as he handed over the imperial brush. Emperor Qianyuan stared at the agreement, his hand shaking like autumn leaves in the wind. With that stroke, Dakian's 3-century legacy would truly pass into other hands. But he had no choice. Swish, swish, swish. His name was signed. The imperial seal was pressed. Boom. As if to respond to this moment. The instant the imperial seal fell, the pitch-black capital outside the window suddenly erupted with countless lights. The severed spiritual energy network instantly reconnected. Millions of Wanxiang jade slips lit up simultaneously. The giant screen in the square resumed playing Li Qingge's sweet smile. Citywide announcement: through amicable negotiations, the Dakian Empire and Tianma Corporation have reached a deep strategic partnership. Network services fully restored. To express our apologies, all players receive a universal celebration gift pack. Long live Master Su. Deafening cheers pierced the clouds, drowning out the sighs within the imperial palace. As Emperor Qianyuan heard those cries of long live Master Su, he slowly closed his eyes, and 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks. He knew. From this day forward, Dakian was no more. In its place rose a colossal entity known as the Tianma Capital Empire. Tianma Peak above the clouds. Dakian Royal Academy, early morning. This was the highest institution of learning in the Dakian dynasty, a cradle that nurtured pillars for the imperial court. In the past, the sound of reading echoed here, discussing the 4 books and 5 classics, cultivating the righteous spirit. But today the academy's atmosphere was somewhat eerie. A massive statue of a sage had been moved to a corner, replaced by a brand new, gleaming golden statue of the god of wealth. Inside the lecture hall, hundreds of disciples sat upright in solemn reverence. But on their desks there were no longer copies of the Analects or Tao Te Ching. Instead, there was a thick new textbook exuding the fragrance of fresh ink. Introduction to Cultivation Business, first edition, compiled by the state teacher. On the podium, an elderly white-haired scholar, Kong Jijio, was trembling as he held this new textbook. He had taught his whole life, brimming with knowledge, but at this moment, looking at the book's contents, he felt like an illiterate. This is outright heresy. Kong Jijio slammed the book on the table in fury. What do you mean by the essence of cultivation is the service industry? What do you mean by ascension is inferior to going public? This is no sage's book, it's clearly a merchant's ledger. The audience fell silent. Kong Jijio took a deep breath and looked at one of his proud disciples in the front row. Zixian, tell everyone what is the purpose of our studying and cultivating. A young disciple named Zixian stood up. He wore a well-tailored new-style scholar's robe, and hanging from his waist was the latest model of myriad jade slip. On his face there was no longer the usual pedantry, only a shrewd and capable confidence. In reply to Master, Zixian clasped his hands and said calmly, according to the old principles, cultivation is for longevity, for eliminating demons and defending the Tao. Indeed. Kong Jijio stroked his beard and nodded. This is the righteous path. But Zixian changed his tone. Master, if longevity is merely for hiding in deep mountains and breathing spiritual energy, then how is that different from a turtle? If eliminating demons and defending the Tao is only for killing, then how is that different from a wild beast? The state teacher said in the book, the true Tao lies in creating value. Rather than bitter cultivation for 100 years, it's better to develop an automatic alchemy furnace so that all cultivators under heaven can afford pills. That is true merit. Rather than slaughtering all demons and monsters, it's better to domesticate them as the transport power of spirit-beast logistics to promote trade between the 2 races. That is true peace. Therefore this student believes. Zixian's eyes flashed with a fanatical light. We cultivate not for immortality, only for making money. Strike through, only for achieving the optimal allocation of resources. Good. Well said, senior brother formidable. The disciples burst into thunderous applause. Kong Jijio stood frozen, staring at these unfamiliar students, watching the raw desire in their eyes being packaged as highbrow theories. He suddenly realized that his era had come to a complete end. Mad. All mad. The old scholar staggered backward, sprayed a mouthful of blood onto the blackboard, and fell unconscious. However, no one panicked. Only a few disciples skillfully pulled out their jade slips and opened the Tianma emergency app. Hello, Tianma Hospital. There's an old man who fainted from anger, probably high blood pressure. Write no medical insurance, deduct it directly from his salary. Meanwhile, Tianma peaked the mint. This was another core of Su-Han's control over the world. Giant furnaces were roaring as countless spirit stones and gold looted from the righteous path and the dynasty were poured in and melted into scorching liquid. But they were not cast into currency. Instead, they were refined into pure spiritual energy liquid and injected into enormous crystal servers. Young master, Lin Qingzhu held a newly trial-produced Tianma coin and handed it to Su-Han. It was no longer physical gold or silver, but a crystal card as thin as paper, yet incredibly tough. On the card's surface was Su-Han's portrait, and inside it sealed a trace of unique demonic qi that could not be forged. How is the currency reform progressing? Su-Han toyed with the crystal card and asked. Very smoothly. Even too smoothly. Lin Qingzhu's expression was complicated. Ever since the dynasty announced the abolition of gold and silver, the common people have been flooding into the banks exchanging their gold and silver jewelry, even heirloom antiques, for Tianma coins. Because the exchange rate you set is simply too tempting. Not only that, but major sects have also started using Tianma coins to pay their disciples monthly stipends. Now, without Tianma coins, one cannot move an inch in Dakian. Good. Su-Han walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the teeming masses below. Previously, the hard currency of the cultivation world was spirit stones. Spirit stones were controlled by the mine owners, so the sects were the bosses. Now Su-Han turned spirit stones into a kind of raw material and currency into a kind of credit. I say how much this card is worth, and it's worth that much. This is what is called financial hegemony. Su-Han said calmly. Steward Lin watched closely. Next I will give this world a more vivid lesson. Inflation. Issue the order. A cruel smile flickered in Su-Han's eyes. Next month increase the issuance of Tianma coins by 20. As for the reason, just say it's to reward users and scatter money across the server. I want to dilute the last remaining wealth in the hands of those old aristocrats. Turn the money in their hands into worthless paper. Force them to continue working, risking their lives, and creating new value for us. 1 month later, the Dakian dynasty fell into a strange prosperity. The common people found that they had more Tianma coins in hand, their wages had increased, and everyone was happy thinking they had become richer. But soon they found that the ticket prices for the Bliss Pavilion had risen, the cost of barbecue had doubled, and even the data fee for the Myriad Jade Slip had become more expensive. Yet they could not stop, because they had become accustomed to that convenient and enjoyable lifestyle. Thus, to maintain this standard of living, cultivators had to take on more orders with greater effort, mortals had to work more diligently. The entire world had become a huge high-speed factory, and Su-Han was that slave master sitting on the clouds watching everyone run desperately for the worthless paper he issued. Taishang Dao Sect Main Hall. The once ascetic Zhuang Suzi was now scratching his head over the account books. Prices have risen. Why have they risen again? The fuel cost for the alchemy furnace has increased by 30, and the disciples' wages have gone up by 20. I won't be able to meet next month's KPI, and sect leader Su will deduct from my dividends. Beside him, Saintess Li Chinga was touching up her makeup, preparing for tonight's livestream. She looked at her master's anxious expression and sighed. Master, stop trying to save. I just checked the back end of the fans are all urging for updates. I heard that sect leader Su is planning a cultivation world shopping festival recently. We should quickly think about how to sell off those backlogged, blessed amulets in the warehouse. As soon as Zhuang Suzi heard shopping festival, his eyes turned green. Sell. Must sell. Issue the order. All elders go to the livestream room tonight to be assistant hosts. Anyone who dares to drop the ball will be expelled from the sect. Watching the sect leader, who once constantly spoke of Tao follows nature, now turned into such a profit-driven figure, Li Chinga's last trace of discomfort completely vanished. The Tao. In the face of survival and KPI, what is the Tao worth? Atop Tianma Peak. Su-Han looked at this completely corrupted world, gently raised his wine glass, and toasted to the void. To this decadent golden age. The Great Qin Dynasty, first year of the heavenly demon calendar, the 11th day of the 11th month. This was a day destined to be recorded in the annals of history. Not because of a great cultivator's ascension, nor because of a change of imperial power, but because tonight was the first cultivation world shopping carnival, personally decreed by Su-Han. The hour of Z was approaching. The entire imperial capital was brightly lit, yet eerily silent. From nobles and aristocrats to peddlers and commoners, everyone was doing the same thing, staring intently at the myriad phenomena Jade Slip, in their hands, their fingers hovering over the red flash sale button, breathing heavily. 10 breaths left. My half-price flying sword. 5 breaths. The Supreme Saintess's autograph photo. Must grab it. 3, 2, 1, go. Boom. In that instant, billions of streams of divine sense converged into a torrent, nearly overwhelming the servers of Heavenly Demon Peak. Countless people ecstatically watched the screen flash. With payment successful, Heavenly Demon Logistics is delivering to you at lightning speed. Yet, a quarter of an hour later, the anticipated sword-riding courier mission accomplished did not appear. Instead, there were red pop-ups that caused heart-stopping panic. Warning. Your package is abnormally delayed at the Yuzhou Logistics Transfer Station. Warning. The vital signs of Courier, Sky Soaring, Eagle 007 have disappeared. Warning. The Yojo-Jijo route is completely severed. Estimated delay indefinite. What's going on? I bought the life-prolonging pill. I'm waiting to save my life. How can it be cut off? Where's the customer service? Refund. Panic and anger spread faster than the shopping fervor. Heavenly Demon peeked the central control room. The atmosphere here was even heavier than outside. On the large screen, the green lines representing the logistics network were turning red and going dark in large patches starting from the northern Yuzhou. Young master, something's wrong. Lin Qingzhu pale-faced pointed at the pitch-black area. It's not a server failure, it's a physical cut. A quarter of an hour ago, a Jiazi beast tide erupted at the Yuzhou border. The scale? Unprecedented. Millions of beast spirits broke through the defenses engulfing our 3 large storage centers in Yuzhou and 5,000 rogue cultivator brothers who were delivering goods. Suhan stared at the screen. He didn't look at the casualty numbers, but at the sharply declining curve. The beast tide had severed the supply chain. In the old cultivation world, this was called a catastrophe. But in Suhan's business empire, this was called the risk of massive default due to force majeure. Where is the Yuzhou garrison commander? Suhan asked. Dead. Lin Qingzhu gritted her teeth. The court's response is too slow. The troop movement orders are still on the way. Yuzhou City can probably hold out for 2 hours. 2 hours. Suhan gave a cold laugh, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. 2 hours from now, my customers will demand refunds because they haven't received their goods. My reputation will collapse and my heavenly demon coins will depreciate. These beasts. A chilling gleam flashed in Suhan's eyes. They're not eating people, they're eating my money. Young master, what do we do now? Mobilize the elite of the demon sect to rescue. It's too late. Who said anything about rescuing? Suhan stood up, adjusted his collar, and curled his lips into a mad grin. Qingzhu changed the theme of this event. Change it to what? Change it to Special Expansion Monster Siege. Since they dare to cut off my logistics, I'll turn them into commodities. A quarter of an hour later, the jade slip screens of everyone in the Great Qian dynasty suddenly went black for a moment. Then a stunning CG animation automatically played. Black clouds pressed down on the city. Beast spirits surged like a tide. A ferocious wolf demon was tearing at a delivery package that hadn't been sent out yet. What fell out of that package was exactly the limited edition Dharma robe you just bought or the longevity lock you bought for your child. The frame froze and a line of bloody large characters appeared. Your package is being devoured by beast spirits. Your assets are being trampled by monsters. Then the style abruptly changed. A stirring battle song played, and the interface turned into a highly tempting event page. Server-wide emergency event, defend the shopping festival. Event rules. Drop rate maxed. Killing beast spirits no longer drops, only demon cores. Every beast spirit may drop heavenly demon shopping vouchers, free order cards, or even supreme VIP trial status. Express shuttle. Since the packages can't get through, we'll send the customers there. Click Join Battle now. And the Heavenly Demon Teleportation Array is open to the entire server for free. Merit Exchange. Activate the Immortal Protection Leaderboard. For every ordinary citizen of Yuzhou rescued, reward 100 Heavenly Demon credit points, which can be used to offset mortgage payments, car loans, or even clear your credit blacklist. Final slogan. For your package. For your free order. Brothers slash it. The capital, a certain luxurious mansion. The heir of the northern pacifying prince was staring worriedly at his frozen package. Seeing this pop up, he was stunned for a moment, then his eyes turned red. Damn it. That boar demon stepped on the supreme divine dragon figurine I just bought. And killing monsters can drop free order cards. Then I can get away with not paying the 10 million. Servants, bring my Valkyrie battle armor and the dragon slaying saber that came with the recharge. Let's go. To Yuzhou. Among the streets and alleys, a rogue cultivator buried in debt, seeing the words clear credit blacklist, trembled with excitement. My chance to turn things around. As long as I save 100 mortals, I can get back on my feet. Go for broke. Taishang Dao sect. Li Qingge, who was live streaming to promote goods, suddenly received a new script. She took a deep breath, faced the camera, and with tears in her eyes. Dear family, Qingge's warehouse of flowing cloud water sleeve dress is under siege by beast spirits. Is there any brave brother willing to go to the front line to help Qingge protect her beloved dress? Qingge will be on the city wall of Yuzhou, beating the war drum to cheer on the leaderboard's top brother. Boom. If the previous beast tide was a terrifying abyss, then now after Suhan's packaging, what beast tide was this? This was an open-air gold mine. This was a farming dungeon. This was a feast of free orders. The entire cultivation world was boiling. Outside Yuzhou City, the leading third-rank demon king, the blood-eyed demon wolf, was standing on the shattered city wall looking at the trembling defenders, his eyes full of cruelty and disdain. It opened its bloody maw ready to order the massacre of the city. Suddenly, it felt something was wrong. It looked up at the sky. The originally dark sky suddenly lit up with countless white beams. They were not meteors. They were dense sky-obscuring teleportation light pillars. Where is my package? A heart-wrenching roar shook the heavens. Then tens of thousands of human cultivators dressed in all kinds of bizarre costumes rained down from the sky, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. In their hands they held not traditional magic artifacts, but a variety of pay-to-win items. Bro, that wolf demon has a golden glow on its head. It must be a boss. Drops free order cards. Don't steal it. It's mine. For my mortgage. Charge. For the Saintess's autographed photo. The blood-eyed demon wolf was stunned. It had lived for 300 years, seen humans who risked their lives to defend their homeland, seen humans who went mad protecting their young. But it had never seen humans with eyes full of greed, looking at it as if it were a pile of walking spirit stones. What the hell? Who is the real monster here? Kill. Before the Demon King could react, it was overwhelmed by the overwhelming shopping army. At the peak of Heavenly Demon Peak, Suhan watched this comical yet stirring scene, took a satisfied sip of wine. You see, he said to the stunned Dugu Feng beside him, as long as the motivation is sufficient, everyone is a war god. Yuzhou Battlefield Core Area. The originally one-sided situation reversed instantly with a deafening roar. Boom. The earth cracked, the void trembled. A gigantic black figure massive as a mountain emerged from underground. Its body was covered in scales harder than black iron, 9 huge snake heads dancing wildly in the air, surrounded by distorted spatial ripples. That was the void power only attainable by those who had touched the threshold of Dongshu. World boss arrival, 9-headed ghost serpent, 6th tier beast emperor, half-step Dongshu power assessment capable of destroying an entire prefecture. Roar. The 9 snake heads simultaneously spewed venomous fire. The thousands of Tianma delivery men and rich second-generation players at the front who were only at the quenching body or Qi-Si realm didn't even have time to scream before being crushed into blood mist by the terrifying pressure. The players who had been shouting about loot drops instantly fell silent. Half-step Dongshu. How can we fight this? My Qi-Si cultivation is like paper in front of it. Run. This is a scripted kill. The players were ultimately scattered troops, and facing such overwhelming suppression across 2 full major realms, their morale collapsed instantly. The 9-headed ghost serpent looked contemptuously at the ants beneath its feet. Although it had just awakened and was relatively weak, it could blow away 10,000 of these scum who hadn't even opened their divine palace with a single breath. However, just as the defense line was about to completely collapse, in the sky, 3 giant Dharma manifestations of heaven and earth descended forcibly, opening up a safe zone. System announcement: reinforcements, Great Qian Valkyrie Dugu Feng, have joined the battlefield. System announcement: reinforcements, Taishang Dao Sect Xian Shuzi, have joined the battlefield. System announcement: reinforcements, Howren Sword Sect Lu Zhenyang, have joined the battlefield. Behind Dugu Feng, 100 Zhangtal Crimson Valkyrie Dharma manifestation rose up, holding a flaming spear, and forcefully held back one of the ghost serpent's heads. Although she was only at the peak of Dharma manifestation realm, and not yet Dongshu with her top-grade battle armor, she barely managed to hold on. All players retreat. Clear the small monsters. Dugu Feng shouted, leave this beast to us. Xian Shuzi and Lu Zhenyang had no choice but to brace themselves and join the fight. Behind Xian Shuzi, a Taishang Dao Zun Dharma manifestation appeared, and his whisk turned into thousands of spiritual energy chains entangling the ghost serpent's body. Lu Zhenyang, on the other hand, manifested a giant sword that reached the heavens, its sword aura sweeping across, targeting the ghost serpent's eyes. Boom. The collision between the Dharma manifestation realm experts and the half-step Dongshu beast emperor shattered space and overturned mountains and rivers. The players trembled in the distance. This is true godly combat. Then what should we do? Just watch. At that moment, everyone's jade slip vibrated again. Su Jiaozhu's all-server broadcast. Who told you to watch? The boss has a void shield, and you are too slow to break it. Now activating human wave tactics mode. New item available: Tianma revival coin. Special price for this event: 10 Tianma coins. Each function after death can quickly revive at the battlefield's respawn point and gain a 3-second invincible charge state. Mission update: go be cannon fodder. Consume its demonic energy. Block its mouth. As long as you die fast enough, the NPCs can output more safely. Each death awards Martyr's Pension credit 50, a redeemable for Qi-Si breakthrough pill. As soon as this announcement was made, the players' expressions changed. Death. In this world, death was the most terrifying thing. But under the setting of revive for just 10 yuan and 50 points per death. How the hell was this suicide? This was a point farming opportunity. Brothers, I'll go first as a tribute. A loose cultivator who had been stuck at the 9th level of quenching body for years, eyes red with envy, let out a roar, plastered himself with over a dozen cheap explosion talismans, and charged at the 9-headed ghost serpent with a howl. Monster, take my suicide attack. Boom. He exploded in the gap between the ghost serpent's toes. Although the damage was 0, the smoke successfully enraged the serpent, distracting it for a moment. In that instant, Dugu Feng's Dharma manifestation spear thrust deeply into one of the ghost serpent's eyes. It works. It really works. The players went wild. Charge. Earn 40 points per death. With the pills I can break through to Chi C. Team Suicide. This wave I'll be the tank you throw grenades from behind. Don't push. Let me die first. A scene that terrified the demon race appeared on the battlefield. Tens of thousands of human cultivators like tireless ants surged forward wave after wave. Burned to death, poisoned to death, trampled to death. Then the next second with a flash of white light they revived at the respawn point at full health, laughing and picking up their weapons to charge again. The nine-headed ghost serpent was completely bewildered. It killed one wave and the next wave came. It had bitten that fat man in yellow armor to death 100 times. How was he back again? And every time he threw a packet of extreme spicy chili powder into its mouths. Roar. The ghost serpent's demonic energy was rapidly depleting and its spirit was crumbling. It was not facing an army. It was a swarm of flies that couldn't be killed, driven away, and were extremely disgusting. Meanwhile, Dugu Feng Xianshuzi and the other Dharma Manifestation Realm main fighters had never fought so easily. In the past, fighting such a half-step Dongshu Beast Emperor required burning vital blood to desperately fight. Now, there were people to block attacks, people to draw aggro, people to deliver supplies. They only needed to control their Dharma manifestations and stand behind to deal massive damage. So, this is what Su Han meant by the fourth calamity. Dugu Feng pierced the ghost serpent's last head with her spear, watching the players around her who had died countless times, yet were still excitedly posing with peace signs on the corpse for photos. A deep chill rose in her heart. This group that feared not death and could treat life as nothing for profit was the most terrifying army in the myriad realms. Rumble. The nine-headed ghost serpent's massive body collapsed. All server announcement. Congratulations. World boss has been defeated. MVP Great Qian Valkyrie Dugu Feng. Best assist team. All Tianma sect players. Total deaths 3.8 million. All server rewards have been distributed. Tonight. Eat meat. We won. Long live Su Jiaozhu. Cheers resounded to the sky. Dugu Feng withdrew her Dharma manifestation, looking at the battlefield that was chaotic yet full of vitality, at the quenching body realm cultivators laughing happily because they had earned a pension. She suddenly felt that the tragic and brutal wars of the past were really foolish. So war could be fought like this. So as long as that man wanted, death could truly become a game. At the battlefield of Yojo, dawn broke. As the smoke of war cleared, morning light illuminated the scarred earth. The corpse of the nine-headed ghost serpent, vast as a mountain range, lay motionless in the center of the plain, surrounded by millions upon millions of low-tier demon beast corpses. In former times, this would have been the most daunting post-battle task. Such countless corpses left unburned and unburied would see their corpse poison seep into the groundwater within 3 days, unleashing a terrifying plague across multiple provinces. At that moment, Dugu Feng gripped her long spear, her brow furrowed as she gazed upon the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Issue the order. She was about to command the demon-slaying guard to dig trenches for burial. Hold on. Su Han's voice cut through the air. Clutching a handkerchief to his nose, he approached the colossal serpent's remains and nudged its hardened scales with his foot, eyes gleaming with the calculating precision of a meticulous inspector. Bury it. Su Han regarded Dugu Feng with the same expression one might reserve for a prodigal squanderer. General, do you have any notion of what this is worth on the open market? This is the flesh of a beast sovereign standing on the threshold of the void reflection realm. Each cut radiates concentrated void spiritual energy. Consuming it extends one's lifespan, and may even grant comprehension of the laws governing space itself. And those low-tier demon boars and demon oxen. Su Han gestured toward the mountains of so-called waste in the distance. Where you see corpses, I see flowing protein, walking spirit stones. Su Han snapped his fingers and called into the void behind him. Patriarch of Fun Tian Valley, stop playing dead. Bring your culinary brigade. Work awaits. On my way. A booming voice echoed in response. Hundreds of Fantian Valley disciples clad in crimson robes, their waists adorned with spatulas and spice pouches, appeared riding flames, led by their patriarch, whose face gleamed with oil. Once feared fire cultivators who commanded destruction, they now became the cultivation world's finest, assembly line butchers. Brothers, let's work. The patriarch swept his arm wide and summoned his life-bound divine artifact, a netherfire dark iron wok as vast as a house. First group handles skinning. Second group takes the carving. Third group manages the marinating. Fourth group, keep your samadhi true fire at precisely the right heat. 1 shard scrap, and I'm docking your full attendance bonus. Boom, boom, boom. The once grim battlefield transformed instantaneously into a bustling central kitchen. The sword cultivators refused to be outdone. Our sword intent is the sharpest. Let us handle the cutting. Swish, swish, swish. Sword energy crisscrossed the sky, precisely slicing the colossal demon beast corpses into uniformly thick strips of meat bone removed with impeccable cleanliness. The water attribute cultivators from the Supreme Tao sect were similarly conscripted for washing and refrigeration duties. Ice-cold art. Frozen preservation. Massive cold storage facilities rose from the ground. This cultivation world's equivalent of a cold chain logistics center. 2 hours later, an overpowering aroma of roasted meat mingled with cumin, Sichuan peppercorns, and secret sauce recipes, completely dispelling the battlefield's stench of blood. Dinner is served. At the sound of a gong, 300,000 citizens of Yuzhou City, along with the players from the battle, lined up eagerly with bowls and chopsticks in hand. Come. Everyone gets a bowl of beast sovereign nourishing soup. Extra meat for the children and elderly. This meal is on Lord Su. No charge. All you can eat. As the first mouthful of steaming qi-infused broth entered his body, a famine-weary elder, pale and near death, felt a warm current surge from his dantian. His clouded eyes lit up and color returned to his ashen face. This is immortal energy. The elder knelt trembling on the ground, bowing toward Tianma Peak. Living Bodhisattva. Lord Su is a living Bodhisattva. It was not merely the elder. Ordinary folk, who could scarcely afford meat on normal days, now chewed hungrily on second-tier demon beast flesh. The spiritual energy within, trivial to cultivators, was enough to strengthen mortal bodies and cure every ailment. Several children even achieved body tempering directly from this single meal, opening the door to cultivation. On the city walls, Dugu Feng observed the spectacle below, countless lanterns burning the entire city eating together. She saw a mother feeding meat to her child, her face radiant with happiness. She watched war-amputated soldiers whose wounds closed before her eyes after drinking the broth. Was this still the Yuzhou strewn with corpses? This was more like a festival celebration. Suhan. Dugu Feng turned, her gaze falling on him, directing the packing of the beast sovereign's finest tenderloin. Her eyes held immeasurable complexity. You truly did this to save them. Save me. Suhan paused, stuffing a piece of roasted pork belly into his mouth. General, don't paint me as noble. This is brand marketing. Though this meal was free, I've bought 300,000 hearts. When the heavenly demonic sect opens mines and factories in Yuzhou, these 300,000 will be my most loyal supporters. Suhan gestured toward the massive flying ships being loaded in the distance. The real profit comes from that batch. Those are deep-processed beast sovereign meat cans and demon spirit ham sausages. This shipment will appear in the capital's markets tomorrow morning. Those wealthy folks who never saw battle will empty their purses just to taste the flavor of victory, just for that modest longevity benefit. With this single meal, instead of losing out, I've leveraged free to move the entire food market of the Great Qian. Suhan wiped his mouth, flashing that signature merchant's grin. This is what they call, the sheep's wool comes from the pig and the dog pays the bill. Dugu Feng remained silent for a long time. Looking at Suhan's seemingly greedy face, she found she could not summon any disgust. Because she knew, if the 6 righteous sects had handled this, they would have extracted the demon cores and burned the rest, letting the common folk starve. If the imperial court had managed it, the meat would have been siphoned at every level, never reaching the people's bowls. Only Suhan, this demon who saw everything as business. Driven by profit, he wouldn't waste so much as a bone or a drop of blood. And it was precisely this ultimate exploitation that allowed even the lowest ants to share in the spoils. Suhan. Dugu Feng suddenly knelt on one knee and rendered a precise military salute. Not to the demon sect patriarch, but to this man who had fed the people of Yuzhou their fill. This general. On behalf of the people of Yuzhou, thanks you, state preceptor. Suhan blinked, then waved dismissively. Enough with the formalities. Eat up quickly. Once you're full, there's still work to do. Suhan's gaze turned northward toward the depths of the demon territory. This is only the first wave. I hear the demon territory holds many more premium ingredients. Our canning factories are still short on raw materials. That night, Yuzhou slept not out of fear, but from sheer fullness. The history of the Great Qian dynasty was rewritten that very night. Demon beasts were no longer humanity's nightmare. Yazoo City Temporary Settlement Center. On the second day after the great battle, this place was even busier than the battlefield itself. Tens of thousands of cultivators formed an endless queue, clutching their blood-stained mission records, each face radiating the joy of a bountiful harvest. Hurry with the settlement. I slew 3 rank 3 demon wolves and rescued widows from 2 villages. Check my points now. I've hit the jackpot. This time not only can I pay off my mortgage, I'll even upgrade to a heavenly demon Generation 2 flying sword. Behind the counter, professionally trained female cultivators from the Hahuan sect clicked away at their abacuses. Zhang San slay points 3,000, O rescue points 500. Totaling 3,500 points. Congratulations. Your heavenly demon credit score has risen to LV3. Loan interest rates adjusted to a 10% discount. Li Si, despite dying 10 times using resurrection tokens, your valor medal bonus of 2,000 points more than compensates. Here is your bereavement payment. Please keep it safe. Cheers erupted all around. In this system, effort truly rewarded and blood truly converted into coin. And yet, just as the atmosphere grew serene, bang! A loud crash echoed through the hall. A middle-aged man robed in splendid Taoist garments, his cultivation reaching the divine palace realm, slammed his palm onto the counter, sending abacus beads scattering. What do you mean? The man pointed at the clerk and roared. Why does that worthless trash at the tempering body realm receive 5,000 spirit stones while I only get 500? I am a divine palace realm powerhouse. One spell from me could wipe out entire formations. That cripple only knows how to throw lives away. Are you all blind in the heavenly demon cult? The surrounding crowd fell silent. This man was Zhao Tianba, an elder of a minor sect in Yazoo accustomed to ruling with an iron fist. The female cultivator behind the counter remained unfazed by his fury. She merely adjusted her crystal spectacles and coldly reviewed the luminous screen. Zhao Tianba, early stage Divine Palace Realm. Combat records as follows. During the first watch of the Beast Tide outbreak, rather than engaging in battle, you seized a mortal's horse and fled 300 li to the rear. In the second watch, upon discovering the Beast Tide had been halted, you slipped back and claimed heads from a few first-ranked demon beasts along the periphery. In the third watch, you attempted to plunder the spoils of other rogue cultivators, but failed. The female cultivator looked up, her gaze laced with undisguised contempt. The system has determined that your actions constitute malicious avoidance of battle and plunder of civilian property. Though you earn points from slaying a few creatures, 500 in total, after deducting penalties for desertion and moral taint, your final payout is 500 spirit stones. And furthermore, the female cultivator pressed hard on a red button with her finger. Your heavenly demon credit score has been reduced by 500 points. Current status: credit delinquent, blacklisted. Blacklisted? Ha ha. Zhao Tianba laughed bitterly with fury, snatching the 500 spirit stones. I don't care about your damn credit scores. As long as I have spirit stones, I'll be treated like a lord anywhere. If this place won't keep me, somewhere else will. With that, Zhao Tianba strode out boldly, spirit stones in hand, amidst the scornful gazes of surrounding cultivators. He felt indifferent. What did a few points matter? They couldn't even be eaten. He was hungry now and planned to visit the nearby Burning Heaven Valley barbecue stall for a proper meal. Boss, 10 caddies of demon beast meat and 2 jars of fine wine. Zhao Tianba slammed the spirit stones onto the table. However, the Burning Heaven Valley disciple grilling the meat glanced up at the crimson-black credit delinquent tag hovering above Zhao Tianba's head, his expression instantly turning icy. Not selling. The disciple withdrew the meat. What did you say? I have money. Zhao Tianba's eyes bulged. System regulations prohibit providing high-consumption services to credit delinquents. The disciple pointed to the notice on the wall. Someone like you, a coward who abandoned the common folk and ran. Do you deserve meat? Go eat pig swill instead. You. Zhao Tianba trembled with rage, ready to strike, but found dozens of chefs wielding giant spatulas and radiating murderous intent closing in around him. A wise man doesn't court defeat. Zhao Tianba swallowed his anger. Fine. I won't eat meat. Let me take the teleportation array and leave this damn place, alright. He arrived at the heavenly demon teleportation array. To the capital. One-way ticket. The guarding disciple glanced at his jade slip. I'm sorry, but credit delinquents are prohibited from using teleportation arrays, flying boats, and other high-speed transportation. Please proceed on foot. On foot? You want me to walk tens of thousands of li? Zhao Tianba broke down. He wanted to stay at an inn, but it showed fully booked. He went to a bank to withdraw funds only to find his account frozen. He even tried buying a steamed bun from a street vendor. An old grandmother spat at him simply because he was labeled a deserter. In this Yazoo city that had been thoroughly digitized by Su Han, he possessed hands and feet, cultivation base, and spirit stones. Yet he couldn't move forward even an inch, unable so much as to quench his thirst. An unprecedented terror gripped him. This was worse than death itself. This was social death. Atop the city walls, Su Han and Dugu Feng stood side by side, watching below as Zhao Tianba bumped about like a headless fly before collapsing to his knees on the roadside in tears. See that? Su Han said calmly. That is what I call civilized retribution. In the past, your punishment for deserters was beheading. Too bloody, and it only provoked resistance. Now I needn't wield a blade. I merely need to gently flip off a switch in the system. The entire social system will automatically expel him, much like an immune system rejecting a virus. Dugu Feng watched the scene unfold below, a chill running down her spine. As a general of Dakian who had overseen penal codes for years, she had never witnessed punishment so efficient, so terrifying, yet so reasonable. The heroes who bled on the front lines due to their high credit scores enjoyed flowers, applause, and discounts. Meanwhile, the self-serving cowards marked by low credit scores were abandoned by the world itself. On the surface, this appeared fair, even just. But Dugu Feng turned to look at Su Han, her voice somewhat hoarse. However, this switch is in your hands. If you wish to socially destroy someone, they perish, regardless of whether they're innocent. Doesn't that make it another form of dictatorship? Su Han smiled. He turned to face the female general who was beginning to ponder the nature of systems. General Dugu, you've grown wiser. Rather than denying it, Su Han spread his arms wide, embracing both the post-war ruins and the rebirth around him. Indeed, this is dictatorship. But it is a dictatorship that allowed 300,000 mortals to survive, ensured heroes could eat their fill, and left cowards with nowhere to flee. Compared to the previous cultivation world where the strong ruled and killing was justified to seize treasures. Would you not find this cage I've built from data and credit to be warmer, safer? Dugu Feng opened her mouth, but found no counterargument. For she saw those rogue cultivators who had received their rewards tossing rotten vegetables at Zhao Tianba. It was a justice, rough yet unadorned. Enough the post-war reckoning is complete. Su-Han stretched. The mortals are fed, the cultivators have wealth, and social order has been established. It's time to move to the next phase. Next phase? Dugufeng asked. Correct. Su-Han's gaze drifted toward the horizon, his eyes gleaming with what could only be described as enlightenment. The current cultivation world, though obedient, remains too ignorant. They only know how to slash with flying swords and roast with fireball techniques. Such labor, too inefficient. I'm going to give them a new way of thinking. Issue the orders. Establish the first heavenly demon vocational and technical college in Yazoo. I will teach them what true scientific cultivation means. Outside Yuzhou City, the Tianma Vocational Technical College. This newly established academy was more like a massive factory than a school. There were no mist-shrouded immortal mountains, no ancient pavilions. Only uniform square teaching buildings, towering chimneys, and spiritual energy transmission pipelines crisscrossing the campus. First-tier lecture hall. Hundreds of students recruited from Yozhou's slums stared wide-eyed at the strange symbols on the blackboard. On the podium, a Tianma sect instructor wearing thick-rimmed glasses scribbled furiously with chalk. Students, forget all that obscure Dao Ku Dao, Fei Chong Dao. Today we'll start with the first law of cultivation, Ohm's law. Spell power, spiritual pressure, circuit impedance. Traditional cultivation makes you meditate, widen meridians, and lower that impedance. That's too slow, too clumsy. The instructor slammed the blackboard. What we need to do is increase spiritual pressure. If meridians are blocked, then don't use them. Use external spiritual circuits. As long as we install a high-pressure spiritual energy pump on you, even a pig can spit out a fireball. The students below were baffled, yet their eyes gleamed with excitement. Because they understood one thing here, you didn't need good looks to become strong. On the sports field, a special academic exchange was underway. On the left stood Lu Qingyun, an exchange student representative from the Daqian Imperial Academy. He was clad in pure white robes, carrying a long sword on his back, his expression proud. At just 20, he had already entered the early stage of the Divine Palace realm, a renowned cultivation prodigy in the capital. On the right stood Wang Ergo, a first-year student of Tianma Vocational College. He wore a blue work uniform stained with machine oil, his hair a mess, with cultivation barely at the first level of the Qi-Si realm. The Tianma sect has truly degenerated. Lu Qingyun looked at his opponent, who resembled a laborer, and shook his head disdainfully. You're sending a Qi-Si realm waste to fight me. Is Grand Preceptor Su insulting me? On the bleachers, Dugufeng looked at Su-Han with concern. Su-Han, the gap is too vast. A Divine Palace cultivator could crush a Qi-Si cultivator with a finger. Aren't you sending your student to his death? Don't worry. Su-Han sat under a parasol sipping iced sour plum soup. Just watch. Today's battle will end your era of genius supremacy. Begin. At the referee's command. Clang. Lu Qingyun moved. True to his genius reputation, his form was like lightning, his long sword transforming into a dazzling beam, carrying the unique pressure of the Divine Palace realm straight for Wang Ergo's throat. It's over. Power and sword art. One sword breaks 10,000 arts. Facing this lethal strike, Wang Ergo didn't dodge. Calmly, he pulled out from behind him a massive, menacing black metal tube. Tianma Workshop, single soldier, portable spiritual energy gatling. Wang Ergo pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. There was no dazzling spell incantation. Only the purest, most violent release of physical and spiritual energy combined. The barrel spun wildly, unleashing a torrent of 3,000 spiritual energy bullets per minute compressed from standard spirit stones, forming an impenetrable metal storm. What? Lu Qingyun's face changed drastically. He felt a deadly threat. His proud defensive sword aura was torn apart, like paper the moment it touched that storm. Block it. Protective magic shield. Lu Qingyun hastily summoned a dark iron shield. Clang, 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 clang. Sparks flew. The shield lasted less than 2 breaths before being riddled with holes. Oh. Lu Qingyun was knocked back by the immense force, tumbling pitifully on the ground, his white robes torn into rags. Stop. I surrender. No more. Lu Qingyun broke down. He hadn't even touched his opponent's sleeve before being overwhelmed by this relentless, unreasonable firepower, making him question his very existence. The gunfire ceased abruptly. Wang Ergo blew the smoke from the barrel, expertly swapped out a spent spirit stone magazine, and gave a simple smile. That's it. I haven't even turned on overload mode. The entire venue fell silent. On the bleachers, Dugufeng's jaw nearly dropped. What kind of dark art is this? A Qi-Si cultivator defeated a Divine Palace cultivator. This is no dark art. Su-Han stood up, walked to the edge of the bleachers, and declared to the stunned students and cultivators below. This is science. Lu Qingyun is indeed a genius. He spent 20 years of hard training honing that pure sword energy. But in my factory, producing a spiritual energy gatling takes only 3 days. Training an operator like Wang Ergo takes only half a month. Su-Han pointed at the weapon in Wang Ergo's hands. This gun is inscribed with 300 miniature spirit gathering arrays and utilizes the latest spiritual energy compression technology. Each of its bullets is equivalent to a full-powered strike from a Qi-Si cultivator, and it can fire 3,000 such bullets per minute. Tell me, how many geniuses in this world can withstand this industrial flood? Suhan's gaze swept like lightning across the crowd. Shock. Unparalleled shock. For those students from the bottom rungs branded as useless for lacking talent, Suhan's words struck like a thunderbolt, shattering the chains of their self-doubt. So I don't have to be a genius. I just need to learn to make tools to use tools. And I can still slay gods. Long live the Grand Preceptor. Long live scientific cultivation. The sports field erupted in thunderous cheers. That night, in the college laboratory, Dugu Feng came alone. She saw Suhan busy with a group of students around a massive machine covered in complex runes. What is this? Dugu Feng asked. This. Suhan patted the machine. It's an automatic pill furnace for the Deqian army. Just pour in the herbs, set the program, and it will automatically control the temperature, purify, and form pills. It can produce 100,000 hemostatic pills a day. Dugu Feng took a deep breath, feeling a chill on her scalp. If we have this, won't the alchemists lose their jobs? No. Suhan shook his head, a glint of wisdom in his eyes. Those low-level alchemists who only memorize formulas will indeed be eliminated. But true masters will be freed from heavy manual labor. They will no longer be craftsmen. They will become R&D engineers. They will study new formulas, improve the machine's algorithms. In production, leave it to the machines. Suhan gazed at the stars outside the window, speaking softly. Dugu, you must understand. Turning people into machines was the tragedy of the old era. But turning machines into people, letting people master machines, that is civilization. At that moment, Dugu Feng looked at Suhan's profile, and the last trace of doubt in her heart vanished. This man, he wasn't just doing business. He was forcibly dragging this stagnant cultivation world, stagnant for tens of thousands of years, into a brand new era. An era filled with the smell of copper and machine oil. But it was truly full of hope. At the peak of Kunlun, above the sea of clouds, the atmosphere in the cultivation world was at its most solemn today. Colorful, auspicious clouds shrouded the entire sky, and faint, immortal music drifted down from the highest heavens. After tens of thousands of years, the cultivation world has finally welcomed the ascension ceremony once again. 5 white-haired elders with terrifying auras floated in the void. They were the half-step, void-piercing ancestors of the 6 righteous sects and the reclusive demonic sects, usually slumbering in death tribulation, awakening only when the Deqian Empire faced annihilation. Now they sensed the summons of heavenly Tao. The appointed time has arrived. Xianjizi, the founding ancestor of the Supreme Tao sect leading the group, stroked his beard and laughed heartily, his eyes filled with longing for that new world. This old man has cultivated bitterly for 3,000 years and finally glimpsed the heavenly gate. Today I ascend. I shall go to the immortal realm to enjoy the supreme Tao, freed from the suffering of this mortal world. See off the ancestor on his ascension. Below, Xian Suzi led tens of thousands of disciples kneeling in kowtow, tears streaming down their faces. Though reluctant, this was after all the sect's supreme glory. However, just as the heavenly gate was about to open and the guiding immortal light was about to descend. Hold on. An utterly discordant voice blared through an amplifier, instantly drowning out the ethereal, immortal music. Everyone turned around in astonishment. A colossal flying ship emblazoned with Tianma media rumbled forward. Suhan stood at the bow, megaphone in hand, followed by an exasperated Dugu Feng and Lin Xingzhu, who was busy calibrating equipment. Elders, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Suhan called out with a smile. You're about to depart without completing exit procedures or settling your assets. Isn't that rather irregular? How dare you? The hot-tempered ancestor of Fontian Valley roared in fury, his terrifying pressure causing the surrounding space to tremble. Who are you? You dare obstruct this old man's ascension? Do you wish to die? This humble one is Suhan, current imperial preceptor of Deqian and chairman of Tianma Group. Suhan spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly, even pulling out a business card and tossing it over. I'm not here to obstruct you. I'm here to save you. Save us. Xianjizi sneered. This old man is about to join the ranks of immortals. What need have I of your salvation? I see your demonic roots run deep, you spout nothing but nonsense. Join the ranks of immortals. Suhan shook his head, a trace of pity crossing his face. Do you truly believe that behind that gate lies crystal pavilions and the peach banquet? Manager Lin, power up. Suhan snapped his fingers. Hum. On the flying ship, a colossal light screen spanning 1,000 feet unfolded instantly. This was no illusion. It was the Tianma No. 1 reconnaissance satellite launched earlier into near orbit by Suhan, capturing real images of the upper realm through a special realm-piercing frequency band. Everyone open your eyes wide and look clearly. This is the immortal realm you have always dreamed of. The image flickered, then gradually sharpened. Dead silence. The entire gathering fell into suffocating silence. In the vision, there were no auspicious clouds or divine mists, nor any immortal maidens in dance. It was a dim, oppressive world steeped in metallic coldness. The earth lay bare, the sky a blood-red hue. Countless figures clad in tattered immortal robes, shackled with lightning chains, toiled like ants upon massive mines, radiating a sinister luminescence. Some hauled heavy, or others fed some monstrous beast with their own spiritual energy. At the slightest lapse, towering overseers clad in black battle armor, standing several zhang tall, would swing electrified whips, lashing their bodies mercilessly. Crack! The whip fell, splitting flesh and exposing bone, even shaking the primordial spirit. The image zoomed in, fixing upon an elderly man engaged in mining. His face was withered, his eyes hollow and numb, murmuring to himself, "I want to go home. I want to return to the lower realm. I don't want immortality anymore. Let me die." That's... Xianjizi's eyes bulged, his entire body trembling violently, as if witnessing the most horrifying sight. That's Patriarch Qingyun, who ascended 3,000 years ago. Didn't he become an immortal? What? Why is he digging coal? Not only him. The other ancestors also recognized the familiar faces in the vision. There was the Sword Saint of 5,000 years past, the Demon Venerable of 8,000 years past. These peerless powerhouses who had dominated the lower realm and left behind legends now lived in the upper realm worse than dogs. This is the truth. Suhan's voice was cold and merciless. The so-called ascension is nothing but a colossal pig-butchering scheme. The upper realm is a higher-dimensional civilization, but their resources have dried up, or they are simply too lazy to work. So they fabricated the lie of ascension to immortality, enticing the powerful in the lower realm to cultivate and condense heaven and earth's spiritual energy within their bodies. Once you've cultivated yourselves into human high-energy batteries, they open the heavenly gate and collect you. Disguised as guidance, in truth it is harvesting. You are not going to become gods. You are going to be miners' battery slaves. Boom. Suhan's words struck the 5 ancestors like a world-ending thunderbolt, shattering tens of thousands of years of faith in the cultivation world. No, this cannot be. This is fake. This is an illusion. The ancestor of Fangtian Valley roared in breakdown, unable to accept that his lifelong pursuit was nothing but a deception. However, just then the heavenly gate in the sky tore fully open. A golden light brimming with majesty, yet radiating an eerie, irresistible suction, descended, locking onto the 5 ancestors. There was no warmth in that radiance. Only a cold will akin to selecting livestock detected 5 high-energy individuals, meeting C-class miner standards, initiating mandatory capture. This divine message rippled across the entire crowd without disguise. C-class miners. Even the most stubborn Xianjizi believed it now. He felt the malice woven into that golden light. This was no guidance. This was an arrest. No. This old man refuses. This old man will not ascend. Xianjizi screamed in terror, desperately channeling his spiritual energy to break free from the golden light. But that was the law of a higher dimensional world, utterly beyond his capacity to resist. His body flew toward the heavenly gate against his will. Save me, cult leader Su. Save me. In that moment, all ancestral dignity and the glory of ascension were cast to the winds. Who in their right mind would choose to be a miner? Wasn't it far better to reign supreme as an ancestor in the lower realm? Sigh. Suhan shrugged. Though you were rather impolite to me earlier, who asked me to be so kind-hearted. General Duga Manager Lin. Activate the Tianma defense system, planetary shield. Codename Severing Heaven and Earth. Yes. Dugu Feng and Lin Qingzhu pressed their control buttons in unison. Hum hum hum. Instantly. From the east, west, south, and north of the Daiqian Empire, 4 massive pillars of light rose simultaneously. These were ultramassive formations laid long ago by Suhan, powered by hundreds of millions of spirit stones. The pillars converged atop Kunlun, forming a colossal translucent sky curtain that forcibly severed the guiding golden light. TZZZT. The golden light collided with the barrier, erupting in a screeching crackle of energy, before finally dissipating. The heavenly gate in the sky shuddered violently, as if unwilling to let its prey escape, but ultimately depleted of energy, it slowly closed. Clouds parted. Mist cleared. Sunlight spilled once more upon the earth. The 5 ancestors fell from the sky like cut kites, crashing to the ground in disarray, gasping for breath, their faces alight with the relief of having escaped death. Alive. We're alive. Xianjizi touched his face, aged tears streaming down his cheeks. Suhan guided his flying ship to descend, approaching the 5 shaken ancestors with that signature smile of his. Equal parts charming and infuriating. Elders, how do you feel? Thank you, cult leader Su, for saving our lives. Though proud and haughty, the ancestors could not help but bow their heads before their savior. No need for thanks. Suhan waved his hand and drew 5 prepared contracts from his robes. Tianma Group, lifetime honorary consultant employment agreements. Since you won't be going to the upper realm to dig coal, you'll need somewhere to retire, won't you? Sign this. Join Tianma Group. Full board and lodging, 5 insurances, and 1 fund. Seaview Cave Mansion provided, top-grade pills supplied. No heavy labor required. You merely need to make occasional appearances at press conferences or step in to repel attacks when upper realm envoys come calling. And most importantly, Suhan pointed to the vibrant, bustling Daiqian Empire below. Here you are, revered guardian deities entitled to supreme VIP service. Isn't that far superior to digging coal up there? The 5 ancestors glanced at the contract, then at Suhan's sincere expression. They exchanged glances. Then without hesitation they seized the brush and signed their names in swift strokes. Screw ascension. Screw immortality. This old man would be a lord in the lower realm. Su-Han looked at the 5 contracts and smiled with satisfaction. From this day forward, the cultivation world's greatest talent drain had been plugged by him. At the headquarters of Tianma Group stood the Supreme Elder Nursing Home, a luxurious residence Su-Han had built specifically for the 5 half-step void tranquility ancestors who had sold their freedom. Chaos reigned in the courtyard. Zhuangjizi, you old heretic, have the courage to stand and fight. Take my heaven-burning blazing flame. The ancestor of the burning heaven valley, his bare torso wreathed in flames, chased Zhuangjizi of the Supreme Dao sect around the entire courtyard. Barbarian, vulgar. As Zhuangjizi fled in disarray, he cried out in distress. Stop burning. Those are Lord Su's newly planted Supreme Enlightenment tea trees. If you damage them, they'll deduct 3 months' wages from us. I don't care. I'm about to go mad from holding this in. The ancestor of the burning heaven valley collapsed onto the ground, wailing bitterly. I can't ascend, I can't fight. How am I supposed to live like this, say? I am mighty being at the half-step void tranquility stage now, spend every day guarding the company gate and helping Su-Han look after children. What meaning does this life have anymore? The other 3 ancestors crouched in the corner, their faces blank with despair. This was retirement syndrome. These ancient monsters who had lived for thousands of years could never truly shed their martial nature contracts, or not. Without an outlet for their aggression, the nursing home would be torn apart soon enough. Cough, cough. Just then the courtyard gate creaked open. Su-Han entered with Lin Qingzhu, followed by several porters carrying 5 silver pods bristling with futuristic technology. Elders, your tempers seem quite elevated, I see. Su-Han smiled as he surveyed the devastated courtyard. The lawns and tea trees you scorched will be deducted from your pensions. Deducted? We have nowhere to spend money anyway. The ancestor of the burning heaven valley threw himself on the ground. Su-Han, either kill me or let me go fight. Fight. Of course. Su-Han patted the silver pod beside him. Not only can you fight, you can fight without limit, without restraint, without consequence. Break whatever you like and you won't pay a single coin. What is this? Zhuangjizi asked, curiously leaning in. This is the Heavenly Demon Spiritual Realm Fully Immersive Virtual Pod. Su-Han continued. Commonly known as a metaverse login device. Half an hour later, the 5 ancestors reluctantly lay down in their pods, donning helmets threaded with rune circuits. Neural connection initiated. Spirit synchronization rate 100. Welcome to the Heavenly Demon Spiritual Realm. Buzz. Their consciousness was instantaneously extracted. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves not in the familiar cultivation world, but atop a towering metallic skyscraper pulsing with neon lights. The sky streamed with purple data, and hovercars floated beneath their feet. The air lacked spiritual energy, yet brimmed with something far more volatile and immediate. Where's this? Zhuangjizi gazed at his hands in disbelief. His body was no longer frail and aged. It had returned to its youthful prime. Even more astonishingly, with a mere thought, his Taoist robes transformed into shimmering nano armor. System alert, welcome players, Zhuangjizi. Current mode, free combat arena. Here flesh is weak, machines are supreme. You may spend points to purchase enhancement mods such as nuclear-powered Dantian, laser eyes, antimatter flying sword, and more. Nuclear-powered Dantian. Zhuangjizi froze. He tentatively clicked to purchase. Click. A blue light instantly flared across his abdomen. An energy 100 times more ferocious than his 3,000 years of devoted cultivation surged through his entire body. Damn. This ordinarily refined ancestor of the Dao sect couldn't help but curse. This power. It's incredible. Just then a burly man wreathed in crimson light and sporting arms transformed into Gatling cannons leapt from a rooftop opposite them. It was the ancestor of the burning heaven valley. Ha! Zhuangjizi, come fight me. The ancestor of the burning heaven valley laughed wildly, raising his arm. Witness my new divine ability. Hail, Gatling Bodhisattva, fire god cannon. Rat-a-tat-tat, boom. 2 skyscrapers were instantly reduced to rubble. No hesitation, no restraint. Only pure unadulterated destruction. Awesome. This is amazing. So this is mechanical ascension. This is 10,000 times better than ascending to the upper realm to mine, or the real-world Supreme Elder Nursing Home. Watching the 5 ancestors lying in their pods, drooling and occasionally twitching, Lin Qingzhu grew concerned. My lord, won't they become addicted like this? Addicted? Su-Han shrugged. That's exactly the point. When they vent their excess energy in the virtual world, the real world stays peaceful. And Su-Han opened a holographic display, examining the data. User Zhuangjizi deposited 5 million spirit stones to purchase the Cyber Dao Venerable Skin. User Burning Heaven Ancestor deposited 8 million spirit stones to draw the hidden weapon, Star Destroyer Cannon. These old guys have been hoarding private wealth for millennia, and now they're finally spending it. Su-Han smiled. This is what we call liquidity recycling. 3 days later, the Heavenly Demon Spiritual Realm officially opened to the entire cultivation world. Across the Great Qian Empire, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Great Qian Royal Academy. The martial competition platforms were dismantled and replaced with rows of virtual internet cafes. Students no longer fought bloody battles for ranking supremacy, but instead donned helmets and shouted. Mid lane. Reinforcements needed. The Howren Sword Sect jungler is approaching. Hey you. Stop feeding. Play safe and grow. City streets. In the past, cultivators would draw their swords and kill over the slightest provocation. Now, what's bothering you? What's your problem? Don't agree? Then log in. Heavenly Demon Canyon parent-child match. Loser calls the winner dad. Fine then. I just bought a void engine, I'll destroy you. The two found a corner, pulled out their jade slips, and crouched down to begin their match. Bystanders didn't flee. In fact, they gathered around to watch the stream and send gifts. What could have been a bloody conflict transformed into an esports competition. The most remarkable change affected those low-level cultivators. Previously, those with poor aptitude could only look up from the bottom of society their entire lives. Now within the Heavenly Demon spiritual realm, as long as your reflexes were sharp and your game sense solid, you could pilot a mechanical ascension version character and dominate the wealthy and talented alike. Skill-based gameplay had replaced bloodline determinism. Late at night summit of Tianma Peak, Su-Han gazed down at the bizarre shimmering second world, woven from countless intertwining divine thoughts. Dugu Feng approached him, also holding a brand new pink helmet. I gave it a try too. Inside, I'm not a general bearing the weight of a nation. I'm just a farmer. The feeling is quite nice. Su-Han smiled, pointing toward the starry expanse. The real world is too heavy, resources too scarce. Since we cannot grant immortality to all in reality, we shall craft them a dream instead. Within this dream, there is no hierarchy, no death. With enough credits and sufficient effort, everyone may achieve godhood. This is what we shall build, the cyber paradise. Dugu Feng studied Su-Han and suddenly asked, and what about you? Won't you go in and play? Su-Han shook his head, a trace of melancholy flickering in his eyes alongside cold clarity. I am the dream weaver. The one who constructs dreams cannot afford to fall asleep within them. Moreover, Su-Han turned, gazing toward the distant, profound night sky, where something seemed to be watching. We may have welded shut the gates to the upper realm, but those masters who view us merely as minors will likely come to collect their due very soon. In the second year of the demonic calendar spring, at the junction of righteous and demonic paths, the Cliff of Broken Souls, once the most notorious meat grinder of the cultivation world, where the two sides had confronted each other for 3,000 years, burying countless bones. But today the Cliff of Broken Souls was bedecked with lanterns and colorful banners. A massive crystal corridor spanning the abyss connected the territories of the righteous path and the demonic sect. At the center of the corridor hung a banner 1,000 feet long, warmly celebrating the strategic restructuring of Demon Clan Group and Righteous Alliance, and the establishment of Heavenly Tao Holdings Co. Ltd. The signing ceremony was in progress. Countless camera flashes flickered wildly. On the left stood the demonic sect leaders in black suits and slicked back hair. On the right were the 6 righteous sect leaders in white Zhongshan suits and gold-rimmed glasses. In the past, their greetings were Die Demon and Perish Hypocrite. Now, if it isn't old brother Zhao from Bloodfiend sect. Xuanchuzi, the leader of the Supreme Dao sect, beamed with a smile, actively grasping the blood-stained hand of sect leader Zhao. I heard your sect's Blood Beauty SBA has gone public. The stock price has risen quite well. Congratulations. Not at all, you're the impressive one, brother Xuanchu. Sect leader Zhao replied with modesty, your Dao sect's online fortune-telling app is a real cash cow. Daily active users must have exceeded 10 million. You must collaborate with me on a joint promotion. Sure. Tonight at the Joy Pavilion, it's my treat. The watching disciples were dumbfounded. Were these the sworn enemies from before? They looked like long-lost brothers. On the podium, Su-Han stood in the center, wearing the purple-gold National Advisor robe, symbolizing supreme power. On his left was the great Qian war goddess Dugu Feng, and on his right was the group's chief steward Lin Qingzhu. Ladies and gentlemen, Su-Han spoke into the microphone, his voice spreading across the entire cultivation world. Today is a day worth remembering. For tens of thousands of years, what have we been fighting for? Territory, spiritual energy. Who is the orthodox of the heavenly Tao? In the end, everyone ended up poor and died for no reason. So I propose we change our way of life. Su-Han waved his hand, and behind him a new world map appeared on the large screen. No more red demonic territories, no more blue righteous territories, and no more yellow imperial dynasties. The entire map had only one color, the gold of coins. From today onward, the terms righteous path and demonic path are abolished. The barriers between the great Qian people and sect disciples are removed. In this world, everyone shares one identity. Su-Han paused, then uttered 2 words with resounding force, users or partners. We will establish Heavenly Tao Holdings with the 6 righteous sects, 8 demonic factions, and the great Qian imperial family, all contributing assets as shares. Instead of fighting to the death for territory, now we share dividends based on our shares. Whoever earns more is the hero. Whoever dares start a war again is sabotaging the company's assets, going against the wallets of all shareholders. Boom. The whole venue erupted. Thunderous applause. For the vast majority, it was music to their ears, who wanted to risk their lives fighting every day. Now they were all colleagues. No need to draw swords when meeting, just exchange business cards and say hello boss and wishing you prosperity. This was a golden age. The signing ceremony ended. Banquet at the Joy Pavilion's main branch, where an utterly surreal scene unfolded. The once death-defying sword cultivators of the righteous sword sect were now drinking and playing finger games with the seductive women of the Joy Union. 5 champions. 666. Senior brother, you're so bad, have another drink. Drink. As long as I don't have to kill with my flying sword, I'll do anything. The once stern academy scholars were now consulting the chefs of the Burning Sky Valley on the art of molecular gastronomy. Brilliant. Using samadhi true fire to bake pudding. The texture is absolutely divine. Even Dugu Feng had shed her armor, donned a graceful evening gown, and held a glass of red wine, discussing the latest armor maintenance tips and skincare secrets with several female demonic elders. Hatred. In the face of profit and joy, hatred was the cheapest thing. Suhan stood by the railing on the second floor, overlooking the chaotic yet harmonious scene. He swirled a glass of wine gently. It's done. Lin Qingzhu stood behind him, her eyes full of admiration. Master, you have truly done it. You have eliminated war. No, I didn't eliminate war. Suhan took a sip, his eyes alarmingly clear. I just transferred the war. Transferred? Lin Qingzhu was puzzled. Look, Suhan pointed at the massive Tianma stock ticker in the center of the hall. The numbers were jumping wildly. Though everyone was drinking, their eyes would occasionally drift to that screen. In the past, they killed with swords. In the future, they will kill with capital. To compete for market share and boost stock prices, their struggles will be more brutal and insidious than before. But this is exactly what I want. Because only then will this world continuously produce new technologies, products, and value. This is called involution. A smile curled at the corner of Suhan's mouth. As long as they are busy involuting and making money, they won't have the energy to think about rebellion or to explore the truth of this world. At that moment, buzz. The Supreme Authority jade slip in Suhan's bosom suddenly vibrated. It was an emergency alert from the low Earth orbit satellite Tianma 1. Suhan's expression changed. He quickly opened it. A glaring red message popped up. Warning. Warning. High energy spatial fluctuation detected. Coordinates 3000 kilometers above the original Kunlun Heavenly Gate. Signal source analysis. The upper realm is forcibly tearing the spatial barrier. The other side has sent a broadcast message. Suhan squinted. Read it. The jade slip emitted a cold mechanical voice with supreme authority. Lower realm, number 9527 mine. I am the third executive officer of the Celestial Resource Recycling Corporation. We detected that you have unilaterally closed the minor transport channel and cut off the spiritual energy tribute. This is a serious breach of contract. You are ordered to reopen the Heavenly Gate within 3 hours and pay double the number of ascenders. Otherwise, we will initiate the formatting procedure and restart this realm. Formatting, that is extinction. The laughter in the hall continued, unaware that the sword of Damocles had already fallen. Suhan crushed the wine glass in his hand. He looked up through the dome at the dark night sky. Formatting. Suhan laughed, a reckless laugh that seemed ready to pierce the heavens. You want to dismantle my company? Touch my leaks. Do you even deserve it? Suhan turned his robe sweeping and issued his first and highest level mobilization order as the chairman of Heavenly Tao Holdings to the reveling crowd. Everyone stop. The hall fell silent instantly. All eyes turned to the man standing high above. I know you're all enjoying yourselves and I wish I could let you continue. But an ignorant boss from outside wants to crash our party, seize our money, and make us slaves again. Tell me, will you allow that? After a brief silence, no. The sword cultivators of the righteous sword sect drew their swords. The demonic elders summoned their skulls. The great Qian soldiers raised their Gatling guns. Whether righteous or demonic, high or low rank. At that moment, the same fire burned in their eyes. The fire of protecting what was theirs. The fire of those who had finally found a good life and would not let anyone destroy it. Excellent. Suhan nodded, his eyes blazing with battle intent. Then, prepare for war. Whether gods or demons. If they dare touch our assets, we will hunt them down no matter how far. The great Qian Imperial Palace, the Golden Throne Hall. Outside, thunder rolled like the countdown alarm of the upper realms formatting. Inside, silence reigned. Emperor Qianyuan slumped in his dragon throne, watching the man climbing the steps, his eyes filled with terror and bewilderment. Suhan, have you lost your mind? Emperor Qianyuan shouted, his voice trembling. The upper realm is coming to annihilate us. Instead of finding a way to defend against the disaster, you bring a sword to the hall. Are you trying to rebel? I gave you so many privileges, allowed you to act as you pleased in Great Qian. And this is how you repay me. Privileges. Suhan stopped 3 steps away from the dragon throne, a familiar smirk curling his lips with a hint of darkness. Just like back when he gazed at the dying Yi Hongyi in the dark prison. Old man, have you misunderstood something? Suhan slowly reached out his hand, tracing the cold armrest of the dragon throne. The reason I was able to open shop's mine, dismantle the noble families, and betray the military in Great Qian without restraint was not because you tacitly allowed it, but because Suhan suddenly leaned down, whispering in Emperor Qinyuan's ear, I had my eye on this throne. Or rather, my boss had her eye on it. Your boss. Emperor Qinyuan's pupils dilated. Decades ago, in the heavenly demon sect's dark prison, Suhan's voice grew low as though slicing through time itself. That year both she and I were trapped in despair. That night, beneath the watchful eyes of the enforcement team, we signed a life or death pact. I promised her I'd help her reclaim the demon sect, but she's a greedy woman. Suhan smiled, a flicker of affection crossing his eyes. She said the demon sect was too small to satisfy her. She wanted the entire world. So I agreed with her. Give me time. I'll use my own methods to cleanse this corrupt, great Qian dynasty, and deliver it to her as a toy. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qinyuan's face turned ashen. You. He pointed at Suhan, his fingers shaking violently. So, all these decades, you served as the holy master of the demon sect, as the state preceptor of Great Qian. It was all to annex Great Qian. You intend to lure the demons into the passes. Not exactly lure them in. Suhan straightened himself, adjusting his purple gold robes. Your Majesty, the inspection is complete. In Great Qian, the noble families are eliminated, the treasury is empty, the military has defected. Suhan gestured toward Emperor Qianyuan on the dragon throne, and now he's been terrified into submission, abandoned by all who once served him. Please, ascend the throne. The words had barely left his lips when a thunderous explosion rocked the palace. A terrifying pressure blending overwhelming demonic energy with imperial aura erupted from beyond the hall. The hall door shattered. Through the torrential rain and wind emerged a peerless figure. No longer clad in the tattered red dress from the dark prison, nor the black robes of the demon sect leader. She wore a crimson imperial robe ablaze with fire-like intensity, crowned with a 9 phoenix diadem. Her brows bore the ruthless edge of a demoness and the regal authority of an emperor. With each step she took, the golden tiles of the hall trembled. The dragon aura that had belonged to Emperor Qianyuan let out a cry of submission the moment they saw her, automatically gathering at her feet. It merged perfectly with the demonic energy surrounding her, transforming into a dark, demonic dragon. Heavenly demon sect leader, and concurrently the new emperor of Great Qian, Yi Hongyi. The woman who had crawled out of the dark prison, slaughtered her way through the demon sect, and now sought to swallow an empire. Long time no see, old Qianyuan. Yi Hongyi reached the base of the steps, her voice as cold as ice, yet striking like thunder in Emperor Qianyuan's ears. You're Yi Hongyi, that female demon. Emperor Qianyuan tumbled from the dragon throne as though sighted a ghost, scrambling backward on hands and knees. How dare you come here? This is the righteous dynasty. The National Protection Formation will kill you. The National Protection Formation. Yi Hongyi sneered, crimson demonic flames rising in her palm. You mean that thing Suhan built? That was prepared for this empress all along. She glanced at Suhan kneeling on the ground, a barely perceptible softness flashing in her eyes. State Preceptor, Su, you did well. This throne, this empress likes it very much. Clang. The sword case in Lin Qingzhu's hands sprang open automatically. A crimson divine sword flew out and landed in Yi Hongyi's grasp. The Qishao sword. Suhan said he's cleansed the empire for you. But this empress feels there's still one final stain. Yi Hongyi raised her sword and struck. Splurt. Emperor Qianyuan's head rolled across the floor. A deathly silence fell over the hall. The civil and military officials shivered as they watched the woman in crimson robes gripping a blood-dripping divine sword. They knew, from this day forward, Great Qian had perished. Replacing it would be a monstrous entity, fused from righteous and demonic forces. What? Don't you recognize your empress? Yi Hongyi's gaze swept across the ministers. Your subjects. Pay respects to your majesty. Welcome the female emperor to the throne. 100 officials instantly fell to their knees. Du Gufeng stood among the crowd, watching the scene without resistance. Instead, she dropped to one knee and rendered a military salute. She understood. Only this woman, only this demonic rule could ensure survival in these chaotic times. Yi Hongyi paid no heed to the kneeling subjects. She strode directly to the high platform, turning to face Suhan. Suhan. Present. Suhan offered a faint smile and rose to his feet. The pact of the dark prison. You've exceeded your obligations. Yi Hongyi studied him, her expression layered with meaning. You've gifted this empress a renewed demon sect, and now you place the entire realm within these hands. But now, she lifted her gaze toward beyond the hall's vaulted ceiling, where the apocalyptic thread of the upper realm hovered. A pack of unwelcome guests seeks to destroy our new home. Do you recall the words we spoke when we fought our way through the 10,000 demons abyss? Suhan nodded, his eyes blazing with fervor. I remember. Let us slay any gods that stand in our path and slaughter any demons that dare oppose us. Even if the heavens themselves should collapse, we will tear through them. Agreed. Yi Hongyi extended her hand, and with the ease of long familiarity they clashed palms, a gesture echoing their original pact in the dark prison. Then, let us partner once more. You handle the fortune, and this empress shall handle the killing. We shall rebel against this very heavenly court. Rumble. As the female emperor ascended the throne, the golden dragon of national fortune and the black dragon of the demon sect awakened in unison, intertwining to form a fearsome dark golden dragon of destiny that shot straight into the heavens. Su-Han gazed at that spirited silhouette, and the missing piece within his heart finally found its place. This was truly his female emperor. This was the woman from the dark prison who, even with her limbs crippled, still dared to grip his throat and threaten her. By your command, my boss. Su-Han turned to face the storm of thunder raging beyond the hall, drawing forth an ultimate token he had prepared long in advance. Broadcast to all servers. Su-Han's voice remained calm, yet carried an undercurrent of madness. As of this moment, Heavenly Demon Group rebrands as Godslayer Military Industries. Objective: the upper realm. Bring those so-called gods crashing down to us. The Great Qian Dynasty, summer of the third year of the Tianma calendar. Rumble. The sky shattered. The originally azure sky suddenly cracked like a mirror, splitting into countless pitch-black fissures. One after another, white jade immortal boats, each tens of thousands of zhang long and radiating terrifying pressure, slowly squeezed out from the cracks. They blotted out the sun, their hulls covered with runes from a higher dimensional civilization, and the spiritual pressure they emitted made the air of the lower realm thick and viscous. The upper realm, the third purge fleet of the Immortal Realm Resource Recovery Company, had arrived. You ants of the lower realm. A cold, grand voice resounded across the entire Great Qian through the amplification arrays on the immortal boats. I am the commander of the Third Fleet. Given that you have breached the contract, we are now executing the formatting procedure. Surrender and kneel to your death, and you may retain your whole corpse. As the voice fell, countless devastating beams of light gathered at the underside of the immortal boats aimed at the 36 prefectures of the Great Qian. Panic instantly spread among the mortals. Children were crying, elders trembling. Faced with this god-level power, mortals instinctively wanted to kneel. However, kneel? What's there to kneel for? Get up, all of you. A sweet voice, both charming and forceful, suddenly forced its way into everyone's ears. In the capital, the giant screens at the central square and the myriad jade slips in everyone's hands lit up simultaneously. In the image, Li Qingge, wearing a set of Battlefield Songstress limited edition mech skirt, designed by Su-Han, stood atop the highest tower of the Imperial Palace. Behind her were thunderbolts covering the sky, before her countless microphones. Family, look at the sky. Li Qingge pointed at the lofty immortal boats, her eyes gleaming. They are not gods. They are robbers coming to steal our money and demolish our houses. Sect leader Su said, even if they are immortals, if they dare to touch our private property, they must die. BGM start. With a snap of her fingers, an impassioned battle song instantly resounded through the heavens. The charm arts of the Hahuan sect were unleashed at full power. But this was no longer the seductive, bewitching music. It was a furious battle song that made people's blood boil and made them want to tear immortals apart with their bare hands. Kill. Kill these robbers. Protect the Empress. Protect sect leader Su. The previously terrified citizens' eyes instantly turned red. Fear dissipated, replaced by the mad battle intent after being charmed. Deep inside the palace in the operations command room, Su-Han looked at the instantly soaring morale value on the screen and nodded with satisfaction. As expected of the saintess of the Hahuan sect, her ability to lead the rhythm makes her a born propaganda minister. He turned to look at Yi Hongyi beside him. The Empress was currently seated upright on the dragon throne, eyes closed in meditation. Behind her, the black and gold national destiny dragon Shi was vast as the abyss, continuously pouring into the guardian formation of the nation. Boss, the atmosphere is set, Su-Han said with a smile. Time to draw the sword. Yi Hongyi opened her eyes, a flash of killing intent in her phoenix eyes approved. Dugu Feng advance. Outside the capital, the first military airport. Jama guard. All board. Dugu Feng wore a tight crimson combat suit, which perfectly outlined her explosive figure. She had long abandoned the outdated spear. Instead, she leaped into the cockpit of a 30 tall crimson queen humanoid mecha. This was Su-Han's masterpiece, combining Mahist mechanics with artifact refining. Power source 9th grade demon core. Weapon system god-slaying spiritual energy heavy cannon. Click. The hatch closed and neural connection initiated. Dugu Feng's eyes glowed red and the entire mecha seemed to come alive, drawing the 40-meter-long ship-slicing blade from its back. Sisters, let those old fossils up there see what air superiority means. Boom, boom, boom. 500 standard mechas soared into the sky, trailing long spiritual flames like a meteor shower flowing upstream, crashing fiercely into the countless immortal boats. Are those puppets? The upper realm immortals on the boats were stunned. How could such a barbaric lower realm possess such sophisticated puppets? Before they could react, take this old lady. Dugu Feng, piloting the Crimson Queen, performed an overload maneuver that defied physics, instantly flashing to the flank of an advanced immortal boat. The ship-slicing blade erupted with 1,000 zhang radiance and slashed down fiercely. Zap boom. The so-called indestructible, white jade immortal boat was cleaved in two like tofu by that single strike. A massive explosion blossomed in the sky like a gorgeous firework. First blood. General Dugu is mighty. On the ground, Lichinga, who was live-streaming, shouted excitedly, instantly igniting the entire server's barrage. Meanwhile, on the flank of the battlefield, a small stealth shuttle was gliding like a ghost through the gaps of the battle. Lin Qingzhu sat cross-legged on top of the shuttle, her white robes as pure as snow, the autumn water sword resting across her knees. Her mission was only one: decapitation. Target locked, enemy flagship commander. Suhan's calm voice came through the earpiece. Lin Qingzhu slowly opened her eyes. In those originally cold and clear pupils, countless streams of data were now flowing. Supreme forgetfulness. Though I cannot forget my feelings, Lin Qingzhu murmured softly, Suhan's figure appearing in her mind. But for him, sword go. Virum. Man and sword became one. She transformed into a streak of aurora imperceptible to the naked eye, ignoring the defensive shields surrounding the immortal boat, and directly pierced through the flagship's command room. A command-level immortal general of the upper realm had a red dot appear on his forehead, and he fell down in disbelief. Mission accomplished. Lin Qingzhu sheathed her sword, and her figure vanished instantly into the void, hiding her merit and fame. On the ground, the field hospital. This was the last line of defense of the battlefield. I quit. I'm too tired. Lu Rushuang was sprawled on the ground, without any dignity, grabbing a handful of pills and stuffing them into her mouth. Beside her was a huge array core glowing red. The array was connected to the wounded all over the city. Hold on. A disciple of the Tianma sect beside her shouted. There are 100 brothers wounded on the front line. They need your extreme blood as a medicinal catalyst. Blood again. Am I a blood bank? Lu Rushuang wanted to cry, but had no tears, looking at the densely packed needle marks on her wrists. Suhan, you damned scoundrel. After this battle, if you don't give me a huge red envelope of 100 million, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Although she was cursing and grumbling when she looked at the young soldiers on stretchers covered in blood fighting to protect their homeland. Lu Rushuang gritted her teeth, rolled up her sleeves again, and extended her snow-white arm. Draw it. Don't let them die. As her blood poured into the array, a warm green light enveloped the entire battlefield. Countless dying soldiers miraculously stopped bleeding and stood up again. Atop the imperial palace, Suhan stood with his hands behind his back, looking at this magnificent picture: the Empress holding the fort, the Valkyrie charging, the Saintess executing decapitation, the idol controlling the crowd, and the medical immortal sustaining life. Now this is more like it. He turned around and smiled at Yi Hongyi. Boss, look. This is no longer your war alone. This is everyone's war. Yi Hongyi looked at the figures bathed in blood fighting fiercely on the light screen, and her heart, frozen for 100 years, could not help but tremble slightly. She slowly stood up, pointing the Qishao sword toward the sky. By my imperial decree, all troops, counterattack. Outside the capital at the crash site, the smoke of battle had not yet cleared, and over a dozen enormous white jade immortal vessels lay scattered across the earth in ruins. These weapons of war from the upper realm, even reduced to scrap, still radiated a spiritual pressure that made one's heart tremble. According to the usual practices of the righteous sects facing such ill-omened artifacts, they would certainly seal them away or destroy them immediately, terrified of being tainted by the karma of the upper realm. Quick. Group 2, move faster. That engine is the core component. Handle with care. If you break it, selling you won't even cover the cost. You there? Stop picking gems off the seats. Go dismantle the circuit boards. The runes on those are what's truly valuable. Tens of thousands of disciples clad in Tianma recovery work uniforms swarmed over the wreckage of the immortal vessels like a well-trained locust plague, densely covering every surface. In their hands were wrenches, crowbars, and even laser-cutting blades specially designed for severing spiritual materials as they conducted an epic campaign of violent dismantling. Suhan, wearing a yellow hard hat and holding blueprints, stood on a raised platform directing operations with calm authority. Tisk, is this really the craftsmanship of the upper realm? Suhan gazed at a massive spiritual engine just hoisted into view, his eyes gleaming with undisguised avarice. Integrated spiritual power compression, casting nanoscale, etching of rune circuits. Fine work indeed. If we developed this ourselves, it would cost at least $1 billion in funding and 20 years of detours. Now it's perfect. The folks from the upper realm have delivered right to our doorstep. Standing beside him, Dugu Feng had just emerged from her mecha drenched in sweat. Watching the bustling, scavenging scene, the corners of her mouth twitched. Suhan, isn't this a bit too disrespectful to our opponent? This is at least a fleet from the upper realm. They've just been defeated, their bones aren't even cold yet, and you respect. Suhan turned back, looking at her as if she were insane. General, this is called technology transfer. Do you have any idea what this thing is worth? As long as we crack this vessel's power system, your Crimson Empress mecha's endurance will increase tenfold. From then on, no need to burn demon cores anymore. You could fly by burning nothing but air. Upon hearing this, Dugu Feng's eyes lit up, instantly greedier even than Suhan. Really? Without hesitation, she turned and roared to the demon-slaying guards behind her. What are you all standing around for? Go help dismantle them. That largest power furnace, give it to me to carry back to the mecha hangar. Whoever dares to compete with me will face my wrath. Temporary laboratory. Suhan, alongside a cadre of tech-savvy elders recruited at premium salaries from the Mahist and Gongshu schools, was performing reverse engineering on a core chip salvaged from an immortal vessel. Report. Your Holiness the State Preceptor. An elderly artifact refiner with silver hair shook with excitement, his hands trembling. We've cracked it. We've cracked the upper realm's energy formula. Speak. Suhan said calmly. This is in no way immortal energy. The elderly refiner pointed to the energy sample under the microscope. It is a type of radiative spiritual energy of extreme purity. The people of the upper realm, through a special formation, compressed spiritual energy to its critical point, causing it to undergo fission reactions. That's why their magical techniques are so powerful. But precisely because of this, their bodies have been subjected to long-term radiation, requiring vast amounts of pure lower realm spiritual energy to neutralize it. Hence their bathing habits. Upon hearing this, Suhan's lips curled into a cold smile. I knew it. There are no such things as immortals. Just a bunch of mortals who've mastered spiritual energy nuclear technology. Now that the principle is understood, this is manageable. Suhan swept his hand across the blueprint, drawing a large circle, past the order. Establish the Tianma Heavy Industries Nuclear Cultivation Division. If they can build nuclear-powered immortal vessels, why can't we? Don't dismantle all of these over a dozen wrecks completely. Pick out a few with less severe damage and get them repaired for me. Repaired. The old refiner paused. Your Excellency, do you mean to? A cunning glint flashed in Suhan's eyes. In a few days, let's repaint these ships, apply our Tianma sect's logo. Then, pretend to be the upper realm's patrol fleet and deliver some local specialties to them. Meanwhile, at the medical camp, Lu Rushuang lay listlessly on a stretcher, spiritual fluid hanging from her left hand, while blood was being drawn from her right. Her delicate face was ashen and she appeared to have lost weight across her entire frame. Whoa, I can't go on. That's Suhan, that miser. He's trying to drain me dry. Am I still the senior sister of the Howren Sword sect? I'm basically a human blood bag. Just as she was muttering to herself, a shadow fell across the sunlight. Suhan approached, holding a refined small bottle, emitting an unusual fragrance. Second, madam, you've worked hard. Suhan handed over the bottle with a grin. What's this? More blood-nourishing pills. I'm sick of eating them. Lu Rushuang turned her head in disgust. No, this was salvaged from an upper realm commander's corpse. 9 heavens, jade, dew beauty cream. Suhan, like the big bad wolf luring Little Red Riding Hood. I heard the fairies of the upper realm all use this. Apply a little, and your skin will be so tender it seems you could wring water from it. And it's said to enhance one's figure. Lu Rushuang sat bolt upright from her deathly state, snatching the bottle, green light blazing in her eyes. Really? Why would I lie to you? This is the most expensive item among the war booty. Suhan shrugged. I originally intended to give it to the Empress, but after thinking about it, our second madam contributed the most this time. How about it? Still complaining about being tired? Not tired at all. Not tired at all. Lu Rushuang clutched the bottle, instantly revitalized, and held out her arm to the nearby medical staff. Draw 2 more vials. I can still keep going. Suhan, you're so handsome. Love you, moi. Watching Lu Rushuang so easily bribed, Suhan shook his head. This woman was far too easy to read. But being able to exchange a single bottle of cosmetics for the entire city's supply of antidotes. This deal was an absolute steal. Night fell. The Imperial Palace. Suhan, reeking of machine oil and carrying a thick spoils inventory and technical analysis report, entered the Imperial study. Yi Hongyi stood before a massive map, gazing at the coordinate point representing the upper realm. Boss, good news. Suhan placed the report on the desk. The technological barrier has already been broken. Give me 3 months, and I'll have our Dakian forces equipped with weapons that can match those of the upper realm. Moreover, Suhan pointed to the immortal vessel wrecks being repaired overnight outside the window. I've already found the path to the upper realm. We don't need to wait for them to come attack us. In 3 months, the Tianma 1st Expeditionary Force can set out. Yi Hongyi turned around, looking at the man before her, who seemed omnipotent. She reached out and wiped a smudge of oil from his cheek. Suhan. The Empress's voice was no longer cold, carrying a hint of gentleness and ambition that only he could hear. I do not wish to wait 3 months. Suhan paused for a moment, then smiled. He took the Empress's hand in his. Very well. Then we'll work overtime. Let those so-called immortals know what we call Dakian speed. In the dressing room of the first broadcasting hall of the demonic media within the Great Qian Imperial Palace, Lin Qingzhu's voice, filled with shame and fury, rang out, accompanied by the hum of a drawn sword. No, absolutely not. Suhan, I am the sacred maiden of the Supreme Dao sect, a sword cultivator who cultivates the way of supreme indifference. You want me to wear this? How improper. I'd rather die. Oh dear. Qingzhu put down the sword. Be careful not to tear the dress. It's woven from Aurora silk, very expensive. Li Qing's lazy and charming voice followed. Besides, Master Su's design is brilliant. This is called absolute domain. This is called pure desire sealing. The Passion sect spent centuries perfecting their seduction arts, yet they couldn't match the power of these 2 pieces of cloth from Master Su. I won't wear it. I want to go back to the front lines. I want to go chop off those upper realm dogs' heads. With a swoosh, the curtain was flung open. Suhan walked in holding a freshly intercepted signal spectrum analysis chart from the upper realm, his face stern. What's all the fuss about? At that moment Lin Qingzhu was clutching her chest with both hands, her face flushed crimson. She wore a cyber-ethnic style shimmering rainbow dress battle maiden version personally designed by Suhan. The white Taoist robe had been transformed into a figure-hugging battle skirt, its hem glowing faintly with spiritual energy waves. The most striking feature was the pair of spiritual pressure-enhancing stockings woven from night spider silk on her legs. The ethereal, untouchable sword immortal aura paired with this visually explosive modified outfit created a contrast that could shatter any male's Dao heart on the spot. Suhan. Lin Qingzhu's eyes reddened instantly as she bit her lip, looking utterly wronged. Are you humiliating me? I am your steward, your sword attendant, not a courtesan in a brothel. Suhan said nothing, silently shoving the light screen in his hand in front of her face. Take a look. Suhan's voice was terrifyingly calm. This is the public channel of the upper realm we just decrypted. Lin Qingzhu instinctively looked. On the light screen, comments from upper realm cultivators about the lower realm scrolled by upper realm trending list. Top 1. The lower realm barbarians are still resisting. Top 2. Waiting for the third fleet to capture the female cultivators as cauldrons. Top 3. I heard the female cultivators down there look like unrefined monkeys, rough skin, disgusting. Top 4. It's best to just refine the great Qian, kill all the men and the women. Every word was unbearable. In their eyes, the people of the lower realm were worse than slaves. Mere tools for lust and livestock waiting to be slaughtered. See this? Suhan pointed at those harsh words, his tone icy. In their eyes, you are not a noble sword immortal. You're just a female monkey that can swing a sword. Even if you charge in and kill 1, kill 10, they will still look at you with that same contemptuous gaze as they die. Killing only destroys the body. Suhan stepped forward, reached out, and firmly pulled Lin Qingzhu's protective hands away from her chest, helping her adjust the slightly daring neckline. What I want to do is destroy their hearts. I want them to see that the so-called barbarians possess a civilization more brilliant than theirs and goddesses more perfect than theirs. I want them to go from contempt to shock, then to desire, and finally, to groveling for what they can never have. Suhan stared into Lin Qingzhu's eyes, enunciating each word. Lin Qingzhu, your sword was once used to sever enemies' heads. Today I want your sword to sever their arrogance. This is called cultural export. Lin Qingzhu stared at Suhan, dazed. In this man's eyes she saw not lechery, but an ambition and calculation that could pierce the heavens. After a long silence, she took a deep breath, and her icy ethereal aura as the sacred maiden of the supreme Dao sect returned. Though she wore the shameful battle skirt, the hand gripping her sword was steady. All right. Lin Qingzhu closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, only a frozen calm remained. You speak, I act. As long as we win, this body is yours to use. Beside her, Li Qingge let out a sharp whistle and snapped her fingers. That's the spirit. Everyone in position. Lights. Effects. BGM. Tonight we're going to shatter the Dao hearts of those rustic gods in the upper realm. A quarter of an hour later, in the upper realm mining zone 9527, and countless upper realm sects and noble families watching the battle through mystic light mirrors, all screens were originally snow. Suddenly, with a piercing electronic sound effect, an image was forcefully projected into all mystic light mirrors, jade slips, and even the minds of some secluded great powers. What's happening? The signal has been hijacked. What are those lower realm barbarians trying to do? Beg for mercy. As the upper realm inmates wavered in confusion, the screen lit up. There was no bloody battlefield, no prisoners begging for mercy. Only a vast holographic cyberspace starfield. Then a melody, ethereal, melodious, yet with a strangely alluring rhythm, flowed gently. At the center of the starfield, a figure in white, radiant and flowing, walked slowly across the galaxy. Her face was exquisite, her aura cold as perennial ice. But her skirt had an extremely high slit, and her long legs, clad in those night spider silk stockings, glowed with a breathtaking sheen under the starlight. Supreme Dao Sect Lin Qingzhu, the subtitle appeared arrogantly in the center of the screen. Is this a female cultivator from the lower realm? So beautiful. Those legs. Know that aura. Even more cold and enchanting than the first immortal of the heavenly court. The young cultivators of the upper realm were instantly mesmerized. Having grown tired of the tightly wrapped, aloof, ancient fairies of their realm, they had never seen such a devastatingly pure, yet alluring, yet ice-cold strike. Just then Lin Qingzhu in the scene moved. She raised her right hand, and with a hum, a photon longsword formed from pure supreme sword intent appeared in her grasp. She did not speak, only danced. The goddess's sword dance, cyber sword immortal edition. This was not only dance, but also the way of the sword. Each sword thrust, twisted space, and burst with light and shadow. Behind the scenes, Suhan personally orchestrated million-level special effects. With one sword stroke, the background transformed into a rain of petals. With another, it became a collapsing galaxy. As she glanced back, her eyes were filled with cold disdain, as if looking at a pile of trash. That urge to kneel and call her queen instantaneously shattered the defenses of countless upper realm cultivators. Holy crap! That sword strike seems to contain the principles of the great Tao. So beautiful. What sword art is this? I want to learn it. Who said the lower realm is barbaric? Their aesthetic is 10,000 years ahead of ours. What is that black stocking artifact? Why does it make my blood surge? The comments exploded instantly. The public screen once filled with insults was now flooded with posts like "Step on me, immortal, wife." And who is this goddess? The dance ended. Lin Qingzhu sheathed her sword and stood still. According to Suhan's script, she had one final step, product placement. She lifted her head, her icy eyes staring directly into the camera. Then with extreme awkwardness, she pulled out a delicate little box from her robes. The sword in my hand is called the Photon Flying Sword Qingzhu Limited Edition. Master Su says this sword is specially designed to slay the faithless. Order now? She paused as if making a great mental effort, then blushed slightly and murmured, and you'll receive a signed poster of me. Boom. The spiritual network hub of the upper realm crashed. Buy it for me. I want 10. Poster. I want the poster. Whoever dares compete with me, I'll fight them to the death. Backstage at the Great Qian Imperial Palace. Phew. Lin Qingzhu's body went limp, nearly collapsing. This was more exhausting than 3 days and nights of slaughter in the 10,000 Demon Cave. Suhan watched the frantic surge of Spirit Stone income data on the backstage monitor, grinning from ear to ear. See, I told you it would work. Suhan steadied Lin Qingzhu and handed her a cup of hot tea. Lin Qingzhu took the tea and glared at him, but her eyes no longer held the previous resistance. Instead, there was a trace of relief. Are those people from the upper realm really that shallow? Men, whether mortal or immortal, are forever young at heart. Suhan shrugged. He turned to look at Lu Rushuang, who was watching with envy and jealousy. Suhan, I wanted to. Lu Rushuang rushed over, grabbing Suhan's sleeve and shaking it. I want to wear that glowing dress too. I want to be a goddess too. I want the upper realm immortals to call me wife. I'm very beautiful too. My chest is bigger than Qingzhu's. Suhan pushed her away with disgust. What would you do? Your persona is the pure medical immortal. For the next live stream, we'll have you wear a nurse's outfit. A physician's robe to sell pills. Really? Lu Rushuang's eyes lit up. Really? A glint of cunning flashed in Suhan's eyes. What are our poisons? I mean special medicines ready. Ready. Lu Rushuang patted her chest, revealing a devilish smile. As you instructed, I added a little something to that batch of beauty pills. I guarantee that after they take them, even though they become beautiful, they won't be able to live without our antidote. Excellent. Suhan looked out the window at the starry sky, the direction of the upper realm. The first wave of cultural invasion is a success. Next, it's time to send them some consumerist traps. Orders. Demonic logistics, dispatch the goods. Upper realm Taisu, Immortal Court. Hall of Law Enforcement. Bloody hell. What a bloody outrage. An elder of Taisu, his hair white as snow and his aura radiating the power of a true immortal, was beside himself with rage as he hurled a myriad phenomena. Jade slipped to the ground and stomped it into shards. In the center of the great hall, a mountain of photonic flying swords, Lin Qingzhu posters, and female emperor photography collections burned furiously. This is spiritual corruption. It is poison used by the barbarians of the lower realm to corrupt our immortal Tao hearts. The elder pointed his trembling finger at the young disciples kneeling before him. Look at yourselves. Every one of you prides yourselves as paragons of genius, and yet now, clutching some wretched jade slip, giggling like fools at some demoness from the lower realm. You've abandoned your morning lessons. And you, a head disciple of the sword sect, and you actually purchased a photonic flying sword. That contraption is useless. It only glows and plays background music. The head disciple of the sword sect lowered his head and muttered, But elder, it's really quite handsome, and it bears immortal maiden Qingzhu's signature. You dare talk back? The elder was so infuriated he nearly fainted. Issue a decree. Effective immediately, a total ban on all products of Tianma Group throughout the realm, whether it be jade slips, flying swords, or that so-called youth-preserving cream. All shall be classified as contraband. Whoever is caught hoarding them will have their cultivation crippled and be expelled from this sect. Great Qian Imperial Palace, Tianma Group Headquarters, CEO's office. Boss, the data is dropping rather sharply. Leeching a bit on her pen, worry etched across her face as she gazed at the cliff-like decline in sales figures on the light screen. Those old fogies in the upper realm reacted too swiftly. They went for a complete blanket ban. Our logistics channels are blocked and millions of orders have been returned. Suhan sat in his leather chair, idly twirling a test tube filled with a green liquid, not a hint of panic on his face. Expected, Suhan said calmly. Cultural infiltration, after all, begins with courtesy and proceeds to force. Since they won't let us conduct legitimate business. He swirled the test tube in his hand, the green liquid glowing with an eerie luster under the lamplight. Then don't blame me for taking the unconventional route. Let's go. Suhan rose from his chair and draped a black trench coat over his shoulders. To the laboratory. Find second concubine. Royal Alchemy Chamber. Achoo. Lu Rushuang, clad in a white lab coat and thick protective goggles, let out a mighty sneeze. Who's talking about me? She sniffled, gazing at the enormous alchemy furnace before her, inside of which a pot of viscous pink liquid was being simmered. This was her latest creation, Super Youth-Preserving Pill Youth Edition. Since that time Su-Han had bribed her with a bottle of Upper Realm face cream, she had become utterly obsessed with research and development. After all, watching those senior sisters who once looked down on her now queue up begging for a single pill, chanting, "Grand sister is awesome." Such vanity was simply intoxicating. Busy. Su-Han's voice materialized behind her like a ghost. Wah. Lu Rushuang was so startled that her hand trembled, nearly toppling a basket of spirit herbs into the furnace. She turned around, saw it was Su-Han, and immediately covered her wrist defensively. What? No. No more blood. Not a single drop left. Last time I haven't even recovered. Look how thin I've gotten. Don't be tense. Su-Han approached with a smile and placed the green test tube on the table. No blood draw this time. This is about adding ingredients. Adding ingredients. Lu Rushuang leaned in to take a look. What's that? It looks like poison. How can you call it poison? Su-Han corrected her with a straight face. This is called a user retention enhancer. The composition is quite simple: purified blood with extreme yin attributes mixed with a certain amount of demonic chi extract from the depths of the abyss. Lu Rushuang, an expert in alchemy, instantly paled upon hearing this formula. Extreme yin blood plus demonic chi. This stuff, though it can make one's skin crystal clear and radiant in the short-term, long-term consumption, will lead to spiritual energy inertia and could even cause addiction. Lu Rushuang looked at Su-Han in terror. Su-Han, are you mad? You want to sell this to the Upper Realm? This is destroying their very foundation. If the cultivators of the Upper Realm all consume this, their cultivation will slowly stagnate, and they'll become hopeless addicts dependent on this medicine. Smart. Su-Han snapped his fingers, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. They've banned our cultural products, haven't they? Then we sell them something they can't refuse: beauty and longevity. What do the female cultivators of the Upper Realm value most? Their looks. What do the male cultivators care about most? Honor. As long as our pills perform well enough, even contraband will be fought over in the black markets. And once they take that first pill, a chilling smile spread across Su-Han's lips. They'll become loyal slaves to Tianma Group. I won't do it. Lu Rushuang kept retreating. Though she was greedy and afraid of death, this kind of soul-destroying scheme. This goes against heaven and humanity. I have my principles. Principles? Su-Han raised an eyebrow and produced a document from his robe. Tianma Group, Upper Realm Luxury Division, CEO appointment letter. Alongside it a spirit stone check inscribed with countless zeros. Don't rush to refuse. Once this plan succeeds, you'll be the greatest pill god in the Upper Realm. Those lofty fairy maidens and holy maidens will all kneel before you begging for pills. And each pill I'll give you a 10% cut of the profit. Lu Rushuang's gaze lingered on those words. 10% of the profit, for 3 seconds. Her throat bobbed violently. 10% profit. How much was that? Probably enough to buy 10 Howard sword sects, wouldn't it? Cough cough. The righteousness on Lu Rushuang's face instantly vanished, replaced by a professional academic expression. She picked up the test tube and shook it with great rigor. Well, Boss Su, I think there's room for improvement in this formula. Pure demonic chi is too easily detected. How about adding some heart-severing grass? It can mask the demonic chi and also induces emotional excitement. Su-Han smiled. He patted Lu Rushuang on the shoulder. Professional. Then it's all yours, President Lu. 3 days later. Despite the official ban in the various black markets and underground auction houses of the Upper Realm, a mysterious pill known as Tianma's Bliss Pill began to quietly circulate. Have you heard? 1 pill of that Bliss Pill, and you'll be 10 years younger. Your skin will be as soft and tender as water. Really? Isn't that a contraband item from the lower realm? Oh, the dignitaries publicly ban it, but privately, everyone's buying it. I personally saw the law enforcement elder's concubine secretly consuming 1. Quick, get me 1. I'll pay any price. Ban. In the face of absolute desire and addiction, a ban decree was nothing but empty words. Up in the Upper Realm, the celestial tide immortal city. This was the most prosperous trade hub in the Upper Realm, also the seat of the Nangong clan, a family of eternal nobility. But now the Nangong mansion stood desolate and cold. Worthless. All of you are a bunch of worthless trash. In the grand hall of the Nangong clan, the current patriarch was furiously berating a group of stewards. This month's revenue has dropped by another 30%. At this rate, we won't even be able to pay the tribute to the Taishu Immortal Court, let alone afford the spirit stones for the clan's protective array. Patriarch, there's nothing we can do. An old steward said with a bitter face. Lately, the hottest items on the market are those underground extreme bliss pills and photon flying swords. The traditional pills and artifacts we sell, nobody wants them. Then go source them. Buy those contraband goods from the black market and sell them. Can't get them. The Taishu Immortal Court's blockade is too tight. A single extreme bliss pill on the black market has been bid up to an astronomical price. We can't even secure the supply. In a corner, Nangong, you stood quietly in the shadows, dressed in plain white robes. As the only daughter of the former patriarch, ever since her father fell, she had been sidelined by her second uncle and reduced to a pawn for political marriage. She watched coldly as these elders scurried about like ants on a hot pan, a faint trace of scorn curling at the corner of her lips. A bunch of fools. All they wanted was to be middlemen, but never thought to go directly to the source. Late at night, in Nangon Yu's boudoir, she locked the door and activated all the soundproofing arrays. Taking a deep breath, she pulled out a strangely shaped, obviously modified black jade slip from her bosom. This was a cracked version of the Wanxiang terminal, which she had bought at a high price from the black market. Rumor had it that this device could bypass the Taishu Immortal Court's firewall and connect directly to the lower realm. I hope it works. Nangon Yu's palms were sweating with nervousness. This was a desperate gamble. If the Immortal Court discovered she had secretly contacted the lower realm, it would be a crime punishable by clan extermination. But if she didn't gamble, in a few days she would be sold by her second uncle to some ancient monster thousands of years old as a cauldron for the family's benefit. With trembling hands, she entered a mysterious code that circulated on the black market. Beep, beep, beep. Connection establishing. Encrypted channel opened. The other party has answered. The light screen flickered. The previously pitch-black image suddenly lit up. Nangon Yu's breath caught. What she saw was not a ferocious demon lord from the lower realm, nor a barbarian living on the screen was an office furnished with extreme luxury and a futuristic feel. A young man in a black shirt with his collar slightly open sat in a wide executive chair, swirling a glass of blood-red wine. He seemed to have expected someone would call, and there was a hint of playful amusement in his deep eyes. Good evening, friend from the upper realm. Suhan raised his glass to the camera. A late-night call, can't sleep. Or, looking for something exciting. Nangon Yu suppressed her nervousness, trying to make her voice sound steady. Are you the director of the Tianma group? I am Suhan. Suhan said calmly. State your name, and your bargaining chip. I am Nangon Yu, heir to the Nangon clan of the upper realm. Nangon Yu looked Suhan straight in the eyes. I want to do business with you. Oh. Suhan raised an eyebrow. Buying extreme bliss pills. Or flying swords. If it's retail, please queue up on the black market. No. Nangon Yu's words were astonishing. I want to be the general distributor. I know your current predicament. Nangon Yu spoke, rapidly displaying a startling commercial acumen. Your products are excellent, but they are contraband in the upper realm, forced to circulate like rats on the black market. Profits are squeezed by layers of middlemen, and you face the constant risk of being wiped out by the Immortal Court. You need a cover. A white glove. Someone with a legitimate identity, sales channels, and reputation in the upper realm. Nangon Yu took a deep breath and revealed her trump card. The Nangon clan may have declined, but we own shops in all 36 cities of the upper realm and have a complete logistics network. As long as you give me the supply, I can launder your products as the Nangon clan's own new inventions and put them on the shelves openly. Suhan listened, then set down his glass. He leaned forward, slightly scrutinizing this bold woman through the screen. Interesting. But Miss Nangon, Suhan said with a half-smile, as far as I know, that fool of a second uncle is currently the head of the Nangon clan, isn't he? Can you deliver on your words? A flash of ruthlessness passed through Nangon Yu's eyes. As long as I have the supply and the money, by tomorrow morning that fool will die from chi deviation during cultivation. The Nangon clan will be my one-man show. Clap, clap, clap. Suhan applauded. He liked smart people with ambition, cunning, and no scruples. Deal. Suhan snapped his fingers. But the agency fee is quite steep. I have no money right now. Nangon Yu was a bit embarrassed. I don't want money. A demonic gleam flickered in Suhan's eyes. I want equity. 70% of all future profits of the Nangon clan shall belong to the Tianma group. Furthermore, you will be responsible for gathering intelligence, bribing officials, and infiltrating the upper echelons in the upper realm. In short, Suhan extended his hand across the screen. I want you to be my comprador in the upper realm. 70%. That was a contract of indenture. But Nangon Yu looked at the man on the screen, then thought of the miserable fate awaiting her. Better to be a devil's comprador than to be a cauldron for some ancient monster. Fine. Nangon Yu gritted her teeth. 70% it is. But I have one condition. I want those extreme bliss pills that can make even a Dharma image realm expert obey. I need them tonight. No problem. Suhan smiled. Open your window. Nangon Yu was startled, then instinctively walked to the window and pushed it open. Rumble. In the originally silent night sky, a strange spatial ripple suddenly appeared. A small pitch-black stealth shuttle painted with the words Tianma Logistics pierced through the realm barrier like a ghost hovering silently before her window. The hatch opened. An exquisite black box floated in and landed on her table. These are samples. Suhan's voice came from the jade slip. Inside are all the things you want. Pills, flying swords, and a gift from me, a single soldier tactical exoskeleton. Put it on and take back what belongs to your family. Nangon Yu. Welcome to the board of directors of Tianma Holdings. Beep. The communication ended. With trembling hands, Nangon Yu opened the black box. Inside, besides the luminous pills, lay a set of silver-white arm guards full of mechanical beauty. She took a deep breath and put on the arm guards. Buzz. A surge of violent power never before experienced flooded her entire body. That was the power of techno-cultivation. She turned around facing the door with no trace of cowardice left in her eyes. Second uncle. A cold smile identical to Su-han's curled at the corner of Nangong Yu's lips. Your dear niece has come to pay her respects. Above the upper realm in Tianlan Immortal City, within the ancestral estate of the Nangong clan. Late at night the family meeting room carried an atmosphere so heavy it seemed as though water could be wrung from the air. Family head. We truly cannot delay any longer. An elder slammed his palm on the table, urgency etched across his face. On the black market, prices for Tianma products have soared to the heavens. If we fail to keep pace, the market share will be snatched away by rogue cultivators. Silence. Nangong Ren, seated at the head of the table with a darkened expression, glared viciously at the elder. Those are contraband. The Taishu Immortal Court is cracking down hard on this. Do you wish for the Nangong family to face extermination? Then what should we do? Simply wait and perish. Another elder rose in agitation. I've heard the Li family to the west has been secretly running smuggling operations. Enough. Nangong Ren's palm struck the armrest with such force that his pressure as a late-stage Dharma idol realm cultivator erupted, reducing the entire hall to frozen silence. A hint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. Since the orthodox path yields no fruit, then we must resort to selling people. I have already made contact with Ancestor Kugu. He shows great interest in that girl Nangong Yu's extreme, constitution. All it takes is delivering that girl to him as a furnace vessel, and Ancestor Kugu has promised 3 years of protection for our Nangong family, along with an investment of 5 million top-grade spirit stones. What? Selling the young miss? The elders exchanged glances, some compassion flickering in their eyes, but when family interests stood at stake one by one, they chose silence. Since no one objects, then let us. I object. A voice cold and crisp with a metallic quality cut through the air from the doorway. Crash. The massive doors of the council hall exploded outward as though struck by a battering ram. Amid a storm of splintering wood, a slender figure stepped through the dust and debris. Nangong Yu wore form-fitting black attire, her long hair swept into a high ponytail. Upon her left arm was mounted the Tianma Single Soldier Tactical Exoskeleton, codenamed Qilin Arm, its silver-white surface pulsing with ethereal blue spiritual energy light that blazed conspicuously in the dim hall. Nangong Yu. Nangong Ren stared at the niece who had always cowered before him, taken aback before rage quickly overtook him. How dare you? Who allowed you entry? Where are your manners? Guards, seize this foolish girl. Bind her and take her straight to Kugu Cave. Yes, sir. 2 peaked Divine Palace Realm Enforcer elders guarding the hall lunged forward simultaneously, one grasping for each of Nangong Yu's shoulders. Young miss, pardon us. Facing the dual assault from 2 powerful cultivators, Nangong Yu didn't even lift her eyelids. She merely raised her mechanical left arm. Rules. A cold smirk curled Nangong Yu's lips. From today onward, my word is the rule. Buzz. Runes along the mechanical arm flared to life instantly, and its built-in micro-spiritual accumulation reactor emitted a low, menacing roar. Thwack. Thwack. No elaborate techniques, only raw, refined kinetic strikes. Nangong Yu's mechanical arm became a silver bolt of lightning, striking with after-released then arrived first speed, and slammed brutally into the faces of both Enforcer elders. Splat. The 2 peaked Divine Palace Realm cultivators didn't even have time to cry out before their skulls, like watermelons crushed by a heavy hammer, spun them through the air. They crashed into the wall and remained embedded, requiring great effort to remove. Deathly silence. The entire hall fell deathly silent. All the elders gazed at Nangong Yu as though witnessing a specter. One slap sent 2 peaked Divine Palace cultivators flying. What kind of power is this? Hadn't she only just broken through to the Divine Palace realm? Sorcery. What dark magic did you use? Nangong Ren's pupils contracted sharply. He felt the energy radiating from that mechanical arm, a fluctuation that chilled his heart. This is not sorcery, second uncle. Nangong Yu gently flexed her mechanical fingers, producing an elegant clicking rhythm. This is called science. Now then, we have our privacy. Nangong Yu advanced toward the head seat, step by step, her gaze ice cold. Second uncle, sitting in that chair too long can cause back pain. Step down. Insolence. Nangong Ren was thoroughly provoked. You dare rebel relying on an external artifact? I am a Dharma idol realm cultivator. Boom. A colossal manifestation of raging flames coalesced behind him, its pressure enough to scorch heaven and boil the seas, bearing down directly upon Nangong Yu. External artifact. Gazing at the onrushing Dharma idol manifestation, Nangong Yu's eyes held no fear, only a trace of pity. Master Su was right. You fossils know nothing of true power. She clenched her left fist tightly. The mechanical arm's overload mode engaged, crimson lights flashing violently. Simultaneously, she drew a photon grenade from her garment, pulled the pin, and tossed it straight into the Dharma idol's maw, without so much as a glance. Taste this. Boom. A blinding white light erupted within the hall. This was no ordinary explosion. It was an energy storm born from particle fission specifically designed to shatter spiritual energy structures. Aya! Nangong Ren shrieked in agony. His proud Dharma idol like a punctured balloon instantly collapsed and dissipated. The massive backlash sent blood gushing from his mouth, and he crumpled to the ground. Before he could rise, a cold mechanical foot stamped heavily onto his chest. Crack! The sound of shattered breastbone rang clearly through the hall. Impossible! Nangong Ren, mouth full of blood, looked up at his descendant with utter despair. What kind of hidden weapon was that? Why could it break my Dharma idol? Proprietary information. Nangong Yu wore an expressionless face. She withdrew an exquisite small vial from her bosom and poured out a pill radiating a pinkish aura. Timma Bliss pill. Second uncle, didn't you just speak of reviving the family? Take it. No. I won't eat it. That's poison. Nangong Ren shook his head desperately. He had long heard of this thing's effects. It's not your choice to make. Nangong Yu pinched open his jaw and forced the pill inside. Glug. The pill slid into his stomach. Only 3 breaths passed. Nangong Ren, who had been struggling and cursing, suddenly went rigid. Then those murky eyes filled with hatred slowly grew dazed and unfocused, and finally, an eerie sense of euphoria and submission flooded his features. It was as though his soul had been immersed in hot spring waters. All pain vanished, leaving only boundless devotion to the person before him. Me, miss. Nangong Ren scrambled to his knees at Nangong Yu's feet, like a sycophantic hound, a servile, infatuated smile on his face. More. That pill. Give me another. Please. Witnessing this, the surrounding elders completely broke down. If even the Dharma Idol Realm family head had become like this, what hope did they have? Thump, thump. The elders knelt in unison, trembling. We pay respects to the family head. We shall serve the young miss with all our might. Nangong Yu stood before the head seat, regarding these elders who moments ago had sought to sell her, feeling not the slightest ripple in her heart. She turned and bowed respectfully to some unseen point in the void. Master Su, the Nangong family has been secured within the Great Qian Imperial Palace before the viewing screen. Well done. Suhan sipped his red wine and spoke to Lu Rushuang beside him. The channel is now open. President Lu, your stockpiles are ready for shipment. Lu Rushuang, who had been labeling newly refined pills, jumped for joy at these words. Wonderful. My warehouse is nearly overflowing. What are we shipping this time? Photon flying swords or youth-preserving cream? No. Suhan shook his head, deep light gleaming in his eyes. For our first official distribution, we must shock the upper realm. Ship Tianma Foundation Establishment elixir-free trial sizes. And Suhan pointed to the batch of jade slips recently developed in the warehouse corner, shaped curiously like smartphone devices. Send 10,000 units of the Tianma Cloud Phone prototype model. Pre-install holographic cultivation king and Chinga's live broadcast room. Remember, all distributed free of charge. Free. Lu Rushuang winced at the cost, teeth chattering. Boss, the expenses run into hundreds of millions. Think long-term. Suhan watched through the screen as Nangong Yu took control of the Nangong family. The freest things are the most expensive. Upper Realm Tianlan, Immortal City, on the street. Oh, have you heard? The Nangong family has gone mad. They're handing out free spiritual liquid and magical treasures. What? Free? That sounds too good to be true. Really? Just scan that QR code, download an app called Tianma Cloud, and you'll get the latest model cloud phone. You can even watch Immortal Fairy live streams inside. In just half a day's time. A long queue had already formed at the Nangong family's entrance, longer than the line of those waiting for ascension. Countless young cultivators clutched newly acquired black jade slips, with futuristic designs, heads bowed, as their fingers frantically swiped across the surfaces. Transcendental Cultivation King, Season 1 now live. Holy Maiden Li Qingga is currently live streaming online tutorial on the Hahuan sect's charm techniques. Come quick. Shocking. Empress Yi Hongyi's private diary exposed, paid unlock. These unprecedented forms of mental entertainment swept through the upper realm like a virus, instantly overwhelming the monotonous cultivation lives of immortals. Even the enforcement disciples tasked with maintaining order found themselves sneaking into corners, watching Li Qingga dance on their screens with infatuated grins. Spiritual opium. This was a more terrifying addiction than any pill. The Grand Void Celestial Court, Supreme Council Hall. How dare they? Preposterous. This is destroying the very foundations of our immortal realm. A Grand Elder of the Celestial Court Enforcement Division, draped in golden robes and radiating authority, trembled with fury as he watched the younger generation through his mysterious light mirror, addicted to their phones, showing no ambition. Why hasn't the ban order worked? Because the Nangong family claims they're complimentary gifts, not commercial transactions, so they don't violate regulations. A subordinate officer explained hesitantly. Then kill them all. Eradicate the Nangong family. We can't, Elder. The Nangong family now controls a group of powerful rogue cultivators with the Bliss Pill, and that Nangong Yu possesses strange mechanical weapons. Our assassination teams have all been eliminated. Enough. A merciless glint flashed across the Grand Elder's eyes. Since they can't control their hands, then sever their roots. This plague originates from the lower realm. Once we eradicate that Tianma corporation from the lower realm, these things will naturally become waters without a source. He slowly raised his hand, and a jade vial emanating dark green death aura appeared in his palm. Issue the order. Activate the spirit severing plan. Deploy the nether spirit severing mist into the lower realm. Elder, that's a forbidden biochemical weapon. Once deployed, all living beings in the lower realm will have their spiritual roots wither, and that plane will be completely destroyed. If it's ruined, so be it. The Grand Elder spoke with cold indifference, as casual as crushing a swarm of ants. A bunch of barbarians who only know how to produce spiritual garbage don't deserve to live. Execute. The Great Qian Imperial Palace noon. The sky, once clear, suddenly turned an eerie dark green. No thunder, no explosions. Just a silent viscous green mist raining from the heavens, rapidly enveloping the entire imperial capital and spreading outward. Cough, cough, cough. What's happening? My spiritual energy. My cultivation is dropping. I'm done for. Panic erupted instantly. Any cultivator touched by the green mist felt their spiritual energy dissipate rapidly within their bodies like acid corroding flesh. Cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage instantly became ordinary mortals. Golden core cultivators collapsed to the ground convulsing, and their once shining magical treasures turned to scrap iron. Alarm! Alarm! High concentration biochemical spirit poison detected. Spiritual energy index in the air has dropped to 0. The National Protection Formation is being corroded. Estimated collapse time 30 minutes. Suhan stood in the command room, his face turning ashen as he watched the data on the screen flash crimson wildly. Those old fogies can't handle it, so they're flipping the table. This is ethnic cleansing. Yi Hongyi, standing beside him, still carried the aura of an emperor, but her face had grown pale as well. This poison mist targets spiritual roots. Even someone at her level finds it difficult to circulate spiritual energy. What should we do? Du Gufeng asked anxiously. My mecha has a filtration system and can hold out a while longer, but the soldiers and civilians below. Suhan's mind raced. The system panel refreshed rapidly. Analysis complete. Nether spirit severing mist. Components: high concentration death aura, spirit particle, inert virus. Antidote protocol requires something of supreme yang and pure essence to neutralize, or blood of supreme yin and extreme cold to combat poison with poison. Blood of supreme yin. Suhan sharply turned his head and looked toward the corner where Lu Rushuang was trembling while wearing a gas mask. Second concubine. Suhan's roar made Lu Rushuang nearly jump out of her skin. What? I'm not going out. There's poison outside. Lu Rushuang clung desperately to the pillar. Suhan rushed over, grabbed her wrist, his eyes blazing with fanaticism. Ms. Lu, the time has come for you to prove yourself. Your blood possesses an extreme yin constitution that naturally counters this death aura virus. You're the only antibody. What a... Lu Rushuang's eyes widened as she looked out at the sky-filling green mist, then down at her slender arms. So much poison, you're going to drain me dry. I won't do it. It'll kill me. It won't kill you. Suhan quickly redeemed a fully automatic blood circulation dialysis enhancement device from the system mall. I'll hook you up to 10 bottles of premium blood-nourishing pills, drawing and replenishing simultaneously. As long as your blood can spread throughout the city through the formation array, it will neutralize the poison mist. But it hurts. Lu Rushuang said tearfully, her tears swirling in her eyes. Suhan took a deep breath and held up 3 fingers. This time it's not just about money. Lu Rushuang, as long as you save the people of this city. From now on in Dakian, you'll be a living bodhisattva. Your statue will stand in every square, and everyone will kowtow to you. And Suhan leaned close to her ear and whispered, Tianma Group will give you a 20 stake in the company. Plus, exclusive credit rights for the Upper Realm Bliss Pill. Lu Rushuang's crying stopped abruptly. 20% stake. Exclusive credit rights. Wouldn't that mean all cultivators in the world would take pride in this from now on? Sniff. She wiped her nose, a glint of greed mixed with righteousness flashing in her eyes. You said it yourself. 20% stake, not a penny less, or I'll fight you to the death. Lu Rushuang gritted her teeth, ripped off her gas mask, revealing a face that, despite her fear of death, now wore an almost tragic heroism. She strode to the core of the formation array, rolled up her sleeves, and thrust her fair arm deep inside. Come on, drain me dry. For money. Oh, wait for the common people. As Suhan activated the formation array, bright red blood surged from Lu Rushuang's body, amplified by the formation array, transforming into a pale red drizzle that flowed upward against the current rushing toward the sky. FZZZ, FZZZ. The red rain met the green mist, producing intense reaction sounds. That once domineering, world-corroding, spirit-severing poison mist, upon encountering this red rain infused with extreme yin power, actually began to dissolve and neutralize. The poison is dispersing. The mist is clearing. Spiritual energy is recovering. Who saved us? It's the red rain. The common folk rushed out of their homes, gazing at the massive holographic projection in the sky. It showed Lu Rushuang's pale face, transfused while giving blood, in a miserable scene. But in the eyes of the world at that moment, it was not suffering, it was sanctity. It's Fairy Lu. It's the eldest senior sister of Howren's sword sect, Bodhisattva of the blood robe, saving us from suffering and disaster. Countless people fell to their knees weeping bitterly. The power of faith surged like a tidal wave, and it actually forced the bottleneck that Lu Rushuang had been stuck at, the peak of the Divine Palace realm, to loosen. In the command room, Suhan watched Lu Rushuang being forced to ascend and smiled. "Look," he said to Yi Hongyi beside him. "Who says a greedy, cowardly person can't be a hero?" Tai Su Immortal Court, observation platform. Vital signs, rapidly dwindling. Spiritual energy fluctuations, nearly non-existent. The steward tasked with monitoring the lower realm let out a long sigh as he gazed at the deathly still dark green hue on the mystic light mirror. Turning, he bowed deeply to the Grand Elder. Behind him, "Congratulations, Grand Elder. The spiritual extinction plan is a complete success. That great Qian in the lower realm is likely nothing but a city of the dead by now." The Grand Elder stroked his beard and smiled, his eyes brimming with contempt. "A swarm of ants daring to contend with the heavens. Those so-called photon flying swords and mobile phones are nothing but petty tricks. Before absolute power, they are utterly fragile. Issue the order." The Grand Elder waved his sleeve. "Seal the realm barrier for 3 days. Once the poisonous gas disperses, dispatch the corpse retrieval squad. Collect all the assets of that so-called Tianma group, especially the formula for the extreme joy pill." I find myself somewhat intrigued. Yes, deep within the Great Qian Imperial Palace, 10,000 meters underground, a top-secret base. Little did the upper realm anticipate that just as they believed the lower realm had been annihilated, beneath the earth an epic-scale engineering operation was underway with fervent intensity. Rumble. The deafening roar of colossal machinery echoed. A massive black drilling rig 100 zhang tall and shaped like a ferocious beast stood erect upon its launch pad. Its drill bit was no ordinary metal but a modified immortal engine from an upper realm celestial vessel surrounded by terrifying spatial tearing forces. Tianma Heavy Industries Realm Breaker No. 1. Suhan, clad in a black combat suit, was conducting the final calibrations. Behind him stood a fully armed Tianma Special Operations team. "Boss, do we really have to drill up there?" Lu Rushuang, though recently elevated to blood-clad Bodhisattva for her meritorious deeds, was still trembling with fear. A heap of life-saving talismans hung around her neck, and she clutched the bottle of youthful appearance cream snatched from the upper realm as if her life depended on it. "Can I skip this? I get seasick, and I just drain my blood. I'm weak." "No." Suhan refused without hesitation as he checked the data. "You're the medicine god, the face of the extreme joy pill in the upper realm. If you don't go, who will stand by Nangong you?" Besides, Suhan turned and looked at her with a hint of a smile. "The spiritual energy density in the upper realm is 100 times that of the lower realm. 1 day of cultivation there equals a year here. You've been stuck at the peak of the Divine Palace realm, haven't you? Once you're there, as long as you don't get caught, you can break through to the Dharma Manifestation realm effortlessly." Dharma Manifestation realm. Lu Rushuang's eyes instantly lit up. For immortality, she would risk it all. "I'm in. Whoever tries to stop me will face my wrath." Beside her, Lin Qingzhu remained far more composed. She had changed back into the black silk combat skirt that had caused such a sensation in the upper realm, her photon flying sword strapped to her back, her gaze cool and detached. "Suhan, is that Nangong you reliable?" "Reliable or not doesn't matter." A sharp glint flashed in Suhan's eyes. "What matters is that she wants to win even more than we do. As long as our interests align, she will be our sharpest blade in the upper realm. Prepare." Suhan said no more and waved his hand decisively. Yi Hongyi stood on the high platform watching the expedition team about to set out. She said no sentimental words, but simply raised her hand and channeled a thick stream of national destiny dragon chi into the realm breaker No. 1, cloaking the machine in an indestructible shield. "Suhan." The Empress's voice echoed in Suhan's mind. "I guard the realm, you conquer new lands. Don't die out there. My empire awaits your return to complete the puzzle." Suhan gave the Empress an okay gesture. "Ignite." Boom. The modified immortal engine roared to life. No upward flame arose, only a spatial wave of anti-gravity. The enormous drilling rig did not soar into the sky, but instead charged toward the spatial node ahead, the coordinates sent by Nangongyu. It was the weak point on the reverse side of an abandoned private teleportation array of the Nangong family. ZZZ. The supposedly indestructible realm barrier under the terrifying spinning drill of the realm breaker No. 1 was like a fragile piece of paper. Spatial fragments flew in all directions. A dark void passage was forcibly torn open. "Everyone hold on tight." Suhan sat in the driver's seat, a wild grin spreading across his face. "We're not taking the front door. We're giving the upper realm lords a sewer entrance." Whoosh. A streak of light flashed. The colossal drilling rig vanished into the void in an instant, disappearing without a trace. A quarter of an hour later. Upper realm Tianlan Immortal City, Nangong family backyard, abandoned warehouse. This was Nangong Yu's secret stronghold, already layered with isolation arrays. Nangong Yue, wearing her exoskeleton mecha, paced anxiously within the warehouse. She had already killed her second uncle and seized control of the family, but if Suhan's reinforcements did not arrive, the Tai Su Immortal Court's tax inspectors would come tomorrow, and she would be finished. Why aren't they here yet? Didn't he say a quarter of an hour? Just then, crack, crack. The ground in the center of the warehouse suddenly split open like rippling water, then accompanied by a grating metallic screech. Boom. A massive, monstrous metal drill bit, still belching black smoke, forced its way up from the depths of the earth. Mud-splattered spiritual bricks shattered. Nangong Yu stumbled back and shocked the weapons on her exoskeleton, instantly charging. Cough, cough, cough. The drill stopped spinning, and the hatch opened. A thick smell of engine oil mixed with the dust of the lower realm wafted out. Suhan was the first to jump out, brushing the dirt off his clothes and waving at the bewildered Nangong Yu. Yo, Miss Nangong. Package delivery. By the way, do you serve meals here? Behind him, the coolly beautiful Lin Xingzhu, the curious Lu Rushuang, who was touching everything in sight, and a fully armed squad of Tianma special operatives in exoskeletons filed out one after another. Staring at this illegal armed force that had emerged from underground, Nangong Yu was stunned for a full 3 seconds. Then she smiled, a smile brimming with ambition. We do serve meals. Nangong Yu stepped forward and shook Suhan's hand. Not only meals. From today on, the entire Nangong family will be the Tianma Group's upper realm office. Suhan gazed out the window at the bustling, spiritually vibrant Tianlan immortal city. His eyes gleamed with the light of a hunter spotting its prey. Excellent. Now that we're here, let's set a small goal first. Suhan raised one finger. Within 3 days, I want every cultivator in this city to be unable to live without our extreme joy pill. Above realm Tianlan immortal city, Nangong family's main branch. The first rays of morning sunlight had just fallen when the long-sealed gates of the Nangong residence burst open with a thunderous roar. Gone was the usual clamor of gongs and drums. Instead, a colossal holographic screen shimmering with neon luminescence stood at the entrance. On the screen flashed a single blunt headline. Tianma Supreme Bliss Pill Premium Edition, Global Debut. Today's limited offer: scan to join, first order free. Invite 3 friends, enjoy lifetime half price. Beneath the text loomed an enormous QR code. What on earth is this? First order free. Has the Nangong family lost their minds? Abandoning their business? Aren't they joking? The Supreme Bliss Pill sells for 500 spirit stones on the black market. A group of passing cultivators gathered around, pointing and murmuring, their faces etched with suspicion. In the traditional mercantile society of the upper realm, where coin changed hands with every transaction, they had never encountered such a scheme before. Just as everyone hesitated. I want to join. A down-and-out rogue cultivator, his face pockmarked, and his cultivation stuck at foundation establishment for years, gritted his teeth and charged forward. He pulled out the Tianma cloud phone he'd received the day before and scanned the QR code. Beep. Congratulations. You have become a Tianma premium member. Your first order benefit has been issued. Behind the counter, a Nangong family, made in a form-fitting uniform with a sweet smile, presented a delicate jade box with both hands. The rogue cultivator's hands trembled as he opened it. An intoxicating pink fragrance instantly filled the air. Top grade. Absolutely top grade Supreme Bliss Pill. Really? Really free? The rogue cultivator could hardly believe it. Completely free, the maid smiled sweetly. And not only that, if you can recommend 3 fellow cultivators to scan the code, you'll receive this box of pills at half price from then on. Boom. The crowd erupted. I want one too. Don't push. I was first. Make way. My whole family's here. I even dragged my master here. On the second floor of the Nangong residence, inside the VIP lounge, Nangong Yu stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the frenzied crowd below like a horde of zombies, her hand trembling as she held her teacup. This is the viral spread you mentioned. She turned in disbelief towards Suhan, who lay on the sofa playing games. At this rate of giving away, the Nangong family won't survive 3 days before going bankrupt. Bankrupt? Suhan didn't look up, his fingers flying across the screen. Miss Nangong, you greatly underestimate user retention. The first pill is free, but the second one I'll charge full price. By the time they take the third one and become addicted, then. Suhan looked up, revealing a row of white teeth. I could raise the price tenfold, and they'd still kneel and beg me to sell to them. And do you think those recruiting people are taking advantage? Suhan let out a cold laugh. No, they're working for free for me. Each person they recruit is a new field for me to harvest. This kind of efficiency is far higher than sending out 100 salespeople. Nangong, you felt her scalp tingle as she listened. She looked at the young man before her, and for the first time understood the word demon in an entirely new way. Killing someone requires paying with one's life. But this man devoured people and made them grateful for the privilege. Meanwhile, in the back room of the shop, this space had been converted into a temporary alchemy assembly line. Dozens of enormous automatic furnaces operated at full power. Lu Rushuang, clad in a white lab coat, resembled a mad scientist as she poured barrel after barrel of crimson liquid into the furnaces. It was her blood mixed with diluted demonic energy. Quick, quick, quick. Add fire. This batch is headed to the Li family in the West District. There are many wealthy matrons there. Add more youth-preserving herbs and price it higher. Lu Rushuang was now completely thrilled, because she discovered that as those cultivators consumed her blood pills, streams of pure faith power continuously flooded into her body. Her cultivation base was actually rising rapidly. Is this what it feels like to be a deity? Lu Rushuang gazed at her fair palm, a dazed expression in her eyes. Suhan wasn't lying to me. As long as you have no conscience, making money is truly joyous. 3 days later, Tianlan Immortal City had completely transformed. The tea houses that once bustled with ethereal cultivators deep in conversation now only held heads bowed over mobile phones. The streets once tranquil were now filled with enthusiastic promoters pulling people to scan codes. Fellow Taoist, swimming in fitness. Oh, I mean, care to try the Supreme Bliss pill? Just scan the code, get a free flying sword skin. And the most terrifying part was, as the Supreme Bliss pill spread through the city, an eerie atmosphere began to envelop it all. Those who had taken the pill saw their skin improve and their cultivation seemingly advance. But their eyes grew increasingly fervent and hollow. They lost interest in cultivation and patience for seclusion. The first thing they did each morning upon waking was check their phones for discounts on pills and see if Li Qinggo was live streaming. They were devolving from cultivators into consumers. At the city lord's mansion, the Li family estate. Smash! Li Tianba, head of the Li family, smashed his teacup against the ground in fury. Damn it! The Nangong family is cutting off our livelihood. In these 3 days, not a single pill has sold from our Li family's shop. Even our regular customers have gone queuing at the Nangong residence. Master, we can't endure this anymore. A senior elder stepped forward, killing intent radiating from him. That Supreme Bliss pill is definitely problematic. I've investigated. It contains demonic energy. We'll take our people there directly and smash the Nangong residence under the guise of colluding with the demonic path and selling poisonous pills. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Li Tianba's eyes. Good. Perfect timing. Isn't Nangong still consolidating power? Her foundation is unstable. Issuing my command. Summon all the retainers. This night we go to execute justice on behalf of heaven. Night fell over the Nangong main store. Suhan stood on the rooftop terrace, wine glass in hand, overlooking the street below, where the queue still stretched on. Boss. Lin Qingzhu appeared silently behind him, arms crossed over her sword. They're here. The Li family has sent 320 people, including 3 at the manifestation stage, heading straight for us. Shall I intervene? Suhan shook his head, a mocking smile playing on his lips. No need. Qingzhu, remember this. We are business people, civilized folk. Violence is so uncouth. So, Lin Qingzhu paused. Suhan pointed toward the loyal customers below, queuing to buy pills and scrolling through their phones. We have the best bodyguards. At that moment, boom, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar. Li Tianba, leading 300 fierce Li family experts, blasted through the street archway and stormed straight to the Nangong residence. Nangong, you, come out this instant. Li Tianba roared, his voice like thunder. You're selling poisonous pills and terrorizing the immortal city. Today the Li family will execute justice on behalf of heaven and smash this den of demons. All of you follow my orders. Smash everything. Kill without mercy anyone who dares to stop us. However, the scene of Nangong family panic they expected never materialized. Instead, those consumers in line who had appeared harmless slowly turned their heads. Thousands of eyes locked onto Li Tianba with intensity. There was no fear in those gazes, only furious rage of being interrupted from their shopping. Above the realm in front of the Nangong flagship store in Tianlan Immortal City. 10 minutes ago this had been a battlefield on the verge of eruption. 10 minutes later it had transformed into a massive fan meet and greet event. Stop fighting. Stop. I yield. Li Tianba, the once arrogant patriarch of the Li family, now cowered in a corner with a battered face protecting his head as he cried out. His Dharma incarnation had long been shattered by hundreds of rogue cultivators high on bliss pills, their spirits in a state of extreme frenzy. His 300 elite retainers fared even worse. Thousands of furious consumers had stripped them of their magical artifacts, leaving them huddled on the ground like quail with their heads tucked in. This was no battle. This was people's warfare. Stop. Standing atop a towering structure, Su Han swayed his wine cup gently. His voice echoed through the amplification formation, reaching every corner of the venue. The fanatics' eyes, bloodshot from their frenzy, halted at the sound of Master Su's voice. Yet their crimson-streaked gazes remained locked on the Li family members. Su Han adjusted his collar and descended gracefully from the sky, accompanied by Nangong Yu and Lin Qingzhu. Approaching Li Tianba, he crouched down, wearing that signature smile. Warm as a spring breeze, yet chilling to the core. Patriarchally, look at the mess you've created. Those of us in business understand that harmony brings prosperity. You brought so many people to wreck my shop and terrify my customers. How do we settle this account? I'll compensate. I'll compensate. Li Tianba spat blood, realizing face meant nothing when survival was at stake. 5 million. No. 10 million spirit stones. I'll have them delivered immediately. 10 million. Suhan shook his head, wagging a finger. Patriarchally, you're a businessman yourself. You should understand the concept of compensation for emotional distress. He gestured toward the frightened customers behind him. My patrons were terrified. Not only did they miss their shopping, but their Dao hearts were shaken. 10 million won't even cover bubble tea for them. Then how much do you want it? Li Tianba's voice cracked with despair. Suhan rose and brushed off his hands. Beside him, Nangong immediately produced a prepared asset transfer agreement. I don't want money. Suhan looked down at him. I want all of the Li family shops, land, and warehouses throughout Tianlan Immortal City. And all the alchemists and raw materials in the Li family's pill workshop. What a... Li Tianba's eyes widened in shock. You're trying to absorb the entire Li family. That's our ancestral legacy. No, absolutely not. No. Suhan smiled. He didn't move himself, but turned to face the thousands of fervent fans brandishing brick-like weapons behind him. Family. Patriarch Li says he won't compensate you for your losses, nor will he let you buy bliss pills at affordable prices going forward. Will you accept this? We won't accept it. Kill him. Tear the Li family apart. The crowd erupted again as countless magical artifacts flared to life, their manic energy, far more terrifying than before. Don't. I'll sign. Li Tianba completely broke down. Faced with being chopped into mincemeat or reduced to poverty, he chose the latter through tears. With trembling hands, he pressed his bloody palm onto the agreement that would erase the Li family from the upper realm. Tap. Nangong collected the agreement, watching this once unstoppable rival, who had suppressed the Nangong family multiple times, now cowering on the ground like a defeated dog. The years of pent-up resentment finally released, she regarded him coldly. Mr. Li, congratulations. The Li family has been delisted. Now take your people and leave Tianlan Immortal City. 1 hour later, the Li family headquarters. Or rather, Heavenly Demon Group, Upper Realm, 2nd Division. The old plaques were taken down and replaced with signage bearing the Black Flame logo. Countless Heavenly Demon Cult special forces were seizing the warehouses and inventorying supplies. Suhan settled into the tiger skin throne that had belonged to Li Tianba, surveying the mountains of account books before him with satisfaction. This zero-cost acquisition had proven extraordinarily profitable. Boss. Lin Qingzhu entered with a grave expression. Though we've taken the Li family, the commotion was too great. The Taishu Immortal Court's enforcement team has already gathered outside the city preparing to intervene. And the 10,000 phones we distributed for free came at significant cost. If we can't recoup quickly. Recoup? Suhan smiled. He retrieved his master control terminal from his robe and illuminated the screen. Upon it lay a densely populated map of the upper realm. And upon that map, 10,000 red dots pulsed. Each one represented a distributed Tianma cloud phone. Qingzhu. Suhan traced a finger across the screen, casually tapping a red. Do you really think I distributed these phones merely for them to watch live streams and play games? Beep. The red dot expanded. Real-time audio surveillance and video feed materialized clearly on screen. Footage within a secret chamber of a certain sect. 2 elders conspired. Elder A. The Taishu Immortal Court is moving against the Nangong family this time. Shouldn't we take this opportunity to profit? Elder B. Show. Keep it down. I hid my newly purchased bliss pills in my shoe sole. Don't let anyone find out. Lin Qingzhu watched in horror, her pupils contracting sharply. This is data. Suhan's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. As long as they use my phones, their locations, their conversations, their relationships, even their preference systems, while watching live streams. All transparent before me. These 10,000 phones are my 10,000 eyes planted across the upper realm. Suhan's fingers swept rapidly across the display before locking onto a distinctive red pulse in the heart of Tianlan Immortal City. The designated owner bore the title of the city lord's eldest son. At that very moment, the young master concealed himself within his study, scrolling through private images of Li Qingga on his phone while emitting lewd chuckles. Observe. Suhan indicated the screen, a demon's smirk curling his lips. With this, should the Taishu Immortal Court dare challenge us? By tomorrow morning, this young master's compromising footage will spread across the entire upper realm. They call it nuclear deterrence through public opinion. Suhan rose and tossed the terminal to the stunned Nangong. Yue Director Nangong. Go. Contact this young master. Tell him I wish to invite him for tea. If he refuses, he should prepare for complete social ruin across every platform. Nangong caught the terminal, her hands trembling. So ruthless. This wasn't merely a phone. It was an electronic shackle each cultivator carried upon their person. Before this man, all notions of privacy and secrecy in the upper realm were nothing but a joke. Yes. Nangong drew a deep breath of fierce intensity blazing in her eyes. With a boss like this, what chance could they not seize? By the way, Suhan moved to the window, gazing at the Taishu Immortal Court enforcement forces gathering beyond the city walls. Since we've taken the Li family, our territory has grown substantial enough. Send word to Dugu Feng. Her interstellar fleet may now deploy. Since we're in business now, without armed forces to ensure our protection, how could this work? Upper Realm, Tianlan Immortal City, Lord's Mansion backyard. A precious jade spirit teacup shattered into pieces. Young Master Zhao, pale-faced, knelt disgracefully on the ground, desperately clutching Nangong Yu's leg. Dear lady. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Don't send it out. If my father finds out that I peeped at the Hahuan sect enchantress's live stream and tipped her with the city defense public funds, he will beat me to death. At this moment, young Master Zhao had none of his usual arrogant and overbearing demeanor. Just now Niangong Yu showed him a high-definition surveillance video. In the video he was drooling over Li Qingge on his phone, while cursing the old fogies of the Taishu Immortal Court for lacking aesthetic taste. If this got out he would be socially dead in the upper realm. Niangong Yu kicked him away in disgust, sat down, and leisurely adjusted her cuffs. Young master, Zhao, don't be so nervous. Our boss Su said we are friends. Since we are friends, the enforcement team outside. Withdraw. Immediately. Young master Zhao scrambled up, grabbed the sound transmission jade slip, and shouted, pass my order. All enforcement teams withdraw immediately. The matter between the Niangong and Li families is a commercial dispute. Whoever dares to interfere, I'll kill them. After shouting, he looked at Niangong Yu ingratiatingly. Dear lady, is this enough? Niangong Yu gave a cold smile and put away the phone containing the incriminating evidence. Young master Zhao is a smart man. From now on, Tianma Group will deliver new products to you for your review first. Meanwhile, outside the Niangong main store in Tianlan Immortal City, although young master Zhao's order had been issued, the atmosphere on the scene remained tense. A heavily armored enforcement commander with a fierce face riding a one-horned fire rhinoceros led over 1,000 fully armed enforcement soldiers surrounding the street completely. Commander, the eldest young master ordered us to retreat. An adjutant whispered. Retreat my ass. Commander Iron Hand's eyes flashed with greedy malice. He stared at the store that had just changed hands. The mountains of spirit stones and elixirs inside made him unable to move. A general in the field is not bound by the ruler's orders. Iron Hand snorted coldly, raising his giant axe. Niangong Yu colluded with the demonic path, evidence solid. The eldest young master must have been deceived. Brothers, charge in. Confiscate all supplies. Whoever dares to block, kill without mercy. He was calculating greedily. As long as he raided the Niangong family, this huge fortune, half to the eldest young master, would be enough for him to cultivate to the peak of the Dharma image realm. Then who would care about orders? Kill. With Iron Hand's command, thousands of enforcement soldiers charged like wolves and tigers toward the store entrance. Su-Han stood on the rooftop watching the scene and shook his head helplessly. In this day and age, there are always people who risk their lives for money. He looked at Lin Qingzhu beside him. It seems that relying solely on rhetoric and dirt isn't enough. Some people don't understand human language. Qingzhu, step aside. Su-Han snapped his fingers toward a certain void. Make room for our security captain. Security captain? Lin Qingzhu was taken aback. The next second, buzz. The originally clear sky suddenly darkened. It wasn't dark clouds, but an enormous suffocating shadow that instantly covered the entire Tianlan Immortal City. Commander Iron Hand instinctively looked up. Then the giant axe in his hand clattered to the ground. The clouds split open. A demonically modified pitch-black Tianma Star Annihilator mothership descended slowly like a moving steel mountain. And below the mothership, a crimson meteor trailing a long tail of flame descended vertically with an extremely violent posture. What is that? Everyone was dumbfounded. Boom. A deafening explosion. The meteor smashed violently into the front line of the charging enforcement team. The ground cracked, and the shockwave sent hundreds of soldiers flying. The dust cleared. A humanoid mecha 30 zhang tall, entirely crimson, holding a ship-splitting longsword, slowly straightened its body. On its chest, the 9th-grade Demon Core reactor emitted a heart-stopping red glow accompanied by a humming sound like a heartbeat. Scarlet Empress modified the mecha's cockpit. Hatch popped open. Dugu Feng, wearing a tight combat suit and sucking on a lollipop, sat in the driver's seat looking down at the tiny ants below. Hey, the fat guy riding the cow down there. Dugu Feng's voice boomed through the mecha's speakers, shaking every window in the city. I heard. You want to rob our boss's money? Commander Iron Hand stared at the steel behemoth, feeling the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from it enough to crush a Dharma image realm cultivator, and his legs began to tremble. Is this a puppet? Whose puppet is this huge? Misunderstanding. Iron Hand stammered, trying to explain. Misunderstanding. Dugu Feng sneered and pushed the control lever hard. Click. Scarlet Empress raised its steel giant foot capable of crushing a city gate. Too late. Boom. One foot stomped down. Commander Iron Hand, along with his one-horned fire rhinoceros, was crushed deep into the ground, becoming a meat patty. Only a giant footprint several meters deep remained on the ground. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Thousands of enforcement soldiers watched their commander instantly become a two-dimensional creature, terrified out of their wits, dropping their weapons all over the ground. Anyone else? Dugu Feng controlled the mecha, drew the 40-meter-long high-frequency particle vibration blade from its back, and swung it casually. ZZZZZT. A red blade light flashed, slicing off the top of a distant mountain. Tianma security mission accomplished. Dugu Feng whistled, her arrogant demeanor even more villainous than Su-Han's. Now anyone else want to confiscate our assets? No one dared to speak. Even the other family heads, watching from afar, turned pale with fright. This was not doing business at all. This was clearly bringing an army to seize territory. Niangong main store balcony. Su-Han looked at the completely subdued scene below and nodded with satisfaction. He picked up the amplification jade slip and addressed the deathly silence of the entire city with his opening speech. Dear fellow citizens of Tianlan Immortal City, everyone do not panic. Our Tianma Group is a legitimate peace-loving enterprise. This is our security department director, Miss Dugufeng. She is a gentle girl. As long as everyone follows the rules, she usually doesn't step on people. Suhan paused and changed his tone. However, given the recent poor public security, to ensure the personal and property safety of our VIP members, I announce that the Tianma Group officially launches the security subscription service. Only 100 Supreme Spirit Stones per month. This Scarlet Empress will be your personal bodyguard. Whoever dares to touch a hair on your head, we will crush them. After speaking, Suhan gave a brilliant smile to the camera. Dignity lies only on the edge of the sword. Truth lies only within range. Welcome to subscribe. Above the realm in the Tianlan Immortal City, the tax office of the City Lord's Mansion. What is this? What on earth is this? The tax director stared at the empty treasury, his beard trembling with rage as he looked at the few pieces of paper fluttering on the floor. In previous years, by this time, the major noble families and shops would have already delivered crates of supreme-grade spirit stones, stacking them like small mountains. But this year, not even a trace of a spirit stone was to be seen. Reporting director. A tax official tremblingly handed over a black jade slip. This year's taxes they all paid with this. They say, it's a Tianma transfer. Transfer. The director snatched the phone, staring at the string of unreal numbers on the screen. Where are the spirit stones? The physical spirit stones. I need stones that can be used for cultivation, for setting up grand formations. Not this pile of worthless digits. Gee, gone, the tax official said with a mournful face. The entire city's spirit stones have been taken away by that Tianma Bank, the main store of the Nangong family. If yesterday this place was a battlefield, then today it was a madhouse. Don't push. Everyone don't push. I want to deposit money. I want to deposit 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. I heard the annual interest for a one-year deposit is 10. Is that true? I have Miss Nangong's VIP card. Let me deposit first. Countless cultivators were seen carrying large bags and bundles of spirit stones, scrambling to rush into the hall. Their eyes were fanatical, as if the stones in their hands were burning, eager to throw them to the staff behind the counter. Why? Because just this morning Nangong you had released the third heavyweight product of the Tianma Group, Tianma Bank High-Interest Financing. Demand deposit 5 annualized, withdraw anytime, fixed 1-year deposit 10 annualized, free photon flying sword supreme, financing 20 annualized, signed photo of the Empress 1, protection by the Crimson Queen in the upper realm, where the financial system still lingered in the primitive era of money vaults charging storage fees. This model of earning money by saving was a dimensional blow. On the top floor, the CEO's office. Nangong Yue, wearing a well-tailored business suit and gold-rimmed glasses, sat elegantly on a leather sofa. On the coffee table before her were piled gift lists sent by the heads of the major noble families. Boss. Nangong Yu looked at the wildly surging fund pool data on the light screen, her voice trembling with barely suppressed excitement. Half a day. In just half a day, we have absorbed 80 of the circulating spirit stones in Tianlan Immortal City. Total. 300 million supreme-grade spirit stones. 300 million. That was more money than the Nangong family had earned in 100 years. Now it flowed into her pockets like water. Suhan stood by the window, watching the leaks, frantically depositing money below, swirling the wine glass in his hand. How does it feel, President Nangong? It feels. Nangong Yu took a deep breath, a gleam of ambition shining in her eyes. It feels like a dream. Before, I thought it was impressive when my second uncle killed and robbed people for a few thousand spirit stones. Now I see. That's what beggars do. Exactly. Suhan turned around and tossed a Tianma black card onto the table. Robbery is the lowest form of wealth accumulation. The highest form is to make them deliver their money to your doorstep and thank you for it. But absorbing spirit stones alone is not enough. A sharp glint flashed in Suhan's eyes. We need to muddy the waters. Issue the order. From today on, all products under the Tianma Group will refuse physical spirit stones. Only Tianma coin payments will be accepted. Also, Suhan pointed at the small and medium-sized shops still hesitating outside the window. Tell those shopkeepers. Whoever is willing to integrate our QR code payment system will have their first year's fees waived and will receive a free latest model cash register. As for those who are unwilling, Nangong Yu adjusted her glasses and took over the conversation, a cold smile curling at the corner of her lips. Then let Mississippi Dugufeng park her mecha at their doorstep to guard their properties. Clever. 3 days later, Tianlan Immortal City had completely changed. When you walked into a restaurant, the waiter's first question was no longer, "How many guests, sir?" but, "Sir, would you like to scan the code?" When you went to buy a magical artifact, the shopkeeper would look disdainfully at the spirit stones in your hand. "Oh, these things are too heavy, and I have to appraise their quality. Such a hassle. Don't you have a Tianma phone? Just make a transfer." A new intangible thing, credit currency, was rapidly replacing physical spirit stones, and the Tianma Group had become the sole issuer of this new currency system. An emergency meeting at the Taishu Immortal Court. Chaos. Total chaos. A finance elder's hair had turned white. There are no spirit stones to be found on the market. All the stones have gone into the Tianma Group's vaults. Our spirit stone mines are still producing, but the moment they're dug up, the miners take them to the bank. At this rate, the Immortal Court's operations will grind to a halt. Our formations need spirit stones to function. Damn it. The Grand Elder slammed the table hard. This is clearly economic plunder. That Suhan wants to drain our blood without a single sword. Grand Elder, perhaps. We should just go and take it. A military general suggested. The Tianma Bank is right there if we dispatch a large army. Take it, eh? The Grand Elder looked at him as if he were an idiot. Go ahead and try. That Dugufeng's mecha is squatting right at the vault's entrance. And besides, the Grand Elder pointed outside. Now every cultivator in the city, including the disciples of your own families, have their entire fortunes in that bank. If you attack the Tianma Bank, you're robbing the whole city's money. Believe me, before you even make a move, those enraged depositors will tear the Immortal Court apart. This was too big to fail. When Suhan had bound everyone's interest to his own chariot, he became the system itself. Then, what do we do? The elders were in despair. Just then, a guard hurried in, handing over a gilded invitation. Report, Grand Elder. The Tianma Group President. Suhan has sent an invitation. He says he would like to invite you for tea to promote financial stability between the two realms. The Grand Elder's hands trembled as he looked at the invitation. This was no invitation. It was clearly a letter of submission. But could he afford not to go? If he didn't go, the Immortal Court would have to disband tomorrow because it couldn't pay salaries. Huff. The Grand Elder seemed to age 10 years in an instant. He slowly stood up, straightened his robes, and said in a hoarse voice, prepare the carriage. To the Tianma Tower. The top-floor conference room of the Tianma Tower. Suhan sat at one end of a long table with Lin Qingzhu and Nan Gongyu standing behind him. Across from him, the Grand Elder of the Taishu Immortal Court sat with a livid face. Grand Elder, try this tea. Suhan smiled and pushed a cup of tea over. This is a specialty from the lower realm Dahong Pao. It has no spiritual energy, but it has a lingering aftertaste. The Grand Elder was in no mood for tea and got straight to the point. Suhan, what exactly do you want? You've drained the upper realm of spirit stones. Aren't you afraid of choking to death? Grand Elder, you misunderstand. Suhan interlocked his fingers on the table, his expression earnest. I hate monopolies more than anything. I invited you today to offer the Immortal Court a great fortune. Fortune? The Grand Elder sneered. Yes. Suhan snapped his fingers. Nan Gongyu immediately projected a document onto the table. Tianma Group Series, a financing plan. I plan to spin off the Tianma Bank and list it. Suhan dangled the bait. I can offer 20 of the shares to the Taishu Immortal Court. From now on, every penny the bank earns will have a share for you. You won't have to toil to collect taxes anymore. You can just sit at home and count money. Of course. Suhan's tone shifted, his gaze sharpening. In exchange, I want the Immortal Court to recognize the Tianma coin as legal tender. And open up all spirit stone mining rights to be upgraded and reformed by Tianma Heavy Industries. The Grand Elder looked at the agreement, his breathing rapid. 20 of the shares. That was an astronomical fortune. With that, not only could the Immortal Court's financial crisis be resolved, but they could also enjoy a life of luxury they had never dared to imagine. But once he agreed, the economic lifeline of the upper realm would be completely in this man's hands. The Immortal Court would become a mere shell reduced to the security department of the Tianma Group. The Grand Elder struggled for a long time. Finally, he glanced at the bustling Tianlan Immortal City outside the window, then at Suhan's unfathomable eyes. He picked up the pen with trembling hands. As long as it preserves the dignity of the Immortal Court. The Grand Elder closed his eyes and signed his name. Suhan watched the signature, and the smile on his lips finally blossomed. Pleasant cooperation, Grand Elder. He raised his glass. Welcome to the era of capitalist cultivation. In the upper realm, the far western lands, the forbidden zone of the Xintian sacred ground. This is the most spiritually rich ancestral vein of the upper realm, and also the place where the foundations of major sects lie, the slumbering ground of the Supreme Elder Council. Ordinarily, this place is as silent as a tomb where even birds dare not pass. But today, what are you crying for? You've shaken my coffin lid loose. Boom. A bronze, ancient coffin sealed for 3,000 years suddenly exploded. An old man clad in archaic robes with white hair and beard exuding the terrifying pressure of a true immortal floated out from the coffin. He was the Xintian Patriarch, a living fossil of the upper realm, a ruthless man who once slayed an outer realm demon god with a single sword stroke 3,000 years ago. At this moment he was staring with wide eyes and bristling beard at the Xintian Saint Lord who knelt before the coffin weeping with tears and snot. Ancestor, you must seek justice for your descendant. The Xintian Saint Lord held a broken black jade slip, crying piteously, our Xintian sacred ground is bankrupt. Bankrupt. The Xintian Patriarch was stunned. Don't we have 3 top-grade spirit veins? How could we be bankrupt? All gone. We were all swindled by that demon heaven group. The Saint Lord cried. That Suhan started some kind of financial management, claiming high interest. Your descendant was greedy for a moment and deposited all the sect's liquid funds. Then yesterday that Nan Gongyu said something about equity crowdfunding, and I mortgaged the spirit veins to buy their stocks. Who knew that when the market opened today it fell? Directly triggered a circuit breaker. Now that Suhan wants to forcibly liquidate. Says he'll take our sect's mountain gate to pay the debt. Outrageous. The Shantian Patriarch listened in a fog-stock circuit breaker's liquidation. He didn't understand a single word. But he did understand one thing: someone had stolen their money and was trying to steal their territory. How dare a lowly demon from the lower realm bully my Shantian, thinking we have no one? Boom. The wrath of a true immortal changed heaven and earth. The once clear sky instantly darkened with dense clouds, and purple thunder rolled among them. Stop crying. The Shantian Patriarch took a step, and his figure instantly vanished, leaving only a furious roar that shattered the void. I will go to Tianlan Immortal City and crush that demon heaven group with a single palm. Tianlan Immortal City noon. At this moment, the Immortal City was immersed in a strange financial carnival. In the streets, whether vendors peddling goods or cultivators flying on swords, everyone was staring down at the Demon Heaven Market K-line chart on their phones. It's up. It's up. Demon Heaven technology has hit the daily limit again. Oh no. I sold too early yesterday. Lost 100 million. Stop arguing. I'm watching Chinga Goddess's stock commentary live. At that moment. A suffocating, terrifying pressure like an ancient divine mountain collapsing descended upon the entire city without warning. All phone screens flickered, and the signal became unstable in an instant. Who is it? The crowd looked up in terror. Above 10,000 meters in the sky, a majestic figure strode upon thunder. Wreathed in the laws of the Tao, his gaze like lightning, he looked down at the towering Demon Heaven building below. Demon Suhan, come out and die. The sound was like thunder shaking countless low-level cultivators so that blood flowed from their 7 orifices, and they could barely hold their phones. It's the Shantian Patriarch. Heavens! The old monster of the true immortal realm has come out of seclusion. This is it. The Demon Heaven group is going to be destroyed. A burst of panicked screams erupted from the crowd. Facing a true immortal, they instinctively felt fear and wanted to kneel and beg for mercy. Demon Heaven building top floor, floor-to-ceiling window. Du Gufeng looked at the old monster in the sky, her eyes blazing with battle intent, her hand already on the mecha summoner boss. That old geezer is strong. Energy index is off the charts. I'll go take him on. Don't rush. Suhan sat on the sofa, still holding that glass of red wine that seemed never to empty. He looked at the menacing Shantian Patriarch as if watching a washed-up clown. Why risk your life for a problem that money can solve? Suhan smiled, picked up the loudspeaker microphone on the table, and pressed the switch. The old man up there. Suhan's lazy voice echoed throughout Tianlan Immortal City. Are you here to kill me? No problem, I'm right here, you can do it. But Suhan's tone shifted, carrying a deadly chill, a friendly reminder to all depositors and shareholders. All the server databank ledgers and the spirit stones you have deposited here in our Demon Heaven group are bound to the defensive formation of this building. Once the formation is broken by an external force, the system will automatically initiate a self-destruct program. At that time, the money you deposited here, the stocks you just bought, the points you've worked so hard to accumulate. Bang! All cleared. Upon hearing this, the cultivators across the city who had been trembling in fear suddenly froze. Cleared. Deposits gone. Stocks gone. A lifetime of savings. All gone. Up in the sky, the Shantian Patriarch paid no heed to Suhan's threat. Demonic heresy. Still daring to threaten me at death's door. Give me shatter. The Shantian Patriarch raised his palm, and a gigantic golden palm that covered the sky took shape, carrying an earth-shattering might, and slammed down fiercely toward the Demon Heaven building. If this palm struck true, not only the building, but half of Tianlan Immortal City would be reduced to ruins. However, just as the giant palm was about to descend, stop! A hysterical roar erupted from the crowd on the ground. Then a second, third. Old bastard. You dare touch my money, try it. That's my burial money. If you strike, I'll fight you to the death. Protect the market. Protect the server. Boom, boom, boom. A shocking scene occurred. The loose cultivators' clan disciples, and even some enforcement guards of the Taishu Immortal Court, who had been kneeling and trembling. Now their eyes were all red. It was a look of guarding food, even more frantic than facing a true immortal. To protect their assets, countless cultivators summoned their artifacts and soared into the sky. Although their power was insignificant before a true immortal, there were too many of them. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Like locusts, they forcibly formed a human shield wall blocking the sky above the Demon Heaven building. You are all mad. The Shantian Patriarch looked at the dense crowd below, even his own disciples who dared to draw their swords against him, and he could not bring himself to strike. Among them were not only loose cultivators, but also disciples of his own Shantian sacred ground. Ancestor, you cannot strike. The Shantian Saint Lord also rushed up, hugging the Patriarch's thigh, crying even louder, my private savings are also in there. If you strike our sacred ground, we'll have nothing left to eat. Bastards. You have been brainwashed by the demon. The Shantian Patriarch trembled with rage, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. He couldn't understand. He was clearly the righteous ancestor here to slay demons and eliminate evil. Why did it now seem that he was the villain who wanted to destroy everyone's livelihood? Demon Heaven building top floor. Suhan watched the ridiculous scene outside the window, gently swirling his wine glass. Look, he said to Nangong Yu beside him, this is a community of shared interests. When our interests are tied to the majority, whoever wants to touch us is stealing the cheese of the entire world. At times like this, we don't even need to lift a finger. The people will protect us. Nangong Yu watched the cultivators who dared to draw their swords against a true immortal to protect a crooked bank and felt a chill down her spine. This man was terrifying. He wasn't kidnapping hostages. He was kidnapping the desires of the entire world. Boss, what do we do now? Asked Nangong Yue. That old geezer is still hanging up there. No rush. Suhan took a sip of wine, a flicker of mockery in his eyes. Since the old man has come all this way, we can't be discourteous. Lin Qingzhu. Suhan turned to look at the sword immortal bodyguard who had been wiping her sword. Go. Tell that patriarch. Times have changed. If he doesn't want to be cursed to death by his own disciples, he'd better come down, get a VIP membership, and we'll sit down and talk about the acquisition of the Xiantian sacred ground. Tianma Tower top floor CEO office. The atmosphere was so heavy it seemed as though water could drip from it. Patriarch Xiantian sat on a leather sofa, his face dark with fury. His ancient Taoist robes clashed sharply with the futuristic interior. Behind him, Holy Lord Xiantian knelt on the floor, trembling violently, daring not even to raise his head. Across from them, Suhan elegantly crossed his legs, idly swirling a glass of red wine. Lin Qingzhu stood to his left, sword held close, her gaze alert. Nangong Yu sat to his right, a thick stack of financial reports in hand, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses. Suhan. Patriarch Xiantian broke the silence, first his voice deep as rolling thunder. I have come down personally to demand an explanation for my disciples and their descendants. But this does not mean I fear you. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, even if I stand condemned by all, I will tear this demonic lair apart. Explanation. Suhan smiled, setting down his glass. President Nangong, explain it to the patriarch. Yes, boss. Nangong Yu rose to her feet, her expression impassive as she activated the holographic display. A gruesome stock chart and a report dripping with red deficits materialized in the air. Patriarch Xuantian, allow me to report on your sect's current financial situation. Her tone was cold and strictly professional. Xiantian Sacred Land owns 3 top-grade spirit veins under its name, yet extraction efficiency is abysmal. No equipment upgrades have been undertaken in nearly a century, and output has been declining year after year. Your sect maintains 30,000 disciples, including 5,000 inner sect members and 300 true disciples. Monthly expenditures for pills, magical artifacts, and ancestral offerings amount to 5 million top-grade spirit stones. And what of revenue? Nangong Yu pointed to the plummeting red arrow. Relying on protection rackets, selling low-grade talismans. Deficits far exceed income, especially as of yesterday. She cast a glance at the kneeling Holy Lord Xiantian. Your sect leader, in an attempt to buy the dip on Tianma technology stocks, embezzled the sect's final pool of liquid assets and mortgaged 3 spirit veins. The result was a circuit breaker trigger and a forced liquidation. Nangong Yu closed the folder, delivering her verdict from both a legal and financial perspective. Xiantian Sacred Land is insolvent. In other words, bankrupt. What a... Patriarch Xiantian shot to his feet, staring in utter disbelief at his kneeling disciple. Bloody fool. You lost the ancestral legacy entirely. Holy Lord Xiantian wept bitterly, tears streaming down his face. Ancestor. I only wanted to earn some renovation funds for the sect. Who knew that stock wouldn't play by the rules of martial honor? Suhan interjected at just the right moment. Patriarch, do not be angry. The situation is clear. Those 3 spirit veins now legally belong to me. If you insist on resorting to force. Suhan spread his hands. You may kill me or demolish this tower. But in that case, your debt of 80 million top-grade spirit stones to Tianma Bank will remain. Your disciples will lose their final severance pay and end up wandering the streets. The once glorious #1 sacred land of the upper realm reduced to a band of beggars. Does that reputation sound pleasing to you? Patriarch Xiantian froze. For all his heaven-defying cultivation, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. Money, something he had once treated as filth, now pressed upon him like a towering mountain, suffocating him. What exactly do you want? Patriarch Xiantian gritted his teeth, looking 10 years older in an instant. Suhan rose and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, his back to the patriarch. I do not seek your territory, nor do I wish to see Xiantian's sacred land erased. On the contrary, I deeply admire the heritage and talent of Xiantian's sacred land. Suhan turned around and tossed the prepared merger agreement onto the table. I propose a strategic restructuring. First, Tianma Group will inject 100 million to clear Xiantian's sacred land's debts and redeem the spirit veins. Second, Xiantian Sacred Land will be renamed Tianma Group, Xiantian Security, Vocational Technology College. Third, you Patriarch Xuantian will serve as the college's honorary president for life, enjoying vice presidential benefits within the group with an annual salary of 10 million. In exchange, a sharp glint flashed in Suhan's eyes. All disciples of Xiantian Sacred Land will join Tianma Group directly upon graduation. In the past, you cultivated immortality. From now on, you receive vocational training. Let us forge those good-for-nothings who only know how to sit in meditation and chant scriptures into disciplined, skilled, combat-ready Tianma guards. And if we refuse to rename it, Patriarch Xiantian made a final attempt at resistance. Then it will be bankruptcy liquidation. Su Han said coldly. Tomorrow morning, Du Gufeng's demolition team will ascend the mountain. Silence. Prolonged heavy silence. Patriarch Xiantian looked at the agreement, then at the bustling immortal city outside and finally at his useless disciple still kneeling on the ground. He knew the times had changed. The era of one man, one sword suppressing the world was over. This was now the age of capital cultivation. Honorary President. I don't need to manage affairs, the Patriarch asked suddenly. No need. Su Han smiled. You merely need to lend your name, occasionally appear to cut ribbons, and spend the rest of your time collecting that 10 million annual salary, purchasing the finest pills, and peacefully secluding yourself to break through to higher realms. Is that not far superior to worrying day and night over firewood, rice, and daily expenses? Upon hearing that he need not manage affairs and could cultivate in peace, Patriarch Xuantian's eyes softened. He had long grown weary of managing such trivial sect affairs. Very well. Patriarch Xiantian let out a long sigh, seized the pen, and signed his name on the agreement. In that moment he felt as though something had been hollowed out of him, yet simultaneously liberated. Excellent. Su Han collected the agreement and raised his glass. Welcome to the Tianma family, President Xiantian. The following morning, breaking NEWS, Tianma Group fully acquires Xiantian Sacred Land. A historic moment. Patriarch Xiantian appointed senior advisor to Tianma Group. Xiantian Sacred Land renamed Tianma Security Academy. First enrollment, open guaranteed placement, with full benefits and insurance. The news sent shockwaves through the upper realm. Sects that had been hesitating or even preparing to heed the demon exterminating decree were instantly stunned. Had the toughest nut finally been cracked? Even that stubborn Patriarch Xiantian had bowed his neck for an annual salary. Quick, go to Tianma Tower. Go do what? Start a fight. Fight your head. Go negotiate an acquisition. If we're late, we won't even get to lick the bowl. Instantly, patriarchs and sect leaders from all quarters abandoned talk of exterminating demons and protecting the Tao. Instead, clutching their own account books, they formed a queue outside Su Han's office waiting to be acquired. Inside the office, Su Han watched the long line of sect leaders and smiled at Lin Qingzhu beside him. See, I told you no one could resist the temptation of a stable position. Lin Qingzhu looked at the man who was turning the entire cultivation world inside out, her eyes complex with a trace of admiration. Su Han, you've really turned them all into corporate wage earners. No. Su Han shook his head, gazing out the window at the realm, now draped in Tianma banners. This is merely the beginning. Absorbing them paves the way for the next step. Next step. Su Han pointed toward the sky. There a faint heart-pounding ripple of sword intent drifted down. One more troublesome bastard is almost here. The number one sword god of the upper realm. Yi Guqing. He is a true madman. He desires neither wealth nor power, only the sword. My money cannot corrupt him. Su Han turned to Lin Qingzhu, his expression turning unusually grave. Therefore, Qingzhu, he is yours. Use your sword and the mathematics I taught you. Go shatter his pride. At noon in Tianlan Immortal City, though the Xiantian old ancestor had already surrendered, the storm in the upper realm had not subsided. On the contrary, a chill sharper and purer than the wrath of a true immortal was closing in on the Tianma building. There were no dark clouds, no thunder. Only a single beam of light. With a tearing sound, the thick spiritual energy shield composed of countless protective arrays above Tianlan Immortal City silently split open, revealing a rift tens of thousands of meters long, as if a white paper had been slashed by a paper cutter. Then a man in white robes carrying an ancient sword on his back stepped through the void, walking forward step by step. With each step the air around him froze into frost. He paid no heed to anyone. His gaze was fixed solely on the towering building, or rather on the sword at its pinnacle. The supreme sword god of the upper realm, Yi Guqing. A madman who cultivated no spells, no divine powers, only the sword in his hand. Legend had it that to hone his sword intent he had meditated in the bitter cold of the far north for 3,000 years, turning himself into an ice sculpture. Su Han. Yi Guqing stopped 1,000 meters from the building, his voice not loud, yet piercing into everyone's eardrums like the ring of a sword. The Xiantian old ghost is greedy and fears death. That's his unstable Tao heart. But the way of the sword cannot be humiliated. He raised his hand, pointing at the top of the building. I heard you have a supreme sword immortal here. Let her come out. Today we shall decide both victory and life and death. At the top floor of the Tianma building, he's here. Su Han looked at the figure on the surveillance screen that seemed capable of slicing through the camera itself, and set down his wine glass. Yi Guqing, the last romanticist of the upper realm. Su Han commented, he seeks neither fame nor fortune, only to prove his Tao. Such a man cannot be killed with money. He turned to Lin Qingzhu beside him. By now Lin Qingzhu had changed out of that shameful black silk battle skirt, and donned a sleek futuristic Tianma individual tactical bodysuit. On her left, she wore a translucent tactical visor. In her hand, she no longer held the antique Chioshui sword, but a giant photon sword condensed from ultra-high-density photon streams. Nervous? Suhan asked. Lin Qingzhu gently stroked the hilt of the photon sword. Through the visor, countless green data streams cascaded wildly around her. Not nervous. Lin Qingzhu's voice was unusually calm and absolute confidence born from extensive calculations. Suhan, you taught me. Fear comes from insufficient computational power. Go. Suhan waved his hand. Give this old artist a lesson. Let him know what science means. Whoosh. Lin Qingzhu turned into a streak of light, shot out of the building, and hovered opposite Yi Guqing. High above, Yi Guqing looked at the strangely dressed woman before him, frowning slightly. A bodysuit. Strange glasses. And what was that in her hand? A sword. It was clearly a glowing light tube. Are you the enchantress who danced in the livestream? Yi Guqing's eyes flashed with disappointment and contempt. You have disgraced the entire Taishang Dao sect. A sword is a killing tool, not a toy for entertaining mortals. Draw your sword. Clang. The ancient sword on Yi Guqing's back unsheathed. It was plain, even slightly rusted. But the moment it emerged, the light of the entire world seemed to be swallowed, leaving only that single point of cold gleam. Heavenly immortal from beyond. Yi Guqing moved. This strike had no flashy sword chi, only a profound and mysterious intent. It seemed to be at the horizon, yet also to have pierced into your brow. This was an unavoidable strike. For the moment he drew the sword, he had locked onto your karma. However, facing this stunningly peerless strike, Lin Qingzhu did not dodge, nor did she even raise her sword to parry. She simply stood still, the data streams on her left eye visor cascading like a waterfall. Beep. High energy reaction detected. Target Yi Guqing. Attack type causality space folding strike. Constructing 3D model. Analyzing spiritual energy fluctuation frequency. Calculating air resistance and space curvature. Calculation complete. Weak point coordinates X, 302, Y, 105, Z, 009. Time deviation 0.003 seconds. Your sword is beautiful. Lin Qingzhu parted her crimson lips, her voice as cold as a machine, but the margin of error is too great. Just as Yi Guqing's sword tip was only 3 inches from her brow, Lin Qingzhu moved. She merely lifted the giant photon sword in her hand and seemingly casually thrust it into the empty space to her right front. Zzz. This thrust hit nothing but air. Yet something bizarre occurred. Yi Guqing's certain kill sword actually curved in midair. As if drawn by an invisible magnetic field, his sword's trajectory deviated, brushing past Lin Qingzhu's ear. Meanwhile, Lin Qingzhu's photon sword stopped precisely at his throat, just an inch away, enough to burn through his throat. Silence. Dead silence. Yi Guqing remained in his striking pose, his pupils contracting violently, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? My heavenly immortal from beyond has already achieved unity of heart and sword moving at will. How could it deviate? Because that is the Lorentz force. Lin Qingzhu retracted her sword, adjusted the tactical visor on her nose, and said calmly, your sword chi, though powerful, is essentially a stream of high-energy, charged particles. The thrust I just made cut the nodes of the surrounding magnetic field, altering the trajectory of your sword chi. Don't understand. Seeing Yi Guqing's bewildered expression, Lin Qingzhu sighed. Simply put, you strike with feeling. And I strike with mathematics. I don't believe it. Yi Guqing's Dao heart was damaged. He roared and retreated 1,000 meters. Devious tricks. Take this, one more strike. 10,000 swords returning to one. Boom. Behind Yi Guqing, 1,000,000 spiritual flying swords converged instantly. Dense and sky obscuring, they rained down upon Lin Qingzhu like a storm. This was traditional firepower saturation. He didn't believe she could calculate every single sword. Quantity. Lin Qingzhu looked at the torrent of swords and curled her lips into a sneer reminiscent of Su Han in the face of cloud computing. Quantity is meaningless. Beep. Enabling multi-thread processing mode. Connecting to Tianma building mainframe computing power. Connecting to Tianma cloud. Computational power amplification 1000. The giant photon sword in Lin Qingzhu's hand suddenly burst apart, turning into countless tiny floating photon blades that orbited around her. Go. She pointed lightly. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Those floating blades, as if endowed with eyes, met the incoming swords in a bizarre, yet highly efficient trajectory. Each floating blade intercepted one flying sword precisely. Not one more, not one less, not a single deviation. Even the angle of impact was the most energy-efficient calculated angle. In the sky, countless brilliant fireworks bloomed. They were the light of Yi Guqing's sword chi being detonated. A few seconds later, the fireworks faded. Yi Guqing was gasping for breath, his spiritual energy exhausted. Lin Qingzhu, however, still stood in place, not even a fold of her clothes out of place. You? What Dao do you cultivate? Yi Guqing despaired. This was no battle. It was like a caveman wielding a wooden club challenging a precisely operating war machine. Lin Qingzhu walked slowly to him, switched off her tactical visor, revealing a pair of clear, rational eyes. I used to cultivate the Taishang forgetfulness of emotion. But now, she looked up at the vast firmament. I cultivate truth. Yi Guqing. Your way of the sword has reached its end, but my physical sword path, it has only just begun. Thud. Yi Guqing's ancient sword fell into the dust. This sword god proud for a lifetime had his Dao heart shattered. In the Tianma building office. Excellent. Su-Han clapped, though he was the only audience. He looked at the spirited Lin Qingzhu on the screen, his heart filled with the satisfaction of a nurturer who said cultivation requires severing emotions and desires. As long as one masters core technology, even a saintess can become a battle angel. Boss. Nangong Yu walked in, looking at the dejected Yi Guqing on the screen, a glint of sharpness in her eyes. What should we do with this Yi Guqing? Kill him. Kill. Too wasteful. Su-Han shook his head. He is the supreme sword god of the upper realm, a living signboard. Issue the order. Su-Han pointed at the screen. Bring him back. Don't let him commit suicide. Arrange a position for him at the Tianma Security Academy. He can be the director of the Sword Dao Department. And by the way, Su-Han smiled, let him be Lin Qingzhu's deputy. Let him learn properly what higher mathematics is. Tianma Building 30th Subterranean Level High Energy Physics Laboratory. Beneath the sterile white light, Yi Guqing slowly opened his eyes. He discovered he was neither dead nor confined to the water dungeon, but instead lay upon a remarkably comfortable metallic bed. Surrounding him were no torture instruments, but countless hovering light screens displaying formulas and data that made his head spin. Awake. Su-Han sat in a swivel chair nearby, peeling an apple, while Lin Qingzhu stood behind him clutching that photon greatsword. Yi Guqing sprang upright, instinctively reaching for the sword at his back. His hand met empty air. Stop searching. Su-Han sliced off a piece of apple and extended it toward him. Your ancient sword. Its material density was far too low. It suffered metallic fatigue during our clash and snapped. As it stands, you're entirely defenseless. Yi Guqing's gaze darkened, the pride of a peerless sword saint seeming to shatter alongside that blade. Victory writes history, defeat erases all claim to honor. He shut his eyes and squared his shoulders. Then in me. I've been bested. I have nothing more to say. Kill you. Su-Han took a bite of apple, speaking with his mouth full. Director, Yi, might I ask if there's some misunderstanding about Tianma Group? We run a legitimate operation here. We don't dispose of people who cross us. Director Yi. Yi Guqing froze. Su-Han snapped his fingers. Lin Qingzhu stepped forward, immediately placing a gilt-edged appointment letter and a thick volume before him. Tianma Security Academy. Appointment as head of Swordsmanship Department, and an Introduction to Advanced Mathematics and Spirit Particle Mechanics Volume I. What is this? Yi Guqing gazed at the book, bewilderment etched across his features. You lost to Lin Qingzhu not because your sword intent lacked purity, nor because your cultivation fell short. Su-Han pointed to the book. It's because you're illiterate. Your so-called sword intent is merely a vague apprehension of natural law. We, however, comprehend its fundamental essence. Su-Han rose and approached Yi Guqing, looking down upon him. Yi Guqing, do you wish to understand why Lin Qingzhu's strike caused your sword chi to curve? Do you seek to grasp the principle behind wielding a blade at light speed? Do you desire to perceive the truth underlying this world? Those three questions struck at Yi Guqing's chest like hammer blows. As one consumed by martial obsession, his hunger for truth superseded all else. Yi Guqing's throat went dry as he regarded that text on advanced mathematics. Can I learn it? Naturally. Su-Han's smile took on something feral. All it requires is you sign this contract and accept the position of department head at our academy. Tianma Group's supercomputer is yours to command, and Lin Qingzhu will guide you through solving equations step by step. Excellent. I'll sign. Fire reignited in Yi Guqing's eyes. Not for wealth or glory, but for this, to wrestle with problems. To attain enlightenment. Watching the sword saint affix his signature to what amounted to a contract of bondage, Lin Qingzhu exhaled a silent sigh within. It was done. Another research madman had fallen under Su-Han's spell in the upper realm. On the top floor in the CEO's office, with Yi Guqing secured Su-Han's spirit sword, Su-Han stood before the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the thriving immortal city of Tianlan. Now only the final piece remains. Boss, what piece? Li Qingge lounged in the sofa, applying a face mask while scrolling through trending topics on her Tianma phone. Su-Han turned, regarding the woman whose very presence exuded languid allure. Qingge, don't you find the cultivators of the upper realm lead rather dreary existences? Indeed. Li Qingge quipped. Their days consist of seclusion and combat with nothing but storytelling teahouses for amusement. Utterly tedious. Precisely. A glint of calculation crossed Su-Han's eyes. We shall give them something to occupy themselves. So consumed they'll be that they'll lack the time to contemplate rebellion and the energy to plot against us. This we call the pacifier strategy. A diversified entertainment industry layout. Su-Han approached Li Qingge and tore away her face mask, revealing a face of breathtaking beauty. Qingge, I want you to organize a talent search. Not some ordinary beauty pageant. I'm launching a variety spectacle spanning all 36 provinces of the upper realm, one that will send every young cultivator into a frenzy. I've already named it. Su-Han waved his hand through the air, inscribing 3 grand characters: Heavens, creating Camp 404. The rules are simple. We care not for cultivation level or noble birth, only for popularity. Whoever debuts shall receive from their sect 100 million top-grade spirit stones and a complete set of Tianma technological equipment. Furthermore, Su-Han smirked wickedly. Even those exalted sacred sons and daughters, if they wish to bring honor to their sects, will be compelled to enter as competitors. Make them humble themselves, learn to sing and dance, pick up rap, and shout to their cameras. Fam, smash that follow button. Li Qing's eyes shimmered with delight. As a holy maiden of the Hahuan sect, there was nothing she enjoyed more than witnessing righteous figures forced into such compromising positions. How delightful. Simply delightful. Li Qing bounced with excitement. Boss, who's on the mentor roster? Aside from myself, who else should we invite? Su-Han stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yi Guqing just joined. Have him serve as dance instructor. Reach out to the Empress and have her record a video message as the show's founder. As for the vocal coach, Su-Han gestured toward himself. I shall handle that personally. Boss Su. Li Qing's gaze grew languid. Are you attempting to coerce contestants? Hush now. Su-Han composed himself. This is for the sake of art. Issue the decree. Launch promotional campaigns across every channel. Broadcast to all the youth of the upper realm. Should you harbor Dreams Tianma Group, will secure your spot at center stage. The following day, the upper realm erupted in chaos. The cultivation world, already reeling from financial turmoil, and the Sword Saint's defeat, was suddenly flooded with an overwhelming barrage of advertisements. Want to become the center of attention across all realms? Want billions of cultivators cheering for you? Want to win a grand prize of 100 million spirit stones? Heaven's Creating Camp 404 auditions are now open. If you dare to perform, you could be the next deity. For a time, training halls across every major sect emptied out. Disciples once devoted to sword practice abandoned their flying swords and began studying their reflections, practicing facial expressions. Even those blessed maidens formerly devoted to asceticism secretly began experimenting with allure-enhancing makeup techniques. A contagion called celebrity ambition spread faster than the previous bliss pill, engulfing the entire upper realm in its grip. In the Great Elder's residence of Taishu Immortal Court. Great Elder. Emergency. The guard burst in with urgent news. Our court's foremost divine prince has secretly entered that talent competition. He claims he's done with cultivation. He aspires to become a singing, dancing, rap, basketball cultivator. The Great Elder erupted in a fountain of old blood across his desk. What calamity this is. The upper realm Tianlan Immortal City, a floating island suspended in the clouds. This was originally a sacred ground used by the Taishu Immortal Court to host grand debates on the Tao, solemn and dignified. But at this moment it had been completely transformed by Su-Han. Countless giant illumination arrays lit up the entire island like broad daylight. In the center of the island, a circular stage capable of holding 100,000 people had been built. Surrounding the stage, hundreds of giant light and shadow transmission screens floated in the air, capturing every detail in real time. And directly above the stage, 4 gilded characters shone brilliantly against the night sky. The Myriad Heavens Starlight Project. Dear fellow cultivators, dear family members. Li Qing stood at the center of the stage, dressed in a groundbreaking fringed sequin battle dress. Her voice, amplified by the heavenly demon sound augmentation array, pierced through the crowd with exceptional clarity and emotional resonance, instantly igniting the entire venue. Welcome to the first ever Upper Realm Amateur Dream Realization reality show. Tonight we will witness history. Who will earn the approval of all 3 judges? Who will claim the 100 million Spirit Stone resource package? Who will become the new star across the myriad heavens? Were those screams? Thunderous roars erupted as 100,000 audience members wielding glow sticks cheered like a tidal wave. This atmosphere of pure revelry, where survival and strategy meant nothing, only celebration mattered, released the spiritual pressure they had endured for thousands of years. The judges' seats. 3 massive chairs symbolizing authority were arranged in a row. Center Su-Han. Left Li Qing. Right Yi Guqing. At this moment Yi Guqing's expression was somewhat stiff. He wore a well-tailored fitted high-collared robe, holding a scorecard in his hand. Su-Han. Yi Guqing lowered his voice, teeth clenched. I, the peerless sword god, and you want me to judge? Dancing. If this gets out, where do I put my sword path's dignity? Dean Yi, your thinking is too limited. Su-Han smiled and adjusted the microphone, speaking softly. What is the essence of dance? It is the body's mastery over space, the dynamic equilibrium of force and beauty. This is fundamentally the same as what you pursue, the perfect sword strike, in terms of physics. And Su-Han pointed to the sign in front of Yi Guqing, reading research, funding 50 million. For this money for your high-energy physics laboratory, bear with it. Yi Guqing glanced at that number and took a deep breath. For the pursuit of truth, he would endure it. Please welcome our first contestant. As Li Qing made the announcement, the stage lights focused. A burly, heavily muscled man walked onto the stage. He was the true disciple of the giant spirit sect. Greetings, mentors. I'm Taizhu. My talent is smashing a massive boulder on my chest. After shouting this, he roared, channeled his protective aura, and had his companion hurl a 10,000 gene stone heavily onto his chest. Crash. The massive stone shattered into pieces, leaving him unscathed. Taizhu looked at the judge's panel with an air of pride waiting for praise. Suhan remained expressionless. Li Qingge rolled her eyes. Yi Guqing adjusted his glasses and said coldly, "The force distribution is scattered. The muscle vibration frequency is incorrect. Though the stone broke, the excess energy consumption reaches 30%. No aesthetic appeal whatsoever, simply a waste of energy." Eliminated. The red light illuminated. Taizhu was dragged off in utter confusion. Next, an elderly Taoist with graying beard clad in Taoist robes stepped forward. He was an elder from a minor sect. This poor Taoist will perform a mind-clearing incantation for everyone. The monotonous chanting began, lulling the audience into drowsiness. "Stop." Suhan pressed the pause button. "Taoist elder," Suhan said sincerely, "we're selecting starlight here, not monks. Your chanting is quite good, but don't do it next time." Eliminated. After eliminating over a dozen eccentrics in succession, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Though cultivators of the upper realm yearned for fame, their talents were severely lacking. Beyond fist-fighting, stone breaking, and chanting scriptures, there was only wild sword flying. Is this the younger generation of the upper realm? Suhan shook his head in disappointment, not a shred of desire to perform, far too reserved. Just then, Taisu Immortal Court, Ji Wushuang requests to compete. A clear voice carrying an edge of arrogance echoed from the waiting area. The entire venue fell instantly silent. Then more intense exclamations erupted. "Ji Wushuang, that's the first divine son of Taisu Immortal Court. Heavens, even the divine son is participating in this talent show? Didn't the Grand Elder of Taisu issue a prohibition? Is he going through a rebellious phase?" Under the spotlight, a youth clad in white gold ceremonial robes, his long hair, cascading like a waterfall, breathtakingly handsome, stepped onto the stage with measured grace. A natural nobility framed his brows, confidence forged from years at the pinnacle of power. Yet his eyes now burned with a suppressed fervor long held in check. "Your Divine Highness." Suhan watched him with keen interest. "Aren't you afraid your legs will be broken when you return?" "I'm afraid, but I fear boredom far more." He raised his head, his gaze burning as he looked at Suhan. "Mister, so you've said it yourself. Here status means nothing. Only brilliance matters. I've spent 500 years studying the arts of empire in the immortal court of performing for others. Today I want to practice. For myself." "Very well." Suhan sat upright, a flicker of appreciation crossing his eyes. "Begin your performance." Ji Wushuang took a deep breath. He drew no sword summoned, no magical treasure. He merely snapped his fingers. A thin strand of purple lightning danced between his fingertips. Next, the lightning split apart, branching into countless tiny arcs that circled his body. He wasn't using the thunderbolts to attack. He was controlling them to strike the air. Boom, crack, boom, crack. An intensely rhythmic thunder sound was beaten out through his lightning techniques, a sonic pulse unlike anything the cultivation world had ever witnessed. This was an electronic rhythm beat, something never before seen in the cultivation world. Accompanied by this deafening tempo, Ji Wushuang moved. He perfectly fused his movement techniques with lightning arts. Each footfall exploded a lotus of thunder beneath him. Every turn was accompanied by trailing and bursting electric arcs. From his lips came a rapid-fire stream of incantations. "Heaven and earth show no favor, all things are but straw dogs. Who sets the rules? Who serves as the lapdog? Among 3,000 great ways I need only one draft. I demand this, heaven can no longer blind my eyes. Thunder come, lightning come, shatter this corruption. I am Ji Wushuang, unmatched throughout the world." Boom. As the final syllable fell, the sky-filling thunderbolts transformed into a colossal dragon that exploded behind him, freezing into a perfect tableau. The entire audience held their breath. 3 full seconds of silence passed. The screams nearly toppled the floating island. Female cultivators went wild, frantically waving their glow sticks. Some even fainted from pure excitement. Male cultivators swept up, and the blood-pumping rhythm roared along with them. This was incredibly cool. 10,000 times more thrilling than those tedious meditation sessions and philosophical debates. At the judges' table, Li Qingge had already risen to her feet, forming a heart shape with her hands, her eyes shining with delight. "Your Divine Highness, you're incredibly talented. That sense of rhythm is absolutely perfect." Yi Guqing adjusted his glasses and studied the data display, nodding appreciatively. Lightning microcontrol precision reached 99.8%, with movement timing errors under 0.01 seconds. Though a bit loud, it aligns with mechanical aesthetics. Passed. All eyes turned to Suhan. Suhan gazed at the youth on stage, still catching his breath, yet eyes alight with passion. He slowly raised his hand. Snap. A card radiating brilliant golden light was thrown outward. S card. Ji Wushuang. Suhan's voice echoed across the entire venue. "Congratulations. You are not merely the divine son of Taisu Immortal Court. From this day forward you are the top idol of the entire cultivation world." "Nangongyu." Suhan called over his shoulder. "Present." Nangongyu appeared instantly. "Open the voting channels immediately. List Ji Wushuang's exclusive support posters, the same style thunder bracelets, and the sound recording jade slips of his performance." Wushuang Put them all on sale. Tell the audience, do you want the divine son to debut? Want to see him dance? Then, vote. That night, the Grand Elder of Tai Su Immortal Court stared at the screen watching his divine son, in bizarre attire, singing radically subversive lyrics trembling with rage as he reached to apprehend him. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. If the upper realm had merely been slightly off course 3 months ago, it had now become a runaway steed thundering to the precipice along that absurd path. Throughout those 3 months, Heavenly Creation Camp was no longer just a program. It had become the sole religion of the upper realm. To vote for their brothers, sword cultivators sold their flying swords, alchemy cultivators pawned their alchemical furnaces, and even certain ancient experts who had been in seclusion stealthily emerged to take on side jobs for chart rankings. During these 3 months, Tianma Group's wealth experienced terrifying exponential growth. 80% of the upper realm spirit stone reserves channeled through voting tokens, merchandise, and joyful spirit water ultimately flowed into Suhan's pockets. Tonight, the grand finale and formation night. Tianlan Immortal City, the cloud top main venue. There was simply no room for more spectators. Within 100 li of airspace, cultivators densely packed the skies, all standing on flying swords or riding clouds. Even the righteous and demonic paths, normally as hostile as water and fire, were now crowded together for their respective idols, waving light boards of different colors. Countdown. Begin. With Li Chinga's soaring voice, fireworks exploded across the sky. At the center of the stage, 7 magnificent elevating platforms slowly rose. Standing at the center position was none other than Ji Wushuang. The man before them was no longer just the divine prince with some innate talent from back then. After 3 months of baptism from massive amounts of faith power, his entire body radiated a sacred, yet uncanny golden light. That was not spiritual energy. That was the collective willpower of billions. His cultivation realm had been forcibly boosted by that surge of willpower rocketing from Divine Palace realm through Dharma Idol realm, and now hovered at the threshold of true immortal like a blazing sun. Family members. Ji Wushuang spread his arms wide, basking in the overwhelming cheers. Tell me, who is the king of this era? Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang. The wave of sound hit like a nuclear explosion, shaking heaven and earth itself. At this moment, fanaticism reached its zenith. Everyone was immersed in this unprecedented entertainment feast, and no one noticed that this massive, distortion-heavy collective willpower was frantically assaulting the upper realm's fragile, heavenly Tao rules. Tianma Tower top floor. Suhan swirled his wine glass, calmly watching the chaotic spectacle below. Behind him, the screen displayed the world stability metric, flashing alarm warnings. Warning: planar karmic line chaos has reached 99. Warning: high-dimensional life form detected awakening. Boss. Lin Xingzhu cradled the photon giant, sword, her expression grave as she monitored those surging readings. Is this getting too out of hand? I'm detecting extremely terrifying energy reactions from deep beneath the earth. Not at all. Suhan took a sip of wine, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. If you don't stir the waters, how will you catch the big fish? Those old fellows hiding in their coffins sucking blood. It's time they came out for some fresh air. The moment Suhan finished speaking, crack, a crisp shattering sound suddenly drowned out the cheers of a million people. It wasn't loud, but it echoed directly in the depths of everyone's souls. Then, the once colorful night sky suddenly shattered like broken glass, splitting open into a massive pitch-black fissure. An aura colder than 10,000-year ice, heavier than the abyss itself, poured down from that rift. Noise. Just 2 words, but they carried the weight of law itself. The deafening music on the square vanished instantly, and all the amplification arrays exploded. A million frenzied fans froze like ducks, with their necks gripped, suddenly silenced as terror-stricken bodies dropped to their knees. That was the tremor originating from the very level of life itself. At the center of the stage, Ji Wushuang, who was about to give his acceptance speech, bore the brunt of it. Puffed. He spat a mouthful of golden blood, and the magnificent faith golden body behind him cracked like glass, his entire figure crushed flat to the ground by that overwhelming pressure. Who goes there? Elder Taishu was both stunned and furious, forcing himself to stand up to protect his sect member. Descendants of the Taishu lineage, are they? How embarrassing to your ancestors. With that elderly sigh, 3 figures slowly stepped out from the rift. They looked like dried corpses just clawing their way out of graves, their Taoist robes already weathered into tatters, their skin shriveled like tree bark. Yet behind each of them floated a complete ancient great Tao light wheel. These were not ordinary true immortals. They were the guardians, survivors from the previous epoch who had been clinging to life until now. The lead elder's gaze swept across the crowd, his eyes filled only with thick disgust. We have slept but a few years. And you have turned this tranquil cultivation world into this filthy, foul state. Pointing at the cultivators below, wearing bizarre costumes and holding fluorescent sticks, cultivating nothing of heart or Tao, indulging in illusions, corrupting our Tao hearts. This world is tainted. The elder slowly raised his withered finger, concentrating a bead of black light at its tip. That single point of radiance contained destructive laws capable of erasing the entire Tianlan Immortal City. Since it has rotted through and through, then let us purge it. No further words. No room for negotiation. In the eyes of these ancient existences who regarded mortals as ants and cultivators, as weeds, if this petri dish was dirty, then simply kill off the entire colony and start anew. Despair. True despair. Before this absolute power, whether it was Ji Wushuang's faith golden body or Yi Guqing's physical sword Dao, all seemed pale and powerless. Just as that world-destroying finger was about to descend. An ear-piercing microphone feedback screech suddenly echoed across heaven and earth, shattering the deathly silence. Testing. Testing. Can you old-timers hear me? Atop Tianma Tower, the massive floor-to-ceiling windows slid open to both sides. Su-Han sat in a specially crafted leather sofa, surrounded by hundreds of amplification arrays. He crossed his legs, held a microphone in hand with the fully armed Dugu Feng Lin Qingzhu, and the mysteriously appeared Yi Hongyi standing behind him. Su-Han wore that grin that made people want to grind their teeth, a commercial smile, and waved at the three ancestral masters above. Don't rush to act. It's not time for settlement yet. The elder's movement paused slightly, that turbid eye fixed deadly on Su-Han. So it is you, this demon, who has disrupted the moral order of this world. Just right. I'll slay you first, then destroy this world. Destroy the world? Su-Han laughed without any restraint. Sir, you may not understand modern business rules. In this world, the one who owes the most debt is the boss. Su-Han snapped his fingers. Nangong Yu immediately operated, projecting a massive holographic map onto the sky. The map was covered with dense red dots. Let me introduce something to the honored elders. Su-Han spoke leisurely. This is a self-destruct network map. Over these 3 months, not only did I hold this talent show, I also conveniently planted little gifts at the spiritual vein positions of all 36 major veins and 72 subsidiary veins throughout the realm, spiritual energy reverse bombs. These bombs are linked to my heartbeat. Su-Han pointed to his heart, his eyes instantly becoming as sharp as a blade. If that finger of yours presses down, killing me is fine. But the spiritual veins of the entire upper realm would detonate instantly. By then, forget about cultivation. This world would directly explode back to the Stone Age. You old things who cling to life by absorbing spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy, how many days can you survive? Dead silence. The three guardians who had been murderous moments ago now froze in midair. That finger about to press down simply couldn't move. This was Su-Han's final trump card, financial nuclear deterrence. I can't defeat you, but I can flip the table, smash the pots, and make sure no one gets to eat. Su-Han stood up, adjusted his suit, and made a pleased gesture toward the three bewildered ancestral masters above. Now, shall we sit down and discuss the merger? Tianlan Immortal City at the Grand Feast. 1 billion spirit stones. After tax. In the high sky, the leading guardian elder repeated Su-Han's words. His face, withered like old tree bark, showed none of the greed Su-Han had anticipated, not even a flicker of emotion. There was only a kind of disgust, like looking at a rotting dead rat by the roadside. Ignorant. The elder's lips parted slightly, uttering just 2 words. There was no warning, nor the earth-shattering spiritual energy fluctuations Su-Han was accustomed to. The elder merely raised a withered finger and casually pressed downward toward the demon tower below, which symbolized the glory of the new immortal cultivation era. Buzz. The world suddenly fell silent. Not quiet, but as if sound itself had been erased by some terror-inducing law. Su-Han's pupils contracted violently. He watched helplessly as that towering skyscraper, adorned with countless spirit-gathering arrays and holographic projections, disintegrated in an instant. Into dust. Not an explosion, but a disintegration at the atomic level. The employees working inside the building, the believers who hadn't had time to retreat. Without even a scream, they turned into a rain of gray-white powder along with the steel and concrete. This? What kind of power is this? Su-Han's body turned icy cold. He tried to mobilize the 12 divine palaces within him, summon the 5 ancestors, and activate the city's protective array. But it was useless. In the instant that finger descended, the space within 100 miles was completely sealed off. The 5 ancestors who had achieved mechanical ascension and were said to be able to contend with saints just as they were about to soar into the sky, their alloy armor was crushed like empty cans, instantly twisting, collapsing, and bursting into meaningless sparks. The nest built by ants is nauseating to behold. The elder indifferently withdrew his finger, his gaze finally falling on Su-Han. You thought that by mastering heart's resources and some petty tricks you could be called a strong one. Wrong. Only the great Tao is the foundation. All else is illusion. An indescribably terrifying weight suddenly descended upon Su-Han's shoulders. Crack. Su-Han's knees slammed heavily into the void, his leg bones shattering instantly. His proud divine palace realm cultivation was as fragile as a joke before this power. Dimensional reduction strike. This was an absolute crushing of life levels. Su-Han. A shrill scream pierced the dead silence. From the ruins below, a red figure shot into the sky. It was Yi Hongyi. Covered in blood, her hair disheveled, she still furiously burned her newly reformed origin essence, blood transforming into a giant blood phoenix, trying to break through the mighty force suppressing Su-Han. Foul creature. Another guardian beside him didn't even lift his eyelids, casually flicking his sleeve. Bang. Yi Hongyi couldn't even get close to Su-Han as she was swatted like a fly directly into the deep earth. The earth cracked, dust rose, and there was no further sound. Hongyi. Su-Han's eyes were split, with fury, a beastly roar tearing from his throat. Save your strength. The leading elder floated before Su-Han, his gaze cold as ice. We are ordered to guard this realm, and originally did not wish to cause much slaughter. But you, of all things, you should not have touched the hearts and incense of the people. That is the provision for the great beings of the upper realm. How could a mere insect like you dare to covet it? The elder extended his hand, gently pressing his index finger against Su-Han's brow. You are guilty. I grant you. Void exile. Buzz. The space at Su-Han's brow suddenly collapsed. A black vortex the size of a fist, but exuding a soul-shivering aura, slowly opened. Inside it there were no stars, no spiritual energy, only endless darkness, and an ancient primal bloodthirsty raging aura. That is the godforsaken land, the elder said flatly. A garbage dump that even the heavenly Tao refuses to gaze upon. Go there, and in the endless darkness and savagery repent your arrogance. I won't accept. I won't accept. Su-Han, his mouth full of blood, stared fiercely at the three lofty faces as if trying to engrave their images into the depths of his soul. If I don't die, I will surely kill my way back to the 9 heavens. Noisy. The elder flicked his finger. A massive suction force instantly erupted. Su-Han felt his dantian crushed in an instant, and his hard-earned 12 divine palaces shattered like glass. Like a dead dog with a broken spine, he was swallowed whole by the black vortex. The rift closed. All that remained in the world was a silent ruin and 3 indifferent deities. After an unknown span of time, pain, an excruciating pain that penetrated the marrow, as if every muscle fiber was being torn. Su-Han struggled to open his eyes. What met his eyes was not the damp ceiling of a dark prison, nor the luxurious curtains of the demon sect, but a gray hazy sky. The sun here was purple, enormous, hanging overhead and radiating suffocating heat. The air was as dry as sandpaper, and each breath made his lungs ache like a bellows. Cough, cough. Su-Han instinctively tried to circulate the heavenly demon creation art to heal himself, but was horrified to find spiritual energy was gone. His body was empty, his dantian shattered, his meridians withered. This place truly is a land devoid of spiritual energy. Roar. In the distance a deafening roar came, shaking the ground. Su-Han turned his head with difficulty, his pupils suddenly dilating. Several hundred meters ahead, a giant saber-toothed tiger as tall as a 10-story building covered in black scales, and with 3 heads, was lowering its head to gnaw on something. The aura emanating from the tiger was violent and chaotic, and the sheer physical pressure was even more terrifying than any nascent soul cultivator he had ever seen. And what it was chewing on was a giant python 100 meters long. Crunch, crunch. The sound of bones being crushed was especially clear on the silent wasteland. Su-Han's heart sank to the bottom. Severely wounded, crippled cultivation, lost no spiritual energy, and now facing this ancient beast. This was a true hellish start. Just then a rustling sound came from the withered grass on his left. Su-Han turned sharply and saw a basin-sized dark red ant waving its scissor-like mandibles, swiftly crawling toward him. Even an ant exuded a bloodthirsty aura. "Wanna eat me?" A glint of ferocity flashed in Su-Han's eyes. He didn't even have the strength to lift his hand, but that didn't mean he would wait to die. Just as the ant crawled onto his face, Su-Han suddenly opened his mouth, mustering the last ounce of strength in his body, and bit down on one of the ant's legs. Crack! The stinking juice burst in his mouth. The ant writhed in agony, its sharp mandibles carving a bloody gash across his face. But Su-Han clung on like a mad dog, refusing to let go. His throat moved as he forced the sour, acidic insect blood down. Ding! Deep in his mind, the familiar yet slightly distorted mechanical voice finally sounded. Detected host cultivation has been completely lost. Detected current environment spiritual energy concentration 0. Detected high concentration of ancient desolate chi. System resetting. Reset complete. Daily intelligence system has been updated to the wasteland survival version. Today's intelligence has been refreshed. White, the blood of the blood-devouring ant you just swallowed is mildly toxic, but contains strong coagulating properties. It is the only medicine you have to stop bleeding. Green, 10 meters to your right rear, there is a pile of fresh dung left by a giant herbivore. In 3 minutes, a heavy acid rain will fall. That is your only shelter. Gold, 300 li to the east, there is a human tribe called Blackstone. They are searching for a special sacrifice. Su-Han stared at the light screen before him, a bloody, twisted smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. Not dead yet. Good. As long as the intelligence is still here, as long as my mind is still here. Even if I have to start from crawling into a dung pit and eating bugs, I will still punch a new hole in this sky. Su-Han spat out the ants, remains propped himself up on his elbows, and crawled like a maggot inch by inch toward the steaming pile of dung 10 meters away. Boom. The purple sky suddenly darkened. The first drop of corrosive rain fell, burning a black spot on the back of his hand. Su-Han quickened his pace. To survive, even if it meant crawling through a mountain of blades, he would do it. Manhuang prison. Acid rain descended. Hiss, hiss. The grating sound of corrosion echoed in his ears just across a thick wall that was warm and reeked of blood. Suhan curled up deep inside a massive beast's feces large enough to hold 3 or 4 adults, holding his breath, not daring to breathe a single gasp. The owner of this feces was likely a herbivorous giant beast. The excrement was mixed with a large amount of undigested plant fibers and oils. Although it stank to high heaven, it unexpectedly formed a natural insulating and waterproof layer. Through a tiny gap, Suhan saw that the outside world had become a purgatory. The purple sky seemed to have a huge hole, with yellow-brown rain pouring down. Wherever the rain touched, rocks emitted white smoke, and instantly softened withered grass turned to black ash, and even the distant wolf-like small beasts that couldn't escape in their piercing howls, their fur-rotted flesh dissolved, and finally, turned into piles of smoking white bones. This was the bone-eroding acid rain. The green intelligence on the system panel had not deceived him. Suhan clung tightly to the sticky fibers around him, forcibly suppressing the churning in his stomach. Even in his most wretched days as an undercover agent, he had never suffered such humiliation. Just 2 hours ago, he was the man sitting atop the Tianma mansion, overlooking all beings, the most powerful man in this cultivation world. He drank 10,000-year nectar, slept on a supreme spirit jade bed, and even the female emperor and saintess had to watch his expression. And now, to survive, he was like a maggot burrowing in beast feces to eke out a miserable existence. Huff, huff. Suhan closed his eyes, feeling the excruciating pain from his broken bones in the darkness. The venomous blood of that blood-devouring ant was beginning to take effect. Although his abdomen was knotted with pain like being cut by a knife, he could feel a tingling numbness at the sight of his originally broken thigh bone. That was a signal that the bones were forcibly healing. Guardians. Taishu Immortal Palace. Suhan silently recited these names in his heart. Each time he recited them, the fire in his heart burned a little more fiercely. As long as I don't die, even if I have to eat shit, I will crawl back and stuff this pile of shit into your mouths. This acid rain lasted for a full 2 hours. When the hissing sound outside finally stopped, replaced by a deathly silence, Suhan carefully dug open the hardened shell and poked his head out from the pile of filth. The air was filled with a pungent smell of sulfur. The ground was corroded into potholes like skin covered with sores. Suhan laboriously pulled himself out and fell onto the wet, muddy ground. Gasping heavily, although his leg bones were not fully healed, the excruciating, shattering pain had turned into a dull ache. He tried moving his toes. There was sensation. Ding. Detected host current state extreme hunger. Vital signs are declining. It is recommended to immediately consume high-calorie food. Suhan gave a bitter smile. High-calorie food. In this godforsaken place, where could he order takeout? Squeak, squeak. Just then an extremely faint scratching sound came from beside the dung heap where he had been hiding. Suhan's gaze suddenly sharpened, and his whole body instantly tensed like a fully drawn bow. Even without cultivation, the killer instinct honed on the brink of life and death remained. He slowly turned his head. He saw a gray-skinned rat about the size of a domestic cat, completely hairless with 2 exposed fangs, stealthily emerging from the ground. It smelled the fragrance of undigested plants and the feces, and also smelled the bloody scent of a weak creature on Suhan. Carrion rat. A bottom-feeder scavenger in the barbaric land, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, with teeth carrying corpse venom. Its red eyes, the size of mung beans, stared fixedly at Suhan, whiskers trembling, as if assessing whether this 2-legged beast, covered in excrement, posed a threat. Suhan did not move at all. He even deliberately slowed his breathing, pretending to be a corpse. He was gambling that this beast would greedily approach. Sure enough, after a few tentative probes, the carrion rat grew bolder. It let out a squeak, kicked its hind legs, turned into a gray shadow, and with its foul-smelling mouth open, lunged straight for Suhan's throat. At that instant, Suhan, who had been like a corpse, suddenly burst out a sharp light in his eyes. His right hand shot up at an impossible angle. Although without spiritual energy, the precise and ruthless muscle memory remained. PFF. The sharp animal bone Suhan had grabbed from the dung heap stabbed fiercely into the soft belly of the carrion rat. Squeak. The carrion rat let out a piercing scream, writhing wildly, its sharp claws scratching several bone-deep gashes on Suhan's arm. Pain. Heart-piercing pain. But Suhan didn't even frown. He rolled over, pinned the rat down, his left hand gripping its neck tightly, his right hand pulling out the bone, and once again stabbed down fiercely. PFF. 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 1, 2, 3 times. Until the struggle beneath him completely ceased, until the warm and stinking rat blood sprayed all over his face. Only then did Suhan stop, gasping for breath. In the past, he could crush millions of such ants with a single finger, but now killing one required a fight to the death. Heh. Ha ha. Suhan laughed lowly, his voice hoarse and unpleasant. He threw away the bone and looked at the bloody, mangled large rat in his hand. There was no condition to make a fire nor time to process it. The smell of blood would attract more terrifying predators. He had to eat immediately. Suhan did not hesitate. He lowered his head and tore open the rat's throat. Gulp. The scalding, metallic and rancid rat blood rushed into his esophagus. The taste was nauseating, but the moment it reached his stomach it transformed into a primal stream of heat rapidly spreading through his limbs and bones. Next was the meat. The raw meat was tough to chew and had a sour taste. Suhan, expressionless, tore, chewed, and swallowed mouthful by mouthful. He was not eating meat. He was eating life. Just as he swallowed most of the carrion rat, a sudden change occurred. The originally dormant fragment of the heavenly demon creation art within him suddenly began to circulate on its own for a trace. Although his meridians were severed and his chi was broken, this demonic art, reputed to devour all things, bypassed the spiritual energy system and directly acted upon his flesh and blood. The rat meat in his stomach was instantly decomposed into a stream of pure blood energy. This blood energy was extremely domineering, rushing into his broken meridians, bringing a burning pain, but like glue it began to frantically repair his muscle fibers and bone cracks. Ding. Detected host ingested, low-grade wilderness beast, flesh and blood. Heavenly demon creation art undergoing adaptive mutation. Congratulations host, new path unlocked, flesh and blood martial way. Current realm, blood-moving realm, beginner 1. Suhan suddenly raised his head, a look of astonishment on his blood-stained face, which then turned into ecstasy. No need for spiritual energy. Just by eating meat, he could become stronger. In this barbaric world of only killing, this was simply a cheat tailor-made for him. Good. Very good. Suhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling that a trace of strength had finally returned to his body. Although still not as strong as an ordinary mortal man, at least he could stand up and walk. He supported himself on the rock, half corroded by the acid rain, and stood up tremblingly. His gaze turned eastward. There was his destination, obtained with the golden intelligence, the Haishi tribe. Wait for me. Suhan picked up the blood-stained animal bone, sharpened it, and tucked it into the already tattered waistband of his trousers. At this moment his back was no longer hunched. Since he couldn't become an immortal, then he would become the greatest demon of this barbaric land. Step by step, that man covered in feces and blood embarked on his journey. Manwang prison. The rain had just cleared after a storm. The highly corrosive acid rain had finally ceased. The earth resembled rotten flesh splattered with strong acid, still hissing and emitting a pungent yellow smoke. Suhan leaned on a beast bone he had picked up from a dung heap, trudging through the mud, with each step sinking deep and rising shallow. His clothes had long since rotted into tattered strips, his skin blackened by smoke save for a pair of eyes that gleamed with the feral green light of a starving wolf behind his disheveled hair. After devouring that rotting corpse, Rat, the Tianma Zaohua Gong within him had barely converted a trace of blood chi, allowing his previously shattered thigh bone to begin initial healing. Yet this healing was exceedingly fragile. Every step brought excruciating pain as bone fragments ground against one another. But he dared not stop. The Haishi tribe mentioned in the daily intelligence was his only lifeline at present. Out here in the wilderness, come nightfall, any ordinary insect could cost him his life. Thud, thud. Suddenly the ground began to tremble in a rhythmic pattern. Suhan's expression sharpened. He immediately dropped low, pressing himself against a massive boulder like a lizard holding his breath. 200 meters ahead, the bushes were recklessly smashed apart. 3 figures emerged. When Suhan made out what those 3 things were, his pupils constricted slightly. They were human. At least in appearance they walked upright and possessed limbs and facial features. But they were enormous. Each stood over 2.5 meters tall, their muscles bulging like granite, their skin rough and gray-black, daubed with white beast blood totems. They went bare-chested, wrapped in beast hides around their waists, and carried not swords or blades, but enormous stone clubs and beast bone hammers stained with scraps of flesh. Manwang natives. Suhan narrowed his eyes and swiftly assessed no fluctuation of spiritual energy. But with such physical strength, they could likely tear apart a Foundation establishment cultivator using brute force alone. Humph. The lead native suddenly halted, his massive hooked nose twitching violently. He had caught a scent. Those muddy yellow eyes, overflowing with savagery, locked onto the rock where Suhan hid. Roar. The native let out an excited, monstrous cry, and his enormous body unexpectedly exploded with speed utterly disproportionate to his size, charging forward like a heavy tank. I've been spotted. Suhan did not hesitate for a moment, turning to flee. But his body was far too weakened, barely 2 steps and he was swept off his feet by the gust of wind from behind. A massive hand covered in black hair grabbed Suhan's ankle like a child catching a chick, hoisting him upside down. Let go. Suhan's eyes flashed with cold light. The sharpened beast bone in his hand stabbed viciously at the native's wrist acupoint. This was a killing strike. Even without spiritual energy, a precise hit to the acupoint could cripple an arm. Ting! A crisp sound rang out. Suhan froze. That beast bone, capable of piercing a corpse rat, had struck the native's wrist, yet failed to even scratch the surface, as though he had thrust it against an iron plate. Not even breaking the skin, the bone shattered from the recoil. What kind of perverted defense is this, eh? Suhan's heart sank. Grr, grr. The native, watching Suhan resist with a mere toothpick, seemed thoroughly amused. Grinning widely, he revealed a mouthful of jagged yellow teeth and barked several incomprehensible syllables to his companions behind. Though Suhan could not understand the Manwang tongue, he perfectly understood that look. It was the gaze one reserves for food. Two-legged sheep. The term instantly surfaced in Suhan's mind. In these natives' eyes, he was not one of their kind, only a feeble, hairless little sheep. Woo. Another native stepped forward, extending a rough, calloused hand to roughly seize Suhan's jaw, forcing his mouth open to inspect his teeth, then pinching the muscles of his thighs before shaking his head in disgust. Clearly they found him too emaciated, all bone and sinew, hardly worth the effort. Smack. The lead native, grown irritable, delivered a casual backhand strike across Suhan's face. Though he held back considerably, that enormous force still made Suhan's head feel as though smashed by a great hammer. Ringing filled his ears, half his face swelled instantly, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He no longer resisted. At this range, against such an absolute gap in power, resistance was tantamount to seeking death. He lowered his hands and feigned unconsciousness, yet through the narrow slit of his eyelids, he kept watching everything around him with unwavering intensity. The three natives conferred for a while before producing a rope made from the tendon of some unknown creature. They bound Suhan tightly like a pig, attached him to the end of a stone club, and continued their journey, carrying him on their shoulders. After roughly half an hour of jolting, a primitive tribe nestled within a valley came into view. There were no walls, only a fence constructed from massive beast bones and tangled thorns. Scattered within were dozens of crude stone huts piled from rocks. A bonfire blazed at the tribe's center, above which hung an enormous stone pot boiling, with unidentifiable chunks of meat releasing a thick, fishy stench. Roar, roar. Seeing the hunting party return, dozens of men, women, and children from the tribe came running out. They crowded around the three natives, cheering and jostling over the spoils, the several enormous wild boars, and hanging from the end of the club. Suhan was thrown heavily to the ground, bruised and dazed. Several small natives, barely reaching his waist, drooled and rushed over, wielding stones, as if to smash his skull, eager to taste the brain of this new prey. Hold! A rasping, chilling voice rang out abruptly. The once noisy tribe fell instantly silent. Those fierce and fearsome native warriors all lowered their heads in unison, faces wearing expressions of reverence. The crowd parted. A hunched figure emerged. It was an old native draped in tattered feathers, wearing a necklace of skulls around his neck. He leaned on a bone staff, its tip inlaid with a gem emitting a faint crimson glow. The priest of the Haishi tribe. Also the sole individual in this tribe wielding so-called supernatural power. The priest approached Suhan, his turbid snake-like eyes scanning him from head to toe. Then he extended a withered finger, tracing along Suhan's filthy, yet undeniably fine-textured skin. Fine and tender flesh, devoid of primal aura. To Suhan's astonishment, the priest spoke in language he could understand. Though the pronunciation was peculiar, it was indeed a variant of the ancient universal tongue. You are an outsider? The priest inquired slyly. Suhan felt a spark of hope and gave a weak cough. Yes. Beyond the outside world. Are there still people alive? The priest appeared somewhat surprised, yet he did not press further, a cruel smile curling his lips instead. He turned and loudly rebuked those natives who wanted to eat Suhan. Reluctant though they were, they complied and backed away. Suhan exhaled in relief. So this old charlatan saw him as a fellow civilized person and wished to keep him alive for questioning. However, the very next words plunged Suhan into icy despair. Such clean flesh and blood should not be wasted in your mouths. Raising his bone staff, the priest pointed toward a towering totem pole at the tribe's center, dyed dark red with blood. Keep him confined. Clean him thoroughly. On the night of the full moon in 3 days' time, he shall be the finest living sacrifice offered to the greed wolf deity. Roar! The entire crowd erupted in cheers. Suhan was dragged away by two burly men like a dead dog being hauled. As he passed the totem pole, the Tianma Zhaohua gong within him suddenly throbbed violently, and a soul-deep hunger nearly drove him to lose control. Something lay within that pillar. Something far more nourishing than a corpse rat, 10,000 times greater. Suhan licked his cracked lips. The fear in his eyes vanished, instantly replaced by an intense, ravenous greed. Want to use this old man as a sacrificial offering? Very well. Let us see who ends up eating whom. Clang. Suhan was thrown into a stone dungeon at the far corner of the tribe. The bars were crafted from ironwood as thick as an arm, hard as steel. The cell was dark and damp, its corner piled with bleached bones. And atop that heap of remains sat a burly giant covered in scars, missing one eye. He was Suhan's cellmate. Also today's second meal. His cellmate. And also Suhan's second meal for today. Blackrock Tribe Death Dungeon. In the darkness, only the pile of white bones in the corner of the cell emitted a ghastly phosphorescent glow. The air was thick with the stale scent of blood and the stench of excrement. Suhan leaned against the icy stone wall, clutching tightly in his hand the sharpened leg bone spike he had been unwilling to discard all along the way. His gaze was fixed on the mountain of flesh at the other end of the cell. That one-eyed giant. The giant seemed indifferent to the newly arrived scrawny, two-legged lamb. In his eyes, Suhan's build was not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. He sat cross-legged, grabbed a struggling lizard he had caught from somewhere, tossed it directly into his mouth, and chewed with a crunch, juice splattering everywhere. After eating the lizard, the giant licked his lips with lingering relish, and his only remaining murky yellow eye finally fell on Su-Han. Hungry. The giant uttered a garbled syllable. He stood up. As he moved, his iron tower-like frame cast a massive shadow that completely engulfed Su-Han. A suffocating wave of brutal savagery surged forth. Su-Han did not move. He was waiting. Ding. Scanning target. Target Blackrock, tribe castaway Du Yan. Status extremely hungry, right leg, old injury recurred. Weakness 3 years ago when he failed in a competition for a mate, his third lumbar vertebra was shattered by a stone hammer. Though healed, it left a huge gap in the bone. Weakness, his left eye is a blind spot, and his left ear has impaired hearing. Seeing the red dot floating on his retina, the originally tense corner of Su-Han's mouth curled into a cold arc. Killing never necessarily required strength. Especially killing a brainless fool like this. Roar. The one-eyed giant seemed to have lost patience. He no longer wanted to wait for the old priest's order. He now wanted to taste the flavor of this fresh prey. Even if it was just one arm. He lunged forward. In that narrow cell, his massive body was like an out-of-control chariot, leaving no room to dodge. If it were an ordinary mortal, they would have been paralyzed with fear by now. But who was Su-Han? He was the heavenly demon sect leader who had crawled out of seas of corpses and rivers of blood, a cunning old schemer who toyed with both the righteous and demonic paths. Just as the giant's massive hand was about to grab Su-Han's neck, Su-Han moved. Instead of retreating, he charged straight at the giant. In the instant before they collided, Su-Han twisted his body to the left like a slippery loach at an extremely bizarre angle, followed by a clumsy but practical ground roll. Whoosh. The giant's hand grabbed nothing, his nails scraping a shower of sparks off the stone wall. Due to the excessive force, the giant lost his balance and stumbled forward. Now, still on the ground, Su-Han's eyes blazed with cold light. Without a moment's hesitation, using all the remaining strength in his body, he gripped the sharp bone spike tightly and, aiming at the red marked by the intelligence, the gap in the giant's lower back vertebrae, stabbed it in with all his might. The sound of bone piercing flesh, followed by the dull thud of bone locking against bone. Give it to me. Go it. Su-Han roared, using his body weight to slam his shoulder against the butt of the bone spike, driving it into the hilt. Ow! A blood-curdling scream, distorted in pitch, exploded in the cell. The once ferocious one-eyed giant, like a high-rise building suddenly stripped of its foundation, lost all sensation in his lower body and crashed to his knees with a thunderous thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. He flailed his arms wildly, trying to grab Su-Han behind him, but the excruciating pain from his severed spine prevented him from turning around, leaving him only to pound the ground in impotent rage. Big guy, it's my turn now. Su-Han gasped for breath as he climbed to his feet. He did not give the other any chance to recover. He knew well that the vitality of such savage wild men was terrifyingly tenacious. As long as they still breathed, they could still kill. Su-Han circled around to face the giant. At this moment, the giant stared in terror with his single eye at the two-legged lamb he had regarded as food moments ago. Don't. The giant squeezed out a plea from his throat. Su-Han's face was expressionless. He picked up a sharp-edged stone from the ground, stepped forward, pressed one hand on the giant's forehead, and raised the stone high with the other. In your next life, don't mess with an undercover agent. Bang. The stone slammed heavily into the giant's temple. Once, twice, 3 times. Until the massive head no longer moved, until the warm red and white matter splattered across Su-Han's face. Only then did Su-Han stop. He discarded the bloodstained stone, leaned against the corpse, and breathed deeply, the air thick with the smell of blood. He had won. With a mortal body, he had hunted down a first-rank battle soldier capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards. Ding. Detected high-energy blood source. Heavenly demon creation art hunger level has reached threshold. Activate plunder. Su-Han looked at the massive corpse before him. In the past, he would never have done such primitive and bloodthirsty things. Even as a demon cultivator, one cared about appearances, usually refining pills or absorbing souls. But now, Su-Han touched his hollow belly, feeling the weakness from the broken bones. Dignity. Su-Han laughed bitterly. Survival is dignity. He lowered his head and pressed his mouth to the wound on the giant's neck. Gulp. The first mouthful of scorching heart blood went down his throat. The taste was unbearably rank and fishy, choking him and making him want to vomit. But the next second, Su-Han's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpricks. Boom. That mouthful of blood seemed not liquid but a lump of magma. It slid down Su-Han's esophagus into his stomach, instantly decomposed and ignited by the long-starved heavenly demon creation art. A violent and unprecedented torrent of heat centered in his stomach, crazily surged through his limbs and bones. Ugh. Su-Han curled up in agony on the ground, veins bulging all over his body, his skin as red as a boiled lobster. Pain. Too much pain. This wild blood energy was too chaotic and overbearing, far beyond what a frail human body could bear. If it were an ordinary person, they would have exploded and died by now. But Su-Han had the heavenly demon creation art. This cultivation art, once regarded as a heretical scripture by the cultivation world, finally revealed its ferocious true face in this world without spiritual energy, to refine the dross and seize the essence, forcibly plundering. Under the impact of that heat torrent, the broken meridians inside Suhan's body were violently forced open and then reorganized. The fine bone fragments were forcibly fused, becoming denser and harder. The originally slack muscle fibers began to tear, then grew into tougher lines. Blood-moving realm. Initial stage. Blood-moving realm. Mid-stage. As the essence within the giant's body was continuously drained by Suhan, the giant's originally robust corpse was visibly shriveling. Meanwhile, Suhan's aura was steadily rising. Half an hour later, Suhan stood up from the ground. All the wounds on his body had scabbed and fallen off, revealing new skin. Although he still didn't look burly, even somewhat lean, the muscle lines clinging to his bones contained explosive power. He reached out and grasped the arm-thick fine ironwood bars of the cell, exerting a little force. Creak. The wood, as hard as iron, was actually squeezed into several finger impressions by him. This is the flesh and blood martial path. Suhan clenched his fist, feeling his heart pounding powerfully, a roar like war drums. Without spiritual power, without cultivating the primordial spirit, only cultivating this physical body to dominate the ages. He turned his head and glanced at the one-eyed giant who had turned into a dried corpse with no trace of pity in his eyes. Not bad taste. Suhan licked the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. Just then footsteps came from outside the cell. It was the food-delivering guard arriving. Hey, not dead yet. A rough voice came, followed by the light of a torch shining into the cell. The guard casually glanced inside, and the moldy piece of meat he was about to throw in instantly froze in his hand. His eyes bulged wide as if he had seen a ghost. All he saw was that scrawny, two-legged sheep, who should have been eaten, now sitting cross-legged on a pile of corpses, staring coldly at him. And beneath that two-legged sheep's feet was the tribe's fearsome, one-eyed warrior, now nothing but a bag of skin wrapped around bones. Suhan met the guard's terrified gaze, grinned, revealing a mouthful of bloody white teeth. Not dead yet. And not yet full. The torch flickered, casting the guard's face, twisted with fear, into sharp relief. He stared at the man sitting cross-legged on a dried corpse in the cell. Though that walking corpse did not appear strong, even somewhat gaunt, the bloodlust emanating from him was far more terrifying than the most ferocious dire wolf in the tribe. Gulp. The guard swallowed hard, instinctively tightening his grip on the bone spear, itching to skewer this dangerous man. Stop. That cold, hoarse voice rang out again. The shaman, draped in tattered feathers and wearing a necklace of infant skulls, hobbled out of the darkness, leaning on a bone staff. His murky, serpentine eyes swept over the one-eyed corpse on the ground. Instead of anger, a sickly gleam of delight flickered within them. Good. Very good. The shaman extended his withered tongue to lick his lips, his gaze fixed greedily on Suhan. One eye was a waste, but his veins carried savage blood. You devoured him, so now you bear the killing aura. The wolf god favors such ferocious offerings. The shaman waved his bone staff, stopping the guards who were about to attack, and sneered, don't kill him. In the coming days, feed him meat, the best of the fierce beasts. Build up his blood and chi. When the grand ceremony arrives, I will rip out his heart while it still beats, and offer it to the totem. Suhan sat in the shadows, lifting his head slightly. His jade-green eyes were as calm as a stagnant pool. He did not argue, only bared his teeth stained with blood, and said, fine. Remember to roast the meat well. I don't like it raw. The shaman snorted coldly and turned away. To him, this was merely the final bravado of a doomed prey. Over the next 2 days, Suhan lived like a pig. The natives truly treated him as a precious offering, tossing in several large chunks of bloody, nameless beast meat every day. Suhan accepted everything. In this place devoid of entertainment and spiritual energy, he devoted all his time to two things: eating and digesting. The heavenly demon art of creation churned wildly within him. This demonic art, once scorned by the righteous path, thrived in the savage wilderness. It was like an indefatigable grinding machine, brutally converting every shred of flesh and blood swallowed into pure brute force. His body underwent astonishing changes. His originally fair skin grew tough and rough, taking on a bronze sheen. The muscles beneath were no longer the streamlined form of a cultivator, but twisted like steel cables, brimming with explosive power. Most terrifying of all, his bones, after repeated tempering, faintly emitted a clanging sound of metal striking metal. Blood-moving stage. Perfection. Only a hair's breadth away from the bone-forging stage. On the third night, under the full moon, thump, 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 the dull, wild beat of animal skin drums echoed through the entire valley. The Black Rock tribe was in an uproar. The prison door swung open. For burly barbarian warriors entered, bound Suhan with beast tendon ropes as thick as a child's arm, and carried him out of the death cell. Outside, it was deep night. The purple moon hung huge as a platter in the sky, casting an eerie radiance. In the central square of the tribe, a dozen massive bonfires blazed. Hundreds of barbarian men and women danced wildly around the fires, howling like beasts. In the very center of the square stood a black stone pillar, at least 20 meters high. That was the totem pole. By the firelight, Suhan finally saw its true form. It was not stone at all. It was a giant leg bone of some unknown creature. The bone was densely carved with blood-red runes, and at its top sat a ferocious wolf skull. Within the eye sockets of that skull burned 2 clumps of jade-green ghost fire radiating a pressure that made the soul tremble. Ding! Daily information system refreshed. High-energy reaction source detected. Target greedy wolf god totem. Analysis: this is a finger bone left behind by the ancient demon god greedy wolf after its fall. A fragment of incomplete divinity is sealed within. It is the source of the entire tribe's power, and the only key to your breakthrough to the bone forging stage, and even the tendon changing stage. Warning: directly devouring divinity is extremely dangerous. Mortality rate 99. Seeing the blood-red 99 mortality rate, Su-Han felt no fear, but trembled with excitement. 99. In his creed, as long as it wasn't 100 certain death, it was a battle he could win. Bring the offering. The shaman standing on the high platform at the base of the totem raised his bone staff and shouted hoarsely. Su-Han was carried onto the altar and pressed onto a black stone slab covered in dried bloodstains. A thick pungent stench assailed his nostrils. Roar! The barbarian warriors below raised their weapons and howled, the sound shaking the heavens. The shaman turned, his murky eyes burning with fanatical light. He drew an obsidian ritual knife from his bosom, its blade gleaming coldly. Great greedy wolf god. The shaman began chanting obscure incantations. As his voice rose, the wolf skull atop the totem suddenly blazed, the 2 ghost fires expanding violently. An invisible force enveloped Su-Han. Su-Han felt the blood within him begin to boil uncontrollably, as if it would burst from his body and fly toward the pillar. Now! The shaman roared, gripping the obsidian knife with both hands, and stabbed fiercely towards Su-Han's heart. If that strike landed, even a blood-moving cultivator, or even an immortal, would be finished. But just as the blade tip was an inch from Su-Han's chest, Su-Han, who had been feigning death with eyes closed, suddenly snapped open his eyes. In his pupils, there was no trace of fear of death, only surging demonic nature. Crack! A sickening sound of snapping erupted. The beast tendon ropes that bound Su-Han, said to be unbreakable even by a wild bull, were shattered by the terrifying strength of his muscles, which instantly bulged to monstrous proportions. What? The shaman paled in shock, his knife still descending. Su-Han paid no attention to the blade. Like a leopard that had been coiling its strength, he flipped over and sprang up, not fleeing toward the crowd, but performing an action that left everyone, including the shaman, utterly dumbfounded. He turned, spread his arms, and hugged the terrifying totem pole, as if embracing a woman, clinging to it with all his might. What is he doing? The thought had barely crossed the shaman's mind when in the next instant Su-Han opened his bloodshot, ferocious mouth and aimed at the runic node on the totem that radiated the most intense divine light. Chomp! He bit down viciously. Not biting stone, but like a wild beast tearing into prey, he pushed the heavenly demon art of creation to its limit, treating the energy within the ancient demon bone as flesh and blood. Devour. Now. The totem pole trembled violently. The ghost fire in the wolf skull above let out a furious roar, as if deeply offended. A terrifying torrent of black-red energy surged through Su-Han's teeth, madly flooding into his body. It was not spiritual energy. It was chaotic, savage, bloodthirsty power of an ancient demon god. Su-Han let out an inhuman scream. His body swelled instantly, countless bloody cracks splitting his skin. Black demonic patterns spread like living things across his face. The divinity was bursting his mortal frame apart. Blasphemy! He is defiling the god. The shaman, terrified out of his wits, shrieked, "Kill him! Kill him now!" The barbarian warriors below finally reacted, charging the altar with roars. A dozen stone axes and bone spears swung towards Su-Han. But it was too late. Just as the first axe was about to strike his back, Su-Han released his mouth. He slowly turned around. His originally jade-green eyes had transformed into pure, dark golden vertical pupils. The wounds on his body were writhing and healing at a visible rate. A thin layer of black horn-like substance covered his skin as if he had donned a demon god's armor. Bone forging stage. Breakthrough. And mutation. Su-Han looked at the barbarian warriors charging toward him, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He stretched out a hand, seemingly slow yet lightning fast, and caught the descending stone axe blade. Crack! The hard stone axe shattered in his bare grip. A god! Su-Han's voice became low, hoarse, with a metallic quality taste. At the Black Rock tribe's altar, the crisp sound of shattering echoed like the snap of death's fingers, plunging the once boisterous sacrificial ceremony into a brief, eerie silence. All eyes were fixed on the man standing beneath the totem pole. Naked, his skin bore a bronze hue, and along his spine a black, demonic pattern flickered faintly, breathing like a living entity. In his hand he clutched the fragments of the tribe's hardest obsidian battle axe, his gaze as cold as if he were staring at a crowd of the dead. The god was devoured. A barbarian warrior stared blankly at the dimming totem pole, his mind slow to catch up. Blasphemer. The priest was the first to react. His withered, aged face twisted like a vengeful ghost as he brandished his bone staff and shrieked. He has stolen the power of the greedy wolf god. Kill him. Rip open his belly and take back the divine power. With a roar, the priest's fury ignited the barbarian warrior's savagery. In the wilderness, the totem was faith, the very lifeline. Dozens of hulking iron tower-like men, eyes bloodshot, brandished bone clubs, and stone hammers weighing hundreds of pounds charging like maddened rhinos towards Su-Han on the altar. The earth trembled. Facing a charge that could crush an ordinary man to pulp, Su-Han did not retreat. He did not even frown. Just right, Su-Han twisted his neck, producing a series of crisp cracks from his cervical vertebrae. I ate too much, just now need to digest. With a boom, Su-Han moved. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy, no flashy magical light. Simply the stamp of his foot, and the hard black stone of the altar exploded into a deep crater. He transformed into a black blur, charging head-on into the dozens of barbarian warriors instead of retreating. Die! The foremost barbarian chieftain grinned savagely, his mace thick as an adult's thigh, whistling through the air as it aimed for Su-Han's crown. This strike had shattered the skull of a saber-toothed tiger. Su-Han did not dodge. He merely raised his left arm, crossing it above his head. Clang! A metallic impact resounded across the arena. The mace struck Su-Han's forearm, but failed to break the bone as if hitting diamond. The immense recoil tore the chieftain's tiger's mouth, blood streaming down. What a... The chieftain's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the terrifying defense of the bone-forging stage. His bones, tempered by the greedy wolf's divinity, were already comparable to a low-grade defensive artifact. Too slow. Su-Han spat out two cold words. In the instant the chieftain's old strength waned and new strength had yet to arise, Su-Han's right-hand fingers, forming a claw, pierced through the chieftain's granite-like pectoral muscles with a piercing howl. With a squelch as if through rotten soil, Su-Han's fingers hooked onto the opponent's ribs. Then with a burst of abdominal power he roared up. The giant, 2.5 meters tall and weighing over 400 Jin, was lifted single-handedly by Su-Han. Returning this to you. Like tossing a sandbag, Su-Han hurled the chieftain into the surging crowd behind. With thuds, the immense impact knocked down a swath of barbarian warriors, their cries of broken bones and severed sinews filling the air. But the barbarians were fearless. More surrounded him, spears like a forest thrusting at Su-Han's vital points. A glint of bloodthirsty red flashed in Su-Han's eyes. Though he had lost his cultivation, his combat skills honed through countless battles as the demon cult leader remained. In this tribe that relied solely on brute force, it was a dimensional strike. Sidestep, deflect, inch power, throat lock. Every movement was stripped to its essence and equally brutal. With a crack, he kicked a warrior's knee, using the momentum to leap and smash another's larynx with his knee. With a spurt, he grabbed a bone spear, reversed it, and hurled it, piercing two warriors' chests, pinning them to the ground like skewered candied hawthorns. Within 10 breaths, over a dozen corpses lay on the altar. Blood stained Su-Han's body, making his bronze skin resemble a demon bathed in gore. Monster. He's a monster. The remaining barbarian warriors finally grew afraid. Their hands trembled on their weapons, and their footsteps involuntarily retreated. This was no battle, it was a massacre. A bunch of trash. The priest on the high platform trembled with rage at the sight. He bit his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood essence onto his bone staff. With my blood, I invoke divine punishment. Greedy wolf curse, heart erosion. With a hum, the ruby at the staff's tip blazed. A visible blood mist surged from the staff, forming a ferocious wolf-headed phantom that let out a piercing shriek and lunged at Su-Han's heart. This was the priest's ultimate witchcraft. The victim would feel as if 10,000 insects gnawed at their heart, dying in agony. Die, the priest's snarled face contorted. Yet the moment the blood wolf head slammed into Su-Han's body, he did not show pain. Instead, he paused, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and his face showed a hint of intoxication. With a burp, Su-Han belched. The heavenly demon creation art within him had long mutated into a nature aligned with the greedy wolf. This witchcraft was not poison to him, it was nourishment. The blood wolf head once inside was instantly devoured by the remnant will of the divine bone, transforming into pure warmth that nourished Su-Han's organs. How is this possible? The priest's eyes nearly popped out, and his bone staff clattered to the ground. Even witchcraft was ineffective. Could this man truly be the reincarnation of the wolf god? Su-Han opened his eyes, his vertical pupils locked onto the priest on the high platform. Your god is now mine. Your life is also mine. With a boom, Su-Han stamped his foot and leaped onto the high platform like a cannonball. Don't kill me. I'm the priest. I know herbs. I know. The priest collapsed in terror, scrambling backward and begging for mercy. Su-Han grabbed his withered chicken-like neck and lifted him into the air. I heard you wanted to dig out my heart. His voice was terrifyingly calm. He raised his other hand slowly, fingertips gleaming with a metallic luster. No. With a squelch, hand descended, claw struck. Without hesitation, Su-Han's hand pierced through the priest's chest. He did not dig out the heart, instead he clenched his fingers. With a snap, the age-decaying heart burst within the chest cavity. The priest's scream died abruptly. His limbs twitched twice, then went still. Su-Han casually tossed the corpse off the platform landing before the terrified barbarian warriors. Then, he picked up the bone staff, symbol of the tribe's highest authority, crushed it underfoot, then turned and sat on the saber-toothed tiger skin-covered stone seat that had been the priest's. Looking down from his height, his dark, golden vertical pupils swept coldly across the entire scene. He was drenched in blood. Behind him, the dim totem pole; at his feet, the scattered corpses. At that moment, his aura was more terrifying and more savage than the so-called totem. The entire place fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the crackling of the bonfire. "Anyone else want to eat me?" Suhan asked calmly. Clang. Someone dropped their weapon first. Then, with a clatter, all the barbarian warriors, all the women and children of the tribe fell to their knees. They pressed their foreheads to the cold ground, bodies trembling, not daring to look up at the man on the throne. In this barbaric world, the rules were simple: the strong live, the weak die. Whoever could kill all opposition became king. "Hail, the new king!" An elderly barbarian warrior stammered the first cry. "Hail the new king!" Roar. The shouts of hundreds merged, scattering the dark clouds in the sky. It was not loyalty, but fear and submission before absolute power. Suhan leaned back in the tiger skin chair, feeling the bloodlust boiling from the slaughter, slowly subsiding within him. He looked at these natives kneeling at his feet, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This was only the first step. A broken tribe of a few hundred people was barely enough to whet his appetite. He raised his head, his gaze passing beyond the tribe's fences to the dark forest in the distance. There lay stronger savage beasts, larger tribes, and the greedy wolf fawn that the system had mentioned. "All of you rise." Suhan's voice carried across the scene. "Clean up the corpses. Starting tomorrow." A cold gleam flashed in Suhan's eyes. "We go hunting." In the early morning, the purple sun rose in the east. In the square of Blackstone Tribe, 60 of the strongest barbarian warriors had already gathered. They stood bare-chested, wielding an array of weapons. Some grasped roughly hewn stone axes, others carried the leg bones of nameless colossal beasts, and some even clutched large stones with razor-sharp edges. Though their equipment was pitiful, the spirit and vigor of these men were utterly transformed from yesterday. For at the vanguard stood the man who had crushed the priest's heart with his bare hands and swallowed the totem's divine power whole, their new king Suhan. Suhan perched upon a flat bluestone, using a beast hide to polish the bone knife newly forged in his grip. His torso was a map of interlaced scars, and along his spine a black, demonic sigil coiled like a dormant centipede, radiating an aura that chilled the blood. "Your Majesty." The elder warrior who had kneeled first the previous night approached, bowing deeply. "The hunting party is assembled. Shall we proceed to Blackwind Forest? Though perilous, it harbors plentiful long-haired elephants." Suhan lifted his gaze, his vertical pupils sweeping over the man with detached indifference. "We shall not go to Blackwind Forest, then to the Venom Marsh. Nor that." Suhan rose, plunging the bone knife back into his waist, and pointed due north of the tribe. "We go to the Shattered Bone Wastes." "What a—" The elder warrior's face contorted with alarm, and the surrounding warriors erupted into murmurs. "Your Majesty, we cannot go there. It is the domain of the iron-armored tyrannosaur. Their hides are too thick. Our stone axes are useless against them. To go there is certain death." In the history of Blackstone Tribe, every expedition to the Shattered Bone Wastes had claimed half their warriors. It was forbidden ground. Useless. A cold sneer curled Suhan's lips, tinged with the arrogance he had brought from the cultivation world. "That was in the past. Now I lead this expedition. If I say we can kill them, we shall." Suhan did not explain, turning and walking away. "Those who desire meat follow me. Those afraid of death remain behind and tend to the children." Gazing at their new king's resolute back, the warriors exchanged uncertain glances. Yet the craving for meat and blind devotion to a stronger leader ultimately triumphed over fear. "Roar!" The 60 warriors let out guttural growls and followed in his wake. The Shattered Bone Wastes, high noon. The scorching sun baked the earth, and colossal white beast bones lay scattered across the barren land like the grave of giants. Suhan crouched behind a towering weathered rock, his gaze sharp as lightning scanning the valley below. Behind him, the barbarian warriors grew tense, palms slick with sweat, daring not even to breathe audibly. In the valley below, 3 iron-armored tyrannosaurs, as massive as small hills, were tearing at thorn bushes. Their bodies were sheathed in thick black iron scales, and their tails, like enormous flails, could shatter boulders with a casual sweep. Ding! Daily intelligence system activated. Scanning target: iron-armored tyrannosaur, mid-tier level 2 barbarian beast. Weakness analysis: though this beast appears invulnerable, its scales 3 inches beneath the armpits grow in reverse to facilitate heat dissipation and are exceedingly soft. That is the sole path to the heart. Environment analysis: the rock formation atop the cliff to the left is unstable. A slight external force could trigger a collapse. A sharp glint flashed in Suhan's eyes. In the past, Blackstone Tribe would have foolishly charged head-on against such monsters, only to be swept into bloody pulp by those massive tails. But to him, these 3 behemoths were nothing less than 3 mobile vaults of flesh and blood. "Listen well." Suhan lowered his voice, issuing commands to the warriors behind him. "Dash in, take 20 men to the top of the cliff on the left. Wait for my signal, then push those large boulders down. Shit, to take 20 men and ambush at the valley entrance. You need not attack. Merely shout and wield torches to frighten them, ensuring none escape. The rest of you sharpen your bone spears. Follow me." This tactic of lure, encircle, and decapitate was elementary in the cultivation world, yet for these barbarians who only knew how to rush forward, it was akin to a dimensional strike. Yes. Though the warriors did not understand why such complexity was necessary, they dared not defy the order. Half a quarter hour later. Rumble. At Suhan's whistle, countless massive boulders tumbled from the cliff on the left. The three feeding tyrannosaurs were knocked, dazed, one having its tail shattered, letting out a mournful, ear-splitting scream. Roar. At the valley entrance, 20 warriors brandished torches and screamed wildly, sending the tyrannosaurs that had attempted to flee in that direction into panicked retreat. Now, Suhan burst from the dust cloud. Instead of roaring like the others, he moved like a silent phantom, using the smoke as cover to instantly slide beneath the isolated tyrannosaur. The beast sensed the danger and raised its colossal foot to crush the insect, but Suhan was swifter. His bone knife, with inhuman precision, pierced the reverse-scaled heat vent marked in the intelligence. Schlick. No metallic clash rang out, only the dull thud of blade shearing through flesh. The bone knife sank into the hilt. Roo. The iron-armored tyrannosaur emitted an earth-shaking wail, its massive body convulsing violently before crashing down in a thunderous collapse that sent clouds of dust billowing into the air. One strike, death delivered. Suhan rolled free from beneath the beast, his body drenched in scalding dragon blood. He did not pause, turning instead to the two other tyrannosaurs that had been terrified senseless and bellowed at the warriors still frozen in shock. What are you staring at? Do you not know how to finish a wounded beast? Attack their armpits. That is their weakness. With Suhan's demonstration, the remaining combat devolved into a one-sided slaughter. For the first time, the barbarian warriors realized that slaying such colossi did not require reckless bravery, only striking the correct vulnerability. Half an hour later, the three iron-armored tyrannosaurs lay as three mountains of corpses. Blackstone Tribe's warriors circled their prey, howling with primal jubilation. Aside from a handful of minor wounds, not a single soul had perished. This was a miracle. King. Divine prowess. King. Divine prowess. Every warrior gazed upon Suhan with eyes that had shifted from reverence to fervent devotion. This was the power of the intellect. Suhan paid no heed to the cheers. He strode directly to the largest tyrannosaur carcass and cleaved open its thorax with his bone knife. A dark crimson heart the size of a wash basin and still throbbing faintly was laid bare. It contained the concentrated essence of the entire level 2 barbarian beast. Suhan showed no hesitation. Cupping the organ in both hands, he began devouring it voraciously before all their eyes. Gulping, gulping. The barbarian warriors swallowed hard, but none dared approach to contest the prize. The king claimed the finest portion. It was the law, and it was the king who had led them back alive. The king deserved all of this. As the massive quantities of dragon blood and flesh flooded his stomach, the heavenly demon, refining art, cycled through his meridians with renewed ferocity. Suhan's bones, which had already attained the early stage of bone tempering, began emitting a metallic trembling resonance. Beneath his skin, the black, demonic sigils grew sharper and more intricate, their tendrils creeping imperceptibly toward his neck. Bone tempering realm. Midstage. Bone tempering realm. Late stage. A terrifying pillar of chi and blood erupting from Suhan's crown actually drove back the surrounding mosquitoes. Suhan finished the final mouthful of heart and casually discarded the organ's tendon. He sensed that with his current physical prowess alone, he could shatter the armored frame of his former self with a single punch. This was the path of physical sanctification. Barbaric, direct, and immensely satisfying. Take the remainder of the meat back. Suhan wiped his mouth, rose to his feet, and his dark golden vertical pupils fixed upon the distant horizon. Today's harvest was commendable, yet insufficient. To carve his way back to the upper realm, this power fell drastically short. He required stronger flesh and blood, or perhaps more totems. Return to the tribe. The barbarian warriors swallowed hard, but none dared approach to contest the prize. The king claimed the finest portion. It was the law, and it was the king who had led them back alive. The king deserved all of this. As the massive quantities of dragon blood and flesh flooded his stomach, the heavenly demon, refining art, cycled through his meridians with renewed ferocity. Suhan's bones, which had already attained the early stage of bone tempering, began emitting a metallic trembling resonance. Beneath his skin, the black, demonic sigils grew sharper and more intricate, their tendrils creeping imperceptibly toward his neck. Bone tempering realm. Midstage. Bone tempering realm. Late stage. A terrifying pillar of chi and blood erupting from Suhan's crown actually drove back the surrounding mosquitoes. Suhan finished the final mouthful of heart and casually discarded the organ's tendon. He sensed that with his current physical prowess alone, he could shatter the armored frame of his former self with a single punch. This was the path of physical sanctification. Barbaric, direct, and immensely satisfying. Take the remainder of the meat back. Suhan wiped his mouth, rose to his feet, and his dark golden vertical pupils fixed upon the distant horizon. Today's harvest was commendable, yet insufficient. To carve his way back to the upper realm, this power fell drastically short. He required stronger flesh and blood, or perhaps more totems. Return to the tribe. Blackstone Tribe dusk. When 60 warriors strode through the tribal gates carrying meat piled high as mountains, especially the three enormous fearsome heads of the iron-armored tyrannosaurs, The entire Blackstone tribe fell into an eerie silence. Then came thunderous cheers. The elderly, the weak, and the women and children who had stayed behind surged forward wildly. Staring at the tyrannosaur carcass, a creature said to be lethal upon mere touch, their eyes blazed with incredulous ecstasy. In the barbarian wilderness, food was life. This much meat was enough for the tribe to feast until their bellies burst for half a month. King, king, king. Without knowing who started it, the cheers transformed into rhythmic shouts. All the barbarians gazed at the man leading the procession, not particularly tall, yet possessing a presence as deep as an abyss. With eyes full of fanatical worship, Suhan walked to the tiger skin throne at the center of the square with an expressionless face and sat down. Ignoring those drooling tribal members, he gave them a cold sweep of his gaze. Salt and wind-dry all the meat. Suhan pointed at the tribesmen about to pounce and gnaw the raw flesh. His voice was not loud, yet carried undeniable authority, save tonight's celebration portion. Anyone caught stealing a bite will be hung on the flagpole to dry. Though the barbarians did not understand why they needed to salt the meat, the king's orders were divine decrees. Several elderly women immediately scurried off in trepidation to process the flesh. And Suhan drew the bone knife from his waist, already somewhat chipped, and tossed it to the ground with a sharp clatter. Throw all your weapons away. Now. Huh. A burly warrior in the front row froze, still tightly gripping his prized black stone axe. My king. This is the finest obsidian sharpened to a razor edge. Suhan said nothing. He strode to the warrior and lightly flicked the blade with one finger. Crack. A sharp sound rang out. The stone axe, hailed as capable of slicing flesh like mud, shattered into fragments under Suhan's finger pressure at the later stage of his perforated bone cultivation. The warrior collapsed onto his backside, face ashen with terror. This is what you call sharp, eh? Suhan sneered, picking up a shard with contempt in his eyes. With this junk you can only bully rabbits. Against an iron-armored tyrannosaur it couldn't even scratch the hide. He turned and pointed to the massive skeletal remains and scattered scales left from the tyrannosaur corpses. Real weapons lie there. For the next 2 hours, Blackstone tribe was transformed into a colossal armory. Suhan did not rest. Using the scanning function of his daily intelligence system, he drew precise, cutting lines across the tyrannosaur skeleton. Here, the ribs. Densest composition ideal for blades. There, the dorsal spines. Hardness rivaling inferior spiritual artifacts, perfect for spear tips. Those scales strung together with beast sinew will serve as the finest armor. Suhan commanded while working alongside them. Though he lacked a refiner's furnace, he possessed the ferocious chi cultivated through the heavenly demonic transformation art. Gripping a 2-meter tyrannosaur rib with both hands, his arm muscles surged, and black demonic patterns flickered across his skin. Break. Now, accompanied by a grinding sound that set teeth on edge, he forcibly snapped the bone, harder than steel, then shaped and polished it with his bare hands. Amidst the terrified yet reverent gazes of the barbarians, bone blades emerged, emitting a chilling white glow with serrated edges, each one a tyrannosaur bone blade. Suhan casually seized a freshly forged bone blade and swung it fiercely at a massive granite boulder. Clang! Sparks flew in every direction. The hard granite split open like tofu, the cut surface smooth as a mirror, while the bone blade remained completely unmarred. Hiss! A collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The warrior who had once clung to his stone axe stared with eyes like saucers, his breath coming in ragged gasps. This was a divine artifact. Form ranks and receive your equipment. Suhan tossed him the knife. From now on, anyone caught wielding stones in battle will not claim membership in my Blackstone tribe. It would be shameful. If the weapon upgrade was a hardware enhancement, then the training to follow was a dimensional strike on the software level. On the square, 60 warriors clad in tyrannosaur bone armor, wielding serrated bone blades and spine spear shafts, stood tall and proud, convinced they were invincible. At least you look like humans now. Suhan, hands clasped behind his back, paced like a stern drill instructor. But in my eyes you remain a pack of wild dogs who only know how to bark. Not convinced. Suhan pointed at the 3 boldest warriors. You 3, attack me together. Give it everything you've got. The 3 exchanged glances and, emboldened by their new weapons, charged forward with thunderous roars. Zero discipline. One swung his blade overhead, another thrust his spear wildly, and the third shouted encouragement from behind. Suhan shook his head. With a subtle shift of his foot, he sidestepped the first strike effortlessly. Then he extended his leg and gently tripped the spear wielder, sending him impaling his comrade in the backside. Oh! The scene erupted into chaos. This is your combat style. Suhan kicked each of them away one by one. Face a proper army or a horde of beasts, and you will be slaughtered like cattle. Forget your feral brawling starting today. I will teach you the 3-3 formation. He held up 3 fingers. This was a classic tactic refined through countless wars by Earth civilization. Simplified into a cold weapon version, here it was more than sufficient against the barbarians. Groups of 3. One wields the great shield to absorb attacks. One wields the long spear to thrust. One wields the bone blade to finish the kill. Shield never retreats. Spear never withdraws. Blade never pulls back. Move as one. advance and defend as a single entity. At first, the barbarian warriors struggled to adapt. Accustomed to individual heroics and roaring into one-on-one duels, they were forced by Su-Han's merciless corrections to learn coordination. Bang, bang, bang. Fools, raise your shields higher. Thrust. I told you to thrust, not to stare. You're a blade wielder, not a cheerleader. Aim for his neck. Throughout the afternoon, cries of pain echoed across the square. Yet under this intense drill, the formerly scattered rabble began undergoing a terrifying transformation. That transformation was called discipline. That aura was called the spirit of an army. Late at night, the training finally concluded. The warriors collapsed where they stood, too exhausted to move a finger. But gazing at their uniformly matched bone armor and the gleaming weapons in their hands, their eyes carried for the first time the confidence of soldiers. Su-Han sat alone on the throne, idly turning a dark red demon core extracted from the Tyrannosaur's body in his palm. Through the system, he scanned the surroundings within a 300-li radius. Ding. Daily Intelligence System Wilderness Edition has refreshed. Hostile force activity detected. Target Bloodfang Tribe, 300-li east-southeast. Intelligence: the Bloodfang Tribe's high priest, through divination, has sensed the anomaly in Blackstone Tribe's totem. They have assembled 300 warriors and plan to launch a surprise attack at dawn tomorrow, aiming to annex Blackstone and seize the Jari Wolf Divine Bone. Intelligence on the Bloodfang Tribe's altar: a complete Jari Wolf Fang is enshrined, a more pure crystallization of divinity than the finger bone you devoured. Seeing this intelligence, Su-Han's movements ceased. The cold smirk on his lips gradually widened. Want to annex me? Just perfect. I was growing impatient with the slow progress of my perforated bone stage anyway. Everyone wake up. Su-Han rose, his voice clear and carrying to every warrior's ears. Are you well fed? The warriors below dragged themselves to their feet. Yes, my king. Is your equipment ready? Ready. Su-Han drew the bone blade from behind his back, pointing its edge toward the southeast, killing intent boiling in his eyes. Someone wishes to seize our meat and slaughter our women while we sleep. Tell me, what should we do? Kill, kill, kill. 60 barbarian warriors, having just undergone a civilization upgrade, roared in unison. That concentrated aura of lethal intent was so potent it scattered the dark clouds in the night sky. Excellent. Su-Han licked his lips. March out. Tonight we pay Bloodfang Tribe a visit. For extra rations. Deep in the night, the Blackstone Tribe. The bonfire had died, leaving only a few embers flickering dimly in the night wind. The air was thick with a pungent smell of blood and roasted meat, the lingering aftermath of the ironclad Tyrannosaur feast from the day. Su-Han sat alone atop the altar, cross-legged. He was bare-chested, under the moonlight his bronze skin appeared oiled, radiating a metallic luster. Huff! With each deep breath he took, the surrounding air seemed to tremble. If one looked closely, they would notice the black, demonic pattern on his back slowly writhing like a living thing, emitting a low hissing sound akin to a starving wolf sharpening its teeth. Hunger. A primal hunger originating from the depths of his soul was frantically gnawing at Su-Han's sanity. He had eaten so much Tyrannosaur meat, even swallowed a second-tier beast core. His body was full, even bloated. But his demon god's Dharma avatar was still hungry. That greedy wolf fingerbone he had devoured was merely a fragment of the puzzle. It roared madly within him, craving completeness. Ding. Daily Intelligence System Barbarian Edition has refreshed. High-energy divine resonance detected. Su-Han's eyes snapped open. In his dark golden vertical pupils, 2 wisps of ghostly green fire flickered and vanished. He whipped his head around, staring intently into the depths of darkness to the east. 300 li away, something seemed to be calling him. That feeling was like a long-lost limb letting out a shrill scream. Target locked: east, 300 li Bloodfang Tribe. Intelligence: at the center of the Bloodfang Tribe's altar, a complete greedy wolf Fang is enshrined. It was the sharpest weapon of the greedy wolf demon god in life, containing the Tao principles of rending and extreme speed. Hint: if the host can devour the Fang, he will break through the bottleneck of the bone-forging realm, reshape all his tendons, ascend to the tendon-changing realm, and awaken a companion supernatural power. A Fang, huh? Su-Han licked his lips, greed almost overflowing from his eyes. It was not merely the key to evolution, it was his capital to survive in this barbaric world. Immediately, the system panel displayed a second piece of intelligence. Intelligence: the high priest of the Bloodfang Tribe, Blood Eye, has sensed the aura of the greedy wolf fingerbone through human sacrifice divination. Enemy movement: the Bloodfang chief has assembled 300 wolf cavalry and equipped them with numerous poisoned arrows. They plan to launch a surprise attack at dawn tomorrow, exterminate the Blackstone Tribe, and reclaim the Divine Bone. Want to take what's mine? Su-Han's cold smile instantly froze, twisting into a murderous chill. He stood up, his spine cracking like a series of popping beans. In this world of survival of the fittest, there was no negotiation, no mercy. Only strike first. Dashin. Sure to. Su-Han's voice was not loud, but in the silent depth of night, it reached the ears of the sentry warriors clearly. 2 burly barbarian warriors immediately ran out from the shadows and knelt on one knee. King, wake everyone up. Suhan leaped down from the altar, landing silently. Stop sleeping, time to work. A quarter of an hour later, 60 fully armed Tyrannosaur warriors had assembled in the square. Though roused from sleep, no one complained. They looked at Suhan's gloomy face under the moonlight and instinctively sensed the impending bloodshed. King, where are we going? A warrior named Dashin asked cautiously. He was the first squad leader promoted by Suhan and the first to learn the 3-3 formation tactics. East, the Bloodfang tribe. Suhan said flatly. Bloodfang. A suppressed gasp rippled through the crowd. King. The Bloodfang tribe is the overlord of 500 li around. They have over 2,000 people, more than 300 warriors. And they have tamed dire wolf cavalry. We only have 60 men. This was the barbarian mindset. War meant outnumbering the enemy, shouting louder. 60 against 300. Infantry against cavalry. To them that was suicide. Shut up. Suhan swept them a cold glare. With just a look, all murmurs vanished instantly. That was the absolute authority he had built over the past week with fists and blood. Who told you we're going to fight them head on? Suhan walked to the edge of the square and pulled up an inconspicuous purple weed. This grass was everywhere around the Blackstone tribe with barbed edges and a spicy scent. The barbarians usually ignored it. Even the livestock wouldn't eat it. Know this? Suhan asked. This is stinging heartgrass. Dashin scratched his head. It's useless. When burned, the smoke is extremely irritating. Even wolves can't stand it. Exactly, even wolves can't stand it. Suhan's eyes shone with intelligence. The Bloodfang tribe's strongest asset is their wolf cavalry. A dire wolf's sense of smell is 100 times that of a human. If we burn a few 100 pounds of this upwind. Suhan crushed a leaf in his hand, watching the juice drip. Tell me, will their wolves still be rideable? Will their eyes even stay open? Dead silence. Then all the warriors' eyes lit up. It was a shock of, so that's how you fight, and the excitement of about to do something bad. This is called chemical warfare. Suhan patted the grass clippings off his hands. Each of you carry 2 bundles of stinging heartgrass and bring fire starters. Remember, tonight is not about risking your life. Suhan pulled out his serrated bone blade from his waist, reflecting a pale gleam in the moonlight. It's about reaping. I want the Bloodfang tribe erased from the map before dawn. 2 hours later, on a slope 5 li from the Bloodfang tribe, Suhan lay in the grass, merging with the night. Through the sparse tree shadows, he could clearly see the massive tribal fortress in the valley below. Truly worthy of an overlord tribe. The Bloodfang tribe not only had tall wooden walls, but also 2 crude watchtowers. At this moment, the center of the tribe was ablaze with light. 300 barbarian warriors mounted on enormous dire wolves were assembling, sharpening their weapons, clearly preparing for the dawn raid. King, the wind has shifted. Dashin, lying beside Suhan, whispered. It's a northwest wind, now blowing straight into the valley. Suhan stretched out his hand, feeling the slightly cool night breeze. Heaven helps me. Light the fire. Suhan gave the order without any hesitation. The 60 warriors quickly piled the hundreds of pounds of stinging heartgrass they had carried at the windward point of the slope, mixed with damp withered leaves, and lit them with fire starters. Whoosh. There was no open flame, only rolling thick smoke. A purple-black, intensely pungent toxic smoke. Carried by the howling northwest wind, this smoke, like a silent venomous dragon, hugged the ground and swiftly rolled toward the Bloodfang tribe below. Inside the Bloodfang tribe, for the recovery of the divine bone. The Bloodfang chief, riding a one-eyed dire wolf king, raised a huge stone axe for a pre-battle rally. The wolf cavalry below were boiling with bloodlust, and the dire wolves let out excited growls. Just then, cough. A cavalryman at the edge suddenly coughed twice, rubbed his eyes. So spicy. What's that smell? Next moment, a woo. His dire wolf let out a piercing scream, jumping up as if mad, flinging the cavalryman hard to the ground. The dire wolf frantically clawed at its nose and eyes, tears and mucus streaming. What's going on? The Bloodfang chief roared angrily. Before he could react, the purple-black smoke had already engulfed the entire square. Cough. My eyes. Oh, I can't see. The wolves. The wolves are mad. Chaos. Total chaos. For the keen-nosed dire wolves, this concentrated spicy smoke was hellish tear gas. 300 dire wolves instantly lost control, rampaging through the tribe, trampling and biting, ignoring their master's commands. The cavalrymen, choked with tears and mucus, couldn't even open their eyes, let alone shoot arrows. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The Bloodfang chief, though formidable, found his wolf king unable to bear the stench, carrying him around wildly. At the peak of the chaos, kill! From the slope, a cold roar rang out. 60 Blackstone warriors, already covering their mouths and noses with wet cloths, charged into the smoke, like grim reapers wielding gleaming white Tyrannosaur bone blades. Suhan led the charge. He used no weapon. Barehanded, he relied on the thermal imaging vision scanned by the system to precisely lock onto the Bloodfang chief, who was darting around in the smoke. You're the first. Suhan kicked off the ground, his form blurring into an afterimage, instantly appearing before the Wolf King. Get down. Suhan bellowed, his right hand forming a claw, fiercely gripping the peak tier, first-level Wolf King's skull, and then he pressed down. Boom. That thousand-gene giant wolf was forced to its knees by a single hand, its head smashing a large crater into the ground. The Bloodfang chief on the wolf's back hadn't even swung his axe when he saw a bronze hand piercing through the smoke grab his neck. Learn to be smarter in your next life. Suhan's voice sounded in his ear. When you sleep, don't provoke a demon. In the darkest hour before dawn, the canyon where the Shuya tribe resided had transformed into a colossal gas chamber. Thick purplish-black smoke like sentient tentacles infiltrated every tent and every beast pen without discrimination. The pungent smoke produced by the concentrated burning of hundreds of pounds of heart-stinging grass could sting even the nostrils of former cultivators who held their breath, let alone these savage tribesmen and wild beasts with their keen senses. Cough, cough. Oh, my eyes. What kind of poison smoke is this? Shaman, save me. Wolf. The wolf has gone mad. Don't bite me. The once silent tribe erupted into chaos. 300 war wolves with their acute sense of smell suffered 10 times the damage humans did. They madly crashed through the enclosures, rampaged through the tribe, and even began to bite their former masters. The barbarian warriors, with tears and snot streaming down their faces and eyes swollen like peaches, could barely see. They swung their weapons wildly at the empty air. Chaos. Utter chaos. This was exactly what Suhan wanted. On the hillside, Suhan stood on a prominent rock looking down at the devastation below. His face was covered with a wet animal skin, revealing only a pair of cold, dark gold vertical pupils. Listen up, Suhan said without turning back, his voice low and clear into the ears of the 60 warriors behind him. This is not called despicable. This is called strategy. He slowly drew the serrated bone saber from his waist, its tip pointing toward the inferno below. Since this is a hunt, there is no need to talk about fairness with the prey. 3-3 formation, advance. Leave no survivors. Kill. 60 Haishi warriors, their mouths and noses covered and clad in Tyrannosaurus bone armor, charged down from the smoke like 60 silent killing machines. The battlefield instantly turned into a one-sided slaughter. Though the Shuya warriors were individually stronger and outnumbered the Haishi tribe 5-1 in this state of blindness and suffocation, they could barely exert even 3/10 of it. In contrast, the Haishi tribe moved like a sharp scalpel, precisely cutting into the enemy's weak spot. Shield, Dashin roared. The sword and shield warrior at the front of the three-man group raised a huge Tyrannosaurus shoulder blade shield. Bang! A frenzied Shuya warrior swung a stone hammer at the shield, but failed to break the hard second-level wild beast bone. Thrust! The spearman behind the shield struck instantly. A 2-meter-long Tyrannosaurus spine spear with a chilling gleam shot precisely through the gap in the shield, piercing the enemy's throat. Slash! The last swordsman followed up, swinging his serrated bone saber. A large head fell to the ground. Smooth and fluid. No superfluous movements. This scene played out in every corner of the battlefield. The Shuya people stumbled around like headless flies, while the Haishi people moved like a moving wall of bronze and iron, leaving only corpses in their wake. Beneath the central altar of the tribe, a deafening roar dispersed the surrounding smoke. A massive one-eyed wolf as large as an elephant, carrying a man built like a black iron tower, burst out of the chaos. It was Shuya, the chieftain of the Shuya tribe, and his mount, the one-eyed wolf king, a peak first-level wild beast. This wolf king seemed to have mutated. It had managed to endure the smoke's irritation. Though tears streamed from its eyes, it remained ferocious. Damned Haishi dogs. Chief Shuya, with bloodshot eyes, brandished a huge mountain-splitting axe weighing 200 pounds. He saw the Haishi squad wreaking havoc and was consumed by rage. I'll grind you into meat paste. With a roar, the wolf king leaped, its terrifying pressure slamming toward Dashin's squad. Hold! Dashin shouted, raising his shield. But he had only just entered the blood-moving realm and could not withstand such a furious strike from a peak chieftain. Just as the giant axe was about to shatter Dashin's head, a black shadow like a bolt of black lightning tore through the smoke and appeared above the wolf king. Your opponent is me. Suhan's voice was as cold as ice. Midair, without any leverage, he used the terrifying core strength of his waist and abdomen to forcibly perform a downward pressing motion. His right hand formed a claw, black magic runes flickering wildly, exuding an aura of the upper echelons that made all beasts submit. Greedy wolf suppression. The once fierce one-eyed wolf king, upon sensing Suhan's aura, bristled like a mouse seeing a cat its first standing on end. It was not a gap in power. It was suppression of bloodline. The greedy wolf bloodline within it trembled and wailed instinctively, wanting to kneel. In that moment of the wolf king's stiffness, Suhan descended. His palm landed precisely on the wolf king's skull. Kneel! A terrifying burst of brute force. The massive wolf, weighing thousands of pounds, was forced to its knees by Suhan's single hand. Its kneecaps shattered and the ground was smashed into a huge crater, sending gravel flying. What a... Chief Shuya, caught off guard, was thrown off the wolf's back, rolling to the ground in disgrace. He looked up in terror, meeting a pair of emotionless dark gold vertical pupils. Suhan placed one foot on the wolf's head, playing with his serrated bone saber, looking down at Chief Shuya. I heard you wanted to swallow me up. Chief Shuya was a hardened man. Knowing there was no peaceful resolution, he roared, grabbed the giant axe on the ground, and erupted with all his blood and chi. I'll split you in two. His axe strike was heavy and powerful, tearing the air with a sharp boom. It was his strongest attack as the overlord of the 500-li region, but in Su-Han's eyes it was too slow. Full of openings. Su-Han didn't even draw his blade. As the axe descended, he merely sidestepped slightly, as if he had predicted its trajectory, letting the sharp blade graze past the tip of his nose. Then he closed in using mountain collapse. Bang! Su-Han's shoulder slammed into Chief Shuya's chest. It was a strike from the late bone-tempering realm comparable to a charging Tyrannosaurus. Crack! The sound of bone breaking was clear. Chief Shuya's iron-like chest caved in instantly, and he flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing violently into the altar's stone pillar. With a spray of blood mixed with organ fragments, Chief Shuya slid down weakly. His eyes wide, he pointed at Su-Han trying to say something, but only managed gurgling sounds. One move. Instant kill. I told you, Su-Han said, walking up to him without even a final glance, and drove his blade through his throat, ending his suffering. This is not war. It's cleaning up trash. The chieftain dead, the Wolf King suppressed. The remaining battle lost, all suspense. Half an hour later. The dawn light finally pierced the darkness, dispersing the poisoned smoke in the canyon. The once bustling Shuya tribe was now dead silent. 300 Shuya warriors, not a single survivor, all turned into corpses. As for the 60 Haishi tribesmen, aside from a few light injuries, 0 deaths. Su-Han stood in a pool of blood, not a single drop stained on him. He turned and looked toward the altar at the center of the tribe. There a half-meter-long white Fong hovered silently on a stone platform, emitting a heart-shaking sharp aura. The greedy wolf Fong, the key to the sinew-changing realm, and the first cornerstone of his journey home. Su-Han stepped over the corpses and walked toward the altar. With each step the magic runes within him trembled, and the insatiable hunger threatened to devour him. Finally. Found it. Dawn. The Bloodfang tribe, once an invincible overlord-level tribe, had now become a silent ruin. Everywhere were collapsed leather tents and lingering purple toxic smoke. 300 ferocious wolf riders, once fearsome, now lay as cold corpses scattered in the mud. In this battle the Blackstone tribe annihilated the enemy at 0 cost. My king. Found it. Deshaun, covered in blood, ran over excitedly, pointing at the huge bone altar in the center of the tribe. It's on top. That thing. Looks ominous. Su-Han said nothing, only nodded, and walked towards the altar. With each step he took, the black, demonic pattern on his spine began to pulse violently. The hunger originating from the depths of his soul caused his muscles to twitch slightly. Hunger. That was a part of his true self. Su-Han ascended the altar. At the very top, a Fong as long as an adult's arm and pale white hovered in the air. It was not rough like bone, but rather had a jade-like texture. At the tip of the Fong, wisps of visible cyan wind blades swirled, effortlessly slicing the surrounding air, emitting faint hissing sounds. Ding. Daily Intelligence System Wilderness version has refreshed. Detected core divine component. Target greedy wolf demon god tearing Fong remnant. Analysis: this is the sharpest canine tooth of the greedy wolf demon god in life, containing the complete law of wind tearing and the essence of extreme speed. Devouring warning: this Fong is immensely sharp. Direct devouring may cause the esophagus and stomach to be shredded by wind blades. It is recommended to find auxiliary materials to neutralize. Neutralize. Su-Han looked at the red warning on the system panel, a crazy smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I don't have time to look for auxiliary materials. As long as my teeth are harder and my stomach is stronger, it's just a piece of meat. Without any hesitation, Su-Han reached out and grabbed the Fong that radiated a terrifying sharpness. His palm was instantly cut by the wind blades around the Fong, blood dripping and bones visible. But Su-Han didn't even frown. He opened his mouth, now full of sharp teeth due to demonization, and aimed at the sharpest tip of the Fong. Crack. A teeth-grinding crisp sound. It was like a mortal chewing glass or a beast biting through steel. Su-Han forcibly bit off a piece of the Fong. Terrifying wind blades erupted inside his mouth, instantly shredding his tongue and cheeks into a mess. Before the blood could flow, it was evaporated into a blood mist by the violent divine energy. Swallow. Su-Han's Adam's apple moved, forcing the fragment wrapped with countless tiny wind blades down his throat. For me. Refine. The heavenly demon creation art within his body operated at its peak. His stomach became like a high-temperature furnace, tightly wrapping the violent energy, grinding, decomposing, and absorbing it madly. Then came the second bite, the third. Below the altar, 60 Blackstone warriors watched in shock. That was a divine bone that could easily cut through the hardest obsidian. The king actually chewed and swallowed it piece by piece like sugarcane. What kind of teeth? What kind of stomach? When Su-Han swallowed the last piece of the Fong's root, a sudden change occurred. Whoom. A cyan storm exploded outward from Su-Han's body. The stones around the altar were instantly cut to powder. Su-Han let out a long roar, but his voice was no longer human, mixed with a piercing wolf howl, like an ancient giant wolf howling at the moon. Pain. Not just flesh pain, but a bone-deep agony, like being flayed and tendons pulled. The greedy wolf's divine power no longer strengthened his bones, but burrowed into his tendons. The fascia all over his body seemed to be pulled out by an invisible hand, snapped, and then rewoven and twisted with wind blades. Crackling. Suhan's body began to tremble violently with strips of cyan python-like tendons bulging on his skin. These tendons writhed and snapped under the skin, making terrifying sounds like bowstrings breaking. Bang, bang, bang. With each snap, Suhan's aura surged. His body became more elongated and compact. The originally exaggerated bulging muscles shrank, replaced by an extremely streamlined explosive line, like a 1,000-stone-strong bow drawn to its full. If it doesn't move, fine, or when it moves it shakes heaven and earth. This inhuman torture lasted for the entire time it takes an incense stick to burn. Finally, the storm subsided. Suhan slowly opened his eyes. Deep in his dark, golden vertical pupils a faint green light appeared. All wounds on his body disappeared, and his skin became even smoother, even somewhat delicate. But only Deshaun, standing close, could feel that the king at this moment was 100 times more terrifying than the previous Tyrannosaurus. Standing before him was like standing before an unsheathed, peerless, fierce blade, the skin pricked with pain. So this is the tendon refining realm. Suhan raised his hand, looking at his slender fingers. He clenched his fist slightly. Bang! The air in his palm was directly crushed, producing a crisp sound. And this? Suhan concentrated, sensing the power surging to burst from the tendons in his legs. He looked at a boulder 100 meters ahead. The tip of his foot lightly tapped. No charging motion. Boom. A visible ring of white air burst at the spot. The ground of the altar collapsed instantly. The next moment, before the retina of the crowd could even catch an afterimage, Suhan's figure had already appeared on that boulder 100 meters away. Only after he steadied himself did the sonic boom belatedly arrive, breaking the sound barrier. Divine ability. Greedy wolf, extreme speed. Suhan felt the oncoming wind, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Though he had no magical power and couldn't fly on a sword, but simply relying on physical explosive speed to reach supersonic was better than any teleportation spell in close combat. As long as the opponent couldn't react, they would die. Congratulations, King. Your divine skill is complete. King. Invincible. The warriors below the altar came to their senses and knelt madly, kowtowing. Though they couldn't understand the realm, they could see the speed that was so fast it seemed to disappear. Suhan jumped down from the boulder, his figure drifting back in front of the crowd like a ghost. He was in a good mood now. The tendon refining realm was accomplished. On this outer wilderness, he was already the undisputed overlord. Clean up the battlefield. Suhan glanced at the corpses and supplies all over. All women, children, and craftsmen of the Bloodfawn tribe, take them all back to the Blackstone tribe. Those who refuse to leave or dare to resist. A glint of green light flashed in Suhan's eyes. That's your food. Yes. The warriors excitedly took their orders and left. Suhan turned his head, looking at a stone house in the corner of the tribe. That was the place the Bloodfawn tribe used to imprison important captives. According to previous intelligence, an old priest who knew the secrets of the beyond the heavens was imprisoned there. Let's go meet that informant. Suhan's body flickered, instantly disappearing from the spot. Only a trail of dust stirred up by the wind remained. In the stone prison of the Shuya tribe, originally a place to hold captives from enemy tribes, it now confined the only remaining high-ranking figure of the Shuya tribe, the great shaman Gia. This old man, notorious for his venomous nature within 300 li, now cowered in the corner, trembling violently like a sieve. Not only from the terror of his tribe's annihilation, but also from the man standing beyond the iron bars. Suhan had just devoured the divine bone, and his aura had yet to fully settle. As he stood there, the very air around him seemed to be sliced by invisible blades, emitting faint hissing sounds. Especially those green-tinged vertical pupils. Just a single glance from them made Gia feel as if a wind blade was pressed against his throat. Dashin tells me you often divine things from beyond the heavens. Suhan's voice was light, even carrying a hint of post-advancement pleasure. He casually bent the wrist-thick iron bars and stepped into the cell. Don't kill me. Gia knelt in terror, kowtowing frantically until his withered forehead bled profusely. I've no meat. I'm old, my flesh is sour. Not tasty. Please don't eat me. In this world, the only fate for the defeated was to become food. That was the iron law. I have no interest in eating old jerky. Suhan sat casually on the stone bed, crossing his legs like a warden interrogating a prisoner. I ask you, answer. If you utter a single lie. Suhan extended a finger and flicked it lightly. Whoosh. An invisible force tore through the stone wall, leaving a small hole that pierced through. Gia's body stiffened, cold sweat instantly, soaking his beast-hide robe. Such power. Killing from a distance. This was a feat only the totem warriors of great tribes could achieve in legend. I'll speak. What does the king wish to know? The extreme west. Suhan fixed his gaze upon him. Everything about it. Gia shuddered, deep fear flashing in his eyes. That place is a forbidden zone. We call it Jue Shun Valley, Fallen God Valley. Legend says it is a wound in the sky. Every few decades a crack opens in the heavens, and strange things fall down. Sometimes huge stones, sometimes broken metal lumps, and sometimes people. Suhan's eyes narrowed. People. Yes, people from beyond the heavens. Gia swallowed hard, his voice trembling. When they first fell, they wore strange clothes with delicate skin. At first they were so weak that even the tribe's children could kill them. But If we didn't kill them after a while, they would become terrifyingly powerful. They eat people, eh? Suhan asked coldly. Not just eat people. Gia's eyes were filled with horror. They use dark sorcery. They capture the barbarians, flay them, and refine their bones into blood pills. They are crueler than wild beasts. Those fallen ones have taken over Shen Valley. Anyone who approaches gets drained into a dried corpse. Suhan curled his lips into a mocking sneer. Just as he thought. Whether cultivators or mortals in a desperate environment devoid of spiritual energy for survival, they all turn into beasts. The so-called Tao heart is worthless in the face of hunger. Suhan curled his lips into a mocking sneer. Just as he thought. Whether cultivators or mortals in a desperate environment devoid of spiritual energy for survival, they all turn into beasts. The so-called Tao heart is worthless in the face of hunger. When was the last fall? Suhan asked the most crucial question. Gia hesitated, then raised 3 fingers. 3 days ago. That night, I was divining at the altar. I saw a red meteor with a blood-like glow crash into the depths of Shen Valley. The baleful energy from that direction was so heavy that even my divination tortoise shell shattered. A red meteor. Suhan's heart skipped a beat. Red robes. Or. The final image flashed in his mind, Yi Hongyi, burning her origin to transform into a blood phoenix only to be slammed into the earth by the Guardian. If the Guardian intended to clean up the trash, it was highly likely that she had been tossed into this exile land as well. Who else knows about the meteor's landing site besides your tribe? Suhan pressed. Everyone knows. Gia grimaced. Such a huge commotion was seen by tribes within 1,000 li. And he glanced cautiously at Suhan. I heard the group of fallen ones lurking at the edge of Shen Valley has already set out. They love catching the newly fallen celestial beings the most. They say it's a great tonic. Crack. The edge of the stone bed Suhan was sitting on crumbled into powder under his unconscious grip. They love catching the newly fallen celestial beings the most. They say it's a great tonic. Crack. The edge of the stone bed Suhan was sitting on crumbled into powder under his unconscious grip. A great tonic. Dare to treat someone I care about as a tonic. Suhan rose to his feet, and the killing intent that had just subsided erupted like a volcano. The temperature inside the stone prison plummeted to freezing. King. Gia rolled his eyes in terror, nearly fainting. Suhan ignored him and strode out of the cell. Outside, Dashin and 60 Haishi warriors were cleaning up the battlefield, their faces beaming with the joy of harvest. They were tallying the spoils, mainly women and grain. Dashin. Suhan's voice thundered across the camp. Dashin, who was hauling supplies, jolted and immediately dropped everything to run over King. Stop hauling that junk. Suhan's gaze pierced westward toward Shen Valley, sharp as a blade. Pick 20 of the strongest warriors. Let out all the remaining war wolves of the Shuya tribe. Each man carries 3 days' worth of dried meat and the sharpest bone daggers. Depart in a quarter of an hour. Dashin was stunned. King, we just fought a battle. No rest. And where to? Suhan mounted the largest black-furred werewolf. The once ferocious beast, under the pressure of his marrow-cleansing realm, now behaved like a docile lapdog. To kill. Suhan tightened the wolf's reins, his voice laced with a brutality that chilled Dashin. To rescue our queen. Though he wasn't sure if the red meteor was Yi Hongyi. But if there was even a 1 in 10,000 chance. Anyone who dares touch her, I will annihilate their entire clan. Queen. Dashin's eyes bulged. Though he didn't know when the king had a queen in the barbarian logic. Someone stealing your wife. That meant mobilizing the entire tribe to chop them to death. Brothers, stop eating. Dashin turned and roared, grab your weapons. Someone dares to lay hands on the king's woman. Roar. The weary Haishi warriors instantly exploded. Stealing food was tolerable, but stealing a woman. That was a blood feud. 20 elite warriors, their blood surging after feasting on tyrannosaur meat, howled as they rushed to the wolf pen and mounted the war wolves. A quarter of an hour later, a wolf cavalry squad of 21 riders raised a rolling cloud of dust, like a black blade stabbing fiercely into the western wilderness. Target Shen Valley. Target Shen Valley. At high noon, the sun blazed like blood. Upon the wastelands of the western barbarian frontier, a cavalry of 21 massive wolves raised clouds of yellow dust, racing like a dark hurricane toward the crimson shadows on the horizon. As they pressed deeper westward, the surrounding landscape grew increasingly bizarre. The colossal flora vanished, replaced by jagged rock formations covering the ground. The earth bore a sickly dark red hue as though soaked in blood for millennia. A pungent stench of sulfur and decay hung heavy in the air, and even the wind whistling through the crevices sounded like the wailing of countless wronged spirits. King. The aura here is not right. Dashan, running beside Suhan, reined in his werewolf. Even the ferocious beast beneath him was tucking its tail, growling uneasily from its throat, its instincts recoiling from the path ahead. Suhan raised a hand, signaling the formation to slow. Narrowing his dark golden vertical pupils, he gazed forward. There lay a colossal canyon, as though the earth itself had been carved open by a violent blade. Above the canyon hung a perpetual crimson mist, occasionally pierced by arcs of violet lightning. Shen Valley, the goddess falling chasm. The legendary dumping ground of the heavens and paradise for the fallen. Of course it is unnatural. Suhan drew in a breath of the rusty-tasting air, a cold smirk curling his lips. There's a nauseating scent of rotten flesh here. It was the unique signature of cultivators. Yet within this aura there was no vibrant immortal chi. Only the decay and greed of those clinging to a faltering existence. Keep moving. Suhan pressed his legs against the wolf's flanks. Under his terrifying pressure the beast dared not resist and trudged onward into the Crimson Zone. Beyond Juation Valley, the chaotic stone forest. Halt! Suhan suddenly raised his right hand in a stopping gesture. The entire formation froze instantly. This was the absolute discipline forged in the vile Tyrant Legion. What is a king? Deshaun whispered, gripping his tyrant bone spear tightly. Suhan said nothing. He pointed toward a massive boulder dozens of meters ahead. Impaled upon it was a wooden stake with several corpses hanging from it. These were not beast carcasses. They were several burly barbarian warriors flayed and strung up like cured meat drying in the wind. Their chests had been opened, organs plundered, and hollow eye sockets faced the approach, silently warning all who followed. Those are men from the Ironhorn tribe. Deshaun recognized the residual totem tattoos and sucked in his breath. Their tribe is only 50 li from here. I didn't expect them all to have been. See Bates. Suhan interrupted coldly. Ding. Daily Intelligence System Barbarian Wasteland Edition has refreshed. Detected spiritual energy trap reaction. 3 damaged exploding flame talisman stones are buried underground 30 meters ahead. 5 life forms are concealed behind the left rock wall. How pathetic. Suhan glanced at the intelligence panel, disdain flashing across his eyes. Cultivators of reputation reduced to hunting mortals with such crude traps. Deshaun. Suhan issued a quiet command. Take the brothers and fall back 100 meters. King. And you. I'll go pay these compatriots a visit. Suhan dismounted without a weapon, walking openly and unhesitatingly toward the boulder adorned with corpses. 1 step. 2 steps. When he was merely 5 meters from the trap, a hoarse and venomous shout erupted from behind the scattered rocks. Attack! Boom. Boom. The ground beneath Suhan's feet suddenly exploded. 2 dark red fireballs gushed upward, carrying shards of stone, and instantly swallowed his figure. We've got him. Looks like a sturdy barbarian male. His flesh will feed us for 3 days. With a string of grotesque laughter, 5 ragged figures with hair as wild as dead grass emerged from behind the rock wall. They wore tattered Taoist robes whose original color was long forgotten, clutching notched flying swords and dimmed formation discs. Their sallow faces and sunken eyes gleamed with extreme greed as they stared into the flames. It was the gaze of starving ghosts spotting meat. Quick, drain the blood while it's still hot. Leading them, a one-eyed elder licked his lips and charged forward, brandishing a rusted long blade. Barbarian blood must be drunk hot. Once it cools, it turns fishy. However, just as they were about to reach the edge of the flames, whoosh, a fierce gale rose from nowhere. The smoke and ember that had been raging were instantly shattered by a terrifying force. Drink it hot. A chilling voice suddenly echoed right beside the one-eyed elder's ear. Every hair on the elder's body bristled instantly. Too fast. He hadn't even caught sight of how the man emerged from the center of the explosion. The next instant, a long, powerful palm sheathed in faint demonic markings shot through the smoke, without warning, clamping around the elder's throat. Cough. Cough. The elder felt his neck seized like an iron vice, his feet leaving the ground as he was hoisted upward. He looked down in terror at the unharmed man before him. Not even a scratch marred Suhan's skin. With the body-tempering realm at its later stage and the speed of the sinew transformation realm, those crumbling, exploding flame talismans weren't even enough to make him itch. You're a cultivator. The elder wheezed, sensing in Suhan an aura that made his very soul tremble. Suhan tilted his head, his vertical pupils gazing coldly at these former kindred. A cultivator? No. Suhan tightened his grip, his fingertips piercing the elder's skin. I am here to purge the traitors among our own. Let our leader go. The remaining 4 chi refining cultivators, though terrified, instinctively raised their tattered magical treasures. Attack together. Kill him. Several flying swords wobbled into the air, carrying faint spiritual glimmers, and stabbed towards Suhan. Lacking spiritual energy, their swords float rather than fly. Can trash like this even be called swords? Suhan didn't so much as glance. His figure vanished from the spot. Greedy wolf, supreme speed, bang. Bang, bang, bang. For muffled impacts resonated through the air. Before the 4 cultivators could react, they felt as though a rampaging tyrant beast had slammed into their chests. PFFF. All 4 spat blood in unison, their rib cages collapsing as they were sent flying like tattered dolls, crashing into the scattered rocks, their fate uncertain. Those flying swords, losing control, clattered to the ground and became scrap metal. In the span of a breath. Complete annihilation. Suhan carried the paralyzed one-eyed elder as casually as one might hold a chicken destined for slaughter. Leaning close to the elder's face, gazing into those cloudy, fearful eyes, he asked softly, Now tell me, who runs this Juation Valley? And where is that woman in red who fell 3 days ago? The elder trembled violently, a foul stench soaking his crotch. He knew he had encountered a true demon. In this barbarian wasteland devoid of spiritual energy, one who achieved physical sanctification was heaven itself. In the inner valley. The elder stammered. That's the territory of the blood-handed human butcher. That woman. She was taken by him. The blood-handed human butcher. Suhan narrowed his eyes, his killing intent condensing into something tangible. Excellent. Lead the way. Take one wrong step, and I'll hang you on that stake. And dry you like the rest. At the entrance of the inner valley of Shen Valley, crimson mist thick as clotting blood sluggishly flowed through the narrow passage of the gorge. The sulphurous stench in the air was masked by a putrid odor of decay, the scent of piled and fermented corpses. Mercy! Mercy! The one-eyed elder was dragged by Suhan across the gravel-strewn ground like a dead dog. His legs had been ground to a bloody mess, yet the terror in his heart far outweighed the pain of his body. This seemingly chi-less barbarian was nothing less than an ancient ferocious beast cloaked in human skin. Along the way they had encountered 3 ambushes by fallen cultivators. Some used poison smoke, some employed illusionary arrays, and others even drove several corpse-refined puppets. And the result? All were obliterated with a single punch. No flashy techniques, just sheer speed combined with overwhelming force. In this realm bereft of spiritual energy, such pure physical brutality was virtually unstoppable. Ahead. That's it. The one-eyed elder pointed tremblingly at a massive cavern entrance before them. That's the blood-refining cave, the stronghold of the blood-handed butcher. Outside the cave, bleached skeletons hung in grim display. Some skeletons still bore tattered sect robes, from Taishu sect Howren Gate 10,000 Beasts Mountain. These had once been the prodigies of various schools, now reduced to mere ornaments in this place. That woman in red is inside. Suhan released his grip, letting the elder collapse to the ground. He stared into the deep pitch-black entrance, his cyan vertical pupils contracting slightly as he sensed the chaotic aura emanating from within. Yes. Word is that the butcher plans to stoke his furnace tonight. The elder swallowed hard, afraid to meet Suhan's gaze. He'll use her heart's blood as the catalyst, claiming it can restore his golden core cultivation. Boom. The rock beneath Suhan's feet instantly shattered into powder. A terrifying killing intent, so fierce it froze the surrounding mist, erupted from his body. Elixir refinement. Suhan's voice was eerily calm, devoid of any inflection, yet each word seemed to rise from the deepest abyss. Very well. I hope his bones are hard enough. Deep within the blood-refining cave. This was a vast underground cavern. Torches burning corpse oil lined the rock walls, casting the entire space in a sickly green glow. At the cavern's center lay a massive blood pool. The pool seethed with a dark red liquid exuding a nauseatingly sweet metallic scent. Suspended above the blood pool was an enormous iron cage. Inside the cage a woman in tattered red robes was chained. Her long hair was disheveled, obscuring her face. Her once fair jade-like skin was now covered in black restraining runes. Her limbs were pierced by thick chains, and blood dripped from the chains into the pool below. Though her aura was faint to the extreme, the innate pride and chilling elegance etched into her bones still made her impossible to gaze upon directly. Yi Hongi. Once an invincible female emperor, now a lamb to the slaughter. Tisk tisk tsk. Truly a rare specimen. By the blood pool a stooped man covered in pustules stared greedily at the woman in the cage. He wore a robe sewn from human skin, toying with a bone-cleaving knife in his hand. He was the overlord of the outer reaches of Shen Valley, the blood-handed butcher Li Shui. Once he had been a golden core elder in a major sect of the upper realm. But after offending the powerful he was exiled here. To survive he abandoned his last shred of humanity and eked out 50 years by devouring the flesh of his own kind. Such pure original essence. If I could eat her heart, my withered golden core would surely be revitalized. Li Shui stretched out a claw-like hand, grasping at the air, his face twisted with morbid fervor. Boss, the hour has come. A nearby cultivator, equally sinister in demeanor, whispered in reminder. If we delay any longer, the woman's life force will drain away. Begin. Stoke the furnace. Li Shui waved his hand. A dozen or so fallen cultivators at the chi refining stage immediately closed in. They brandished various broken magical artifacts, preparing to slice open Yi Hongi's chest and extract her most precious heart. The iron cage descended slowly. The unconscious woman in red slightly trembled her eyelashes, but lacked the strength to open her eyes. Just as the bone-cleaving knife was about to touch her chest. Rumble. A deafening crash, as if heaven and earth were splitting apart. The once imposing stone door of the cave shattered like a brittle biscuit, smashed inward by a terrifying force from outside. Flying debris shot in like cannonballs. Several unlucky souls near the entrance didn't even have time to scream before they were riddled with rocks and killed instantly. Who goes there? Li Shui whipped around, his murky eyes blazing with shock and fury. The dust settled. A bare-chested man, his body wreathed in demonic tattoos, walked in step by step, carrying a bloody head. With each step, cracks spread across the ground beneath him. His dark, golden vertical pupils locked onto Li Shui by the blood pool. No, they locked onto the iron cage. When he saw the barely breathing figure inside, Suhan's breath caught for a moment. Then, the greedy wolf demonic pattern on his back let out an unprecedented blood-curdling howl. Take that filthy hand. Su-Han raised his head, his voice hoarse and grating like metal. Away, or I'll mince you and feed you to the dogs. Big talk. Li Shui too was a ruthless man forged in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Though he couldn't fathom Su-Han's cultivation level, he had 20 cultivators on his side, and he himself was a former Golden Core Grandmaster. Just a barbarian daring to cause trouble in my blood-refining cave. Li Shui gave a sinister laugh, forming a hand seal. Charge. Take him down. That blood and chi of his will make a fine side dish. Kill. A dozen fallen cultivators, though shaken by Su-Han's entrance, were hardened by years of cannibalism and brimmed with ferocity. Moreover, to their eyes, he was merely a mortal martial artist without spiritual energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 or 8 magical artifacts flew out simultaneously. There were poison needles, a fire-spitting gourd, and a massive ghost-faced net. Though their power was a mere tenth of their original due to insufficient chi, they were lethal enough to instantly kill an ordinary barbarian. King, be careful. Deshan and the wolf cavalry who had rushed in right behind Su-Han were greatly alarmed. Though they were now equipped, they instinctively feared these legendary, immortal techniques. But Su-Han did not retreat. He did not even dodge. He watched the flying artifacts, a sneer of utter contempt curling at the corner of his mouth. Too slow. Greedy wolf, extreme speed. Only an afterimage remained in the air. The next instant, Su-Han's figure appeared before the cultivator, manipulating the ghost-faced net. The cultivator's pupils shrank. Bam! Without a word, Su-Han threw a punch. Before the fist even landed, the compressed air cannon exploded outward. The cultivator's protective spiritual light shattered like paper. Then came his sternum, organs, and spine. He was punched clean through from chest to back. First one. Su-Han flicked the blood off his hand, and his form vanished again. At this moment, he was no longer the strategizing leader. He was the greedy wolf, the most terrifying predator in Jueshan Valley. Crack! A cultivator's arm was brutally torn off, and before his scream could escape, his throat was crushed. Boom! A cultivator attempting to escape via earth escape technique was stomped into the ground by Su-Han, the shockwave from the impact shattering his meridians. This was a massacre, a sheer brutal demonstration of physical power against the decayed system of immortal cultivation. Impossible. This cannot be. Li Shui watched his men turn into pulp one by one, and his pustule-covered face finally changed color. What kind of power is this? A body cultivator? No. Even a golden core body cultivator couldn't achieve such speed here. Who are you? By then Su-Han had already cut through the crowd and stood at the edge of the blood pool. Behind him lay a field of severed limbs and broken bodies. Before him only Li Shui remained. Su-Han said nothing. He reached out and grabbed the thick iron chain suspending the cage. His arm muscles bulged, and with a powerful yank. Snap! The black iron chain, which could only be severed by magical artifacts, was torn apart by his bare hands. The cage crashed to the ground. Su-Han kicked the cage door open and gently lifted the unconscious Yi Hongyi into his arms. Looking at the woman's pale paper-like face and the chains buried deep into her flesh, the cyan light in Su-Han's eyes nearly materialized. You ask who I am? Su-Han turned and gently handed Yi Hongyi to Deshan, who had arrived behind him. Protect her. Then, he walked step by step toward Li Shui, who had nowhere left to retreat. The demonic patterns on his body writhed madly, coalescing behind him into a ferocious, greedy wolf phantom. I'm the one who'll send you. Su-Han bared his stark white teeth. To die again. Blood refinement cave. A deadly confrontation was on the verge of erupting. The air reeked with a nauseating stench of blood interwoven with a chilling, killing intent that seemed capable of freezing the very soul. Barbarian, do you truly believe you have me cornered? Li Shui watched Su-Han advance step by step, his ancient face pockmarked with sores twisted into a grotesque mask of rage. He could sense it, that terrifying power surging within this man's body like a volcano on the brink of eruption. Pure physical strength, utterly unrefined, ruthless beyond reason. I've survived in this accursed place for 50 years. Li Shui's voice turned shrill and piercing like nails dragging across a blackboard. To stay alive, I consumed 3,000 mortals and refined 100 fellow disciples. Even if my golden core shatters and spiritual energy runs dry. Li Shui tore open his human skin robe, exposing a grotesque blood formation carved upon his emaciated chest. This old man will not be humiliated by a mindless brute who only knows how to flex his muscles. Blood sacrifice, banner of myriad souls. Boom. Li Shui struck his own chest with his palm, spewing a mouthful of pitch-black essence blood. The blood did not fall to the ground. Instead, it instantly transformed into countless wailing specters, coalescing midair into a tattered, yet terrifyingly formidable black pennant. It was his life-bound magical artifact. His final trump card. Devour him. Howling winds erupted throughout the cave. Countless contorted faces burst forth from the black banner, screeching, ear-splittingly surging towards Su-Han like a tidal wave of darkness. Though these vengeful souls lacked physical form, they could strike directly at the divine sense. A devastating weapon in this godforsaken wilderness bereft of any means to defend against spiritual attacks. Far away, Deshawn and the wolf cavalry clutched their ears, collapsing in agony, blood streaming from their orifices. Lord, be careful. Those are ghosts. Su-Han stood unmoving, watching the overwhelming tide of darkness surge toward him. His expression remained utterly unchanged. He didn't even bother to retract his faint, disdainful sneer. Ghosts. Su-Han slowly raised his right hand, not to attack, but to make a gesture of tensing his fist. The sinews in his body, reshaped by the greedy wolf divine bone, tightened, like wound-up winches, emitting a rapid series of crisp snapping sounds. The greedy wolf demonic markings on his back blazed with cyan light. If this were outside your technique, might actually harm my divine sense. Su-Han's voice was chillingly calm, but at a distance of merely 10 steps from me. You are far too slow. Greedy wolf extreme speed thrust. The Su-Han who had been standing in place suddenly vanished. In his stead came a terrifying sonic boom that reverberated throughout the enclosed cave, enough to shatter eardrums. The vengeful soul tide that had just lunged forward never even reached the hem of Su-Han's clothing before they were scattered by the shockwave generated as his body broke through the sound barrier, as easily as a fierce wind dispersing cooking smoke. Pathetically fragile. In the next instant, Su-Han appeared before Li Shui. Not even a blink separated them. In Li Shui's cloudy old eyes, fear had not yet fully emerged when all that remained in his pupils was an protection aura. Activate. Panic-stricken, Li Shui desperately burned his remaining spiritual energy, summoning a crimson shield before him. This shield had once withstood the full-force strike of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. But against Su-Han's fist, it was nothing more than paper. Crack. The light shield shattered on contact. Su-Han's fist did not slow, not even slightly, wrapped in a white whirlwind of momentum as it hammered into Li Shui's chest. Boom. This was no ordinary punch. It was the ultimate kinetic force born of bone-forging late-stage hardness combined with tendon-transforming speed. Time seemed to freeze. Li Shui looked down in disbelief at his chest. There was emptiness. Su-Han's fist, along with half his forearm, had pierced clean through his body and emerged from his back. In his grasp, he held the shriveled, ink-black heart. You? Li Shui opened his mouth, blood and organ fragments gushing forth. He could not accept this. He was a cultivator, a golden core powerhouse above all mortals. How could he die so humiliatingly at the hands of a barbarian who only knew how to throw punches? Your spells are weak and feeble. Su-Han leaned close to his ear, whispering like a demon. Remember this in your next life. In all martial arts, speed is everything. Su-Han withdrew his arm. Li Shui's corpse collapsed like a pile of rotting mud. The banner of myriad souls, now masterless, fell into the dust, reduced to worthless tattered cloth. Silence blanketed the entire cavern. Only the demonic figure lingered, shaking blood from his hand before turning toward the corner. The fallen cultivators who had intended to assist were each terror-stricken to the point of spirit-shattering flight. Their ancestor had been pierced through with a single punch. What was there left to fight for? Spare us, my lord. We were forced into this. We surrender. Don't eat me. I'm an alchemist. I'm useful. Clatter, clatter. The remaining dozen fallen cultivators all dropped to their knees, bowing their heads until they sounded like drums. Before absolute violence, a cultivator's dignity was worthless. Su-Han did not spare them a glance. He walked directly to Deshawn and took the unconscious Yi Hongyi from the giant's arms. Gazing at the woman's deathly pale face, nearly translucent, Su-Han's heart clenched violently. He could feel her life force rapidly fading. That damn Li Shui, for the sake of alchemy, had nearly drained her primordial blood essence. She was like a candle burning to its last wick, ready to extinguish at any moment. Hongyi, wake up. Su-Han called softly, his voice trembling. No response. Her breath was barely perceptible, her body as cold as dark ice. Damn it. A flicker of panic flashed in Su-Han's eyes. In this godforsaken place, with no spiritual energy and no pills, how could he save her? Blood transfusion. Impossible. His blood was saturated with tyrannical demonic energy that would rupture her mortal frame. Ding. Daily Intelligence System Wilderness Edition has detected critical vital signs. Target Yi Hongyi near death. Treatment plan golden. Her primordial essence is depleted. Only high concentration life essence can sustain her. Available resources detected. The main soul of the banner of myriad souls, Li Shui, just died. His remnant soul remains containing pure soul energy plus earth core stone milk, 1 drop of 10,000-year stone milk concealed in the deepest part of blood refinement cave. Su-Han sharply lifted his gaze to Li Shui's corpse, then to the depths of the cave. Deshawn, he bellowed. Here. Deshawn scrambled to his feet immediately. Watch these people. Anyone who moves, kill them all. Su-Han, carrying Yi Hongyi, kicked up the tattered banner of myriad souls and seized Li Shui's corpse in the same motion, rushing toward the deepest part of the cave like a raging storm. Give me 15 minutes. I will defy heaven and alter fate. Deep within the cave, in the secret chamber. This was where Li Shui normally secluded himself for cultivation. In the recess beside the stone bed, there indeed sat a droplet of milky white liquid emitting a faint, delicate fragrance. That was 10,000-year stone milk, a creation of heaven and earth. Even in this spiritual energy-less wilderness, it retained a wisp of vitality. Su-Han laid Yi Hongyi upon the stone bed. Without hesitation, he pried open her lips and dripped that extraordinarily precious stone milk into her mouth. But that alone was insufficient. The stone milk could only repair the physical body. Her divine sense was still dissipating. Li Shui, lend me your life. Su-Han grasped the banner of myriad souls within which the freshly deceased, frantically roaring remnant soul of Li Shui was imprisoned. Refine. Su-Han gripped the banner pole with both hands. With no spiritual fire, he would refine it with his own searing blood and chi as hot as magma. Boom. Su-Han's entire body blazed with demonic markings, his hands turning crimson. Under the friction of his monstrous strength and the scorching heat of his blood and chi, the banner of myriad souls began to burn. Countless wailing souls dissipated in agony until only a pure, flawless white orb remained. That most pristine soul energy stripped of all impurities and memories. Su-Han pinched the orb and carefully pressed it against the center of Yi Hongyi's forehead. Melt into her as the orb slowly sank inward. Yi Hongyi's previously furrowed brows finally relaxed with the faintest trace of ease. A barely perceptible flush of color appeared upon her pale cheeks. That nearly stopped heartbeat finally throbbed once more, strong and steady. Thump. Hearing that sound, Su-Han collapsed entirely, leaning against the stone bed, gasping for breath in great ragged pulls. This entire operation had exhausted him more than killing 100 Li Shuis. He reached out, gently caressing Yi Hongyi's cold cheek. The feral vertical pupils that usually radiated murderous intent now held only boundless tenderness. It's over. Su-Han whispered softly, as if making a promise to her, and as if swearing an oath to himself. From today onward. This Godfall Valley, this wilderness prison. No one will ever dare lay a finger on you again. I am the one who says so. Zhuatian Valley Blood Refinement Cave. When Su-Han walked out of the secret chamber carrying the unconscious Yi Hongyi, the situation outside had already been completely sealed. 20 fully armed black stone wolf cavalry guarded the dozen fallen cultivators kneeling on the ground with predatory ferocity. Deshawn wielded a blood-stained tyrannosaur leg bone, tapping it against the skulls of these once noble cultivators, as if weighing which head would crack with the sharpest sound. My lord. Upon seeing Su-Han emerge, Deshawn immediately shed his ferocious expression and bowed respectfully. Everything has been secured. That Li Shui's den was ransacked clean. Su-Han nodded, his gaze sweeping over the shivering cultivators. They were nothing like the ethereal immortals they once appeared to be, stripped bare and trembling, their immortal dignity entirely gone. In this land, severed from spiritual energy, stripped of their powers, their bodies were weaker than even a sturdy barbarian warrior. My lord, spare us. A middle-aged cultivator who appeared slightly more clever than the rest crawled forward on his knees, pressing his forehead against the ground repeatedly. I am a second-rank artifact refiner. I can repair magical treasures. I'm useful. Don't eat me. The others suddenly realized the situation and began crying out. I can refine pills. I can cultivate spirit herbs. I know where the water sources are in this valley. Su-Han walked toward Li Shui's bone throne covered with human skin, casually ripped off that disgusting hide, and sat down with an imposing posture. He gently placed Yi Hongyi, still unconscious, in his arms onto his lap, as though stroking a sleeping cat, but his eyes were cold enough to freeze. All of you be quiet. His voice wasn't loud, yet the entire area fell into instant silence. The image of his fist crushing the golden core ancestor's head had become an unforgettable nightmare for these people. In this cursed place, nothing matters except flesh. Su-Han said casually. Your pill refinement and artifact crafting are trash to me. Their faces turned ashen. However, Su-Han's tone shifted, a flicker of amusement crossing his dark golden vertical pupils. Trash has its own uses. He pulled out a blood-red jade slip from Li Shui's storage bag, the only thing from the secret chamber that appeared valuable. The spirit stones and pills had long since turned to waste from spiritual energy loss, but this jade slip was different. Hidden on Li Shui's person and protected by multiple sealing arrays. Who can break these seals? Su-Han raised the jade slip. The middle-aged man who claimed to be an artifact refiner's eyes lit up as he quickly raised his hand. My name is Chen Ergu. I used to be a direct disciple of the Chenji sect, and I know how to break blood seals. Su-Han casually tossed the jade slip to him. Chen Ergu received it as though it were a priceless treasure. Though he had no spiritual power, he bit his tongue and spat a mouthful of essence blood, forming an odd hand seal before pressing it against the jade slip. A hiss echoed through the chamber as red smoke rose. The sealing runes on the jade slip slowly faded away. It's opened. Chen Ergu offered it back, eagerly presenting it like a precious treasure. Su-Han took the jade slip and sent his divine sense into it. In the next moment, his pupils contracted sharply. There was no cultivation technique inside, nor a treasure map. Only a single map, a detailed chart of the deepest reaches of Zhuatian Valley. At its very center, marked in stark detail, was a massive red skull. Beside the skull was a drawing of a ruined formation array with annotation scrawled in wild cursive: ancient dimensional teleportation array. Ruin status requires supreme spiritual source to activate Guardian Tier 3 wild beast. Dual-headed lightning flood dragon. Dimensional teleportation array. Suhan's fingers tapped the armrest unconsciously, producing sharp, clicking sounds. That old bastard Li Shui had been plotting his escape all along. According to the Jade Slip's records, this teleportation array was a relic from ancient times. Though damaged, it could theoretically tear open the spatial barrier to reach the outside world, given sufficient energy. And the energy source. Li Shui's plan to use Yi Hongyi's heart blood to refine pills and restore his cultivation was likely meant to challenge that guardian beast and seize its core to activate the formation. A Tier 3 wild beast, the dual-headed lightning flood dragon. Suhan narrowed his eyes. In this world, wild beasts were strictly ranked. That wasn't just an armored tyrannosaur relying on brute strength. That was a monster commanding the laws of lightning and thunder. Ding! Daily Intelligence System Barbaric Edition has refreshed. High-risk target information detected. Target dual-headed lightning flood dragon Tier 3 early stage. Location deepest part of Zhuaishan Valley Thunderpool. Abilities exceptionally tough physical defense. Only peak transformation stage can breach dual heads, can spit primordial thunder that kills on contact. Weakness golden, extremely greedy, and currently in the final weak phase of its molting cycle. It desperately craves high-purity cultivator flesh to replenish its losses. Seeing those words, cultivator flesh, Suhan's gaze slowly shifted toward the dozen people kneeling on the ground. Chun Ergu and the others felt a chill run down their spines as though targeted by a demon. My lord, your majesty. Suhan stowed away the jade slip and revealed an extraordinarily gentle smile, one that could silence crying children. Everyone, do you wish to return home? Return home. Those words carried an almost magical weight, making everyone's breathing grow heavy. Yes, we dream of nothing else. I don't want to eat people here anymore. I want to return to my sect. Excellent. Suhan rose to his feet, his towering frame casting a massive shadow across them. I've found the way, right at the deepest part of this valley. But there's a watchdog blocking the path. Suhan pointed at Chun Ergu, then at the others. Since you wish to return home, then contribute something. Deshaun. Yes, lord. Take them all with you, whether alive or dead. Suhan's voice turned ice cold. Draw some of their blood and store it in jars. That's bait for the lightning flood dragon. Chun Ergu and the others nearly collapsed in terror. Using blood as bait. This wasn't going home. It was feeding the dragon. Lord, can we not go? A cowardly cultivator pleaded with an ashen face. That lightning flood dragon is a Tier 3 wild beast. Even that old demon Li Shui didn't dare provoke it. We'd be walking to our deaths. Not go. Suhan stepped forward and gripped his head. Crack. It crunched like squashing a rotten watermelon. Refuse and you die right now. Suhan shook off the gore on his hands, his gaze cold as he surveyed the remaining cultivators. Go, and perhaps a few of you will survive. Choose. The entire valley fell deathly silent. Before such absolute terror, everyone made the wisest decision. We'll go. We'll go. We'll die for you, my lord. Suhan nodded with satisfaction. He turned his gaze to Yi Hongyi, still unconscious, in his arms, and his tone softened instantly. Sleep a little longer. When you wake, we'll be home. 15 minutes later. The Blackstone tribe's wolf cavalry escorted the dozen or so fallen cultivators, with deathly pale faces, marching in great force toward the deepest reaches of Zhuaishan Valley. Thunder growled louder in the air. Purple electric arcs danced across the cliff faces. Mounted on the Wolf King's back, Suhan's gaze pierced through layers of mist toward that forbidden ground where thunder raged. So what if it was a Tier 3 wild beast? As long as it was alive, as long as it had flesh and blood, it would be my supplement to reach the peak of the transformation of tendons. This battle, it wasn't merely a fight to return home. It was also the dragon-slaying campaign on his path to physical sanctification. At the deepest reaches of Zhuaishan Valley lay the Thunderpool. This was the forbidden ground among forbidden grounds within Menghuang Prison. The air no longer carried the rotting stench of blood, but instead held an intensely crackling ozone scent that made the skin tingle with electricity. At the far end of the massive canyon stretched a deep blue lake spanning several miles in diameter. The waters churned like boiling water, never still for a moment. Countless arcs of purple lightning danced and collided upon the water's surface, producing a dense crackling barrage of explosive sounds. Rarely did a massive bolt of heavenly thunder slash down from crimson clouds and plunge into the lake, sending electrified water columns soaring 100 meters skyward. This was the territory of a third-tier desolate beast, the nesting ground of the twin-headed Thunderjiao. King, your majesty. Chun Ergu and more than a dozen fallen cultivators found their legs trembling uncontrollably. Though they had once been cultivators before such overwhelming pressure from heaven and earth, the fear rising from the depths of their souls could not be suppressed. We've arrived. Suhan pulled on the wolf's reins and dismounted. He did not immediately turn his gaze toward the Thunderpool, but instead pivoted and gently set the still unconscious Yi Hongyi behind a dry boulder that offered shelter from the wind. Deshaun, Suhan instructed without looking back. Lead the brothers to retreat to the valley entrance. Under no circumstances are you to enter regardless of what transpires here. Unless you see my signal. Deshaun hesitated for a moment, then gripped his violent bone dragon spear tightly. Your majesty, we can fight. We do not fear death. Having won several battles, the Blackstone tribe's wolf cavalry had already developed the courage to wage war against gods. This is not a matter of courage. Su-Han rose to his feet and shed the tattered beast skin garment he had worn for so long, revealing a torso as lean and iron-hard as a warrior's, etched all over with demonic runes. This is a matter of the food chain. If you remain here, you will only become its appetizer. Deshaun watched Su-Han's resolute retreating figure, clenched his teeth, and ultimately raised his hand to order the retreat. He knew the king was right. In battles of that magnitude, even the aftershocks would prove fatal. By now only Su-Han remained by the thunder pool alongside those dozen or so fallen cultivators whose faces had turned ashen. Very well, time to get to work. Su-Han cracked his neck with audible pops. He approached Chin Urgu and pointed toward a flat area at the pool's edge. Go, cut your wrists. Squeeze out every drop of your pitiful spiritual blood. Chin Urgu collapsed to his knees with a thud. Your Majesty, this will truly attract the Thunder Jiao. It feeds most eagerly on cultivators. Nonsense. Su-Han's eyes turned cold. He seized Chin Urgu by the collar and hurled him toward the thunder pool as easily as tossing a chick. If I don't lure it out, shall I descend myself? If you wish to live, do as I say. The moment it emerges to consume the bait is when I strike. If I fail to act, a sinister smile crossed Su-Han's face. Then you are on your own. Under such brutal coercion, the fallen cultivators shattered. Trapped between the Thunder Jiao ahead and the Demon King behind, they had no choice. Trembling Chin Urgu drew a bone blade and carved it deeply across his own wrist. The others followed suit in turn. Drip, drip, blood pooled across the Blackstone. This was no ordinary barbarian's blood. It was the blood of cultivators tempered by spiritual energy, impure, yet still brimming with power. To the desolate beasts, this scent was like a beacon in darkness, like a hungry shark catching the trace of blood. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The once turbulent thunder pool fell suddenly silent. Even the dancing arcs seemed to hold their breath in that instant. Gurgle. A massive bubble rose from the center of the water's surface. And then, a pressure ancient and heavy with violence and ruin crashed down like a mountain. It's coming. Chin Urgu screamed, clutching his wounded wrist as he tumbled backward in his haste to flee. Boom. The calm surface erupted violently. 2 enormous fearsome heads burst through the water. The left head glowed deep purple, its single horn wreathed in violent lightning. The right head blazed crimson, spewing scorching toxic flame from its maw. Its body stretched fully 100 meters in length, each scale the size of a millstone, shimmering with natural thunder patterns. A third-tiered desolate beast, the twin-headed Thunder Jiao. A terrifying existence comparable to one who had reached the peak perfection of the Golden Core stage. Roar! The Thunder Jiao let out a deafening, earth-shaking bellow. Sound waves intermingled with thunder roared forth, instantly shattering every rock along the shore. Those dozen fallen cultivators who had been fleeing were hit by the sonic blast, coughing up blood as they collapsed bleeding from all their orifices. For lantern-sized vertical pupils of the Thunder Jiao greedily fixed upon the blood pooling on the ground and those shivering two-legged sheep. It could sense that within these insects lurked the spiritual energy it urgently needed to advance. Opening its cavernous maw, it drew a mighty breath toward the slowest cultivator. Whoosh! An immense sucking force materialized from nowhere. The cultivator screamed as he was hurled toward the Thunder Jiao's jaws. Crack! Half his body was torn away, blood exploding into the air and staining the thunder pool crimson. Help! The remaining cultivators, driven to madness by terror, crawled frantically towards Su-Han on hands and knees. The Thunder Jiao was clearly still hungry. Its colossal body shifted, carrying storm clouds of lightning ready to devour this self-delivered feast. Just then, swish! A stone whistling sharply through the air struck the purple head of the Thunder Jiao squarely in the eye. Clang! Sparks flew. Though unable to breach its defenses, the strike carried unmistakable mockery. Hissy! The Thunder Jiao halted its movement. Slowly those 2 enormous heads turned toward the massive boulder on shore. There stood a tiny human. He had not fled. He had not screamed. He simply stood there, tossing a second stone, a mocking smile playing upon his lips. Ding! Daily Intelligence System Monghuang Edition has refreshed. Boss battle initiated. Target twin-headed Thunder Jiao weakened, phase approaching end. Weakness updated, golden between its 2 heads at the vital point known as the 7 inches lies a reverse scale. That is where its defense is weakest and where its demon core resides. Warning: its lightning breath can vaporize rock in an instant. Your bone armor cannot withstand it. Recommendation: strike with speed against slowness. Speed against slowness. Su-Han glanced at the display and casually tossed away the stone. He flexed his wrists and the sinews throughout his body began to emit that unsettling creaking sound. The tanneling demonic mark on his back blazed with cyan light, nearly taking solid form behind him. Big fellow. Su-Han beckoned to the Thunder Jiao with a finger. Those trash won't taste good. Care to taste? Me. Boom. Before the words had even finished leaving his lips, the Thunder Jiao erupted in fury. As the sovereign of this domain, it had never before been mocked by such an insignificant insect. It opened its massive purple maw, and a colossal bolt of purple sky divine thunder surged forth with apocalyptic power, striking directly at Su-Han. Faster than lightning. There was no way to evade. This was a spell attack at the golden core level. Any Foundation establishment cultivator caught by it would be reduced to nothingness. However, just as the lightning was about to engulf Su-Han moved. No, he vanished. Tailing extreme speed. Boom. Where he had stood a 10-meter deep crater erupted the rock, instantaneously vitrifying. But in the Thunder Jiao's blind spot directly above its massive body, an afterimage materialized from nowhere. Su-Han hung suspended in midair, every muscle coiled like iron, his right leg drawn high like a war axe gathering its full force. Your thunder is fast. Su-Han's voice cut through the rolling thunder with remarkable clarity, but my foot is heavier. Boom. Su-Han delivered a devastating war axe descent, hammering his heel directly into the crown of the Thunder Jiao's red head. Thud. It was as though a mountain had crashed into water. The Thunder Jiao's colossal body lurched violently downward under the force of that single strike, its crimson head slamming into the rocky shore and shattering countless boulders. Ah! A pained wail erupted from the Thunder Jiao. But this was only the beginning. Riding the rebound force, Su-Han twisted midair and landed gracefully upon the beast's slick back. Without hesitation, his hands curled into claws, cyan light swirling around his fingertips as he dug them deep into the gaps between the Thunder Jiao's scales. Then, like a mad beast, he opened his mouth wide and, chomp, bite down fiercely into the flesh upon the Thunder Jiao's back. You wanted to eat me. Keep dreaming. Today I'm the one serving the main course. In the Zhuai Valley by the Thunder Pool. Roar. The double-headed Thunder Flood Dragon let out the most miserable cry of its life. The crimson head, which should have been as hard as iron, was smashed by Su-Han's kick. Its scale shattered, and it was driven deep into the black rock layer. But how terrifying was the vitality of a third-grade wild beast. After a brief dizziness, the Thunder Flood Dragon fell into a violent frenzy. Its 100-meter-long massive body rolled wildly by the edge of the thunder pool, purple heavenly thunder and crimson poisonous fire interweaving into a deathly barrier, trying to completely melt the bug on its back. Sizzle. Su-Han's bare upper body was struck by the violent lightning, and the smell of burnt flesh emanated from his skin. For an ordinary meridian forging cultivator, this blow would have been enough to annihilate them. But the greedy wolf demon mark on Su-Han's back was like a greedy black hole, frantically devouring and neutralizing these destructive energies. You've got quite some strength, Loach. Su-Han clung tightly to the protruding bone spikes on the Thunder Flood Dragon's back, enduring the storm and thunderfire, his dark golden vertical pupils fixed on the junction of the two heads. They're a half-moon-shaped scale the size of a water vat, its edges shimmering with golden light. The reverse scale. The place where the demon core resides. Give me. Open. Su-Han used no fancy spells. He released one hand, his 5 fingers pressed together like a blade, and using the terrifying centrifugal force generated by the Flood Dragon's rolling, he viciously stabbed toward the edge of that reverse scale. Clang. A deafening sound of metal clashing exploded, and Su-Han's fingers were actually forced back, a sharp pain shooting through his knuckles. As expected of the defense of a golden core late-stage creature, with bare hands alone, he couldn't break through. Can't break through. Then I'll borrow something of yours. Su-Han's eyes hardened, and his figure instantly turned into a cyan blur. Greedy wolf extreme speed erupted. He didn't continue attacking the reverse scale. Instead, he followed the Flood Dragon's neck and instantly rushed to the top of the stunned crimson head. He wrapped his arms around that crimson horn, which was as thick as a towering tree. Every tendon in his body bulged, his muscles bunched like rocks, and a low growl inhuman escaped from Su-Han's throat. Break. Crack, crack, crack. The nauseating sound of bone cracking echoed clearly through the thunder. Under the incredulous gazes of the group of fallen cultivators in the distance, Su-Han actually tore off the Thunder Flood Dragon's indestructible dragon horn. From its roots, blood gushed out like a waterfall. Ow! The Thunder Flood Dragon writhed in agony, its other purple head whipping around, opening its massive maw to swallow Su-Han whole. Too slow. Su-Han hoisted the 3-meter-long, still-dripping crimson dragon horn over his shoulder and leaped down from midair. Using gravitational potential energy and the ultimate burst of the Meridian Forging stage, he wielded the dragon horn like a peerless wild blade, aiming it at that golden reverse scale. Boom. Using the enemy's own spear to attack his shield, the crimson dragon horn pierced without suspense through the invincible reverse scale, driving deep into the Thunder Flood Dragon's flesh. The Thunder Flood Dragon's movements instantly froze. Su-Han didn't stop. He stomped on the dragon horn, and with his right hand he followed the bloody hole the horn had made, plunging unhesitatingly into the Flood Dragon's scorching body. Found it. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Su-Han's mouth. He yanked his arm hard. Squelch. A demon core the size of a human head, half wreathed in purple thunder and half burning with crimson fire, was forcibly ripped out by him. The moment it lost its demon core, the double-headed Thunder Flood Dragon's massive body convulsed violently, a few times, the light in its eyes quickly fading. Finally, with a thunderous crash, it slammed heavily onto the bank of the thunder pool, silent forever. The thunder and fire in the sky ceased abruptly. Only the shadow of a demon god drenched in blood and holding a glowing demon core remained between heaven and earth. Thud. In the distance, Chen Ergo and the other dozen or so cultivators all went weak in the knees and fell to the ground. A third-grade wild beast had been dismantled with bare hands in the most primitive and brutal way by this man. Su-Han paid no attention to those cowards who had lost their nerve. Holding the Thunderfire demon core, he strode to the giant rock. Yi Hongyi still lay there quietly. Though the 10,000-year stone milk sustained her life, her breath was still faint as a thread. Although this thing is a bit wild, once it's in my stomach, no matter how wild it is, it has to bow its head. Su-Han looked at the demon core in his hand, opened his mouth, and bit off a small piece. Boom. The terrifying Thunderfire energy exploded instantly inside his body, but was immediately suppressed and refined by the heavenly demon creation art and the greedy wolf demon mark, transforming into a stream of extremely pure and gentle life essence. Su-Han leaned down, pinched Yi Hongyi's chin, lowered his head, and mouth to mouth, he passed the refined life essence into her mouth. With the infusion of this vast vitality, the dried-up meridians within Yi Hongyi's body began to greedily absorb it. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Finally, those eyes that had been closed for so long, their eyelashes trembled slightly. Yi Hongyi slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was a rugged man covered in blood with bulging muscles and black demonic patterns on his face. In those dark, golden vertical pupils, she saw a tenderness that was engraved in the bones, utterly different from this savage world. You? Yi Hongyi's voice was terribly hoarse. The majesty of the former empress vanished, leaving only a trace of confusion. Awake! Su-Han gently brushed her pale cheek with the back of his hand stained with dragon blood, and a wild grin split his lips. Just woke up from a great dream. How do you feel? If you're fine, stand up. Su-Han turned his head, looking at the faint, ancient teleportation array deep within the thunder pool, a blazing, killing intent burning in his eyes. We should go back to the upper realm and kill gods. By the side of the thunder pool in Juexian Valley, the violent thunder gradually calmed with the death of the double-headed thunder flood dragon, and the air was thick with the smell of blood and the aroma of roasted meat. Yi Hongyi leaned against the icy giant rock, gasping heavily. As the trace of refined Thunderfire vitality dissolved within her, her dried-up meridians finally felt a hint of warmth. She lowered her head, looking at her tattered red robe and the horrific wounds on her wrists, pierced by chains and just now scabbed over. My divine palace is shattered. Yi Hongyi's voice was very soft, without hysteria or desperate sobbing. As the former empress of the heavenly demon sect who had been decisive in killing, she had already accepted this reality. The moment she sensed the emptiness within her body, not even a thread of spiritual energy could be mobilized. Now she was a complete mortal. She raised her head, her gaze falling on the powerful back of the man who was facing away from her, chewing loudly on something. Bronzed skin, muscles bulging like rocks, and the black wolf-shaped demon mark that spread from his spine all the way to his back, exuding a terrifying ferocity. If not for the familiarity engraved in her soul, she would never have connected this man who resembled an ancient demon god with the elder Su of the heavenly demon sect, a man known for his meticulous calculations and reeking of money. Did you turn yourself into this ghostly state to save me, eh? Yi Hongyi's lips curved into a weak but proud smile. I haven't distributed any spirit stones as your salary. Hearing the voice, Su-Han paused his chewing. He turned around, remnants of the Thunderfire demon pill still clinging to his lips. When his dark, golden vertical pupils met Yi Hongyi's gaze, the savage brutality of a beast gradually faded, giving way to a flicker of human lucidity. My appetite is enormous now. Spirit stones won't satisfy me. Su-Han stepped toward her and casually draped a scrap of clean animal hide from his own body over her slender shoulders. How do you feel? Other than being too weak to even kill a chicken, I'm fine. At least my mind is still intact. Yi Hongyi pulled the hide tighter around herself, her gaze drifting past Su-Han to the distant corpse of a level 3 wasteland beast, colossal as a mountain, along with a dozen cultivators kneeling beside it, trembling. Her pupils contracted slightly. You, without spiritual energy, relying solely on your physical body, killed a golden core stage twin-headed thunder python. A note of genuine astonishment finally broke through Yi Hongyi's tone. Not only did I kill it, I intend to use its bones and tendons to repair the ancient teleportation array at the bottom of the lake. Su-Han carelessly wiped the blood from his face and pointed to the remaining half of the demon core, still radiating a terrifying energy pulse. You just woke up? Your body can't handle such an overwhelming amount of energy. I need to consume this remaining half. Since the Guardian failed to kill us, now it's our turn to kill him. Su-Han spoke with the calm detachment of someone discussing what to eat for dinner. Yi Hongyi looked at him and suddenly laughed. Her smile was as breathtaking as a blood-red datura, and even a face smeared with filth and blood could not mask the pride inherent in her bones. Very well. In the past you devised strategies, and I carried out the killings. Now I can no longer wield the blade. Su-Han, from this day forward you shall be my sword. It is my honor. Su-Han grinned. He turned and strode back to the edge of the lightning pool, sitting cross-legged. The half of the Thunderfire demon core in his hand pulsed with a devastating energy. Any ordinary cultivator daring to swallow a third-level wasteland beast's demon core raw would instantly explode. Yet Suhan hesitated not at all. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed the remaining core whole. Boom. In an instant, Suhan's body became a semi-transparent furnace. His left side was shrouded in blinding purple lightning, while his right side erupted with fierce crimson poisonous fire. Mingwen realm, the breakthrough began. In this world devoid of spiritual energy, the path to bodily sanctification meant forcibly inscribing the laws of heaven and earth upon flesh and blood. Carve them into me. Now. Suhan threw his head back and let out a roar of agony and exhilaration. Crackling sounds filled the air. Purple lightning transformed into countless carving knives, frantically etching his left arm and chest, leaving behind scorched, yet luminous, mysterious patterns that crackled with electrical energy. The crimson poisonous fire wandered across his right arm and torso, brandishing magma-like flame totems onto his flesh. The thunder patterns and fire patterns eventually converged with the greedy wolf demon markings on his back, all meeting at his heart. Thump, thump, thump. Each heartbeat resonated as though a celestial drum were being beaten at the bottom of Fallen God Valley. The surrounding air warped from the extreme heat radiating from his body. When the thunderfire light gradually subsided and Suhan rose to his feet, he stood half an inch taller. His presence resembled a living treasure, holding back storms and volcanoes. He raised his hand slightly. Purple electric arcs detonated from his left palm, while crimson poisonous fire danced from his right. This was not a spell. It was his physical body's innate attribute, true damage. Congrats. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Divine achievement complete. May your reign last 10,000 years. From afar, Chen Ergu and the fallen cultivators watched in complete numbness, prostrating themselves like garlic mortars. Bearing lightning and fire with bare flesh, carving the laws of heaven and earth onto his body like tattoos. Was this even human? Enough nonsense. Suhan suppressed his aura and glanced coldly at this group of free laborers. Ergu, this servant is here. Chen Ergu scrambled over on hands and knees, collapsing before Suhan's feet due to weak legs. You're a forge master. Suhan pointed toward the dilapidated stone platform visible beneath the lake's surface. That cross-boundary teleportation array requires a top-grade spirit source to activate, and the formation patterns are damaged. Suhan yanked the crimson dragon horn embedded in the thunder python's head and hurled it before Chen Ergu with a heavy thud. Dragon blood as cinnabar, dragon tendons as formation lines, dragon bones to reinforce the foundation. The demon core's energy has been drained, but the inner nucleus, the thunder python's elixir core, remains intact, sufficient to serve as a spirit source. Suhan looked down at him. I give you 2 days. If you fail to repair the teleportation array, I'll stuff you inside this dead dragon's belly and sew you shut. Chen Ergu stared at the massive third-level wasteland beast corpse, then at Suhan's emotionless vertical pupils, and tears streamed down his face. 2 days. Your Majesty, this is an ancient formation, the workload. 1.5 days. Suhan's tone turned icy. 2 days. Just 2 days. I guarantee completion. Chen Ergu let out a pig slaughter scream, spun around, and roared frantically at the dozen dazed cultivators. What the hell are you standing there for? Want to be sewn inside a dragon? Extract the tendons. Drain the blood. Move, move, move. Under the terrifying pressure of life and death, these former cultivation elites unleashed remarkable civil engineering talents. Without magical power, they used stones to smash. Without flying swords, they employed the dragon bone saws Suhan provided, cutting piece by piece. The entire lightning pool shore instantly transformed into a bustling construction site for dismantling dragons and repairing arrays. 2 days later, most of the lightning pool at the bottom of Fallen God Valley had been drained. An ancient altar materialized on the lake bed, constructed from massive cyan dragon bones and inscribed with eerie formation patterns drawn in dark red dragon blood. At the altar's center, the dragon python core, mostly drained of power yet still faintly crackling with thunder, hovered quietly at the formation's focal point. Chen Ergu collapsed beside the altar, his hands reduced to bloody stumps from overwork. The remaining dozen cultivators lay scattered across the ground, motionless as corpses, yet their eyes blazed with a fervor named hope. Your Majesty, it's fixed. Chen Ergu called out weakly. Upon the altar, Suhan wore black combat attire stitched from the reverse scales of the thunder python's softest belly, concealing his explosive musculature and demonic markings. In his arms, Yi Hongyi wore a clean fur coat. Gazing down at the array pulsing with ancient spatial energy beneath his feet, Suhan exhaled a long breath. Ding! The daily intelligence system detects ultra-long-range spatial coordinates. Warning: anomalous time flow detected. Cross-boundary teleportation may cause temporal displacement. Temporal displacement. Suhan narrowed his eyes slightly, yet without hesitation. Whether a day or a decade past, blood debts would ultimately demand repayment in blood. You've done well. As I said, as long as you work, you can go home. Glancing down at Chen Ergu and the others reduced to quivering mud, Suhan spoke indifferently. Get up here. The array is about to activate. Chun Ergu and the others felt as though granted a reprieve from damnation. Summoning their final reserves of strength, they scrambled up the altar's edge and clung desperately to the dragon bone pillars. Hongi, hold tight. Su-Han looked down and spoke softly. Yi Hongi said nothing, wrapping her arms firmly around his neck and burying her face against his broad, hardened chest. Guardian. Su-Han raised his foot and stomped forcefully on the formation's edge. A terrifying surge of blood and chi energy poured into the dragon python core. Prepare your neck. I'm crawling back from hell to collect what's owed. Boom. A brilliant pillar of light erupted from the valley floor, piercing through the heavens and instantly tearing apart the dark red sky of the savage prison. A terrifying spatial storm swallowed the altar. When the light faded, fallen God Valley fell silent once more, leaving only a massively wounded dragon corpse, a silent testament to the monster that had once risen from these depths. Boom. On the Tianlong continent, southern domain. The originally overcast sky was suddenly torn apart by an invisible giant hand, creating a pitch-black rift stretching thousands of zhang. Violent spatial turbulence cascaded down like a waterfall, accompanied by thunderous roars. A blinding pillar of light, like a meteor striking the earth, slammed heavily into a desolate black mountain range. The earth trembled and rubble within 10 li was instantly vaporized, stirring up a skyward surge of dust. The moment the light pillar dissipated, over a dozen figures like broken sacks fell from midair and crashed onto the scorched soil. Chun Ergo and the other fallen cultivators, ignoring the excruciating pain of their shattered bones, lay on the ground, vomiting violently. The spatial tearing sensation from the cross-world teleportation nearly shattered their already parched souls. But after just 2 heaves, Chun Ergo suddenly froze. He jerked his head up greedily, inhaling tears streaming down his face. Spiritual energy. It's spiritual energy. It's faint, but this is truly spiritual energy. We're back. We've returned to the upper realm alive. Over a dozen cultivators who had once been reduced to cannibalism in the barbaric prison now lay on the ground, like madmen, grabbing handfuls of scorched black soil and stuffing it into their mouths, laughing and crying simultaneously. For them, simply being able to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was heaven. And at the center of the massive crater created by the impact, a bronze-colored war boot adorned with intricate thunder runes stepped firmly out of the deep pit. Su-Han, holding Yi Hongi in one arm, emerged from the dust with the leisurely grace of a stroll. The cross-world storm could tear apart ordinary cultivators, but to his demonic body, which had just broken through to the engraving pattern realm and imprinted the laws of thunder and fire, it was like a gentle breeze against the face. Not only that, the gravity has changed. Su-Han twisted his neck, producing a series of crisp cracks like popping beans. The gravity in the barbaric prison was 10 times that of here. Now back in the cultivation world, Su-Han felt as light as if nothing weighed on him. He even had the illusion that with a single leap, using pure physical force, he could shatter the void and soar into the 9 heavens. This extreme sense of liberation from shackles made the greedy wolf demonic pattern on his back tingle with excitement. Su-Han gently set Yi Hongi down, letting her lean against a boulder at the crater's edge. Do you feel it? Su-Han looked at the gray sky around them, his brow slightly furrowed. Yi Hongi's once dim phoenix eyes were now fixed on the distant horizon. Her body trembled slightly, not from weakness, but from a suppressed rage. To the extreme. There is no spiritual energy. Yi Hongi's voice was as cold as 10,000-year-old ice, even tinged with a hint of bitterness. Su-Han, feel carefully. What's in this air is not pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Hearing this, Chun Ergo and the others who had been laughing wildly on the ground were stunned. They quickly sat cross-legged, trying to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy into their bodies. But the next second, Chun Ergo spat out a mouthful of black blood, his face instantly pale, and he screamed in terror, "What's happening? This spiritual energy is poisoned." "No, not poison. It's a powerful spiritual imprint. It's resisting my divine sense." Su-Han closed his eyes. Ding. Daily intelligence system reconnecting to the old world map. Location update: Tianlong continent, southern domain, former Tianma sect headquarters, Tianma mountain ruins. Time calibration: 3 years and 2 months have passed since the host was exiled. World status: Divine Kingdom Ranch. The spiritual energy of this realm has been forcibly extracted and polluted by the Guardian through the Great Deprivation art. What fills the air is faith power. Those who have not imprinted the God's mark will suffer chi deviation if they forcibly absorb it. Su-Han opened his eyes, a glint of understanding flashing in his dark golden vertical pupils, which then turned into extreme mockery. I see. Su-Han looked at Yi Hongi. 3 years have passed. That old bastard has monopolized the spiritual energy of the entire cultivation world. Now this place is not called the cultivation world, it's called the Divine Kingdom. If you don't believe in the God, even breathing is a sin. Yi Hongi did not answer. She just stared blankly at the colossal black mountain that had been severed in half. That was once the most magnificent structure in the cultivation world, the main peak of the Tianma sect. She had once stood atop that peak, overlooking all beings. Now only a massive charred abyss remained, with countless palace ruins scattered around like trash. What made her eyes nearly split with fury was that at the edge of the abyss stood a giant statue over 100 zhang tall, carved entirely from white jade. The statue's face was indistinct, lofty, and aloof, gazing down with pity at the ruins beneath. And at its feet countless mine shafts were densely packed. My home. Yi Hongyi bit her lip, hard blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her once proud and unconquerable spirit finally let out an uncontrollable lament at the sight of this utterly changed ruin. Su Han reached out his rough hand and gently wiped the blood from her lips. Home is gone, we'll rebuild it. If the statue is an eyesore, we'll smash it. Su Han's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. In this world, no one but him had the right to make this woman bleed. Just then a sharp crack of a whip accompanied by a miserable scream came from beyond the ruins not far ahead. Su Han's ears twitched slightly. His engraving pattern realm senses instantly pulled the sounds from several li away to his ears. A bunch of worthless scum. Hurry up. This batch of blood spirit, or must be delivered to the temple tonight. Anyone who slacks off, I'll scatter their soul directly. Accompanied by the clanking of dragging chains, a group emerged from the corner of the ruins. At the front were over 100 ragged, emaciated slaves. They wore heavy magic-suppressing shackles on their feet and carried, or that emitted, a faint red glow on their backs. Their eyes held only numbness and despair like walking corpses. Behind them, overseeing the work, were 10 cultivators dressed in spotless white robes with golden one-eyed totems embroidered on their chests. They were all ruddy-faced and breathed deeply. In this barren land devoid of spiritual energy, they could lavishly waste spiritual power, swinging their spiritual energy whips and casually lashing the slaves. That's the Divine Guard. Chun Ergo, lying at the bottom of the crater, trembled with fear at the sight of the white-robed men. Your Majesty, I've heard of them. In these 3 years, only those who have submitted to the Guardian and become God's faithful hounds are granted faith, spiritual energy, and become Divine Guards. They represent divine punishment. Divine Guards. Su Han looked at the lofty white-robed men, then at the former cultivators being treated like livestock. God. Su Han flexed his wrists, feeling the terrifying blood energy within him, which had begun to boil after 3 years of not seeing his enemies. 3 years of slumber, and the world has changed. Su Han took a step forward, not bothering to conceal himself. With his upper body bare, covered in demonic patterns, he strode boldly out of the crater and headed straight for the Divine Guard squad. Rest here, Su Han said to Yi Hongyi without turning his head. I'll catch a few dogs and ask for directions. The wind of the wasteland blew, lifting Su Han's short black hair. His broad back, as seen by Yi Hongyi, seemed like an indestructible demonic mountain. Ahead, the Divine Guard commander, who had been swinging his whip, also noticed Su Han appearing suddenly in the ruins. Looking at this man with rippling muscles devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuation, yet exuding a wild, chilling aura, the commander frowned. Which savage is this? Don't you know this is a forbidden zone of the Divine Kingdom? The commander snorted coldly, and his spiritual light whip, studded with barbs, lashed out like a venomous snake, producing a sharp crack in the air. Whoever you are, if you see the god and do not kneel, you die. The whip turned into a blur aimed straight for Su Han's face. This strike carried the spiritual power of the Foundation establishment, late stage enough to shatter a boulder to dust. Facing this incoming strike, Su Han did not dodge. He didn't even blink, merely reaching out a single finger with utter casualness. At the ruins of Tianhua Mountain, near the edge of the mine, a long whip emanating blinding white light and surging with violent spiritual energy tore through the air, striking precisely towards Su Han's face. In the eyes of the Divine Guard commander, this savage, covered in strange black tattoos, possessing not even a trace of spiritual energy, would meet his end the next moment. His skull shattered, his soul scattered to the void. Among the slaves burdened with, or some had already closed their eyes in sorrow. Over these 3 years they had witnessed too many mortals who dared to resist being whipped into pulp by that very lash. Yet, a thunderous clash of metal echoed across the wasteland. There was no gore, no shattered brains. That spiritual whip, capable of shattering boulders, hovered just 3 inches from Su Han's nose. Defying it was Su Han's slowly raised index finger. The finger gleamed with an oppressive dark gold hue, faint purple lightning arcing across its tip. The violent spiritual energy coursing through the whip vanished upon contact with the finger as if water poured into sand. Nor did it even break the outermost layer of Su Han's skin. What? How is this possible? The Divine Guard commander's mocking sneer froze instantly, his eyes bulging as though about to burst from his sockets. Instinctively he attempted to yank the whip back, but the tip remained stubbornly anchored in midair as if forged from iron. All-out strike. Su Han tilted his head slightly, those dark golden vertical pupils regarding the commander 100 paces away with cold indifference. His finger curled delicately, grasping the whip's tip. In the barbaric wastes, even a newborn saber-toothed tiger possesses greater bite force than your limp whip. Su Han's lips curled into a vicious arc. Your spell holds less power than a corpse dragon's expelled gas. Before the words left his mouth, Su Han yanked his arm forward violently. An unparalleled torrent of raw force surged along the whip in reverse. The Divine Guard commander felt his palms split open in an instant, unable even to scream before his body was hurled backward like a cannonball by a colossal force hurtling straight towards Suhan. Commander. The 9 remaining Divine Guards were petrified with shock, drawing their flying swords and forming hand seals. Insolence. Dare to attack the Divine Guard. Kill him. 9 brilliant sword flashes surged towards Suhan, with murderous intent engulfing the sky and earth. At the same time, several fiery orbs and ice spikes sealed off all of Suhan's escape routes. Swords. Spells. Suhan didn't even glance at the incoming attacks. Facing the Divine Guard commander suspended midair in sheer terror, Suhan employed neither fist nor foot. He simply drew in a deep breath, his chest swelling dramatically as the greedy wolf demonic sigil on his back and the thunder fire totem on his chest flared to brilliant life. Begone. A furious shout imbued with the terrifying chi and blood force of the inscription mark realm erupted from Suhan's throat. It was not soundwave technique, but pure lung capacity, combined with an air cannon surpassing the speed of sound. Boom. A visible white sonic boom cloud detonated before Suhan. The Divine Guard commander, directly in the path of this solidified sonic shockwave, found his supreme quality, magical robes, disintegrate before even a second passed, crumbling to dust. Then came his pride, the physical body itself. As if a blood-filled tomato struck by a giant iron hammer, the Divine Guard commander exploded mid-air into a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. And that terrifying sonic shockwave continued unabated, sweeping aside the 9 flying swords and spells like autumn wind driving fallen leaves. Those so-called divine weapons and sharp instruments shattered into fragments upon contact with the high-frequency, oscillating air barrier, crumbling like fragile glass. The fireballs were extinguished instantly, and the ice spears vaporized into mist. The residual shockwave slammed into the 9 remaining Divine Guards, hurling them over 100 meters, where they crashed against the ruined stone walls, vomiting blood with shattered rib cages. One shout. Merely one shout. 10 Divine Guards, who in the slave's eyes stood tall and represented divine retribution. 1 dead, 9 crippled. An absolute silence fell over the entire area. Wind swept across the scorched earth, leaving only the sound of blood dripping. Those slaves wearing shackles stared blankly at the scene before them. Within their once numb eyes a glimmer emerged, born of awe and disbelief. This? What manner of monster is this? There's no spiritual energy fluctuation. Did he really shatter a divine artifact with mere bodily force? His silhouette. Among the slave crowd, an elderly white-haired man with one arm severed and one eye blinded fixed his gaze relentlessly upon Suhan's retreating figure. He once served as an inner sect elder of the heavenly demon cult. Though his cultivation was destroyed, his eyes remained sharp. Upon beholding the faint black demonic sigils adorning Suhan's back and that arrogant demeanor that scorned the world and treated all beings as worthless as weeds, the old man's body began to tremble violently. No. Impossible. 3 years ago he was clearly stripped of his divine palace and cast into the void. The old man's eyes grew wet, turbid tears mixed with dirt streaming down his face. Suddenly, disregarding all caution, he dropped to his knees with a thud and roared with all his strength. It's Elder Su. No. It's Master Su Dai, the sect leader. The sect leader is not dead. He has returned from hell, slaughtering all in his path. That cry was like hurling a bomb into tranquil, stagnant waters. Among the crowd, a dozen remnants of the heavenly demon cult widened their eyes, their gazes fixing upon that face. Though now more resolute and marked with demonic sigils, still unmistakably familiar. It really is sect leader Su. The heavenly demon shall not perish. The sect leader is invincible. The humiliation and despair suppressed for 3 years erupted utterly at this very moment. The slaves wildly rattled their shackles, emitting guttural roars like wild beasts. Suhan did not turn back. In this cultivation world, he savored the profound sense of lightness granted by the long-lost low gravity. He approached a Divine Guard who was still drawing breath, frantically crawling backward. Placing his foot upon that snow-white Taoist robe, he pinned the man to the ground. You dare kill a Divine Guard. The Divine Lord will not spare you. That Divine Guard spat blood while unleashing venomous curses. Divine Lord. Suhan lowered his head, those vertical pupils glinting with cruel azure light. Extending 2 fingers, he crushed the Divine Guard's arm, with the same casual force one might use to uproot a radish. Cease your noise. Suhan's voice remained eerily calm. I ask you, answer. Where is your god now? At Tianlan Divine City. In the temple rebuilt upon the old grounds. The Divine Lord sits supreme above. Go, you fiend, and meet your death. Excellent. Suhan nodded, his fingers tightening once more to crush the remaining Divine Guard. What of Li Qingge? Upon hearing that name, the Divine Guard's face, contorted in agony, revealed a twisted fervor. Saintess. No, Divine Maiden. She has become the earthly proxy of God, the purest being in this world. Divine Maiden. A mocking smile curled Suhan's lips. So the righteous saintess who once danced between orthodoxy and demonism in pursuit of dominion had ultimately knelt before superior might and become a hound to a false god. I see. Suhan rose to his feet. Spare my life. The divine guard begged. Suhan stamped his head into pulp as casually as crushing a rotten watermelon. I never said I'd take prisoners. Suhan shook the blood from his boots and turned to face those kneeling subjects, their faces alight with fervent devotion. He cast another glance toward Yi Hongyi nearby, who leaned against a massive boulder, her expression layered with complexity as she regarded him. Suhan approached Yi Hongyi, gesturing toward the mine shafts spread across the mountains and the mortals and cultivators enslaved within them. It seems they've suffered greatly these past 3 years. Hongyi, you once taught them the path of cultivation. Suhan raised his gaze toward the distant Tianlan divine city, the greedy wolf sigil on his back, emitting a silent roar. Now I will teach them how to slay gods. Tianlan divine city, the old site. This Zhongzhou divine city, which once represented the highest authority in the cultivation world, is now shrouded beneath a white jade temple soaring 10,000 zhang into the heavens. Golden faith power floated visibly in the sky, tangible shackles draped across the entire world. A thunderous boom reverberated. Suddenly a sonic boom, like splitting heavenly thunder, rang out from the southern horizon. Within the divine city, hundreds of thousands of believers and the divine guard army looked up in horror. The ashen sky was torn asunder by a cyan afterimage, a vacuum trench carved into the air by pure physical speed, pushed beyond its limits. Bang! The afterimage crashed onto the white jade plaza before the temple like a meteor, that plaza which symbolized absolute authority. The earth quaked. Top-grade spirit stone floor tiles within 1,000 zhang radius instantly crumbled to dust. The violent shockwave sent over 1,000 divine guards flying before they could form their battle arrays. Their internal organs shattered mid-air, painting the sky with a rain of blood. The dust settled. Suhan stood bare-chested, the greedy wolf demonic tattoos on his back writhing like living creatures. On one shoulder, he carried a massive cyan stone pillar. That was the last remaining main peak sect establishing steel from the Tianma mountain ruins. He had come alone, spanning tens of thousands of miles, and directly smashed open the gates of the divine kingdom. Suhan. The great doors of the temple burst open with a thunderous crash. A figure robed in immaculate white ascended slowly through the sky, surrounded by countless golden lights. She was Li Qingge, once the sacred saintess of the righteous path, now the divine maiden. In 3 years apart, her aura had reached an incomprehensible pinnacle. A golden divine mark was branded upon her forehead, exalted above all, both merciful and merciless. You actually survived the void. Looking at Suhan, who radiated murderous aura, without a single fluctuation of spiritual energy, Li Qingge's eyes flickered with astonishment before dissolving into deep contempt. However, mortals are but mortals. This brute strength of yours means nothing before the laws bestowed by the Divine Lord. It is merely a beast's dying struggle. Suhan, kneel and repent. The divine light will purify your filthy. Silence. Suhan didn't even lift his eyelids. His calf muscles surged, instantly driving a bottomless black hole into the bedrock beneath his feet. Greedy wolf, extreme speed. Li Qingge couldn't even catch Suhan's movements. Her vision blurred for an instant. That face covered in black, demonic patterns and radiating endless brutality was already pressed before her. You. Li Qingge's soul nearly fled her body just as she tried to activate her divine protection. Hasn't your god ever taught you what close combat is? Suhan's massive hand shot out like an iron clamp, grasping her slender white throat and forcibly cutting off her spellcasting preparation. At this range, cultivator spells were nothing but a joke against ultimate nerve reaction speed. Crunch. Suhan showed no mercy whatsoever. His 5 fingers tightened, crushing her divine meridians and windpipe, the very thing she had prided herself upon. And then, like discarding trash, he slammed the haughty divine maiden into the ground. She crashed through 10 layers of floor tiles. Cough, spitting. Li Qingge lay at the bottom of the pit, like a dying fish, frantically vomiting blood, her eyes filled with incomprehensible terror. Her supposedly invincible protective golden light couldn't even withstand a single grip from this man. Trash is trash, no matter which master they serve. Suhan didn't even glance at her. Slowly raising his head, he looked toward the enormous temple in the sky that began to violently distort. Old bastard, above, your dogs are nearly dead. Why haven't you come down yet? And how dare you defy heaven? With a thunderous roar of rage, the firmament split open. A golden giant hand spanning 100 miles descended from the heavens, carrying the crushing force of absolute law. That was the true form of the Guardian, a genuine powerhouse from the upper realm attempting to erase Suhan along with the entire divine city. Defy heaven. Suhan smiled. The chi and blood within his inscription pattern realm boiled furiously at that moment, his heart thundering like a nuclear reactor. Purple lightning coiled around his left arm, while crimson flames shot skyward from his right, and the greedy wolf phantom on his back condensed into 100 zhang tall material manifestation. He didn't retreat. Instead, his knees bent slightly, his entire body tensing like a drawn bow. Then he shot straight into the sky. I devoured heavenly tribulations in the barbaric wilderness for breakfast. What are you, eh? Suhan charged toward the golden giant hand that blotted out the sky, unleashing his most devastating punch, fusing ultimate kinetic energy, immeasurable chi, and blood and the laws of thunder and fire. Extreme path, great destruction art. Boom. Pure physical kinetic energy collided viciously with the laws of the upper realm midair. Time and space across the entire world seemed to freeze at that moment. Then to everyone's horrified gaze, that golden giant hand representing heavenly majesty began cracking visibly from its palm. The cracks spread rapidly and finally, with a piercing scream, it exploded apart. No, this is impossible. How can a mere lower realm produce a monster who achieved physical sainthood? The Guardian's terrified roar echoed from the void. Go ask in hell. Suhan's figure shot upward like a meteor, defying gravity, smashing through the void barrier and plunging into the depths of the clouds. From above came relentless, earth-shattering sounds of hand-to-hand combat, breaking bones, and gods wailing in agony. Massive amounts of golden divine blood rained down like a storm, extinguishing the faith fires of Tianlan Divine City. Half an hour later, the sky fell completely silent. That oppressive faith canopy, which had shrouded the cultivation world for 3 years, peeled away like shattered glass piece by piece. Long-lost pure heaven and earth spiritual energy rushed back into this parched land. Thud! A devastated headless corpse, its head forcibly twisted off, plummeted from the sky and crashed before the temple ruins. That had been the exalted god. Now it was nothing but rotting flesh. Thud! Suhan landed heavily from the sky. His body was covered in wounds deep enough to expose bone, golden divine blood mingling with his own crimson. Yet his spine remained straighter than the heavenly mountains themselves. In his hand he carried the head of that deity whose eyes refused to close, and he tossed it carelessly before Lichinga, who was still gasping her last breaths at the bottom of the pit. Lichinga had completely lost her mind, emitting a shrill scream as she crawled backward in terror. Ding. Daily Intelligence System final settlement target false god eliminated. This realm's coordinates have been concealed. The upper realm passage has been forcibly physically sealed. Congratulations, host. You are now the sole sovereign of this realm. Suhan glanced at the system notification, let out a cold snort, and dismissed it directly within his consciousness. He no longer needed the system, because he himself was the greatest cheat this world would ever know. Your Majesty, the sect leader is invincible. In the distance, the barbaric wolf cavalry led by Deshan, along with those rescued remnants of the Tianma sect, poured into the divine city like a tide, kneeling around the ruins and letting out earth-shaking roars. At the very front of the crowd, Yi Hongyi wore a blood-red dress she hadn't donned in years. Though stripped of her cultivation, she remained the empress who looked down upon the world. She gazed at the man standing atop the ruins like a demon god drenched in blood, her eyes sparkling with unprecedented brilliance. Suhan stepped over the rubble and approached Yi Hongyi. He reached out his rough, divine blood-stained hand and pulled her into his embrace. The divine kingdom. Suhan looked across this vast world, reborn with vitality, a supremely arrogant smile curling his lips. From today onward, this world shall be called the Tianma sect. I'll handle the outside, you'll handle the inside. Yi Hongyi rested against his iron-hard chest, listening to that powerful heartbeat, and wrapped her arms around his waist, a faint smile touching her lips. Very well. A fierce wind swept through, stirring up clouds of dust. Upon the wasteland, a new king ascended. And the legend of the man who punched through every fancy technique in the cultivation world had only just begun. The end.